If you could exchange your lifespan for anything in the world, what would you choose? Endless wealth or supreme power? Without hesitation, I traded 50 years of my life for a piece of toilet paper. Everyone thought I was out of my mind, but they didn't know that I awakened the talent for immortality when I failed my job change. As long as I kill wild monsters, I can gain lifespan. It turns out this is a world of professionals. Once people turn 18, they can awaken their profession and become a professional. Some awaken the will of fire, where leaves dance and not a blade of grass grows. Some awaken the duality of black and white, binding souls with their hands, ending worldly matters. But beneath the glory of professionals lies the sorrow of ordinary people. In a world dominated by professionals, those who fail their job change are like cockroaches in the sewers. Their only fate is to become miners in the underground world. But I failed my awakening, and I understand what failure means in this world. Now my only hope is to go to the Temple of Life and buy a job change book with my lifespan. It can forcibly change a person's job, but 50 years of life can only buy the lowest tier job change book. Exchange for the basic warrior job change book. As soon as I finished speaking, the voice of the Temple of Life immediately echoed. Lifespan sufficient detected, transaction in progress. Transaction successful, 50 years of lifespan deducted. You have been forcibly changed to a basic warrior. As my lifespan was deducted, an overwhelming fatigue washed over me. Just then, a system notification sounded in my ear, and my personal information panel opened. You can check your information. I then opened my personal panel, and when I saw the last line with the word talent, my pupils suddenly contracted. The talent for immortality allows me to gain lifespan by killing wild monsters. Each monster killed grants 1 day of life. What does this mean? If I kill thousands or tens of thousands, I can gain decades of lifespan, and this talent can be upgraded. Over time, it could lead to hundreds, thousands, or even eternal life. After reading this, I shed 2 tears of joy. This meant that lifespan would be worthless to me, and I could confidently exchange for items at the Temple of Life. Since I had chosen the worst profession, I couldn't even awaken professional skills, so I could only browse the skills here. However, I wasn't satisfied with what I found. Ordinary skills could be bought with divine power. Some decent skills cost dozens or even hundreds of years of lifespan, which I couldn't afford right now. Just then, I was stunned by the last entry. Life Strike, a special skill with no job or learning restrictions, consumes 1 day of lifespan to double all your damage for 1 hour, usable once a day, priced at 10 years of lifespan. Note 1, if you consume 1 year of lifespan, damage is increased by 10 times. If you consume 10 years, damage is increased by 100 times. Note 2, this skill can be upgraded. Currently, it requires 100 years of lifespan to upgrade. After reading the information, I couldn't calm down. Consuming life to increase damage was tailor-made for me. The stats of my garbage profession couldn't kill quickly, but with this skill, everything would be solved. I still had 32 years of lifespan left. Even after buying this, I'd still have 22 years, so I gritted my teeth and made the purchase. Lifespan sufficient detected, deducting 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations, the transaction was successful, and you have successfully learned the skill Life Strike. I immediately left the Temple of Life and hurried to the leveling dungeon to hunt monsters. At this moment, in the southwestern outskirts of Blue City, many young people gathered in front of a dark and eerie valley. This was the leveling area near Blue City, where there were many dungeon portals. Entering one would transport you to the corresponding dungeon. At this moment, many were calling out, asking if anyone wanted to team up for leveling. Experience would be split evenly, and whoever killed the monsters would keep the loot. I am level 7 and can take 3 newcomers for leveling. If interested, come chat. The price is reasonable, just 50 points of divine power. Most people were either looking to team up or wanting someone to carry them. Just then, someone came up and patted my shoulder. Hey, brother, want to team up? We just need 1 more person. I was about to refuse when one of the young men said, "Isn't that Li Fan? Heh, what is a failed job changer like you doing here?" This person was my classmate, Sun Hao, one of Jiang Yanming's lackeys. He couldn't help but mock me, and others also showed disdain, saying, "What is a failed job changer doing here?" I thought he was some big shot. Get away from him, or you'll bring bad luck. The once friendly young man instantly turned cold. At this moment, Sun Hao continued to mock. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get lost. A failed job changer should act like one, go mine." His words struck a sensitive nerve within me. My parents died because of deep mines, so I immediately used the skill I had just learned, choosing to deduct 1 year of lifespan. Instantly, I felt power surge through my body as Sun Hao continued to mock me. Suddenly, I stepped forward and slapped Sun Hao hard. The force was so great that he was knocked back, his previously pale face turning bright red. Sun Hao looked at me in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Everyone was equally shocked. What just happened? Sun Hao, didn't you say he was just an ordinary person? That power knocked you back. How can you say he's ordinary? I looked down at Sun Hao. If you can't speak properly, I don't mind teaching you. This is just a lesson. If you dare to jump around in front of me again, you'll learn what regret feels like. Sun Hao's mind went blank. He had never seen me so assertive, and my earlier strength was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Sun Hao understood something. Despite the pain on his face, he got up and laughed out loud. Ha, Li Fan, did you go to the Temple of Life? You spent 50 years of your life to change to the worst profession. I overheard you talking to Qin Anming, and I didn't expect you really changed. No wonder you're so arrogant. You won't be around for long, so why not enjoy your time while you can? Sun Hao's voice was loud, and people nearby gathered around, asking, what's going on? Is there some excitement? Isn't that Li Fan? What is he doing here? Didn't he fail his job change? It wasn't just Sun Hao practicing, many others were also surprised to see me. At that moment, someone shouted to Sun Hao, hey, Sun Hao, what's going on? I saw you get slapped by that useless Li Fan. Sun Hao just laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about Li Fan, the useless one. To avoid being a failure, he even went to the Temple of Life to change his job book. So what if he slapped me? He won't have many years left to live. Everyone looked surprised. Wow, Li Fan is so extreme. You know, even the worst job change book at the Temple of Life costs 50 years of lifespan. Ha, it seems this is him. A moment of clarity before death. He's about to die. Let's not hold it against him. I've heard that people tend to go a bit mad before they die, and it's not wise to provoke a rabid dog. Endless ridicule threatens to engulf me like a tide, yet instead of the anger I expected, a smile creeps onto my lips. I point at the crowd and shout, go ahead, mock me. I don't care. History in 30 years will remember your foolishness today. As I spoke, I turned and entered the valley, where the howls of wolves rose and fell, accompanied by eerie light that was quite terrifying. Soon, I spotted a few wild wolves, ordinary ones that were slightly smaller than adults. Upon seeing me, they growled low and launched their attack. Though I had no weapons at the moment, my damage had increased tenfold. A single punch could pierce through a large tree, and even my bare hands had a force that these small wolves couldn't withstand. So, I easily took them down, one punch at a time. You killed the wild wolf, absorbed 1 day of life, gained 10 experience points. Congratulations, you leveled up. After killing a few wild wolves, I leveled up to level 2 and gained 10 attribute points. The early stages are when leveling up is the fastest. Each upgrade requires only a few dozen to a few hundred experience points. After around level 5, the leveling process slows down. I had to act quickly. To increase my damage, I consumed a whole year of life, meaning I needed to kill 365 wild wolves within an hour to break even. I pressed forward, fortunate that the wild wolves in the valley kept coming in waves. After killing one batch, another would immediately refresh. I didn't even need to search, they were nearly always in sight. At a rate of killing 5 to 6 wild wolves per minute, I pushed deeper into the valley. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 6. Soon, with only 5 minutes left of my life boosting effect, the number of wild wolves around me began to dwindle. At this moment, I was gasping for breath against a tree, my arms nearly paralyzed. For nearly an hour, I'd been throwing punches, fighting desperately not to waste my life. Fortunately, the rewards were amazing. I killed 478 wolves in 1 hour, adding over a year to my lifespan. Unfortunately, I hadn't learned the extraction skill yet, so I couldn't gather materials from these wolves. The materials that could be extracted from hundreds of wild wolves would be a huge number, now wasted, which I regretted. However, even if I could extract them all, I wouldn't be able to carry them. If only I could get my hands on a spatial artifact. But soon, I cleared my thoughts. After all, they were just wild wolves, and their materials weren't worth much. Even if I couldn't extract them, I wouldn't lose much. My goal was still to extend my lifespan. As long as I had enough life, I could buy anything in the Temple of Life. Thinking of this motivated me again. With only a few minutes left, I had to make the most of this time and kill more monsters. At that moment, a massive roar reached my ears. I turned to see a huge wild wolf, about 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary one, glaring at me and growling fiercely. The Black Blood Wolf King is the leader of all wolves in the valley, who uses its claws to tear apart any creature that intrudes into its territory. Seeing this Wolf King surprised me. I hadn't realized I had intruded into its territory. No wonder the wild wolves nearby had gradually decreased. The others were too afraid to come close. However, instead of panicking, I felt joy. The Wolf King was a boss monster, and as long as I killed it, I wouldn't need to learn the extraction skill to receive rewards. But because the Wolf King was so powerful, its dropped items would surely be very valuable. Thinking of this, excitement sparkled in my eyes. With only 4 minutes left of my life-boosting effect, I disregarded my exhaustion and charged forward as the Wolf King appeared before me. Countless wild wolves rushed in to surround me. With a howl from the Wolf King, the surrounding wolves all howled and charged at me. Seeing this, I shouted loudly, adrenaline spiking, and my previously exhausted body filled with strength again. I charged at the Wolf King, taking down one wild wolf with each punch. The Wolf King kept howling, commanding the wolves to attack me, but it was useless. My punches were too fierce for any wolf to withstand. Before long, I was right in front of the Wolf King. Seeing this, the Wolf King lunged at me to bite. I immediately threw a punch, and with a heavy gust of wind, my fist landed heavily on the Wolf King. The Wolf King yelped in pain, wanting to escape. But I was quick. I grabbed the Wolf King's tail and threw another punch. This punch shook my fist, and I could faintly hear the sound of bones breaking, not mine, but the Wolf King's. Then came another punch, and crack. The Wolf King's skull shattered, but it was still alive, struggling. As my fists rained down like a storm, the black blood of the Black Blood Wolf King nearly stained my clothes black. In the end, the Wolf King was left with no way to escape, no moves left to make. Congratulations, you have killed the boss of the Wild Wolf Valley, the Black Blood Wolf King. You gained 580 experience points. Since the monster you killed was far stronger than you this time, you received a life absorption critical hit, successfully absorbing 50 days of life. You leveled up to level 7. Hearing the voice in my mind, I burst into laughter. The extreme exhaustion left me barely able to move a finger. It was incredibly difficult. My entire body trembled, unable to exert any strength, and I felt like I was falling apart. But everything I had done today was worth it. Just then, the corpse of the Black Blood Wolf King suddenly emitted a strange glow, and several items leaped out from its body. These items shimmered with green and blue light. I was overjoyed. My previously exhausted body regained strength due to excitement. I rushed forward to pick them up. The Black Blood Wolf King had dropped 3 items, a refined pair of gauntlets, the Wolf King's claws, and the Wolf King's bone, all of which were quite valuable. I had truly struck gold this time, and the equipment and skill book were both warrior types, perfect for me to learn. Without hesitation, I put the gauntlets on. They felt warm in my hands, as if the Wolf King's body heat still lingered on them. At the same time, I immediately felt a surge of power fill my entire body. I casually threw a punch, and the gust of wind from my fist lifted a few leaves off the ground. The power of this punch was not to be underestimated. Even with low attributes, wearing these gauntlets gave me sufficient combat strength. I was extremely excited and continued to learn new skills. When I opened the skill book, a wealth of information flooded my mind, and I felt as if I were seeing a wild wolf in the midst of a kill. Following this feeling, I threw a punch, and 2 shadowy claws appeared in front of me, tearing towards a nearby tree. The tree was left with a deep gash from the attack. If used in conjunction with the life strike, I could probably tear this tree in half. Truly, the Wolf King's claws had immense destructive power, capable of easily disemboweling any profession below level 10. I was very satisfied with this. After my testing was complete, I eagerly opened the system panel to check my status. Among them, apart from health and mana which automatically increase with level, and strength which increases with equipped gear, my other attributes hadn't improved at all because I had been too focused on killing monsters to pay attention to my stats. I thought for a moment and decided to distribute my 35 attribute points into 4 parts, 20 points to strength and 5 points to each of the other attributes. I focused on strength mainly because of the life strike, which is based on my attack power. The attack power attribute can only be provided by equipment and strength. To be more efficient in monster hunting, I had to focus on strength. I needed to find opportunities to learn some area of effect skills. When a professional becomes strong enough, a single skill can clear an entire dungeon. If I had such capabilities, I could kill tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in a day. This could allow me to extend my lifespan by hundreds of years every day. By then, the items in the Temple of Life would be within my grasp. Thinking of this filled me with motivation. Unlike before, I now saw no limits to my future. I quickly left the dungeon, planning to go to the exchange to sell the Wolf King's claws and the blue materials. When Li Du came out of the instance, the sky was gradually darkening. Today's journey had brought too many surprises. Dragging his weary body, Li Du slowly arrived at the trading hall. Tianhai Trading Hall. This was the largest trading hall in Lan City, backed by the Tianhai Guild of Tianhai City. Almost all transactions of materials, equipment, items, and potions in Lan City took place here. "Hello, sir, what do you need?" A sales assistant approached Li Du as soon as he entered. Li Du did not respond immediately. Instead, he took out the Wolf King's claw and asked, "How much can I sell this for?" The sales assistant picked up the Wolf King's claw and examined it closely. "Sir, this Wolf King's claw just dropped today and is of excellent quality. If you sell it to our trading hall, we can buy it back for 980 points of divine power." "Alright, sell it. I'll buy something else as well." "Of course, sir." Li Du then immediately checked the item list of the trading hall. He mainly focused on the line for skill books. Swift arrow, Excellent level ranged class skill book. Class restriction, LV15. Fires a number of arrows that, infused with the power of the swift wind, will penetrate the target at a very rapid speed. Price, 2,380 points of divine power. Water ball, good level magic class skill book. Class restriction, LV7. Summons a water ball to attack the target, soaking it, causing damage, and delaying the target's actions for 15 seconds. Price, 890 points of divine power. I must say, many of the skill books made Li Du very tempted. However, the higher the level of the skill book, the more expensive it was. Li Du simply could not afford them at the moment. In the end, he flipped to the first page, where the cheapest skill book was listed at the top. Extraction, unrestricted all-class skill book. Extracts items from the bodies of dead monsters, with a success rate of 1% to 99%. The success rate is proportional to one's own level. Price, 80 points of divine power. I'll take this one, and also give me a large ordinary backpack. Alright, sir. That will be a total of 120 points of divine power. Li Du nodded and then swiped his card. After the transaction, he had just over 1,000 points of divine power left. Before selling the Wolf King's Claw, Li Du's life had been quite tight, with less than 200 points in his card. Today's expenditure was quite significant for him. However, these were necessary expenses. The extraction skill goes without saying, and as for the backpack, it was for Li Du to carry his loot. He had no spatial artifacts, so he could only use a backpack. After leaving the trading hall, Li Du was about to head home. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Yo yo yo, our useless academic overachiever, how come you came out of the trading hall? Did you get some money? Li Du turned around and immediately saw a young man. It was Jiang Yanming. He stepped forward and coldly said, since you have money now, when are you going to pay me back the 500 points of divine power you owe? I'm not in a good mood, at most by tomorrow, I must see the divine power. Li Du's expression immediately darkened. I don't owe you any money, you won't get a single point of divine power from me. Jiang Yanming was instantly furious. Alright, you dare to talk to me like that, huh? Do you believe I can make your family go bankrupt by tomorrow? This statement ignited Li Du's anger. He clenched his fists and coldly shouted, you can certainly try. I may not be able to stop everything, but I can definitely kill you. These words, filled with murderous intent, startled Jiang Yanming, and then he became furious and embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, one of his lackeys spoke up. Young Master Jiang, why bother arguing with him? His life is short, so he naturally bites like a mad dog. Hearing this, Jiang Yanming gradually calmed down. If Li Du is really pushed to the edge, he himself doesn't have many years left to live, and who knows what he might do then. Thinking of this, Jiang Yanming spoke up. Li Du, I am magnanimous and can overlook the money you owe me. However, tomorrow you must fight me on the school arena. If you lose, you will kneel at the school gate for 3 days and nights, bowing to me, and I will not hold it against you. Do you dare to agree? Li Du replied, what if I win? Win? Jiang Yanming took out a gold card and waved it in front of Li Du. Do you see this gold card? This is the supreme card of the Daxia Divine Power Bank containing 10,000 points of divine power value, something you could never earn in your lifetime. If you win, this card will be yours. Alright, I just hope you won't regret it tomorrow. After Li Du finished speaking, he left directly. Soon, Li Du returned home. By the time he got home, it was already evening. Brother, you're back. As soon as he reached the door, a clear voice rang out, and then a girl in a white top ran out and jumped into Li Du's arms. I've been waiting for you for a long time, brother. If you didn't come back soon, it would be dark. Looking at this girl, Li Du's heart gradually warmed. Aren't I back now? Shui Shang, are you hungry? I'm already starving. Brother, hurry up and cook. Okay. The warm daily life was one of the few warm memories Li Du had in his 18 years. The girl's name was Li Shui Shang, and she was not actually his biological sister. When Li Du was 4 years old, his parents found a girl still in swaddling clothes. The girl seemed to have been abandoned by her parents and thrown into the river to drift. When she was rescued, she was not even a year old. When his father decided to adopt her, he said, since we brought her up from the water, we might as well call her Shui Shang. 2 years later, when their parents died in a mining accident, Shui Shang had little memory of her parents and was raised entirely by Li Du. For Shui Shang, Li Du was not just a brother but also played the role of a father. As she grew older, Shui Shang blossomed into a beautiful girl, undoubtedly a beauty in the making. Over the years, she had opportunities to leave Li Du and pursue a better life. In fact, when Shui Shang was 6, there were people who wanted to adopt her. Subsequently, more and more people brought up this matter, believing that a child like Li Du could not support his sister. However, Xu Weisheng was unwilling to leave no matter what, and Li Du did not agree either. In fact, after their parents' death, Xu Weisheng became almost a spiritual support for Li Du. God knows how he endured so much humiliation over the years without breaking down, and it was because of her. Perhaps it was also because of her experience of being abandoned. Even though life was hard, Xu Weisheng did not want to leave Li Du. Of course, it might also be because Li Du was the one who raised her from childhood. The two relied on each other and had come this far. Xu Weisheng had become a part of Li Du's life. Li Du skillfully washed vegetables, chopped them, and cooked. The children of the poor grow up early, whether in the kitchen or doing housework. It had all become a part of life for Li Du. Today, Li Du felt both happy and heavy. Happy because he possessed an unimaginable talent, killing monsters to gain lifespan. Heavy because he didn't know how to express all of this. Should he reveal his talent? Li Du was reluctant. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xu Weisheng, but his talent was simply too unbelievable. Having experienced hardship, Li Du found it hard to trust others. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. He didn't mind, but what about Xu Weisheng? Yet if he didn't speak out, how would he explain to Xu Weisheng about spending decades of his lifespan to buy a profession? Xu Weisheng knew that today was the day for awakening professions at school. Dinner was simple, just stir-fried cabbage with pork. As they ate, Li Du was absent-minded. Xu Weisheng seemed oblivious to everything, just like usual. The siblings finished their meal in silence, then, as per routine, took a bath and went to bed. Xu Weisheng appeared to know nothing. Perhaps she had already forgotten what day it was. If that were the case, it would be for the best. The next day, Li Du was to go to school. Xu Weisheng got up early and made porridge for him. Just before he left, Xu Weisheng suddenly hugged Li Du, her cheek pressed against his shoulder from behind. The warmth of the girl was comforting, and she clung tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Brother, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Li Du smiled and pinched her cheek. Isn't that obvious? Without me, how would you live? After that, Li Du left, and Xu Weisheng waved goodbye from behind. Until his figure disappeared from view, her tears fell, murmuring, Brother, I understand you. Even if I only have one day left to live, I will always be with you. Have you heard? Li Du is actually going to fight Jiang Yanming. No way. Is that true? Isn't Li Du a waste? Where does he get the courage? Who knows? I heard he spent 50 years of his life in the Divine Fate Hall to awaken a trash profession. Once he steps onto the stage, he'll probably be completely crushed by Jiang Yanming. Isn't that right? Jiang Yanming has awakened the dual-wielding swordsman profession, which is a refined-level profession, with stats twice that of an ordinary profession. Before Li Du even arrived at school, the news of his bet against Jiang Yanming had spread throughout the entire school. Everyone in the senior year of Lan City High School was shocked by Li Du's actions. Who was Jiang Yanming? Not only were his parents level 40 professionals, but he had also awakened a refined level profession. With his strength, being ranked first in the school was a piece of cake. And Li Du, unable to awaken a profession, was undoubtedly a waste. How dare Li Du? Li Du, you are being so irrational. Upon arriving at school, Qin Anmin found Li Du. You need to come with me to find Jiang Yanming and cancel the bet. Hearing Qin Anmin's words, warmth filled Li Du's heart. Only this teacher truly cared about him during these 3 years of high school. However, he still shook his head. No need, teacher. This is my decision. Qin Anmin stared at Li Du, unable to say a word. Soon, Li Du arrived at the school's arena. Jiang Yanming was already there, and not just him, many students and teachers had gathered as well. They all wanted to see the excitement. Upon seeing Li Du, Jiang Yanming immediately displayed an arrogant expression. Li Du, just wait and see how I make you kneel. I will let you know that the gap between a genius and a waste is insurmountable. His arrogant words did not draw disdain, instead, many cheered. Especially some infatuated girls, who shouted, Young Master Jiang is so handsome. Seeing this, Li Du remained calm and indifferent. You can certainly try to see who makes whom kneel. Many people scoffed at this. No one believed Li Du could win. Ahem. Silence. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man stepped forward and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, I am the officiating teacher for this duel, Zhou Qiang. This duel is voluntary for both parties, and aside from not being allowed to kill, all means are permitted. As long as one can knock the other off the stage or incapacitate them, it counts as a victory. Do either of you have any objections? Li Du and Jiang Yanming both shook their heads, indicating no objections. Since there are no objections, the duel begins. Then, Li Du and Jiang Yanming both stepped onto the duel stage. Below, many people were cheering for Jiang Yanming. Jiang Yanming, completely crush this waste. I've disliked him for a long time. That's right. Young Master Jiang, don't hold back. One hit kill. thoroughly crush this waste. I want to see him begging for mercy. Not only students, but also many teachers had gathered, whispering among themselves. Among them, the senior year director Wang Chi chuckled. I wonder what kind of stimulation Li Du has received to dare to challenge like this. Other teachers echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Jiang Yanming is not just a refined level professional. I heard his father personally trained him. It's only been a day, but Li Du definitely doesn't know that Jiang Yanming is already level 10. Moreover, the equipment Jiang Yanming is wearing is a refined level set, and his father even found him an epic level skill book. Jiang Yanming is our school's hope for this year's college entrance examination champion. How can Li Du compare? On the stage, Jiang Yanming extended a thumb towards Li Du and then pointed downwards. Li Du, if you kneel down and knock your head 300 times for me now, I might show mercy and let you go. Li Du coldly replied, no need, just come at me. Humph. Stubborn. Jiang Yanming snorted coldly, then he touched the belt at his waist, and two shining long swords appeared in his hands out of thin air. The crowd was immediately shocked. Spatial artifact. Jiang Yanming actually has a spatial artifact. He must be incredibly rich. Not just a spatial artifact, look at those two swords, their quality is definitely not low. 3 seconds. Jiang Yanming shouted, I want you to kneel in 3 seconds. He then immediately swung his dual swords. Dual sword water dragon dance. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly surrounded Jiang Yanming, and then this wind summoned water waves like a dragon, immediately crashing towards Li Du. The water dragon approached Li Du at an incredible speed. A powerful pressure instantly bore down on him. Life strike. Li Du shouted, immediately unleashing the life strike. After sacrificing a year of his life, his body was instantly filled with power. He then threw a punch at the water dragon. Splash! The surging water dragon was actually dispersed by Li Du's punch. The failure of the dual sword water dragon dance left Jiang Yanming stunned. How is this possible? How could you break my dual sword water dragon dance? Jiang Yanming simply could not accept it. That was a refined level skill capable of severely injuring even level 15 professionals. Others were equally shocked. Wasn't Li Du a waste? How could he possess such immense strength? However, he had no time to think. Li Du immediately charged towards Jiang Yanming. Soon, he was right in front of Jiang Yanming, throwing a punch directly. Seeing this, Jiang Yanming immediately scoffed. You think just because you broke my dual sword water dragon dance by luck, you're my opponent without even using a skill? He then attempted to catch Li Du's punch. Thud! An incredibly heavy force landed on Jiang Yanming, and after being amplified tenfold by the life strike, the power felt like a great mountain to him. His eyes went blank, and then Li Du's punch landed solidly on him. Thud! With a heavy sound, Jiang Yanming actually spat out blood. Ugh! Wow! Jiang Yanming clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, his eyes bulging. How is this possible? How could you have such great strength? Li Du coldly replied, I told you, if you want to deal with me, have the guts to try. That card worth 10,000 divine power points, I'm going to take it. Speak up. Li Du kicked Jiang Yanming heavily, sending him flying. By the time he came to his senses, he was already lying beneath the arena. Jiang Yanming had lost. People watched this scene in disbelief, both students and teachers alike. Qin Anmin let out a sigh of relief. Li Du looked at the supervising teacher and shouted, Teacher Zhou, it's time to announce the results, right? Zhou Qiang finally reacted and quickly shouted, in this match, Li Du wins. Li Du walked up to Jiang Yanming, now, according to our agreement, hand over the card. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yanming coughed violently, struggling to get up, his gaze towards Li Du filled with resentment. He wished he could kill Li Du. He never expected to be defeated by Li Du in this match. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. At that moment, Qin Hanmin walked over and said coldly, Jiang Yanming, since you've lost the match, you must accept the result. Seeing Qin Hanmin, Jiang Yanming reluctantly handed the card to Li Du. Li Du, you wait for me. He then left the school immediately. After losing so much face, he couldn't bear to stay in school for another moment. Qin Hanmin looked at Li Du, his expression complex. On one hand, he never expected Li Du to win this match. On the other hand, he sensed something from Li Du. Li Du, the skill you used just now was the life strike skill exchanged from the Divine Hall, right? Li Du was taken aback. Teacher Qin, Qin Hanmin sighed, unsure of what to say. In the end, he simply said, Li Du, the teacher won't interfere with your choices. But, I hope you understand that you carry more than just yourself. I heard you have a younger sister. If you were to pass away at such a young age, what would she do? Li Du deeply bowed to Qin Hanmin and said, Thank you for your concern, teacher. Sigh. Qin Hanmin sighed again, not knowing what else to say. Soon after, Li Du also left the school. After leaving, Li Du did not choose to go home but headed straight to the Wild Wolf Valley dungeon. There are 45 minutes left for Life Strike. I need to make the most of this time. He was consuming his lifespan to use Life Strike, so he had to quickly kill wild monsters to replenish his lifespan during this time. Soon, Li Du was engaged in killing wild wolves. Almost with a punch for each, Li Du killed all the visible wild wolves. You killed a wild wolf, absorbing 1 day of lifespan. Gain 10 experience points. You killed a wild wolf, absorbing 1 day of lifespan. Gain 10 experience points. You killed. As one message after another appeared, Li Du's lifespan and experience points continued to rise. Congratulations! Level up, current level, 8. After about half an hour of killing, Li Du leveled up again. He ignored it and continued to kill. Eventually, time was up. When Li Du exited the dungeon, he surprisingly felt less fatigued. Perhaps it was because his level had increased, enhancing both his strength and physique. Today, I killed over 400 wild wolves, but unfortunately, I didn't encounter the boss. Moreover, killing over 400 wild wolves only brought me to level 8. Thinking of this, Li Du felt a bit helpless. These wild wolves were the lowest level, only level 1, and the experience points they provided for killing were merely 10. To level up from 8 to 9, he needed over 7,000 experience points. This dungeon was no longer very helpful to Li Du. He opened the data panel. Name, Li Du level, 8 occupation, basic warrior equipment, slaughter of the Black Blood Wolf King skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, health points, 610 mana points, 115 strength, 47 spirit, 19 constitution, 17 agility, 18 free attribute points, 5 talent, longevity, low level you gain a life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life, currently at a rate of 1 day per wild monster. Talent experience, 992/10,000 lifespan, 21 years, 282 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Currently, the lifespan situation is still not optimistic. 21 years is still too little. If there were enough lifespan, Li Du actually wanted to go to the Temple of Destiny once more. However, for now, this can only be a luxury. Fortunately, talent experience has accumulated to nearly 1/10. As long as he continues, he will soon be able to level up. The 5 attribute points gained from leveling up, Li Du directly added to strength, increasing his strength to 52. Staying in the Wild Wolf Valley dungeon, my gains are really too low. Moreover, in this place, I can only add over 100 days to my lifespan each day. Thinking of this, Li Du felt somewhat dissatisfied. I wonder if I can gain a lifespan boost by killing a lot in a dungeon like Mosquito Swarm. With this thought, Li Du suddenly felt excited. If he could do this, then as long as he found a way to kill a large number in a short time, he could even gain thousands of experience points at once. I remember there's a dungeon at school about locusts. Regardless, I have to give it a try. Thus, Li Du immediately left the Wild Wolf Valley dungeon. He did not head straight to school but first went to the trading hall, spending 5,000 points of divine power to buy 10 fire scrolls. Fire scroll contains a fire magic spell. After use, it can release a large amount of fire. This scroll is a powerful tool against locusts. After buying, Li Du returned home. He had already used his life strike for the day and needed to wait until tomorrow. 2 days later, in the school homeroom teacher's office. You want to enter the Locust Plague dungeon? Do you know that this dungeon is a level 10 dungeon? When Qin Hanmin heard Li Du's request, he was very surprised and did not understand why Li Du suddenly had this idea. I know, but I have my reasons. I hope the teacher will agree. Since that's the case, I won't say much more. But you must be careful. Although the Locust Plague dungeon is just an ordinary dungeon, it still poses a certain danger for a practitioner of your level. I understand. After obtaining Qin Hanmin's permission, Li Du immediately went to the school's dungeon teleportation portal and entered the Locust Plague dungeon. Buzzing. As Li Du entered the dungeon, dark clouds immediately surged up. These dark clouds were none other than swarms of locusts. Blade Locust, level 5. Although a single locust is weak, even a mortal can easily crush it. But when they appear in swarms, everyone would fear them. Seeing this, Li Du immediately tore open the fire scroll. Whoosh! A fierce tongue of fire instantly ignited countless locusts, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Then, countless messages appeared in Li Du's mind. You killed a blade locust, successfully absorbing 1 day of lifespan. Gained 1 experience point. You killed. Seeing these messages, Li Du felt a surge of joy. It works. Sure enough, this method could also yield a lifespan boost. The only regret was that a single locust was too weak, resulting in only 1 experience point gained, which was even less than a wild wolf. But experience points were not Li Du's goal. For Li Du, as long as he had a lifespan, he could exchange for almost anything at the Divine Hall of Life. Thus, Li Du no longer hesitated and directly threw out the remaining flame scrolls. One by one, the locusts fell dead beneath the flames. Outside, when Qin Anmin came out, he ran into a few other teachers. "Teacher Qin, does anyone in your class want to use the school dungeon? I saw that the entrance to the Locust Plague dungeon has opened. Who is using it? This dungeon is so useless. I didn't expect any students would actually want to enter." The teachers were talking. Lon City High School had quite a few of its own dungeons, including some high-quality ones, but the Locust Plague dungeon was definitely not among them. This dungeon had too many locusts, and they were fast. Not only were they hard to kill, but they also provided very little experience. Generally speaking, no one wanted to enter this dungeon at all. Qin Anmin said, "It's Li Du who wants to go in. I don't know what he plans to do." "Li Du?" The teachers were immediately astonished. "It's actually him." Li Du became famous at Lon City High School after defeating Jiang Yanming. He was originally a top student, and many teachers had high hopes for him. But the moment Li Du failed his job change, almost all the teachers selectively forgot about him. Who would have thought that Li Du would actually defeat Jiang Yanming? Now, in the eyes of many teachers at Lon City High School, Li Du had once again become a genius. No matter how he won or how many years of lifespan he had left, Li Du was stronger than Jiang Yanming, proving that he would definitely achieve better results in the college entrance examination. This was highly beneficial for Lon City High School. One teacher wondered, why would Li Du go to such a dungeon? Doesn't he know that there's no need to clear this dungeon at all? Another teacher added, and it's a level 10 dungeon. Qin Anmin said nothing. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wow! You guys look at the data from the Locust Plague dungeon." The teachers immediately looked over, their expressions turning to shock. Even Qin Anmin looked astonished. How is this possible? The data from the Locust Plague dungeon appeared on the mainframe screen connecting to the dungeon space, showing that the number of locusts was continuously decreasing. Almost every second, the number was rapidly dropping. What on earth is happening inside? Although not many people were willing to enter the Locust Plague dungeon, it was because dealing with locusts was very troublesome. These locusts were easy to kill, but their levels were generally quite high, and they flew around, which was very annoying. Moreover, the rewards for killing them were extremely low. The school's dungeon had always been empty. As time passed, the teachers watched the data on the mainframe screen, their expressions growing more and more astonished. Soon, more than half an hour had passed. Li Du finally came out. Upon seeing Li Du emerge, the teachers immediately approached him. "Li Du, what did you do in there? Why is the rate of locust deaths so fast?" Li Du didn't say much, only replied, "Just normal leveling up." "Leveling up?" The teachers were surprised, and Qin Anmin immediately asked, "What level are you now?" "Level 10. Level 10. Hearing these two words, the teachers were all astonished. To have reached level 10, even though the Locust Plague dungeon itself was a level 10 dungeon, was simply too exaggerated. He couldn't have killed all the locusts inside, could he? This question was soon confirmed. Li Du asked, "Teacher Qin, how long does it take for all the creatures in a dungeon to respawn after being completely wiped out?" You killed all the locusts?" "Yes. My God, how on earth did you do that?" Qin Anmin was at a loss for words, and the other teachers were left dumbfounded. Their gazes towards Li Du were now akin to looking at a monster. Defeating Jiang Yanming was one thing, but to kill all the creatures in a dungeon within an hour was another. Was he really a waste of talent? Several teachers were curious about how Li Du managed to do it, but since Li Du wouldn't say, they couldn't ask. Qin Anmin said, "A person cannot continuously enter the same dungeon in a short time. They will be rejected by the dungeon rules. In our school's dungeon, the cooldown time for a single player is about 24 hours. However, the Locust dungeon is quite special. Due to the enormous number of creatures, you cannot re-enter this dungeon for 7 days." Hearing this, Li Du felt a bit disappointed. "Thank you, Teacher Qin, for clarifying. I'll take my leave now." After that, Li Du said his goodbyes and left. Once Li Du was gone, several teachers immediately entered the Locust Disaster Dungeon. When they saw the scene inside, they were utterly shocked. Flames had turned the world into ruins, and charred locusts were everywhere on the ground. "Isn't he a warrior? How could he use fire magic? Your talent experience is full. Would you like to upgrade?" "Upgrade. Congratulations. Talent upgrade successful." This time, the Locust Disaster Dungeon was a huge gain for Li Du. It was worth the hefty price he paid for 10 fire scrolls. There were a total of 18,376 locusts in the dungeon, and under the burning of the 10 fire scrolls, not a single one survived. Li Du finally succeeded in upgrading his talent. At the same time, his level also rose to level 10. He opened his data panel, and the information had changed. Name, Li Du level, 10 occupation, basic warrior equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's slaughter skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, health, 710 mana, 115 strength, 47 spirit, 19 constitution, 27, plus 10, agility, 18 free attribute points, 0 talent, longevity, intermediate you gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life, currently at a rate of 3 days per monster. Talent experience, 9368/100000 lifespan, 71 years, 39 days, 15 hours, 41 minutes, 17 seconds, 71 years of lifespan. The Locust Disaster Dungeon directly granted Li Du 50 years of lifespan. Not only that, but after the talent upgrade, his lifespan acquisition efficiency increased threefold. At this rate, as long as I clear a few more similar dungeons, I can quickly accumulate 200 years of lifespan. By then, I can change my occupation to a regular one. Generally speaking, a regular occupation can learn occupational skills upon reaching level 10. But the basic warrior, being the most useless occupation, obviously did not have such treatment. If Li Du wanted to learn skills, he could only buy skill scrolls. Unfortunately, to eliminate one Locust Disaster Dungeon, Li Du had spent 5,000 divine power. Thinking of this, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. But the consolation was that Li Du had finally found a way to easily farm a large amount of lifespan, even though it was quite costly. It seems I must find a way to make money. In Lan City, at the task hall. This was the place to post various tasks, and completing them could yield substantial rewards, including a lot of divine power and quality equipment scrolls. Li Du came here to earn divine power by completing tasks to buy fire scrolls. Then, he planned to kill more similar dungeons to earn lifespan for purchasing job change scrolls. With only a little over 20 days left until the college entrance examination, if he couldn't improve his occupation in that time, he would definitely suffer in the exam. Identity detection in progress. Detection successful. Li Du, senior student at Lan City High School. Level, 10. Combat power evaluation, 28 points. Level evaluation, unable to open level evaluation for now. When Li Du walked into the mission hall, he immediately saw his information and combat power evaluation. The combat power evaluation is the most important standard for assessing a person's strength. Generally, a level 10 ordinary profession will have a combat power evaluation of over 20 points. Some fully equipped geniuses might achieve a score of 40 or 50 points at just level 1. As for the level evaluation, it only generates upon reaching level 100. It is automatically generated based on a person's profession, level, equipment, skills, and other information, ranked from low to high as low, medium, high, master, grandmaster, king, and legend. As soon as one enters the mission hall, they can see their relevant evaluations. Of course, this evaluation can also be hidden. In the mission hall, Li Du also saw many powerful individuals with extremely high evaluations. Chu Shan, level 17 forest archer. Combat power evaluation, 789. Level evaluation, low. Han Xingyun, level 28 attack mage. Combat power evaluation, 1876. Level evaluation, medium. These people walked around the mission hall, completely oblivious to others. Li Du also approached the front desk of the hall. At a glance, it was all tasks, a variety of them. Long-term collection of heavenly water hedgehog fangs, price, 10 divine power points per piece. Crafting a complete set of excellent grade equipment, labor cost, 500 divine power points. I wish to go to the Goblin Villa dungeon for leveling, need 7 bodyguards. Cost, 300 divine power points per day. Interested parties please contact. Lan City is an extremely ordinary small county under the jurisdiction of Tianhai City, hardly noticeable in the entire Tianhai City. Therefore, the tasks here are mostly very common, with little challenge and low rewards. The two most common types are material collection and bodyguard tasks. Li Du looked around but remained unsatisfied. These tasks required a lot of time investment, but the rewards simply did not meet his expectations. Suddenly, Li Du was taken aback. One task caught his eye. I wish to purchase the Berserk Orc King crystal at a high price. Purchase price, 30,000 divine power points. Note, this crystal only appears in the level 15 abandoned mine dungeon and will only drop at nightmare difficulty. Seeing this purchase price, Li Du was very tempted. But upon seeing the dungeon difficulty, he hesitated. Nightmare level dungeon. The difficulty levels of dungeons are normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the wild monsters within the dungeon, especially the bosses, which are incredibly terrifying. A nightmare-level difficulty is definitely not something an ordinary person can challenge casually. Li Du had heard of the abandoned mine dungeon. It is located 50 miles outside the city of Lan. To challenge this dungeon, one must leave the city. However, leaving the city means danger. Inside the city, both mortals and professionals are protected by the city barrier, and wild monsters cannot invade. But outside the city, without protection, wild monsters roam freely, and you never know what you might encounter. Perhaps you could turn around and run into an elite monster. Of course, leaving the city is secondary. Powerful professionals can completely ignore the dangers outside the city. But the nightmare-level difficulty is the absolute deterrent factor. Because of this task has been here for so long, with such generous rewards, yet no one is willing to take it. However, its rewards are indeed rich. 30,000 divine power points. After thinking it over, Li Du still accepted the task. Fortune favors the bold. He had had enough of being looked down upon. If he didn't even have this little courage, he had no right to say anything else. You have accepted the task, Berserk Orc King Crystal. Please submit the task item within 7 days, or it will be considered a task failure. After receiving the task, Li Du left the task hall. As a student, he was not free to leave the city. To go outside, he needed the school's permission. He hurried to the school and conveyed his request to Qin Anmin. You want to leave the city? Qin Anmin was taken aback by Li Du's words. What do you want to do outside? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? Li Du replied, I know, but teacher, I have something very important to do. Please allow me. As for my safety, you don't need to worry. Qin Anmin thought for a moment and finally shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. I can't agree to your request. To be honest, he still had some expectations for Li Du. He had seen Li Du's efforts over the past 3 years. He truly felt sorry for Li Du. If it weren't for the failed job change, he should have had a brighter future. Li Du bowed to Qin Anmin. Teacher, I know it's dangerous to leave the city, but I must go. Please approve my request. Qin Anmin was somewhat angry. To be honest, the only thing he was dissatisfied with about Li Du was his stubbornness. Once he decided on something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Why won't you listen? Do you know what it means if something happens to you? I know, teacher. But still, please allow me to leave the city. Qin Anmin was almost laughing in anger. Looking at Li Du, he felt quite helpless. Fine. I'll give you the permission to leave the city. No matter what happens, just don't regret it later. Li Du was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. After obtaining the permission to leave the city, Li Du first returned home. He needed to inform Xu Wei Sheng about his departure. After all, he was going to an abandoned mine several dozen miles away, and he might be gone for several days. Fortunately, although Xu Wei Sheng was a bit worried, she did not stop him. Soon, Li Du set off. Before leaving the city, he made a trip to the trading hall. This time, he was challenging a nightmare-level dungeon, and he had to be well prepared. Life Recovery Potion, 50 Divine Power Points / bottle. Instantly restores 300 health points upon consumption. Mana Recovery Potion, 50 Divine Power Points / bottle. Instantly restores 100 mana points upon consumption. Basic Purification Potion, 50 Divine Power Points / bottle. Slowly eliminates negative status effects upon consumption. These 3 potions were essential supplies, and Li Du bought 10 bottles of each, placing them in his backpack. In addition, he also purchased a lot of compressed biscuits, water, and daily necessities. Looking at his backpack, which was starting to bulge, Li Du's heart gradually settled. It's time to go. Are you sure you want to leave the city? The guard at Lan City showed a surprised expression while checking Li Du's information. A high school student, level 10, who had just awakened his profession not long ago, dared to leave the city, and the school actually allowed it. It should be noted that even though the wild monsters near Lan City were not strong, they were generally level 15 to 20, at least 5 levels higher than him. However, Li Du's credentials were in order, and the guard had no reason to stop him. Be careful. If you encounter danger, hurry back. Li Du nodded. Thank you for your concern. Then, he left Lan City. This was actually Li Du's first time leaving the city. Since he could remember, he had never been outside. A mere mortal naturally had no right to leave the city. He had long yearned to know what the outside world was like. As Li Du left Lan City, he found the outside world to be a bit eerie and murky. A mist made Lan City gradually blur, and he could only see the faint outline of the city walls. If it weren't for the signs left by high-level professionals on the road, Li Du would have likely gotten lost quickly. However, the fog did not obstruct the view ahead, and there were quite a few signposts outside the city indicating the direction. Roar! Suddenly, Li Du heard several angry roars. He immediately saw a skeleton-like monster charging towards him with a shriek. Skeleton Soldier, level 15. A very ordinary skeleton soldier that would smash any enemy in front of it with its bones. Now that I'm outside the city, the monsters' levels have increased, they will probably be harder to deal with. As Li Du pondered, the skeleton soldier was already rushing towards him. It held a long, sharp bone in its hand, constantly waving it in front of itself. Wolf King Claw. Li Du immediately unleashed the Wolf King Claw. Soon, two claws coalesced on Li Du's gauntlets and struck down towards the skeleton's body. Crack, the claw's attack power was strong, and with one strike, it shattered a skeleton soldier's bones. However, the skeleton soldier did not lose its fighting ability. Seeing this, Li Du swung the claw again, and as more bones broke, the skeleton soldier finally fell. You have killed a skeleton soldier. Due to the monster's high level, you have extracted 15 days of lifespan. You gained 450 experience points. I can actually gain 15 days of lifespan? Li Du was somewhat surprised. It seemed that defeating monsters of a higher level indeed yielded much better rewards. Moreover, a single skeleton soldier could provide him with 450 experience points, which was a full 45 times that of a wild wolf. To level up from 10 to 11, I need about 20,000 experience points. Based on the skeleton soldier's yield, I would need to kill over 40 of them. With this thought, Li Du felt an impulse to stay nearby and hunt skeleton soldiers. But in the end, he restrained that impulse. After all, his purpose for leaving the city was not to grind levels. Approaching the skeleton's corpse, Li Du initiated extraction. Unfortunately, extraction failed. Hearing this voice, Li Du felt a bit disappointed. But it was just a skeleton, there wasn't much good to extract, and after the failure, he was too lazy to try again. After checking the signpost, Li Du continued on his way. He wanted to complete his task as soon as possible and did not want to waste time. Along the way, Li Du encountered quite a few adventurers. They were all grinding monsters near the outskirts of the city, with some even setting up tents right before certain dungeon portals. Almost everyone was very silent, not communicating with others. Outside the city was an ungoverned area, where anything could happen. Throughout the journey, Li Du also encountered many wild monsters. Some were not high level, around level 15, which Li Du easily killed. As for the others, he avoided them whenever possible. His life strike could only be used once a day, and Li Du did not want to waste it here. Gradually, Li Du left the outskirts of the city and entered a forest. Crossing this forest would lead him to the abandoned mine. However, by this time, the sky was gradually darkening. It seems I can only stay nearby for the night. Li Du arrived at a relatively open area in the forest and gathered some firewood to start a campfire. The forest at night was very dangerous, and the fire had to burn all night. The wild monsters were not high level, and they still retained many animal instincts, such as a fear of fire. Once the fire was lit, Li Du took out a few compressed biscuits from his backpack. After eating, he planned to rest. Gurgle, gurgle. It was a very faint sound, as if it came from a stomach that had been empty for a long time. Although it was very subtle, it immediately caught Li Du's attention. Who is it? Li Du shouted towards the direction of the sound. Cough cough. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to hide. At that moment, a figure emerged from a dense thicket. This is a girl who looks to be about the same age as Li Du, dressed very ordinarily, with dirt on her face and clothes, as if she had fallen into a mud pit. After she walked out, she casually sat down in front of the campfire and said to Li Du, "Big brother, can you spare me a piece of compressed biscuit?" Li Du glanced at her, feeling a bit wary, but still took a piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack and handed it to her. After receiving the biscuit, she devoured it as if she were a starving ghost, completely disregarding her image. Cough cough. Water, water. I'm choking. Li Du helplessly gave her a bottle of water. She quickly swallowed the whole biscuit and then looked at Li Du with eager eyes. Li Du had no choice but to take out another piece, which she finished just as quickly. After eating 4 pieces of compressed biscuits, she finally stopped. Phew, I'm full, thank you so much, big brother. I've been hungry for several days. At this moment, Li Du finally spoke up. Can you tell me who you are and why you're here? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression flashed with a hint of hatred, but it was quickly masked. It's nothing. I just went out of the city to hunt monsters and accidentally failed. You're lying. The girl blinked innocently at Li Du. Your expression is off. Wow. The girl deliberately feigned surprise. Big brother, you're so observant. Are you a detective? Seeing that Li Du continued to stare at her, she finally conceded. Alright, I'll tell you. You're really not interesting at all. My name is Zhong Qianyue. I'm a level 17 Shadow Envoy, a special profession. As for why I look like this now, well, it's a long story. By the way, big brother, what's your name? Li Du. Just then, several footsteps were approaching, and Zhong Qianyue's expression suddenly turned cold. She whispered, I have to go now, big brother. Thank you for your hospitality, I'll remember you. After saying that, she used a skill, and her body gradually became ethereal, as if merging into the shadows. Then, Li Du only saw her flash by and could no longer see her figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, several arrows landed near Li Du. He immediately dodged, but the arrows were too fast and still grazed him. You have been grazed by an arrow, health minus 18 points. A few seconds later, 3 figures appeared. Still didn't catch up. Guess she's lucky, but we've been chasing her for several days now, she must be exhausted. Li Du also got a clear look at the 3 people. One was carrying a large sword, likely a warrior, another held a staff, probably a mage, and the last one wielded a bow. The arrow that just shot at him came from this person. There's a campfire? Someone's here. The 3 noticed Li Du and immediately walked over. Hey, kid over there, did a woman pass by here just now? Li Du didn't answer, only coldly replied, your arrow hit me. The archer looked at the torn fabric on Li Du's chest and immediately understood. He intended to apologize, but Li Du's tone made him feel annoyed. I didn't kill you, what's your name? Li Du's expression darkened as he considered whether to use life strike to teach these people a lesson. This was a remote area with no jurisdiction, even if these people died here, no one would care. Just then, the man with the large sword suddenly spoke up, alright, don't stir up trouble, we have important business to attend to. The archer, hearing this, let out an annoyed tch. Fine, I'll apologize, is that good enough? After speaking, he didn't even glance at Li Du. Instead, the man carrying the large sword threw a bottle of very low-quality recovery potion at Li Du's feet. This potion is your compensation, it's more than enough. Our business has nothing to do with you. The condescending tone was as if it were a great favor being bestowed. This tone made Li Du's gaze grow even colder. But before Li Du could react, the man with the large sword left with the other 2. In the end, Li Du chose not to retaliate. He wasn't sure of these people's strength, although he could use life strike, that skill could only be used once a day, so it was better not to provoke trouble. After the 3 walked far away, Li Du looked around and suddenly stood still for about half a minute. You can come out now, there's no need to hide. Just as Li Du's words fell, Zhong Qianyue, who had vanished, suddenly appeared from the darkness. She was very surprised. How did you see through my shadow technique? She was a shadow envoy, a very special and extremely rare profession. Once she activated the shadow technique, unless someone was 15 levels higher than her or had a special skill to break the concealment, no one could see through it. Li Du replied calmly, so this move is called the shadow technique? Zhong Qianyue was stunned for a few seconds, suddenly realizing something. You guessed it, you were bluffing me? For a moment, she felt as if her intelligence had been crushed, and she didn't know whether to be angry or aggrieved, her cheeks puffing slightly. Li Du said, alright, you should tell me why those people were chasing you. Zhong Qianyue seemed angry and retorted, on what basis do you think those people were here for me? A rustling sound suddenly froze Zhong Qianyue's expression. 3 figures had appeared in front of the 2. Zhong Qianyue's expression changed instantly, a hint of coldness flashing across her face. Big brother, I didn't expect to say goodbye again. I'm leaving first, don't think of me. Saying this, she was about to use the shadow technique to become invisible. But at that moment, a light sphere suddenly flew into the sky, illuminating the area. The light sphere quickly hovered in the air, and when it did, a mysterious glow fell upon Zhong Qianyue. Oh no, it's a shielding sphere. The shielding sphere was a very special item that could lock onto a person and prevent them from using any skills for a certain period. With the light of the shielding sphere locking onto her, Zhong Qianyue clearly panicked. She couldn't think of anything else and tried to escape. But with a whoosh, an arrow shot out, locking onto her. I'm done for. Zhong Qianyue shouted in her heart, unable to use her skills, she had no way to dodge. The arrow was getting closer. But at that moment, Li Du made his move. He struck the arrow just as it was shot out. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in front of Li Du and Zhong Qianyue, the same 3 professionals who had walked away earlier. Humph. I said this guy looked strange. Sure enough, he and this woman are in cahoots. In that case, let's kill them together. The 3 professionals were very cold. Hearing this, Zhong Qianyue panicked and quickly shouted, I'm not in cahoots with him. You can deal with me, but don't involve innocent people. The archer sneered, innocent? The moment he appeared, he was already a dead man. Zhong Qianyue gritted her teeth, then how about I give you what you want? Take the stuff, and don't keep hounding me. He. If you had said this a few days ago, we might have accepted. But now, you've been hit by the shielding sphere, we can kill you and still get what we want. This statement left Zhong Qianyue feeling somewhat desperate. She glanced at Li Du and said, I'm really sorry, big brother, for dragging you into this. I'll hold them off, you find a chance to escape, okay? Li Du replied, "You've been hit by the shielding light ball, how can you hold them off?" Zhong Qianyue was at a loss for words. Li Du continued to ask, "What level are they?" "The one with the big sword is level 22, and the others are all level 20. "I see." Level 22 was still within an acceptable range for Li Du. Activating 10 times the life strike should be enough to handle it. The practitioner with the big sword shouted, "Alright, let's get moving before the night drags on." All-round enhancement. As the big sword practitioner shouted, his body began to swell, increasing in height by about 20 to 30 centimeters, and his physique became extremely robust. His originally loose clothing immediately turned into a tight fit, wrapping around his bulging muscles. He took down the big sword, revealing a cruel expression. Zhong Qianyue shouted, "You run first. Big brother, don't worry about me, I have a way." She truly didn't want to put Li Du in danger. The archer sneered, "Can you really escape?" Explosive arrow. Immediately, an arrow resembling a fireball shot towards Li Du. The arrow was engulfed in roaring flames, and the closer it got, the more it resembled a small sun. If it hit, it would explode immediately. Even if they didn't die, they would likely be severely injured. "Get out of the way!" Zhong Qianyue shouted urgently, pulling Li Du to dodge. But suddenly, she found that Li Du seemed like a mountain. No matter how she pulled, she couldn't budge him an inch. Kill! At that moment, Li Du clenched his fist and swung it hard at the incoming explosive arrow. The arrow was actually knocked away by his punch. Boom! The arrow exploded, flames flying everywhere, igniting several bushes. This scene stunned the three practitioners, and even Zhong Qianyue was shocked. Li Du's equipment was extremely shabby, he only wore a pair of gloves. No matter how you looked at it, he was an incredibly ordinary practitioner. Yet he had managed to knock away the explosive arrow with just one punch. It should be noted that the explosive arrow flew at high speed, and to knock such an attack away required immense explosive power in an instant. The archer shouted, "Quick, check this guy's information, he might be a master." The mage immediately cast a detection spell on Li Du, and soon, Li Du's information appeared before them. Name, Li Du. Profession, Basic Warrior. Level, 10, a level 10 Basic Warrior. Isn't that the most useless warrior class? Are you sure this information is real? The mage was also dumbfounded. I don't know. This is the information I detected. The archer didn't care much anymore and cast the detection spell himself. The result was the same. They were incredibly shocked, even more so than when Li Du knocked away the explosive arrow. Ignoring their astonishment, Li Du charged forward. The archer hurriedly shot arrows, and soon, several arrows were flying towards Li Du, but he simply swung his fists and knocked all those arrows away. After using life enhancement, Li Du's damage was directly amplified tenfold. This level of damage was enough to cover the arrows. They were neutralized before even getting close to Li Du. "I'm coming!" The big sword man, who had just activated all-round enhancement, shouted and swung his big sword at Li Du. Whoosh, 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 the big sword created a gust of wind, its weight extraordinary. Li Du also struck back, Wolf King's Claw. Two sharp claws appeared in Li Du's hands, slicing towards the big sword. The sharp sound was as piercing as glass being scratched, sending chills down the spine. Li Du's claws directly blocked the great sword. The man immediately felt an unstoppable force, and his hands were forced back. Before he could be surprised, the claws pierced into his chest along with the great sword, and then slashed down directly. Soon, blood splattered, and the man let out a terrible scream before dying instantly. He's dead. The archer and the mage could hardly believe it, their strongest ally had died so quickly. Fireball! The mage shouted, waving his staff to conjure a massive fireball, intending to attack Li Du. But Li Du reacted swiftly. The moment the mage opened his mouth, Li Du had already moved forward to launch his attack. The claws pierced in, and the mage was utterly unable to resist. The immense damage resulted in the mage dying in a single blow. Next was the archer, who, isolated and helpless, stood no chance against Li Du and soon met the same fate. All three were dead. You killed them all? With the three dead, the effect of the shielding orb also vanished. Zhong Qianyue immediately ran in front of Li Du, astonished. Li Du looked at the three corpses. Though he felt a bit nauseous, his expression didn't change much. They wanted to kill me first. Ignoring the shocked Zhong Qianyue, Li Du began to search the bodies of the three. Soon, he found some items. You have obtained equipment. Berserker's Sword. Berserker's Sword, excellent level warrior class equipment. Equipment restriction, LV20. Provides, plus 25 strength, plus 200 health. Attack includes a 30% critical hit chance and a 30% stun chance. Light Bow, good level lightweight class equipment. Equipment restriction, LV15. Provides, plus 10 agility, plus 5% bow damage. Exquisite Staff, good level spell class equipment. Equipment restriction, LV15. Provides, plus 10 spirit, plus 5% spell damage. Several pieces of equipment shimmered with light. These were the items Li Du had obtained from the three. Aside from the three weapons, the quality of the other equipment was quite ordinary. Additionally, there were some materials and potions, which weren't very valuable. But regardless, these were his spoils, and Li Du stuffed them all into his backpack. Whether he could use them or not, at least he could sell them for money. After collecting the items, only a scroll remained on the ground. Li Du picked it up and looked. You have obtained item, mysterious map. At that moment, Zhong Xianyue, who had been silent, spoke up. This is a treasure map. According to the map's guidance, it can lead to a relic. If you enter the relic, you might find treasure. Li Du opened the scroll to check and indeed found it was a map, and the location on the map seemed to be not far from Storm City. How do you know this? Zhong Xianyue smiled helplessly. Because I was chased by them for this. Li Du looked at her. She was indignant. I encountered them in a dungeon. I killed the dungeon boss and obtained a treasure map. As a result, these people saw it, and relying on their numbers, they snatched the map from me. Then why didn't they go look for the treasure and instead continue to chase you? Because the key was in my hands, it dropped along with the map, and they didn't notice it at the time. Saying this, Zhong Xianyue revealed a gleeful look. Humph. They got what they deserved. After saying that, she kicked the corpse on the ground a few times in frustration, then sat down, completely disregarding her image. In light of your help, I'll give you this key. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard for you to obtain the treasure. Saying this, she threw something to Li Du. Li Du looked and found it was a peculiar piece of jade. After accepting the item, Li Du also sat down. Aren't you upset? Zhong Xianyue pouted. What are you feeling sorry for? It's just a relic, and I'm so lucky that I'll run into it again in a couple of days. By the way, your name is Li Du, right? Can I just call you by your name? Li Du nodded. Li Du, you should probably take off your disguise, right? We've been through life and death together, no need to hide anything. Li Du looked confused. What disguise? The disguise, of course. Weren't you pretending to be a basic warrior? At this point, Zhong Xianyue suddenly realized something, and her gaze became incredibly strange. You can't really be a level 10 basic warrior, can you? Is there a problem? Zhong Xianyue was at a loss for words. Her surprise was beyond description, as if she had discovered a new continent. How did you awaken this profession? No, wait. Is a basic warrior this strong? Li Du remained silent. After a few seconds, Zhong Xianyue tentatively asked, Li Du, did you not even learn the detection skill? The detection skill is one of the most basic skills, allowing one to view simple information about characters and basic information about wild monsters. Li Du shook his head. Zhong Xianyue was speechless. How could such a powerful person not have even learned the detection skill? After thinking for a moment, she tossed a skill scroll to Li Du. Do you accept the skill scroll, detection? Li Du looked puzzled. Zhong Xianyue said, hurry up and learn it, consider it a gift from me. Thank you. Li Du did not refuse and directly used the scroll after taking it. You have successfully learned the skill, detection. After learning it, Li Du used it on Zhong Xianyue. Soon, Zhong Qianyue's information appeared before Li Du. Name, Zhong Qianyue. Profession, Shadow Envoy. Level, 19, level 19. Zhong Qianyue's level was quite high, at least 9 levels above his. I really don't know where you came from, clearly so strong, yet you look just like a novice. Li Du did not respond but continued to look at the treasure map. After a while, Li Du found this place seemed a bit familiar. Continuing to look, Li Du realized, wasn't this the location of the abandoned mine dungeon? Are you sure this is a treasure map? Hearing Li Du's question, Zhong Qianyue chuckled, of course. Are you trying to say this is the map of the abandoned mine dungeon? Li Du nodded. The relic is hidden in the mine, but it's concealed. As long as you have the key and clear the dungeon, you can see the relic. Is that so? Li Du said no more and continued to light the campfire. Many relics and dungeons are actually interconnected. You can only enter the relic after clearing the dungeon, which is not surprising. Not knowing if it was out of boredom, Zhong Qianyue continued to chat with Li Du. I see you're only level 10, you must have awakened your profession this year, right? Also preparing for the college entrance exam? Li Du nodded. Which university are you planning to apply to? With your strength, you should be able to apply to the top 10 universities, right? But, I heard the top 10 universities place more emphasis on professional performance. I wonder if you, as a basic warrior, can pass. Besides the top 10 universities, Yanguan Academy is also quite good. It's the top academy outside the top 10 and the only civilian academy. Once you get to university, you can challenge the Sky Tower. That's the place to test your limits. As long as you break records, you can earn rewards. Some people even got legendary sets. Besides the Sky Tower, there are quite a few exclusive dungeons or relics. Oh, and in university, you can also create your own guild. Not knowing if Zhong Qianyue was a chatterbox, once she started talking, she went on, enthusiastically introducing various universities to Li Du. Listening to her, Li Du gained a general understanding of these academies. As they talked, the night had already deepened. At some point, her voice gradually faded away. The next day, when the sunlight poured in, Li Du found that Zhong Qianyue was already gone. However, she left a note. Li Du, big brother, I've left, no need to think of me. If you plan to take the university entrance exam, I suggest you apply to Yanguan Academy. I have a feeling that you and Yanguan Academy are quite fated. Goodbye. Looking at the note, the image of Zhong Qianyue's carefree demeanor involuntarily appeared in his mind. Li Du couldn't help but smile. It was quite a warm encounter. He packed his belongings and continued on his way. Unexpectedly, the ruins were right inside the abandoned mine, which was convenient for him. Crazy Minotaur, level 17. Health, 1380, Strength, 70. Skill, Bull Charge. After learning the detection technique, Li Du was able to see much more information about the wild monsters, not only specific values but also their skills. The further he moved away from Storm City, the stronger the wild monsters became. Li Du even encountered level 20 monsters multiple times. Fortunately, these monsters were not very aggressive, and he quickly passed by. If he were attacked by monsters of that level, he could only use life strikes. Finally, by the afternoon, Li Du arrived at the abandoned mine dungeon. The entrance was a whirlpool, which served as the dungeon's teleportation portal. Only by entering it could one be transported into the abandoned mine dungeon. Outdoor dungeons generally have difficulty levels. The abandoned mine dungeon offered 4 difficulties: normal, elite, hard, and nightmare. Since it was an outdoor dungeon, its intensity was higher than that of leveling dungeons within the city. Normal difficulty was manageable, with elite monsters occasionally spawning. In elite difficulty, all the wild monsters had undergone 1 round of enhancement, making them all elite monsters. As for hard difficulty, the intensity was extremely high. Not only had the wild monsters undergone 2 rounds of enhancement, but even the bosses had a berserk mode. In berserk mode, the boss was invulnerable throughout and had very strong healing abilities. Therefore, to challenge the high difficulty of this dungeon, people almost always had to form a team. Despite this, many self-proclaimed geniuses still fell in hard difficulty. As for nightmare difficulty, Li Du looked at a stone tablet next to the dungeon teleportation portal. There were several lines of inscriptions, listing the names of the teams that had cleared the nightmare difficulty. Only 10 teams had passed the nightmare difficulty. 10th place, Red Falcon Team. Completion time, 9 hours 56 minutes 8 seconds. 2nd place, White Knight Black Mountain Team. Completion time, 7 hours 44 minutes 25 seconds. 1st place, Tianhai Guild Strategy Team. Completion time, 6 hours 38 minutes 12 seconds. When Li Du arrived, many people had already gathered there, looking for a team to tackle the hard dungeon, lacking mages, damage dealers, and healers. Profits will be shared, interested parties come. Dungeon Run. Elite difficulty. 5 needed, 1 more support. Hard difficulty lacking control, preferably a mage. Anyone coming? Must be level 15 or above. Many people were shouting, looking for teammates. Dungeons could be soloed or run with others. Teaming up for dungeons might reduce individual profits, but it made clearing the dungeon easier. Moreover, some wealthy individuals would specifically hire people to help them clear dungeons, keeping all the profits for themselves. Some people saw Li Du staring at the completion stone tablet and asked, "Brother, is this your first time at this dungeon?" Li Du did not answer. Another person asked, "Hey, what's your class, and what's your level? Want to team up for a dungeon? Elite difficulty, easy to clear." Some people noticed Li Du's calm expression and thought he might be a skilled player, so they all invited him. However, Li Du just waved his hand. He arrived at the portal and directly opened the difficulty selection for the dungeon. People were surprised to see this. No way, is this brother really going to solo the dungeon? Damn, this guy is a pro. Even the normal difficulty of this dungeon isn't something you can just solo. Let's see what difficulty he chooses. Li Du hesitated not at all and selected nightmare difficulty. Then, he stepped into the portal and vanished from sight. Those who saw Li Du's choice were all dumbfounded, almost speechless. Did I see that wrong? This brother just chose nightmare difficulty. You didn't see it wrong. I saw it too. Damn, where did this expert come from? Upon entering the portal, Li Du found himself in a dim underground world, with only a few flickering lights casting weak glows. Without a doubt, This was an abandoned mine. As Li Du entered the mine, he heard several roars. Then came the sound of footsteps. A few bull-headed monsters had already rushed in front of him. Li Du immediately cast a detection spell. Frenzied Enhanced Minotaur Type, Normal Wild Monster Level, 15 Health, 3480 Strength, 260 Description. A Minotaur that has been enhanced and entered a frenzied state. Its stats are 5 times that of a normal Minotaur. This type of Minotaur only appears in dungeons of nightmare difficulty and above. Seeing the stats of these Minotaurs, Li Du's expression turned extremely serious. No wonder no one challenges this difficulty, even the stats of normal monsters are so exaggerated, not to mention there are elite monsters and dungeon bosses later on. Currently, Li Du's strength was only in the 40s, and his health barely over 700. With such stats, killing this small monster would take who knows how long. And if Li Du were to be hit by them, it would almost be a one-hit kill. Life Strike. 100 times. Li Du wasted no time and directly consumed 10 years of his lifespan to unleash a 100-fold Life Strike. With such high health, even using a 10-fold Life Strike wouldn't be very stable. To clear this dungeon, Li Du couldn't afford to hold back. Roared, several Minotaurs swung their massive axes and charged at Li Du. Wolf King Claw. The claws flashed, and Li Du didn't hold back, directly confronting the Minotaurs head-on. Swish, swish, soon, several Minotaurs fell under Li Du's attacks, having no chance to resist. 100-fold damage landed on the Minotaurs, practically a one-punch kill. Congratulations, you have killed a frenzied enhanced Minotaur. Detected that this monster's stats far exceed yours, you successfully extracted 150 days of lifespan. You gained 1580 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed. Seeing the information that appeared, Li Du couldn't help but feel overjoyed. I got 150 days of lifespan from just one Minotaur, and 1500 experience. This was absolutely great news for Li Du. He was filled with energy and immediately plunged into the mine. The paths in the abandoned mine were crisscrossed, with tunnels everywhere. One could easily get lost if not careful. Li Du marked his way and, in order to kill as many wild monsters as possible, he explored almost every tunnel to its end. His experience points skyrocketed as a result. About half an hour later, Li Du had killed over 30 Minotaurs. Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 11. When he saw this message, Li Du was very happy. Although the basic warrior class was the weakest profession, leveling up only granted the most basic 5 attribute points, with no other enhancements. But in the end, he had leveled up. Not only did I level up, but I also gained 12 years of lifespan. The 100-fold Life Strike has already paid off. If I practice here every day, I'm afraid that in just a few days, Li Du will be able to accumulate 200 years of lifespan. At that time, whether he changes his profession to a higher level or upgrades his Life Strike, it will be a tremendous boost for Li Du. Thinking of this, Li Du couldn't contain his excitement. There's still half an hour left. I need to hurry to the boss's room. Otherwise, once the Life Strike ends, I'll have to leave the dungeon. Li Du quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered about 10 Minotaurs, and after killing them all, he finally made it through the maze-like mine. Although the paths here were numerous, as long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually reach the end. At the end was an iron door, behind which he could see a massive figure, still panting. Even through the iron door, Li Du could feel the immense pressure from this wild monster. He immediately cast a detection spell. Raging Ward King Type, Elite Wild Monster Level, 16 Health, 6880 Strength, 658 Traits, Full Body Dominance, Immune to any Control Type Skills, Level Suppression over 10 levels. This trait will not take effect. Skills, Ward Charge, deals 5 times strength damage and knocks the target back for 3 seconds. When the target lands, it will also take 5 times strength damage. It's just an elite wild monster. Seeing the stats of this wild monster, Li Du was utterly stunned. With such powerful stats, how strong could the boss inside be? With these stats, even if Li Du used a 10-fold Life Strike, he would be no match for it. Fortunately, Li Du could use a 100-fold Life Strike. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered. Whoosh whoosh, the Ward King seemed to be sleeping, emitting faint snoring sounds. But the moment the iron door was pushed open, it woke up. Then, it twisted its body and stood up. The Ward King was extraordinarily tall, standing a full 3 meters high, making Li Du appear incredibly small in front of it. Upon seeing Li Du, it immediately became furious and let out a roar. Roar, the roar carried a gust of wind, almost blowing Li Du away. Just as Li Du was about to cast a skill, he saw the Ward King crouching down, preparing to charge. It's about to use a skill. Li Du realized immediately. At the same time, the Ward King had completed its charge and roared before rushing forward. Boom! 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 Perhaps due to its massive size, even the ground shook from the Ward King's impact. Li Du seized the moment and dodged just as it was about to collide with him. Boom! The Ward King crashed into the iron door, producing a tremendous sound as the door was directly blown away. The destructive power was astonishing, leaving Li Du in shock. However, taking advantage of the moment right after the crash, Li Du immediately sprang into action. This was an opportunity. Wolf King's Claw. The shadow of the claw continuously fell on the Ward King, and the hundredfold enhanced damage was terrifying. With one swipe, Li Du tore open the Ward King's back, exposing bone. Roar! Roar roar roar! The intense pain caused the Ward King to leap up, its hands frantically reaching back, but due to its short arms, it couldn't touch its back no matter how it tried. Countless blood splatters erupted from its back, staining the ground red. Li Du quickly distanced himself, partly to avoid getting splattered with blood, and partly because the Ward King was almost going mad. If Li Du recklessly attacked now, he might suffer its retaliation. Detection spell. Li Du cast the detection spell, intending to check its status. Enraged Ward Lord, furious, weakened, severely injured, health, 1586. 1579. Originally, the Ward Lord had over 6,000 health points, but a single strike from Li Du reduced it to 1,500. The amplified damage was terrifying. Just one more hit would be enough to finish it off. Li Du waited for an opportunity. However, after a minute, the Ward Lord gradually calmed down. It turned its head to glance at Li Du, suddenly let out a roar, and scrambled deep into the mine. It actually fled. Roar, 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 roar. Just as Li Du was taken aback, countless roars echoed from all directions. Then, suddenly, many wild monsters rushed out from the mine passages, completely surrounding Li Du. Ward Warrior, type, normal wild monster, level, 15, health, 3,530, strength, 310. These wild monsters were all Ward Warriors, and there were nearly 100 of them. Li Du never expected that the Ward Lord would not only run away but also summon so many wild monsters to attack him. He was completely unprepared for such a tactic from an elite monster at nightmare difficulty. But it's useless, I can take them down with a single punch. Roar, roar, roar. Countless Ward Warriors charged at Li Du, but he showed no fear. With 100 times the damage, he was nearly invincible. You killed a Ward Warrior, extracting health, 150 days. Gained experience, 1890. You killed a Ward Warrior, extracting health, 150 days. Gained experience, 1890. You killed a. Message after message appeared in Li Du's mind, his experience points skyrocketing, and his lifespan continuously increasing. With each punch Li Du threw, a Ward Warrior would fall at his feet. Due to the sheer number of Ward Warriors, Li Du was splattered with a lot of blood. However, he didn't care much about that. His damage was amplified 100-fold, and his health and resistance were not enhanced, so he could hardly withstand a single hit from a Ward Warrior. Thus, Li Du could only keep attacking. Finally, after more than 20 minutes, all the Ward Warriors were finally killed. Li Du let out a long breath. No wonder no one can solo this dungeon. Even if you defeat the Ward Lord, you still have to face the onslaught of over 100 Ward Warriors. Such an intense assault is simply beyond the capacity of any profession below level 20. Perhaps only legendary quality or higher quality professions would dare to solo such a dungeon? If he could exchange for such a profession, then there would be no need to consume 10 years of lifespan each time. Thinking of this, Li Du's weary body gradually regained strength. With only a few minutes left, defeating the boss was no longer possible. But the Ward Lord was severely injured and definitely couldn't have run far. Li Du had to kill it. Then, Li Du ran along the path the Ward Lord had fled. Soon, he saw the Ward Lord lying on the ground. It was already on the brink of death, lying motionless. The ground was stained red with the Ward Lord's blood. Li Du used his detection skill to take a look. Enraged Ward Lord, dying, health, 138, only a little over 100 health points left. Without hesitation, Li Du stepped forward and delivered the final blow. You killed the enraged Ward Lord. The monster you killed far exceeds your level. Congratulations, you successfully extracted 500 days of lifespan. You gained experience, 12,800. Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 12, soon. Several messages appeared in Li Du's mind. 500 days of life, over 10,000 experience points. Li Du was simply stunned, this reward left him overjoyed. With this, he directly leveled up. Counting the Wolfman warriors I killed before, and subtracting the consumption from life strikes, I actually gained over 50 years of life in this dungeon. He never expected that the rewards from a single dungeon could nearly match those from the Locust Plague dungeon. The most important thing was that Li Du didn't need to buy fire scrolls. This dungeon, no money spent. If I continue to level up here, can I quickly extend my lifespan? Li Du thought carefully, but after a moment, he felt it might not work. Because only when the wild monster's stats far exceeded his own could the lifespan benefits from killing them increase by dozens of times. Once Li Du became stronger, he would have to tackle more difficult dungeons. But it didn't matter, as long as he had life strikes, no dungeon would be too challenging for him. The life strike is about to disappear. I need to check the loot quickly. Li Du approached the corpse of the Wolfman Overlord and immediately used extraction. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Obtained material, Wolfman Essence Bone. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Obtained material, Wolfman Core. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Obtained equipment, Overlord Heavy Armor. He extracted a total of 3 items, all of elite quality. Wolfman Essence Bone, Blue. The strongest bone from the Wolfman, can be used to craft a Wolfman set. Wolfman Core, Blue. The essence of the Wolfman's strength, a primary material for refining powerful pills. If consumed directly, it can temporarily double one's strength, but it may affect one's mind due to its frenzied aura. These were all materials that could be sold for money. Li Du glanced at them and tossed them into his backpack. What caught Li Du's attention was the piece of equipment on the ground. Overlord Heavy Armor, Blue, equipment weight, 15 kg wearing level, 15 equipment attributes, plus 1000 health, plus 20 constitution, plus 10 strength, plus 1%/S max health recovery after combat, up to 50, equipment skill, Overlord's Fury, Blue. Cost 150, cooldown 5 minutes. After activation, enter a berserk state, lasting 1 minute, a level 15 Blue equipment that provided such powerful attributes. It even had an equipment skill. Li Du was itching to put it on immediately. Unfortunately, the requirement for this equipment was level 15. Moreover, this equipment weighed a full 15 kilograms. If his strength wasn't sufficient, wearing it would likely hinder his movement. If I push a bit harder and run this dungeon 2 or 3 more times, I'll be able to wear this equipment. At the same time, the life enhancement on Li Du completely disappeared. He chose to teleport out of the dungeon. Without the life enhancement, this dungeon was extremely dangerous for him. He's out. He's out. It's only been an hour. Did he hit a snag and can't clear the dungeon? After Li Du emerged, many people nearby turned to look. After all, Li Du had entered the nightmare level dungeon solo, and word had spread around. People were very curious about who this person was. When Li Du came out, people were shocked to see him covered in blood. Is he injured? No. Look closely, this blood isn't his, it's from the wild monsters. Wow, how many wild monsters did he kill? Li Du ignored the astonishment of the crowd and calmly walked over to sit down and rest. His life strike had disappeared, and he couldn't use it again today. If someone had ill intentions towards Li Du, his situation would be very dangerous. But Li Du knew that the more it was like this, the calmer he had to be. As long as he remained calm enough, no one would dare to target him. If he panicked, that would be the real disaster. People nearby were watching Li Du, but no one dared to approach. First, Li Du entered the nightmare level dungeon alone and stayed for an hour, emerging unscathed. No one knew the extent of Li Du's strength. Second, Li Du was covered in blood, the strong smell of blood instinctively instilling fear in many, causing them to hesitate to approach. Thus, Li Du safely passed through the night. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Li Du arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Before entering, he noticed an interesting message. Abandoned mine, nightmare difficulty progress 36%. Time used 1 hour 02 minutes 36 seconds. For high difficulty dungeons, clearing them often requires a lot of time. Some dungeons may even take several days of continuous attempts, making it impossible to require adventurers to stay inside the dungeon at all times. Therefore, high difficulty dungeons generally have a progress saving feature. This way, upon re-entering the dungeon, one can be instantly teleported to the last position reached. Li Du immediately entered the teleportation portal. Would you like to teleport to the dungeon progress location? Yes. After passing through the portal, Li Du arrived at the location of the Warg King. The ground was still stained with countless blood, which had dried and turned black over time. But the air was still thick with the smell of blood. The wild monsters I killed haven't respawned, let's move forward. Li Du walked through the blood and the corpses of Warg warriors, advancing deeper into the abandoned mine. Soon, he encountered numerous wild monsters. There were wargs, orcs, and tauren, all with formidable stats, crowded in the narrow passage of the mine, and to pass through, they had to be defeated. Without hesitation, Li Du activated his life strike. Then, he began to kill them one by one. This passage was long, and Li Du knew it likely led to the boss room. Along the way, he killed 20 to 30 wild monsters, continuously gaining experience and lifespan. Finally, after about half an hour, Li Du reached the end. The light around was dim, with only a few flickering candle flames, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Crack, crunch, crunch. The sound of bones breaking and constant chewing was clear ahead. As Li Du approached, he finally saw a massive creature. Over 3 meters tall, similar to the Ward King. But it was covered in armor, its skin green, resembling a goblin. Li Du used his detection skill. Goblin King, level 20, type, Guardian Boss, health 12,800, strength 980, trait, Goblin Monarch, can summon Goblin Elite Warriors to fight, summon creatures inherit 60% of all its stats, skills, Goblin Summon, King's Trident, Roar. Seeing the information about the monster before him, Li Du was stunned. Boss? Shouldn't the boss of this dungeon be the Berserk Orc King? What is a Guardian Boss? As Li Du pondered, he quickly saw the last line of the detection. Description: it was originally the king of the Goblin world, but after encountering the Berserk Orc King and losing in battle, it was captured by the Orc King and became the Orc King's guardian. Note: you will not gain any rewards for defeating the guardian. When you defeat the target guarded by the guardian, you will receive additional rewards. Upon seeing this, Li Du finally understood. It turned out that the Goblin King was once a boss but couldn't defeat the Orc King. Although killing the Goblin King wouldn't yield rewards, defeating the Orc King would provide extra benefits, which was still good. Despite the Goblin King's exaggerated stats, Li Du's 100-fold damage enhancement made him fearless. At this moment, the Goblin King also noticed Li Du and immediately stopped chewing. Its emerald green body looked quite amusing, but when it stood up, its massive form still brought great pressure to Li Du. Roar! The Goblin King roared at the sky, and soon, many elite Goblin warriors armed with knives and forks appeared around him. They all charged towards Li Du. Kill! Li Du unleashed the Wolf King's claw and immediately rushed forward. Under his assault, the elite Goblin warriors were no match for him. Seeing his minions being so ruthlessly trampled, the Goblin King let out a furious roar and charged forward with his trident. Li Du seized the opportunity and punched the Goblin King in the waist. Thud! This punch landed solidly, and Li Du even felt a bit of pain in his hands. Although this wild monster was a goblin, it was fully armored, with extremely high defense. After Li Du's punch, he found that the Goblin King only staggered back a few steps, clutching its abdomen, but it didn't seem too injured. Li Du quickly cast a detection spell. Goblin King. Health, 11684, I only dealt less than 2000 damage with one punch? This surprised Li Du greatly. The Goblin King's armor was incredibly high, reducing his damage by almost 60 to 70%. But if one punch didn't work, then another would. Li Du continuously tore through the defenses of the elite Goblin warriors, reaching the Goblin King again for another punch. This time, the Goblin King finally cried out in pain, swinging its trident wildly, trying to kill Li Du. But its massive body made it very clumsy, and Li Du dodged many of its attacks. Even if he couldn't dodge, Li Du could counter the attacks with his own powerful strikes, neutralizing the Goblin King's offense. It was known that as long as the strength was strong enough, the wind from a punch could form an extremely formidable barrier. Thus, back and forth for about 10 minutes, the Goblin King was covered in blood, and its armor was completely shattered. When Li Du used the detection spell again, he found the Goblin King's health had dropped below 3000. Good, let's keep going. Just as Li Du was about to continue his assault, the Goblin King suddenly let out a roar. Roar, roar, roar. This roar carried an extremely strong aura, and Li Du almost felt like he was going to be blown away. He hurriedly distanced himself from the Goblin King, wanting to see what it was going to do. Could it be trying to escape? Just as Li Du was pondering, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. Then, a monster covered in red fur, with eyes glowing red and 2 horns like sharp swords, emerged. As it moved, even the ground trembled. Bang! 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 This monster was even taller than the Goblin King, standing over 4 meters high. Upon seeing it, the Goblin King even knelt on the ground, not daring to raise its head. Li Du used the detection spell to take a look. Raging Orc King, level 20, type, boss, health 18,800, strength 1,280, traits, unyielding, cannot be controlled, berserk, increased attack power and range, battle armor, extremely high defense, can reduce most physical damage, summon, commands all wild monsters and abandoned mines, skills, Orc Charge, Orc Stomp, Orc Slash, Orc Roar, Orc Summon. Seeing the attributes and skills of this monster, Li Du finally understood why the nightmare difficulty had such a limit, with only 10 teams managing to clear it. Moreover, many teams had to spend 8 or 9 hours to complete it. Even with a 100-fold damage enhancement, Li Du felt incredibly tense facing the Raging Orc King. With nearly 20,000 health and a strength of over 1200, it signified the extraordinary nature of this boss. When it saw Li Du, it let out a furious roar and then punched the ground. Boom! In the distance, Li Du was almost jolted off his feet by that punch. The battle was about to erupt. The power of the Raging Orc King was simply too high. Li Du could not withstand even one of his moves. So, Li Du launched a direct attack. However, his target was not the Orc King, but the Goblin King kneeling on the ground. Just when the Orc King thought Li Du was going to attack him, Li Du changed direction and unleashed a Wolf King's claw at the Goblin King. Swish, swish, a few strikes of the claws immediately tore through the Goblin King's armor, ripping apart its flesh and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Roar, 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 the Goblin King immediately cried out in pain, but the loss of blood was too rapid. After a few cries, it collapsed. It was already severely injured, and Li Du was taking advantage of its weakness to finish it off. You have killed the Goblin King. Since this monster is classified as a guard, you need to kill the Raging Orc King to receive additional rewards. After killing the Goblin King, Li Du retreated directly. The Raging Orc King, seeing his guard killed, was furious beyond measure. He stomped the ground, nearly cracking the earth beneath him. Even from a distance, Li Du could feel the powerful tremors. After the stomping, the Raging Orc King charged over. Li Du took a mana recovery potion from his backpack, drank it, and unleashed the Wolf King's claw again, charging forward. Kill! The claws struck fiercely against the Raging Orc King, but only left a crack in its armor. The effect was far from ideal. However, Li Du didn't care, seizing the opportunity to continue unleashing the Wolf King's claw, attacking relentlessly. Roar, roar! The Orc King was enraged, continuously roaring and swiping at Li Du. But Li Du was very agile, dodging all of the attacks. Even when he couldn't evade, he directly withstood the blows with the Wolf King's claw. The Orc King's hands were unarmored, and with one strike of the Wolf King's claw, Li Du managed to leave a long gash on the Orc King's hands. Blood flowed down, infuriating the Orc King even more. Roar! 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 Perhaps completely provoked by Li Du, the Raging Orc King roared 3 times and then actually went berserk. Li Du knew this meant it had activated Berserk. In this state, its power and attack range would increase significantly. At this moment, it was best for Li Du to dodge and wait for its Berserk state to wear off. But Li Du couldn't wait that long. He had less than 10 minutes of life left. Kill! Li Du was almost in a Berserk state himself, continuously unleashing the Wolf King's claw. If his mana ran out, he would just drink potions. He had almost consumed all the mana recovery potions he brought, having unleashed countless skills on the Orc King. In this situation, Li Du faced many dangers. Several times, the Raging Orc King's attacks nearly hit him, but fortunately, he managed to dodge or deflect them all. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking, the Raging Orc King's battle armor was finally shattered by Li Du. Roar, 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 roar. With the armor broken, the Raging Orc King had many more wounds on its body. It roared almost in madness. Li Du dodged attacks while casting detection spells. At this moment, the Raging Orc King's health had dropped below 8,000. Kill! Li Du was very pleased and continued to attack. Powerful strikes landed one after another on the Raging Orc King, punch after punch. Finally, the Raging Orc King could no longer hold on and fell down. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Raging Orc King and cleared the abandoned mine, nightmare difficulty. Since the target you killed had attributes far exceeding yours, you successfully extracted lifespan, 1,500 days, you have reached the single extraction limit, upgrading skills allows for more extraction. You gain 38,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 13 incredible. You have set a new record. Your completion time is 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 27 seconds. Would you like to leave your name or nickname/team name? Seeing message after message pop up, Li Du finally broke into a smile. It wasn't easy, but he had finally cleared this dungeon. A furious Orc King had directly granted him 1,500 days of life. Moreover, he could have gained more, but unfortunately, his longevity talent level was not high enough. The experience points were nearly 40,000, allowing Li Du to level up again. Between levels 10 and 15, the experience required for each upgrade was several tens of thousands. Now at level 13, he needed 68,000 experience points to reach the next level. Clearing the dungeon again would be about enough. Even clearing it 2 more times would not be impossible for level 15. Level 15. At this level, if I switch to a better profession, the college entrance exam should be no problem. Li Du was actually very eager for university, especially the top 10 prestigious institutions in the Great Xia Kingdom. They gathered the most elite professionals in the country. Some had even entered the extraordinary realm, just to step away from igniting the divine fire and becoming a deity. Becoming a deity. This was something Li Du had never dared to dream of before. But now, he had confidence. Continuing to read on. Not only had he cleared the dungeon, but he had also broken the record for it. Looking at the prompt above, Li Du did not hesitate and directly wrote down his full name, Li Du. He had no intention of hiding his thoughts, he was tired of others' doubts and disdain. Now, an opportunity to make a name for himself was right in front of him. How could he refuse? You have successfully left your name, Li Du. Congratulations, you have broken the record. You received the reward, 10,000 divine power points, random epic item gift pack ×1. After breaking the record, Li Du immediately received his reward. Not only divine power points but also an epic item. Seeing this, Li Du was almost laughing madly. Worth it, so worth it. After receiving the gift pack, Li Du opened it right away. Congratulations, you have obtained an epic item, Space Ring. It's actually a space ring. Li Du was overjoyed. The space ring is at least of fine quality. This item is practically a divine artifact for professionals. With it, not only could he lighten a huge burden, but he could also access various items and tools anytime, anywhere. It was almost like carrying an entire home with him. I wonder how big the space inside is. Being epic, it must be considerable, right? Li Du immediately put on the ring, then concentrated to probe the space within. Soon, he received the information. 500 cubic meters. A space of 10 by 10 by 5. This space was almost equivalent to a large room. No wonder it's an epic space ring. Li Du was incredibly happy. After playing with the space ring for a while, he finally put it back on his ring finger. At this moment, his gaze finally fell on the corpse of the furious Orc King. Such a powerful boss would definitely drop a lot of items. He looked around the corpse and saw 7 or 8 items, most of which were shimmering with blue light, and 2 items even glimmered with purple light. Generally speaking, even a boss would not drop this many items. The reason for this was the additional rewards from the Goblin King had taken effect. You have picked up materials: Furious Orc King Fong, Furious Orc King Horn, Furious Orc King Essence Bone, Furious Orc King Battle Armor Core, Furious Orc King Battle Axe Core. All these materials were of fine quality, and Li Du's gaze was fixed on the 2 items radiating purple light. Furious Orc King Core, Crystal Core, Epic Level Material. It condenses the essence of the Furious Orc King and is a very high-level material that can be used to craft epic-level equipment, items, and elixirs. The Rage of the Savage Orc King, Battle Axe, and epic-level warrior equipment can be enhanced using the core of the Battle Axe. Required level, 15. Attributes, plus 100 strength. Special trait, damage is doubled against Orc-type monsters. The core of the Savage Orc King, needless to say, is the crystallization of the Savage Orc King, which is the item Li Du needs to turn in for a quest. The remaining piece of equipment made Li Du's eyes blaze with excitement. First, the attributes, although quite singular, directly provide 100 points of strength. Just this alone puts it far ahead of countless other equipment of the same level. Moreover, it has a godlike trait: damage is doubled against Orc-type monsters. This means that wielding this weapon in the abandoned mine dungeon, Li Du's damage would be directly doubled. Unfortunately, its limitations are quite significant. Therefore, although Li Du was very tempted, he still decided not to equip it. I might as well sell it later? This equipment could probably sell for 70 to 80,000 divine power points. The lowest level epic equipment starts at a selling price of 20,000 divine power points, not to mention a level 15 one. It could easily fetch 2 to 3 times that. Unexpectedly, the person who was once stumped by a mere penny had now turned into a wealthy individual. 70 to 80,000 divine power points, what couldn't he buy? Li Du was already beginning to dream. After putting everything into his space ring, Li Du felt much lighter. At least he didn't have to carry a backpack weighing dozens of pounds anymore. All right, the treasure map. Li Du took out the key that Zhong Xianyue had given him. According to her description, after clearing the dungeon, he could directly obtain the treasure with the key. As soon as Li Du took out the key, it emitted a burst of light. Then, it automatically flew into a nearby wall. Boom! A rumbling sound occurred, and the wall actually retracted, opening like a door. Li Du walked in and saw a box. Upon opening it, a message appeared. You have obtained the all-purpose scroll, Epic. It's actually an all-purpose scroll, and it's of epic quality. Li Du was overjoyed. This was the treasure. The all-purpose scroll is a very high-level item. Even the most basic ones start at over 10,000 divine power points. It is similar to skill scrolls but different. After using a skill scroll, one can automatically learn the corresponding skill. Depending on the quality of the scroll, the quality of the skill will also vary. The all-purpose scroll, however, is different. This type of scroll, once learned, allows the user to acquire a skill that is most suitable for their profession. Any profession can learn it. Moreover, high-quality all-purpose scrolls can even allow the user to choose from several skills. An epic-level all-purpose scroll is worth at least 1 million divine power points. I've hit the jackpot, really hit the jackpot. Li Du was ecstatic and felt deeply grateful. He never expected that Zhong Xianyue would leave such a great gift for him. No matter what, this was a tremendous favor. He directly opened the all-purpose scroll and used it. Congratulations, the all-purpose scroll has been successfully used. Please choose your skill, Earth's Fury, Annihilation Storm, all swords return to origin. There were a total of 4 skills, all warrior-type skills. Among them, is a single-target skill, Earth's Fury is more about control, while Annihilation Storm and all swords return to origin are both area damage skills. To be honest, Li Du wanted them all, but he had to make a choice. Allows for 30 consecutive strikes on a single target, each strike dealing massive damage. If the target is killed by the strikes, the skill's cooldown is refreshed. This is a godly skill for dealing with elite monsters, with absurdly high single-target damage. Earth's Fury shakes the ground, causing all monsters within a 30-meter radius to faint for 30 seconds, while also dealing considerable damage. It is the ultimate control skill. The Storm of Annihilation, summon the storm, sweeping away all enemies. The storm will lift targets and cause massive damage. 10,000 swords return to their origin, summoning 10,000 swords to fall from the sky, killing all enemies within a 50-meter radius. Although each sword's damage is not great, when stacked together, they can deal extremely terrifying output. After some contemplation, Li Du ultimately chose 10,000 swords return to origin. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. 10,000 swords return to origin, purple warrior class skill. Learning restriction, 10. Summons 10,000 swords to fall from the sky, killing all enemies within a 50-meter radius. Each sword's damage is 0. 2 times strength. Skill cost, 150 mana points. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Li Du's choice was based on his considerations. First of all, after acquiring the life strike skill, Li Du's single target output was not lacking at all. Even the most useless skill, under 100-fold damage, is still quite considerable. What Li Du lacked was group output. In the future, he would undoubtedly need to continuously enter dungeons and kill a large number of wild monsters to extract lifespan. Single target output was simply too time-consuming. With group output, Li Du's efficiency would see a tremendous boost. And why choose 10,000 swords return to origin instead of the Storm of Annihilation? It's simple, because 10,000 swords return to origin has a larger range. Although the Storm of Annihilation can summon a storm, the storm moves very slowly after being released, and its sweeping range is far inferior to that of 10,000 swords return to origin. Therefore, for Li Du, 10,000 swords return to origin was the most suitable choice. After selecting the skill, Li Du felt great. Now, he finally had a skill that was somewhat decent. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Du, level, 13, class, basic warrior, equipment, Black Blood Wolf King Slaughter, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extract, white, 10,000 swords return to origin, purple, health, 710, mana, 175, strength, 57, plus 10, mentality, 19, constitution, 27, agility, 18, free attribute points, 0, talent, longevity, intermediate. You gain the life absorption skill, killing wild monsters can extract life. Current extraction rate is 3 days per monster. Talent experience, 37148/100000, lifespan, 147 years, 236 days, 8 hours, 29 minutes, 37 seconds. In terms of attributes, since Li Du was the most useless class, even after leveling up, he wouldn't improve his attributes much, only gaining a meager 5 attribute points, so there wasn't much change. Li Du allocated all 10 attribute points to strength. The most significant change was in lifespan. Li Du directly increased his lifespan by over 70 years, and his talent experience also rose to over 37,000, already surpassing 1/3. The acquisition of talent experience is related to the increase in lifespan, with a ratio of 1 day of lifespan equals 1 talent experience. Now, he was only 50 years away from 200 years of lifespan. Almost there, it's getting close. As long as I switch to an ordinary class, it will be a huge improvement for me. The quality of the class varies, and the differences become more apparent as one progresses. For ordinary quality classes, by level 13, the average 4-dimensional attributes can already reach over 40, with some outstanding individuals even reaching 50. But Li Du was only in his 30s, and a portion of his attributes came from equipped gear. The disparity was simply too obvious. Most importantly, Li Du's current mana bar was only 175, which was enough to cast 10,000 swords return to origin just once. Although his stats were still quite poor, Li Du was not worried at all. He just lacked time. As long as he continued to increase his lifespan, everything could change. Thinking of this, Li Du felt a wave of relief. After collecting the loot, he rested in the dungeon for a while before leaving. He's out. He's out. It's real. He cleared the dungeon and even broke the record. In less than 2 hours, he soloed the nightmare dungeon. Is that something a person can do? So his name is Li Du. Such a powerful professional, why have I never heard of him before? As soon as Li Du appeared, he heard the gasps of the crowd. At the moment he broke the record, people had already seen it through the recording stone tablet. Unexpectedly, someone had cleared the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine dungeon, and it was a solo run. Not only was it a solo run, but he also broke the record. He even spent more than 4 hours less than the previous record holder. Such a thing was simply unbelievable. Countless people couldn't accept it, yet Li Du stood right in front of them. Watching the astonished crowd, a sense of pride gradually welled up in Li Du's heart. This was not the disdain and mockery he had faced before, this was absolute shock. How many years had he waited for this feeling? Navigating through the crowd, Li Du found a quiet spot to sit and rest. With 4 days left until the task submission, he wasn't in a hurry. He planned to run the dungeon again to raise his level to 15. Although Li Du didn't intend to equip the Berserker Orc King's battle axe, he was quite tempted by the Overlord heavy armor obtained from the Ward Lord. The requirement to wear this equipment was level 15. If he forced himself to wear it without meeting the level requirement, the equipment would provide no bonuses, essentially becoming scrap metal. Seeing Li Du resting, no one dared to approach him. The existence of someone who could solo the nightmare dungeon was simply too terrifying. Who knew what his temper was like? Although no one dared to disturb Li Du, the news of the record-breaking solo run in the abandoned mine dungeon quickly spread. Some who left carried the news, but very few believed it, simply because it was too improbable. A night passed without incident. Whether it was due to exhaustion or not, Li Du slept until noon before waking up. Although he was outdoors, he slept surprisingly well. After washing up and eating some compressed biscuits with water, Li Du planned to head to the dungeon. However, at that moment, a crowd had gathered at the dungeon entrance, making a commotion for some unknown reason. As Li Du walked in, he overheard their conversation. The Shanshan Guild is looking for someone. Has anyone seen this person? This person is a wanted target of the Shanshan Guild. If you see him in the wild, be sure to inform the Shanshan Guild. Come over, come over. Everyone take a good look at this person. It seemed they were trying to apprehend someone. Li Du didn't care and continued toward the dungeon entrance. At that moment, a voice shouted at Li Du, "Hey, you beggar over there, come here and take a good look at this person. This is our Shanshan Guild's wanted criminal. If you encounter him, you must report to the Shanshan Guild." Many people felt a surge of anger at being called that, but they dared not voice it. The Shanshan Guild was the largest guild in Lan City, and their president was said to be a level 40 big shot. The ordinary members of the guild were all decked out in green gear, with levels and skills that suppressed ordinary professionals. With such disparity in strength, no one dared to provoke the Shanshan Guild. Li Du completely ignored the shouting and continued forward. This action immediately infuriated the Shanshan Guild members. "Are you deaf? Get over here. Didn't you hear me?" Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow shot down at Li Du's feet, clearly a warning. If Li Du didn't approach, the next arrow might land directly on him. Only then did Li Du turn around, his gaze cold. At that moment, a member of the Shanshan Guild pulled out a portrait. "Damn it, remember this person. If you encounter him, you must report to us." Anyone who dares not report is opposing the Shanshan Guild. When Li Du saw the portrait, his expression suddenly became strange. This portrait was actually him. The wanted criminal is me? Li Du was stunned. When did I provoke your Mountain Tomb Guild? The Mountain Tomb Guild, including the people present, did not recognize Li Du. Because he had spent the whole day yesterday killing monsters, his body and face were covered in blood, making him unrecognizable. Li Du finally spoke up. What did this person do? A member of the Mountain Tomb Guild sneered. This person is guilty of heinous crimes. He deceived our guild's young master out of 10,000 points of divine power. If he dares to cheat our young master, you fools would probably lose your pants if you encountered him. Hearing this description, Li Du vaguely understood. Is your young master named Zhang Yanming? Bastard! Are you looking for death? How dare you directly call our young master's name? He. Li Du sneered. He touched his space ring, took out a bottle of water, opened the cap, and poured it over himself from head to toe. The people around were very confused, not knowing what Li Du was doing. Then, Li Du vigorously wiped his face, cleaning off all the blood, finally revealing his true appearance. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's him! It's actually him! Isn't he the one who soloed the nightmare difficulty yesterday? Damn! The Mountain Tomb Guild actually dares to issue a wanted notice for him." Under the cleansing of the water, Li Du had no disguise. The members of the Mountain Tomb Guild finally saw clearly and were instantly filled with rage and embarrassment. "It's you? Good. I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of us. Catch him. Bring him back and let the young master teach him a lesson. Nearby, there were 7 or 8 members of the Mountain Toon Guild, who immediately formed a circle surrounding Li Du. These people included warriors, archers, mages, priests, etc., forming a very standard team with output, control, and healing. Li Du immediately used his detection skill. 1G. Level, 23. Class, Heavy Armored Warrior, Green. Han Feng. Level, 22. Class, Nature Mage, Green. Zhou Guang. Level, 22. Class, Gale Archer, Green. All of them were above level 20, half at level 23 and half at level 22. Moreover, each person's class was of green quality, significantly stronger than ordinary practitioners. Li Du only needed to activate 10 times his life enhancement to deal with them easily. At this moment, the leader spoke up. Warriors, charge in. Archers, attack from a distance. Mages, provide control. The rest, keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Then, several warriors immediately rushed forward. Facing them, Li Du only needed to activate 10 times his life enhancement to easily defeat them. However, Li Du suddenly had another idea. Since he had already obtained the epic skill 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, why not test its damage here? So, Li Du shouted, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin. 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin was an area skill with a radius of 50 meters. When Li Du shouted it out, an enormous mark appeared in the sky, inscribed with countless mysterious runes. Then, sword after sword fell like raindrops. There were many onlookers nearby, but Li Du could control the targets of 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin. Countless swords fell upon the members of the Mountain Toon Guild. This scene immediately shocked everyone. What skill is that? Damn! So many swords. This can't be a blue skill, right? This scene looks like a purple skill. No wonder he can solo nightmare difficulty, it's simply terrifying. Regardless of the damage, the effect brought by the release of 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin was already enough to shock people's hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords fell from the sky, and the members of the Mountain Toon Guild immediately felt waves of pain. Despite wearing considerable protective gear, Li Du's 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin was an epic level skill, rendering their defenses nearly useless and unable to withstand much damage. In less than 10 seconds, numerous wounds appeared on the bodies of all the Mountain Toon Guild members, blood flowing freely. Quick, quick, quick! Where are the shield guards? Shield guards, use your skills to block these attacks. And the healers? Don't just stand there, hurry and heal us. The members of the Mountain Toon Guild shouted continuously, the falling swords bringing them immense trouble. A shield guard wielding a massive shield yelled, "There's nothing I can do. I just activated the protective shield, but it was pierced by these swords immediately." The healer shouted, "I've used all my skills, they're on cooldown, just wait a moment." They were thrown into chaos, many pulling out healing potions, but still unable to withstand the damage from 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. Someone shouted, "Charge! Kill him first. As long as we kill him, his skills will forcibly stop." Several warriors immediately unleashed their skills, aiming to take down Li Du first. In an instant, numerous skill lights appeared. But Li Du quickly directed the swords of 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin to focus on several warriors. Soon, countless sword tips fell upon them. When Li Du used his detection skill, he found their health bars plummeting rapidly, nearing a state of death. Ultimately, one warrior spat blood and fell. Under 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin, they couldn't even get close to Li Du. Run! Quickly escape, he's a monster. The leader of the Mountain Toon Guild finally panicked, wanting to flee. But where could they escape to? 10,000 swords, and so far, less than 1,000 had fallen, yet it was enough to wipe them out. Under the onslaught of countless sword tips, the remaining members simply couldn't hold on. In the end, they all died under Li Du's swords. At this moment, the release progress of 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin was only at 23%. All members of the Mountain Toon Guild were dead. Li Du also retracted 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. Truly worthy of a purple skill, terrifying indeed. Li Du murmured. He hadn't even used Life Strike, still just the most basic and weakest warrior class. Yet under 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin, a group of green class players nearly 10 levels higher than him had all perished at his hands. This was something no ordinary skill could achieve. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Du unceremoniously collected all their equipment and items. You have obtained equipment, Warrior Greatsword, green. You have obtained equipment, Bone Spirit Staff, green. You have obtained equipment, Windless Bow, green. All the equipment was green, and most of the items were materials or potions. Selling them should fetch a good price. After collecting everything, Li Du entered the dungeon without looking back. As for the corpses, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. After all, this was the wilderness, no one would care what he did. As for whether the Mountain Tomb Guild would find out about this, even if they did, so what? Li Du wasn't afraid of retaliation. Once Li Du's figure disappeared, people gradually dared to discuss the matter. He's really strong. 7 or 8 people, instantly killed. The skill he just used, I think it was a purple skill. That damage made my scalp tingle. Who exactly is he? Is there a genius named Li Du in Storm City? I don't know, maybe he's not from Storm City. He shouldn't be local, our Storm City is just a small town. Even if it expanded to Tianhai City, such a genius would be nearly impossible to find. That's true. The most famous genius in Tianhai City is Fu Ming. Previously, she led the team to clear the nightmare difficulty of this dungeon, directly claiming the first place. It's a pity that there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. I wonder what Fu Ming would think if she knew about this. People chatted as they gradually dispersed. Few were afraid of the Mountain Tomb Guild's retaliation. Firstly, this place is outside the city, with no restrictions. The Mountain Tomb Guild might not even be able to find out who killed their people. Secondly, although the Mountain Tomb Guild is overbearing and unreasonable, their influence is limited to Lan City. At worst, they could just run to another city. With such vastness, how could they possibly trouble a hero? In Lan City, at the Mountain Tomb Guild, Zhang Yanming was feeling very irritable. Ever since he learned that Li Du had left the city, he had been looking for an opportunity to kill Li Du. That day, when Li Du had forcefully defeated him and taken away his 10,000 points of divine power, it had left a deep mark on his mind. In Lan City, there is the Lord's Mansion and patrol teams that do not allow killing, so he did not dare to be too reckless. But once outside the city, everything would be different. He could say that as long as he found Li Du's whereabouts outside the city, he could directly have someone kill him. Unfortunately, several days had passed, and there was still no news. Damn it, are these people all useless? Even if Li Du, a waste, has left the city, how far can he run? It's been 4 days, and we still haven't found him. Zhang Yanming really wanted to kill someone. His background in Lan City was considered strong. His father was the vice president of the Mountain Tomb Guild, and he himself had become a young master of the guild early on. Originally, he was in a position of great prestige, but he had been severely slapped in the face by Li Du, and he could not swallow this anger no matter what. At that moment, someone suddenly came to report. Young master, we have discovered information related to Li Du, but we cannot confirm it. What is it? The person reporting mentioned that the record for the abandoned mine had been broken, and the one who broke the record was named Li Du. We cannot confirm if this Li Du is the one you are looking for, young master. But all the elites we sent to explore the abandoned mine have died there. Their equipment and items were all stripped away. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yanming was instantly furious. What are you all doing? You can't find Li Du, and now he's killed. You tell me, are you the strongest guild in Lan City? Useless. A bunch of useless people. The person reporting was scolded harshly, but he did not dare to retort. In fact, he was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Yanming, but there was nothing he could do. After venting his anger, Zhang Yanming continued to send people out. No matter what, as long as Li Du had not returned to Lan City, Zhang Yanming could not let go of his desire to kill him. Congratulations, level up. Current level, level 15. After coming out of the abandoned mine dungeon again, Li Du felt refreshed. Finally, he was level 15. For this, he had stayed in this dungeon for an extra 2 days. When he entered the dungeon again, everything was already familiar, especially with the skill 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, which greatly improved his efficiency in killing monsters. He once again refreshed his record. Now, Li Du's record for clearing the nightmare difficulty was set at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 4 seconds. Unfortunately, since Li Du had already broken the record once, he could not receive rewards for breaking it again. However, the gains from the dungeon made Li Du very happy. In 2 days, Li Du had cleared the dungeon twice more. Unfortunately, the lifespan gained from the dungeon was very little, only a mere 20 years. The reason for this was that when he entered the dungeon again, due to the terrifying skill 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, the attributes of the small monsters could no longer suppress Li Du. Killing the small monsters also did not grant him 150 days of lifespan, that number had dropped to a basic 3 days. The reason he still had 20 years was due to the elite monsters, bosses, and the elite small monsters they summoned. It seems that copies like the locusts are still my main means of quickly extending my lifespan. If I don't want to risk entering powerful copies every time, I can only look for locust-type copies. After his third run of the copy, Li Du had harvested many materials and obtained 2 pieces of equipment, including some epic items. Nowadays, Li Du could be considered a small wealthy man. Do you want to equip the Overlord Heavy Armor, Blue? Equip! Li Du took out the Overlord Heavy Armor and put it on. The 15 kilograms heavy armor felt very heavy on him, but it provided an extraordinary sense of security. Equipping successful. As soon as the prompt appeared, Li Du immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Li Du. Level, 15 class, basic warrior equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Slaughter, green, Overlord Heavy Armor, blue, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, all swords return to origin, purple, health, 1910 mana, 215 strength, 67, plus 10, spirit, 19 constitution, 47 agility, 18 free attribute points, 0 talent, longevity, intermediate. You gain a life absorption skill, killing wild monsters allows you to extract life, currently at a rate of 3 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 45386/100000 lifespan, 168 years, 113 days, 6 hours, 12 minutes, 42 seconds. The most significant increase was in health, as the Overlord Heavy Armor directly provided 1000 health points. This value could be considered quite exaggerated. After finishing all this, Li Du left the copy. I haven't been back for several days, I wonder how Shueisheng is doing. Li Du felt very good at the moment, his gains from this copy run were truly immense. He almost jogged back to Lan City, and even though the weight of the Overlord Heavy Armor was heavy, he didn't feel tired. Looking at the tall city walls before him, a sense of reassurance surged in Li Du's heart. After spending so long in the wild, he finally appreciated the comforts of the city. Once inside the city, Li Du first found a bathhouse to clean himself up, then went to buy new clothes. He didn't want to go home covered in blood and dirt. After cleaning up, Li Du immediately headed to the Tianhai trading house. Sir, may I ask what you would like to trade? A smiling attendant approached to inquire. Li Du replied, I have a lot of things, can you make the decisions? This statement left the attendant momentarily stunned, and she asked, Sir, could you give me a rough idea? The items I want to trade are worth over 100,000 divine power. The attendant was taken aback but quickly regained her composure, saying, Sir, please have a seat. I will report to our branch manager immediately, please wait a moment. After settling Li Du, the attendant quickly left. 100,000 divine power. For the trading house itself, this was actually quite small. However, Lan City was just a small town, and this was merely a branch of the trading house in Lan City, with a monthly turnover of only about 200,000 divine power. A transaction of 100,000 divine power was enough to summon their branch manager. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly hurried down the stairs and asked, which comrade wants to trade? Li Du stepped forward and said, I am Li Du. The middle-aged man immediately extended his hand to shake Li Du's hand and warmly asked, Hello, young brother Li Du. My name is Han Minghui, the branch manager of the Tianhai trading house in Lan City. May I ask what you want to trade? Li Du got straight to the point. I want to sell a large amount of equipment and materials, including 2 pieces of purple gear and some purple materials. Can you handle it? Upon hearing this, Han Minghui immediately became serious. Young brother, please follow me. He then led Li Du to a room. There was a table in the room, shimmering with magical light. A screen was also hanging on the wall nearby. This is our appraisal room. Please place the items you wish to trade on the table, young brother. Li Du took out the items from his spatial ring and placed them all on the table. Han Minghui watched this action, his eyes flickering with a hint of awe towards Li Du. With a spatial ring and the ability to produce purple gear, such a person must either be a top genius or have a top-tier background. Whichever it is, he must make every effort to befriend them. Gaining the friendship of such a person would be highly beneficial for the development of the trading house. Although he was already the branch manager, if he wanted to advance further, he needed more achievements. And someone like Li Du was the easiest to achieve results with. Soon, the appraisal was complete. The information and origins of the items were displayed, most of which were obtained from the abandoned mine dungeon. Upon seeing this, Han Minghui suddenly had a guess that he could hardly believe himself. Recently, a person named Li Du had become famous in Lan City. Because the record for the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine dungeon had been broken, and the one who broke it was Li Du. He cleared it in less than 2 hours at an almost impossible speed. Countless people thought it was fake, but as more and more people went to verify, it was ultimately confirmed that this was true. Who exactly was Li Du, sparked much speculation. After all, Li Du's actions had nearly shattered people's assumptions about the limits of genius. Some even claimed with certainty that Li Du had at least awakened a legendary-level profession. Otherwise, he could not have achieved all this. At first, when Li Du mentioned his name, Han Minghui did not pay much attention. In fact, according to statistics, there were over 30 people named Li Du in Lan City, ranging from elderly men in their 70s and 80s to newborn babies. But now, the truth seemed to be right in front of him. A genius equivalent to a legendary level profession could provide immeasurable value. Han Minghui trembled as he asked, Li Du, Mr. Li Du, are these items the spoils you obtained after clearing the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine dungeon? Li Du glanced at him but did not answer. Instead, he asked, how much can I sell them for? Although Li Du did not answer, Han Minghui was almost certain it was him. It was this young man who looked no older than 20. Han Minghui's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. If strictly appraised, the total value of these items is approximately 120,000 divine power points. However, Mr. Li Du, if you are willing to trade with our bank long-term, I can authorize the purchase of all items for 150,000 divine power points. Li Du frowned, but I have to prepare for the college entrance examination soon. Han Minghui quickly replied, no problem. Our bank has branches in many cities across the country, and we can conduct inter-provincial transactions. How about this? Mr. Li Du, please leave a contact number. If you need anything or run into trouble, feel free to contact me. Seeing Han Minghui so eager, Li Du no longer refused. He understood Han Minghui's intentions but did not mind. Li Du had long known the essence of this world. When you become powerful or achieve something astonishing, the whole world will open up to you. 150,000 divine power points were transferred to Li Du's card without a penny less. Looking at the nearly 170,000 divine power points balance on the card, Li Du finally felt a tangible sense of wealth. He was rich now. Han Minghui was also very pleased. This transaction could bring him significant achievements. If Li Du became successful in the future, he could even use this to climb to greater heights. Thinking of this, Han Minghui took out a black gold card and handed it to Li Du. Mr. Li Du, your transaction limit has reached our bank standard. This is our supreme black gold card. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at any of our bank's outlets. Moreover, this card also has an overdraft limit of 50,000 divine power points. Originally, Li Du did not meet this standard, but Han Minghui had high hopes for him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to give him this card. Adding flowers to the brocade is far less profound than sending charcoal in the snow. He could see that Li Du was still quite immature, even though his performance had already surpassed that of his peers by a large margin. For Han Minghui, this was a bold investment. Li Du was stunned for 2 seconds but ultimately accepted the card, saying, thank you. Han Minghui repeatedly said, our trading hall's greatest principle is to make our clients comfortable. Do you need anything else? I want to buy some things. No problem, take your time. Then, Han Minghui called over the most beautiful sales assistant to attend to Li Du before finally taking his leave. Li Du looked at the product list and eventually scrolled down to the skill book section. Battle Body, Excellent Level Warrior Class Skill, Learning Requirement, LV15. Price, 12,900 Divine Power Tiger Roar in the Mountains. Excellent Level Warrior Class Skill, Learning Requirement, LV15. Price, 14,900 Divine Power. Skill books, with the increase in learning level and changes in quality, also see their prices rise. Blue skills at level 15 generally range from 10,000 to 20,000 divine power. However, Li Du did not stop there and continued to scroll down. He wanted to see if there were any epic level skill books for sale. Generally speaking, small cities like Lan City rarely have epic level skill books. Among all items, skill books hold the highest value. Lan City was still too small, and not many people could afford such skill books. Sure enough, after Li Du finished scrolling, he still did not see any. The highest were still excellent level skill books. After some thought, Li Du chose one skill. Thunderstrike, Excellent Level Warrior Class Skill. Learning Requirement, LV15. Price, 19,998 Divine Power Effect. Cast a heavy strike, dealing massive damage to the target. For 30 seconds after the heavy strike, all your attacks will deal lightning damage equal to 1% of the target's maximum health, up to 500. Skill cost, 90 mana. Skill cooldown, 3 minutes. This was the most expensive blue skill available, and its effect was quite impressive, making it a powerful single-target output skill. It perfectly compensated for Li Du's current shortcomings. With this, he had both single-target and area output covered. After purchasing, Li Du learned the skill directly. Then, he continued browsing the products. Soon, he came across a very special item. Monster Gathering Gem, for epic level item. Price, 9,800 Divine Power Effect. After equipping this item, whether in the wild or in dungeons, your attraction to wild monsters will greatly increase, making it easier for you to encounter them. The effect will automatically disappear after being put into your backpack or space artifact. If the wild monster's level exceeds 40, the effect will be significantly reduced. Seeing this item, Li Du was immediately intrigued. Without hesitation, he placed an order. This thing was a divine artifact for him. As long as he had it, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding wild monsters when entering dungeons in the future. His efficiency in monster hunting would greatly improve. After buying the items, Li Du left the trading hall. Spending nearly 30,000 divine power in one go was something he had never even dared to imagine before. With excitement, Li Du arrived at the mission hall. Li Du, senior student at Lon City High School. Level, 15. Combat power evaluation, 1,786 points. Level evaluation, average. Seeing his combat power evaluation, Li Du was astonished. 1,700. Originally, his combat power evaluation was only 28, and now it had multiplied by dozens of times. Is it because of the return of the 10,000 swords? Li Du felt it was very likely. After all, his own stats were actually quite poor, but the 10,000 swords return to the sect was simply too powerful. He didn't even need to activate his life strike. He could easily take down 7 or 8 level 20-something professionals, and these professionals were fully armed. My level evaluation is already equivalent to that of a level 27 or 28 green professional. After turning off the level evaluation, Li Du took out the crystal core and directly chose to submit the task. Detected the crystal core of the Berserk Orc King. Task conditions met. This task has been submitted. You have received task rewards, divine power 30,000. Once the divine power was credited to his account, Li Du left. He thought he would be very excited, but perhaps due to his experience at the Tianhai trading house, he felt a strange illusion that 30,000 divine power wasn't much at all. However, he indeed had the right to say this, as with this 30,000, his divine power had already approached 180,000. Overnight wealth, nothing more. Back at his long-missed home, Li Du felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had only been away for 4 days, it felt like 4 years. Shu Weisheng, I'm back. When Li Du turned on the light and called out into the house, he didn't hear Shu Weisheng's response. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Shu Weisheng had gone out? Just as Li Du was about to call out again, he suddenly heard a sound of ouch from the bathroom, as if someone had fallen. Then, the bathroom door opened, and Shu Weisheng came out, clutching a bathrobe. Brother, you're back? That's great. I thought you. Shu Weisheng completely disregarded her appearance, wet all over, and ran over to throw herself into Li Du's arms. Shu Weisheng, you. Li Du was at a loss for words because he heard Shu Weisheng softly sobbing. It was as if a long-suppressed emotion had suddenly been released. It felt as if the moisture on her body was salty. In an instant, memories of countless past moments with Shu Weisheng echoed in his mind, and Li Du felt a pang in his heart. He stroked Shu Weisheng's wet hair and gently said, "What's wrong? I was only gone for a few days." And nothing. Shu Weisheng sobbed, speaking softly, "I just missed you." The sobbing immediately quieted down, as if it were an illusion. Was it just missing him? Li Du felt something was off. It seemed Shu Weisheng had something she wanted to say but didn't dare to. However, he felt a deep sympathy for this girl and didn't intend to probe further. She could be said to be Li Du's spiritual support up to this point. Alright, look at you, how old are you now? Even if I'm back. You don't have to be like this, you didn't even wash up properly. I already washed up. Shu Weisheng gradually pulled away from Li Du's embrace, and upon realizing her current state, her face finally turned bright red. I just didn't change clothes. Go change. Shu Weisheng turned and ran back to the bathroom, suddenly stopping as if she realized something. Shyly, she put one hand behind her to cover herself and hurriedly left with the bathrobe. She looked as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Brother, are you going out again later? Not for now. In a couple of days, it's the independent enrollment exam, and then there's the college entrance examination. Oh, Li Du cooked, and the siblings seemed to have forgotten the earlier scene, returning to their daily routine. Watching Shu Weisheng eat ravenously, Li Du couldn't help but smile. He wondered how well she had eaten during the days he was away. Instinctively, Li Du reached out to pat her head. Shu Weisheng looked at Li Du, her eyes squinting with a smile. Even though she was already in her teens, she still liked to show this childlike smile in front of Li Du. Glancing back slightly, Li Du suddenly saw the family photo hanging on the wall. Shu Weisheng was still very small back then, he didn't know if she remembered. Their father was holding him, their mother was holding Shu Weisheng, and the whole family was smiling happily. But that was already in the past. Every year, Li Du would go to clean their graves, and occasionally, he would see children playing nearby. He often wondered how they were doing underground, whether they were suffering or not. As he watched, the corners of Li Du's eyes would inevitably become moist. Suddenly, he felt a warm, delicate body in his arms. Shui Shang had come to hug him without him noticing. Resting her head on Li Du's chest, Shui Shang whispered, "Brother, you still have me. I will always be with you." Li Du felt a pang in his heart and gently stroked her cheek. Shui Shang always had this ability to sense his emotional changes immediately. After a few seconds of pause, Li Du reminisced, "Mom and Dad left us early, I don't know if you remember. On the day they were buried, I held you while you cried loudly. It was raining that day, and we couldn't go back at night, so I held you and sheltered from the rain at someone else's shop door. You cried for most of the day, and by the time I wanted to cry at night, you had stopped and fallen asleep. Even though it was pouring, you slept so soundly. So, I felt embarrassed to cry, afraid of waking you up." Shui Shang gently scratched Li Du's chest and giggled, "Because your embrace is so warm, brother." "Is it?" Li Du felt a wave of nostalgia. Once, his parents' embrace was also very warm, but, however, looking at the lively Shui Shang, Li Du's mood finally improved a bit. He patted Shui Shang's head, "Alright, let's eat. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Brother, you eat first, it's really delicious." "Okay." The next day, Li Du did not go to school or take on any tasks. He stayed home, planning to spend quality time with Shui Shang. During this time, they chatted and laughed together. In the afternoon, he took her shopping, to the amusement park, the cinema, and even to the most luxurious restaurant in Lan City for a nice meal. Listening to Shui Shang's bell-like laughter, Li Du felt his spirit being healed. He often thought, if only the world were a little simpler, if he could stay in such moments with Shui Shang forever, how wonderful that would be. Lan City High School. Originally, the school had gradually become empty due to the senior students leveling up, but today it was particularly lively, because today was the day for independent enrollment. On the 10th day after the senior students awakened their professions, various universities would send representatives to conduct independent enrollment, selecting outstanding students in advance. Many talented individuals could secure their futures at this time without waiting for the college entrance examination. On such an important day, Li Du naturally could not miss it. Although he still focused more on the college entrance exam, achieving a good result in the independent enrollment exam would also be quite good. Li Du arrived at school early. Soon, as more people arrived, the classroom gradually filled up. Qin Anmin came to the podium, glanced at the students below, and then began to speak. "Students, this time for the independent enrollment exam, many excellent universities have come, including Tiangue Academy. This is the top academy in Gue province and also ranks among the top 30 in the country. If you can achieve excellent results, you might not even need to take the college entrance exam and could be directly recommended to Tiangue Academy. How it turns out depends on you. I won't say more, you are dismissed." After finishing, Qin Anmin left. In the classroom, everyone was incredibly excited and eager to try. After leaving the classroom, Li Du went straight to the independent enrollment office. There were already many people there promoting their schools. "Students, come and take a look at our Bianshan Academy. We are not only a top 100 school in the country, but we also have professors from the 90th level on campus. Want to become stronger? Want to further your studies? Want advanced equipment and skill books? Choose the excellent Academy of Daxia, Lijiang Academy." Unlike the bustling enrollment points scattered everywhere, the enrollment point located in the middle of all the others was remarkably quiet. There were very few people here, just a middle-aged man sitting quietly. Yet, no one approached to register. Because of the four prominent characters, Tiangue Academy. Tiangue Academy was absolutely renowned in Gue province. It was not only a key institution of the double first-class project of the Great Xia Kingdom, enjoying countless national resources, but its own strength was also quite formidable. In the rankings of academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, Tiangue Academy consistently held the 24th or 25th position each year, placing it among the top-tier institutions. Because of this, the difficulty of gaining admission to Tiangue Academy was immense. Although every year during the independent enrollment exams, Tiangue Academy would come to Lan City High School for recruitment, the number of students who actually entered Tiangue Academy each year was very few. As for the institutions ranked even higher, they would not recruit in a small county like Lan City, they would go to the top high schools in Tianhai City instead. Li Du arrived at the enrollment point and said, "Hello, I would like to register for the independent enrollment exam." The middle-aged man looked up at Li Du and said kindly, "Alright, please fill out this form first." Although Li Du yearned for the top 10 prestigious academies, it did not mean he would be stubborn. If he did not perform well in the college entrance examination, having a guaranteed spot at Tiangue Academy would still be quite good. After filling out the form, the middle-aged man reviewed it and immediately showed a puzzled expression. "Your profession is basic warrior? Are you sure you didn't fill it out incorrectly? Li Du shook his head. I didn't make a mistake. Seeing this, the middle-aged man frowned slightly and said very politely, this student, your profession may have difficulty passing our independent enrollment exam. If you fail, it might affect your subsequent exams. The independent enrollment exam had a very tight schedule, lasting only 7 days. As a result, a student could participate in at most 2 independent enrollment exams for different universities. Moreover, most excellent universities would schedule their exam times within the first 4 days. Therefore, everyone was very cautious when choosing universities, fearing both the waste of their abilities and the possibility of failing due to high difficulty. Li Du said, it's okay. The middle-aged man, seeing this, had nothing more to say and could only help Li Du register. He was also wondering in his heart, how could someone awaken to the basic warrior profession? Generally speaking, even if the talent was poor, the lowest profession awakened should at least be an ordinary profession. Soon, after completing the registration, the middle-aged man printed a card for Li Du. This is your admission ticket. With this ticket, you can go to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow afternoon and use the teleportation array for free to reach the exam site at Tiangue Academy to participate in the independent enrollment exam. After the exam, you can also use the teleportation array to return for free. Don't worry about accommodation, Tiangue Academy will arrange it uniformly. Li Du took the admission ticket. Thank you very much. 2 days later, Li Du arrived at the exam site of Tiangue Academy through the teleportation array at the City Lord's mansion. Here, thousands of people had already gathered densely. This exam was bound to be brutal. Because this year, Tiangue Academy had only 200 spots for independent enrollment. Yet, the number of competitors had already exceeded 6,000. They all stood in the square, a sea of black. In everyone's gaze, a magnificent and glorious tower descended from the sky, landing steadily in the center of the square. Then, a dignified voice echoed. This is the trial tower, your examination venue. Upon entering, the trial tower will generate different exam content based on your professions. Scores will be generated according to your performance. Ranking will be based on scores, and only the top 200 will qualify for the guaranteed spots at Tiangue Academy. Everyone listened attentively, afraid of missing something. The voice continued. Once you enter the trial tower, all your equipment, items, and spatial artifacts will become ineffective. You can only use the basic equipment provided by the Tiangue Academy. Now, everyone line up to receive your equipment. Upon hearing the exam rules, the crowd erupted in an uproar. It was one thing to not allow the use of items during the exam, but to think that even equipment would become ineffective was unexpected. This exam was indeed very strict. Many people in the crowd showed confused expressions. Some had hoped to rely on top-tier equipment to pass the exam directly. Although it was frustrating, no one dared to question the decision of the Tiangue Academy. People hurried to collect their equipment. After taking off all the gear he was wearing, Li Du also received his equipment. He was given the standard gear for warriors, which consisted of a pair of gauntlets and a sword. Of course, if one preferred a knife or an axe, they could switch. This equipment was specially crafted, providing no stats. Its only purpose was to allow practitioners to use it to unleash skills, so they wouldn't be empty-handed. After everyone had collected their gear, a voice sounded again. All right, everyone, enter the trial tower in an orderly manner to take the exam. People lined up orderly, and no one dared to cut in line. For those here, the importance of this exam was no less than that of the college entrance examination. No one dared to cause trouble. Soon, all the candidates entered the trial tower. Not far away, in a loft, several middle-aged men stood watching the trial tower. On a large screen beside them, various information about the candidates appeared. They were the chief examiners for this exam. There are quite a few excellent candidates this year. Among over 6,000 candidates, there are more than 60 epic class professions. I feel they all have a chance to secure a guaranteed admission. That's about right. The advantages of epic class professions are still too great. However, there are also several hundred refined professions, and there are quite a few good candidates among them. It's a pity there are no legendary professions, otherwise, our school would be in luck. Ha ha ha, legendary professions are not so easy to come by. Even the top academy in the country, Qingbei Academy, only receives a dozen legendary professions each year. The group laughed and chatted, looking forward to this year. Compared to previous years, the number of epic class professions participating in the Tiangue Academy's independent enrollment exam had increased by nearly a third. Ha! Why is there a basic warrior? Suddenly, one examiner spotted Li Du's information and exclaimed, "Is it a system error?" Another examiner felt something was off as well. Then, several people tried to fix the system, but the final result showed no problem. No way. A basic warrior dares to apply to our school? The examiners were puzzled, but since the exam had already begun, they could only suppress their doubts. Information confirmed. Candidate, Li Du. Exam number 028106, first exam, single combat exam, exam content, defeat the Earth Bear. After entering the trial tower, Li Du immediately saw a line of information. Following that line was a thin light screen. Behind the light screen, he could vaguely see a wild monster, a massive black bear. Confirm. Confirmation complete, exam begins. Then, the light screen lifted, and the wild monster appeared right in front of Li Du. Earth Bear, type, Elite Wild Monster, level, 15, health, 2100, strength, 120. These stats were quite ordinary for Li Du. Even though it was an elite wild monster, he had experienced the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine and was not afraid at all. Roar, the Earth Bear let out a loud roar and charged forward. Li Du did not hesitate and immediately activated Life Strike. Thunderous Strike. With a crackle, as Li Du swung his sword, thunder roared, and he struck at the Earth Bear. Then, countless bolts of lightning struck the bear, as if an explosion had occurred. The Earth Bear immediately turned pitch black all over, let out a cry of agony, and fell down. Following that, a message appeared. Exam passed. Your exam score is 1.2 seconds. Li Du had a calm expression. After activating Life Strike, his damage was terrifying. The Earth Bear could not withstand a single blow from him. However, the examiners outside were all shocked at this scene. Passed? The exam just started. How did he complete it? There can't be a mistake in the exam, right? Could the data for the wild monster be wrong? No mistake, a level 15 Earth Bear. This is the content of the warrior class exam. To select outstanding students, the Tiangue Academy's self-enrollment exam is extremely rigorous. The first exam involves facing a level 15 elite monster. Even for a proficient class, it would be a challenge. This way, most people can be eliminated, ensuring that only the best are chosen. In previous years, the best score achieved by students in the first round was around 10 seconds, which was already quite excellent. However, 1 second. It was unbelievable that a candidate passed the exam in just 1 second. An examiner asked, "Can we analyze the skill he used?" A few seconds later, another person spoke up. It should be Thunderstrike. This skill is quite popular among warrior classes. Besides him, many others also used this skill in the first exam. Is Thunderstrike really that powerful? And he's just a basic warrior. The examiners were baffled. Finally, the chief examiner concluded, since we can't figure it out for now, let's not discuss it and wait until the exam is over. This student named Li Du will be ranked first for now. The examiners could only nod in agreement. The exam continued. This exam did not last long. It was completely over after half an hour. More than 6,000 people participated, and about half were directly eliminated. The rest all completed the exam. As for the exam scores, aside from Li Du's instant kill, the others took quite a bit of time. The average score was around 1 minute. Soon, a dignified voice rang out, now announcing the results of the first exam. A light screen appeared before everyone, displaying the rankings of all participants. First place, Li Du. Time, 1.2 seconds. Second place, Fu Ming. Time, 8 seconds. 172nd place, Jiang Yanming. Time, 1 minute 37 seconds. After the results were announced, some were overjoyed while others were dismayed. When people saw Li Du's score, they were utterly astonished, hardly able to believe it. Fu Ming put away her staff, looked at the light screen, and murmured, the best score in the past was only 10.3 seconds. My score should definitely be first. She was a well-known genius in Tianhai City and had already secured a spot at Tiangue Academy, not needing to participate in the college entrance exam or the self-enrollment exam. However, she was proud and unwilling to take shortcuts. She still chose to participate in the self-enrollment exam, aiming to achieve the top score and let everyone know that she could surpass others through her own strength. Soon, the rankings on the light screen appeared. Fu Ming was stunned. How is this possible? I'm not in first place. Who is this Li Du? 1.2 seconds. It must be a lie. Fu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. On the other side, Jiang Yanming was furious. Li Du. Damn it. That cursed Li Du. He cheated. He definitely cheated. 1.2 seconds? How is that possible? He simply could not accept it. Li Du was clearly a waste. How could he become so strong? Even if he risked his life to change classes, it shouldn't be like this, right? Li Du didn't care at all. Soon, a dignified voice echoed again. Congratulations to you, the candidates who have successfully passed the first exam. You have proven yourselves, possessing strength greater than others. But this is not the end. The second exam, which is even more brutal, follows closely behind. This exam will be the watershed that sets you apart from others. The danger level of this exam is extremely high, please act according to your abilities. As the voice faded, an information panel appeared before the candidates who passed the first exam. Second exam, group battle exam. Please select exam difficulty, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty, the easier it is to score high. The Tiangui Academy's independent admission exam consists of 2 parts. The first part is merely an appetizer, the second part is the main course. Countless geniuses have fallen in the second exam throughout history. Unlike the first exam, this one has difficulty classifications. Li Du did not hesitate and directly chose hell difficulty. Difficulty selection successful. Your exam content is defend against the attack of the goblin army. Exam time, 30 minutes. As the exam began, Li Du found himself on a battlefield. Then, a cloud of dust rose as countless goblins surged toward him like a tide. Goblin soldier, type, elite wild monster, level, 15, health, 2380, strength, 160. The numbers were quite exaggerated. A single goblin soldier's stats even surpassed that of the earth bear. Truly worthy of the highest difficulty exam. Outside, several examiners focused their attention on Li Du. Seeing that he had chosen hell difficulty, they all displayed expressions of surprise. The youth is formidable, the youth is formidable. He actually chose hell difficulty. At this difficulty, each minor monster's stats are 50% higher than those of elite monsters. No one has ever passed in history. That's right, at most, they have only passed nightmare difficulty, and even that is rare. That little girl from the Tianhai Guild also chose nightmare difficulty. The difficulty classification for the second round of this exam corresponds to the quality of the profession. Nightmare difficulty requires at least an epic profession to have a chance of passing, but even that is merely a possibility. Hell difficulty, on the other hand, is considered a challenge prepared for the prodigies of legendary professions. Yet Li Du was just a basic warrior, which left the examiners in disbelief. Let's see how he performs. A basic warrior can kill an earth bear, but I still feel it's too fantastical. If he can pass, that would truly be a dream. The examiners shook their heads, feeling that Li Du was being overly ambitious. After all, the wild monsters at nightmare difficulty have stats that are a level above the earth bear. Whoosh whoosh, there were simply too many goblin soldiers, almost stirring up a wind. Li Du even felt the entire ground shaking. I wonder if killing them can extend my lifespan. Li Du murmured, and at that moment, the goblin soldiers had already charged at him, and he no longer hesitated. All swords returned to their origin. With Li Du's loud shout, a massive magic array appeared in the sky. Then, countless sword rains fell like raindrops. The charging goblin soldiers were immediately pierced by the rain of swords, letting out wave after wave of wails. This scene completely shocked the examiners. What skill is this? He can actually unleash such a skill. At the very least, it has reached the epic level. I feel this skill's strength can even vaguely rival that of legendary level. He actually has this move. I feel he is very likely to be the first in this exam. The examiners were left speechless. Li Du stood beneath the sword formation, commanding the swords to slay the goblin soldiers, while he himself remained motionless. With each sword that fell, a goblin soldier met its end, and not a single sword was wasted. After a while, the examiners finally shifted their gaze to the other candidates. On the other side, Fu Ming was also performing exceptionally well. She cast a large spell, creating a massive magic array on the ground. This array continuously drained the life points of the wild monsters, while she skillfully darted around, evading their attacks, rendering them unable to harm her. In this way, without expending any effort, she could grind down countless wild monsters. Moreover, Fu Ming had many skills, including those for healing and mana recovery. If timed correctly, she could even release skills like a perpetual motion machine. This girl is quite impressive. If it weren't for that guy named Li Du being so unbelievable, she would have been the standout candidate in this exam. I wonder how she would react upon meeting Li Du. This girl has always been proud. When we old folks invited her, she was reluctant and insisted on participating in the exam. Fu Shang has raised a good daughter. Besides Fu Ming, many other professionals also performed quite well. Unfortunately, they failed to catch the attention of the examiners, especially the candidates ranked lower, who were merely glanced at before being dismissed, leaving no impression at all. One examiner sharply commented upon seeing Jiang Yanming. Only focused on being flashy, not knowing how to conserve energy, he probably won't last 10 minutes. A common flaw among young people, most are like this. In comparison, Li Du and Fu Ming are much more mature. After witnessing astonishing talents, it was hard for them to muster interest in ordinary ones. Soon, their attention returned to Li Du. By this time, 20 minutes had passed. Li Du's sword formation had been fully unleashed, and his mana bar was empty. However, he still wielded his iron sword to slay goblin soldiers, one sword for each, his movements clean and swift, flowing like art. The examiners couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Time continued to pass. During this period, most candidates either got injured or exhausted, choosing to withdraw from the exam, regrettably losing their qualification for direct admission. This included Jiang Yanming. Just as the examiners had said, after 10 minutes, he had depleted all his mana and was left dumbfounded. Without skills, he couldn't possibly contend against so many wild monsters and could only leave in disgrace. Ultimately, 30 minutes had passed. A voice rang out. The exam is over. This round of testing was even more brutal than the last. The previous round had only eliminated half the candidates, but this round directly eliminated 90%. Out of 3,000 people, fewer than 300 managed to hold on until the end. The difficulty was simply too high. Finally, the results of the exam appeared before everyone. First place, Li Du, total score 1872, difficulty level. Hell. Second place, Fu Ming, total score 780, difficulty level, nightmare. How is this possible? He actually chose Hell difficulty. Is he a legendary class? Upon seeing Li Du's score, Fu Ming lost her composure. She had once attempted Hell difficulty herself, but the strength and danger of the wild monsters were simply too high, and she had withdrawn in less than 10 minutes. She had thought that her nightmare difficulty would be enough to surpass most. And indeed, it was. In previous self-enrollment exams, the first place score was only a little over 600, with most people scoring around 300 or 400. Yet Li Du had shattered all expectations, raising the score to an unattainable level. He can't be cheating, can he? Fu Ming suddenly had this thought in her mind, but after a moment's reflection, she shook her head. This was the independent admission exam of Tengui Academy, and the strictness of various aspects was even comparable to the college entrance examination. Who would dare to cheat in such an exam? Were the monitors of the trial tower blind? It was likely that this person named Li Du was a hidden legendary class professional. That was the only possibility, otherwise, Fu Ming could not believe that she had fallen so far behind. Soon, the candidates were successively teleported out of the trial tower. The independent admission exam has concluded, and the rankings have been announced. Our school will verify the exam results for 2 days, and once confirmed, they will be made public. Those who meet the standards can come to our school to sign early admission procedures without having to go through the college entrance examination. If anyone wishes to pursue a higher platform, our school is also very welcoming. It was finally over. Although the exam time was not long, totaling just over an hour, the pressure was immense. Since it was an independent admission selection exam, the difficulty was much greater than the college entrance examination, so many candidates found it extremely challenging. However, for Li Du, it was nothing. When the results were announced and he saw his first place ranking, he merely smiled. Looking at it this way, I might be able to aim for this year's provincial champion. There must be other geniuses in Guizhou province who did not participate in this exam. Their goal was the top 10 elite academies, and Tiangui Academy still had some distance to go. Li Du had heard that the independent admission exams of the top 10 elite academies were truly brutal. Even legendary class professionals found it somewhat difficult to pass. For epic class professionals, no more than 20 could pass in a year. His competitors in the college entrance examination might very well be geniuses of legendary professions. As the exam concluded, people began to leave one after another. Li Du also planned to leave. He did not actually intend to apply to Tiangui Academy. He just wanted to see what level he was currently at. You are Li Du, right? At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Li Du turned around and saw a girl in a tea-green long dress, wearing a floral headband, looking like a fairy. Who are you? The girl introduced herself. My name is Fu Ming, and I ranked second in this exam. Is that so? Li Du smiled and asked, do you need something from me? Fu Ming did not beat around the bush and directly asked, is your profession a legendary class profession? No. Fu Ming clearly did not believe him and immediately cast a detection spell. Soon, the light of the detection spell fell on Li Du, revealing his information. Name, Li Du. Level, 15. Profession, basic warrior. Seeing this information, Fu Ming was stunned. How is this possible? How can you be a basic warrior? How could a basic warrior score so high? Do you have some item that disrupts detection spells? Li Du replied, I don't. Also, using a detection spell on me without my permission is a bit rude, don't you think? Humph. Alright, I apologize. But Li Du, I want to challenge you. Challenge me? That's right, do you dare to accept? Li Du suddenly laughed. He felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Previously, Jiang Yanming had said something similar to him, but Li Du completely disliked Jiang Yanming. However, this girl named Fu Ming, though she seemed a bit willful, was still somewhat reasonable. Whether I dare or not is my business. Why should I accept your challenge? Fu Ming thought for a moment and said, I am the strongest genius in Tianhai City. If you win against me, you will be the strongest. I don't care. Then how about this, I am also the vice president of the Tianhai Guild. If you win against me, I will let you join the Tianhai Guild. Not only will you enjoy the resources of the guild, but I will also let you use all the dungeons in the guild for free. Hearing this condition, Li Du raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you have that much power? Fu Ming immediately became proud. Of course. The Tianhai Guild is decided by me. That's just empty talk. What if you don't keep your word when the time comes? Fu Ming suddenly became a bit angry. What do you think I am? How could I possibly not keep my word? He wanted to say more, but a strong voice of a middle-aged man suddenly rang out. How about my guarantee? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Fu Ming immediately turned around, revealing a look of surprise. Dad, what are you doing here? This middle-aged man turned out to be Fu Ming's father. He smiled at Li Du and said to Fu Ming, if I don't come, are you going to sit here and bicker with others after taking second place? No way, Fu Ming pouted. The middle-aged man came to Li Du and extended his hand. Hello, Li Du. My name is Fu Shang, and I am Fu Ming's father. His demeanor was very kind, yet carried a certain authority. This kind of aura could only be cultivated through long-term high status. At first glance, Li Du confirmed that this middle-aged man was definitely a big shot. Li Du shook hands with Fu Shang, feeling somewhat reserved for some reason. Perhaps it was because he had rarely encountered someone like Fu Shang, despite having gone through a lot. After all, Li Du had just turned 18 this year. After releasing his hand, Fu Shang smiled and said, my daughter is good at everything except for being overly competitive. You took the first place she had her eyes on, how could she possibly sit still? How about this, you compete with her once, and regardless of the outcome, consider it making friends. As for Minger's promise, I'll vouch for it, that should be enough, right? With this said, Li Du had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Fu Ming's condition was also very tempting to him. The value of the Tianhai Guild's dungeon was beyond words. In that case, I agree to this competition. However, since the trial just ended today, how about we hold the competition tomorrow? Fu Shang remained silent, looking at his daughter. Fu Ming snorted coldly. Tomorrow it is. I absolutely will not lose to you. Good. I look forward to it. Dad, why are you meddling in my affairs? After Li Du left, Fu Ming complained to Fu Shang. Fu Shang just chuckled. Aren't you concerned about what profession he is? Your detection technique was not wrong. He is indeed a basic warrior. How is that possible? Fu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Shang took out a document. This is the file I retrieved regarding Li Du. Take a look. Fu Ming immediately began to read. Li Du, male, 18 years old. From Lanchun, Guizhou Province. Profession, basic warrior. Recent performance. The file was not very detailed, only recording Li Du's profession and some recent performances. However, the official seal on the document was from the Tengui Academy. This meant that the contents of the file had been confirmed by the Tengui Academy after testing. Li Du's profession was indeed a basic warrior. There was no mistake. Fu Ming was at a loss for words. She found it hard to believe that she had been left far behind by a basic warrior, while her own profession was an epic level one. Fu Shang patted his daughter's head and said meaningfully, there are always people better than you, and skies beyond the skies. Confidence is certainly a good thing, but being too proud is not. Humph. Even so, I will not lose to him. I actually didn't give it my all in today's exam, otherwise, my score could have doubled. Alright, I have always believed in you. After that, Fu Ming jogged off on her own. She needed to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Once Fu Ming left, Fu Shang took out another file, which was also about Li Du. The difference was that this was the most detailed file on Li Du. It recorded his life, background, connections, itinerary, experiences, almost restoring Li Du's 18 years of life on it. He flipped through a few pages, staring at a line of text, lost in thought. Job transfer failed, exchanged for the basic warrior profession at the Divine Temple. Tiangui Academy Dormitory. This is the dormitory arranged by Tiangui Academy for the self-enrollment exam. It offers free accommodation for these 2 days, and there's a free cafeteria downstairs. After finishing his meal, Li Du returned to the dormitory and began searching for information on the public computer provided. In fact, Li Du wasn't sure if he could find anything, but he felt that Fu Shang was likely a significant figure. If that were the case, there should be some information about him online. Soon, results appeared. Fu Shang, 42 years old, level 90 spirit spellcaster, profession quality, epic. Li Du looked on, astonished. He never expected that the seemingly amiable middle-aged man was actually a top-tier level 90 powerhouse. There couldn't be many people in the entire Tianhai city who could reach level 90, right? Li Du had heard that even in Tiangui Academy, there were only a handful of big shots above level 90. As he continued reading, Li Du suddenly froze. Formerly served as the president of the Tianhai Guild, currently serving as mayor of Tianhai City. He was actually the mayor. If he hadn't specifically looked it up, Li Du wouldn't have known at all. That girl Fu Ming actually had such a background? The next day, Li Du arrived as instructed, and Fu Ming was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Li Du, Fu Ming immediately raised her chin. Li Du, you were just lucky yesterday. Today, I will go all out to show you who the strongest genius is. Then I hope you'll go easy on me. When Li Du saw Fu Ming again, his attention was noticeably heightened. He didn't know if it was just luck, but he happened to be entangled with Fu Ming. Perhaps due to the trauma of losing his parents in childhood, Li Du always felt an inexplicable aversion to those with powerful backgrounds. However, although Fu Shang was the mayor, he appeared very gentle, and Li Du couldn't bring himself to dislike him, nor did he have any reason to. But today, Fu Shang didn't come. Instead, an old man in a white robe arrived. Upon seeing Li Du, he spoke, I am the adjudicator for this competition. You two can compete with peace of mind. The only requirement is that you cannot attack vital points or kill. Surrendering or falling off the stage counts as a loss. Fu Ming said, thank you, elderly. Seeing this, Li Du also echoed Fu Ming. The old man with the surname Li waved his hand. Not a bother, not a bother. Young people are full of energy, it's a good thing to compete more. Are you both ready? As Li Du and Fu Ming nodded, the old man with the surname Li announced, then I declare the competition to begin. Fu Ming took out a staff glowing with deep green light, with a green orb embedded at the top. The light radiated, as if all things were reviving. My profession is Nature Spirit Envoy, capable of harnessing the powers of nature, including fire, lightning, storms, and tsunamis. My skills will carry the power of nature, be careful. Li Du smiled and said, thank you for the reminder. Humph. Fu Ming immediately activated her staff, the magical light swirling within it, gradually condensing into a flame. The flame grew stronger, eventually forming a fireball. This fireball was enormous, with a diameter of half a meter. If it exploded, it would likely cause immense damage. Spirit word, fireball technique. Attack! As Fu Ming shouted, the fireball shot towards Li Du. Li Du also acted immediately, activating a tenfold life strike. Wolf King's Claw. A shadow of a claw appeared, as if Li Du's Wolf King's Claw had summoned a real Wolf King. The claw rushed towards the fireball, and the powerful gust of wind directly split the fireball apart. Whoosh, the fireball didn't even have a chance to explode before it was directly neutralized by Li Du. Fu Ming, seeing this scene, was not surprised at all, as the fireball technique was merely a basic spell. She had only used it to test Li Du. It's my turn. Li Du immediately rushed forward, wanting to get close to Fu Ming. As long as he was in close range, whether using the Wolf King's Claw or Thunderstrike, he could deal massive damage. Fu Ming was aware of this as well and released her skill again. Nature's Power, Forest Confinement. The staff emitted a green glow, and then countless shadows of large trees appeared around Fu Ming, with numerous vines entwined around them, all rushing towards Li Du. They were like ropes, trying to bind Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du immediately counterattacked. Swish, swish, swish. Under the attack of the Wolf King's Claw, one vine after another was instantly cut into several pieces, and not a single vine could get close to Li Du. On the contrary, Li Du continued to approach Fu Ming. After activating the tenfold life strike, Li Du's damage was extremely immense. These vines simply couldn't withstand it. As Li Du drew near, Fu Ming began to feel anxious. She waved her staff and released her skill once more. Nature's Wrath, Thunderclap. Boom! Boom! As expected of a nature spirit envoy, Fu Ming unleashed 3 types of skills: fire, forest, and thunder. Moreover, this thunderclap was clearly extraordinary. Li Du seemed to see the sky darkening, with lightning bolts descending, aimed directly at him. Thunder Strike. Seeing this, Li Du did not hesitate, pulling out a long sword from his spatial ring, and immediately executed Thunder Strike. The blade infused with thunder clashed with the lightning from the sky. Under the powerful damage of Thunder Strike, the lightning from the thunderclap not only failed to harm Li Du but instead merged directly into his long sword. Fu Ming was utterly astonished. In the next moment, Li Du swung his sword. Countless bolts of lightning surged towards her, and Fu Ming immediately felt a strong sense of danger. If these bolts of lightning truly struck her, she would be unable to withstand them. Just as Fu Ming closed her eyes, preparing to endure the attack, the imagined pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, she found Li Du holding his long sword right in front of her. I win. The battle was over, and the victor was clear. If Li Du had not held back with that strike, Fu Ming would undoubtedly have lost. She might even have been seriously injured or worse. Faced with this situation, even though she was unwilling, she had to admit that Li Du was indeed much stronger than her. The elderly man with the surname Li saw this and immediately announced the outcome. The battle is over, and the winner is Li Du. Upon hearing this result, although Fu Ming was very reluctant, she still pouted and said, "You won, congratulations." Li Du replied, "Since you lost, you should fulfill your promise." Fu Ming snorted coldly, "Of course, I'm not someone who goes back on my word." Saying this, she threw a blue-gray token to Li Du. "This is your identity token. I've specially adjusted the permissions for you. As long as you have this token, you can enter all dungeons affiliated with the Tianhai Guild for free. Your guild member information is also on it." Li Du took the token and found that it was engraved with the character Du, clearly his name. After using detection magic on the token, it immediately revealed his information. Tianhai Guild Identity Token, Advanced, Holder, Li Du Guild Level, Ordinary Member Contribution, 0 Token Permissions, Permanent Free Entry to Dungeons. Fu Ming said, "In addition to entering dungeons, you can also trade at the guild's marketplace. If you complete tasks issued by the guild, you can also earn contribution points. The contribution can be exchanged for many things in the guild's trading hall. In addition, you can also use the guild's teleportation array for free." Li Du nodded, indicating he understood. "You have a good heart. Don't get me wrong. This isn't my doing, it's my dad's." Although Fu Ming was a bit unhappy about losing, she was still quite straightforward. Li Du smiled and said nothing. After carefully examining the token, he finally said, "Since I've become a member of the Tianhai Guild, take me to see a dungeon." Fu Ming did not refuse and led Li Du through the teleportation array of the Tiangui Academy, arriving at the Tianhai Guild. The guild's building was very luxurious, filled with a sense of majesty and mystery, as if it contained some immense energy. Fu Ming took Li Du on a tour of the guild. There weren't many people inside, as most were out on missions, and no one stayed here. However, those they passed were quite surprised to see Fu Ming bringing a man to the guild. Could it be that the vice president is in a relationship? People speculated but dared not say much. Although Fu Ming's level was not high, her reputation as the #1 prodigy of Tianhai City was too loud to ignore. Especially since Fu Shan was once a hero of Tianhai City. As the daughter of Fu Shan, they had genuine respect for Fu Ming. Soon, Fu Ming brought Li Du to a room. The room was very spacious, with only a teleportation portal. This is the general teleportation portal for dungeons. As long as you choose the dungeon you want to enter, you can go through this portal directly. Li Du said, "I understand." After touching the portal, he immediately saw a line of information. Level check in progress. Check successful. Your level is level 15. You can enter dungeons below level 25. Please select the dungeon you wish to enter. Below was a list of dungeons, all below level 25. There were about 20 in total. Li Du directly chose the first one, then scrolled down to select the highest difficulty, Hell difficulty, and entered. As Li Du's figure disappeared, Fu Ming stomped her foot in annoyance. What a fool. I'm a beautiful woman accompanying you, and you don't even say thank you, just focused on grinding dungeons. Although she was angry, Fu Ming did not leave. Instead, she looked at the screen beside her, where she could directly see the dungeon's information, including Li Du's progress. Plague Goblin, this was the dungeon Li Du had just entered, a very ordinary dungeon in the Tianhai Guild, and it was an experience dungeon. What is an experience dungeon? This is a very special type of dungeon where the experience points from the wild monsters are higher than those in other dungeons. But in exchange, the wild monsters here cannot drop equipment or materials. Generally, people only choose experience dungeons when they urgently need to level up. Because the number of wild monsters in experience dungeons is extremely large, the speed of gaining experience is very fast. Did he choose the wrong difficulty? Fu Ming was very surprised when she saw the dungeon's difficulty. Li Du actually chose Hell difficulty right from the start. Wasn't he worried at all? But thinking back to how Li Du also chose Hell difficulty in the independent recruitment exam, Fu Ming suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Inside the dungeon, Li Du arrived in a wilderness. Eek, eek. Immediately, a series of strange cries came from all directions, followed by small, ugly goblins rushing towards Li Du, wielding various weapons. Goblin, level 15, type, normal wild monster, health, 1400, strength, 70. The individual goblin stats were not high, but when Li Du looked around, the goblins were densely packed from all sides, countless in number. Thousands could be possible. They swarmed like locusts, darkening the surroundings. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Li Du did not hesitate and immediately unleashed the technique. Soon, countless sword rains fell, killing the goblins in large swathes. You have killed a goblin, successfully extracted lifespan, 3 days. You gained experience points, 30. One message after another appeared in Li Du's mind. The experience points provided by a single goblin were quite meager, but Li Du did not care. He only cared about lifespan. Unfortunately, the lifespan provided by the goblins was ordinary, only 3 days. As the sword rain continued to fall, Li Du's lifespan kept increasing, and his experience points were also rising steadily. Before long, they were maxed out. Congratulations, level up. Current level, 16. Even after leveling up, Li Du's experience bar continued to rise rapidly. The goblins seemed endless, each one charging recklessly. A few minutes later, another prompt appeared. Congratulations, level up. Current level, 17. It wasn't until level 17 that the rate of experience gain began to slow down. Because Li Du's level exceeded the wild monsters by 2 levels, the experience points he gained were directly halved. However, his lifespan continued to increase. 10 minutes later, the 10,000 swords returned to the sect ended, but the goblins still showed no signs of diminishing. Li Du was finally astonished. How many goblins are there? With the 10,000 swords returned to the sect, one sword could kill several goblins. Even if calculated as one sword per goblin, Li Du had already killed over 10,000 goblins. Forget it, I should leave for now. There were simply too many goblins, and Li Du had no choice but to exit the dungeon. Once Li Du left, he saw Fu Ming staring wide-eyed at him, her gaze as if she were looking at a monster. What did you do in the dungeon? It's only been a little over 10 minutes, and over 20,000 goblins are dead. Over 20,000? Hearing Fu Ming's words, Li Du was pleasantly surprised. Looks like my efficiency in killing monsters is quite high. 20,000 monsters translated to over 60,000 days of lifespan, almost equivalent to 200 years. Li Du never expected that he would gain so much lifespan this time. Fu Ming was immediately rendered speechless by Li Du's words. Are you a monster? No way. Li Du, I want to go into the dungeon with you. If I don't see how you did it, I won't be able to sleep. Hearing this, Li Du smiled helplessly. I don't mind, but the goblin dungeon is already on cooldown, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Fu Ming said, here, take this. You can use it to enter immediately. Li Du took it and found it was a talisman-like item. Dungeon cooldown talisman, blue can immediately refresh dungeon cooldown time, limited to dungeons below level 30, such an item exists? Li Du was somewhat surprised. Seeing this, Fu Ming's mood improved significantly. Of course, there are many more good things you don't know about. If you stick with me, I can let you farm dungeons every day. Li Du just smiled but still took the talisman. A few minutes later, when the cooldown for the 10,000 swords returned to the sect ended, Li Du entered the dungeon with Fu Ming. Upon entering the dungeon, a large number of goblins surged out again. Although a single goblin had low stats, their sheer number was overwhelming. One careless moment could lead to being swamped by countless goblins. As the goblins charged forward, Fu Ming quickly warned, be careful. Just as she was about to swing her staff to kill a goblin, she suddenly froze. Li Du had already cast his skill, and a massive formation formed in the sky, followed by countless swords falling like raindrops. When they hit the ground, they all slashed towards the goblins, and large groups of goblins were instantly dismembered, with piles of goblin corpses scattered everywhere. There were simply too many swords, so many that the goblins were almost insufficient to kill. Is it really this easy? Fu Ming was shocked. You actually have such a skill, why didn't you use it when we were competing? Li Du replied, if I used this skill, it would be too unfair to you, and I wouldn't be winning by my own strength. Fu Ming was immediately infuriated, her small face puffed up as she turned away, looking quite adorable. I'm not as weak as you think. However, the sight of Li Du effortlessly slaying one goblin after another still deeply shocked her. A few minutes later, Li Du suddenly called back his myriad swords. The goblins had all been killed. A voice appeared in the minds of Li Du and Fu Ming. The goblin plague dungeon has been cleared. Is it cleared already? Fu Ming was at a loss for words. Initially, she was quite unwilling to accept her defeat to Li Du, but seeing his true strength now made her feel a sudden sense of relief, as if it was only natural to fail against such a powerful opponent. After exiting the dungeon, Fu Ming asked, you're clearly so strong, why is your profession just a basic warrior? Your skill values are impossible for a basic warrior to achieve. Hearing this, Li Du was instead surprised. You don't know? Know what? I thought you would have specifically investigated me. Fu Ming was the daughter of Fu Shang, the mayor of Tianhai City. If she wanted to know about Li Du, it would be almost effortless. Li Du's words angered Fu Ming, and she shouted, what do you take me for? I'm not the kind of person who pries into others' privacy. Seeing her angry, Li Du realized he had misspoken and could only apologize. Fu Ming's puffed-up face finally returned to normal. Alright, Just tell me if your basic warrior profession is real or not. If you say you have an item that can block the Tiangui Academy's detection, I would believe it. Li Du said, my profession is naturally real. This was the second time Li Du had admitted this profession in front of her. No matter how unbelievable it was, Fu Ming had no choice but to believe it. She suddenly felt a deep sense of defeat. It was one thing to lose to Li Du, but he was just a basic warrior. She was the #1 genius of Tianhai City. Was she really that inadequate? For a moment, Fu Ming felt a bit wronged, almost wanting to cry. But her pride wouldn't allow her to shed tears in front of Li Du, so she could only puff up her face and pretend to be angry. Li Du comforted her, alright, don't be angry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. I'm not angry, don't think too much. I know you're not angry. After a while, Fu Ming gradually calmed down. Li Du said, I'm leaving now, I'll come back tomorrow to continue the dungeon. Fu Ming turned her face away, do as you like, I've already given you the token, come whenever you want. Soon, Li Du returned to the dormitory of Tiangui Academy. All the way, Li Du was in an exceptionally good mood. The trip to the Tianhai Guild had brought him immense rewards. In the Goblin Plague Dungeon, there were over 30,000 goblins, and after killing them all, Li Du gained over 90,000 years of lifespan. He opened his data panel. Name, Li Du level, 17 profession, basic warrior equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Slaughter, green, Overlord Heavy Armor, blue, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, Myriad Swords Returning to Origin, purple, health, 1910 mana, 215 strength, 77, plus 10, spirit, 19 constitution, 47 agility, 18 free attribute points, 0 talent, longevity, intermediate you gain a life absorption skill, killing wild monsters allows you to extract life, currently at a rate of 3 days per monster. Talent experience, 1413861000000, upgradable, lifespan, 431 years 125 days 21 hours 36 minutes 51 seconds, 431 years. This time, the dungeon directly granted Li Du over 200 years of lifespan. With this, I can at least exchange for an ordinary profession. However, Li Du's gaze gradually became fervent. If the speed of increasing lifespan was this fast, why should he limit himself to exchanging for an ordinary profession? Excellent, fine, or even epic, it might not be impossible. No matter what, I should upgrade my talent first. I wonder how much the efficiency of absorbing lifespan will improve after this upgrade. Then, Li Du immediately upgraded his talent. Upgrade successful. As a message appeared, Li Du quickly checked his talent. Talent, longevity, advanced you gain the life absorption skill, killing monsters allows you to extract life. Currently extracting at a rate of 10 days per monster. Talent experience, 41386/1000000. Seeing the upgraded talent, Li Du finally grinned. 10 days. Killing a monster can grant me 10 days of lifespan. If the value difference is huge, I might get 500 days from just one kill. With this, Li Du's efficiency in killing monsters significantly increased again. After the upgrade, to level up again, he would need 1 million talent experience. I'll run the Plague Elemental Dungeon a few more times, it won't take too long. After upgrading his talent, Li Du looked at his over 400 years of lifespan and thought about the Life Strike skill. This skill could also be upgraded, and the lifespan required for the upgrade was 100 years. I wonder what the effect will be after the upgrade. Let's upgrade and see. Upgrade successful. Life Strike has evolved into Wrath of Beings. Wrath of Beings, special skill, no profession restrictions, no learning restrictions. Skill effect, consumes 1 day of lifespan, doubling all your damage for 1 hour. Usage restriction, 200 mana. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Passive skill, when you suffer fatal damage, automatically deduct 100 years of your lifespan to negate this damage, and for the next 30 minutes, all your attributes are doubled. This effect can only activate 3 times. Note 1, if you consume 1 year of lifespan, damage can be increased to 10 times. If you consume 10 years of lifespan, it increases to 100 times, and so on. This skill can be upgraded. Current upgrade requirement, 1000 years of lifespan. Note 2, consuming 100 years of lifespan allows you to forcibly cast this skill during the cooldown, but it can only last for 5 minutes. After the upgrade, the effect of Wrath of Beings did not change much. However, Li Du was very pleased. Because after the upgrade, although casting Wrath of Beings required mana, the cooldown time changed from 1 day to 1 hour. Moreover, even during the cooldown, it could be forcibly cast. Since Wrath of Beings only enters cooldown after the effect ends, Li Du could cast it up to 12 times a day. This way, he could repeatedly run high-difficulty dungeons to farm monsters, greatly increasing the efficiency of lifespan acquisition. Of course, this was just one aspect. What surprised Li Du the most was that Wrath of Beings had gained an additional passive. This gave Li Du 3 chances to save his life, although it required consuming 100 years of lifespan to trigger. If he lost his life, what use was lifespan? To upgrade Wrath of Beings again, it will cost 1000 years of lifespan. It seems I have more farming to do. Even though he had gained several hundred years of lifespan, Li Du still felt that his lifespan was too short. Now, everything he did required consuming lifespan. Changing to a new profession requires at least 200 years, and if one wishes to switch to an elite profession, it could even take over 1000 years of lifespan. The consumption in the Divine Temple of Life can only be paid with lifespan. Moreover, upgrading the Wrath of Beings costs another 1000 years of lifespan. Li Du suddenly felt so poor. I've been busy grinding monsters lately. With this thought, Li Du immediately messaged Shui Shang, saying he wouldn't be going home for the time being. The dungeons of the Tianhai Guild were perfect for him, and he needed to make the most of his time before the college entrance examination arrived. The next day, Li Du returned to the Tianhai Guild. Fu Ming was already there. Li Du greeted him and then rushed straight to the dungeon. Fu Ming watched Li Du's retreating figure, feeling a bit irritated. "Humph, I'm such a beautiful girl, and you didn't even glance at me before running off to grind dungeons. I curse you to never find a girlfriend in your life." Upon entering the dungeon, he was greeted by a familiar group of goblins. Without hesitation, Li Du unleashed the 10,000 swords return to origin. Soon, his experience bar and lifespan began to rise continuously. A few minutes later, Li Du emerged. "Fu Ming, do you have any mana potions and dungeon cooldown tokens?" Fu Ming threw the items to Li Du with annoyance. "Here. Thanks." After saying that, Li Du re-entered the dungeon. Before long, he came out again because he had cleared the dungeon. When Li Du emerged, Fu Ming was still watching him, but Li Du ignored her, simply sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, resting. After a few minutes, when his skills had cooled down, he entered the Goblin Plague dungeon once more. And so, half a day passed. It wasn't until Fu Ming realized that all her mana potions and dungeon cooldown tokens were completely used up that Li Du finally stopped. Fu Ming looked at Li Du as if he were a monster. "Aren't you tired from grinding dungeons for so long?" At this point, Li Du was already drenched in sweat, panting as he sat on the ground to rest. Hearing Fu Ming's words, he smiled helplessly. In reality, continuously grinding dungeons and casting skills took a huge toll on both physical and mental stamina. A few rounds would be fine, but Li Du had been at it for most of the day without any breaks. As soon as his skills were off cooldown, he continued grinding. "Do I look like I'm not tired?" Fu Ming asked, puzzled. "Then why are you working so hard? The results of today's independent recruitment exam have already come out, and you ranked first. If you want, you can directly obtain a recommendation to Tiangue Academy right now." Li Du slightly raised his head. "Are you concerned about me?" "And no. Why would I care about you?" Fu Ming turned her head away. "I just find it strange." Li Du sighed and didn't respond. For him, Tiangue Academy was indeed sufficient. It was a top-tier institution that many could only dream of. But Li Du felt that merely going to Tiangue Academy would be a waste. He actually wanted to attend the most prestigious academy in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, Qingbei Academy. The reason for this was twofold. On one hand, he wanted to prove himself. Over the years, he had faced too many disdainful looks. On the other hand, Li Du wanted to turn the page for his parents. They had died in a mining accident, and that disaster claimed not only his parents but many others, over 100, all mere mortals. Yet in the end, the investigation results were scant, and Li Du couldn't even see his parents' bodies. He only received a few pieces of clothing to build a tomb for them. The mining group was said to have gone bankrupt, but over the years, another mining giant had risen, and the executives inside were all former members of that mining group. None had changed. This was a thorn in Li Du's heart. His parents had died too tragically, too unjustly, and Li Du wanted to know what had really happened back then. All of this required absolute strength. This was the era of professionals, where reason held no sway. Finally, Li Du spoke, bitterly smiling. "There's nothing strange about it. Everyone wants to become stronger. I can now be directly recommended to Tiangue Academy, but if I grit my teeth a little more, can I go even further?" Fu Ming shook her head. "It's very difficult. Your profession is simply too poor. Tiangue Academy is already the highest you can reach. The more prestigious the academy, the more they value professions. For instance, the top academy in Daxia, Qingbei Academy, doesn't even accept high-quality professions. They require at least epic-level ones to start." Maybe, Li Du didn't take Fu Ming's words to heart. He felt rested enough and planned to continue into the dungeon. But soon, seeing the cooldown time on the dungeon, he realized he had run out of cooldown tokens. Do you have any dungeon cooldown tokens left?" Fu Ming, exasperated, stomped her foot. "No. All you do is run dungeons. One day, you'll end up killing yourself. If you love running dungeons so much, why don't you break all the records in the guild's dungeons? Upon hearing this, Li Du's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't even thought of that. Back when he broke the record in the abandoned mine dungeon, he had even received a space ring. Li Du immediately grabbed Fu Ming's hand, excitedly saying, "You're right. I would have forgotten about that. Where can I check the dungeon records?" Fu Ming stared blankly at Li Du, not even realizing her hand was being held. "Wait, are you really planning to do that? Is there a problem?" Fu Ming. Soon, Li Du found the stone tablet recording the dungeon records, which documented the completion times for each dungeon, all below level 25. Dark Forest Wizard, 27 hours 6 minutes 23 seconds Carmen Orc Kingdom, 42 hours 5 minutes 33 seconds Underground Ant Kingdom, 25 hours 4 minutes 12 seconds Lava Behemoth, 18 hours 35 minutes 36 seconds. Looking through them one by one, all of these were extremely difficult dungeons. The completion difficulty was all hellish, and they were all team completions. Even so, the minimum time required was over 10 hours, with some dungeons taking 20 or even 40 hours to complete. Fu Ming said irritably, "Just look at them. The difficulty of these dungeons is not something you can clear alone." "Do you think every dungeon is like the experience dungeon with the plague gnomes?" Li Du asked. "Can you explain it to me in detail?" Fu Ming had no choice but to explain to Li Du. Take the top one, the Dark Forest Wizard dungeon, for example. The completion condition is to defeat the wizard residing in the Dark Forest, and that wizard isn't even high level, just level 25. But don't think it's that simple. First of all, that forest is the wizard's territory, everything in it, the vegetation and wild monsters, are the wizard's eyes. Your every move is under the wizard's watch, there's nowhere to hide. Moreover, the entire Dark Forest is a massive illusion array. If you're not careful, you'll be lost in it forever. Even if you're lucky enough to find the wizard's lair, that wizard's skills are quite disgusting. It can summon all sorts of powerful dark creatures and cast various strange curses on you, even sealing your 5 senses and turning you into a disabled person. Without sufficient understanding and a targeted team, clearing this dungeon is nearly impossible. At this point, Fu Ming shot Li Du a glance. "You're strong, but your skills are just too simple. Even I, with enough preparation, could find a way to defeat you." Li Du nodded. He didn't doubt Fu Ming's words. In fact, during their battle, she hadn't even had the chance to use many of her techniques. Fu Ming continued, "Take the Lava Behemoth dungeon for example. This dungeon is quite simple, but it is filled with magma and extremely hot air. Once you enter the dungeon, you will lose 1% of your maximum health every second. If you accidentally fall into the magma, you could end up crippled at best, or dead at worst. Without the appropriate equipment, you won't even make it to the boss in the Lava Behemoth dungeon, you'll just be burned to death by the magma." After hearing this, Li Du gradually calmed down. Indeed, these dungeons were not that simple. However, Li Du felt there should be a dungeon he could challenge. Looking around, Li Du asked, "What about the Cayman Orc Kingdom?" Fu Ming said, "This dungeon is a kingdom made up of Cayman orcs. To clear it, you must conquer this kingdom. Inside, there is a large army of Cayman orcs, as well as many large wild monsters. I advise you not to consider it. The dangers inside come only from the Cayman orcs and large wild monsters. Is there anything that requires special targeting?" "No, but the Cayman orc army inside, every soldier is stronger than elite wild monsters. At hell difficulty, a single Cayman orc is equivalent to a level 35 ordinary wild monster." "Then I want to challenge it." Fu Ming was immediately shocked. Are you sure? This dungeon is the hardest among these dungeons." Li Du said nothing. He walked directly to the teleportation portal and selected the hell difficulty for the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon, then entered. Hey! Fu Ming shouted a couple of times from behind, and seeing that Li Du ignored her, she stomped her feet in anger. "You have entered the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon, and the difficulty you selected is hell difficulty. At this difficulty, the Cayman Orc stats will be greatly enhanced, and they will support each other extremely quickly, mastering military tactics. Your situation will be very difficult. The king of the Cayman Orc Kingdom will become extremely stable. You will have no chance to directly contact the king until you kill all the Cayman Orcs. You will always be in a state of exposed visibility. Within the Cayman Orc Kingdom, there is nowhere to hide. Alright, the Cayman Orcs have already discovered you. Good luck." As Li Du entered the dungeon, he heard line after line of information. He had tried to overestimate the difficulty of this dungeon, but in the end, he still underestimated it. This was a wilderness, and not far away stood a towering castle, surrounded by countless buildings, resembling a kingdom. Clearly, this was the territory of the Cayman Orc Kingdom. Wah. Soon, several voices caught Li Du's attention. Nearby were a few patrolling Cayman Orcs who had already spotted him. These Cayman orcs looked similar to goblins, all green, but much taller and more menacing, with very solid muscles. Upon seeing Li Du, they immediately screeched and charged at him. Li Du immediately cast a detection spell. Cayman orc patrol type, ordinary wild monster level, 25 health, 9800 as expected. Its hell difficulty, even a wild monster's stats are so exaggerated. Without hesitation, Li Du directly unleashed tenfold Wrath of the Living. Wolf King's Claw. Swish swish swish, with a few swift claws, these Cayman orcs were immediately defeated by Li Du. You have killed a Cayman orc patrol. It has been detected that this wild monster's stats far exceed yours, you gain 500 days of lifespan. Congratulations, you have gained experience. 600. Just one Cayman orc patrol can extract 500 days of lifespan, awesome. With several orcs dead, Li Du immediately added several years to his lifespan. Now that his talent has been upgraded, killing a wild monster can grant him at least 10 days of life. At this rate, it won't be long before Li Du's lifespan reaches over 1,000 years. Ya wah wah. Waji waji. After a few Cayman orc patrol soldiers died, Li Du heard several strange cries. On the other side, there was another team of patrol soldiers. Just as Li Du was about to attack, the Cayman orcs suddenly seemed frightened and fled in all directions. Li Du wanted to chase them, but he saw them throw something unknown, which landed on the ground and exploded into a large cloud of smoke, completely obscuring Li Du's vision. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard. Woo 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 woo. It was the sound of a horn being blown. At this moment, the smoke cleared, but there were no Cayman orcs left in the wild. Li Du looked towards the castle and found many fully armed Cayman orcs on the city wall. They held bows and arrows, aimed at Li Du. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows rained down like raindrops, as the Cayman orc soldiers attacked. They were well trained, not at all like ordinary orcs, but rather like a battle-hardened iron-blooded army. Seeing this, Li Du no longer hesitated and directly unleashed the Wrath of Beings. All swords returned to the source. Li Du shouted loudly, sparing no effort. A massive magic array appeared in the sky, and then countless swords surged towards the Cayman orc soldiers on the city wall. In an instant, countless Cayman orc soldiers let out screams as they were pierced by Li Du's swords. You killed a Cayman orc soldier. Successfully extracted 500 days of life, you gain 650 experience points. You killed a Cayman orc soldier. Successfully extracted 500 days of life, you gain 650 experience points. You killed. Message after message appeared, and Li Du's lifespan continued to increase, with his experience points growing as well. Congratulations, level up. Current level, level 19. A few minutes later, a golden light appeared around Li Du, and he leveled up again. Previously, Li Du had run the Cholera Elemental Dungeon several times, gaining a large amount of experience. He had already reached level 18, with only a small portion of experience needed to reach level 19. Now, after grinding the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon and killing many wild monsters, he finally leveled up again. However, Li Du felt no excitement about leveling up. His profession was simply too poor, and the upgrade felt almost meaningless. Li Du ignored these messages and focused on unleashing all swords returned to the source. Soon, all swords returned to the source disappeared, and the Cayman orc soldiers on the city wall had already been completely wiped out by Li Du. He approached the city gate and unleashed Thunder Strike. Then, the city gate slowly opened, and Li Du entered the Cayman orc kingdom. Woo 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 woo, the sound of a massive horn echoed continuously. Although the soldiers on the city wall had been killed, a tide of soldiers surged forth from within the kingdom, all fully armed, rushing towards Li Du. Cayman Orc Elite Soldier, Type, Elite Wild Monster, Level, 25, Health, 18,760, Strength, 450. Seeing these numbers, Li Du couldn't help but be shocked. The stats of these elite soldiers were twice that of ordinary soldiers. 10 times the Wrath of Beings isn't enough, there are just too many of these soldiers. Li Du no longer hesitated and directly increased the Wrath of Beings to 100 times. With a 10-year lifespan consumed, Li Du charged forward. Thunder Strike. Soon, the thunderous strike landed on the frontline soldiers, instantly killing several of them. You killed a Cayman Orc Elite Soldier. You successfully extracted 500 days of life. You gained 1,200 experience points. Although the extracted lifespan is still 500 days, the experience points are double that of an ordinary soldier. At this rate, I will soon be able to level up again. If I can reach level 20 before the college entrance examination, Li Du is even confident that he can compete with those legendary professionals and seize the title of Provincial Champion. You killed. One after another, messages appeared in Li Du's mind. With the 100-fold damage boost, the Cayman Orc Elite soldiers fell like paper, no match for Li Du at all. A few minutes later, dozens of Cayman Orc soldiers lay dead on the ground. This was an entire squad, all killed by Li Du. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, countless strong sounds of air being sliced through erupted. Li Du looked around and found that countless Cayman orc soldiers were surging from all directions. Some were on the castle walls, shooting arrows at Li Du, while others were fully armed, charging towards him. Boom! 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 At the same time, a tall figure shook the ground as it charged forward. Cayman giant orc type, elite wild monster level, 27 health, 30,000 strength, 900. Upon seeing this Cayman giant orc, Li Du was genuinely surprised. This value was nearly twice as powerful as the Cayman elite soldiers, especially its staggering 900 points of strength, which could easily kill Li Du with just one punch. However, Li Du was not afraid. After a few minutes of battle, the cooldown for 10,000 swords return to origin was ready. 10,000 swords return to origin. Li Du shouted and unleashed the skill again. Countless sword rains fell, and the Cayman orc soldiers around were once again slaughtered in droves. Although the Cayman giant orc had a thick health bar, it could not withstand the damage from 10,000 swords return to origin. Li Du could see it quickly becoming covered in wounds, its health bar visibly dropping. In less than 10 seconds, the 30,000 health Cayman giant orc fell. You killed the Cayman giant orc, successfully extracted 500 days of life. You gained 1,800 experience points. When this round of 10,000 swords return to origin ended, the surroundings finally quieted down significantly. The ground was littered with the corpses of Cayman orc soldiers. Although there were still sounds of charging nearby, it seemed to be reinforcements, but they would take time to arrive. Li Du walked to the corpse of the Cayman giant orc and activated the extraction. Congratulations, extraction successful. You obtained Tooth of the Beast, Blue, Frenzy, Blue. A total of 2 items were extracted, with the Tooth of the Beast being a material, and Frenzy surprisingly being a skill book. Frenzy, Summoning Class Skill Book. Grants summoned creatures attribute enhancement, lasting 30 minutes. Unfortunately, this was not a warrior-type skill, so Li Du could not learn it. However, selling the blue skill book could fetch a good price. It was still quite valuable. After collecting the spoils, Li Du continued deeper into the castle. At this moment, Li Du discovered that there were walls inside the walls. He arrived at the second castle, where the soldiers were fully armed and waiting for him. Above the castle walls, a gigantic eagle was perched. When Li Du appeared, a Cayman orc, extremely tall and nearly 3 meters high, clad in silver armor, stepped out from the castle walls. Li Du used his detection skill. Cayman orc general type, mini boss health, 58,000 strength, 1280 traits, extremely high resistance, both physical and magical resistance are very high, explosive damage, each attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, dealing double damage. Seeing these values, Li Du felt a wave of pressure. No wonder this was the highest difficulty dungeon. The mini-boss's stats far exceeded those of ordinary dungeons. No wonder the best records for others to clear the game took over 40 hours. Kill the intruder. At this moment, the Cayman orc general actually spoke directly, drawing a silver longsword and pointing it at Li Du. Then, the giant eagle in the sky and the Cayman orc soldiers on the city wall all aimed their weapons at Li Du. Wow wow wow! A series of strange cries erupted among the Cayman orc soldiers, and then Li Du realized that these soldiers were actually casting skills. A massive magic circle appeared in the sky, and the giant eagle soared high, spewing towards the magic circle. Then, the magic circle conjured huge fireballs, crashing down towards Li Du like meteors. These fireballs were enormous, with a diameter of about 2 to 3 meters. When Li Du saw the fireballs, he already felt an intense wave of heat. He dared not take the fireballs head-on and quickly fled. Just as Li Du had barely escaped the impact zone of the fireballs, they landed. Boom! Boom! The loud explosions accompanied by flames continuously surged and erupted. Countless tongues of fire spread in all directions, and Li Du immediately felt a sharp pain. After using a detection spell, Li Du could see his health rapidly depleting. He hadn't been hit directly by the fireballs, but merely grazed by the flames, and it was already so severe. If the fireballs had hit him directly, he would have likely died instantly. I must be careful at all times. Li Du took out a few bottles of recovery potions and drank them, finally feeling a bit better. However, the pressure did not dissipate. After the fireballs ended, the Cayman orc army in the city shot arrows again. 10,000 swords returned to origin. At this moment, Li Du's skill cooldown was over, and without hesitation, he unleashed it again. Under the 10,000 swords returned to origin, countless Cayman orc soldiers were utterly unable to resist. Although Li Du looked quite disheveled now, as long as he had the 10,000 swords returned to origin, he was almost invincible. With the 100-fold damage bonus from the Wrath of Beings, the damage of a single sword strike from the 10,000 swords returned to origin was already terrifying, let alone 10,000 swords. However, when Li Du used the detection spell, he couldn't help but be astonished. When the 10,000 swords returned to origin struck the Cayman Orc general, each sword's damage was actually reduced to 100. It should be noted that this was the 10,000 swords returned to origin enhanced 100-fold. Without the enhancement, each sword would only deal 1 point of damage. The Cayman Orc general's defenses were simply too high. A few minutes later, the 10,000 swords returned to origin ended, and the surrounding soldiers and elite soldiers had all perished. But the Cayman Orc general still stood on the city wall. Not only that, after a long cry from the sky, the giant eagle also arrived at the city wall. It flew out of the range of the 10,000 swords returned to origin and suffered no damage at all. When Li Du used the detection spell, he found that the Cayman Orc general still had half of its health left. Although its armor was covered in scars, its combat power had not diminished. Kill the intruder. The Cayman Orc general spoke again, and then it actually mounted the giant eagle, soaring into the sky and charging towards Li Du. Caw! The giant eagle let out a sharp cry. Li Du felt another gust of wind rushing towards him, almost knocking him over. Thunder Strike. Li Du did not back down and unleashed Thunder Strike. Countless bolts of lightning struck him, crackling. Just as the giant eagle swooped down to kill Li Du, his Thunder Strike was also released. Kill! With a loud shout, the Thunder Strike slashed down. The giant eagle immediately let out a mournful cry and crashed heavily to the ground. One of its wings was directly broken by Li Du's Thunder Strike. Blood flowed, and black feathers scattered. The giant eagle lay pitifully on the ground, and the Cayman Orc general rolled down with it, letting out a few cries of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Li Du immediately rushed forward to attack. Neither the giant eagle nor the Cayman Orc general had reacted in time, caught off guard by Li Du. Wolf King's Claw. Fierce claws relentlessly tore at the Cayman Orc general. Li Du specifically targeted the unarmored areas, quickly turning it into a bloody mess. Then, Li Du directly ripped off its helmet, and a claw struck down on its head. Kill Death Invader. The Cayman Orc general rasped a few words before finally succumbing to death. Afterwards, Li Du followed up with an attack, simultaneously killing the giant eagle. Congratulations! You have killed the Cayman Orc general and successfully extracted 5,000 days of lifespan. You gain 10,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have killed the black feather giant eagle and successfully extracted 500 days of lifespan. You gain 3,000 experience points. Having slain 2 formidable foes, Li Du felt exhilarated. After sitting on the ground and catching his breath, he examined the corpses of the Cayman Orc general and the giant eagle, then activated his extraction skill. Extraction successful. You obtained Cayman General Sword, purple, Elite Bone, purple, Fragment of the Beast God token. Extraction successful. You obtained Black Feather Eagle Claw, blue. The items extracted were not many, perhaps due to Li Du's extraction skill being too low level. However, a few of the items caught his attention. Cayman General Sword, Warrior Class Equipment, Epic Level. Required level, 25 attributes, plus 300 strength, plus 1,500 health effect. Your attacks have a knockback effect, and all damage you deal is increased by 30%. Attached skill. Cayman/seeing the attributes of this sword, Li Du couldn't help but gasp. Truly an epic piece of equipment. It directly added 300 points to strength, and not only that, it had many powerful effects. Moreover, it came with an attached skill. It's a pity my level isn't high enough, otherwise, I could equip it right away. After storing the sword and materials in his spatial ring, Li Du looked at a broken fragment. Fragment of the Beast God token. Background story. The Cayman Beast God is the deity of the Cayman clan. He created the Cayman and gave life to all Cayman. Every Cayman orc takes pride in dying for the Beast God. Legend has it that by collecting the Beast God's tokens, one can summon the Beast God, gain inheritance, and become the king of Cayman orcs. When Li Du used his detection skill on this fragment, he saw this piece of information. Then, a message appeared in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully triggered a hidden quest. Cayman Beast God token. Quest description. Legend has it that the Cayman Beast God divided the token into 7 pieces, scattered across the world. Collect all 7 pieces to summon the Beast God and gain inheritance. Please collect the scattered Beast God tokens around the world. This quest is a long-term quest with no time limit. Seeing this quest, Li Du couldn't help but feel delighted. This quest was actually related to a Beast God. Gods are the beings at the pinnacle of this world, capable of influencing the entire direction of the world. The levels of practitioners range from 0 to 100. Upon reaching level 100, one can undergo a class rebirth, also known as class evolution. After evolution, the life form undergoes a change, and the current species no longer belongs to any native species of this world but ascends to a higher level. This level of life is called transcendence. There are 2 stages of transcendence, with a gap between them as vast as a chasm. Only by crossing both stages and reaching the pinnacle of practitioners can one qualify to see the divine fire. Only those who successfully ignite the divine fire can become deities. Since the great change in the world, no human deity has appeared until now. Those at the top of humanity are merely transcendent beings. People's understanding of the divine still comes only from various legends and prophecies. However, this task is ultimately a long-term endeavor, and it certainly won't be easy to complete. 7 fragments of the beast god order are scattered across the world. How could they be so easily obtained? Perhaps he might not encounter the next piece in this lifetime. Li Du suppressed the excitement in his heart and stored the spoils back into his spatial ring. After killing the Cayman orc general, Li Du wanted to continue moving forward. However, at this moment, the duration of his Wrath of the Living had expired. Reluctantly, Li Du could only temporarily exit the instance. Cayman Orc Kingdom, your completion rate is 8%. After coming out, Li Du was somewhat surprised to see the completion rate. He had thought that even if he didn't clear it completely, he should at least have completed half, but he didn't expect it to be only 8%. It seemed that clearing this instance would take a long time. Are you okay? Seeing Li Du come out, Fu Ming immediately approached him, asking with concern. Li Du shook his head. I'm fine, but you were right, this instance is indeed very difficult. Fu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief but rolled her eyes. I told you not to challenge this, but you just wouldn't listen. You aimed too high, now you know your mistake, right? Li Du just smiled and said nothing. Fu Ming didn't say anything more. After spending these days together, she had come to understand Li Du's character. He seemed quite gentle, but his temper was as stubborn as a bull. Once he decided on something, nothing could change his mind. She changed the subject. The rankings for the autonomous enrollment exam at Tengwei Academy have been announced. Those who want to enroll early have gone to sign the paperwork. You didn't go today, and the admissions office people came to me, asking what was going on with you? Li Du replied, I don't want that spot. I should be able to do better on the college entrance exam. For some reason, after hearing Li Du's words, Fu Ming felt a bit irritated. Her grades could also get her into a better school, but since her father was the mayor of Tianhai City and her family had deep ties with Tiangui Academy, Fu Ming could only attend Tiangui Academy. Of course, due to her strong background, the treatment she received at Tiangui Academy far exceeded that of ordinary students, even more so than students from prestigious schools like Qingbei. After thinking for a moment, Fu Ming said, why don't you go after all? My dad knows a lot of people at Tiangui Academy. I can have him find you a level 90 professor for one-on-one guidance. Li Du was puzzled. Why? Fu Ming snorted, you don't even think about what your profession is. Even if your scores are high, would top-ranked schools really want you? Even if they do, would any teachers pay attention to you? Just come to Tiangui Academy. Even if you're just a basic warrior, it doesn't matter. As long as I speak, there are plenty of professors to teach you. Li Du laughed. So you do care about me after all. What are you talking about? Fu Ming turned her head away. You stole my first place. Of course, I want to take it back. If you become weaker because you don't have a teacher, even if I win, I won't feel a sense of achievement. That's just how it is, don't misunderstand. I see. Li Du just smiled but didn't agree. Thanks for the motivation, but I still plan to take the college entrance exam. Fu Ming was a bit angry. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Top-ranked schools don't accept low-level professions. Even if they do, you won't be valued there. Li Du just smiled and didn't refute. However, his meaning was quite clear. Fu Ming stomped her foot in frustration. Humph. Do whatever you want. It doesn't concern me anyway. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Watching her back, Li Du shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he had really considered agreeing just now. But in the end, he still didn't agree. However, when it came to Tiangui Academy, Li Du always felt it wasn't enough. The upper limit of this platform is not high enough. At least, it is difficult to see legendary-level professions at Tiangui Academy. However, the top 10 elite academies can categorize legendary professionals into several classes. Even though they value professions, what if I become the provincial champion? Li Du was full of confidence. By this time, it was getting late, and Li Du was planning to head back. As he reached the entrance of the guild, he suddenly saw Fu Ming. It seemed she was waiting for him. Li Du asked, is there anything else? Fu Ming replied irritably, the autonomous enrollment exam has ended, and the dormitories at Tiangui Academy have been cleared out. Where do you plan to stay? Li Du was taken aback for a moment. He clearly just realized this matter. After thinking for 2 seconds, Li Du said, I'll just find a random place. Humph. I knew you would say that. Fu Ming said, directly pulling Li Du's arm, come with me. Li Du followed her, and before long, they arrived at a very luxuriously decorated apartment. This is the guild's exclusive dormitory. I've already arranged a room for you, you can stay here. Saying this, she tossed a set of keys to Li Du. She also emphasized, I only told you this because I felt sorry for you and suddenly remembered that there were dormitories here. If I hadn't thought of it today, humph. Fu Ming waved her small fist and turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Du couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Fu Ming was surprisingly cute. Entering the dormitory, the decor was indeed very luxurious, with all kinds of furniture available. After taking a shower, Li Du began to tally up his gains from today. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Du. Level, 19. Profession, Basic Warrior Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Slaughter, Green, Overlord Heavy Armor, Blue, Skills, Wolf King's Claw, Green, Extraction, White, All Swords Return to Origin, Purple, Health, 19. 10 Mana, 215 Strength, 87, plus 10, Spirit, 19 Constitution, 47 Agility, 18 Free Attribute Points, 0 Talent, Longevity, Advanced. You gain a Life Absorption skill, killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 10 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 399242/1000000 lifespan, 1316 years, 307 days, 13 hours, 23 minutes, 09 seconds. The attributes had hardly changed. After leveling up twice, Li Du only gained 10 attribute points, adding just 10 points to his strength. Seeing this, Li Du felt an increasing sense of urgency. I must quickly exchange for a new profession, otherwise, the gap between my stats and others will only grow larger. The higher the level, the more pronounced the difference in professions of varying quality. Once reaching level 60 and above, this gap could not even be bridged by legendary level equipment. However, what made Li Du particularly happy was that he had actually gained nearly 1,000 years of lifespan today. His lifespan had increased significantly. At this rate, he could go to the Life God Temple to change his profession right now. But there's no rush. The most I can exchange for now is an excellent level profession. Li Du remembered that the prices of professions in the Life God Temple were actually quite similar. Trash professions sold for 50 years, ordinary professions for 200 years, and excellent professions for 1,000 years. A fine level profession required 5,000 years of lifespan. An epic level profession, on the other hand, required over 100,000 years of lifespan. Currently, Li Du could not exchange for an epic level profession in the short term. But a fine level profession was still worth considering. At the very least, a fine level profession could meet the minimum admission standards of the top 10 elite academies. Aside from Qingbei Academy, Daijing Academy, and Xinxia Academy, the other 7 of the top 10 elite academies all had a minimum admission standard of a fine level profession. At least, that was what the documents stated. 2 days later, Li Du arrived at the dungeon portal again. Fu Ming was already there, and Li Du asked her, "Aren't you leveling up?" Fu Ming pouted, "Not at all necessary. I'm already this strong. If I worked any harder, how would I give others a chance to catch up?" Li Du smiled and said nothing, then directly entered the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon. Having challenged it once yesterday, he was quite familiar with it today. Within the Cayman Kingdom, there were countless castles. Each time he conquered one, another awaited him. No wonder after killing so many monsters yesterday, his progress was only at 8%. From a distance, the Cayman Orc Kingdom seemed to have only one castle, but beneath the massive castle were countless smaller ones. Soon, an hour passed, and the effect of Wrath of Beings ended, prompting Li Du to leave the dungeon. Seeing Fu Ming waiting for him outside, looking bored, Li Du suddenly remembered that she had seemed to be like this for the past few days. She hadn't done anything while waiting for him. Li Du felt a bit guilty and thought for a moment before saying, "Why don't you come into the dungeon with me? I can help you level up." This immediately made Fu Ming anxious. "I don't need that. Who wants you to help?" Li Du just smiled. He understood Fu Ming's temperament. After sitting down, he chatted with her casually. Before long, another hour passed, and Li Du suddenly grabbed Fu Ming's arm, saying, "Come on, I'll take you to level up." "Ha!" Fu Ming hadn't reacted yet when Li Du pulled her into the dungeon. At that moment, Fu Ming's little face was puffed up with anger as she complained, "I told you I don't need it. What are you trying to do?" Li Du didn't respond and quickly entered the castle again to start farming monsters. Seeing this, Fu Ming stomped her feet in frustration. However, she ultimately didn't leave, she just watched Li Du kill monsters. Under the effects of Wrath of Beings and the 10,000 swords returning to origin, the wild monsters had no chance to resist and were all killed by Li Du. Even elite monsters and mini-bosses only differed in the timing of their deaths. Although she already knew about Li Du's skills, seeing them again still surprised Fu Ming. Li Du's strength truly made her feel like she needed to look up to him. "Your companion Li Du has killed a Cayman Orc soldier. You gain 150 experience points. Your companion." Soon, messages appeared in Fu Ming's mind. and her experience points kept increasing. However, Fu Ming didn't pay much attention. Li Du's killing spree never ceased. Once he entered combat mode, he ignored Fu Ming. In his eyes, there were only the enemies before him. Under his onslaught, countless Cayman orcs turned into corpses. An hour later, Li Du conquered 2 more castles. At this point, the effective wrath of beings had also ended. When Li Du planned to take Fu Ming away, he found that she had already fallen asleep leaning against a big tree. It must be said that Fu Ming was truly beautiful. Today she wore a light blue dress, had hardly any makeup on, and didn't wear any accessories. Yet, in her natural state, with a hint of youthful charm, she exuded a feeling reminiscent of first love. Her sleeping posture was lovely, a bit childlike, and there was even a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Li Du smiled helplessly and suddenly felt mischievous, so he pinched Fu Ming's nose. Woo-woo. Still asleep, Fu Ming felt uncomfortable, murmured a few times, and finally woke up. Seeing Li Du's face so close, she was startled. "Ah, what are you doing?" Li Du released his hand and said, "I can't believe you can still sleep here. This is a dungeon. Aren't you afraid?" Fu Ming suddenly felt like a child who had made a mistake and turned her face away. "And no, I was just pretending to be asleep, just fooling you." Li Du didn't expose her, smiling, "Alright, it's time to go out." He then took her out of the instance. Once outside, it was already noon. Just as Li Du was about to take his leave, Fu Ming said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Why not stay, and I'll treat you to a meal." Li Du blinked, looking at Fu Ming, who seemed a bit shy under his gaze. Don't misunderstand. This is just because you took me to level up in the instance. It's my way of repaying you. Is that so? Sure. Li Du didn't refuse. Fu Ming immediately became a bit happy and was about to pull Li Du away. At that moment, a young man arrived. "Miss Fu Ming? Great. I've finally found you." The newcomer was a young man in a gray mage robe, looking quite handsome and charming. Upon seeing Fu Ming, he showed a warm smile. Fu Ming asked, "Imo Shanchang, is there something you need?" The young man named Imo Shanchang replied, "It's like this, Uncle Fu is looking for you. He asked me to tell you to go to him immediately." "Ha? What does Dad want with me? I still need to treat my friend to a meal. Tell him I don't have time right now." Imo Shanchang's expression suddenly became serious. "Miss Fu Ming, it's very important." Uncle Fu's expression is not usual. Hearing this, Fu Ming reluctantly said, Alright, I understand. I'll go right away." She then looked apologetically at Li Du. The meal invitation might not be possible anymore." Li Du didn't mind. "It's fine, you go take care of your business." Only then did Fu Ming leave. After she left, Li Du also planned to leave, but a figure blocked his way. It was Imo Shanchang. Li Du was a bit puzzled. "Do you need something?" In stark contrast to his previous gentle demeanor, Imo Shanchang looked at Li Du with a frosty expression. He ignored Li Du's question and spoke to himself. Li Du, male, 18 years old. Failed job change, a waste. Spent 50 years of lifespan in the Divine Temple for a trash profession. Has a sister named Li Shueixing, not biological. Parents died in a mining accident, and you're just a worthless orphan. These 2 sentences struck a sensitive nerve in Li Du's heart, and his expression immediately turned cold, his body even trembling with anger. "You investigated me? What do you want?" Imo Shanchang raised his head, his face full of disdain. "I'm making you see yourself clearly. Your past has nothing to hide from me." Li Du, do you really think that just because you got first place in the self-recommendation, you can win Fu Ming's heart? Do you know what her status is? She is a phoenix you can never reach in your lifetime. And you're just a bug in a stinking ditch, even worse than pigs and dogs. Ha ha ha. The ones I look down on the most are you worthless mortals. Wouldn't it be better for you to honestly be a mining slave? Still trying to climb high branches and change your status? Stay away from Fu Ming immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. When Imo Shanchang said this, Li Du's expression was extremely dark. There was already a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The 2 things he hated most in his life were, first, when someone insulted his parents or brought up their death. Second, when someone looked down on him from a high position. Imo Shanchang had committed both offenses. Then what are you, anyway? Upon hearing Li Du's words, Imo Shanchang's face darkened. "You dare to talk back to me?" As he spoke, he touched the ring in his hand, pulling out a gray-black staff and pointing it at Li Du. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to speak to someone of my level. How about this? I'll cripple you for life, making your existence worse than death." With that, magical power began to gather on the staff, and Imo Shanchang was unleashing his skill. A fireball appeared on his staff, the simplest fireball spell. However, this fireball was enormous, nearly half a meter in diameter. The scorching flames almost made Li Du's skin ache. "Fireball spell, release!" Imo Shanchang shouted, and the fireball was immediately unleashed. Li Du could no longer endure it. Wrath of the Beasts, forcibly cast. After sacrificing 100 years of his lifespan, Li Du unleashed the wrath of the beasts once more. Wolf King's Claw. 2 sharp claws immediately appeared, directly clawing at the fireball before him. The fireball was actually torn into 3 pieces by Li Du. But no matter what, it was still a fireball. Although it had been dispersed by Li Du, it still exploded, the raging flames bursting forth and hitting Li Du, causing him intense pain. However, Li Du remained silent. He could have dodged, but he chose not to. Mo Shancheng's words had struck the most sensitive nerve in Li Du's heart. Seeing Li Du's expression, Mo Shancheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you can't even dodge a fireball spell, how can you not be a waste? At that moment, Li Du suddenly erupted. Thunder Strike. With a furious shout, several bolts of lightning appeared around Li Du. He charged at Mo Shancheng. Seeing this, Mo Shancheng continued to unleash his skills. Binding Fire Ring. A massive fire ring appeared above Mo Shancheng's head, and under his command, it rushed towards Li Du. The Thunder Strike and the Binding Fire Ring collided immediately. Flames and lightning erupted, creating a huge commotion that even startled many nearby. Some people came out, looking puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Mo Shancheng wore a proud expression. In his eyes, Li Du was definitely crippled this time. But suddenly, Li Du charged through the explosion of the 2 skills. Moreover, his Thunder Strike was not over yet. Kill! Li Du shouted angrily, and the Thunder Strike struck out. Mo Shancheng, seeing this, wanted to cast a skill to block it, but it was already too late. Li Du's attack landed solidly on Mo Shancheng's chest. Then, the lightning raged. Li Du heard the sound of bones breaking. Mo Shancheng's ribs had been shattered by the intense impact. Not only that, but he was also sent flying, crashing into a wall before falling to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Li Du's strike left Mo Shancheng in disbelief, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? You took my skill, how could you be unscathed? Li Du ignored him, stepping forward and placing a foot on his chest, looking down at him. With broken ribs and spitting blood, Mo Shancheng felt a wave of intense pain. At that moment, seeing Li Du's cold gaze, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. What do you want? Li Du's eyes glinted coldly. Didn't you say you wanted to cripple me for life? In that case, I'll make you crippled for life as well. 2 claws gathered in Li Du's hands, and he focused on Mo Shancheng's legs. Mo Shancheng's eyes widened in shock. Why, you better not do anything reckless. I am the young master of the Mo family. If you dare to hurt me, the Mo family will never let you go. Li Du replied coldly. Even if I let you go, would you let me go? With that, the Wolf King's claw came crashing down, and Li Du shattered Mo Shancheng's knee. The intense pain nearly made Mo Shancheng faint, and he looked at Li Du with a face full of resentment. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Li Du was unfazed, similarly crippling his other knee. If nothing unexpected happened, Mo Shancheng would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After doing all this, Li Du turned to leave. Once he was gone, people gradually approached, and upon seeing Mo Shancheng, they were utterly shocked. Isn't this Mo Shancheng? How did it end up like this? Quick, call an ambulance. Who called the Mo family? Back at his apartment, Li Du gradually calmed down. Reflecting on his actions, he wore a bitter smile. Was I a bit impulsive? Li Du knew about the Mo family, a prominent family in Tianhai City. The current head of the Mo family was even the vice mayor of Tianhai City. Offending Mo Shancheng meant offending the Mo family. Li Du could sense that his upcoming days would likely be very difficult. But a glint of cold light flashed in Li Du's eyes. No matter what, since he had done it, he would not regret it. He would face whatever came next. Mo Shancheng's words had struck the most sensitive nerve in Li Du's heart. He could not tolerate it. He wanted to shatter Mo Shancheng's lofty attitude and crush his dignity, even if it might come at a great cost. After resting for a while, Li Du began to tally today's gains as usual. After running the card for the Beastman Kingdom dungeon twice, he had pushed the progress bar to 27%. At this rate, a few more days would see him clear the dungeon. Once he cleared the dungeon, he would likely break the record. At that time, both the rewards from clearing the dungeon and the record-breaking rewards would be significant gains for Li Du. I just wonder if clearing the dungeon will yield a legendary item? Li Du shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. The difference between legendary and epic items, though only one level apart, represented 2 entirely different tiers. The value gap could be 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Dungeons that could drop legendary items were extremely rare. As for experience, Li Du was still at level 19, but his experience bar was already over halfway. A few more runs would see him level up. In terms of lifespan, the two dungeons had granted Li Du several hundred years of life. After deducting the 100 years consumed by forcibly using the wrath of beings, his current lifespan gain stood at 457 years. Thus, Li Du's total lifespan had reached over 1700 years. Soon, in a few more days, I can accumulate 5,000 years of lifespan in exchange for a refined level profession. Li Du was filled with anticipation. After exchanging for a refined level profession, his stats would surely multiply, possibly increasing several times, even a dozen times. By then, he would be far stronger than he was now. Coupled with the wrath of beings, he was bound to be the top scorer. With this thought, Li Du forgot about the unpleasantness of the day. After taking a shower to wash off the sweat and having lunch, he was just about to take a nap before continuing to grind the dungeon in the afternoon when a loud knocking interrupted him. Bang bang bang, Li Du, are you there? It's me, I need to talk to you. Li Du went to open the door, and it was Fu Ming. At that moment, she looked flustered, and upon seeing Li Du, she immediately grabbed his arm and hurriedly asked, What did you do? How did you injure Mo Shanchan? When Li Du had taken action against Mo Shanchan, he had somewhat anticipated what would follow. But he hadn't expected that Fu Ming would be the first to come looking for him. Seeing the anxious look in Fu Ming's eyes, as if she were even more worried than he was, Li Du finally confirmed that this girl truly cared about him. Li Du sighed and said lightly, If someone looks down on you and tries to cripple you for life, would you not fight back? Fu Ming was stunned, the words she had intended to say stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She could hardly believe that Mo Shanchan had truly treated Li Du this way. She didn't have much contact with Mo Shanchan, but she had heard that his reputation was very high. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he was also polite. Originally, her family and the Mo family had a tradition of arranged marriages, but Fu Ming had no feelings for Mo Shanchan, so she rejected the Mo family's proposal. Even so, Mo Shanchan had never shown any dissatisfaction. Why would he treat Li Du so harshly? However, Fu Ming quickly regained her composure. No matter what Mo Shanchan had done, Li Du had indeed injured him. The Mo family would surely not let this go unpunished. Fu Ming continued, Even so, the Mo family won't listen to your explanation. If they want to deal with you, what will you do? Li Du gave a bitter smile. Without power or background, he faced such problems. But he was not without the ability to resist. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. If the Mo family wanted to retaliate, to ruin him, or even to kill him, Li Du would never sit idly by. He had even prepared for the worst, escaping Tianhai City with Shuisheng, fleeing Guizhou province. With the skill of the wrath of living beings, even facing strong opponents, Li Du was not without the means to fight back. Apart from Shuisheng, he had no other relatives. The Mo family had no leverage to make him submit. You Li Du's words almost made Fu Ming laugh in anger. You speak so nicely. Do you think the Mo family is just an ordinary family? They have more than a dozen strong individuals above level 60. And their head is even an 85-level professional. If they want to deal with you, how will you block them? Li Du did not speak, but there was not a hint of retreat in his eyes. Seeing this, Fu Ming gritted her teeth and said, I'll help you solve this. You stay in the apartment for the next few days and don't go out. The Mo family won't dare to break in. I'll go find my dad. Wait for me. After saying that, she turned and left without caring whether Li Du agreed or not. Li Du wanted to say something, but looking at her back, he ultimately said nothing. However, he felt a different sensation in his heart. Over the years, Li Du had tasted the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and Fu Ming was the first person to say I'll help you in a time of difficulty. A warmth gradually settled in his heart, transforming into a mist. Li Du didn't know what this feeling was. Fu Ming didn't notice Li Du's gaze. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to help him through this crisis. She might not even realize that it was the first time she cared so much about someone. Soon, Fu Ming arrived at her father's office, not even knocking on the door. She pushed it open directly. Dad, I need your help with something. Fu Ming took a few deep breaths, trying to appear more normal, but the anxiety on her face betrayed her. Fu Shang only looked up, and upon seeing his daughter, he showed no surprise, as if he had known she would come. Sighing, Fu Shang said, You want to talk about that kid named Li Du, right? Fu Ming was taken aback. All the words she had prepared suddenly stuck in her throat. Dad, you know? Bang! Fu Shang slammed a stack of documents onto the table, angrily saying, He did well. Mo Shancheng's knee is shattered. Unless a transcendent intervenes, he'll spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. You want to come here to plead for him after such a heavy hand? It was the first time Fu Ming had seen her father angry. In her memory, he had always been very kind. For a moment, Fu Ming was stunned, even at a loss for words. But thinking of Li Du, she steeled herself and said, "Dad, it was Mo Shancheng who attacked first." Li Du was forced to fight back. Forced to fight back, so he directly shattered someone's knee? Hearing this, Fu Ming bit her lip and fell silent, but her eyes showed no sign of retreat. Seeing his daughter like this, Fu Shang finally felt a bit soft-hearted. To be honest, over the years he had experienced many storms and seen countless grand scenes, and his heart had long hardened like iron. The only soft spot was his daughter. Fu Ming was 2 years old when the Great Xia Kingdom had a war with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. At that time, both Fu Shang and his wife went to fight, unable to care for their daughter, which led to her being abducted. Although they found her later, it was already 3 years later, and when Fu Shang saw his daughter, she was emaciated and looked like a beggar. At that time, his wife had already succumbed to depression over their daughter's situation. A man of iron and blood cried uncontrollably. Fortunately, the childhood suffering did not leave his daughter with psychological issues. After a few years of recovery, she had emerged from the shadows of the past. Fu Shang could be said to owe nothing to anyone, except for his daughter and wife. In recent days, he had been watching the various happenings between Fu Ming and Li Du, but he did not intervene. On one hand, it was his guilt towards his daughter, he did not want to disrupt any of her feelings. On the other hand, Li Du's performance was indeed surprising. Although Fu Shan learned through investigation that Li Du had spent 50 years of his life to buy a profession in the Temple of Fate, when he shook hands with Li Du last time, he secretly checked and found that Li Du's body showed no signs of aging at all. Li Du might have some unknown adventures. When he looked at his daughter again, Fu Shang finally spoke, "Don't say I am unwilling to help you, the Mo family actually found me here 2 hours ago. At that time, I was the one who stopped them, otherwise, they would have barged into the apartment and killed Li Du." Fu Ming's expression immediately became tense. What do they want to do? A level 60 professional, a full-force strike. As long as Li Du can survive, the Mo family will not pursue the matter. Fu Ming's face turned pale. How is that possible? That's a level 60 professional, isn't the Mo family trying to kill Li Du? Fu Shang said, "This is the Mo family's bottom line, and it's also the only way for Li Du to escape this calamity. If Li Du does not agree or tries to run away, the Mo family will directly issue a task to the Assassin Guild to hunt him down nationwide. At that time, there will be no turning back." Upon hearing this, Fu Ming finally understood, looking somewhat lost. "I understand, Dad, I will go talk to him now." Watching his daughter's back, Fu Shang sighed deeply again. Soon, Fu Ming returned. Hearing the Mo family's conditions, Li Du looked at Fu Ming and smiled. "Why do you have that expression? Are you afraid I will die at the hands of the Mo family?" Fu Ming, who usually liked to refute Li Du, unexpectedly did not argue this time. Li Du said, "Go tell the Mo family, I agree to this condition." Fu Ming shouted, "Aren't you worried at all? That's a level 60 professional. Because I'm strong." Fu Ming ultimately left, and watching her figure, Li Du softly said, "Thank you." Then, his expression gradually became serious. Tomorrow, he would face the full-force strike of a level 60 professional. No matter what, he had to endure it. For that, Li Du needed to be prepared. Although the wrath of the beings allows me to withstand 3 fatal attacks, it's best not to use these 3 chances lightly until the very end. After thinking, Li Du decided to visit the Temple of Fate again to see if there were any useful items. When he arrived at the Temple of Fate again, Li Du felt a moment of daze. Although it had not been long since his last visit, his mindset had already changed. Li Du had no interest in checking out the other dazzling products, all his attention was focused on life-saving items. High-level shield, blue, applicable for levels 10 to 35. After use, it can form a protective shield around you, resisting a large amount of damage. Price, 20 years of lifespan. Vibranium shield, purple, applicable level 25 to 55. A shield that can absorb a large amount of damage, greatly reducing the damage you take. Price, 150 years of lifespan. Many items are actually quite good, but after looking through them, Li Du noticed that the highest applicable level for these items is only 55, which means that once a practitioner exceeds level 55, the effectiveness of the items will significantly decrease. And what Li Du needs to face are level 60 practitioners. These items are simply not enough. After looking for a long time, Li Du finally found an item he was quite satisfied with. Death Substitute Doll, purple, applicable levels 0 to 75. A Death Substitute Doll passed down through the Mujian Witch clan for thousands of years, automatically activates when carried, capable of blocking a fatal blow for you. Price, 500 years of lifespan. This Death Substitute Doll has an applicable level of up to 75. As long as he carries it, Li Du can completely withstand a full-force strike from a level 60 practitioner. Although the price is extremely high, reaching 500 years of lifespan, Li Du has no other choice. unless Li Du wants to consume the passive uses of the Wrath of Beings. Although the Wrath of Beings passive only consumes 100 years of lifespan, this passive has no applicable level, meaning that no matter how strong the attack, Li Du can withstand it. This is something that no item can replace. Therefore, Li Du did not hesitate and directly bought the Death Substitute doll. Detected that your lifespan is sufficient, deducting 500 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, the transaction is successful. You have obtained the item, Death Substitute doll. Soon, the Death Substitute doll appeared in Li Du's hand. It was a scarecrow, looking rather ordinary. But the moment he held it, Li Du felt a certain connection with this scarecrow in a mysterious way. After storing the Death Substitute doll in his space ring, he left the Temple of Fate. The next day arrived as scheduled. In the square of the city center, the Mo family had already arrived, and Fu Ming and Fu Shan were also present. When Li Du arrived, everyone looked at him. Mo Shanchang had thick bandages wrapped around his legs and was sitting in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Li Du, his face was filled with resentment. Kill him. Third uncle, you must kill him. I want him dead. I want him dead. The once graceful young master Mo was now in a fit of rage, completely unrecognizable from his former self. Some members of the Mo family whispered among themselves, "Is he Li Du? Heh, I didn't expect he would really dare to come. Should we praise his boldness or scold his foolishness? Humph, he injured the young master, he should have died long ago." Li Du walked onto the arena, looking at the Mo family members, and coldly said, "I have come. According to your conditions, as long as I take the full force strike of a level 60 practitioner, this matter will be settled." A middle-aged man from the Mo family also stepped onto the arena. He said nothing, just stared at Li Du as if looking at a corpse. Fu Shang stood up. "Since Li Du has arrived, I will announce the rules of this battle once again. The Mo family can only send out a level 60 practitioner, and they can only make one move. After that move, regardless of the outcome, this dispute will be settled. The Mo family must not trouble Li Du again. Do you agree?" There was no opposition from the Mo family. In their view, Li Du was already doomed. Li Du nodded as well. "In that case, the battle begins." As Fu Shan's words fell, the Mo family's practitioner moved. He took out a staff and cast a skill. Suddenly a gust of wind appeared around him. The next moment, this practitioner actually flew into the air. It's levitation. The levitation skill that mages can learn at level 40. Others gasped in amazement upon seeing this. Li Du used detection to see the information about this person. Soon, he received a prompt message. "The level difference between you and your opponent is too great. The detection spell cannot take effect." However, this message quickly changed again. Affected by the arena's force field, the detection spell is forcibly activated. Name, Mo Tianzong. Profession, Burning Mage, Purple. Level, 60, an epic level profession. The Mo family indeed came with the intent to kill him. Once Mo Tianzong floated in the sky, he immediately raised his staff. Hellfire Ball. With a loud shout from Mo Tianzong, an enormous fireball suddenly appeared above his staff. This fireball was not an ordinary flame, it was tinged with blood and darkness, resembling the magma of hell. It continued to expand, its diameter growing from half a meter to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. And it kept growing. The intense burning aura caused those around to feel a sharp pain. People gasped in astonishment. It's actually a hellfire ball. Once this move is unleashed, the entire arena will be engulfed. This is a level 60 skill, an epic level skill. This person must have just learned it recently. Is this a fireball? This is simply a meteor. Ultimately, the fireball's diameter stabilized at around 5 meters. As Mo Tianzong waved his staff, the massive fireball shot down directly towards Li Du. Whoosh, 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 countless sparks ignited. Once this fireball exploded, the area within hundreds or even thousands of meters would likely turn to ruins. Not to mention Li Du, even a fellow level 60 professional would find it nearly impossible to withstand this attack head-on. Fortunately, the arena in the city center had been reinforced by extraordinary beings, so the fireball's power would only erupt within the arena and could not leak out. But because of this, the fireball's power would be even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone was staring at Li Du, eager to see how he would defend himself. Especially Fu Ming, who merely covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, her heart racing to her throat. She forced herself to hold back, trying not to cry out. What's going on? Is Li Du just going to watch? Is he doing nothing? He wouldn't give up, would he? Probably, knowing he can't block it, so he's simply not going to try. Facing death, he still looks so calm. I suddenly think he's quite a man. Boom! Boom! The fireball hit the ground, a fierce explosion of flames engulfing the entire arena. Although the fireball's power could not leak outside the arena, the sight still left people utterly shocked. A level 60 professional could unleash such tremendous power. This might be the most astonishing scene they had ever witnessed in their lives. Li Du. At the moment of the explosion, Fu Ming could no longer hold back, shouting out loud, wanting to rush forward. Just then, Fu Shang grabbed her. Fu Ming looked at the arena, tears shimmering in her eyes. Boom! The fireball continued to explode, one after another, flames bursting like brilliant fireworks. Mo Shanchang stared intently at the fireball's explosion, his eyes revealing unmasked delight. Die! Just die! He utterly loathed Li Du. His family had once requested a marriage alliance with Fu Shang for him and Fu Ming, but it was ultimately rejected. However, upon seeing Fu Ming's beauty, Mo Shanchang still regarded her as his forbidden fruit. He was an epic-level professional, and Fu Ming was also an epic-level professional. Both families had powerful backgrounds, and he was a refined and courteous young master. Although his strength was somewhat inferior to Fu Ming's, Mo Shanchang believed the gap was not significant. No matter how one looked at it, he and Fu Ming were a match made in heaven. Although Fu Ming had always shown no interest in him, at least she had not explicitly rejected him. Because everyone knew Mo Shanchang, no one dared to compete with him, allowing him to focus on his pursuit of women. In fact, to avoid making Fu Ming feel uncomfortable, he suppressed his true nature and never actively expressed his feelings. As a result, Fu Ming's feelings towards him, while not exactly good, were not bad either. If things continued this way, perhaps he could eventually win Fu Ming's heart. However, the appearance of Li Du shattered this balance. The first time he saw Fu Ming alone with another man in a dungeon, and learned that she could talk to another man for so long, even inviting him into the guild and offering him a guild apartment, made Mo Shanchang, who was naturally proud, feel jealousy for the first time. After investigating Li Du's background, he was completely thrown off balance. Who was Li Du? Just a failed job changer, a useless person. He had lost his father and mother, and his ancestors were all mortals, a waste born to be a mind slave. Why did she get along so well with a useless person, yet hardly ever smiled at him? Thus, he always wanted to drive Li Du away, out of Tianhai City. Yet, he never expected to encounter the greatest failure of his life. The raging flames soared into the sky, and vaguely, Mo Shanchang seemed to hear a familiar cry. He turned around abruptly, only to find Fu Ming staring at the exploding flames, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, Mo Shanchang felt like the biggest fool in history. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, bringing excruciating pain. Kill! Third uncle, kill him! Don't hold back, not even leave him a corpse! Mo Shanchang shouted frantically. The appearance of Li Du certainly angered him, but Fu Ming's attitude completely broke him. The flames spread, rising violently, and eventually began to dissipate. Everyone was focused on the arena. Fu Shan was also a bit nervous, tightly holding his daughter. Seeing his daughter's expression, he feared that if Li Du really died, it would cause problems for her. A shadow still stood in the center of the arena. As the smoke cleared, the figure gradually became clear. It was Li Du. He was not dead. He stood on the arena, completely unharmed. However, in his hand was a scarecrow doll, which had been burned to ashes from absorbing too much fire. As the breeze blew, the doll turned to dust. The substitute doll had taken the hit for him. Mo Tianzong was stunned, Mo Shanchang was stunned, the Mo family was stunned, everyone was stunned. Fu Ming stopped crying. He didn't die? Mo Tianzong murmured, how is this possible? You actually didn't die. Mo Shanchang trembled all over, unable to say a word. Li Du spoke calmly, according to the rules, I have severed ties with your Mo family. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. At that moment, a member of the Mo family jumped out. No! He cheated. He definitely cheated, otherwise, how could he withstand that blow? This voice was particularly jarring. Fu Shang angrily said, what, does your Mo family think I don't exist? Or do you think a profession under level 20 can cheat right under my nose? This statement immediately silenced the doubts. Fu Shan was one of the top experts in Tianhai City, a level 90 professional, even surpassing the head of the Mo family. No one dared to question Li Du. At this moment, an elder from the Mo family also spoke up. It was the substitute doll that took the fatal blow for him. At this moment, people could see the black ash on Li Du's hand, clearly the marks left by the substitute doll after it activated. The head of the Mo family said, our Mo family admits defeat in this matter. From now on, as long as Li Du does not provoke our Mo family, we will not deal with him. After saying this, he turned and left. Seeing this, the others from the Mo family could only leave helplessly. Li Du did not violate any rules, the Mo family had not prohibited him from using props. Or rather, the Mo family had never even considered that Li Du could obtain such high-level props. Li Du! Fu Ming ran excitedly onto the stage. Great. You really survived. Since there's a substitute dummy, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry so much about you. Li Du teased. How worried were you? Fu Ming paused, her original nature returning. Although she cared deep down, she was always reluctant to admit it, just a little bit worried. If you died, I wouldn't have anyone to chase after, and it would be really boring. Then I wish you catch up to me soon. I will. I'm the #1 genius in Tianhai City. If you don't work hard, by the time I surpass you, I'll stomp you underfoot. As she spoke, she even made a fierce expression, despite the tear stains still fresh on her face. Fu Shang slowly walked over, sighing. The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. Seeing him, Li Du took the initiative to bow. Greetings, Uncle Fu. Fu Shang smiled. No need to be so formal. I'm not some stuffy person. I've thought of many possibilities for how you would get through this ordeal, but I never imagined you would have a substitute dummy. Although Fu Shang was puzzled about how Li Du obtained the substitute dummy, he wouldn't specifically inquire. Young people have their own opportunities, it's enough to just watch without intervening. Li Du said, Thank you very much for everything you've done for me, Uncle Fu. Fu Shang replied, Do you think it's because of me that the Imo family made this request? Why don't you consider Minger? She cares about you a lot, she even came to me crying for you. Fu Ming immediately blushed bright red. What? Dad, don't say that. Why would I care about him? Li Du smiled and looked at Fu Ming very seriously. Of course, I need to thank you, I've troubled you with my matters. It's nothing much, I just helped a little bit, don't misunderstand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Shang left. At this moment, he was quite satisfied with Li Du. Not servile nor arrogant, polite, and most importantly, he did not evade responsibility, plus he had a deep fortune. Although his background might be a bit lacking, if he could rise to a sufficiently high position, that would actually be a plus. The Great Xia Kingdom is the most faithful yet the least faithful. In times of obscurity, a strong background will make people look at you differently. After rising, a humble origin can be even more convincing. Fu Shang was still a bit hopeful. After her father left, Fu Ming asked Li Du, What are you going to do next? She didn't notice that her gaze was somewhat expectant at that moment. Li Du said, Continue grinding dungeons, you should join me. Let's clear the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon first, and hopefully break the record. Breaking the record isn't as easy as you think. 10,000 swords return to origin, attack. Swish, 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 countless sword rains fell, killing large numbers of Cayman Orc soldiers. Li Du had lost count of how many batches this was. He had almost cleared all the castles on the outskirts of the Cayman Orc Kingdom. For the past few days, Li Du had been grinding dungeons with Fu Ming. Fu Ming hardly did anything, it was entirely Li Du who was leveling her up. Now both of them had leveled up. Fu Ming was level 21, and Li Du had also reached level 20. After a few days, Li Du's lifespan had greatly increased, he now possessed nearly 3,000 years of life. He was very close to 5,000 years, and in at most 2 days, he would be able to exchange for a refined level profession. Fu Ming had gone from being surprised at the beginning to now being accustomed to it. Mana potions and cooldown reagents, here you go. After the 10,000 swords return to origin ended, Fu Ming handed over a few potions. After drinking it, Li Du's mana was instantly restored, and his skill cooldowns refreshed immediately. To be honest, if Fu Ming had found Li Du's strength unbelievable before, after a few days of interaction, she had actually seen through him. Li Du essentially had 3 skills, the Wolf King's Claw, Thunderstrike, and 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Among them, the excellent level Wolf King's Claw was even his main means of output. His profession was ultimately too weak. Generally, when a professional reaches level 20, they have at least 3 of their own professional skills. For someone like Fu Ming, an epic level profession, she had more than 10 skills by the time she reached level 20. Therefore, her combat style was incredibly varied. But Li Du's was extremely singular. If he weren't strong enough, the singular combat style would be easily countered. An hour later, the two left the dungeon. Li Du checked the progress, which had reached 68%. Fu Ming said, Li Du, you should learn a few more skills. If you don't have any skill books, I can give you some. Your skills are really too few. Hearing this, Li Du smiled helplessly. Was he lacking skills? Not really, his essence was that his profession was too trashy. Now he was already level 20, but his 4-dimensional attributes were not much different from those of a level 7 or 8 professional, all because his profession was too poor. Shaking his head, Li Du said, You don't need to trouble yourself. By the time of the college entrance examination, I will be prepared. In the past few days, their relationship had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened in Emoshan City. However, Li Du could sense that Fu Ming had become more intimate with him, often asking about his well-being, and they had more topics to discuss. When he was with her, Li Du sometimes even forgot the passage of time. Accidentally glancing at the calendar, he realized that the college entrance examination was approaching. Perhaps hearing about the exam, Fu Ming asked again, "Li Du, are you really not considering Tiangue Academy?" She was actually quite reluctant to part with him. "Maybe I will consider it, but I think I should be able to aim for a higher academy." An hour later, the two entered the dungeon again. At this point, the outer fortress had been completely conquered. They arrived at the inner area of the dungeon. Here, the walls were taller, and the fortifications more magnificent. Looking up, Li Du could see a gigantic stone monster leaning against the castle. "This is a stone giant, a level 28 mini-boss. Seeing it means we are very close to the royal city," Fu Ming explained beside him. Li Du nodded upon hearing this and then released 10,000 swords, returning to the sect without hesitation. As the skill descended, the stone giant was immediately battered and broken. Not only that, but many of the Cayman orcs on the walls were also killed. About half an hour later, Li Du conquered the walls. He then collected the loot and walked inside. The architecture of the Cayman orc kingdom was very different from the outside world. Castles were everywhere, and tall walls were built all around. Rather than a kingdom, it was more like a prison. Along the way, the scattered Cayman orcs were cleared by Fu Ming, and when they encountered regular troops, Li Du would directly unleash a 10,000 swords, returning to the sect. After Li Du activated the Wrath of Beings, no Cayman orcs could survive. Moreover, Fu Ming had brought a large number of potions, allowing Li Du to continuously release skills and quickly recover his stamina. The dungeon journey gradually became quite pleasant. 2 days later, Li Du finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon and encountered the final boss of this dungeon, the Cayman Orc King. He was extremely burly, with a face full of authority. Dressed in a black robe and wearing a crown, he sat on the throne, silently watching Li Du and Fu Ming. Carmen Orc King type, boss level, 30 health, 98,000 strength, 1970 traits. King, can command all Carmen Orcs in the dungeon. Emperor's Might, targets viewed as enemies have all attributes reduced by 20%. Skills, Carmen Command, King's Fury, King's Rage / Mountain Smash. This was the first time Li Du had seen such terrifying attributes. Nearly 100,000 health points, and strength approaching 2,000. One hit from it could likely leave Li Du severely injured. Fu Ming said, "Li Du, you must be very careful." Many teams that attempted this dungeon initially pushed through easily, but ultimately fell at the boss. Li Du replied seriously, "I understand." To be safe, Li Du did not hesitate and directly enhanced the Wrath of Beings to 100 times. At this moment, the Carmen Orc King gradually rose from his throne. He was full of majesty and spoke in human language. "Intruders shall become the bones beneath my throne." As he spoke, he struck his scepter, causing the palace to tremble. Li Du charged forward, thunderous strike. Crackling, countless bolts of lightning flashed as Li Du rushed in. The Carmen Orc King raised his scepter. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared, blocking Li Du's path. Boom! Li Du's thunderous strike landed right in front of the colossal creature. It turned out to be a stone giant over 5 meters tall, which collapsed immediately after being struck by Li Du's attack. Countless boulders rolled down, shattering under the lightning. The thunderous strike was thus neutralized by the Carmen Orc King. Li Du had no choice but to retreat. At that moment, the Carmen Orc King still held his scepter aloft. In the next instant, Li Du noticed countless shadows densely surrounding him. They transformed into elite Carmen Orc soldiers and Carmen Orc generals. "People of the kingdom, strike with me and kill the invaders." Whoosh! With the wind at their backs, countless Carmen Orcs surged forward like an ocean. Any ordinary team would likely feel utterly hopeless in the face of such overwhelming numbers, surrounded on all sides by Carmen Orcs. However, Li Du remained calm and unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless swords rained down, sweeping through wave after wave of Carmen Orcs, clearing a path for Li Du. Li Du consumed a cooldown potion and charged again, heading towards the Carmen Orc Kingdom. Once more, thunderous strike. The powerful lightning erupted again, and this time, the Carmen Orc King, having just summoned countless Carmen Orcs, was unable to cast another spell in time. Thus, the thunderous strike landed heavily on the Carmen Orc King. Lightning flickered, and the strike fell like a meteor. The intense attack hammered down repeatedly, leaving countless wounds on the Carmen Orc King's body. Li Du used a detection spell and saw his health points continuously decreasing. Seizing the advantage, Li Du consumed another cooldown potion and unleashed another thunderous strike. Boom! The powerful strike nearly shook the entire hall. In the end, the Carmen Orc King fell. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Carmen Orc King, and you have gained 5,000 days of lifespan. You gained 100,000 experience points. Your level has increased. You are now level 21. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, Carmen Orc Kingdom. Your completion time is 36 hours, 24 minutes, and 9 seconds. Congratulations, you have set a new record. Would you like to record your name/team name? Finally cleared it, 36 hours. Li Du spent nearly a week to complete this dungeon. When the notification appeared, he immediately felt a significant sense of relief. Hurry up and write your name, I can't believe you actually broke the record. Fu Ming was very happy. She originally didn't have high hopes for Li Du, but he really did it. Li Du smiled and glanced at Fu Ming, then directly wrote down a few words, Li Du, Fu Ming team. Congratulations to the Li Du, Fu Ming team for breaking the record of the Cayman Orc Kingdom. Members Li Du and Fu Ming receive rewards, 50,000 divine power points, 10,000 guild contribution points, 1 random epic item gift pack, 1 epic skill scroll. This time, the completion rewards included 3 items, and the rewards for Li Du and Fu Ming were the same. After seeing this information, Fu Ming immediately shouted, "What are you doing, Li Du? Why did you write my name? This will take away part of your reward." Li Du smiled, "If I don't write your name, are you going to work for free?" "What do you mean work for free? I'm not working for you." "Alright, since I'm giving it to you, just accept it. If you don't like it, throw it away." "Humph, then I'll throw it away tonight." Although they were bickering, the curve of Fu Ming's lips gradually revealed her true feelings. At this moment, Li Du walked over to the corpse of the Cayman Orc King, which had already dropped quite a few good items. 3 purple items, over a dozen blue items, and even 1 half purple, half orange item. Fu Ming said, "You should take all these items, you killed it by yourself." Li Du didn't refuse. The over a dozen blue items were mostly materials, and he stored them all in his space ring. The 3 purple items were pieces of equipment. Cayman Orc King's Scepter, Epic Level Magic Profession Equipment, Cayman Orc King Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 3000 health, plus 250 strength, plus 500 intelligence, plus 1000 mana, plus 25 mana regeneration per second. Additional effect, provides intimidation effect when fighting Cayman Orcs, reducing all attributes by 10%. Additional effect, increases all your spell damage by 35%. Attached skill, Summon, can summon 3 level 25 elite Cayman Orcs to fight for you. Cayman Orc King's Crown, Epic Level Magic Profession Equipment, Cayman Orc King Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 500 health, plus 100 intelligence, plus 200 mana. Additional effect, King's Majesty, at the start of your battle, all attributes increase by 10%, duration 3 minutes. Cayman Orc King's Robe, Epic Level Magic Profession Equipment, Cayman Orc King Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 1000 health, plus 300 constitution, plus 300 intelligence, plus 800 mana, plus 50 mana regeneration per second. Additional effect, immune to 45% of spell damage. This effect will greatly diminish if the target's level exceeds 10 levels, and will disappear if it exceeds 20 levels. All 3 pieces of equipment had such powerful effects. Unfortunately, they were all magic profession equipment, which Li Du couldn't wear at the moment. Seeing this, Fu Ming comforted him, "Don't be disappointed. These items can be recycled by the guild for a lot of contribution points. Then you can use those contribution points to exchange for corresponding equipment, or even a whole set. And even if you don't recycle them with the guild, selling these 3 pieces of equipment could probably fetch hundreds of thousands of divine power points." Li Du said, "You're right." Then, he stored the equipment in his space ring. After that, only 1 half purple, half orange item remained on the ground. It was a crystal full of cracks. Broken Heart of Cayman, legendary item, damaged. Effect, a reward granted by the Beast God when the Cayman Orc King ascended to the throne. With it, you can command all Cayman Orcs in your territory. Is it really the Heart of Cayman? It's a pity it's already damaged. When Fu Ming saw such an item, she couldn't help but exclaim. Li Du asked, "What use is this thing? Can it only command the Cayman Orcs?" Fu Ming said very seriously, "Don't underestimate any legendary great item, even if it's already damaged. The Heart of Cayman is a divine object among the Cayman Orcs. Its greatest effect is not to command the Cayman Orcs, but to change jobs." Change jobs? Li Du was very puzzled. Can a legendary great item really provide a job change? Fu Ming continued, "Strictly speaking, it allows you to have a secondary profession, Cayman Orc King. As long as you repair the Heart of Cayman and complete the legendary quest, King's Ascension, you will be able to merge with the Heart of Cayman, become the Cayman Orc King, and then summon the elite of the Cayman Orc clan to fight for you. As your level continues to rise, the summoned Cayman Orc elites will become stronger and stronger. By level 60, you can even summon an army of thousands." Li Du was very surprised. "So powerful?" "Of course. And the summoned ones are not just random mobs, but true elite monsters. Their stats are incredibly strong. At a certain level, you can even call upon the Cayman Beast God through the Heart of Cayman and receive the Beast God's blessing. Hearing this, Li Du felt quite regretful. The Heart of Cayman truly deserved to be a legendary great item, but it was damaged. So how do we repair this thing? Fu Ming suddenly looked a bit dejected. It's very difficult. The materials needed to repair legendary great items are extremely harsh, and you must have a legendary grade blacksmith above level 70 to be able to repair it. Some teams in the guild also obtained a broken Heart of Cayman, but in the end, they chose to decompose the item. Upon hearing this, Li Du also felt the high difficulty. Professions like blacksmiths were already rare, let alone legendary grade blacksmiths. Each one was practically a national treasure. How easy would it be to find one? He could only put it away for now and see if there would be an opportunity to repair it later. After tidying up the loot, Li Du and Fu Ming left the dungeon. At this time, the college entrance examination was very close, just a few days away. When Fu Ming saw the calendar, she suddenly realized that they might need to part ways. In a daze, she saw Li Du already packing up, and Fu Ming asked, "Li Du, what are you going to do next?" Li Du instinctively replied, "I have to prepare for the college entrance exam. I won't be going into dungeons these days." "I see." Fu Ming felt a bit down. She had been very happy these days going into dungeons with Li Du. She had never felt that time could pass so quickly. "So are you going home?" Li Du smiled. "That's right. Actually, I have a younger sister. She's been home alone these days and probably worried sick." "I see." Fu Ming pretended to be casual. "Then go on, don't let your sister worry too long." "What, are you already tired of me?" "Humph, I spent so much time with you in dungeons these days, I'm already sick of looking at your face." Li Du smiled, and after packing up, he planned to leave. Fu Ming suddenly called out, "Li Du." Li Du turned back. What university do you plan to apply to?" Li Du thought for a moment. "I still want to apply to the top 10 universities." "You, Li Du, your profession is too poor, you really can't get into the top 10 universities. Come to Tiangui Academy, my dad is the honorary principal there. How about I have him find you a top-notch professor at level 99. She genuinely wanted to go to the same university as Li Du. However, due to various reasons, she could basically only go to Tiangui Academy. Li Du suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, an unprecedented feeling surged within him. He stepped forward and suddenly hugged Fu Ming. Fu Ming was stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do, even not knowing where to place her hands. At her age, it was the first time she had been embraced by a male. An inexplicable feeling took root in her heart, and in that moment, Fu Ming felt like a helpless little girl. "Thank you," Li Du whispered in Fu Ming's ear, "but I think I can still give it a shot." With that, he released her and walked away. A few seconds later, Fu Ming came back to her senses, suddenly feeling very wronged, almost on the verge of tears. "Give it your all. Give it your all. You're a basic warrior, the most useless profession. What are you trying to prove?" "Humph. When you hit a wall, you'll know how good I am." After tidying up, Li Du left. To be honest, during these days together, he had developed feelings for Fu Ming. Her proposal was indeed very good, even too good. From any angle, it seemed Li Du should not refuse. But he still refused. At Tiangui Academy, Li Du was truly not satisfied. Although it was also a top-tier national academy, it still fell short compared to the top 10. Even compared to the top 20, there was still a significant gap. His childhood experiences had hurt Li Du too deeply. He had had enough of living a life where he was looked down upon every day. No matter what, he had to pursue the strongest path. Thinking of Fu Ming's final expression, Li Du sighed. Does this count as being a bit of a jerk? With a helpless smile, he dispelled those emotions. "We should meet again in the future." The little moments during this time were indeed beautiful. It wasn't that Li Du didn't like them, but he had something more important to pursue. Returning to the Divine Temple, this time Li Du's gaze was incredibly clear. Name, Li Du. Profession, Basic Warrior, Lifespan Detection, 10,743 years, 322 days, 4 hours, 27 minutes, 34 seconds, 10,000 years of lifespan. Enough to exchange for a powerful profession. After the exchange, it was just a matter of waiting for the college entrance examination. Looking down, all the professions were of excellent quality. Storm Mage, excellent quality magic profession. Price, 5,000 years of lifespan. Holy Light Knight, excellent quality warrior profession. Price, 5,000 years of lifespan. Ocean Priest, excellent quality support profession. Price, 5,000 years of lifespan. As he scrolled down, all were priced at 5,000 years of lifespan. Seeing this, Li Du hesitated instead. What profession should I choose? Internally, Li Du leaned more towards warrior professions because his skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin, was a warrior skill. However, the epic equipment dropped in the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon was all magic-based. If he switched to a magic profession, it didn't seem bad either. Moreover, the all-purpose scroll had a special effect. When the profession changed and the skills no longer matched, the skills originally obtained through the scroll would revert back to being a scroll. Li Du could learn skills again through the scroll. Because of this effect, the all-purpose scroll could be sold for a high price of 1,000,000 divine power points. Li Du continued to browse through the professions. Since the world changed, the number of derived professions had exceeded 10,000, covering all kinds of categories. The number of excellent quality professions was close to 2,000. It was dazzling, making it hard for Li Du to decide. However, when Li Du reached the very bottom, he found that the prices of these professions had increased. Some were priced at 6,000, 7,000. Even some professions had prices reaching 10,000 years. It seemed that there were also differences among excellent quality professions. After looking at quite a few, Li Du's gaze finally settled on one profession. Abyss Messenger, excellent quality multi-system profession. Price, 10,000 years of lifespan. Profession background, you once fell into the abyss, destined for eternal damnation, but you became the messenger of the abyss, bearing endless sins, walking among humans. The abyss granted you immense power, but it also subjected you to boundless suffering. Class effect, a hybrid class of warrior, mage, and summoner. You can learn and equip skills and gear from these three classes. Your class skills, infused with the power of the abyss, will be more potent than those of ordinary refined classes. Class limitation, the torment of the abyss will accelerate your body's aging process by tenfold. Once you unleash a skill, this speed will increase significantly. Note, if you are fortunate enough to enter the abyss and complete related tasks, the quality of this class can be upgraded. You will gain even greater power, but will also bear a heavier burden of sin. The Abyssal Envoy, a very special class. This class is undeniably powerful, as it combines the three class systems. Warrior, Mage, and Summoner are unified. In other words, learning this class is equivalent to learning three classes, allowing Li Du to switch back and forth between the three systems. But the cost is also enormous. This class will accelerate your body's aging process by tenfold, which means Li Du's lifespan is effectively reduced to a tenth. Moreover, unleashing skills will further speed up this process. Therefore, even if this class is powerful, it is poison for ordinary people. Once they change classes, they probably won't live many more years. However, for Li Du, this side effect is almost negligible. Li Du can continuously gain lifespan by killing monsters, and even if the consumption rate of lifespan increases tenfold, for Li Du, it merely means spending money a bit faster. Without hesitation, Li Du directly purchased this class changebook. Detected that your lifespan is sufficient, deducting 10,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Deduction successful. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the class changebook Abyssal Envoy. After the purchase, the class changebook was automatically used. Soon, a radiant light flickered around Li Du. Then, Li Du immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, an indescribable comfort and exhilaration. Congratulations, class change successful. You have become Abyssal Envoy. With the appearance of a prompt, Li Du officially changed classes. He immediately opened his data panel. Name, Li Du, level, 20, class, Abyssal Envoy, equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Slaughter, green, Overlord Heavy Armor, blue, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, all swords return to origin, purple, class skills, blue Abyssal Eye, Abyssal Slash, Flame Demon Summon, Dark Confinement, health, 9,500, mana, 1,000, strength, 325, spirit, 300. Constitution, 300, Agility, 300, free attribute points, 100, talent, longevity, top tier. You gain a life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently the extraction rate is 50 days per monster. Talent experience, 9058/100000, lifespan, 743 years, 322 days, 4 hours, 13 minutes, 4 seconds. Seeing this value, Li Du felt an immense sense of comfort. His health was nearly 10,000, and all 4 attributes had reached 300. Due to equipment upgrades, his strength had risen to 325. Moreover, all his attribute points had been reset. This should be the normal value. As for lifespan, during his dungeon runs, his talent had leveled up again. Now, the longevity talent had reached its peak, with an absorption efficiency of at least 50 days per wild monster. If the wild monster's stats were too high, he could even gain thousands of days of lifespan from each. But now that my class has improved so much, wild monsters' stats shouldn't easily surpass mine. Speaking of which, Li Du had unexpectedly benefited from being too weak. Thinking of this, Li Du couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, talent experience was no longer calculated in days but in years. To level up again, it required 100,000 years of lifespan. Li Du allocated all 100 of his free attribute points to strength, bringing his strength to 425. With his current stats, Li Du was confident that if he attempted the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon again, he could finish the battle in 15 hours, or even within 10 hours. Of course, aside from the numerical boost from his job change, Li Du also gained 4 professional skills, all of which were of excellent quality. The first 2 were basic professional skills that could be learned at level 5, Abyssal Eye and Abyssal Strike. Abyssal Eye was similar to a detection skill but was more advanced. It could not only reveal a person's basic information but also delve deeper to uncover their skills, talents, and even some hidden traits. For wild monsters, it could even show their attack preferences. Abyssal Strike was a very ordinary offensive skill, but its effects were quite powerful, dealing even more damage than Thunder Strike, with similar cooldown and resource costs. The other 2 skills were learned at levels 10 and 20, respectively, Infernal Summoning and Dark Binding. Infernal Summoning allowed Li Du to summon an Infernal to fight for him, with the Infernal's attributes matching his own, capable of using Abyssal Strike to attack enemies. Its duration was 1 hour, after which there was a 30-minute cooldown before it could be summoned again. However, the Infernal could only reach a maximum level of 35, and once Li Du surpassed level 35, the Infernal's attributes would not increase. Dark Binding was a very powerful control skill that could also deal considerable damage. It created a black mist that blinded those caught within it, while not affecting Li Du's own vision. Additionally, the black mist continuously absorbed the strength of those enveloped in it, paralyzing them and rendering them immobile for a short time. During this period, the black mist would deal damage every second, and within a minute or 2, it could kill everyone inside. Moreover, the mist had a large area of effect, covering a radius of 30 meters. Although it was an excellent skill, Li Du felt it was comparable to some epic level skills. The cooldown for this skill was not long, only 30 minutes. These are just my current professional skills. In the future, for every 10 levels I gain, I will receive another professional skill, and the quality of the skills is linked to the quality of the profession. Besides the job change, I remember I also received some rewards when I broke the record. I can use them now. When he broke the record for the Cayman Orc Kingdom dungeon, Li Du received several rewards. He immediately took them out. First was a random epic level item package. Congratulations, you have obtained an epic level item, Return Scroll. It's actually a return scroll. Seeing this item, Li Du was once again astonished. Return Scroll, epic level item. Range, 500 kilometers. Uses, 100 times. This was a 500-kilometer return scroll. Once the main city was set, using the scroll anywhere within a 500-kilometer radius of his main city would instantly teleport him back. Moreover, this scroll had a total of 100 uses. With it, even if Li Du encountered danger in the wild in the future, he wouldn't have to worry at all. It was equivalent to a very powerful life-saving item. After putting away the scroll, Li Du continued to check the next reward, an epic level skill scroll. Using it would randomly grant him an epic level skill book. Li Du used it directly. Congratulations! You have obtained an epic level summoning skill book, General Summon. General Summon, epic level summoning profession skill, learning level, 20. Mana cost, 200. Skill cooldown time, 2 hours. Skill information, summon a Carmen Orc General to fight for you, lasting no more than 30 minutes, its level will always be 5 levels higher than yours, up to a maximum of level 40, its attributes equivalent to a Carmen Orc General of the same level under Hell difficulty, and it can use all the skills of a Carmen Orc General. Undoubtedly, the General Summon is also a very powerful skill. Li Du has already witnessed the stats of the Carmen Orc General. Once summoned, it will definitely be a strong ally for Li Du. Perhaps in the future, when farming monsters, Li Du can farm a patch himself and let the Carmen Orc General farm another. After finishing all this, Li Du left the Fate Temple. This time, the Fate Temple consumed 10,000 years of Li Du's lifespan, and the accumulated lifespan during this period was completely depleted. But for Li Du, it was well worth it. I haven't been home for many days. I wonder how Shu Weisheng is doing. Sitting on the train back to Lan City, watching the scenery outside retreat until it became blurry, Li Du felt a bit emotional. He didn't use the teleportation array because the time for the self-enrollment exam had long passed, and the teleportation array was no longer free. The cost to teleport from Tianhai City to Lan City was as high as 2,000 divine power points, while taking the train back, although it would take several hours, the ticket was only 5 divine power points. Although Li Du was not lacking in divine power points now, years of poverty had still made him develop a habit of frugality. 3 hours later, The next stop is Lan City Station, please disembark quickly if you need to get off. Following the announcement in the train, Li Du got off with the crowd. Breathing in the familiar air of Lan City again, Li Du couldn't quite describe the feeling. He bought some vegetables at the market and went straight home. Upon returning home, he opened the door and called out as usual, Shui Shang, I'm back. Brother, you're back. Shui Shang ran out of the room, her face full of excitement. Although he had only been away for a few days, Li Du felt that Shui Shang seemed a bit haggard. She was very happy to see Li Du, even feeling a bit like crying, biting her lip and saying, I thought you wouldn't come back until the college entrance exam. What kind of talk is that? Li Du smiled helplessly, nothing happened while I was away, right? No, it's just good that you're back, brother. Shui Shang came over to take the vegetables Li Du had bought and pushed him onto the sofa. You rest, brother, I'll go cook. Okay. It seemed that because of Li Du's return, Shui Shang was especially happy. Her mood was much lighter while cooking, and even from the sofa, Li Du could hear her humming softly. Soon, the meal was ready. The two of them ate as usual, as if nothing had happened. Brother, which school are you planning to apply to? During dinner, Shui Shang couldn't help but ask. For some reason, there seemed to be a hint of worry in her tone. Li Du didn't catch it, just pondering. If possible, I actually really want to go to the 3 top universities. Whether it's Qingbei University, Daijing University, or Xinxia University, they are the 3 most prestigious universities in the entire Daxia country. If I can get in, it would almost be like stepping into the upper echelons of society for half my life. However, the admission requirements for these 3 universities are too strict. The minimum standard for admission to these 3 universities is an epic-level profession, and Li Du's profession is not sufficient. Shui Shang thought Li Du was joking and teased, if you get in, even the Lord of Lan City will come to our house for dinner. She actually already knew Li Du's profession, basic warrior. She even knew how Li Du obtained this profession. But she didn't dare to say it, just as Li Du hadn't told Shui Shang about his own matters. Both were afraid of worrying the other. Shui Shang didn't know how many years of life Li Du had left. She didn't want Li Du's remaining years to become monotonous and dull. Every time Shui Shang watched Li Du leave, her heart would ache. She was truly afraid that one day their meetings would become their last. However, Li Du's next words left Shui Shang stunned. Even though I can't get into the top 3 universities, I can still aim for the top 10. The 4th-ranked university is Tanchang University in Magic City, right in Magic City. If I get in, you can transfer there, and we can rent a place together. Shui Shang's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair. Brother, you're not joking, are you? Li Du blinked and smiled. What, do you think I enjoy teasing you? Shui Shang couldn't help but exclaim, brother, you're not a basic warrior, are you? How suddenly, Shui Shang covered her mouth, as if she had said something wrong. Li Du was also taken aback, staring blankly at Shui Shang for a few seconds. A strange silence fell between the siblings, and Li Du's gaze gradually calmed. Shui Shang, do you know something? Brother, I. Shui Shang bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, and she couldn't find her voice. Li Du suddenly laughed and stepped forward to embrace Shui Shang. Did you think I only had a few years left to live? They all say. You went to the God of Life temple and exchanged 50 years of life for a basic warrior. Brother, I didn't mean to overhear. Seeing Shui Shang like this, Li Du felt a pang of heartache. He suddenly thought about how torturous this time apart must have been for Shui Shang. Did she think about all sorts of things at night? The last time Li Du came back, she had even cried. A deep sense of guilt arose in Li Du's heart. He even regretted not telling Shui Shang about this earlier, which led to her misunderstanding for so long. Gently stroking Shui Shang's face, Li Du said, I'm fine, Shui Shang. I'm not a basic warrior anymore. My profession is an elite-level profession, an abyss envoy. And you don't have to worry about my lifespan. But after thinking for a moment, Li Du really didn't know how to explain. He suddenly took Shui Shang's hand and said, come with me. Shui Shang didn't know what Li Du was going to do, but she followed him out. They put on their coats and went outside. Then, Li Du took Shui Shang to the God of Life temple. A burst of light swept over them, followed by a line of information. Name, Li Du. Profession, Abyss Envoy. Lifespan, 743 years, 321 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes, 28 seconds. When Shui Shang saw this line of information, her eyes widened. Brother, your lifespan? Li Du smiled. So, are you still worried now? But, how could you? Li Du said, I awakened a talent that can extend my lifespan. All of this lifespan was gained through that talent. At this point, Li Du suddenly became very serious. Shui Shang, this talent of mine is quite extraordinary. No matter what, it's best that only you and I know about it. No one else, absolutely no one, can know, understand? Shu Wei-sheng gradually understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of guilt. Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't heard those things, you wouldn't have to say this to me. Li Du patted her head and said, what silly things are you saying? We've been through so many years together. What is there that we can't know? Shu Wei-sheng hugged Li Du tightly, just like when they were children, pressing her head against his chest. Brother, with your talent being so good, we can be together forever, never apart. Li Du smiled, just about to take Shu Wei-sheng home. Suddenly, he realized something. Shu Wei-sheng, let me take a look at your lifespan. The Temple of Fate opened the data panel for Shu Wei-sheng for free. Li Du swiped down and saw Shu Wei-sheng's lifespan. Name, Li Shu Wei-sheng. Occupation, none. Lifespan, 47 years, 231 days, 12 hours, 34 minutes, 9 seconds. 47 years, Shu Wei-sheng's lifespan was only 47 years. Li Du didn't even realize that his own lifespan was long enough. But what about Shu Wei-sheng? He had lived for thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, but one day, Shu Wei-sheng would gradually grow old, and the people he knew would turn to dust one by one. At that time, what would be the meaning of his existence? If one day, Shu Wei-sheng also passed away, how would he face it? Li Du couldn't bear to imagine. He had already experienced the pain of life and death. After his parents passed away, he had almost lost the will to live. If it weren't for Shu Wei-sheng, he wouldn't even have had the courage to go on. Shu Wei-sheng had become his spiritual support for living. Li Du couldn't imagine how he would face everything if Shu Wei-sheng were to die. Shu Wei-sheng noticed that something was off with Li Du. At first, she was a bit puzzled, but when she saw her own lifespan, she suddenly realized. Her brother had a long lifespan, but what about her? She would grow up, and one day she would grow old, her once beautiful face gradually becoming withered, youth fading away. How would they face that? Shu Wei-sheng understood from a young age that wanting to be with her brother forever was very difficult. She had heard others say that girls had to grow up, had to be independent. In the future, she would have to marry someone else, and some people would look at her and say with a sour tone, I wonder which pig will root this cabbage in the future. But she didn't want to face all of that. She didn't want to part with her brother, and she didn't want to get married. She couldn't imagine respecting a stranger in the future. Clearly, her brother was the one who had always been with her as she grew up. Clearly he was the one who had always supported her. Why should anyone else? When her family was in dire straits, not a single person came to help them. What she feared was that one day when she grew old, would her brother still like her as he did now? She was afraid of all of this. Unconsciously, Shu Wei-sheng felt a bit cold and instinctively clutched Li Du's clothes tightly. Just like when she was a child, whenever she was nervous or scared, she would do this instinctively. Li Du gradually calmed down and comforted her. It's okay, Shu Wei-sheng. Brother? The Temple of Fate can exchange lifespan for many good things. As long as your brother exchanges for a good occupation for you, you can actually live a long time. Weren't you envious of those extraordinary beings when you read books before? They can fly and travel through the earth. Those extraordinary beings actually have long lifespans. As long as you become one, you won't have to worry about anything. Shu Wei-sheng lightly hummed in response. In the end, the two left the Temple of Fate. In the following days, Li Du didn't go to grind dungeons but instead spent quality time with Shu Wei-sheng. Shu Wei-sheng was 14 years old this year, in her second year of junior high, and next semester she would be in her third year. Li Du had already made a decision. Wherever he went to take the exam, he would let Shu Wei-sheng transfer to that place. After she finished high school, Li Du would see if she could awaken a good occupation. If possible, that would be best. If not, even if she failed to awaken, Li Du would go to the Temple of Fate to choose a profession for her. Soon, a few days passed, and finally, it was the day of the college entrance examination. The practitioners from the provincial capital had already set up the teleportation arrays in various schools, which could transport each student to their corresponding examination sites. Several teachers were chatting and laughing nearby. This year's students from our school are quite good. I fear we might produce a few good talents. Ha ha ha. Teacher Qin, I think Zhang Yanming from your class is quite remarkable. He ranked 212th in the independent enrollment exam and received a guaranteed spot at Tianwei Academy. Teacher Qin, congratulations. Really, congratulations, you can't miss out on the bonus this year. Hearing the compliments from other teachers, Qin Anmin smiled in return. You all flatter me. I actually didn't do much. It's the students who are outstanding. Not just Zhang Yanming, our school has produced several top students this year, and many have already secured spots for direct admission to universities. Soon after, the students arrived at school one after another, gathering on the playground. Once the number was complete, the teleportation array would activate. At that time, all the teachers and students would be directly teleported to the examination site. Beside the playground, a detection device was set up. Each student could step up to check their information, which would also be displayed on the large screen in front of the playground. Senior year, Class 5, Lee Chengdong. Profession, Elite Assassin, Green. Level, 14. I didn't expect Lee Chengdong to reach level 14. With this level, it looks like a top university is secured. In previous years, level 13 was usually enough to get into a top university, level 14 is no problem at all. Senior year, Class 7, Lu Xiaoming. Profession, Flame Mage, Green. Level, 13. Although he's only level 13, being a mage is a popular profession. What a pity, if he could reach level 14, I feel he might even have a chance at a double first-class university. People commented on the various professions appearing on the screen, with many excellent students, but also some underperformers. A month of preparation had led to a gradual polarization among the students. Many top students had reached levels 13 and 14, while quite a few underperformers were only at levels 7 or 8. With such levels, even getting into a first-tier university would be difficult, they would basically only be able to attend second-tier institutions. However, the strength of second-tier universities was evident. Going there would hardly guarantee a future. A few minutes later, a line of information surprised many. Senior year, Class 2, Jiang Yanming. Profession, dual-wield swordsman, blue. Level, 16. Wow! Jiang Yanming actually reached level 16. Impressive. With this level, he can definitely aim for a top 30 double first-class university. What? You guys didn't know? Jiang Yanming has already secured a spot for direct admission to Tianwei University. Damn! As expected of young Master Jiang, truly impressive. With this level, he could become this year's top student in our Lancheng. I heard he still wants to take the college entrance examination to prove himself, aiming for the top 500 in the province. If he succeeds, he'll be even more impressive. People were astonished, and many teachers felt a great sense of pride. Having such an outstanding student in the school was a good thing for them. Many teachers had even started to curry favor with Qin Anmin. Qin Anmin was the homeroom teacher of senior year, Class 2, and with Jiang Yanming being so excellent, his bonus this year would likely multiply several times. Qin Anmin also returned the greetings, smiling at everyone. However, amidst the joy, he felt a bit worried. He wondered how Li Du was doing. He had high hopes for this student. Although Li Du had ranked first in the Tianwei University independent admission exam, he ultimately did not sign the paperwork with Tianwei University, so they cancelled his results. The first place publicly announced by the university remained with Fu Ming. In fact, no teacher at Lancheng High School even knew that Li Du had participated in the independent admission exam. In the minds of countless people, Li Du was still that student who had been a top scholar for 3 years but ultimately failed to transition. Even though he had defeated Jiang Yanming once, he still hadn't changed people's perceptions. While discussing Jiang Yanming, people also began to talk about Li Du. I heard that Li Du defeated Jiang Yanming. Why hasn't he shown up? I don't know. But can he really beat Jiang Yanming? Could this be fake news? My assessment is, he studies journalism. No, I saw him beat Jiang Yanming with my own eyes that day. However, I feel that Jiang Yanming must have been too careless. Right now, Li Du is absolutely not comparable to Jiang Yanming. Of course, one is a basic warrior, and the other is a dual-wielding swordsman. There's no comparison. Jiang Yanming stepped down from the detection device, and upon hearing the discussions, a proud expression appeared on his face. He loved the feeling of being envied by others. It gave him a thrill of being above everyone else, the center of attention. Hearing people talk about Li Du, Jiang Yanming snorted coldly. What is Li Du? How dare he compare himself to me? Although Li Du had severely provoked him on the day of the independent enrollment, when Jiang Yanming saw the results and found that Li Du's name was missing, he was overjoyed. He believed Li Du must have cheated, otherwise, there was no way his name wouldn't be there. He was still the strongest. At that moment, some people suddenly gasped. Li Du is here. Li Du's arrival caught everyone's attention, and many teachers turned to look. Jiang Yanming's expression darkened. He suddenly walked up to Li Du and raised his head, saying, Li Du, do you dare to step up and let everyone see your level? Li Du looked over and found that the big screen still displayed Jiang Yanming's level 16. He felt proud. People around began to jeer. Li Du, do you dare to go up? Ha ha ha, he's just a basic warrior, how could he dare to go up? Is he trying to be funny? Li Du, if you have guts, go up. Listening to these voices, Li Du sneered and walked up. Then, the information refreshed, and Li Du's name appeared. The entire school was stunned. Class 3, 2, Li Du. Profession, Abyss Envoy, blue. Level 20. Level 20. This was Li Du's data. When people saw this line of data, they were dumbfounded. They could hardly believe it, even thinking that the big screen might be broken. Level 20, how is that possible? Jiang Yinming stared blankly at those words, the mocking remarks he had prepared stuck in his throat, chilling him to the bone. People were left speechless, especially those who had looked down on Li Du, now found it unbelievable. Some teachers were very confused. Isn't Li Du a basic warrior? Why has his profession changed to Abyss Envoy? The school's device was functioning properly, it had been checked several times before being brought in, and it couldn't have malfunctioned just for Li Du. There was nothing wrong with Li Du's profession, so how did it come about? Li Du slowly stepped down from the detection device, not even glancing at Jiang Yinming, and walked to his class. People parted to make way for him. Level 20. This level is only achievable by those epic big shots. Li Du is aiming for the top 50 in the province. If Li Du really makes it into the top 50, he might even get into the top 10 prestigious universities. Wow! After all these years, is Lon City finally going to produce a genius who can enter the top 10 prestigious universities? Watching the admiration that once belonged to him shift to Li Du, Jiang Yinming felt a deep resentment. But at this moment, he no longer dared to provoke Li Du. People continued to arrive, but the heat surrounding Li Du did not dissipate, instead, it intensified. Those who had once looked down on Li Du now changed their tune, praising him as an unparalleled genius. Even those who had previously mocked Li Du came over to apologize. This world is just like that. Teachers, please count the number of students in each class. Once everyone is here, we will teleport to the exam site. At this moment, the head of the teaching department took the stage to speak, and the teachers began to count the students. Soon, the count was completed, and all the faculty and students were present. Then, everyone stood on the teleportation array. As the Grand Mage of the provincial capital cast the teleportation spell, everyone in the school was instantly transported away. The once bustling campus became desolate. The provincial capital of Gue Province is Tianhai City, where the college entrance examination for the province is held uniformly. Hundreds of thousands of candidates from the entire province were assigned numbers and randomly distributed among 5 examination centers. Li Du was assigned to the 3rd examination center, which was quite a coincidence, as the 3rd center was located at Tengwei Academy. Attention all candidates, we are now in the information detection phase. This phase will check your detailed information and display it on the big screen. After this phase ends, the college entrance examination will begin. A booming voice echoed from the sky, followed by countless beams of light falling upon each candidate. Soon, a lot of information appeared on the big screen. Name, Fong Xiaochang. Profession, Angelic Holy Warrior, Legendary. Level, 21. Hometown, Hayes City. Name, Zhuabing. Profession, Cleric Mage, Legendary. Level, 21. Hometown, Gainan City. Name, Mo Xiaobing. Profession, Lord of Storms, Legendary. Level, 21. Hometown, Tianhai City. One by one, the information appeared on the big screen. This was the information of all candidates, evaluated almost entirely based on their foundational strength. The top ranks were all legendary professions. Li Du was very surprised. There were actually 20 legendary professions in the entire Gue province. This was something he had never heard of before. In fact, due to the protection of legendary professions, schools would not disclose information about them before the college entrance examination. This was also why Fu Ming was able to secure the title of Tianhai City's top genius. Otherwise, with 5 legendary professions just in Tianhai City, she wouldn't have had a chance. But Fu Ming was not lacking either. Li Du saw her ranked 21st. Although she was not a legendary profession, she was still the strongest among the epic professions. I didn't expect her to participate in the college entrance examination. Li Du thought she wouldn't take the exam. Li Du was ranked 186th, nestled among a crowd of epic professions. Although his profession was of the refined level, his level had reached 20, which allowed him to stand out. Most people's attention was focused on the legendary professions, and the most discussions revolved around them. This year, Gue Province produced a total of 20 legendary professions and 213 epic professions. As for refined level professions, there were more than 5,000. The vast majority of people had levels around 12 or 13, and those who reached level 15 ranked at the top. Once the information detection phase ended, Li Du saw a tower descending from the sky. The trial tower has appeared. People were incredibly excited. This was the trial tower specifically for the college entrance examination, and everyone would enter the tower to take the exam. Then, a loud voice echoed again from the sky. Attention all candidates, the trial tower has descended. This examination requires that no props be used, no personal equipment be brought, and all spatial storage devices are prohibited. Examinations may only use the non-attribute props provided by the examination venue. Any violation of the examination rules will be treated as cheating. Cheating in the college entrance examination will result in a lifetime disqualification from the examination, with extremely serious consequences. Please take this seriously. Upon hearing this voice, everyone became very serious. In an era of universal job changes, the state places great importance on the college entrance examination. The power that strong professionals can unleash is truly incredible, and the examination must detect all talents with 100% accuracy. Therefore, the strictness of the college entrance examination has reached an almost pathological level. Cheating in the college entrance examination is almost equivalent to a crime in this era. Now, all candidates please proceed to collect your equipment. As the voice fell, the candidates began to go collect their gear. Li Du also went to collect his. They were all very simple pieces of equipment, almost providing no effect and lacking any attribute bonuses. After putting it on, the voice of the sky sounded again. All candidates will take the exam inside the trial tower. Depending on the profession, different exam scenarios will appear. There are three main types of professions: combat, support, and life skills. Among them, the combat exam consists of 5 rounds, with increasing difficulty. The exam will take place over 2 days. On the first day, there will be 4 rounds of exams, with a half-hour interval between each round. The final round will be held on the second day. After each round, you can check your exam scores and rank based on those scores. Exam scores are very important. The scores you earn in the college entrance exam can be converted into university credits at a 1-to-1 ratio. University credits are even more significant than divine power values. Now, all candidates please enter the exam hall in order, no cutting in line. As the announcement ended, the candidates began to enter the exam hall one after another. In such a serious moment, no one dared to cause trouble. Even the once arrogant young masters were now behaving themselves. No matter how powerful their backgrounds were, no one dared to oppose the state in such a solemn occasion. Soon, everyone entered the trial tower. In the attic of the Tiangue Academy, several examiners had gathered. This year's situation is great. I didn't expect there to be 20 legendary-level professions. It seems that this year, our Gue province is likely to have more geniuses going to the 3 top universities. Not only legendary-level professions, but there's also this child, Fu Ming, who has an epic-level profession. I have high hopes for her. The examiners chatted, and their attention gradually shifted to the information about Li Du. Oh, is this Li Du the first place in the Tiangue Academy's independent recruitment exam? Yes, that's him. I was also an examiner for that exam, but wasn't he a basic warrior? How did his profession change? Maybe he obtained a forced job change scroll, but that scroll is almost only possible to drop in legendary-level dungeons. It seems this little guy has quite a bit of fortune. As they chatted, they began to pay attention to the exam content. Li Du had already entered the trial tower. Name, Li Du. Level, 20. Profession, Abyss Envoy, Blue, candidate information confirmed. As the voice fell, Li Du saw a beam of light appear ahead. This light condensed and eventually transformed into a robot-like monster. First exam, individual combat test. Exam content, inflict as much damage as possible on the exam robot within 10 minutes. Scores will be calculated based on the amount of damage dealt. During this process, try to prevent the test robot's attacks from hitting you, otherwise, points will be deducted. The exam content was very simple. Li Du immediately activated Abyssal Eye. Test robot level, 100 health, 10 million strength, 0 skills, basic combat techniques. This robot had no attack power and would only exist for 10 minutes. As the exam began, Li Du immediately launched his attack. Abyss Slash. Soon, a powerful attack landed on the robot, delivering a solid blow that caused no reduction in damage. To prepare for the subsequent tests, Li Du did not use Wrath of the Beasts. After the Abyss Slash ended, Li Du continued to use other skills, unleashing as many damage-dealing skills as possible. He even used the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin technique. The robot retaliated, but its movements were very slow and could not reach Li Du at all. Countless damage points were inflicted, but due to the robot's extremely high health, its health bar barely changed. Before long, the 10 minutes were up. Attention combat candidates, the first round of the exam has ended. Now announcing the scores for this round. In the trial tower, the scores and rankings of everyone appeared. First place, Li Dong. Damage dealt, 387,000. Points, 100. Second place, Fang Xiaochang. Damage dealt, 385,000. Points, 100. Among them, legendary-level professions undoubtedly dominated the top 20, and Fu Ming lived up to expectations, securing the 21st place. Li Du ranked 86th, dealing 240,000 damage. Moreover, Li Du did not use the Wrath of Beasts, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly taken first place. As a refined-level profession, it was quite surprising for him to achieve this ranking. Several examiners were taken aback when they noticed Li Du. Incredible, a refined-level profession actually surpassed many epic-level professions. It might be because his profession has high damage. Many epic-level professions tend to focus on functionality. Even so, he is still quite impressive. After the first round ended, the second round of the exam followed immediately. The second round tested group combat ability. All candidates would face 100 wild monsters of the same level, and it was a matter of who could quickly kill these monsters. When the exam began, Li Du was immediately surrounded by wild monsters. Goblin Soldier type, normal wild monster level, 20 health, 1560 strength, 60. When Li Du saw the stats of these monsters, he was momentarily stunned. Aren't these stats too low? Having experienced the trials of hell-level dungeons, Li Du felt that this exam posed no challenge at all. However, he quickly understood. After all, this was a college entrance examination, aimed at selecting talent rather than eliminating it. If the difficulty were too high, it would lead to mass eliminations, which would not be good for the country. Without hesitation, Li Du directly unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Soon, countless sword rains fell, and the wild monsters fell one by one. In less than a minute, Li Du completed the exam. As candidates finished their exams one by one, the second round finally came to an end. Then, the results were announced. First place, Li Dong. Time taken, 21 seconds. Points, 500. Second place, Fong Xiaochang. Time taken, 21.8 seconds. Points, 500. Most legendary-level professions still occupied the top 20. Why say most? Because there were two non-legendary-level professions. Fifth place, Li Du. Time taken, 27.8 seconds. Points, 400. Sixth place, Fu Ming. Time taken, 29.1 seconds. Points, 400. Fu Ming and Li Du actually crushed a host of legendary-level professions, landing in 5th and 6th place. The examiners were not too surprised by Fu Ming's performance, but they were utterly astonished by Li Du. What's going on with this Li Du? He actually took only 27 seconds. Was there an error in the monster's attribute settings? No error, the attributes were set according to his level. After several examiners confirmed there were no mistakes, they finally acknowledged Li Du's results. In another trial tower, Fu Ming saw that his and Li Du's rankings were actually linked together, feeling both happy and unwilling to accept it. Why should I fall behind him by one place? I'll work harder and definitely surpass you. Meanwhile, some legendary-level professions that were surpassed were quite surprised, not expecting a refined-level profession to reach this ranking. Especially Imo Xiaobing, who ranked 7th, right behind Fu Ming and Li Du. Seeing their rankings, Imo Xiaobing sneered, "It's just that you're faster at bullying weaklings. When the next 3 rounds of exams start, you'll witness the power of legendary-level professions." Soon, the third round of the exam began. However, this round was no longer ordinary. Starting from the third round, the difficulty of the exam will significantly increase. All candidates can choose their own difficulty level, with 5 options: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the more points you earn, and the corresponding exam is also more challenging. All combat candidates, please select the exam difficulty. As the voice fell, the candidates began to choose their difficulty levels. Li Dong stood in the trial tower, his gaze incredibly resolute. "I will only challenge the hardest tasks. I am determined to become the provincial champion in this exam." He then unhesitatingly chose Hell difficulty. The second-ranked candidate, Fong Xiaochang, also chose Hell difficulty. In both exams, he had narrowly missed Li Dong, and he was unwilling to accept it. "We are both legendary class professions. Why should I lose to you?" It wasn't just Fong Xiaochang. Almost all legendary class professions chose Hell difficulty. When Fu Ming saw the difficulty options, she paused for a moment. Logically, she should choose Nightmare difficulty, which would be the most suitable. After all, she wasn't really taking the college entrance exam to get into any university, she had already been accepted early. But she wanted to prove herself. "Although I am an epic class profession, I am not inferior to legendary class professions. Li Du, I will surpass you, I keep my word." She then also chose Hell difficulty. When Li Du saw the difficulty options, he showed no hesitation. "If I don't use the Wrath of Beings, it might be a bit difficult to challenge Hell difficulty with my current strength. However, that doesn't mean I lack the ability." Li Du also chose Hell difficulty. In today's 4 rounds of exams, Li Du did not plan to use the Wrath of Beings in the first 3 rounds. He wanted to save it for the most crucial moment. Finally, all candidates completed their difficulty selections. The first 3 rounds of the exam tested adaptability. In this round, candidates would face various elite monsters. They might appear alone, in groups, or even ambush, simulating various situations on the battlefield. Candidates were required to be able to respond skillfully to various emergencies. The exam lasted for 1 hour, and before the time ended, candidates could earn points for each elite monster they killed. Points were awarded based on difficulty, at 1 point, 2 points, 4 points, 8 points, and 20 points. As the exam began, various wild monsters started to appear around Li Du. Blue Moon Greedy Wolf, type, elite monster, level, 20, health, 7,800, strength, 320. At this point, these elite monsters finally posed some pressure on Li Du. However, these values were not insurmountable. Inferno Demon Summon. Li Du cast the skill, and a magic circle appeared on the ground. A fire-filled Inferno Demon emerged. Its attributes were identical to Li Du's. Kill. Li Du commanded the Inferno Demon, which immediately charged out. At the same time, Li Du also attacked, releasing his skills. Soon, this elite monster was slain by Li Du. But it wasn't over. After this elite monster died, another one of a completely different type appeared nearby. Li Du took action and killed the wild monster. Then several more appeared in the vicinity. One even attempted to ambush Li Du as soon as it appeared. If Li Du hadn't remained vigilant, it might have succeeded. This round of testing was finally no longer easy. Not just Li Du, others also began to slay monsters. Li Dong's profession was that of a warrior. He wielded a great sword, and although he had no attributes, every attack he landed caused a powerful thunderstorm. The wild monsters in front of him barely lasted 2 seconds. Li Dong is really strong, and his combat level is very high. He kills monsters cleanly and decisively, without any hesitation. Of course, Li Dong's father is Commander Li from the Southern Military District. Influenced by that, how could Li Dong be lacking? He is determined to become the provincial champion this time, and he even aims to challenge for the national champion. Another battlefield. Fuming's battle was quite enjoyable. These wild monsters posed little threat to her. Compared to the Carmen Orc Kingdom instance, this challenge could even be considered simple. Although her profession didn't have high damage output, she still dispatched monsters efficiently. Several candidates nodded in agreement. Fuming is quite good. It seems Fushang has taught her well. After all, Fushang is a person who has truly been to war. He even had the chance to become a general back then. At this rate, this girl has a chance to make it into the top 10 in the province. It's just a pity she'll likely have to stay at Tianwei Academy. The examiners continued to observe. Every time they spotted a promising candidate, they couldn't help but comment. Soon, they noticed Li Du. The fighting is very methodical. Although it looks ordinary, it's actually quite skilled. But it seems to be getting a bit tough. After all, it's a refined level profession. Choosing hell difficulty is commendable. He's a talent worth cultivating. The examiners finished their comments and were about to look at others when one of them noticed something unusual. Wait, take a closer look. The skills Li Du is using are clearly warrior skills, yet he can summon elite monsters. I almost missed that. What's going on? Let me see. Li Du is actually a very rare triple system profession, belonging to warrior, magic, and summoning. Is there really such a profession? This is quite an eye-opener. Abyssal Envoy. This profession currently has no records nationwide. We need to report this data quickly and observe Li Du more closely. The examiners nodded in agreement. The exam continued. This round was not like the previous two. The difficulty had significantly increased. From this round onward, people began to drop out of the exam due to injuries or various reasons, and their scores were fixed at that point. If they couldn't even complete the third round, their final scores would likely only qualify them for a second-tier school. It was impossible to aim for a first-tier or even a double first-tier institution. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates in the entire province, more than half had already been eliminated. At this moment, the cruelty of the college entrance examination gradually became apparent. However, outstanding professionals continued to stand out. Many refined-level professionals even outperformed numerous epic-level ones. Soon, an hour passed, and the third round of the exam officially ended. Li Dong let out a long breath, his expression still calm. He looked at his score, which finally settled at 186. He had killed 186 elite monsters. Fang Xiaochang also stopped. This time I gave it my all, killing a full 185 elite monsters. No matter what, I should be able to surpass Li Dong. You want to be the provincial champion, have you asked me? Fuming also stopped, looking at her score, feeling quite satisfied. Killing 146 wild monsters was already impressive. Finally, the score rankings appeared again. First place, Li Dong. Kill count, 186. Points, 3,720. Second place, Fang Xiaochang. Kill count, 185. Points, 3,640. 18th place, Fuming. Kill count, 146. Points, 2,920. 35th place, Li Du. Kill count, 123. Points, 2,460. Seeing himself ranked second again, Fang Xiaochang was immediately furious. Damn! How did he kill 186? Just one more than me. I refuse to accept this. I'm second again. He cursed, venting his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Fuming was quite pleased to see herself in the top 20. After all, her profession didn't have high damage output, and many of her skills were more functional. But not seeing Li Du surprised her. Did I surpass Li Du? Fuming was initially a bit happy, but when she looked down and saw that Li Du had actually fallen to 35th place, she immediately became worried. He can't be in any trouble, right? Li Du shouldn't be at this level. But worry aside, she still had to participate in the upcoming exams. After the third round ended, the fourth round began quickly. This round also had difficulty choices. However, before it started, a huge voice echoed in the sky. Attention all combat exam candidates, the fourth round of exams is about to begin. The difficulty of this exam is extremely high, and the likelihood of injury during the exam is very great. If you choose to withdraw from the exam, those who have completed the first 3 rounds will still have scores sufficient to apply to a top university. Please assess your capabilities before deciding whether to participate in the fourth round. After hearing this voice, many candidates chose to withdraw. I'm out. This college entrance exam is just too difficult. I really can't continue. Just getting into a top university is enough. I'll withdraw too. I'm not a genius to begin with. I almost got killed in the third round. The fourth round is even harder? No more, I'm done. Soon, large numbers of candidates chose to withdraw, ending their college entrance exam journey early. However, many candidates still chose to stay. They had come this far, and it would be too regretful to stop here. No matter what, they wanted to complete the journey of the college entrance exam. All candidates confirmed their decisions, and then the fourth round of exams finally began. The fourth round was a true challenge, because in this round, they would face boss monsters. There was also a choice of difficulty. Li Du chose hell difficulty without hesitation. However, the choices of others were different from Li Du's. Aside from Li Dong, Fang Xiaochang, and a few others who had consistently occupied the top 5 and chose hell difficulty, the rest surprisingly opted for a lower level of difficulty. Even though they were legendary class professions, they lacked the confidence to pass hell difficulty. Fu Ming chose nightmare difficulty. Meanwhile, more at the class professions chose the hard difficulty. Some even opted for normal difficulty for the sake of stability. This round of exams was extraordinary. After the choices were made, the exam officially began. Several examiners were discussing, how many do you think will pass the fourth round? After the filtering of the first 3 rounds, only over 6,000 combat candidates remained in the entire Gue province. These people were the true elite of Gue province. I feel it might be less than 100. The difficulty of this round is higher than in previous years, and many candidates might not be able to handle it. Out of 6,000, it was estimated that fewer than 200 would pass, with a staggering elimination rate of 97%. This terrifying elimination rate was indeed unprecedented. One person sighed, there's nothing we can do, the nearby countries of the Great Xia are not peaceful, the Lighthouse Nation has been provoking us frequently, and the little cherry blossoms are barking behind them. We have to prepare for the coming war. Not only that, but the number of spatial rifts within the Great Xia has also increased recently, with many abyssal demons appearing, causing significant casualties. Humanity was not in a state of peace, and life in the Great Xia was not good either. On one hand, the frictions between countries would not decrease due to changes in the world. On the other hand, various spatial rifts were constantly appearing around the world, with various burning legions, hellish demons, and abyssal monsters emerging from these rifts, all posing a great threat to humanity. The sudden increase in difficulty for this year's college entrance exam was closely related to the current situation of the Great Xia. In the trial tower, the boss that Li Du faced had already appeared. It was an enormous monster, its skin as red as lava, radiating a terrifying heat. Its appearance was very peculiar, with a demonic face and sharp fangs, looking extremely fearsome, as if it had walked out of hell. In fact, it truly came from hell. Burning demon, type, boss, level, 30, health, 128,000, strength, 2780, traits, scorching, the closer you are to it, the faster your health decreases, skills, hell lava, demon summon, flame demon body, demon roar. Upon seeing these numbers, Lidu finally showed a look of surprise. Its stats were even more powerful than those of the Orc King of Carmen. Over 120,000 health and nearly 3,000 strength. Such terrifying stats, no wonder the examiner had given a special warning. Facing this wild monster, even a legendary class profession might not be guaranteed victory, right? However, this was already the value for hell difficulty, other difficulties should be lower. Fu Ming looked at the demon before her, her expression more serious than ever. Although she had chosen nightmare difficulty, the demon she faced was still incredibly strong. With over 100,000 health and around 2,000 strength, just this stat alone was enough to make her go all out. No matter what, I must win this round. Although the opponent was formidable, she still had confidence. Many others, however, had pale faces. Even though they had tried to overestimate the strength of their opponent as much as possible, they found it was still far from enough. Even on normal difficulty, the demon's health reached an astonishing 50,000. Its attack power was also 800, causing extremely high damage. But no matter what, they had to face it. The path they chose, they had to walk to the end, even if it meant kneeling. As the sound signaling the start of the exam rang out, all the candidates began to fight. Li Du finally stopped hiding. Wrath of the Living. With a furious shout, Li Du immediately unleashed the Wrath of the Living. He wasn't using 10-fold Wrath of the Living, but 100-fold. Abyss Slash. After finishing the Wrath of the Living, Li Du released another skill. Under 100-fold damage, in just one exchange, the burning demon's body was directly sliced in half by Li Du. With a scream, Li Du killed the burning demon. However, the others had not completed the exam, so Li Du had not yet received the prompt information. But outside, Li Du's information had already appeared. First place, Li Du. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. Points earned, 8,000 points. When this information came out, all the examiners were stunned. What's going on? How did a candidate finish the exam? What happened? The exam just started. How could Li Du take only 0.1 seconds? Is there a mistake in the exam content? Everyone go check it again. The examiners were incredibly shocked. Such a situation had never occurred before. In previous years, although the fourth round of exams was not as extreme as this year, candidates still needed some time to kill the boss. The average time was around 30 minutes, and the provincial champion in previous years also needed about 3 to 4 minutes to kill the boss. The previous best record was 2 minutes and 13 seconds, a record that had stood for 7 years. And 0.1 seconds, such an instant kill situation had never happened before. What happened? At this moment, an elderly man in a gray-blue robe walked over. A few chief examiners saw him and quickly bowed. It's Elder Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Ning was a top professor at the Tengui Academy, a level 99 legendary quality magic profession, a top figure in the National Guild, and also a representative figure of Gui Province. Such a prominent person had the qualification to go to the capital to meet the emperor. Even Fu Shang had to bow respectfully upon seeing him. The chief examiners did not expect him to come to the exam site. Zhou Ning returned the greeting, showing no airs of a big shot. Is there a problem with the results? The chief examiners immediately recounted Li Du's situation. They had never seen anything like this. Zhou Ning carefully examined Li Du's battle footage and soon smiled. Li Du possesses a skill that can significantly enhance his attributes for a certain period, but it's unclear what the upper limit is. Upon hearing this, several examiners suddenly realized. Will using such a skill violate the rules? The college entrance exam does not prohibit similar skills. However, placing him in first place just like that might not be appropriate. At this moment, Zhou Ning spoke up. How about this, you arrange for a more powerful boss for him to fight again, to see if we can test the upper limit of his skill. The chief examiner looked troubled. But, old Zhou, how will we calculate the points then? No problem, I'll pay out of my own pocket. If he wins again, I'll reward him with an extra 10,000 points. The examiners all exclaimed, this won't do. How can we let you spend your own money, old Zhou? How about this, we'll cover the 10,000 points. After all, we are the examiners. Zhou Ning immediately became displeased. I proposed this, so what's wrong with me covering the points? Don't mess around, a deal is a deal. The examiners could only helplessly accept. Soon, Li Du saw the new information. The second round of the exam begins. Li Du was somewhat puzzled. Is there a second round in this exam? However, since it had appeared, he wasn't worried. Under the enhancement of 100-fold wrath of living beings, he felt completely fearless. The newly appeared wild monster was also glowing red, as if covered in magma. This wild monster resembled a vicious dog but had 3 heads. Hellhound, type, boss, level, 30, health, 158,700, strength, 3,800, traits, invulnerability, frenzy, will not defend, only attacks continuously, scorching, skills, charge, lava summon, celestial dog call, frenzied body. This boss's attributes were even more powerful and terrifying than before. Such a formidable boss made even Li Du feel incredulous. Even though it was hell difficulty, this was truly too high a challenge, wasn't it? Li Du did not know that this was a test specifically designed for him. Despite the Hellhound's high attributes, Li Du was not afraid. Thunder Strike! Li Du shouted, unleashing Thunder Strike. Soon, the Hellhound was once again killed in an instant by Li Du. This scene left the examiners outside in shock. Such destructive power is hard to achieve even for legendary classes. It's hard to believe he is just an elite class. Old Zhou, how should we handle this? Zhou Ning said, according to the rules, place him in first place. After the exam ends, deduct 10,000 points from my account as an extra reward for him. The examiners nodded in agreement. Soon, people gradually completed the 4th round of the exam, and this round officially ended. The 4th round of the exam has concluded. Now we will announce the results. First place, Li Du. Difficulty, Hell. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. Points earned, 8,000. Second place, Li Dong. Difficulty, Hell. Time taken, 2 minutes 8 seconds. Points earned, 5,000. Third place, Fong Xiaochang. Difficulty, Hell. Time taken, 2 minutes 20 seconds. Points earned, 4,800. 28th place, Fu Ming. Difficulty, Nightmare. Time taken, 5 minutes 6 seconds. Points earned, 2,500. The difficulty of the 4th round of the exam was truly not to be taken lightly. The vast majority of candidates were eliminated. Out of more than 6,000, only 267 were able to complete this round of the exam. Although this was slightly more than expected, the elimination rate was still quite staggering. The eliminated candidates were dejected. Failing the 4th round of the exam nearly severed their chances of entering a top-tier university. As the results were gradually announced, many were left astonished. They saw Li Du actually surpassing a group of legendary professionals, reaching first place, and felt an incredible shock. Who exactly is this Li Du? Completing the exam in 0.1 seconds, how did he do it? The most important thing is that he chose the hell difficulty. Li Dong, seeing that he had been surpassed, was equally astonished. I didn't expect there to be such hidden powerhouses in Gue province. It seems I was too arrogant. He had thought that being the top scholar of his province was a sure thing, but now it seemed uncertain. Li Du's emergence indeed put some pressure on him. But it doesn't matter, I am still first in the end. There was still the 5th round of exams, which was the final test, and this round was more important than the previous 4. If handled well, candidates who ranked low in the first 4 rounds might even be able to turn the tables in the 5th round. Fong Xiaochang was even more furious when he realized he hadn't even secured 2nd place. What on earth is this Li Du? I don't believe a refined level can achieve this result. I absolutely don't believe it. Where are the examiners? Come out. I want to report. Someone is cheating. A few examiners were displeased to see Fong Xiaochang making such a ruckus. Candidate Fong Xiaochang, please mind your words. If you doubt the exam results, you may appeal after the exam is over. But if you disturb the exam process, we have the right to disqualify you. Upon hearing this, Fong Xiaochang immediately dared not speak, but his gaze was still filled with hatred. He not only hated Li Dong but also Li Du. Fu Ming was very happy to see Li Du take first place. Humph. I knew you hadn't truly exerted yourself yet. When you really do, it will definitely shock everyone. Having teamed up with Li Du in a dungeon, Fu Ming was very clear about Li Du's strength. She was even eager to see the surprised looks on others' faces, as if she were Li Du herself. With the 4th round of exams over, today's testing came to a temporary halt. The 5th round would take place the next day. Candidates gradually left to rest, and Li Du also departed. He returned directly to the candidate dormitory, did nothing, and simply closed his eyes to rest. Soon, a day passed, and the 2nd day's exam began again. All candidates returned to the exam site at the scheduled time. Attention all candidates, today will be the 5th round of combat exams. This round will take place on a real battlefield, with ever-changing conditions, and the difficulty will be higher than the previous 4 rounds. I remind those who have passed the 4th round that your current scores are sufficient to enter a double first-class university. It is fine to forego the 5th round. Please assess your abilities before deciding whether to participate in the 5th round. Unlike before the 4th round, not a single candidate chose to give up the 5th round. Having come this far, no one wanted to leave now. The fifth round of exams officially begins. As the voice fell, the candidates in the trial tower immediately entered the exam hall for the fifth round. Li Du noticed that the surroundings had changed. He found himself in a dimly lit desert, filled with the stench of blood, with corpses scattered everywhere, some weathered, others still stained with blood. The venue for the fifth round of exams was actually a battlefield. The fifth round of exams has begun. Exam content, real battlefield simulation. This battlefield will feature various enemies, including wild monsters, demons, and professionals. Candidates need to survive in this battlefield and kill as many enemies as possible. The battlefield duration is 1 hour. As the voice ended, Li Du noticed many figures around him. Kill, kill, kill these monsters. No retreat, behind us is our homeland. To sacrifice for the country, to bring glory to the ancestors. Around him were many soldiers engaged in battle, their professions varied, their bodies dirty and covered in blood, yet there was no sign of retreat. In front of them were all kinds of monsters, hell demons, burning legions, goblin gremlins, and practitioners from other countries. The melee had already begun. Hey, kid over there, what are you dawdling for? Daydreaming on the battlefield will get you killed. At that moment, a middle-aged man shouted at Li Du, cursing him fiercely. When Li Du saw the middle-aged man, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But there was no time for deep thought. He immediately unleashed the wrath of beings and plunged into the battlefield. Abyss slash. Countless enemies surged forward, various skills erupted. Li Du executed the Abyss slash, instantly killing several foes. But he did not stop. With another skill, more enemies fell. Beside Li Du, many comrades were also slaying enemies. They fought fiercely on this battlefield. The simulated real battlefield, also known as the Abyss battlefield. The monsters, enemies, and comrades on the battlefield were all projections of those who had once existed. This battlefield had a total of 5 stages, and as each stage progressed, the enemies would grow stronger, and the battlefield would become increasingly dangerous. The first stage generally featured elite monsters around level 25, with a maximum of 30. By the second stage, boss monsters of levels 25 to 30 would appear. Their strength was determined by the bosses from the fourth exam. When the third stage began, it was the true hell stage, as there would be no level cap on the monsters appearing. The further one went, the stronger the enemies became, and by the fifth stage, even level 60 boss monsters could appear. In previous years, the record for the Great Xia Kingdom only reached the third stage, and it lasted less than 5 minutes there. Most people could only make it to the second stage at most. At this moment, Li Du was fully immersed in battle, enhancing his damage 100-fold, making it seem as if he was chopping vegetables when killing monsters. Several chief examiners were continuously monitoring Li Du's performance. As Zhou Ning was fixated on Li Du's actions, the examiners dared not switch the screen. Incredible, Zhou Ning exclaimed, this kid named Li Du definitely has deep fortune. One chief examiner asked, Lord Zhou Ning, what do you see? Among all the candidates, Li Du's combat is the cleanest and most efficient, wasting not a bit of energy. Even compared to Li Dong from a military family, he falls slightly short. Such a person has either been immersed in the battlefield for years, having killed countless enemies, or possesses extraordinary talent, knowing instinctively how to fight. Hearing Zhou Ning praise Li Du so highly, the other chief examiners were astonished. However, seeing Li Du slay enemies, they were equally impressed. Clearly, the first stage posed no pressure for him at all. I wonder how far this Li Du can go. As long as he killed over 200 enemies, he could directly enter the next stage. At this moment, Li Du had lost count of how many enemies he had slain. A message appeared in his mind. The simulated real battlefield has entered the second stage, all enemies have been enhanced, and elite-level enemies have begun to appear. After the voice sounded, Li Du felt the enemies had grown stronger. The stats were even more terrifying. Even the most ordinary wild monster had over 10,000 health points, with strength reaching 2,000. Some elite wild monsters even had 30,000 health and nearly 3,000 strength. Surrounded by such wild monsters, a careless move could lead to serious injury. However, this still posed no threat to Li Du. Despite the elite-level enemies being strong, Li Du's damage was simply too high, taking them down one by one with a single sword strike. The dim earth was soaked in blood, and Li Du's slaughter continued. Li Du has indeed entered the second stage first. The younger generation is formidable. It's been less than 10 minutes since the exam started. He must have broken the record of the Great Xia Kingdom, right? He has broken it. The fastest to enter the second stage before was 15 minutes. At this rate, Li Du is very likely to reach the third stage. Indeed, but to enter the third stage, he needs to kill 400 enemies. Even if he can reach the third stage, there probably won't be much time left. On the battlefield, Li Du unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Countless sword rains fell, killing wave after wave of enemies. Whether they were wild monsters, demons, or hostile professionals, none could withstand the onslaught of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Even elite monsters were completely unable to resist. The examiners were left speechless in shock. They had thought Li Du would take a long time to kill enemies, but with this move, countless foes had already perished under his sword. This skill is only an epic level skill. How can it have such powerful damage? We underestimated Li Du. It's a certainty that this kid will enter the third stage, it just depends on how long he can last there. The examiners were all in admiration. Li Du was merely a refined level professional, yet his performance overshadowed a host of legendary professionals. In other battlefields, the performances varied. The advantages of legendary professionals were magnified in such scenarios, and none felt much pressure facing the Abyss battlefield. Especially Li Dong, whose speed in killing enemies, while not as fast as Li Du's, was also extremely decisive. By the 16th minute, he too entered the second stage. Li Dong was clearly determined to reach the third stage of the battlefield. Following Li Dong, various legendary professionals also successively entered the second stage. However, many were still injured on the battlefield and had to withdraw from the exam. The final test was unprecedentedly brutal. "You little brat, looking so thin, I didn't expect you to be so impressive." Li Du's comrades admired his effortless killing. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and praised Li Du. Li Du smiled in response, saying nothing. He held immense respect for the people on this battlefield. Although they were all simulated shadows, they were once real individuals. Perhaps they were ordinary figures or military gods from textbooks. "The enemies are charging again, brothers, hold them off. The great Xia kingdom fears not death, charge with me. Charge, go kill the enemies." In this intense atmosphere, Li Du gradually became exhilarated, fighting fiercely against the enemies. Soon after, 10,000 swords returning to the sect had ended, and countless corpses lay on the ground. At the same time, Li Du's points were skyrocketing, directly rising to over 60,000. Under hell difficulty, in the first stage, each enemy killed granted 100 points. In the second stage, the kill points doubled to 200. Accumulating 60,000 points indicated that Li Du had already killed over 200 enemies in the second stage. In comparison, the points of others were far from ideal. Li Dong, ranked second, had only over 20,000 points, a full 3 times less than Li Du. The third place, Fang Xiaoqing, hadn't even reached 20,000. Professionals like Fu Ming, an epic-level professional, performed even worse, with none breaking 10,000. Now, aside from Li Du, everyone entering the second stage was a legendary professional. Even Fu Ming was still some distance from the second stage. The quality of the profession had a significant impact on one's combat power. Time continued to pass, and the exam was quickly more than halfway through, approaching 40 minutes. At this moment, after killing a practitioner from the Sakura Nation, a prompt finally appeared for Li Du. The simulated real battlefield has entered the third stage, all enemies have received significant enhancements, and high-intensity boss-level monsters will appear. In this stage, you will earn 300 points for killing ordinary targets and 500 points for killing boss targets. This kid has entered the third stage. In just 40 minutes, he has pushed the record forward by nearly 15 minutes. The examiners were all astonished to see Li Du enter the third stage. His performance once again exceeded their expectations. Boom! 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 Intense magic collided with the ground, and one massive figure after another appeared. These were all boss-level monsters. Burning Legion Leader, Type, Demon Boss, Level, 30, Health, 127,800, Strength, 4,200. The stats of these boss-level wild monsters were even stronger than those of the boss in the fourth exam. Faced with such high-intensity wild monsters, even Li Du's 100-fold damage couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. This was the real challenge. The examiners outside all focused their attention on Li Du, eager to see how he would perform. Abyss Slash. Despite the formidable enemies, Li Du showed no fear. His agile figure darted between various bosses, launching attacks. The enhanced 100-fold damage was still terrifying. It took only 2 or 3 attacks to kill a boss. The examiners were still in shock at this sight. Even though they already knew Li Du was incredibly strong, every time they witnessed his performance, it felt unbelievable. Is he really a refined level practitioner? With this performance, I feel he even has the aura of a supergrade. Above the legendary level is the supergrade, and above that is the holy grade. However, practitioners of these two qualities are extremely rare. In the entire Great Xia Nation, only a few emerge each year, and sometimes it can take years to see even one. The other examiners shook their heads. Although he is very strong, saying he is supergrade is a bit exaggerated. I agree. Practitioners of this grade are simply not from the same world as us. Super grade and holy grade practitioners do not participate in the college entrance examination, and even before their growth, no one would know of their existence. From the day they appear, they are directly taken to the imperial capital, where the most powerful mentors teach them uniformly and cultivate them in secret, as they are the absolute future of the nation. Only upon reaching level 60 can practitioners of this grade appear before the public. Currently, in the entire Great Xia Nation, there are only 10 known super grade practitioners, referred to as the 10 heroes of Great Xia, and there are only 3 holy grade practitioners. The performance of practitioners of such quality absolutely crushes everyone else. More than a decade ago, there was a war between Great Xia and the neighboring Sakura Nation. During that war, the country sent out a super grade practitioner. At level 70, he forcefully killed several level 90 warriors from the Sakura Nation, showcasing the overwhelming strength of super grade practitioners to the world. As for holy grade practitioners, even now, they rarely make public appearances. The only record is from decades ago, when a level 70 holy grade practitioner defeated a level 99 legendary practitioner, who was already half a foot into the extraordinary realm. Therefore, no matter how strong Li Du's performance was, several examiners did not dare to think of him in terms of these 2 levels. After watching for a long time, the examiners reluctantly shifted their attention to other candidates. In fact, Li Du's performance was also quite good. He was still in the second stage but had already killed over 300 wild monsters. In just over 10 minutes, they would enter the third stage. However, after witnessing Li Du, the examiners were no longer as shocked by Li Du's performance. Once you've seen the ocean, it's hard to see water. Apart from Mount Wu, there are no clouds. If it weren't for Li Du, Li Dong would surely be the top scorer in this exam. Why must there be Zhuge Liang when there is a Yu? I never expected a refined level profession to achieve this. Truly, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. The exam results were already quite clear. Li Du would undoubtedly be the top scorer, and no one could surpass him. The gap was simply too vast. Li Dong could only settle for second place. With less than 10 minutes remaining, the examiners were waiting for the time to end. Suddenly, the surroundings changed color, and the environment dimmed slightly. The temperature dropped sharply at that moment, as if winter had arrived in an instant. Several shadows suddenly appeared around the trial tower, releasing skills that immediately enveloped the tower in light. Bold! Who dares to cause trouble during the college entrance exam? A few examiners immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed towards the shadows to apprehend them. At that moment, the shadows gradually solidified into several men dressed in cherry blossom military uniforms. They wore mocking expressions as they looked at the examiners, sneering. Ha ha ha, the sick men of the Great Xia, the future of East Asia belongs to the cherry blossoms. You will surely become slaves of our great cherry blossom nation. Boom! A strong light instantly surrounded the entire trial tower. The tower immediately shook violently, followed by countless flashes of lightning. When the examiners tried to stop it all, they felt an extremely strong aura that prevented them from moving forward. Kill! At that moment, Zhou Ning made his move. His power was incredibly strong, a level 99 legendary professional, and he was even on the verge of qualifying to enter the extraordinary realm. With his intervention, the light was instantly repelled, and the entire trial tower quickly stabilized. Then, with a wave of his hand, Zhou Ning sent several beams of light towards the men in cherry blossom military uniforms. Bang! 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 Their bodies instantly expanded and exploded one after another. Yet, at the moment of the explosion, these men showed no signs of panic. Instead, they wore mocking smiles. Our mission is complete. You can do as you please. Long live the great cherry blossom nation. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Bang! With the explosion of the last man, the trial tower finally returned to stability. The examiners immediately approached to check. Their expressions turned serious. Zhou Ning stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation?" "Not optimistic," one examiner said solemnly. "I never expected the scum from the Cherry Blossom Nation would come to cause trouble. Their goal was the candidates inside. They released a special barrier that disrupted the trial tower. In addition, they also threw some things into the trial tower that cannot be identified in a short time. The situation for the candidates inside is very dangerous." The examiner's expressions made Zhou Ning understand the severity of the situation. He immediately asked, "How do we resolve this?" Several examiners replied, "We will do our best to repair the trial tower. During this time, the candidates may face unknown dangers." At that moment, inside the trial tower, Li Du swung his sword but hit nothing. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Looking around, he found nothing there. Where are the enemies? Why have they disappeared? Li Du was very confused, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, many figures appeared around him. But they were not enemies, they were fellow candidates participating in the exam. Li Du also saw Fu Ming. The candidates all looked puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Li Du. Fu Ming ran over as soon as she saw him. Li Du asked, "Do you know what happened?" Fu Ming shook her head. The exam had not ended, but the enemies had all vanished. Look up at the sky. At this moment, someone pointed to the sky. People looked up in horror to find that the sky had undergone a drastic change. The clouds had inexplicably turned a deep blood red. The atmosphere around them also became eerie. Many people felt a sense of fear. The blood-red sky resembled exposed flesh, reeking and nauseating. Everyone felt a wave of oppression, unsure of what was about to happen. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. Countless skeletons crawled directly out of the earth, surging towards all the examinees like a black cloud. At that moment, the outside world's Zhou Ning suddenly shouted, "It's the resurrection magic!" Those scoundrels from the Cherry Blossom Nation used a large amount of resurrection magic, causing all the monsters that died inside the tower to surge out. There are simply too many of them. The examinees inside absolutely cannot hold on. Hearing this, the faces of several chief examiners gradually turned pale. Resurrection magic is an extremely powerful spell. Once used, it can bring dead creatures back to life in a spectral form, and they become even stronger after resurrection. The effects of this magic are incredibly potent, and thus the cost is enormous. It cannot be cast by a single person, at least 5 epic-level magic users are required to perform it. Moreover, after casting, the caster's life force is drastically reduced, and they may even die on the spot. This is the price of resurrection magic. After being resurrected, the undead have no self-awareness and will recklessly attack all living beings within their line of sight. They do not tire, feel pain, and are utterly frenzied. Furthermore, during the duration of the resurrection magic, even if the undead die, they will be resurrected again, endlessly. The Cherry Blossom Nation is so ruthless, they want to annihilate everyone in the trial tower. If they succeed, the Great Xia Nation will definitely suffer heavy losses. These examinees are the future of the Great Xia Nation. Even the death of one person is a loss of a talented individual for them. The actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation are essentially digging at the roots of the Great Xia Nation. Zhou Ning shouted, "We must immediately cast a large-scale shielding magic to rescue the examinees inside." Influenced by the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the examinees are now trapped within the trial tower. The chief examiners cannot regain control of the trial tower in such a short time. The chief examiners dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately cast their spells. Zhou Ning, as the main caster, went to the top of the trial tower to cast his spell. The other chief examiners acted as auxiliary casters, assisting Zhou Ning. At the same time, Zhou Ning's voice reached the trial tower, falling into the ears of each examinee. "Children, hello. I am Zhou Ning." Upon hearing this voice, countless examinees were filled with excitement. "Old Zhou, it's actually old Zhou. He actually came." As a representative figure of Gue Province, Zhou Ning is an idol in the hearts of countless people. Many professionals have grown stronger step by step, inspired by Zhou Ning. "Children, our trial tower is under attack from the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and a large-scale resurrection magic has been cast on the tower. Countless enemies will be resurrected inside the tower, launching continuous attacks. We have already begun to cast shielding magic, and once the spell is completed, we will be able to rescue you. But casting the spell takes time, you need to hold on for an hour. So during this hour, please unite and resist the strong enemies. You are all the top geniuses of Gue Province. As long as you come together, there is no battle you cannot win, no fortress you cannot break." Zhou Ning's voice was incredibly inspiring. Inside the trial tower, countless examinees felt a surge of blood and were extremely excited. "Old Zhou, we will be fine. United as one, we will kill the enemies. Let's join forces now and crush the little cherry blossom schemes. Let the little cherry blossom go to hell." Faced with this scene, everyone was filled with excitement. The hatred between the Great Xia Kingdom and Little Sakura has long been irreconcilable. There are almost annual frictions between the two countries, and every 8 to 10 years, a major war breaks out. The last great war between the Great Xia Kingdom and Little Sakura occurred over a decade ago, and some people's parents even participated in that conflict. Whenever the Sakura Kingdom is mentioned, every citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom is filled with righteous indignation. Li Du's gaze was also icy. At this moment, Li Dong, who came from a military family, immediately stepped forward. "Everyone, I am Li Dong. The danger we face this time is unprecedented. To overcome this threat, we must unite and maximize the effectiveness of each profession. I ask the defensive professions to hold the front line and block the attacks for us. As for the offensive professions, unleash your full firepower." The priests will be responsible for healing, and those with low damage should focus on control. Do not hold back. For this hour, our goal is to ensure that no one dies. Li Dong's father was a general, and his speech was highly infectious, almost possessing a natural leadership quality. The professionals present, upon hearing his words, quickly arranged themselves according to Li Dong's plan. At this moment, a large number of wild monsters had already respawned. They charged in groups towards them. Kill the enemies. Wipe out these wild monsters. The candidates began to unleash their skills. In an instant, countless beams of skill light fell upon the wild monsters, and large swathes of them were killed by the skills. Seeing this, people's confidence surged. What? I thought it was going to be dangerous. These wild monsters are easy to kill. Oof, it's just about holding out for an hour. Who do they look down on? Watch me cast fireball. The deaths of the first batch of wild monsters provided a significant boost to morale. However, when the second batch of wild monsters appeared, many people's expressions began to change. The second batch included many elite monsters and bosses, whose attributes were even equivalent to third-stage professionals. If these wild monsters charged in, the professionals present would definitely not be able to withstand it. Seeing this, Li Du immediately rushed to the front of the team and charged towards the wild monsters. Li Du, what are you doing? Fu Ming shouted anxiously upon seeing Li Du daring to rush out. Others were equally shocked. Who is he? How dare he rush out? Is he crazy? Does he not know how strong those wild monsters are? Who is this person? Just as people were puzzled, Li Du suddenly shouted, all swords return to the sect. A massive magic array appeared in the sky, and then countless swords fell like raindrops. Swish, 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 they landed on the wild monsters, sweeping through them in waves. In an instant, countless elite monsters and bosses fell under Li Du's swords. This scene completely stunned everyone present. What kind of skill is this? It's so powerful. Who is he? Even more impressive than Li Dong. Countless detection spells illuminated Li Du, and his information appeared before everyone's eyes. Name, Li Du. Profession, Abyss Envoy, Blue. Level, 20, Li Du. He's the one who ranked first in the 4th exam. Damn, it's him. So strong, no wonder he could take down the boss in the 4th exam. Isn't this guy a blue profession? Why is he so strong? At this moment, Li Du's figure was deeply etched in everyone's minds. Li Dong, seeing this, was also greatly impressed. There are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. So he is this powerful, no wonder I lost. Fu Ming, seeing that Li Du was not only fine but also performing so well, felt her initial worries turn into excitement. Oomph, I worried for nothing, that stinky Li Du. Pfft, no, why was I worried about him? I wouldn't worry about him at all. Fang Xiaoqing's face was filled with gloom. The pressure from Li Dong had already made it unbearable for him, and now there was an additional Li Du. This made Li Dong, whose pride was extremely strong, feel as if he were being cut by a knife. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Fang Xiaoqing felt a bit scared, even afraid to think that he could have such an idea. However, the more he tried not to think about it, the more this thought took root in his mind, forcing him to consider this possibility. Now is the most dangerous time, if Li Dong and Li Du were to unexpectedly die. If it were kept a secret. The more he thought, the more he trembled violently. Li Du and Li Dong were unaware of Fang Xiaoqing's thoughts. Countless undead were resurrected, constantly attacking. In this situation, everyone united as one. As Li Du unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to origin, others immediately rushed forward to slay the monsters. Li Du stood at the front, significantly reducing the pressure on the people. Find your positions, don't mess up the formation. If the formation breaks, we're done for. Li Dong was also continuously directing, ensuring everyone maintained their formation. Only in this way could they withstand the onslaught of the undead. A few minutes later, the 10,000 swords returned to origin ended. A large number of undead surged again, almost overwhelming the crowd. Many were swallowed by the undead, losing their lives instantly. This scene left the remaining people in despair, and some were already thinking of giving up. Kill! Li Du swung his long sword, continuously unleashing skills. As the light of his skills fell, one monster after another fell beneath his sword. However, Li Du's strength was ultimately limited. No matter how many undead he killed, he could not stop the massive wave of undead from crashing into the crowd. The death toll began to rise. This was true despair. At this moment, everyone experienced the real scene of the battlefield. The formation of the people was constantly being compressed. If this continued, they would eventually be completely wiped out by these monsters. Li Du, how long until you can use that skill again? Li Dong suddenly spoke up. Now, unless Li Du unleashed the 10,000 swords return to origin once more, the people could hardly see any hope. Although Li Dong was a legendary class profession, his skills could not deal widespread damage to the monsters here. The stats of these elite monsters were simply too high. Apart from Li Du's Wrath of the Beasts, no one else could kill them in a short time. 3 more minutes, hold on. Li Dong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. 3 minutes shouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, the college entrance examination did not allow any items to be carried, otherwise, they could have let Li Du use a skill cooldown potion. Hold on a little longer. Li Dong shouted to the people, we, the people of Daxia, will never retreat. Don't let these undead show off. Inspired by Li Dong's words, the people rallied their spirits. Just then, a cold light suddenly fell on Li Dong's back. Then, a skill that appeared from nowhere pierced directly through Li Dong's body from behind. Ah! Li Dong screamed, his pupils contracting sharply. This sudden change shocked everyone. Li Dong, what's wrong with you? What happened? Quick, help, Li Dong is injured. Priest, quickly cast a healing spell. Li Dong's fall immediately threw the crowd into chaos. Several people rushed forward to support him, and the priests hurriedly came to cast healing spells. But Li Dong's injuries were too severe, he had lost too much blood and fell unconscious. Fortunately, there were many priests nearby, even some legendary class priests, so Li Dong was not in immediate danger. However, this scene still plunged the people into confusion. Even Li Du, for a moment, did not react. The undead monsters were clearly in front, so why had Li Dong been ambushed from behind? At that moment, Li Du suddenly felt an extremely dangerous sensation, and he instinctively dodged to the side. At that instant, an attack grazed Li Du's arm and landed directly in the crowd. Fortunately, it did not injure anyone else. This attack was identical to the one that had injured Li Dong. Li Du was taken aback and immediately turned around, spotting a figure trying to blend into the crowd. Come out! I see you, what are you doing? Li Du shouted angrily, having already identified the attacker. In the next moment, the orc General Carmen beside Li Du rushed forward and kicked the person out of the crowd. It was Feng Xiaochang. At that moment, he was still holding a staff, looking as if he had just finished casting a spell. It's Feng Xiaochang. He ambushed Li Dong. Feng Xiaochang, what do you want? Seeing that he had been exposed, Feng Xiaochang's face turned pale with panic, and he hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? I didn't do anything, don't wrongfully accuse me. Still denying it? We all saw you. He wanted to kill Li Dong and also wanted to kill Li Du. Feng Xiaochang wants us all to die here. You can't be a spy from Sakura country, can you? As the accusations became more outrageous, Feng Xiaochang, filled with shame and anger, shouted, you're the spy. Get out of my way. I didn't do anything. If you keep wrongfully accusing me, don't blame me for being rude. Saying this, he was about to unleash a skill to attack the crowd. Many people instinctively stepped back. Feng Xiaochang was a legendary level practitioner, second only to Li Dong, and even other legendary level individuals did not want to provoke him too much. However, Li Du paid no mind and directly stepped forward to stomp Feng Xiaochang down. You Feng Xiaochang was stunned, he never expected Li Dong would dare to treat him this way. Still trying to argue? You not only wanted to kill Li Dong, but you also wanted to kill me. If I hadn't dodged in time, my fate would have been the same as Li Dong's. Li Dong and I have no grievances with you, why are you doing this? Feng Xiaochang's face turned pale, filled with panic. He had originally intended to secretly kill Li Dong and Li Du, but he never expected to be exposed. If word of today's events got out, his fate would be far from good. No matter what, he could never admit it. You are wrongfully accusing me. I didn't do anything. You say I did it, do you have any evidence? Li Du was so amused by this statement that he laughed. Evidence? You want evidence, huh? Suddenly, Li Du grabbed Feng Xiaochang and threw him out. After the enhancement of the Wrath of Beings, Li Du's strength was absurdly high. Feng Xiaochang flew nearly 100 meters and landed directly in a group of undead monsters. Before he could react, Feng Xiaochang saw that he was surrounded by monsters and immediately panicked. In a hurry, he quickly used his skill. Whoosh, 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 magic beams shot through one monster after another. People immediately recognized it. It can't be wrong. This is the skill he used to ambush Li Dong. It really is him. Feng Xiaochang wants to kill Li Dong. People were filled with terror. In such a situation, everyone was struggling to protect themselves. It all depended on Li Du and Li Dong to hold things together, and Feng Xiaochang still wanted to kill them. Did he want everyone to die here? Many people broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, countless monsters had surrounded Feng Xiaochang. Even if he was a legendary level practitioner, he couldn't fend off so many monsters. Not to mention, there were quite a few level 30 bosses among them, each with hundreds of thousands of health points. Soon, Feng Xiaochang was killed by the monsters. After that, the monsters charged again, and seeing that the crowd was about to fall into chaos, Li Du shouted loudly, "Priests, stay to take care of Li Dong, everyone else, follow me to kill the enemies. We must hold on during this time." Then, Li Du immediately charged forward, unleashing the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Seeing this, the other candidates rushed out as well. At this point, there was no use in saying anything, they could only continue to fight. In the process, people kept dying. But Li Du unleashed all his firepower, attracting most of the wild monsters, greatly reducing the pressure on others. Time continued to pass, and people fought to the point of numbness, forgetting the passage of time. Finally, an hour had passed. With a flash of light, the undead in the trial tower suddenly disappeared. "Children, you've worked hard. The shielding array has been completed, now you can leave the trial tower." When Zhou Ning's voice reappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had truly endured for too long. This hour felt more terrifying than a century to them. Eventually, people began to emerge one after another. Many had died, but some had survived. People were either sad or angry. There was no doubt that the purpose of Sakura Country's surprise attack had been achieved. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ning was filled with rage. Even though he had killed all the people sent by Sakura Country, it still did not quell his hatred. When he saw Li Dong's condition, he was instantly stunned. What happened to Li Dong? Several candidates cried as they explained Li Dong's situation, and Zhou Ning's face gradually twisted in anger. Damn it! How dare Feng Xiaoqiang do this? At a time when everyone was in extreme danger, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Such behavior was no different from treason. In his fury, Zhou Ning immediately ordered that Li Dong be taken away for treatment. At the same time, he reported the situation immediately. In fact, Sakura Country was not only causing chaos in Gue Province, people from Sakura Country were sabotaging the college entrance examination in various provinces. To accomplish this, they even resorted to using many spies who had been lurking in the Great Xia Country for years. This action infuriated the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Country. There was no doubt that Sakura Country was digging at the roots of the Great Xia Country. As for how to retaliate later, that was beyond Zhou Ning's knowledge. Although the college entrance examinations in many places had been disrupted, fortunately, the Great Xia Country had already set up heavy defenses against the college entrance examination and had countless contingency plans in place. Therefore, although Sakura Country had killed many talented individuals, overall, the impact on the Great Xia Country had not reached a crippling level. The candidates were all settled, waiting for the announcement of their exam results. Li Du. Fu Ming immediately ran to Li Du's side, extremely worried. During the time in the trial tower, she felt like she was going to die. If it weren't for Li Du, the candidates inside would have almost been completely wiped out. "Li Du, are you okay? How are you now?" Looking at Fu Ming, Li Du smiled. "I'm fine, how about you?" "That's good to hear. I'm fine too. Thanks to you, we were really in danger without you." At this point, the chief examiners had begun to restore order in the trial tower. The situation inside the trial tower gradually appeared, and the candidates' battle recaps were displayed on the chief examiner's large screens. That was really dangerous. These undead were like a tide. Fortunately, there was Li Du. His skills held back most of the undead, giving the remaining candidates time to organize a counterattack. Feng Xiaoqiang. If his attack had been off by just a little, it would have directly hit Li Dong's heart. So ruthless, I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Fortunately, he died in the end, and thankfully Li Du dodged it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Besides their admiration for Li Du, several chief examiners were furious at Feng Xiaoqiang's actions. If Li Dong had died, Gue Province would have likely faced a major upheaval. Once Li Dong's father got angry, no one in Gue Province could withstand it. After watching, the chief examiners began to evaluate the candidates' performances. The college entrance examination results were divided into two dimensions. The first was points, and the second was evaluation. The points are self-evident, while the evaluation is the overall assessment of the examiners regarding the candidates' performances across the 5 exams. The ratings range from low to high, poor, average, and excellent. The evaluation primarily targets the candidates of the 5th exam, as almost all double first-class colleges require not only points and professional qualifications but also an excellent evaluation to qualify for admission. Generally speaking, as long as a candidate demonstrates sufficient courage, composure, and intelligence during the exam, the evaluation is unlikely to be low. Historically, it has been rare for candidates with epic or legendary professions to receive poor evaluations unless their performance is truly unsatisfactory. Otherwise, the examiners are quite willing to give a slightly better rating. Li Du goes without saying, when people were in despair, he stepped up to turn the tide. Without him, the candidates in the trial tower could have been completely wiped out. Indeed, not to mention his extremely powerful strength and fluid combat skills, his courage is also exceptional. He showed not a trace of fear or retreat in the face of countless undead. He embodies both strength and wisdom, and possesses a strong leadership quality. There is no one better than him. Even without being ambushed, Li Dong's performance pales in comparison to his. The examiners praised him endlessly, watching Li Du's video replay over and over. They had truly never seen a student like Li Du. He already possessed all the elements of a top-tier powerhouse, all that remained was time. After witnessing Li Du's performance, looking at the others was almost unbearable. Sigh. Without comparison, there is no harm, these people are all geniuses, yet. When danger struck, they screamed the loudest, their legs turned to jelly, and they still claimed to be epic-level professions, yet they showed no courage. And this one, fighting without any strategy, it's clear they panicked. Li Dong is quite good, he is indeed the son of Commander Li. If it weren't for Li Du, he would have been the top scorer this year. Fu Ming is also decent, although he can't compare to Li Du and Li Dong, he stands out among the others. The examiners quickly evaluated. Finally, the exam results were fully announced, and everyone's points and evaluations were out. First place, Li Du. Points, 97,800. Evaluation, excellent. Alma mater, Lon City High School, without a doubt, Li Du took first place and became the top scorer of the college entrance examination. When all the candidates saw this line, there was no doubt whatsoever. Li Du's performance conquered everyone, even the proud legendary professions had to admit they could not compete with him. Top scorer. Top scorer. Li Du, you really got the top score. Fu Ming immediately jumped up, even more excited than Li Du. She even disregarded her image and grabbed Li Du's hand, overjoyed. The teachers from Lon City High School were even more incredulous upon seeing this. Is it him? Is it our school's Li Du? It is him. Didn't you see the alma mater behind him? Ha ha ha. Our school actually produced a top scorer. Teacher Chin, you are blessed. Your student Li Du got the top score. Qin Anmin also felt it was unbelievable. A month ago, Li Du was a failed transfer student, and a month later, he actually became the top scorer. This scene felt almost dreamlike to him. Following Li Du, the results of the other candidates were announced one after another. Second place, Li Dong. Points, 42,500. Evaluation, excellent. Alma mater, Shin City No. 1 High School, third place, Moen. Points, 32,000. Evaluation, excellent. Alma mater, Shanlong No. 3 High School. All legendary professions received excellent evaluations. Fu Ming ranked 20th, a result that was well deserved. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanming, who had been highly anticipated, didn't even complete the fourth exam. His final ranking was 1,230th in the province. With this score, let alone aiming for a double first-class university, even getting into a first-class university is a problem. I'm afraid I can only go to some ordinary first-tier schools. When Jiang Yanming learned of his results, he was both angry and resentful. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why is this year's exam so difficult? Why is Li Du the top scorer? However, no one paid him any mind. After the college entrance examination ended, the candidates gradually left. They had to fill out their preferences and wait for the school admissions. The time was tight, only 3 days. Once all candidates had completed their preferences, the results would be announced within 2 days. At that time, there would be designated personnel to distribute the admission notices, and then it would be a wait until the start of school. There was no break from high school to university. The rest time was at most half a month. Li Du originally planned to go home immediately to fill out his preferences, but someone came to see him. You are Li Du, right? The person looking for him was an elderly man in a white robe, looking very kind. You are Old Joe? The old man smiled and nodded. He was indeed Zhou Ning. Old Joe, please. Li Du did not dare to be negligent and immediately invited him in. However, Li Du was somewhat puzzled. Old Joe was a representative figure from Guizhou province, so why was he looking for him? Zhou Ning got straight to the point. I watched your performance in the trial tower, and it was outstanding. To be honest, over the years, I have never seen a student as excellent as you. With a refined level profession, you suppressed a host of legendary level professions, ultimately standing out and becoming the top scorer in the province. You truly deserve it. Li Du immediately replied, Old Zhou, you flatter me. I just did what I was supposed to do. Zhou Ning chuckled, this is no flattery, you are worthy of these praises. What university do you want to apply to? Li Du answered honestly, I aspire to the 3 top universities. If that's not possible, the top 10 universities will do. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning's gaze dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of regret as he looked at Li Du. He sighed, you will be disappointed. If you had taken the college entrance exam a year earlier, you might have made it, but this year it's impossible. This statement made Li Du's heart tighten, and he immediately asked, Old Joe, what's going on? Recently, the international situation has been particularly tense, and there are many abnormalities on the abyss side. Various signs indicate that war is likely to break out. As a result, the country has had to make many adjustments. One of the adjustments is to the admission policy of the top 10 universities. Although it hasn't been announced, it has already been implemented in advance. The minimum admission requirement for the top 10 universities has been raised to epic-level professions. Upon hearing these words, Li Du immediately felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, perhaps a sense of grievance, perhaps unwillingness. He frowned and said, even if I am the top scorer in the province, I still can't get in? Zhou Ning did not speak, but it was clear he had already given the answer. This was a national policy adjustment, and he was powerless to change it. This left Li Du at a loss for words, unsure of what to feel. He had originally thought that even if he couldn't get into the 3 top universities, he would surely be able to get into the top 10 universities, right? I have already become the top scorer in the province, proving my excellence. My profession has also met the minimum standard, there should be no reason I can't get in. But Li Du never expected that the minimum standard had been raised. Zhou Ning said, although it's a pity, Li Du, would you like to hear my suggestion? Li Du took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. Old Zhou, please go ahead. Actually, in my opinion, blindly going to the top 10 universities may not necessarily be a good thing. I have looked into your background a bit. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy, but I want to understand you as a person. No problem, Old Zhou, I understand. To be honest, with your background, going to the top 10 universities may very well lead to a sense of alienation. Most of the people from the top 10 universities come from wealthy backgrounds. Although there are many geniuses, many have fallen prey to various kinds of affluence-related ailments. At the same time, it is also a battleground for power, where you can easily find yourself caught in between. After a pause of a few seconds, Zhou Ning said, go to Yanguan University, Li Du. It is the only civilian university among the double first-class institutions, ranked 11th in the country, closely following the top 10 universities. Yanguan University? Upon hearing those 4 words, Li Du felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had heard of it somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered. While on a mission in an abandoned mine, he had met a girl named Zhong Qianyu, who had spoken highly of Yanguan University. However, Li Du was not interested at the time, so he hadn't paid much attention to what she said. Now, hearing Zhou Ning's words, he suddenly recalled the note Zhong Qianyu had left before she left. She had said, I think you have a good connection with Yanguan University. It seemed that was indeed the case. Li Du asked, Old Zhou, may I ask why you specifically came to tell me this? Zhou Ning replied, you are the only one who has achieved the provincial top scorer with a refined level profession. If I hadn't said anything, you would likely apply to one of the top 10 universities and probably end up failing to get in. I don't want to see a genius like you miss out for such a reason. Hearing this, Li Du immediately stood up to thank him. If Zhou Ning hadn't come, he might have indeed faced rejection. Zhou Ning waved his hand, no need for formalities, and I'm not here just for this matter. What else is there? The first thing is your reward. As the provincial top scorer, there are substantial rewards every year. Originally, these rewards were to be given after you enter university, but I took the liberty of giving them to you in advance. There are 2 rewards in total. The first is 100,000 points, which is an extra reward you can use during your time at university. The second is an epic all-purpose scroll. As he spoke, Zhou Ning took out the rewards. Seeing this, Li Du was very happy and quickly expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected to receive an all-purpose scroll along with an extra 100,000 points. After Li Du accepted the rewards, Zhou Ning continued, there's one more thing, but you must apply to Yanguan University for me to tell you about it. Upon hearing this, Li Du thought for a moment and said, Old Zhou, I've decided to apply to Yanguan University. Zhou Ning had made it very clear, due to national policy adjustments, he had almost no chance of entering one of the top 10 universities. Thus, the 11th ranked Yanguan University became Li Du's choice. He had no other options. Seeing this, Zhou Ning smiled. Rest assured, you will definitely not regret your choice today. He then continued, what I want to tell you is actually a trial organized by the president of Yanguan University, Qin Yanguan. I can't say much about the trial content right now, but you actually don't have the qualifications to participate. This is a spot I specifically requested from Qin Yanguan for you. Fortunately, your performance in the college entrance examination was good enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let you have this spot. Upon hearing this, Li Du understood immediately and hurriedly thanked Zhou Ning. Regardless of how the trial would turn out, Zhou Ning's actions were something Li Du was truly grateful for. Li Du was polite, and Zhou Ning was very pleased. He had high hopes for Li Du, but unfortunately, the limitations of a refined-level profession were quite significant. After confirming his decision to go to Yanguan University, Li Du's mood settled down. He told Zhou Ning about Shueisheng and expressed his desire to have Shueisheng transfer schools. Zhou Ning readily agreed to help Li Du with this matter. The affiliated high school of Yanguan University is nearby. I can just talk to Qin Yanguan, and it will be resolved. After their conversation, Zhou Ning left. Only a few days were left, and when the school was about to start, he would come over to directly take Li Du to Yanguan University. Soon, the days passed, and Zhou Ning arrived again. Li Du and Shueisheng had already packed their bags, and then they followed Zhou Ning through the teleportation array, directly arriving at Yanguan University. Yanguan University is located in the central region of the Great Xia Kingdom, extremely far from Gue Province. Since the world underwent a great change, the continent has expanded countless times. The original territory of the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly became vast beyond measure. The distance between each province even reached thousands or tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, the wilderness was filled with dangers everywhere. Even level 60 or 70 experts did not dare to traverse the wild casually. Without using the teleportation array, ordinary people might spend their entire lives without being able to cross it. Soon, as a beam of light enveloped them, the three had already arrived at Yanguan University. Upon entering, they saw a magnificent gate, with a huge plaque above it, inscribed in cursive with the words Yanguan University. Just looking at this gate, Li Du felt an immense pressure. Zhou Ning said, "This gate itself is a powerful magical artifact, forged by 10 craftsmen above level 90. Unless a transcendent being intervenes, no one can break it." Hearing this, Li Du couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. No wonder it was the 11th ranked university in the country. The craftsmanship of this gate was extraordinary. As they walked into the school, many students were coming and going, and several were practicing various skills, with the light of the skills dancing around. Some students, upon seeing Zhou Ning, came forward to greet him. "Hello, Professor Zhou." Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement. After walking for a long time, they finally reached their destination. Ahead were several exquisite apartment buildings, which seemed to be dormitories. Zhou Ning said, "This is the dormitory, also the living area of Yanguan University. You can choose to live here in the future, or you can rent a house outside the school. For tonight, you will stay here. As for the matters later, someone will come to talk to you." At that moment, a voice came over. "Old Zhou, I have arrived." The speaker was a girl, and her voice sounded very familiar to Li Du. He turned around and was stunned. He saw a familiar person, Zhong Qianyu. How did she end up here? Zhou Ning seemed to know her and nodded to her, saying, "Xiaoyu, this is the person you are to host, named Li Du. You should have learned about him. Please take him to familiarize himself with the campus." After saying that, he turned to Li Du and said, "I will leave now." Once Zhou Ning left, Li Du looked at Zhong Qianyu, feeling a bit emotional. "I didn't expect we would meet again." Zhong Qianyu smiled, revealing a shallow dimple. "Didn't expect it, right, Li Du? He. I've heard about you, getting the top score in Gue Province. I didn't expect you to be so impressive." As she spoke, she gave Li Du a thumbs up. She still had that carefree personality. "Who is this?" "This is my sister, Li Shueisheng. After I went to university, there was no one else at home, so I planned to have her transfer here to study." As Li Du spoke, he also introduced Zhong Qianyu to Shueisheng. Shueisheng was very polite and immediately greeted her. "Hello, Sister Zhong." "Hello." Zhong Qianyu looked at Shueisheng. "What a polite little girl. How old are you this year?" 14, about to enter junior high school. Zhong Qianyu seemed to really like Shueisheng and kept talking to her, making Li Du feel a bit neglected. After a while, she finally remembered. "Oh no, I forgot to take you to tour the dormitory. Come, I'll take you over." Saying that, she pulled Li Du into the dormitory area. There are many dormitories here, single, double, 4-person, 6-person, and even luxury apartments. The school doesn't have any regulations, you can live wherever you want. In the school, all expenses are calculated using points. Accommodation fees are no exception. A regular 4-person dormitory costs 200 points a month, a double room costs 300 points, and a single room costs 400. The regular dormitory is fully equipped with various facilities, including a bathroom, air conditioning, and shared computers. If you want to live a bit better, a luxury apartment is a great choice. However, the cost of a luxury apartment is also quite high, starting at 2,000 points a month, while the most luxurious option can even reach 5,000 points a month. If that still doesn't satisfy you, you can even rent a villa. but the cost is also quite outrageous, reaching tens of thousands of points a month. Zhong Qianyue asked, "Where do you want to live?" Li Du thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go for an apartment, the 2,000 points kind." He didn't want to live with others. Of course, the most important thing was Xu Wei Shang. 2,000 points, you really are willing to spend that, Zhong Qianyue teased. I know you got the top score, so you must have received quite a few rewards, but I still advise you to save your points. In college, there's no place where you won't need points. Hearing this, Li Du asked, "What can points be used for?" "For everything: food, clothing, housing, transportation, all aspects require them. Points are the currency in college, and their value is even higher than divine power. Let me put it this way, in college, 1 point can be exchanged for 10 points of divine power, but divine power cannot be exchanged back for points." Upon hearing this, Li Du understood the importance of points. So how can you earn points? There are many ways. The simplest is to take tasks from the school's official website. Completing tasks earns you points. Additionally, various exams at the school can also reward points if you rank high. Besides that, you can sell items in the school's trading hall for points. Zhong Qianyue explained a lot. In fact, points are like divine power in college, but even more precious. After she finished speaking, she winked at Li Du. "So, Li, the top scorer, do you still want to live in an apartment? Actually, you two can share a double room. The conditions are good, and most importantly, it only costs 300 points a month." She was being kind because she knew Li Du's situation wasn't great. She had also experienced hardship and understood that kind of struggle. Li Du shook his head. "Thanks for your concern, but I still prefer to stay in an apartment." Seeing this, Zhong Qianyue didn't say anything more. "Then hand me your points card, and I'll help you rent an apartment." Li Du handed over the card. Then, Zhong Qianyue went to the equipment in front of the dormitory, preparing to assist Li Du with the operation. A few seconds later, she suddenly let out a gasp. "Holy crap! Damn it, Li Du! Where did you get this 190,000 points? Did you rob a bank?" Seeing the number on Li Du's points card, Zhong Qianyue doubted her own eyes. It wasn't until she confirmed multiple times that she accepted this fact. Li Du joked, "What, is 190,000 a lot? How can you even say that?" Zhong Qianyue gritted her teeth. "I've worked my ass off to save just over 50,000 points. You better tell me the truth, did you rob a bank?" The fact that she used such a term shows just how unbalanced she felt at that moment. Li Du explained, "I earned over 90,000 points from the college entrance examination, got the top score, and the province rewarded me another 100,000. So that's how I got to 190,000. Over 90,000. Zhong Qianyue looked at Li Du with a strange expression. "Are you even human? I've never heard of any top scorer getting 90,000 points. The top scorer in Central Plains Province this year only got 30,000 points. Although she felt quite angry, she didn't harbor any feelings of jealousy. Soon, Zhong Qianyue had helped Li Du rent an apartment. "Here's your card, the apartment is rented. It's a luxurious studio, 120 square meters, 3 rooms and a living room, fully renovated. I'll take you there now." Saying this, she led Li Du to the apartment. "Building 06, apartment 503, here's your key, reinforced with special magic. Without the key, unless a transcendent force breaks in, no one can enter. The fees will be automatically deducted from your card every month, so remember to keep enough money." "Well, never mind, the rich guy, won't be short on cash now." Taking the key, Li Du walked inside. It was indeed very luxurious. The apartment was spacious and grand, with various decorations that were pleasing to the eye, even giving off a 5-star hotel vibe. The rooms, furniture, kitchen, bathroom, all the configurations were top-notch. There was even a dedicated meditation room for skill learning and self-improvement. Not only that, but as soon as he entered, Li Du felt an incredibly comfortable sensation. His blood circulation was invigorated, and his entire spirit seemed to reach its peak. Zhong Qianyue explained, "This apartment is equipped with a special magic array. As long as you are inside, your focus will automatically be enhanced to the utmost state. Whether learning skills or doing other work, your efficiency will greatly improve. Moreover, the apartment will continuously adjust your body, allowing your attributes to slowly increase. If you get injured, your recovery speed will increase several times while in the apartment." No wonder it was a 2,000 point per month apartment. The configuration was indeed luxurious. If converted to divine power, this apartment would probably cost 20,000 divine power points a month outside. "Alright, I'm leaving now. You should rest well today. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Zhong Qianyue left. "Xu Weisheng, how do you feel?" Li Du asked with a smile after putting down his luggage. "Bro, isn't this a bit too expensive? We don't necessarily need to live in such a nice place, do we?" Li Du replied, if you have money and don't enjoy it, then what's the point of having it? Don't worry, this amount of money is nothing to me. Shu Weisheng, you have to remember, we are rich now. Hearing this, Shu Weisheng couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, you're the best, bro. After that, Li Du went to buy ingredients and made dinner. With Li Du attending university, Shu Weisheng also transferred to the affiliated middle school of Yinguan University. In the future, he could directly advance to the affiliated high school. The middle school hadn't started yet, unlike university, junior high still had a break. The next day, Zhong Qianyue indeed came. Come on, Li Du, I'll take you to tour the school. We'll be classmates from now on. Her enthusiasm was clearly high, and Li Du didn't refuse. Following Zhong Qianyue, Li Du walked around various areas of the school, the teaching buildings, the mall, the trading hall, and so on. The mall and the trading hall were not the same. The school's mall sold various daily necessities, such as food, daily items, various furniture, and even magically carved items. The trading hall only dealt with items related to professionals, such as skill books, equipment, and so forth. The school's teaching building was where classes would be held. Once the school officially started, Li Du could choose his courses. Since it wasn't the start of the term yet, he was just getting familiar with the place. In addition, there was a library. It not only had ordinary books but also many specialized books for professionals, introducing various job characteristics, the history of professionals, and notes on various secret realms and bosses. Using the library also required points, charged by the hour. There were also various practice rooms for skill training, etc. The entire university was as bustling as a small city. During this time, Li Du also learned that Zhong Qianyue was originally from Central Plains Province. She originally attended Yangguan University affiliated high school and did not take the college entrance examination, entering Yangguan University directly through the independent admissions exam. Li Du, if I had taken the college entrance exam, I would definitely have been the top student in Zhongyuan province this year. How about that, impressive, right? Zhong Qianyue boasted to Li Du. Li Du laughed and said, I remember you are a basic level warrior, how could you be the top student? You're still a basic warrior, and if you can do it, why can't I? But honestly, how did you become the top student? As a basic warrior, your stats are far behind others. There's no way you could have a development limit. Li Du said, take another look at my profession. Zhong Qianyue, puzzled, immediately used a detection spell on Li Du. Name, Li Du. Level, 20. Profession, Abyss Envoy, Blue. How did you become an Abyss Envoy? Zhong Qianyue was extremely surprised. Then, she immediately punched Li Du on the shoulder in anger. Humph. I even asked you if you used a profession disguise technique, and you said you didn't. You actually lied to me, Li Du, you hurt my feelings. Saying this, she deliberately made a wronged expression. Li Du felt a bit helpless. I really didn't lie to you, my situation is a bit special, but at that time, I was indeed a basic warrior. Zhong Qianyue waved her hand generously. Forget it, I forgive you. But you owe me a dinner, or I'll take back my forgiveness. Alright. After wandering around for a long time, they finally finished exploring the campus. At Zhong Qianyue's strong insistence, Li Du had no choice but to treat her to a meal. During the meal, Zhong Qianyue suddenly said, you're participating in the trial tomorrow, right? Li Du was puzzled. You know about the trial? Of course, because I'm participating too, Zhong Qianyue said very casually. This trial is not simple. Although I don't know why old Zhou specifically wants you to participate, you must be prepared. Alright, let's not talk about that while eating. I'll come find you tomorrow. Consider it a return for this meal. This surprised Li Du. Hearing this, the trial content must be quite complicated. But Zhong Qianyue is only a basic level profession, and she can participate too? Li Du felt she might be quite extraordinary, but he didn't think too much about it. The next day, Zhong Qianyue came again. Yunling Academy is one of the colleges of Yangguan University. At Yangguan University, there are various colleges. Each college has different teaching content, and to learn real knowledge, one must enter a college. However, colleges cannot be entered casually, one must pass the college's assessment. Only after passing the assessment can one enter the college and take the exclusive courses. If the assessment is not passed, one can only take the most basic courses and cannot learn deeper knowledge. Zhong Qianyue brought Li Du to Yunling Academy, where the trial would take place. A few people were already waiting there, discussing something. Yeah, you're here? A woman with an excellent appearance and tall stature smiled immediately upon seeing Zhong Qianyue. Sister Shueshua, I've brought him. The woman, referred to as Sister Shueshua by Zhong Qianyue, looked at Li Du. Is this the Li Du that old Zhou mentioned? That's right. He's also the top student from Guizhou province. I heard that the mayor of Tianhai City wanted to keep him at the Tiangui Academy, but old Zhou snatched him away. Perhaps in a good mood, Zhong Qianyue even joked about Li Du. The woman smiled slightly, said nothing, and nodded at Li Du. Hello, I'm Xiao Xue, a sophomore at Yunling Academy. You can call me Sister Shui. Zhong Qianyue added, Sister Shui is already level 28, a legendary level beast summoner. Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. He didn't expect her to be a legendary level profession, and a very rare beast summoner at that. He probably had heard of such professions, where the powerful could even summon legendary true dragons and true phoenixes. Li Du also introduced himself. My name is Li Du. My profession is Abyss Envoy, currently level 20. Xiao Xue smiled and nodded, saying nothing. However, the few people around immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Only level 20? What a joke! Level 20 is qualified to participate in this trial. Is he a legendary profession? As he spoke, one man holding a water blue staff disregarded whether Li Du agreed and directly cast a detection spell. Then, he read out Li Du's information. Abyss Mage, excellent level. How are you only excellent level? This action immediately darkened Li Du's expression. What do you mean? Using a detection spell on someone without permission was already a provocation. The mage completely ignored Li Du and sarcastically said, even if old Zhou lets us bring someone, at least find someone decent. What is this guy? Seeing this, Zhong Qianyue couldn't sit still. He Xiao, watch your mouth. He Xiao completely ignored Zhong Qianyue's warning and continued to mock, am I wrong? Who knows what kind of drug this guy gave old Zhou to get him to agree to let him in through the back door. Zhong Qianyue shouted, He Xiao, do you dare question old Zhou? Li Du is the top scholar of Gue province. Hearing this, He Xiao became even more disdainful. What does being a top scholar mean? At Yanguan University, the least valuable thing is a top scholar. Saying this, he finally looked at Li Du with a warning expression. I can agree to let you follow us to the trial, but you'd better lower your stance. If you're going to be a dog, you need to have the awareness of being a dog. If you dare to hold us back, I'll be the first to not let you off. Li Du's gaze grew colder. Faced with this blatant mockery, if he could still hold back, he wouldn't be a man. Idiot! What did you say? He Xiao's face instantly darkened. Li Du actually dared to insult him. Li Du continued, I said you're an idiot, didn't you hear? He Xiao didn't say anything further but directly raised the staff in his hand. A massive energy immediately began to gather, as if about to explode. Zhong Qianyue saw this and immediately stood in front of He Xiao, shouting, He Xiao, what do you want to do? He Xiao's gaze was cold, a dog that doesn't know its own status, can't I teach him a lesson? The energy was still gathering, and he completely ignored Zhong Qianyue. Seeing this, Zhong Qianyue was also ready to make a move. At this moment, Xiao Xue finally couldn't stand it any longer and coldly shouted, enough. As soon as she spoke, He Xiao finally stopped. Humph, consider yourself lucky. After saying that, he walked off to the side alone. Xiao Xue said to Li Du, the trial will start at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I can't tell you the specifics right now. There is still time, you can prepare a bit, just gather here 15 minutes early this afternoon. Zhong Qianyue immediately pulled Li Du and said, let's go, Li Du, I'll take you to prepare. Li Du said nothing and followed him away. When the two left, Xiao Xue walked towards He Xiao inside. He Xiao, Li Du's level is a bit low, but he was introduced by old Zhou. I hope you won't hold any prejudices, everything should be focused on the trial. He Xiao sneered, level 20 is low, but it's not that he can't come along. But what does an excellent level profession mean? What's the difference between sending out such a profession and sending out cannon fodder? Someone nearby interjected, although it's an excellent level profession, he did get the top scholar of the province, he must have some exceptional qualities. Who would have thought He Xiao would mock, just based on him? Do you believe it? I certainly don't. Old Zhou could let him in to take us to the trial, who knows if he got the top scholar title through connections. Xiao Xue shouted, He Xiao, watch your words. Hearing this, He Xiao replied irritably, let's take a step back and say, even if he really does become the top scholar in the province, so what? How many professions only start to shine after level 20? A bunch of professions are strong before level 20, but once they hit level 20, they become useless. Aren't most top scholars just those useless ones? Seeing He Xiao like this, Xiao Xue sighed and stopped talking. After they left, Zhong Qianyue's expression was full of apology. Li Du, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Li Du smiled and said, why are you apologizing? To put it bluntly, this is just a madman who can't stand me barking everywhere, right? He's barking, should I bark like him too? Hearing this, Zhong Qianyue chuckled, Li Du, you're so mean. Li Du asked in confusion, but I have a question. Looking at that he show with his high and mighty demeanor, hasn't he questioned you? After all, Zhong Qianyue was only a refined level profession. Does he dare? Zhong Qianyue scoffed. Then, she winked at Li Du. I'll secretly tell you, I actually have a secret. If you knew, you'd definitely be shocked. What secret? I can't tell you yet. You'll find out once the trial starts. In that case, I'll look forward to it. Alright, let me take you to buy some things. The trial is tough, so we need to prepare well. Saying this, she pulled Li Du to the trading hall. To others, they looked somewhat like a couple. However, Li Du felt that Zhong Qianyue probably didn't realize this. After all, that's just her personality. Blue recovery potions, life potions. We need to prepare more of these. It's really uncomfortable to have no sustain in the dungeons. In the trading hall, Zhong Qianyue enthusiastically led Li Du around. Health potions are 5 points each, and blue recovery potions are the same. If you exchange for divine power, it costs 50 divine power. Li Du was a bit surprised. You can use divine power points in school? Of course. After all, some students don't have enough points. The school can't just watch them starve, right? While talking, Zhong Qianyue prepared a lot of potions. Do you have a spatial artifact? Yes. That's good. Then let's prepare more things. Besides potions, the trading hall had many other items, such as equipment and skill scrolls. There were also various magic scrolls that contained different spells, which could be used as soon as they were torn open. However, magic scrolls were quite expensive and could only be used once, so their cost effectiveness wasn't high. Generally speaking, people mostly chose various potions. In addition to potions, Li Du also bought several dungeon cooldown charms, as he would need to run a lot of dungeons in the future to keep his lifespan at a high level. At this moment, Zhong Qianyue took down 2 walkie-talkies. This is for you. Looking at the walkie-talkie, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Zhong Qianyue explained, this is a special walkie-talkie that can be used in dungeons below level 60. With it, we can communicate instantly no matter where we are. This thing isn't cheap, one costs 300 points. Consider it my treat. Hearing this, Li Du didn't decline. After browsing around, their preparations were almost complete. As they left the trading hall, Zhong Qianyue asked, is there anything else you need to prepare? Li Du remembered that he still had an all-purpose scroll he hadn't used, and after telling Zhong Qianyue, he went home first. In the afternoon, he would go to Yunling Academy with her. I wonder what skills I can learn this time. Li Du was very much looking forward to it because this all-purpose scroll was also of epic quality. The last epic all-purpose scroll directly granted Li Du a skill like 10,000 swords return to the sect, so this time it probably wouldn't be simple either. You have successfully used the all-purpose scroll. Please choose the skill you wish to learn from the following options. After using it, skills appeared for Li Du to choose from. Abyssal Warfare, Epic Level Warrior Class Skill. Greatly enhances all of your attributes, and if you are in the abyss, the enhancement will increase further. Frigid Storm, Epic Level Mage Class Skill. Summons a frigid storm that sweeps the surroundings, lasting for 5 minutes. Those covered by the storm will not only take significant damage but will also suffer frostbite, greatly slowing their movements. Hell Vanguard, Epic Level Summoning Class Skill. Summons a Hell Vanguard to fight for you, its level always 10 levels higher than yours, up to a maximum of level 60. Immovable, Epic Level Warrior Class Skill. Grants 90% immunity to all damage for 3 minutes. If the opponent's level is more than 15 levels higher, this effect will be significantly reduced. For skills, each one quite impressive. Unfortunately, only one could be chosen. Li Du thought for a moment and ultimately chose the 4th skill, Immovable. Now, Li Du already possessed single target damage, area damage, and summoning skills, but he lacked defensive skills. This meant that if he accidentally got hurt by an enemy, the impact would be significant. With the addition of Immovable, gaining 90% damage immunity for 3 minutes was extremely valuable for Li Du. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Immovable. Now that I have more skills, there are fewer restrictions in battle. When he had fewer skills, every time he released one, Li Du had to seize the opportunity. Skills had cooldowns, and once released, he would enter a vacuum period. Now that he had more skills, he could release one and immediately follow up with another. This way, Li Du's combat ability could be greatly enhanced. Soon, afternoon arrived. Li Du, come out. If you don't come out soon, you'll be late. Zhong Qianyue had already come and was waiting for him. Coming. Li Du immediately stepped out and headed to Yunling Academy with Zhong Qianyue. Xia Yixue and the others had also arrived. The location of this trial is not within the school. Once we enter the teleportation array, don't run around. Li Du and Zhong Qianyue both nodded. Hsiao glanced at Li Du with disdain and sneered, maybe someone will get lost in the abyss and can't find their way. Before Li Du could respond, Zhong Qianyue immediately retorted, Xiao, are you talking about yourself? Xiao snorted coldly, I'm talking about a certain dog that doesn't know its place. Hearing this, Li Du couldn't hold back and directly shouted, if you want to be a dog, then be one yourself. Don't think everyone is like you. To be honest, Li Du truly didn't know what he had done to provoke him. Ever since he arrived, Xiao had targeted him at every turn. Xiao's expression changed slightly, kid, are you looking for death? Enough! Xiaoxue couldn't stand it any longer and intervened, if anyone doesn't want to participate in this trial, they can choose to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Xiao stopped speaking. Xiaoxue said coldly, this trial is of great importance. I don't care what conflicts you have. If anyone dares to cause trouble during the trial, don't blame me for being rude. No matter what, she couldn't allow Li Du and Xiao to fight here, otherwise, the trial would be pointless. Seeing that both Li Du and Xiao had fallen silent, Xiaoxue continued, the trial is a team trial. Before we begin, all of you introduce your professions and levels to each other for mutual understanding. With that, she started to introduce herself. Xiaoxue, level 28, Sacred Beast Summoner. Legendary quality. After Xiaoxue, Zhong Qianyue immediately introduced herself. Zhong Qianyue, level 22, Dual Class Profession. Shadow Envoy, Fine Quality, Dark Mage, Epic Quality. Upon hearing Zhong Qianyue's introduction, Li Du was quite surprised. She was actually an extremely rare dual class profession. Zhong Qianyue chuckled, so, Li Du? Didn't I say I would surprise you? Indeed, it's quite a surprise. A dual class profession has a significant advantage over ordinary professions, because every time Zhong Qianyue levels up, she can add 2 attribute points and gain 2 sets of professional skills. In terms of both stats and the number of skills, she would have more. After Zhong Qianyue, the other 2 also introduced themselves in turn. Wu Chang, level 23, Golden Knight, Epic Quality. Zhou Wei, level 23, Elf Priest, Epic Quality. Then, Xiaoxue looked at Xiao. Xiao snorted and reluctantly introduced himself. Xiao, level 23, Fire Blast Warlock, Epic Quality. Finally, Li Du introduced himself. Li Du, level 20, Abyss Envoy. Fine Quality. After everyone had introduced themselves, Xiaoxue nodded. I'll say it one last time, this trial is very important. No matter what, we must unite and cannot have internal strife. Otherwise, I will kick him out directly. After saying this, she especially glanced at Xiao. At the same time, a huge teleportation array appeared around them, and a force immediately enveloped the 6 of them. As the teleportation array surrounded them, the 6 were instantly sent high into the air. Li Du looked down at the ground and could see the entire Yanguan Academy. It was extremely vast, and one could even say it was a city. At the 5 corners of Yanguan Academy stood 5 tall towers. The towers reached the sky, incredibly majestic. Soon, his vision became blurry, and then the scenery changed. They had entered the teleportation array. It was as if they had entered a peculiar space, with everything around them rapidly flowing by. The teleportation array did not immediately send them to their destination, indicating that the place they were being sent to was extremely far away. After about half a minute, they finally arrived at their destination. As their feet touched the ground, Li Du felt a wave of dizziness. The long teleportation time made him feel quite uncomfortable. Li Du looked around. They were in a desert, with no vegetation in sight, and the climate was extremely hot, as if it were a furnace. A few dozen meters ahead was a long chasm, appearing pitch black. Xiaoxue spoke up, this is the Abyss Chasm, from here we can reach our trial site. Then she began to introduce the content of this trial. The dungeon for this trial is called the City of the Abyss. It is an outdoor dungeon with no difficulty selection, and the actual difficulty is even higher than Hell difficulty. Inside this dungeon, there is a very special item, Abyss Crystal. This is an extremely precious crystal that can be used to craft abyssal items, worth a fortune. The City of the Abyss only drops 10 Abyss Crystals each year, and they only drop at fixed times. Today is the time for the City of the Abyss to drop crystals. This dungeon is not within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, but in the Nizhou Great Chasm, where competition is extremely fierce. To compete for the Abyss Crystals, the top 10 universities of the Great Xia Kingdom have all sent teams here. Therefore, we not only need to compete with foreign teams but also with teams from other universities. Upon hearing this, the others finally realized the difficulty of this trial. Except for Li Du, who remained calm, the others showed serious expressions. Xiaoxue didn't want to meet yet, and her morale was severely impacted, so she said, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourselves. The purpose of this trial is not to seize the Abyss Crystal, as we are unlikely to compete successfully. The top 3 prestigious academies would definitely send teams of legendary class professionals, and if we faced them, Yanguan University would have no chance. The challengers from other countries are not to be underestimated either. They would surely try to obstruct us. Our goal is to explore the city of the abyss as much as possible while ensuring our own safety. In the future, we will all have to enter the abyss to fight, and this will be valuable experience. At that moment, Li Du suddenly asked, what if we encounter foreign challengers? What should we do? If it comes to a fight, can we kill them? This question stunned Xia Yixue, and for a moment, she couldn't respond. It was the first time she had encountered someone asking such a question. Yixue immediately mocked, you? If you don't get killed, we'll have to burn incense in gratitude. Li Du ignored Yixue, and Xia Yixue did too. Generally speaking, we can just take a detour. Our great Xia is one of the 5 major powers, and challengers from other countries usually don't dare to compete with us. Li Du continued to ask, what if it's from Sakura country? He hadn't forgotten that Sakura country had caused trouble during the college entrance examination. There had been little news about that exam since, and undoubtedly, the higher-ups had concealed the information about the attack from Sakura country. However, the other candidates who had died under countless undead still haunted Li Du like a nightmare, something he could never forget. Before Xia Yixue could answer, Yixue continued to mock. If you don't have the guts to participate in the trial, you might as well scram. Wasting time with your whining. Li Du glanced at Yixue but said nothing. Xia Yixue said, alright, everyone stop arguing. The trial is what matters. As she spoke, Xia Yixue looked at a young man and called out, Zhou Wei, give us a buff. Zhou Wei nodded and then cast his skill. Elf's Blessing. Several beams of light fell upon them, and Li Du immediately felt his body become lighter. Not only that, but his vitality also surged, as if he were filled with strength. Zhou Wei said, my Elf's Blessing can significantly enhance your agility and health, while also providing a large amount of health recovery and a slight boost to strength. It wasn't over yet. After casting Elf's Blessing, he continued. Holy Water Light. More beams of light fell upon them. This is Holy Water Light, which can make you immune to most negative effects. Both of these buffs will last for an hour. Xia Yixue nodded. At this moment, Li Du looked around. There were many teams nearby, all preparing in various ways. Among them, he saw many professionals glowing with orange light, undoubtedly legendary class. Only the top academies could organize a team composed entirely of legendary class professionals. Xia Yixue said, alright, let's hurry and enter the dungeon. Then, they arrived at the edge of a chasm, with no path left. Below was a pitch-black abyss, unfathomable. Zhong Qianyue asked, Sister Shui, how do we get in? Jump down. Jump down? Zhong Qianyue's eyes widened in shock. Was there really such a way to enter a dungeon? Xia Yixue explained, this chasm itself is a huge teleportation portal that leads to the abyss. From this area, it can directly transport us to the city of the abyss. Li Du remarked, I didn't expect there to be such a dungeon. The world is vast and full of wonders. Yixue sneered, a bumpkin who has never seen the world. As soon as he said this, Li Du's gaze turned cold. After being ridiculed time and again, even a clay figurine would have some fire in it. Several bolts of lightning crackled on Li Du's arm, ready to explode. Yixue's expression changed instantly upon seeing this. The lightning gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Gripping his staff, he was about to unleash a skill. At that moment, Xia Yixue immediately stepped between the two. Enough! How many times do I have to say it? This is a trial, not a place for you to fight. Xia Yixue was already somewhat impatient. This was not the first conflict between the two, nor the first time they were about to come to blows. Seeing her blocking the way, Li Du hesitated for 2 seconds and finally retracted the skill he was about to release. This is the last time, Li Du said coldly, looking at Yixue. Yixue snorted but said nothing. Xia Yixue snapped, don't waste time, let's go into the dungeon. With that, she was the first to jump into the chasm, her figure swallowed by the darkness. Li Du and Zhong Qianyue followed suit. Soon after, the other 3 jumped down as well. As darkness enveloped them, their vision vanished and then reappeared instantly. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing on solid ground again. The space here was very dim, filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Before them stood a dilapidated city, with aging city walls showing massive cracks, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. In addition, the air was thick with the stench of blood and the rot of corpses. Wow, what a disgusting smell. Zhong Qianyue pinched her nose, truly feeling nauseated by the odors. Xia Yixue turned to Zhou Wei, do you have a way? Zhou Wei immediately cast a skill, and soon the surrounding air was purified, the foul smells finally dissipating. Let's go, we should head in, Xia Yixue said, leading the team forward. Our goal is the palace in the center of the city, that's the real trial dungeon. The Abyss City was enormous, and upon entering, they saw a long road ahead. They all had to walk this path to reach the central palace. Suddenly, a voice emerged, capturing their attention. Then, a grotesque, decaying monster, resembling a ghost, appeared before them. Wrathful zombie type, ordinary wild monster level, 28 health, 8600 strength, 280. Seeing it was a wild monster from Abyss City, Wu Chang charged forward. Golden suppression. Wu Chang's entire body radiated a strong light, as if countless gold pieces had appeared, dazzling to behold. He then raised a large shield and smashed it down onto the wrathful zombie. Bang bang, the zombie was repeatedly struck by the shield, its body cracking and emitting various strange cries. Knight's Judgment. Wu Chang switched his weapon from the shield to a sword and immediately slashed down. The zombie was cleaved in two, dying instantly. Your team has killed the wrathful zombie, you gain 150 experience points. Your team has activated the automatic extraction skill, Xiai Shui gains, decayed bone ×1 since they were in a team. The rewards for killing wild monsters were divided, and Li Du received very little experience. The materials extracted by the team would be obtained by the leader, Xiai Shui. Because Li Du did not personally kill the wild monster, he could not gain life absorption. However, Li Du did not mind, he had not come to this trial to level up or absorb life. After Wu Chang killed the zombie, the group continued forward. Along the way, they encountered several more wild monsters, all of which were quickly dispatched. At this point, Xiai Shui spoke up. It will take at least an hour to reach the city center from here in a straight line. This path is long, and if we are further disturbed by wild monsters, our speed will slow down even more. If we have to fight every wild monster we encounter, we're going to waste several times the amount of time. We need to speed up. Who has more control skills? Zhong Qianyue raised her hand. Sister Shui, I have a lot of control skills. I'll handle those wild monsters, and during this time, let's hurry on our way. Zhou Wei also spoke up. I'll keep buffing us to maximize our speed. Xiai Shui nodded and said, let's do it. With Zhou Wei casting his skills, the group continued forward, their speed significantly increased. Along the way, they encountered many more wild monsters. Song of Chaos. Zhong Qianyue unleashed her skill, and the wild monsters immediately fell into a state of confusion, losing their attack targets and running around aimlessly. Taking advantage of this time, the group hurried on. They handled all the wild monsters they encountered in this manner. With less time spent fighting monsters and the speed boost from their surroundings, their pace quickened considerably. Soon, they had been walking for over half an hour. At this point, they could vaguely see the palace, with just over 20 minutes left to go. However, the group came to a stop. Ahead at the intersection, many zombies were wandering about, numbering around 50 or 60. These zombies were moving nearby, unwilling to leave. This was the only route to the city center, and if they wanted to pass through, they would have to face these zombies. Xiai Shui frowned slightly. There were too many zombies, and they were all at a high level. At level 28, they posed no threat to her, but clearing them would take a lot of time. The main issue was that these zombies had too much health. It took over a minute to kill just one. She looked at Zhong Qianyue and asked, yeah, do you have a way? Zhong Qianyue shook her head. Sister Shui, there are too many zombies. I can't control that many at once. Plus, there are elite monsters among them, and I can't control those right now. Hearing this, Xiai Shui felt a bit disappointed. It seemed there was no way around it. They would have to charge through directly. With that thought, she prepared to summon her familiar and start the fight. At that moment, Li Du spoke up. Let me handle it. As soon as he said this, Hishio immediately mocked, You? What do you think you are, daring to speak out? Zhong Qianyue couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Hishio, can you shut up? If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute. Xiai Shui quickly added, Hishio, this isn't the time for arguments. Seeing this, Hishio had to stop, but his dissatisfaction grew heavier. Xiai Shui turned to Li Du. What do you plan to do? Li Du replied, I have a large area control skill that can control all these zombies. Hearing this, Hishio couldn't help but mock again, don't make me laugh, just you? Xiai Shui couldn't take it anymore and coldly said, enough, Hishio. If you don't want to participate in the trial, you can leave now. Li Du also looked at him, his expression dark. If it weren't for Xiai Shui stopping him several times, Li Du would have already made a move. His patience with Hishio had already been exceptionally good. Suddenly, the noise startled the zombies ahead, and they immediately noticed the group, rushing towards them. Wu Chang shouted, this is bad. Those zombies have spotted us. Zhong Qianyue glared at Hishio, it's all your fault. Hishio, if you could just keep your mouth shut, we wouldn't have been discovered by the zombies. Everything was going well until Hishio's loud shouts completely disrupted their plans. Hishio retorted, is it my fault? Did I say anything wrong? You don't really believe a level 20 waste can do anything, do you? Enough! Xia Yixue shouted, quickly get ready to face the enemy. She was also extremely dissatisfied with Yixue, but there was no time to think about that now. They had to prepare to confront the zombies. Otherwise, once surrounded, their situation would become dangerous. At that moment, Li Du immediately unleashed his skill. Dark confinement. Then, a magic array appeared, and countless black mists spread out around them. These black mists seemed to merge with the city of the abyss, surrounding all the zombies. The black mist had a blinding effect and continuously absorbed the target's attributes. As the black mist completely spread, the surrounding zombies immediately lost their targets and began to run around in a panic. Some of the weaker zombies even collapsed to the ground instantly. Seeing this, Zhong Shengyue excitedly shouted, "It really works! Li Du, you're amazing!" Li Du said, "Alright, there's no time to waste. While we have this chance, let's rush out." Xia Yixue urged, "Let's go quickly." Then, the group immediately dashed out of the intersection, leaving the range of the zombies. Finally breaking free from the zombies' encirclement, everyone was very happy. Zhong Shengyue patted Li Du on the shoulder and exclaimed, "I knew you would have a way. Heh, you really are the top scorer of the college entrance examination." Zhou Wei and Wu Chang also praised him, not expecting Li Du to solve their predicament. Xia Yixue was also very pleased and asked, "Li Du, is that skill of yours a professional skill?" Li Du nodded. "This skill is called dark confinement. Its effect is to create a large area of black mist, and targets enveloped by the mist will fall into a blinding state. Not only that, but the black mist also continuously drains the target's attributes, gradually paralyzing them." Xia Yixue said, "That's a powerful skill. It doesn't even seem like a refined level skill, even some epic level skills can't compare to yours." Her evaluation was very fair. Li Du's profession was not an ordinary refined level profession. As a messenger of the abyss, burdened with the sins of the abyss, Li Du's lifespan consumption increased tenfold, and correspondingly, the strength of his profession also greatly improved. Seeing Li Du being praised, Yixue's face darkened, and he sarcastically said, "Isn't it just creating a fog? What else can he do besides this?" This continuous targeting not only angered Li Du but also made the others unable to tolerate it. Wu Chang said, "Yixue, can you just shut up? Without Li Du, we wouldn't have made it here so quickly." TCH. Yixue was unfazed. Li Du suddenly walked up to Yixue and coldly stared at him. Seeing Li Du approach, Yixue immediately got angry and shouted, "What are you looking at? Want to die?" Unexpectedly, Li Du did not explode in anger at that moment but instead asked, "Did I provoke you?" "What do you mean? Since I appeared, you have been targeting me. Did I provoke you?" To be honest, amidst his anger, Li Du was indeed a bit confused. Even if Yixue was a madman, it was impossible for him to target him for no reason, right? Yixue sneered, "Who knows if this waste who got in through connections will drag us down? I'm doing this for everyone's good. If you had any self-awareness, you should just roll out of here. Or kneel down and be a good dog, I might show mercy and spare you." This repeated targeting had almost reached Li Du's limit of tolerance. And at that moment, those words made Li Du unable to endure any longer. He didn't speak, but a powerful force immediately gathered around him. Then, lightning appeared, crackling loudly all around. Li Du suddenly struck. Thunder strike. The intense blow was unleashed in an instant, catching Yixue off guard. "Stop! What are you doing?" Xia Yixue rushed over to intervene. But it was too late. Li Du's attack had already been launched. Crackle, the electricity wreaked havoc, and Yixue immediately felt his whole body go numb, while a powerful force slammed into him, sending him flying. "Why you dare to hit me?" Yixue never expected that Li Du would strike first. That punch was heavy. Yixue felt as if his internal organs were shifting, and a strong pain surged through his body. He struggled to get up, his face twisted in anger. "Lava fireball, die for me!" Yixue swung his staff, and a massive fireball immediately coalesced above it, making the surrounding air scorching hot, as if the grass around was about to catch fire. Whoosh, the fireball launched, hurtling towards Li Du. The rolling heat was merciless, like a small sun. "Luo Shui Tian Ma, block!" A delicate shout rang out. It was Xia Yixue making her move. A white horse, seemingly descending from the heavens, suddenly appeared, letting out a long neigh, and then created a barrier that completely blocked Yixue's fireball. This was one of Xia Yixue's summoned beasts. At that moment, the heavenly horse stood before Li Du and Yixue, resembling a true sacred beast. "That's enough. What do you all want?" Xia Yixue exclaimed angrily. What was supposed to be a joyful trial had turned into this. She was genuinely feeling exhausted. Yixue was already furious, not even listening to Xia Yixue's words, and roared, "That waste dares to strike at me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, where will I put my face?" Saying this, he was about to unleash another skill. Xia Yixue coldly warned, "He Xiu, if you dare to make a move, just try it." After she said this, He Xiu indeed did not dare to act. In this team, only Xia Yixue was a sophomore. The rest were all freshmen this year. She had almost absolute authority in this group. After seeing that neither He Xiu nor Li Du spoke, Xia Yixue continued, "I ask you, what is more important, the trial or your conflict? Especially you, He Xiu. I know you're angry, but that doesn't give you a reason to target Li Du for no reason." The source of the conflict was clear to everyone. If they were in Li Du's position, they probably would have lost their patience long ago. Hearing this, He Xiu suddenly sneered, "Fine, then I'll withdraw." "What did you say?" Xia Yixue was taken aback, almost thinking she misheard. He Xiu pointed at Li Du, "Either I withdraw, or he gets lost. It's either me or him, you choose." The reason he dared to say this was to force Xia Yixue to make a choice. Although this trial did not pursue abyss crystals, the results were extremely important to Xia Yixue. He Xiu was a fire blast sorcerer, the main damage dealer of the team. Without him, entering the palace and facing powerful bosses would be very difficult, even leading to failure. Therefore, he could say this without restraint. He was confident that this team could not do without him. Zhongwei shouted, "He Xiu, you must be joking, right? This is a trial spot we worked hard to get, how can you just say you want to withdraw?" Wu Chang also said, "Shuijia, He Xiu must be joking, don't take it seriously." He Xiu completely ignored them and continued, "I'm not joking, it's either me or him. Who will you keep?" Hearing this, Xia Yixue was extremely disappointed. She never expected he would force her like this. However, it must be said that He Xiu's words did make her hesitate. If the team lacked a main damage dealer, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to enter the palace. If this trial failed, the impact on her would be enormous, possibly even affecting her future. Zhong Qianyu spoke up, "Shuijia, you decide." Although she said this, she stood with Li Du. It was clear she was on Li Du's side. Seeing this, Xia Yixue made her decision. She looked at He Xiu and coldly said, "Then you can get lost." At this moment, there was no need to give him any good face. He Xiu's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. You want me to leave? That's right, didn't you hear? I'm the main damage dealer. If you lose me, you definitely won't get through the palace. Are you sure you want me to go? Yes. Her demeanor was already somewhat cold, matching her name perfectly. Especially when she was in a bad mood, this icy aura was even more pronounced. A surge of immense anger rose within He Xiu. He never expected Xia Yixue would actually let him leave. Fine. I'm leaving. Let's see if you can get through the palace without me. If you fail, don't come running back to beg me to join. With that, he left the instance directly. Although they had driven He Xiu away, Xia Yixue didn't feel good either. Zhong Qianyu ran over to give her a hug, comforting her, "It's okay, Sister Shui. We are united, this instance isn't that difficult, and Li Du is very strong. If he gets serious, he will definitely surprise you." Xia Yixue finally perked up, saying, "You're right, let's hurry up. We've already delayed a lot of time, other teams have probably already entered the palace." Then, the group continued forward. Soon, they arrived at the palace. However, a horde of zombies blocked their way. In front of the palace, there were hundreds of zombies wandering, blocking the entrance. Xia Yixue asked, "Li Du, can you still control this number of zombies?" Li Du replied, "I should be able to." As he spoke, he was about to release the dark confinement. But at that moment, a warning signal suddenly rang out in his subconscious, and Li Du immediately stopped casting, dodging to the side while shouting, "There's danger, get down." Boom! 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 Several sword shadows immediately fell where Li Du had been standing, exploding upon contact with the ground and creating several large craters. This scene startled the others. Wu Chang immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Xia Yixue suddenly looked up and saw several figures in the distance. They were dressed in various strange outfits, standing on a nearby loft. "Dasha people, get lost!" The strangely dressed individuals immediately jumped down from the loft, shouting at the group. Strangely, the surrounding zombies did not attack them. Seeing their outfits, Xia Yixue furrowed her brows. "Oh no, it's the practitioners from Sakura country. They're blocking us from entering the palace." Zhong Qianyu asked in confusion, "Why aren't the zombies attacking them?" Xia Yixue explained, "Do you see the one in the middle with the staff? That's a special practitioner from Sakura country, on Myoji. They can control various spirits. Those zombies are probably already under their control." Seeing that the group remained unmoved, the people from Sakura country shouted again, "Dasha people, get out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." As they spoke, they began to gather energy, preparing to unleash their skills. Wu Chang and Zhou Wei looked at Xia Yixue, asking, Sister Shui, what should we do? Xia Yixue hesitated. She didn't know the strength of those on Myoji. If the other side controlled hundreds of zombies to surround them, their situation would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, Li Du spoke up, let's fight our way through. Fight our way through? Are you sure? Xia Yixue was somewhat surprised, but Li Du had already charged forward. The people from Sakura country sneered at this. Ignorant Daxia people. Then, they immediately unleashed their skills. The Onmyoji in the middle shouted, all zombies, heed my command. Kill the ones in front of you. Hiss, a large number of zombies charged towards Li Du. Seeing this scene, Xia Yixue could not remain indifferent. In desperation, she directly ordered, get ready for battle. Heavenly Fire Divine Eagle, appear. With her loud shout, a magical array appeared in the sky. Soon after, a gigantic eagle emerged above. Its feathers were a fiery red, resembling the legendary phoenix. When it cried out, flames even soared. The others quickly prepared for battle. Xia Yixue shouted, Li Du, don't go all out. Our goal is to enter the palace. She was afraid Li Du would fall into a trap. Dark confinement. Li Du shouted, immediately unleashing dark confinement. Large swathes of black mist surrounded the area, causing the zombies to lose their targets and scatter in confusion. The sudden blindness also threw several practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation into disarray. Damn! What happened? I can't see anything. This is their skill. Kamita-kun, hurry up and use your skill. A cherry blossom man named Kamita quickly released his skill, and soon, the blindness affecting several of them was dispelled, allowing them to see again. However, Li Du had already taken this opportunity to approach them. Wrath of the Living. Li Du shouted, finally unleashing the Wrath of the Living. In an instant, his damage increased tenfold. Yet, the lifespan he consumed was no longer just a year. Under the influence of the Abyssal Messenger's sin, releasing the tenfold Wrath of the Living directly consumed 10 years of his life. Moreover, in this state, every time Li Du released a skill, he would lose an additional year of life. He had to finish this quickly. Thunderous strike. Li Du held nothing back, delivering heavy blows to the cherry blossom people. In an instant, several screams rang out. Baka! Stop it! Damn great Xia, are you trying to provoke a war between our nations? Li Du's gaze was cold, showing no intention of stopping. As several heavy strikes landed, the cherry blossom people before him were all killed. At this moment, Xia Yixue and the others also felt it. When they saw the cherry blossom people lying dead on the ground, they were all shocked. Why you killed them? Ugh, Wu Chang and Zhou Wei felt nauseous. It was their first time seeing dead bodies. Xia Yixue and Zhong Qianyue were somewhat better. However, Xia Yixue was still incredibly astonished. Li Du could actually kill practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation. They were just too weak. Li Du didn't care at all, as if he had just crushed a few ants. At this moment, he even had the leisure to collect the spoils from the fallen. Zhong Qianyue smiled and said, Sister Shui, I wasn't wrong, was I? Li Du is really powerful. We don't need to worry at all. Xia Yixue sighed, even so, the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation dying at your hands, they probably won't let it go easily. No worries, if they dare to come, I dare to kill. Li Du had no goodwill towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. He even wished all the Cherry Blossom people would die. My dark confinement can't last long, and these zombies are still in chaos. Let's hurry and enter the dungeon while we can. Xia Yixue also reacted quickly and said, let's get in there. The others nodded, passing through the horde of zombies and directly entering the palace. Through the main door, they entered a long corridor. As long as they crossed the corridor, they would truly enter the dungeon. This dungeon was called the City of the Abyss, and without a doubt, it was a city within the abyss. As soon as they entered, they felt an immense sense of oppression, as if a hand was constantly pressing down on them. No matter how they moved, they couldn't escape this five-fingered mountain. This was a characteristic of the abyss. In fact, this place wasn't truly the abyss, as it lacked the breath of the abyss. The so-called breath of the abyss is the air of the abyss. Humans cannot survive in it unless they wear special equipment. This kind of equipment has always been extremely precious, with few countries possessing it. Even the Great Xia Kingdom has been in a state of shortage regarding such equipment. Abyss crystal is one of the materials used to forge this type of equipment. A few minutes later, several people passed through the corridor and directly entered the instance. The palace had no hint of luxury. Everything was so ancient, filled with a decaying smell. Blood could be seen everywhere on the surrounding walls, along with rotting bones. Crack, creak, several chewing sounds echoed around as the group entered the palace and saw many monsters gnawing on bones. They looked terrifying, like skinless zombies. Abyss demon, type, ordinary wild monster, level, 25, health 18,560, strength 380, at level 25, with over 18,000 health, the stats were undoubtedly high. Even Xia Yixue became serious at this moment. And it wasn't just one. Looking around, they could see 7 or 8 abyss demons. Xia Yixue said, let's pay attention to our positioning. Wu Chang, you go taunt, and others buff around. The rest look for opportunities to deal damage. Let's take down these wild monsters within 10 minutes. Li Du suddenly spoke up, no need to be so complicated. He then immediately released a skill. Inferno Demon Summon. General Summon. Then, a Cayman Orc General and an Inferno Demon were instantly summoned. Seeing this, Xia Yixue was very surprised. You can summon skills too? As soon as she finished speaking, the Inferno Demon and the Cayman Orc General charged out. You have killed an Abyss Demon. Successfully extracted 50 days of lifespan. You gain 230 experience points. With the prompts appearing, the Abyss Demons in front of them were all killed. After Li Du released the Wrath of Beings, his summons could also enjoy the effects of the Wrath of Beings. So at this moment, their damage was absurdly high. Almost one punch per demon, the Abyss Demons were completely unable to resist. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Your summons have such high damage? Xia Yixue was also very surprised. This damage is even higher than my heavenly fire divine eagle. Zhong Qianyue came up and patted Li Du's back. Hee, Li Du, I didn't expect you to have such a hidden skill. But isn't your profession a magic type? How did you learn summoning skills? Li Du explained, my profession is not just magic type, it's actually a combination of warrior, magic, and summoning types. Hearing this, everyone was even more astonished. A combination of 3 types, such a profession. I didn't expect you to be so deep and unassuming. Xia Yixue said, a refined level profession that combines 3 types can already rival epic level professions. No wonder the principal chose you to participate in the trial. Li Du was indeed qualified. The combination of 3 types was very similar to Zhong Qianyue's dual class profession, but it was different. In terms of potential, Zhong Qianyue was definitely higher. But the combination of 3 types meant that Li Du's combat style was very diverse, with almost no weaknesses. After killing the Abyss Demons, the group continued forward. Almost all the wild monsters they encountered along the way were instantly killed by Li Du's summons. The others didn't even need to make a move. Soon, they entered the inner hall. Xia Yixue said, opening this door leads to the elite monsters room. We must be very careful. The group nodded and then directly opened the door. Creak, the door opened, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards them. What came into view was a colossal creature. It was a monster entirely red, with a lava-like liquid flowing over its body, sporting horns, and looking extremely frightening. Abyss Demon type, elite monster level, 28 health, 57 800 strength, 980 traits, scorching, burning, frenzy skills, fire breath, magma splash, furious stomp, abyss impact. The stats of the elite monster are incredibly powerful, and just looking at it brings a terrifying sense of oppression. Upon seeing the group, the Abyss Demon immediately let out a roar. Then, it stomped on the ground. Boom! 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 The sound of stomping echoed, and the ground shook violently, nearly cracking open, causing Li Du and the others to almost be thrown off balance by the tremors. This was the Abyss Demon's furious stomp. Zhou Wei quickly cast a skill, Steadfast Heart. Rays of light descended, and although the ground continued to tremble, Li Du and the others stabilized themselves. I've granted you all a minute of invulnerability. Let's make our move now. Li Du immediately took action, commanding his 2 summons to attack the demon. Roar, the Flame Demon and the Cayman Orc General both let out a roar, then one breathed fire while the other swung his sword, their attacks landing on the Abyss Demon. Whoosh whoosh, a barrage of attacks struck down, causing the Abyss Demon's body to nearly crack open. Countless magma-like blood splattered out. Kill! Li Du roared again, and the 2 summons continued their assault. Then, the Cayman Orc General delivered a decisive blow, severing the Abyss Demon's head and killing it completely. You have killed the Abyss Demon. The target's attributes far exceed yours. You absorb 5,000 days of lifespan. You gain 3,800 experience points. Is that it? It died so easily? Damn! Bro, you're really that strong? Even for a triple-class profession, isn't that a bit too powerful? In less than a minute, Li Du had killed the Abyss Demon. Keep in mind, this Abyss Demon had over 50,000 health, so Li Du's damage was astonishingly high. At this moment, Xia Yixue finally understood Li Du's strength. Yeah, you weren't wrong. He really is impressive. No wonder he's the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Zhong Qianyue puffed out her chest. Of course. He's someone I have high hopes for. Li Du smiled and said, alright, let's quickly extract and see what materials this elite monster has. Xiaoyue stepped forward to extract, obtaining quite a few high-quality materials and some items. The haul wasn't substantial. After collecting the materials, the group continued forward. At this point, Xiaoyue suddenly asked, Li Du, which academy are you planning to go to? Academy? Zhong Qianyue explained for Xiaoyue, there are many academies in university, each teaching different subjects and having different focuses. The Yunling Academy, where Sister Shui is one of the top 3 academies of Yangguan University. Li Du replied, I haven't decided yet. Xiaoyue said, then come to Yunling Academy. Your strength is definitely sufficient. Yunling Academy has the most resources in Yangguan University and the highest number of top professors. Once you're here, we can team up for dungeons, and with me guiding you, you'll level up quickly. Zhong Qianyue teased, Sister Shui, are you interested in Li Du? Is this your way of extending an olive branch? Xiaoyue replied, who wouldn't want a talented powerhouse? Li Du didn't answer but instead asked Zhong Qianyue, what about you? Which academy do you want to go to? Of course, Yunling Academy. It's personally founded by the principal. Hearing this, Li Du felt that Yunling Academy was indeed quite good. However, he thought such a choice should be made carefully, so he didn't respond immediately. Soon, the group arrived at a large gate. This was the very center of the City of the Abyss, where the boss of this dungeon, the Abyss Lord, was lurking. The very center of the palace was vast and empty. The stench of decay here was as strong, if not stronger, than that of the outside world. The Lord of the Abyss sat on the throne at the center. Clad in thick armor, it appeared to be a demon warrior that had slept for thousands of years, exuding an aura of despair. Lord of the Abyss, type, boss, level, 30, health, 153,760, strength, 4,200, traits, Lord's domain, all your attributes decrease by 20%, abyssal corruption, all your attributes will slowly decline, skills, abyssal army, blade of despair, dark slash, fearful canopy, abyssal prison, these were the attributes of the Lord of the Abyss, entirely fitting for a hell-level boss. Moreover, under the influence of the Lord's domain and abyssal corruption, the longer one fought against the Lord, the faster their attributes would decline. When the Lord of the Abyss noticed Li Du and the others, its gaze gradually shifted towards them, glimmering with a strange light. It suddenly spoke, my subjects, submit to me. Follow me, walk into the abyss, and witness our glory. The voice was highly deceptive. It was as if the one speaking was not a decayed demon, but a wise and mighty emperor. Witness glory. Wu Chang murmured, suddenly stepping towards the Lord. His steps were unsteady, as if he might kneel at any moment. Not only that, but Zhou Wei was also trembling all over. Even Zhong Qianyue's gaze had become somewhat vacant. Seeing this, Xiaoyue immediately shouted, what are you doing? Wake up! The sudden shout brought the group back to reality. Wu Chang's face was filled with terror. What just happened to me? It seemed he had glimpsed an incredibly bright future, one he was about to walk towards. But suddenly, a voice shattered everything. Xiaoyue said, it's the Lord of the Abyss, it's trying to deceive you. Just now, you almost walked towards it. Hearing this, the others felt a wave of fear. The allure of that voice was simply too strong. Everyone, stay alert. We've come this far, we must not make a mistake. Xiaoyue's voice made them all serious. The Lord of the Abyss, seeing its deception had failed, finally stood up from the throne. Its figure was extremely imposing, nearly 3 meters tall. In front of it, the others appeared incredibly small. Beside the throne lay a rotting great sword. The Lord of the Abyss picked up the great sword and swung it at the group. Whoosh, 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 a powerful sword aura rushed towards them like a black crescent moon. It was the Dark Slash, a skill of the Lord of the Abyss. The strike came so swiftly that even Xiaoyue barely had time to react. Li Du immediately stepped forward, unyielding. Instantly, a golden light enveloped Li Du, as if his entire skin had turned to gold. He charged forward, using his body to block the black slash. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, startling everyone. Li Du! Zhong Qianyue was very worried. However, when the explosion subsided, Li Du still stood in place. Unyielding allowed him to be immune to 90% of the damage. The dark slash had merely grazed his skin. I'm fine. Seeing this, the others finally relaxed. It's good that you're okay. Xiaoyue was still somewhat concerned. What kind of skill is this, that can withstand such great damage? Li Du smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Xiaoyue stopped pressing for answers. The sudden attack from the Lord of the Abyss had already angered her. Xiaoyue declared, let's attack together and kill it. Then, she unleashed her skills, summoning the Fire God Eagle and the Luoshui Pegasus. The two summoned beasts appeared, standing by her sides, making Xiaoyue look like a queen. Others also quickly prepared for battle. Zhou Wei boosted everyone's status while casting a skill that granted immunity to various negative effects. Li Du took the lead, charging forward and unleashing a thunderstrike. Crackling sounds of a fierce thunderstorm erupted, striking the Abyss Lord and inflicting massive damage. At the same time, Xia Yixue summoned a Divine Eagle and unleashed a fiery attack. Divine Eagle's heavenly fire. The intense flames combined with the lightning completely engulfed the Abyss Lord. Meanwhile, Zhong Qianyue moved around, looking for opportunities to deal damage. Their combined assault immediately whittled down the Abyss Lord's health by more than half. Zhong Qianyue was very pleased and shouted, "Sister Shui, at this rate, we can kill it in 10 minutes at most." However, Xia Yixue did not show a happy expression, and Li Du remained very serious, because this was just the beginning. Sure enough, the Abyss Lord quickly retaliated. Roar! A powerful roar echoed, shaking the entire palace. Then, a strong aura surged outward in all directions. They all felt a wave of dizziness. Abyss Army, fight with me. Kill those before you. It began to unleash its skill Abyss Army. Instantly, countless Abyss demons rushed in from all directions, densely packed like an army. They were engulfed in the flames of the abyss, as cold as the polar regions. A stifling aura immediately filled the surroundings. It's going to summon the Abyss Army, quickly interrupt it. With that, Xia Yixue controlled two powerful summoned beasts to attack the Abyss Lord. The others also rushed forward, trying to interrupt the Abyss Lord's skill. However, it was clearly ineffective, and the Abyss Army was still summoned. Seeing this, Xia Yixue's expression became serious. This is bad. Being surrounded by these Abyss Army will make our fight extremely difficult. If we don't clear them out, we might very well lose the battle. Fighting while surrounded by enemies was clearly a high difficulty. Li Du spoke up, "It's fine, leave it to me." He then immediately unleashed his skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Instantly, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky, and countless swords fell like raindrops. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rain of swords struck the Abyss demons, piercing them instantly. The sword rain, enhanced with 10 times the damage, was simply beyond what these ordinary Abyss demons could withstand. Seeing Li Du's skill, the others were incredibly shocked. Although Xia Yixue also had area clearing skills, her damage was nowhere near as high as Li Du's. Was he really a top-tier class? As the sword rain fell, large numbers of Abyss demons perished. Soon, more than half of the Abyss demons were eliminated. The Abyss Lord, seeing this, was instantly furious. Slaughter, destruction, despair, fear. The abyss descends. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a fierce wind swept in, and black mist instantly spread, surrounding them. The Abyss Lord unleashed its skill again, Fear Canopy. In an instant, those surrounded by the black mist seemed to see their greatest fears, nearly losing their ability to fight. At that moment, Li Du struck again. Abyss Slash. A powerful attack landed on the Abyss Lord, sending it flying. Its massive body crashed into the palace, forcing the Abyss Lord's skill to be interrupted. At the same time, the Flame Demon and the Orc General took turns attacking the Abyss Lord. The others, seeing this, also rushed forward, unleashing countless attacks on the Abyss Lord. The Abyss Lord tried to retaliate, but every time it attempted to unleash a skill, Li Du would interrupt it just in time. The Abyss Slash was simply too powerful for even the Abyss Lord to withstand. This battle continued for over 10 minutes. In the end, the Abyss Lord transformed into a black mist and completely vanished. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Abyss Lord. Detected that the opponent's stats far exceed yours, you have successfully extracted life value, 10,000 days. You gained experience points, 12,000. A message landed in Li Du's mind. Not only that, several items emitting a purple glow exploded on the ground. Awesome! We actually defeated such a powerful monster. Wu Chang was incredibly excited, almost jumping up. The others were also very happy. Xia Yixue said, "It's all thanks to Li Du. Without him, our journey in this dungeon would have been very difficult." Zhong Qianyue said, "Shuijia, I told you, Li Du is very strong. Do you believe it now?" I believe. Zhou Wei also said, "Li Du, thanks to you. If our teammate was Xiao, I don't know if we could have cleared this dungeon." Just mentioning him made several people angry. Xia Yixue coldly said, "Don't bother with that person, there's nothing to say about such a petty person." Li Du said, "Alright, let's see what the Abyss Lord dropped." Then, Xia Yixue stepped forward to check the items. Through team information sharing, everyone saw the details of several items. Sword of Kings, Lord level, equipment for warrior class. Required level, 25. Provides attributes, plus 450 strength, plus 450 constitution, plus 15% skill damage, only for level 40 and below. Passive skills, intimidation, against ordinary wild monsters lower than your level, your damage increases by 50%. Heart of a warrior, becomes stronger when facing strong opponents. Whenever your fighting spirit is high, all your attributes increase, up to 50%. Active skill, dark slash, quickly releases a slash, dealing massive damage. The slash carries abyssal power, causing the target's wounds to be unable to heal for a short time. Abyssal battle armor, lord level, equipment for warrior class. Required level, 25. Provides attributes, plus 3000 health, plus 800 constitution, plus 25% damage reduction, only for level 40 and below. Passive skills, no sin, gains 50% damage reduction from abyss monsters. Thorns, 30% of the damage taken is reflected back to the opponent. Effective range 50 meters. Active skill, fear descends, causes targets within range to fall into a state of fear and flee. Abyssal crystal, special item that can be used to forge equipment. Mysterious staff, this equipment has excessively high attributes and requires identification. A total of 4 items were obtained, including an abyssal crystal. This haul excited everyone. It seems the rewards are quite rich. Zhong Xianyue smiled, her curved lips showing a hint of cuteness. Xia Yixue was also very surprised. We actually obtained an abyssal crystal. The trial task is considered over-completed. Li Du said, it seems we were quite fast, clearing the dungeon before others. If they had been any slower, the abyssal crystal might have already been taken by other teams. Xia Yixue said, and one piece of equipment actually needs identification. It looks like its grade is not simple. Let's head out first. Then, the group left the dungeon. Once they were outside, they found quite a few people gathered. It seemed to be other teams, and they were noisy, seemingly arguing about something. This dungeon isn't just for your lighthouse nation. Why can't we go in? Exactly. You don't really think your lighthouse nation can do whatever it wants, do you? Two groups were confronting each other. One side was clearly from the Great Xia Nation, while the other team was led by a blonde, blue-eyed young man, along with several practitioners from the Sakura Nation. They stood in front of the other teams, their expressions haughty. Hey! You people from the Great Xia Kingdom are all a bunch of sick men. There's no way you can clear the dungeon. You might as well just watch from outside. Exactly. The Lighthouse Nation is the most powerful country in the world. What do you have to compare with them? People from the Great Xia Kingdom, get lost. At this moment, when Li Du and the others came out of the dungeon, they immediately attracted the attention of others. Someone's come out. People turned their gazes toward the group. Li Du looked and found He Xiu among the people from the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon seeing them, He Xiu's expression instantly turned icy. The people around noticed the change in his face and asked, He Xiu, what's wrong? He Xiu said, those people are the ones who forced me out. Humph. I didn't expect they would actually come out alive from the dungeon. Are they strong? Humph. Only one of them has a bit of strength, the others are all fools. The foreign team led by the Lighthouse Nation darkened their expressions upon seeing Li Du and the others. I didn't expect there would be a fish that slipped through the net from the Great Xia Kingdom into the dungeon. Then, a practitioner from the Lighthouse Nation stepped forward. People of the Great Xia, this dungeon does not belong to you. Hand over what you obtained from the dungeon, or don't blame us for being rude. Several other practitioners quickly surrounded them, following the practitioner from the Lighthouse Nation. At that moment, a foreign practitioner suddenly shouted, look! The dungeon gate has changed, the mark for the Abyss Crystal has disappeared. What? The mark has disappeared, the Abyss Crystal has been taken. Upon hearing this, the surrounding practitioners were astonished. The people from the Great Xia Kingdom quickly asked, did you really get the Abyss Crystal? Xia Yixue said, yes, the Abyss Crystal is in our hands. Upon hearing this, the others were incredibly shocked. They didn't expect they would actually clear this dungeon. He Xiu, hearing this, felt it was impossible to accept. How is this possible? Without me, how could they still clear the dungeon? However, no one paid him any mind. The foreign practitioners became anxious upon hearing this. The Abyss Crystal would only appear 10 pieces a year after this dungeon. Today was the day the Abyss Crystal appeared. If someone had taken it, they would have to wait at least 2 months for the Abyss Crystal to respawn in this dungeon. People of the Great Xia, hand over the Abyss Crystal. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. If you don't want to die, hand over the Abyss Crystal. This scene immediately incited the anger of the other Great Xia people. The team from the Great Xia Kingdom rushed over, shouting, the Abyss Crystal was obtained by our Great Xia Kingdom. Why should we hand it over? Foreigners, get lost. Others may fear your Lighthouse Nation, but our Great Xia Kingdom does not. And you little cherry blossom devils, what are you chattering about? Do you think we won't dare to act? The practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation sneered at this. It seems that unless I show you my power, you won't understand how foolish you are. Then, the practitioners from the Lighthouse Nation immediately unleashed their skills. In the next moment, a massive magic array appeared. Following that, a gigantic black dragon suddenly emerged from the magic array. It radiated dark flames all over its body, as if it could turn the earth into charcoal. I am Nidhogg, who calls upon me? The practitioners from the Lighthouse Nation immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Lord Nidhogg, please unleash your might and kill all these people before you. Roar, the black dragon named Nidhogg let out a tremendous roar. I grant your request. The appearance of the black dragon immediately astonished everyone. People threw out detection spells, trying to gauge the dragon's level. But soon, all their detection spells failed. They couldn't detect anything at all. To make our detection spells fail, this black dragon's level must be at least level 35. The appearance of the black dragon caused panic among the practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, some stood up and shouted, don't be afraid. If we work together, we might still achieve victory. The practitioners from the Lighthouse Kingdom sneered at this, saying, stubborn fools, death is your ultimate fate. Immediately, the black dragon launched an attack. Roar, the enormous roar of the dragon was deafening as it swooped down, its sharp claws ready to tear everything apart. The practitioners unleashed their skills to fend off the black dragon's assault. But it was of little use. The dragon's claws grabbed several practitioners and tossed them aside. The massive damage nearly killed those few. Even if they survived, they lost their fighting capability. Meanwhile, the attacks from the people struck the black dragon but felt like mere tickles, causing hardly any damage. Ha ha ha. Lord Nidhogg can resist nearly 60% of physical and magical damage. Your attacks can't even breach his defenses. The practitioners from the Lighthouse Kingdom were arrogant and continuously mocked. The black dragon attacked again, injuring several more practitioners. Seeing this, Li Du acted immediately. Wrath of the beings, 100-fold. Without hesitation, Li Du reinforced the wrath of the beings. With countless lifespans consumed, his damage had been amplified to 100 times. He then unleashed his skill. Thunder Strike. Intense lightning erupted, resembling a storm in the clouds. The people around felt the terrifying energy gathering. Then, the lightning struck the black dragon, directly splitting its skin and causing numerous wounds. Roar, the black dragon cried out in pain, blood pouring out. The 100-fold wrath of the beings made Li Du's damage incredibly terrifying. Even though the black dragon could resist most damage, it still couldn't endure this. In an instant, large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. The black dragon could no longer maintain its flight. Boom! The massive black dragon crashed to the ground and then transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating completely. This scene left everyone around in shock. Instant kill? The black dragon was actually killed instantly. What the hell? Who is he to be so powerful? The practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom looked at Li Du, all astonished. Among them were many legendary practitioners, but none could match Li Du's strength. He Shou's face was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. He's just a backdoor entry. How could he be this strong? With the black dragon slain, the practitioners from the Lighthouse Kingdom faced a fierce backlash. He looked terrified and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The other foreign practitioners were equally horrified. How could this happen? The Lord of the Lighthouse Kingdom actually lost? With that black dragon gone, how could the people of the Great Xia Kingdom be so powerful? They could hardly believe it, but everything was happening right before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Yu, the practitioner from the Lighthouse Kingdom, finally regained his composure, looking at Li Du with terror. People of the Great Xia Kingdom, I remember you. The Lighthouse Kingdom will not let you go. After saying this, he turned to leave. My lord, where are you going? My lord, don't leave us behind. The other foreign practitioners were in a panic. In an instant, they all fled after the practitioner from the Lighthouse Kingdom, their once imposing group now scattering like dogs that had lost their souls. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom burst into laughter at this sight. Ha ha, so imposing, huh? Weren't you all so fierce just now? I didn't know the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom could run away. I thought they were so impressive. And that black dragon, I thought it was so strong, but it got killed in an instant. They run like dogs. Previously blocked by the professionals of the Lighthouse Nation, they finally felt a sense of relief. People looked at Li Du with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Many began to speculate about their identities. However, Li Du and the others were not wearing uniforms from any school or academy, so they did not know who Li Du was. Several people who had interacted with He Xiu began to inquire about him, but upon hearing this, He Xiu's expression darkened even further. He ignored the others, snorted coldly, and left directly. Seeing Li Du's smugness, he felt an overwhelming urge to die. The group paid no attention to the gazes around them. The trial was over, and it was time for them to return. Through the teleportation array, they returned to the academy. After arriving at the academy, they were not teleported back to their original location but to a grand hall. It was magnificent and filled with majesty. Xiao Shui explained, "This is the trial hall, where you can receive and submit various trial tasks." Saying this, she immediately stepped forward to submit the trial task. Trial task, City of the Abyss. Starting number, 6 people. Ending number, 5 people. Trial completion detection, successfully entered the Abyss Hall, basic trial completed. Advanced trial completion detection, defeated the Abyss Lord, completed. Obtained Abyss Crystal, completed. Final trial evaluation, perfect. When the word perfect appeared, several beams of light fell upon them. You have received trial rewards, 10,000 points. After completing the trial, everyone received a reward of 10,000 points. Phew, I didn't expect the rewards to be this good. 10,000 points will last me a long time. The skill book I've always wanted, now I can buy it. I can directly exchange for a set of excellent gear. Everyone was very excited. The rewards from this trial exceeded their expectations. Xiao Shui said, originally, the trial reward was 2,000 points per person, but thanks to Li Du, we not only killed the boss but also obtained the Abyss Crystal, which is why we received so many rewards. Li Du smiled and said, "It wasn't just me, this trial was a collective effort." Clap, clap, clap. Several rounds of applause came from nearby, followed by a deep voice. Well said, we people of the Great Xiao always emphasize unity. As long as we stand together, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. The group turned around to see an elderly man in a grey purple robe, his face very kind. On his chest, he wore a badge with a dragon and phoenix design, incorporating elements of the Great Xiao national flag, which was exquisite. Li Du recognized the badge at a glance, the appraisal of the extraordinary. This was a badge personally awarded by the highest leader of the Great Xiao nation, a holy level item. Only the extraordinary could wear it. Without a doubt, the elderly man before them was an extraordinary being. Xiao Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Principal, you actually came?" Principal. The elderly man before them was none other than the principal of Yanguan University, Qin Yanguan. Seeing this legendary figure, even Li Du could not remain calm. Qin Yanguan was undoubtedly a person worthy of being recorded in the history of the Great Xiao nation. It is said that he was an absolute top genius in his youth, having fought countless times for the Great Xiao nation and achieved numerous great feats throughout his career. The Great Xiao nation owes much of its current state to him. Even though he ultimately chose not to enter the leadership of the Great Xiao nation but instead founded an academy, he achieved tremendous success. Qin Yanguan did not carry the airs of a big shot, he was very amiable. I heard that you encountered difficulties during the trial, so I came to take a look. Xiao Shui immediately replied, "Principal, you flatter us. What trial is without its difficulties?" That's true, but you all handled it very well. No matter which country you are from, anyone who dares to bully our Great Xiao nation will be repaid 100-fold. You need not worry, whether it's the pressure from Sakura country or Lighthouse country, the school will bear it for you. Upon hearing this, several people were deeply moved. As the principal, to actively stand up for the students and solve their problems is something rarely seen in the entire Great Xiao nation's universities. After casually saying a few more words, Qin Yanguan left. Subsequently, the group began to divide the spoils. Li Du played the most significant role in this trial, and in the end, he obtained the equipment that needed identification. Any item that required identification was undoubtedly worth a fortune. No one opposed giving that piece of equipment to Li Du. The others then evenly split various equipment and materials. Xiao Shui did not take anything. For her, the evaluation from this trial was her best reward. After dividing the spoils, the group left. Li Du, if you want to identify the equipment, go to the trading hall. After clearly stating your needs, they will help you contact an identifier, and you can get the equipment identified. However, the identifier's fees are quite expensive. Each identification costs at least 5,000 points. Hearing Zhong Shenyue's words, Li Du was somewhat surprised. Is it really that profitable to be an identifier? With a cost of 5,000 points for one identification, just a few identifications would cover his expenses for the year. Zhong Shenyue replied, "It's because there are too few excellent identifiers. Identifiers themselves are non-combat professions, and their status in Great Xiao Nation is not high. Unless a specialized organization invests heavily in training them, there are very few who can master the craft. In every university, the number of excellent identifiers is generally no more than 5. At Yanguan University, there are only 8 identifiers who have received the National Excellent Identifier Certificate. Among them, only 2 can identify legendary level items. But you need not worry, although the identification fee is high, the items that need identification are extremely precious, so this fee is nothing compared to the value of the items themselves. Li Du nodded, indicating he understood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned home. Not long after, Li Du received a message from Zhou Ning, asking him to come over. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Du arrived at the principal's office. Zhou Ning was already waiting for him, and to Li Du's surprise, Principal Qin Yingguan was also there. "Hello, Principal." "Hello, old Zhou." Li Du greeted them respectively. Zhou Ning nodded and smiled. "Please, have a seat." After Li Du sat down, Zhou Ning spoke. "You did very well. The results of this trial exceeded our expectations. I originally just wanted you to experience a broader world and see how other excellent individuals fight. I didn't expect you to become the most dazzling one." Li Du replied, "Old Zhou, you flatter me. I merely did what I was supposed to do. No need to be modest. Your achievements are yours, and no one can deny that." At this moment, Qin Yingguan also spoke up. "Old Zhou, I thought you were just trying to use connections at first. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. This Li Du is a good kid." Hearing the principal's praise, Li Du was at a loss for words. Even though he usually appeared mature, he was still just 18 years old. "Ha, alright, you've made him shy now." After a few compliments, Zhou Ning got straight to the point. "The reason I called you here is that I actually have something to discuss with you, possibly even a task." Hearing this, Li Du sat up straight and said, "Old Zhou, please go ahead. Do you know the function of abyss crystals?" Li Du shook his head. Abyss crystals are a type of crystal found in the abyss, appearing only in dungeons related to the abyss, and they are extremely rare. Therefore, these crystals are in high demand in every country. Because this crystal is formed from pure abyssal power, it has a very special effect absorbing the negative forces of the abyss. Thanks to this effect, equipment and items made from abyssal crystals can eliminate most of the abyss's influence. In this way, ordinary people can act independently in the abyss, even live within it. Upon hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. Zhou Ning then began to educate Li Du about the various aspects of the abyss. The abyss is a special world that appeared in this realm after the great upheaval of heaven and earth. Its rules are completely different from those of the outside world, filled with bloodshed, decay, brutality, and despair. Currently, the power of the abyss is continuously eroding the real world through several strongholds. One of these strongholds is the Great Rift of Nizhou, the place where Li Du went for his trial. In fact, the place Li Du visited was just a trivial part of the Great Rift of Nizhou. The entire Great Rift stretches for tens of thousands of miles, bottomless. Every certain distance corresponds to a city of the abyss. At the center of the rift, there is even a hell where hundreds of millions of abyssal monsters live. The monsters in the abyss are extremely powerful and possess various abilities, making them a constant threat. However, humans cannot survive in the abyss at all. The atmosphere of the abyss is filled with various negative states such as brutality and despair. Even the strongest professionals will be affected mentally if they stay in the abyss for too long, potentially becoming insane. Moreover, the power of the abyss is not influenced by skills. Ordinary purification skills cannot dispel the negative aura of the abyss at all. For a long time, humanity dared only to explore the periphery of the abyss. The emergence of abyssal crystals has given humanity the confidence to enter the abyss. Although the abyss is terrifying, it is also a treasure, Zhou Ning said. Initially, the strongest profession discovered by humans was merely legendary level, but when humans hunted an abyssal demon that had reached the extraordinary level, they gained knowledge beyond the legendary level. At that time, humanity first encountered items of supergrade and even holy grade. It can be said that the abyss influences humanity, and humanity also leverages the abyss. This knowledge left Li Du deeply shocked. Although he knew some information about the abyss, it was limited to understanding that it was a terrifying place filled with powerful demons. He never expected there was so much history behind it. Zhou Ning continued, to fully utilize the abyss and prevent its influence from becoming too great, humanity sends elites each year to hunt various demons in the abyss. These individuals are called abyssal warriors. However, due to the extreme danger of the abyss, the selection criteria for abyssal warriors are very strict. Almost only legendary-level professionals qualify for selection. Those ultimately chosen are, without exception, the best of the best. Despite the harsh conditions, the benefits of becoming an abyssal warrior are immense. First, the demons in the abyss are inherently powerful, so the rewards for killing them are very high. Secondly, there are many treasures in the abyss. Even a random cave one enters may hide terrifying demons. Killing these demons can sometimes yield legendary-level items. This is far more rewarding than farming dungeons. Therefore, when abyssal warriors return, their strength has usually far surpassed that of their peers. Ultimately, these warriors become significant figures in the nation. In the past, abyssal warriors were almost exclusively recruited by the 3 top universities. Other universities might occasionally produce one every 5 or 6 years, but their performance was poor, often finishing at the bottom. Over time, the selection of abyssal warriors has almost revolved around the 3 top universities. At this point, Zhou Ning looked at Li Du and asked, "Li Du, do you want to become an abyssal warrior?" Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. Old Zhou called him here just to discuss this matter. However, the selection of abyss warriors is extremely rigorous. Can he really do it? Even though Li Du possesses the skill of Wrath of Beings, he still does not consider himself invincible. He has yet to encounter those truly top-tier geniuses. Even legendary professions are graded. Without Wrath of Beings, Li Du's current strength is merely equivalent to a relatively powerful epic-level profession. At this moment, Qin Yangguan spoke up. "Do you know why we are telling you this?" Li Du shook his head. "Because you obtained the Abyss Crystal." As he spoke, he took out the Abyss Crystal and placed it on the table. It looked like a very ordinary crystal, but it contained immense energy. Qin Yangguan said, "An Abyss Crystal, in terms of value, is worth at least 1 million points. And it's priceless. Our school originally did not qualify to compete for Abyss Warriors, but because you obtained the Abyss Crystal, the country decided to allocate us a spot. Your contribution is the greatest, so I intend to give you a chance. Do you dare to seize it?" Qin Yangguan's words were very serious. At this moment, he seemed no longer the kind old man but transformed into a steely soldier. Hearing this, if Li Du hesitated any longer, he would deserve to be mediocre for the rest of his life. "Principal, I want to become an Abyss Warrior." Li Du's words showed no hesitation. Zhou Ning, seeing this, immediately laughed. "Old Qin, I told you, you can't scare this kid. Now you see?" Qin Yangguan laughed heartily. Indeed. He's a bold little guy." Then, he put away the Abyss Crystal. However, becoming an Abyss Warrior is not that easy, and our school has only obtained the qualification to compete. Whether you can succeed depends on your final performance. Li Du asked, "Principal, what are the requirements to become an Abyss Warrior?" Qin Yangguan began to explain the Abyss Warriors to Li Du. Abyss Warriors are divided into 3 levels: ordinary, advanced, and top tier. These 3 types of warriors correspond to levels 30 to 40, 60 to 70, and 90 to 99, respectively. Depending on the level, they fight in the outer, inner, and central areas of the abyss. Li Du can only compete for the low-level warrior position. The requirements for the competition are quite simple. You just need to reach level 30. The annual competition for Abyss Warriors takes place around September and lasts for a month, after which all warriors will head to the abyss for a 3-month extermination activity. A person can only compete once for the same level of Abyss Warrior, which is also to give others more opportunities. This year, Li Du definitely has no chance of becoming an Abyss Warrior. His opportunity will be next year, which is why Qin Yangguan has postponed the allocated spot to the following year. For ordinary Abyss Warriors, our country selects 50 each year, divided into 10 teams. As long as you can reach level 30 within a year and meet my standards, I can put you forward for the competition. If you don't meet the requirements, I will give the spot to someone else. Zhou Ning said, "Li Du, this is not simple. After level 20, the difficulty of leveling up will increase significantly. Moreover, at this level, the experience gained from killing monsters lower than your level will be very scarce. If the monster is 10 levels lower than you won't gain any experience at all. Currently, there are not even 5 people in the entire school who have reached level 30 in their second year." Li Du gradually realized the difficulty. Because even someone like Xia Yixue, a legendary profession, is only level 28 in her second year, still 2 levels short. This shows how challenging it is to level up. Furthermore, just reaching level 30 is not enough, he must also meet Qin Yangguan's standards. Although he did not specify what the standards were, Li Du knew they would definitely not be simple. However, if he chose to give up just because of difficulties, Li Du would regret it for a lifetime. He replied, "Principal, please give me this opportunity, I can do it." Qin Yangguan smiled and said, "Good, you have ambition. Then start working hard from now on." After he finished speaking, Li Du asked, "Principal, is there any way to level up quickly in the school? Are you that eager?" Qin Yangguan chuckled. "There are many ways to level up, the most common being to run dungeons. Some dungeons are very difficult, and if you can solo them, you can enjoy all the experience alone. But this is quite challenging and can easily lead to injury, so you need to know your limits. Besides running dungeons, some special trials reward a lot of experience, and you can go complete those. Additionally, you can go outside the city. There are many outdoor dungeons and wild bosses outside the city. As long as you kill them, you can gain a lot of experience, even more than from school dungeons. However, the dangers outside are immense, and the respawn times for dungeons and bosses are unpredictable, making it hard to anticipate. Most importantly, many guilds have already claimed some areas outside, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Qin Yangguan shared a lot, much of it common knowledge, but some were things Li Du had never heard of. For instance, Qin Yangguan also recommended a method: joining the military. Every year, the country recruits from various universities, and as long as you are selected and participate in the war, you can exchange the contribution points accumulated during that time for many items, including experience points. There are people who served in the military for 3 years and exchanged all their contribution points for experience, resulting in a sudden jump from level 30 to level 40. Furthermore, you can even go abroad. At the borders between countries, the activities of various wild monsters are extremely frequent, often encountering large groups of them. Of course, the dangers here are also very high. Sometimes, if you encounter a beast tide, you might not even have a place to be buried. Qin Yangguan even recommended that Li Du take on trials related to the abyss, which are more effective than dungeons. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yangguan finally stopped. In short, there are many ways to level up. As long as you are determined, leveling up 10 levels in a year is actually not difficult. Li Du said, "Thank you for the explanation, Principal. Do you have any other questions?" Hearing this, Li Du remembered something related to the academy and asked about the conditions for entering the academy. Qin Yangguan smiled and said, "Just participate in more trials. The standard for entering the academy is the number of excellent evaluations in trials. After completing all trials, there will be 4 evaluations: poor, average, excellent, and perfect. As long as you receive an excellent evaluation, you can accumulate 1 trial evaluation count. Generally, you only need to obtain 10 trial evaluation counts to qualify for the academy's assessment. Once you pass the assessment, you can enter the academy. As for the top academies, the requirements are a bit higher. For example, Yunling Academy requires 30 evaluation counts to exchange for assessment qualifications. The difficulty of entry is still quite high. However, once you enter the academy, you can enjoy the internal courses and various resources. Therefore, all these efforts are worth it. Zhou Ning said, "You'd better complete more trials and hurry to enter the academy. If you can enter the academy within this semester, it will greatly help you level up." Li Du nodded in response. He then left. Li Du did not go home but headed to the trading hall. He planned to identify some equipment, and after the identification was complete, he would go run dungeons. His lifespan was already limited, and his consumption was high, so he needed to replenish it as soon as possible. Whether running dungeons or completing trials, Li Du needed to consume a lot of lifespan. The trading hall was crowded, with people coming and going, constantly engaging in various transactions. Arriving at the front desk, Li Du asked, "I need to identify some equipment. Please help me contact an appraiser." The female staff at the front desk was quite surprised to hear this. However, she did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, "Sir, please follow me." She then led Li Du to a room. "I will contact the appraiser for you right away, please wait a moment." A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a grayish-blue robe walked in. Upon seeing Li Du, he asked, "I am LV Bin, a first-level appraiser. Are you here for an appraisal?" Li Du nodded. The middle-aged man continued, "The starting price is 5,000 points, and the price may vary depending on the quality of the item. If you have no objections, please take out the item for me to see." His tone was quite impolite, even somewhat harsh, which made Li Du frown slightly, but he still said nothing. Taking out the equipment obtained from the City of the Abyss, Li Du placed it on the table. The item resembled a small hourglass, looking like a delicate toy. LV Bin picked it up and examined it carefully, then used his skill to inspect it. Soon, his expression became serious, and his movements slowed down. He continuously used various skills and took out different tools, but his face grew increasingly grim. A few minutes later, a bead of cold sweat even appeared on his forehead. Li Du was not anxious and patiently waited. About a quarter of an hour later, LV Bin put down the item, now drenched in sweat. "I'm sorry, I can't appraise this item." When he said this, it seemed as if he had lost all his strength. This surprised Li Du. He did not expect the appraiser to be unable to perform the appraisal. Li Du asked in confusion, "Why is that?" LV Bin replied, "The grade of this item is simply too high, it has exceeded my capabilities. I estimate it is at least of legendary grade. If you need to continue the appraisal, I can help you contact Master Hongdang, who is one of the only 2 appraisers at Yanguan University capable of appraising legendary items." Li Du said, "Then I will trouble you." Soon, LV Bin left. About half an hour later, a female staff member came to inform Li Du, "Hello, sir, Master Hong Deng has arrived. Please follow me." Li Du followed the staff member into the trading hall and entered a room. Inside, there was an elderly man who looked quite frail. Upon seeing Li Du, he smiled kindly. "Little one, please sit. I heard from LV Bin that you want to appraise something. Please place the item on the table for me to take a look." Li Du took out the item. Soon, Master Hong Deng picked it up and examined it. After a careful inspection, he revealed a look of great surprise. "This item is not simple. Can you tell me where you obtained it? Of course, if it involves privacy, you can pretend I didn't ask." Li Du did not hide anything and said, "I obtained this in the city of the abyss." Hearing this, Master Hong Deng exclaimed, "Incredible! It seems we have another prodigy. The great Xia kingdom is fortunate." As he spoke, he casually used a skill. Soon, the hourglass, which had been gray, began to change. Light enveloped it, and the hourglass became exquisite and clean, just like a freshly crafted piece of equipment. "The appraisal is complete, take a look." Li Du immediately took the hourglass and checked its attributes. Time sandblast, legendary grade, special item, no equipment requirements. Description: an hourglass infused with the power of time, its mysteries cannot be unraveled by anyone. Drop rules: can only drop in hell-level abyss dungeons, with a drop probability of approximately 0.3%. Usage methods: 3 types. Dungeon type: select a dungeon and mark it. After you clear the dungeon, activate the hourglass to instantly clear the dungeon's cooldown time. Skill type: select a skill and mark it. After you use the skill, activate the hourglass to instantly clear the skill's cooldown time. Revival: when you die, the hourglass automatically activates, allowing you to revive and restore 1/5 of your state. After this effect is triggered, the hourglass will be permanently damaged and cannot be used. Note: the hourglass requires charging. If the energy is insufficient, it will not activate. When Li Du saw the effect of this hourglass, he was utterly stunned. He didn't even know what to say. Although he had already guessed that this hourglass was likely a legendary item, he never expected it to be so powerful. This hourglass has 3 uses. The first 2 are the simplest. It can directly replace the cooldown symbol for dungeons, and for skills, it can replace the skill cooldown symbol. The value of these 2 symbols is extremely high, and only someone with a strong background like Fu Ming could use them in large quantities. The third use is where the hourglass truly becomes abnormal. This hourglass can actually allow a person to revive. Although it can only revive once, this nearly shattered Li Du's understanding. It gave Li Du an extra life. If this item were sold, Li Du estimated that even millions or tens of millions of points wouldn't be enough. Those with power and influence would probably spend countless riches to buy this hourglass. However, this hourglass is not without limitations. Li Du carefully examined it and found that the hourglass is only usable by practitioners below level 40. In other words, once Li Du exceeds level 40, this hourglass will be useless. Because of this, the applicable range of the hourglass suddenly narrowed. However, level 40 is still quite a long way off for Li Du, and this hourglass can at least be used for 2 years. That is already sufficient. Moreover, once he surpasses level 40, whether he sells this hourglass or gives it to Shu Sheng in the future, it will be quite good. Master Hong Deng did not disturb Li Du, patiently allowing him to read all the information about the hourglass. A few minutes later, Li Du reluctantly put away the hourglass and asked, "Master, how much is the appraisal fee?" Master Hong Deng did not hold back and held up 2 fingers, 20,000 points. Hearing such a high appraisal fee, Li Du couldn't help but gasp. However, he still readily paid the appraisal fee to Master Hong Deng. This 20,000 appraisal fee is nothing compared to the value of the hourglass. After Li Du paid the appraisal fee, Master Hong Deng spoke, "Little guy, I find you quite pleasing to the eye, so I can tell you something." Li Du was a bit surprised. "Master, please go ahead." The time hourglass, this special item, can actually be upgraded. After upgrading, the usage level cap can be raised to level 60, and after another upgrade, it can even be raised to level 90. Upon hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. He had never thought of this aspect. Li Du quickly asked, "Master, how can this item be upgraded?" Master Hong Deng replied, "The specific method is confidential, and I cannot tell you now. But if you can join the Great Xia Kingdom's National Guild, you will have access to it." Hearing this, Li Du immediately said, "Thank you very much." He had also heard of the Great Xia Kingdom's National Guild. When he was in high school, his teacher had emphasized the National Guild. This guild was established by the national organization of the Great Xia Kingdom, and anyone who could enter the guild was undoubtedly a genius of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the future, they could even potentially enter the leadership of the Great Xia Kingdom or become its leader. Because of this, the entry requirements for the National Guild are extremely strict, even more difficult than entering the top 3 prestigious universities by hundreds or thousands of times. Because of this, the National Guild controls more than half of the resources of the Great Xia Kingdom, more than all the universities combined. Those who can enter the National Guild, even the least capable, can possess a complete set of legendary level equipment, and various skill books and items are countless. In addition, the National Guild also holds countless secrets of practitioners. These secrets are worth their weight in gold. Without joining the National Guild, one might never know them in a lifetime. Just like the method to upgrade the time sandglass, Li Du could only find out by entering the National Guild. But this is a long-term goal, he sighed after leaving the trading hall. The National Guild is open to all practitioners across the country, and anyone can sign up. The path to joining the National Guild is also public. First, one must pass the annual practitioner assessment to obtain the practitioner status and become a public servant. Secondly, one must rank in the top 50 in the provincial exam to qualify for the national exam. After that, as long as one places in the top 10 in the national exam, they can participate in the National Guild assessment. Upon passing the assessment, they become a trial member of the National Guild. Yes, at this stage, they are still just a trial member. This trial period can last from 1 month to a year, and based on performance in the National Guild, 30% will ultimately be eliminated. Only those who survive the rigorous selection can become official members of the National Guild. It's easy to imagine how difficult this is. Just the first step of the practitioner assessment is enough to stump countless people. The practitioner assessment is conducted at the city level, with practitioners in a city numbering from 2 to 300,000, or even over 1 million. However, the slots released each year are only a few hundred. It can be said that it's like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. However, Li Du is very confident. As long as he continues to accumulate lifespan and exchanges for sufficiently powerful professions and skills in the Temple of Life, any assessment will be no problem for him. Moreover, he also possesses the skill of Wrath of the Living, which is already powerful enough. But for now, Li Du cannot consider these things. There is a condition for the practitioner assessment. The practitioner's level must reach at least level 40. Currently, he has a long way to go before reaching level 40. After level 20, the experience required for leveling up becomes extremely vast. Generally speaking, it may take a person 1 or 2 months to level up once. Calming his mind, Li Du entered the school's teleportation array, swiped his student card, and was teleported to the dungeon hall. The student card was arranged for him by Zhong Qianyue, and it contains his points. With this card, he can access almost all functions within the school. The dungeon hall is hidden in a special space within the school and can only be accessed through the teleportation array. Each entry costs 100 points. After entering the teleportation array, Li Du arrived in a very spacious area. It was bright, a huge square where many people were moving about. In several places, groups of people could be seen gathering, with some calling out. Black Moon Lone Wolf Dungeon, Elite Difficulty. 3 spots left, need a healer, interested parties come. Burning Legion Dungeon, Hard Difficulty. 5 spots left, any warlocks or elves? Preferably water-type warlocks. Goblin City Dungeon, Hard Difficulty. Need main damage dealers, who's willing to come? Those who come can directly split 1/3 of the dungeon rewards. These are all practitioners forming teams to tackle dungeons. Most people choose elite and hard difficulties, with very few opting for normal or nightmare difficulties. The former is because the dungeons are too easy and yield little reward, while the latter is simply too difficult. Nightmare difficulty requires at least a standard epic level 5-man team to be considered for a smooth conquest. As for hell difficulty, aside from legendary level professions, very few would consider this difficulty because it is just too hard. Walking through the crowd to the end of the square, he could see a grand hall. This is the dungeon hall. Inside the dungeon hall, rows of teleportation portals can be seen, leading directly to their corresponding dungeons. Several signs distinguish the entry levels of the dungeons for people to find. In front of the portal, one could see various staff-like decorations, each topped with a crystal ball. As long as one inputs their magical power into it, they can view the corresponding dungeon information. Upon entering the grand hall, Li Du heard someone shouting. It was a young man in his early 20s. Which brother needs the dungeon hall guidelines? I personally compiled and bound them, just 5 points for a copy, absolutely worth it. Seeing this, Li Du stepped forward and said, please give me one. The young man replied, alright, here you go, 5 points. After paying the points, Li Du received the dungeon hall guidelines. Flipping it open, he found various key points about the dungeon hall. First was the function of the dungeon hall. There were countless portals, through which one could access various dungeons. Some dungeons were free, while others required points to enter. All dungeons had a cooldown period, but if one was willing to spend a large number of points, they could immediately eliminate the cooldown. Generally, the minimum price for this was 1,000 points, and for some high difficulty dungeons, it could even exceed 10,000 points. Moreover, different dungeons had different entry requirements. All dungeons were categorized by level, divided into 4 types: below level 20, level 20 to 39, level 40 to 59, and level 60 to 69. Dungeons above level 70 did not belong to the dungeon hall, and half of the students could not enter. Whether exceeding or falling short of the level, one could not enter the corresponding dungeon. In the entire dungeon hall, there were the fewest dungeons below level 20, only 5. The most numerous were the level 20 to 39 dungeons, with a total of 78. The remaining 2 types each had 30 dungeons. In addition, the dungeon hall also had 5 large dungeons, 2 super large dungeons, and 1 world dungeon. These 3 types of dungeons did not have level requirements, only requirements for the number of participants. Large dungeons required at least 20 people to open, super large dungeons required 50, while world dungeons required 100. Each dungeon had difficulty options and completion records, with only the top 10 being recorded. Those who first made it onto the completion record list would receive considerable rewards. The record holders would receive certain rewards each year, with the rewards varying based on the rank of the record. After gaining a general understanding, Li Du entered the Grand Hall. There were many dungeons here, but due to level restrictions, there weren't many he could access. Li Du arrived in the level 20 to 39 area and began to check the dungeons. Currently, there were only 3 dungeons that met Li Du's level requirements: the Burial Ground Dungeon, level 20 to 22, the Chaotic Forest Dungeon, level 20 to 23, and the Lone Wolf Dungeon, level 20 to 22. Among them, the Lone Wolf Dungeon was a rare single monster dungeon. This type of dungeon only had 1 wild monster, which was the boss, and thus often dropped complete sets of equipment. If one wanted to obtain a set, farming this type of dungeon was a good choice. However, this held little significance for Li Du, so he passed it by. The Burial Ground Dungeon and the Chaotic Forest Dungeon were quite normal. After checking the dungeon information, Li Du found that the Burial Ground had more wild monsters, with a continuous stream of skeletons appearing. Therefore, Li Du chose the Burial Ground Dungeon. Dungeon fee, 50 points. After paying the points, Li Du immediately entered the portal and directly selected Hell difficulty. What appeared before Li Du was a desolate desert. The lighting here was very low, extremely dim, and the ground was littered with various dry bones, quite horrifying. A few seconds later, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, one skeleton after another began to crawl out from the ground. Skeleton type, ordinary wild monster level, 20 health, 9800 strength, 500 as expected of Hell difficulty. Even ordinary wild monsters have incredibly strong stats. Li Du did not hesitate and directly activated the tenfold Wrath of Beings. He then immediately moved forward to kill the skeleton. You have killed a skeleton, successfully extracting 50 days of lifespan. You gained 400 experience points. You have killed a skeleton. One by one, the skeletons fell at Li Du's hands, countless bones dropping to the ground. Li Du tried to use the extraction skill on the bones but found that he could only extract bones, which held little value. He then stopped extracting and focused on killing monsters. There were many skeletons. For every one he killed, another appeared, densely packed. With a single skill, Li Du could sweep away a large number of skeletons. After 10 minutes, the number of skeletons that had died at his hands reached several hundred. As a result, Li Du also gained decades of lifespan. At that moment, the skeletons on the ground suddenly changed. Their originally decayed bones began to turn red and became extremely frenzied. Li Du quickly activated Abyssal Eye. Mutated skeleton type, elite wild monster level, 20 health, 18900 strength, 1200 traits, frenzy, greatly increased attack speed, immune to control, weakness, afraid of light, afraid of purification skills. After mutating, these skeletons had their stats more than doubled, reaching the range of elite monsters. However, they also gained 2 weaknesses. If he could target these weaknesses, the efficiency of killing would greatly increase. Unfortunately, Li Du did not possess those 2 types of skills yet. With no other choice, Li Du had to fight them head-on. However, even the mutated skeletons could not inflict much damage on him. Soon, the mutated skeletons began to die in batches at Li Du's hands. About half an hour passed, and Li Du used various skills to kill around 1,000 mutated skeletons. He had gained nearly 200 years of lifespan. At this point, all the mutated skeletons were finally dead. When Li Du looked back, he found that the entire path was covered in bones, completely littering the ground. After killing for so long, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was extremely excited. At this rate, if he farmed this dungeon a few times a day, he could gain thousands of years of lifespan. In 3 to 4 months at most, he could acquire 100,000 years of lifespan. By then, he would be able to go to the Temple of Life to exchange for an epic class. However, after killing so many skeletons, why haven't I seen a boss? Li Du wondered, could it be that this dungeon had no boss? Just then, the skeletons on the ground suddenly moved. The originally scattered bones began to tremble and then gathered together. Seconds later, those bones flew to one spot and actually coalesced into a giant skeleton over 5 or 6 meters tall. This scene left Li Du utterly astonished. He immediately activated Abyssal Eye. Mutated skeleton giant type, boss level, 22 health, 128000 strength, 3800 traits, frenzy, resilience, reassembly. If the core is not destroyed, it can recover even if its body is shattered. Skills, small bone attack, giant bone stomp, bone severing slash, buried bone meteor weakness. Attack the core to deal massive damage. Li Du did not expect these skeletons to form a giant boss, but it seemed this was indeed the final boss of the dungeon. As long as he killed it, he could clear the dungeon. Through Abyssal Eye, Li Du immediately spotted the core of the mutated skeleton giant. At the center of the skeleton's chest was a small crystal, surrounded by countless bones. Only by breaking that crystal could he truly kill the mutated skeleton giant. At this moment, the skeleton had already spotted Li Du and immediately threw a massive bone. Seeing this, Li Du quickly dodged. Boom! The bone smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Just when Li Du thought he had evaded the attack, the bone began to tremble and flew back towards him. Startled, Li Du hurriedly dodged again, and the bone returned to the hand of the skeleton giant. It can be retrieved? Li Du was very surprised. If he hadn't been vigilant enough, he would have been hit directly by that bone. Abyss Slash. Li Du launched an attack, and the powerful slash struck the skeleton. With 10 times the enhanced damage, the skeleton couldn't withstand it. Soon, Li Du had severed the skeleton's legs. Rumble. Losing its legs, the skeleton's massive body fell to the ground, creating a heavy sound. Just as Li Du was about to pursue the attack, the legs that had been chopped off surprisingly returned to the skeleton, and it stood up again. As expected, if I can't hit its core, attacking other places is ineffective. After testing, Li Du understood the skeleton's troublesome nature. At this moment, the skeleton giant, enraged from losing its legs, let out a strange howl and raised its hands to the sky. Countless dry bones around it began to gather in its hands, forming a giant skull ball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Whoosh! The skeleton giant threw the skull ball at Li Du, and the massive skull ball created a strong wind. If it hit, Li Du would likely be turned into a pile of mush. Fortunately, the flying speed of the skull ball was not fast. Li Du immediately dodged to the side, trying to escape the attack range of the skull ball. But there was no way. The skull ball was just too big. Unyielding, Li Du had no choice but to release a skill. Boom! The skull ball smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Du was hit by this force and flew out. However, because of unyielding, he didn't suffer any damage. But when he looked back, he found a large pit with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters on the ground. The destructive power of that skull ball was truly immense. However, such a powerful skill also took a huge toll on the skeleton giant. When Li Du regained his senses, he noticed the skeleton giant was completely stiff, seemingly suffering from the aftereffects of releasing its skill. It's an opportunity. Li Du immediately realized this and quickly unleashed his skill. Thunderous Strike. Boom! A strong attack landed on the skeleton giant's chest, shattering countless bones and exposing its core. A few seconds later, with a crack, the core of the skeleton giant shattered. Then, the skeleton giant fell apart, turning into a pile of bones. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the mutated skeleton giant. Due to the target's high value, you have successfully extracted 5,000 days of lifespan. You gained 58,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 21. Incredible. You have created a new record for this dungeon. Difficulty selection, Hell. Completion time, 48 minutes and 28 seconds. Just as Li Du killed the mutated skeleton giant, a voice echoed in the dungeon hall. Dawn! 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 It was a series of bell chimes, ringing 10 times. When the bell rang, everyone was astonished. Wow! Someone broke the record? Who is this big shot? Hurry and check it out. The bell rang 10 times. This big shot has directly broken the highest record. Awesome, awesome. I need to go pay my respects. The bell chimes in the dungeon hall were significant. The more times it rang, the higher the record achieved. 10 chimes meant breaking the ultimate record. Soon, people flooded into the dungeon hall. The originally empty hall was suddenly packed with people. In the center of the grand hall, the large screen displayed a new record. Burial ground, Hell, new record, 48 minutes 28 seconds. Creator, Li Du, Abyss Messenger. Upon seeing this record, people were astonished. Is this really a person? Yes, a person, not a team. Damn! This is hell difficulty, and someone soloed it, even set a new record. How impressive must this guy be? Do you know what kind of profession the Abyss Messenger is? Never heard of it. Could it be a legendary class? I think it's also legendary, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to solo a hell-level dungeon. Just as people were discussing, Li Du had already walked out of the dungeon. As soon as they saw Li Du, they surrounded him. He's out, he's out. Bro, you're amazing. How did you break the record? Can you take me with you? Big shot, do you need a support? I can shout 666. Seeing these people, Li Du felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect that breaking a record would attract such attention. However, he still needed to continue running dungeons, so he didn't have time to chat with them. Li Du took out the hourglass of time, reset the dungeon cooldown, and entered the dungeon again. Ah, he's gone back in. Still hell level, and soloing again, doesn't he get tired? Looks like this big shot is tough and doesn't say much. In the previous dungeon, Li Du had gained a lot. His lifespan increased by over 200 years. He also obtained several high-quality equipment and some materials from defeating the boss, but unfortunately, there were no epic items. Dungeons like this are quite ordinary, even at the highest difficulty, it's hard to get good loot. However, Li Du didn't expect to get anything from here. After breaking the record, Li Du received a handsome reward, 3,000 points. This was the reward for first place. If he had ranked lower, like breaking the record in 10th place, he would only get 500 points. Moreover, points could only be claimed once. Even if Li Du broke the record again later, there would be no second reward. This was to prevent teams from repeatedly refreshing records to quickly amass a large number of points through cheating. Entering the dungeon again, Li Du was already familiar with the process. He directly summoned the fire demon and the orc general, and with the help of the 10,000 swords returning to one technique, he quickly defeated the skeletons. When the mutated skeletons appeared, he used the same method. In less than 20 minutes, all the skeletons and mutated skeletons were dead. During this time, if his skills were on cooldown, Li Du would directly use the hourglass of time. Currently, the energy of the hourglass of time was full. Li Du had calculated that, at full energy, the hourglass could refresh the dungeon cooldown about 10 times and refresh skill cooldowns about 20 times. The charging of the hourglass of time was quite simple. It only required divine power. Each charge needed about 30,000 divine power. Converted, that's about 3,000 points, which is quite cost-effective. With the help of the hourglass of time, Li Du's efficiency in farming monsters increased significantly. Soon, the mutated skeleton giant reappeared. This time, Li Du didn't give the skeleton giant a chance to attack. The moment it appeared, he directly shattered its core. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the mutated skeleton giant. Due to the target's high value, you have successfully extracted 5,000 days of lifespan. You gained 58,000 experience points. Soon, several messages appeared, and Li Du had cleared the dungeon. Not only that, but he had also broken the record again. However, this time there was no reward. The dungeon hall, which had calmed down due to Li Du re-entering, became lively again. The bell rang, still 10 chimes. Damn! What's going on? Someone broke the record again? How long has it been? 10 chimes, again 10 chimes. Is today the day for the big shots to gather? However, when people rushed over to take a look, they found that the record for the dungeon was still the graveyard. Why is it still the graveyard? Damn, could it be that big shot from earlier? He just broke the record, and now he's done it again? Holy crap, this record just jumped forward by 15 minutes, how did he do that? Is he even human? The new record was crystal clear, 33 minutes and 27 seconds. After disregarding skill cooldowns, Li Du's efficiency had improved by an unknown amount. The previous record had taken a significant leap forward, almost reaching a despairing level. This made Li Du very happy. He currently had a large number of points, and even his divine power was around 2 to 300,000. With so many points and divine power, Li Du could spend them almost without a care. He could recklessly use the hourglass of time to restore skill cooldowns and refresh the dungeon cooldown. Even if he ran out of points, Li Du only needed to sell all the materials and equipment from the dungeon to exchange for many points. This way, Li Du was practically at no cost. Soon, Li Du came out again. There were still quite a few people gathered around, wanting to get close to Li Du or ask him questions. Li Du, helpless, still ignored these people. Using the hourglass of time, he once again entered the dungeon. However, this time people did not leave immediately, many stayed in place, waiting for Li Du. Sure enough, big shots are all aloof. They don't even bother to talk to us commoners. Maybe he's just introverted? Look at the dungeon he entered. you can tell his level isn't high, he might be a freshman this year. Not maybe, but definitely. All of us old hands are level 34, which of us is still below level 22 in our second or third year? During university, an average student can level up about 5 to 10 levels a year, averaging around 6 or 7 levels. At a double first-class university like Yanguan University, leveling up is even faster. Many are around level 27 in their second year and about level 35 in their third year. By the time they graduate, if they haven't reached level 40, it means their university experience wasn't great. Do you think he can continue to break records? I think it's going to be tough. I've been to that dungeon too. The skeletons in there are so numerous it makes you question life. And the boss only appears after all the skeletons are killed. There's no shortcut. Exactly, I can't figure out how he kills the skeletons so quickly. Maybe big shots are just different from us. 33 minutes, I bet no one will break this record in 50 years. 50 years? You think too highly of us. I bet a pack of spicy strips, no one will break it in 500 years. Soon, more than half an hour passed, and Li Du cleared the dungeon again. However, this time he did not break the record. After coming out, Li Du still ignored the others and continued to enter the dungeon. Others were no longer surprised, many still gathered nearby, enthusiastically discussing Li Du. After clearing the dungeon 3 times in a row, Li Du's gains were still substantial. He had already gained nearly 800 years of lifespan, and if he continued, he estimated he could gain nearly 1,500 years of lifespan today. After coming out of the dungeon again, there were still many people gathered at the entrance. People were praising him, but Li Du did not pay attention. He looked at the nearby dungeon, the Chaos Forest dungeon, and walked straight in. The difficulty was, of course, hellish. The entry cost was not low either, requiring 100 points, which was a full double that of the graveyard. The reason he chose this dungeon instead of grinding the graveyard was that after several runs in the graveyard, Li Du was a bit tired of it and wanted to change things up. Of course, another reason is that the highest level for entering the Chaos Forest dungeon is level 23, which is 1 level higher than the burial ground, so the rewards might be greater. After entering the dungeon, Li Du found himself in a dense forest. This forest had only one path, surrounded by all kinds of trees, some of which Li Du had never seen before. The environment looked fairly nice, but the atmosphere was quite oppressive, creating an involuntary sense of tension. After walking for a while, Li Du gradually showed a look of confusion. Why are there no wild monsters? He had been there for half a minute and hadn't seen a single wild monster. This was unusual. Generally, as soon as one enters a dungeon, wild monsters would immediately launch an attack. Just as Li Du was puzzled, a vine silently fell behind him, already coiled up, as if it could instantly wrap around him with a single pull. Whoosh, the vine suddenly sprang into action, like a rope trying to bind Li Du. But Li Du reacted quickly, realizing it in an instant and immediately activated a skill. Wolf King's Claw. A series of sharp claws appeared, and the vine was instantly shredded into several pieces. At that moment, the surrounding environment also changed. The trees that had seemed ordinary suddenly began to move. The branches acted like limbs, and the vines resembled tentacles. They had come to life. Are these wild monsters the trees? Li Du activated Abyssal Eye. Chaos Trend Type, Normal Wild Monster Level, 20 Health, 10800 Strength, 620 Weakness. Afraid of fire attacks. The stats of these treants were even higher than the skeletons in the burial ground, so it was no wonder the dungeon's entry fee was higher. However, they still posed no threat to Li Du. Wrath of the Living. A tenfold damage increase, and then Li Du immediately unleashed a skill. Abyssal Slash. With a single slash, several treants were instantly cut down, emitting a series of strange cries. You have killed a Chaos Treant, successfully absorbing 50 days of lifespan. You gained 800 experience points. After the Abyssal Slash, he unleashed more skills. Not only that, but Li Du also summoned the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon, being a demon from the abyss, was engulfed in flames. Its appearance was almost a disaster for the treants. Soon, the Flame Demon unleashed wave after wave of fire, instantly igniting countless treants. The treants struggled, but they had no legs and could not escape. Before long, large numbers of treants were burned to ashes by the Flame Demon, and Li Du received a stream of notifications. Thanks to the powerful suppression of the Flame Demon, Li Du had a particularly smooth experience in this dungeon. At this point, Li Du also understood that in the Chaos Forest dungeon, the entire forest was essentially made up of wild monsters. The trees, shrubs, and various plants living in the forest had all come to life, and one could be ambushed at any moment. Therefore, Li Du's approach was to simply cut his way through. The Flame Demon blazed a trail, and Li Du followed up with finishing blows. Countless treants turned to ashes, and a stream of information appeared in Li Du's mind. Outside, as Li Du entered the new dungeon, people began to discuss again. Do you think this person can set a new record? I can't say for sure. The highest record for the Chaos Forest dungeon, if I remember correctly, was set by a senior 5 years ago, taking 1 hour and 23 minutes. I think it's very possible. Given his speed in clearing the burial ground, the Chaos Forest shouldn't be a challenge for him. But there are many forks in the road in the Chaos Forest. If he's not careful, he might waste a lot of time. Without a map, it's hard to reach the boss quickly. That makes sense. He probably won't achieve a very good result on his first entry into the Chaos Forest. Even so, I still have faith in him clearing this dungeon. People were discussing fervently, and they still had a lot of confidence in Li Du. The two dungeons, the Chaotic Forest and the Burial Ground, were both known for their abundance of wild monsters. Among them, the Chaotic Forest was particularly extreme, with the entire forest filled with wild monsters. Moreover, the numerous forks in the forest made challengers hesitate. Without guidance, one could spend 7 or 8 hours just trying to find the boss. Li Du was unaware of all this. At this moment, he had been killing for almost half an hour, and the tree spirits that had perished at his hands numbered 200 or 300. Finally, he came across a fork in the road. Ahead was a three-way intersection that looked completely identical, and he had no idea which path led to the final boss. Seeing this, Li Du decided to explore each path. My goal is to farm monsters, not to break records. I won't let any wild monster on each path escape. Li Du's objective was very clear. Soon, he chose the leftmost path and charged in. Along the way, he could see a continuous stream of tree spirits. After killing for about 10 minutes, he encountered another fork. Li Du still chose the leftmost path, killing all the way until there were no more paths left. Seeing this, Li Du retreated and chose another fork, charging in again. Thus, Li Du kept advancing, countless tree spirits either dying or turning to charcoal. Time continued to pass, and soon an hour and a half had gone by. People looked at the time and felt a bit disappointed. It seems like he still can't break the record. That's normal. With the conditions in the Chaotic Forest, who would dare say they could find the boss on their first try? I remember when I first went in, I got lost in there and spent the whole day just trying to find my way out. How long do you think he will farm? I feel like it will take at least half a day. Let's disperse. There's no new record. Staying here doesn't make much sense anymore. Soon, more than half of the people left, and the once crowded hall immediately emptied out. However, there were still some waiting. After all, Li Du was someone who could solo hell-level dungeons, and getting to know him wouldn't hurt. Time passed little by little, and soon 3 hours had gone by. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset painted the horizon with a twilight glow. Li Du's dungeon journey was also coming to an end. I've cleared all the forks, it's time to farm the boss. This Chaotic Forest dungeon indeed had many forks. Li Du had calculated that from the main road, there were a total of 3 forks, each of which branched out further, and those forks had their own forks. In the end, there were a total of 40 forks. Just traversing the forks took a long time, not to mention the monster farming. However, the rewards were quite good. Li Du had killed over 3,000 tree spirits, including more than 100 mutated tree spirits, which fell into the elite monster category. The lifespan he gained reached 400 years. Converted, that was double that of the burial ground. Unfortunately, the time consumed was longer, and in comparison, it was somewhat less efficient than the burial ground. Soon, Li Du reached the end of the dungeon. This was the room where the boss resided. Ahead was a patch of dark, charred land, looking as if it had been burned by fire. In the center of the blackened land stood a single large tree, also dark but towering, appearing to be at least 20 meters high. Activating the Abyssal Eye, Li Du saw the information about the tree. Chaotic Tree King type, boss level, 23 health, 187800 strength, 2230 traits, imprisonment, unable to move, thunderstrike wood, unable to be burned, skills, entangle, seed sowing, shockwave weakness, afraid of thunderstrike. Upon seeing the boss's stats, Li Du couldn't help but be astonished. This was the boss with the highest health he had ever seen, boasting a staggering 180,000 health points. However, compared to other bosses of the same type, its strength was considerably lower, only a little over 2,000. Moreover, as a tree, it could not move on its own. Therefore, the fight shouldn't be too difficult. As Li Du entered the territory, the tree immediately reacted. Soon, countless black branches began to sway and charge towards Li Du. These branches, originally incredibly soft, transformed into sharp swords, striking fiercely. If they pierced him, Li Du's body would likely be impaled. Wolf King's Claw. Li Du immediately unleashed his skill, and soon, several claw shadows appeared on his body. The claws tore through, and the branches were severed by Li Du. The branches that fell to the ground instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke, completely dissipating. With the attack failing, the chaotic Tree King seemed to become enraged. It shook its body continuously, and then, clusters of black dots flew out from it. These black dots fell like raindrops, and Li Du was astonished, unsure of what they were. So, Li Du directly activated Unyielding Stance. The black dots kept falling, sinking into the black soil. Li Du stepped back to prevent the black dots from landing on him. Then, the black dots on the ground changed. They were actually seeds. The seeds took root and sprouted in the soil, growing at a visible speed. Within seconds, dozens of tree spirits appeared around Li Du. This was the tree's skill, sowing. The seeds fell and immediately grew. Li Du was surrounded by tree spirits. Moreover, when Li Du used Abyssal Eye to inspect them, he discovered that these tree spirits inherited the chaotic Tree King's Thunderstrike Wood trait, making them resistant to flames. But it's still useless. Li Du wasted no time and unleashed 10,000 swords, returning to origin. Instantly, countless swords fell like raindrops. The trees on the ground were severed one after another. Seeing this, the Tree King became furious and summoned countless vines to attack Li Du. However, all the vines were cut off as soon as they entered the range of 10,000 swords returning to origin, unable to reach Li Du at all. With one failed attempt, the Tree King scattered countless seeds again, and the tree spirits continued to grow. But 10,000 swords returning to origin was simply too powerful. These tree spirits were cut down before they could fully grow. Rustle, rustle, the Tree King shook its trunk continuously, and large clusters of leaves fell. Then, these leaves flew towards Li Du like sharp swords. The density of the attack was even comparable to 10,000 swords returning to origin. Such a concentrated assault was impossible for Li Du to completely fend off. However, he activated Unyielding Stance, and the damage from the leaves landing on him was minimal. Yet, they could still cut his skin, and if he allowed the leaves to keep falling, he could be in danger. Let's end this quickly. Li Du decided to stop holding back and aimed to finish the battle directly. Thunderous Strike. Li Du immediately unleashed his skill, and countless bolts of lightning fell. Although the Tree King was not afraid of flames, it feared lightning. The numerous bolts from Thunderous Strike struck the Tree King, causing massive damage. The crackling sounds echoed as the tree's trunk began to split open. Through Abyssal Eye, Li Du could see the Tree King's health continuously decreasing. Hourglass of Time. Eliminate skill cooldown. Li Du pressed the advantage, and after Thunderous Strike ended, he used the Hourglass of Time to clear the cooldown and unleashed Thunderous Strike once more. Thus, bolts of lightning continued to rain down on the Tree King. Ultimately, the tree could not withstand it and was completely cleaved in two. Congratulations, you have killed the chaotic Tree King. You have gained 8,000 health points. You have gained 68,000 experience points. With the Tree King down, Li Du had completely cleared the dungeon. Next to the Tree King, there were quite a few dropped items, some blue and some purple. Chaos Crystal, blue a crystal core from a chaos monster, can be used to craft equipment. Chaos Vines, blue vines from the Chaos Tree King, very strong, can be used to craft equipment. Chaos Branches, blue branches from the Chaos Tree King, very hard, can be used to craft equipment. The materials dropped by the Chaos Tree King are all of fine quality, not very useful to Li Du. However, the epic item is a piece of equipment, a headband made from branches and vines, predominantly black, with a black-purple flower that looks quite eerie. Ring of Chaos, purple, type, epic all-class equipment. Wear level 21 attributes, plus 400 spirit special effects, plus 40% tenacity, reduces control time, plus 40% abnormal status resistance. Built-in skill, Chaos Speech, causes targets within range to enter a state of chaos for 30 seconds, Chaos State. Unable to control one's own actions. The attributes of this equipment are quite good, and it is a very rare all-class item. It provides 400 points of spirit attribute, and also grants tenacity and abnormal status resistance. After wearing it, Li Du not only gains a significant increase in mana but can also greatly resist various controls and abnormal states. Moreover, this equipment has a built-in skill, which is even better. With a level restriction of 21, I can wear it right away. So, Li Du immediately put on the Ring of Chaos. After wearing it, Li Du felt his spirit was much refreshed. Moreover, this equipment did not cause any discomfort. In fact, Li Du didn't even realize he was wearing the headband. It's been a long time since I checked my attribute panel. Let's take a look. Li Du opened the attribute panel. Name, Li Du. Level, 21. Class, Abyss Envoy. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King Slaughter, green, Overlord Heavy Armor, blue, Ring of Chaos, purple, Skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, Extraction, white, All Swords Return to Origin, purple, General Summon, purple, Unyielding, purple, Class Skills, blue Abyssal Eye, Abyssal Strike, Flame Demon Summon, Dark Confinement. Health, 12500 mana. 5250 strength, 380 spirit, 750 constitution, 350 agility, 350 free attribute points, 0 talent, longevity, top tier. You gain a life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to absorb life, currently at a rate of 50 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 11588/1000000 lifespan, 2136 years, 102 days, 6 hours, 28 minutes, 24 seconds. In terms of lifespan, today he gained over 1,000 years, truly a bountiful harvest. In terms of stats, as a fine quality class, every time Li Du levels up, all attributes increase by 50, and both mana and health also receive a significant boost. Unlike the initial basic class, Li Du's stats have shown no growth at all. As Li Du's level increases, this growth will become even more pronounced. Moreover, every time he levels up to the next decade, Li Du's attributes will undergo a qualitative change. For example, leveling from 29 to 30, although it's just a one-level increase, Li Du's attributes could very well double. This is an advantage that low-quality classes do not possess. If I were to say my only disadvantage now, it would probably be my equipment. Li Du was still wearing his old set of gear. The reason for this was that under the influence of the wrath of beings, Li Du's need for equipment was not high. However, as his level increases in the future, the challenges he faces will also grow. It seems it's time to get a better set of equipment. Bro, you finally came out. Did you clear the dungeon after 3 hours of grinding? Of course, he must have cleared it. This guy is amazing. As they exited the dungeon, someone immediately approached to ask. Even though it was already evening, they were still waiting for Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du felt a bit helpless. I've cleared it. Upon hearing Li Du's response, everyone else was filled with admiration. Incredible! He soloed a hell-level dungeon. This dungeon is no joke. Not only are there many forks in the road, but the final boss has an outrageous amount of health. And the various skills are really nasty. Without a good team, you can forget about clearing it. It's a pity he didn't set a record. It took over 3 hours. Li Du smiled and said nothing. In fact, he could have set a record if he wanted to. He had memorized the path through the dungeon, and if he had gone straight to kill the boss from the start, Li Du felt he could have cleared it in under an hour. Just as Li Du was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, for a level 21 player, besides these dungeons, where else can I level up? Where are the dungeons with the most wild monsters? Although he had gained over 1,000 years of lifespan in a day, Li Du was not satisfied. At this speed, he was still far from the goal of 100,000 years of lifespan. At this moment, Li Du increasingly felt the advantages brought by a high-quality profession. Therefore, he needed to quickly obtain a higher-quality profession. When people heard Li Du's question, they eagerly responded. I know. You can go to trials. Many trial locations have more wild monsters than dungeons. You're misleading him. Those trial locations just have a lot of monsters, but the experience points are greatly reduced. It's not worth it at all. I think it's better to go to the wild. Generally speaking, wild dungeons have a lot of monsters, and leveling up is fast. But the wild is too dangerous. Can you guarantee your safety? People were chattering away, but Li Du was not particularly satisfied. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Classmate, if you want to level up quickly, why not go to a large dungeon directly? The wild monsters there are high level, and you can get someone to carry you. Right. How did I forget this method? This method works. Hearing this, Li Du immediately began to ask in detail. In the main hall of the dungeon, besides the regular dungeons, there were various large dungeons that required dozens of people to unlock. The level range of these large dungeons was quite broad, generally spanning 10 levels. For example, the Desert Emperor dungeon is a large dungeon that players from level 20 to 30 can enter. You can spend some points to have a high-level player carry you to level up. This way, you don't have to do anything and still gain levels. Li Du asked, are there many wild monsters in this dungeon? A lot. The Desert Emperor can summon countless sand soldiers, and these sand soldiers count as wild monster units. Defeating them grants experience points and materials. In total, there are at least tens of thousands of sand soldiers in the entire dungeon. Not only sand soldiers, but there are also various sandwolves, sandworms, and ubiquitous poisonous snakes, and storms can break out from time to time. This dungeon is very dangerous. Listening to the people's introduction, Li Du became very curious about this dungeon. He felt that this dungeon should be very suitable for him. After noting down this dungeon in his mind, Li Du left. After exiting the main hall of the dungeon, Li Du did not go home but headed to the trading hall. He first sold the various materials he had obtained in the dungeon. The selling price was not high, only a little over 8,000 points. Considering Li Du's expenses, these trips to the dungeon could be considered a net gain. Earning 8,000 points in a day, if this earning speed were to be shared, countless students at Yanguan University would probably feel ashamed. Many of the outstanding students here can earn at most a few hundred points a day, and by the end of the month, it barely adds up to 10,000. After selling, Li Du began to inquire about equipment. The trading hall had a plethora of equipment, dazzling in variety. The most abundant were the fine-grade items, which were also the most commonly used. Epic-grade equipment was relatively rare, while legendary grade was even scarcer. Some legendary grade items could only be found at auctions. Generally, the prices for equipment were not low. Fine-grade items were more reasonable. For level 21 fine-grade equipment, the highest price was just over 5,000 points, while the lowest could be under 2,000 points. However, once it came to epic grade, the prices skyrocketed. The cheapest epic grade equipment required as much as 20,000 points, while the most expensive reached a staggering 80,000 points. The higher the level, the more expensive the equipment. Before Li Du reached level 10, even epic grade items only cost a few tens of thousands of divine power points, which converted to just a few thousand points. But once he surpassed level 20, the price difference was more than tenfold. By the time Li Du reached level 30, those points would likely only be enough to buy fine-grade equipment. Looking at it this way, my 200,000 points are simply not enough to buy a few pieces of equipment. Faced with this situation, Li Du could only choose a few pieces of equipment that were of higher importance. After all, opting for a complete set would be outrageously expensive. A level 21 fine-grade set generally cost around 30,000 points. In contrast, a set of the same level in epic grade reached a price of 400,000 points. After some thought, Li Du ultimately chose only two pieces of equipment. Abyssal Staff Description, a staff used by abyssal demons, containing unfathomable power and the sins of the abyss. Source of extreme evil dungeon. Type, epic grade magic equipment, wearable at level 21. Attributes, plus 300 strength, plus 300 constitution, plus 300 spirit, plus 300 agility. Additional effects, 15% increase in skill power, 30% increase in abyssal skill power. Negative effect, abyssal sin, this equipment accelerates the consumption of your bodily functions, shortening your lifespan. Paladin armor description, armor worn by paladins, having survived countless wars, still preserved to this day. Source, the Paladin's Grief Dungeon. Type, epic grade warrior equipment, wearable at level 21. Attributes, plus 600 constitution, plus 3,500 maximum health. Additional effects, provides 35% physical damage reduction, increases the effectiveness of defensive skills by 20%. Built-in skill, Light of the Paladin, releases an aura that envelopes an area, granting invulnerability to oneself and allies within the area for 3 minutes. The attributes and additional effects of the Abyssal Staff are incredibly powerful, providing a total attribute bonus of 300, not to mention the extra boost to skill power, making it an absolutely devastating piece of equipment. However, this item also has a negative effect, similar to Li Du's profession Abyssal Envoy. Because of this, such a powerful piece of equipment was priced at 68,000 points, not even reaching the first tier. Others might hesitate due to the negative effect, but for Li Du, it was nothing to worry about. He had a long lifespan and could afford it. The Paladin armor, on the other hand, was a very standard defensive piece, providing not only a large amount of attributes but also extra health. The additional effect was damage reduction, and it could enhance the effectiveness of defensive skills. This way, when Li Du used it, he would be even more formidable. Plus, the built-in skill could provide invulnerability for up to 3 minutes. It could even be shared with teammates. Just looking at the attributes and skills, this piece of equipment was even better than the Abyssal Staff. For this reason, the price of this equipment was also in the absolute first tier, reaching an astonishing 88,000 points. That was a full 20,000 more than the Abyssal Staff. Although the price was extremely high, Li Du did not hesitate and directly purchased the two pieces of equipment. Points deducted, 154,000. Congratulations, you have obtained the Abyss Staff and the Paladin armor. After buying the equipment, Li Du was left with only a few tens of thousands of points, which meant he had suddenly become much poorer. Although he had lost most of his points, the attributes provided by the equipment were quite impressive. After donning the gear, Li Du felt a significant change throughout his body. He opened the data panel. Name, Li Du, level, 21, class, Abyss Envoy, equipment, Blood Wolf King Slaughter, green, Paladin Armor, Ring of Chaos, purple, Abyss Staff, purple, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, Extraction, white, All Swords Return to Origin, purple, General Summon, purple, Unyielding, purple, Chaos Language, equipment, Ring of Chaos, equipment, class skills, Blue Abyss Eye, Abyss Slash, Flame Demon Summon, Dark Confinement, health, 59,000, mana, 12,750, strength, 640, mentality, 1,050, constitution, 1,230, agility, 650, free attribute points, 0, talent, longevity, top tier. You gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to absorb life, currently at a rate of 50 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 11,588/100,000, lifespan, 2,136 years, 102 days, 4 hours, 36 minutes, 19 seconds. The Abyss Staff and Paladin armor provided a substantial boost of up to 900 points in constitution, greatly enhancing Li Du's health, which jumped to nearly 60,000. This health attribute was already comparable to that of a boss at the nightmare difficulty of the same level. Moreover, Li Du's strength had also reached over 600. Without relying on the wrath of beings, the damage he could deal with his skills was generally over 4,000. If he scored a critical hit, it could double. Although most wild monsters, elite monsters, and bosses had various physical and magical resistances that would reduce this damage, even after reduction, it was still quite considerable. In Hell difficulty dungeons, Li Du could basically kill a wild monster with 2 skills and an elite monster with 4 or 5 skills. However, this attribute still left Li Du feeling a bit amused and exasperated. My mentality is just too high, my mana has already exceeded 10,000. But my skills don't consume much mana, so this attribute feels a bit excessive. In fact, Li Du knew that mentality was not only linked to mana. A high mentality also meant stronger resistance to various negative states, and even some charm skills might be ineffective against him. Compared to the basic warrior class he had initially chosen, Li Du found that he was now increasingly resembling a mage. This was the advantage of the 3-system class. With a few tens of thousands of points left, I might as well buy some more skills. Looking again at the trading hall's product catalog, Li Du saw 2 very interesting skills. Automatic extraction, epic level passive skill, no class requirement, no level requirement skill effect, automatically activates the extraction skill after killing wild monsters. Success rate is 70%, with a 1% chance to extract higher quality items. Activation condition, 10 mana per use. Selling price, 30,000 points, automatic pickup, fine level passive skill, no class requirement, no level requirement skill effect, automatically picks up dropped items. This skill will no longer take effect when the space artifact is full. Activation condition, 10 mana per use. Selling price, 8,000 points. 2 skills, 1 for automatic extraction and 1 for automatic pickup. This is a set of complementary skills. If learned, when Li Du goes to farm dungeons, it will not only be much more convenient but also help him avoid missing out on many materials. The extraction skill he learned before was the most basic one, requiring Li Du to activate it manually, which not only wasted time but was also prone to failure. Therefore, Li Du generally did not extract materials from ordinary wild monsters. However, if the quantity of these materials was sufficient, they could sell for a good amount of money. Li Du had lost at least 10,000 points over time. But now, if he learned these 2 skills, this problem would no longer exist. More importantly, the success rate of the automatic extraction skill is as high as 70%. It was much higher than his initial extraction skill. Although these 2 skills consume 10 mana points each time they are activated, if Li Du kills a large number of wild monsters at once, the mana consumption could be quite high. But currently, Li Du's mana pool exceeded 10,000, which was not a problem for him at all. With this in mind, Li Du did not hesitate and directly purchased them. Congratulations! Successfully learned skill, automatic extraction. Congratulations! Successfully learned skill, automatic pickup. After learning the 2 skills, Li Du felt as if he had returned to his former self overnight. I currently have less than 30,000 points left. I need to earn points quickly, or I won't even be able to pay my rent in half a month. The rent for the house Li Du was living in was as high as 2,000 points a month. After leaving the trading hall, Li Du went straight home. Brother, you're back? Shui Shang was already waiting for him at home, and upon seeing Li Du, she immediately broke into a smile. At this moment, Li Du had changed into new equipment, and his outfit looked quite extraordinary. Shui Shang was stunned for several seconds before saying, "Brother, you suddenly look so handsome." The paladin armor itself radiated the light of a paladin. Moreover, although it was armor, it did not hinder movement at all. Wearing it, Li Du truly seemed to have transformed into a paladin. Seeing Shui Shang's surprise, Li Du teased, "What, was I not handsome before?" "Hee hee, brother, you were also very handsome before, you've always been the most handsome." Shui Shang curiously reached out to touch Li Du's armor. It was the first time she had seen him wear such equipment. Li Du grabbed Shui Shang's hand and said, "Alright, stop looking. If you like it, when you awaken your profession, I'll get you a set too." "Brother, you promised, you can't go back on your word." Of course, have I ever gone back on anything? Then, Li Du went into the kitchen to cook. With Zhou Ning's help, Shui Shang had successfully transferred schools and entered the affiliated middle school of Yanguan University. As long as her grades were good, she could skip the high school entrance exam and directly advance to the affiliated high school of Yanguan University. In the future, whether it was to enter Yanguan University or to take the college entrance examination for a better institution, it would all be possible. However, that future was still far away. Shui Shang had just turned 14 this year, and there were still 4 years until she awakened her profession. No one knew what would happen in 4 years, but Li Du knew that he would continue to grow, become stronger, and reach greater heights. Then he would protect her well. After their parents passed away, Shui Shang became Li Du's only concern. Soon, dinner was ready, still very ordinary home-cooked dishes. The two chatted casually while eating. How's the environment at the new school? Are you doing well? I'm doing great, the classmates are all very polite. Is there no pressure in your studies? No, we have a mock exam next week, and I feel like I can make it into the top 10 of my grade. At this point, Shui Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Li Du, clearly wanting him to praise her. Li Du smiled and patted Shui Shang's head. That's great. Shui Shang giggled, thoroughly enjoying Li Du's affection. Haven't you encountered any difficulties? If you do, you must tell me. We're not the same as before, you mustn't think it's a hassle. No, the teachers all like me. When Grandpa Zhou took me over, their principal was very surprised. 2 days later, Li Du woke up very early. After finishing breakfast, he first sent Shui Shang to school. Currently, the middle school hasn't had a break yet, and the university hasn't actually started either. The real start of classes would be in 3 days, and then there would be class divisions. However, this is just the basic class. In the future, almost everyone will take exams for various colleges, and no one will stay in the same class forever. The classes won't teach any profound knowledge that all needs to be learned in the colleges. Li Du heard that after the class divisions, each class would have a trial, and based on the trial rankings, the school would offer rewards. However, Li Du didn't care much. Having gone through a lot, he had already distanced himself from those just starting university. After watching Shui Shang enter the school, Li Du headed to the dungeon hall. There were already many people there. In the university, students almost never go home during breaks. Instead, they stay at school to level up, take trials, and so on. In this fiercely competitive era, going home means facing the consequences of falling behind peers. People came and went, countless voices calling out, forming teams to tackle dungeons. Despite the crowd, it didn't feel chaotic. Many people still chose to team up for dungeons because it's more efficient and less dangerous. Although the experience gained is less and the loot needs to be shared, as long as they team up a few more times, they can make up for it. Soloing dungeons, while rewarding, is still too dangerous. Yanguan University isn't one of the top 3 prestigious schools. At this university, most people's professions are actually of fine quality, with epic-level professions only making up about 20 to 30%. Legendary professions, like that of Xia Yixue, are extremely rare. After all, if someone awakens a legendary profession, who wouldn't want to go to one of the top 3 prestigious schools? Again, who would choose Yanguan University over the top 10 universities? Professions of fine quality find it very difficult to solo dungeons on hard difficulty, let alone nightmare difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon hall, Li Du went straight to the chaotic forest dungeon. First, let's break the record and get the points reward. The dungeon hadn't changed. Li Du summoned the flame demon and charged through. You have killed a chaotic treant, successfully absorbing 50 days of lifespan. You gained 800 experience points. Automatic extraction skill activated, extraction successful. You obtained branch, green, ×1. A stream of information appeared in Li Du's mind. Each time he killed a chaotic treant, the automatic extraction skill would activate. The drops from the chaotic treants were branches of excellent quality, which are very suitable for making staffs. If sold, a single branch could fetch about 10 points. The success rate of the automatic extraction skill is quite high. Li Du had almost never failed to extract. He pushed through, and soon, his spatial ring was filled with branches. A few minutes later, a special message appeared. Automatic extraction skill activated, extraction successful. You obtained branch, green, ×1, chaotic toxin, blue, ×1. After killing a treant, not only did he extract a branch, but he also obtained a fine quality material. Chaotic toxin, a very special material that, when used, can briefly put a person into a state of confusion. When mixed with other herbs, it can be used to create chaotic water. The automatic extraction skill not only extracts but also has a 1% chance of extracting higher level items. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Li Du had only killed a few dozen chaotic treants and had already extracted a drop of chaotic toxin. If he killed all the treants in this dungeon, he might be able to extract 20 or 30 drops. The price of the chaos toxin is not cheap, a single drop can sell for 150 points. After all, the water of chaos is a very precious potion. Using this potion grants immunity to the chaos state for 3 hours. If used on an enemy, it inflicts a chaos effect for 30 minutes. Moreover, only a tiny amount is needed for it to take effect, just 1 drop. After more than 10 minutes, Li Du arrived at the fork in the road. Based on his memory from yesterday, he headed straight for the path where the boss was located. Along the way, he effortlessly killed any treants he encountered, ignoring those that were troublesome. From this point on, elite monsters began to appear in greater numbers. These elite monsters had stronger attributes, making it difficult for Li Du to overcome them with his current stats. Thus, he directly used the Wrath of Beasts, pushing through without restraint. During this time, he also collected countless materials. Elite-level treants could provide stronger branches and chaos toxin, and sometimes even drop equipment. However, most of it was green gear, which Li Du found unworthy of his attention. With his goal clear, his pace quickened significantly. Although the number of elite monsters increased, they only slightly slowed him down and could not stop his advance. After about 50 minutes, Li Du finally reached the end of the fork, arriving at the location of the final boss. The dark, towering trees stood before him. This was the Chaos Tree King. It had not changed since yesterday. Upon Li Du's appearance, the Tree King shook its countless branches, transforming them into sharp swords aimed at him. The attack method had not changed at all, and Li Du quickly unleashed the Wolf King's claw, shredding several branches in no time. Let's make this quick. At this point, nearly an hour had passed since Li Du entered the dungeon. He just needed to defeat the Tree King within a few minutes to clear the dungeon in under an hour. The Tree King continued its assault, shaking its massive branches, causing countless seeds to fall. Seeing this, Li Du did not hesitate. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless sword rains fell, piercing the Tree King. The Tree King immediately emitted a series of strange cries, much like an animal. The shaking of its branches intensified. Now, Li Du's strength had more than doubled, and combined with the Wrath of Beasts, the damage inflicted on the Tree King was terrifying. Despite the Tree King's 180,000 health points, it still struggled to withstand the onslaught. Before the seeds could hit the ground, Li Du destroyed them directly. The damage from 10,000 swords returned to origin caused the Tree King's branches to crack continuously. Thunderous strike. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the Tree King, like a heavenly calamity. The Tree King suddenly twisted its entire body violently, as if experiencing a moment of revival, and then fell silent. The Chaos Tree King was dead. Congratulations, you have killed the Chaos Tree King. You have extracted 8,000 health points. You gained 68,000 experience points. Incredible! You have set a new clearing record. Your clearing time is 56 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations, you received a reward, 4,000 points. As the messages appeared, the bells outside rang once more. Dong! 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 A total of 10 bell chimes, indicating that someone had once again set the highest record. What the hell? Someone broke the record again. Who is this big shot? Could it be the same one from yesterday? Let's see which dungeon they cleared. A crowd surged into the hall, and on the central screen, new information appeared. Chaos Forest, Hell, clearing record, first place, Li Du, time taken 56 minutes and 7 seconds. What the hell, it really is him. Who is he? I've never heard of him. He's a big shot from yesterday, soloing the Hell-level Burial Ground dungeon and breaking the record. Wow, yesterday he soloed the Burial Ground, and today he soloed the Chaotic Forest. How is he so amazing? Hey, isn't that the guy who bet me yesterday that he couldn't break the record for the Chaotic Forest? Come out, I'm still waiting for you to call me Dad. Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. People were utterly shocked. Li Du's record-breaking feat yesterday had already astonished everyone, and today he continued to break records, making it even harder to believe. People were speculating about what profession Li Du had. He can't be a legendary-level professional, can he? Upon hearing this speculation, many felt it was quite possible. After all, such a feat could only be accomplished by a legendary-level professional. But just then, a cold voice came from a corner. Humph, a bunch of idiots, knowing nothing. You don't really think he's that impressive, do you? He's just a refined-level professional, nothing but luck. The voice was filled with jealousy and resentment. People's attention was immediately drawn to this voice. The speaker was dressed in a luxurious red robe of a sorcerer, looking quite grand. If Li Du were present, he would definitely recognize him. This person was He Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. Gazes fell upon Hsio, making him feel a bit nervous for a moment. Someone asked, "Dude, what do you mean by that?" Others chimed in, "Li Du breaking records is real, and he broke the record in a hell-level dungeon. How can you say it was just luck?" The rebuttals made Hsio's expression darken. He sneered, disdainfully saying, "What do you mean if it's not luck? He just finished the college entrance exam. If it weren't for his connection with Professor Zhou Ning to get into the school, he might not even know where he is right now. Do you really believe he broke the record based on his own ability?" As soon as he said this, he was met with considerable opposition. So what if he just finished the college entrance exam? Who here didn't get in through the exam? You're speaking in a strange tone. Do you have any evidence? If he didn't rely on his own ability to break the record, then what did he rely on? You sound really sour. You didn't break the record yourself, so you think others must have some trick up their sleeve? I recognize you, you're Hsio. I know your father, he's Changming, the vice-governor of Central Plains Province, and he has connections with the principal. Thanks to that connection, you could study at Yanguan University since you were little. You're the one relying on connections, not others. This statement immediately stirred up an uproar among the crowd. Yanguan University was the only common people's university among the double first-class universities. Although it ranked 11th in the country, its admission criteria were very low. As long as one awakened excellent qualities as a professional, they were eligible to apply. Moreover, the university's admissions not only considered grades but also gave certain preferences to students from impoverished families. Because of this, the quality of students at Yanguan University was somewhat lower than that of other double first-class universities. Even so, it still ranked 11th in the country. Most students at this university came from common backgrounds. Therefore, when Hsio's background was revealed, he almost immediately faced public outrage. Because they had no background, many students at Yanguan University had hardly any resources before entering the university. For them, someone like Hsio, who could study at Yanguan University since childhood, was a luxury. If it were just that, others might not say much. But the fact that Hsio, who was the one relying on connections, accused others of doing the same, who could tolerate that? In an instant, the two sides began to argue fiercely. The dungeon hall almost turned into a marketplace. Hsio's face turned red with anger, and he was almost ready to fight. At that moment, the portal's light flickered, and Li Du stepped out. Instantly, the arguing crowd surprisingly stopped their quarrel in unison. Someone shouted, "Li Du, are you a candidate for this year's college entrance examination?" Li nodded. "How did you do on the exam?" Li Du was a bit puzzled, not understanding why they were asking these questions, but he still answered, "Top scorer in the province." Wow, top scorer in the province. Upon hearing Li Du's words, the crowd was astonished. "I didn't expect him to be a top scorer. To be honest, coming to our school is a waste of talent." Hsio, what else do you plan to say? A top scorer without the ability to break records? Who would believe that? It seems Li Du really is a legendary level profession. This solves the case. Big shot, now that's a real big shot. Almost every provincial top scorer would go to one of the top 10 universities and wouldn't consider other schools. Because being a provincial top scorer almost certainly means having a legendary level profession. At this moment, many people looked at Li Du with envy. Hsio was so angry he nearly jumped up, sarcastically saying, "A bunch of fools. Do you believe his nonsense? Don't make me laugh. A refined level profession can be a provincial top scorer?" Hearing this voice, Li Du turned his head and saw Hsio. Instantly, his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect to encounter him here. Someone else asked, "Li Du, can I detect your profession?" Li Du replied, "Sure." Soon, beams of detection magic fell upon Li Du. His profession was revealed. Refined level. How is it refined level? Wow! Can a refined level profession solo hell dungeons? Why is our gap so big even though we are both refined level professions? At this moment, Hsio sneered, "See? He's just a refined level waste." Little did he know, this statement immediately angered many people. How is refined level waste? What do you mean? Do you look down on refined levels? Are our refined level professions eating your family's rice? At this time, Li Du slowly walked in front of Hsio, his gaze icy. Seeing Li Du approach, Hsio actually felt a bit nervous and involuntarily took a few steps back, shouting, What do you want to do? Get out of my sight immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." "Why you? If you have the ability, then do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Du said nothing, but the abyssal staff in his hand gradually began to gather power. Crackle, small bolts of lightning appeared, ready to take shape. Hsio immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a mountain was about to fall. His body even began to tremble, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Li Du had not forgotten the scene with the foreign professionals. That decisive and clean method, that killing move, left him utterly shocked. It felt as if he was facing not a college student, but a god of death. He was truly afraid. Why you, hoof? Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go, but don't think I'm afraid of you. If I run into you in the wild, I will never let you go. With that, he turned to leave. However, due to his trembling legs, he stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps, provoking laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, this guy is scared. Weren't you just so arrogant? Now you're scared out of your wits by a single glance from Li Du. This is the noble young master who looks down on our refined level professions. His courage is smaller than a mouse. My dad would spit on him. The voices cut into Yishio's pride like knives. After he got up, he ran away without looking back, as if some monster was chasing him. For Li Du, this was just a minor episode. However, for others, it was different. Soon, someone went to check on Li Du's identity and immediately found out that Li Du was this year's top scholar from Gue Province. The second place in Gue Province, Li Dong, was a legendary talent who went to the Divine Summer Academy. However, the top scholar Li Du came to the Yanguan Academy. The key point is that Li Du was only a refined level profession. A refined level profession overshadowing a group of legendary level professions to become the top scholar. This feat left countless people in admiration, and Li Du's reputation gradually spread among the new students at Yanguan Academy this year. As for Yishio, as a background character, he naturally became the one to be laughed at. Li Du's achievements also inspired countless students with refined level professions. If Li Du could overshadow legendary level professions to become the top scholar, couldn't I achieve something great? However, Li Du was completely unconcerned about all of this. At this moment, he was still grinding monsters in the dungeon. Days passed by. Li Du continued to grind monsters in the dungeon every day, enjoying it immensely. In almost a day, he could grind out 2,000 to 3,000 years of lifespan. During this process, Li Du constantly broke his own records. Because of this, Li Du gradually became famous at Yanguan Academy. People knew that there was a new student named Li Du, the top scholar from Gue Province. He was a record-breaking fanatic, basically breaking the dungeon records 2 to 3 times every day. The records for the 3 level 20 dungeons had already been broken by Li Du to an unimaginable height. Even in the Lone Wolf dungeon, Li Du effortlessly broke the record and earned 3,000 points. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already the day of the school opening. During these 3 days, Li Du had no idea how many materials he had farmed and had obtained countless spoils from the dungeon. All these spoils were sold, directly netting him nearly 50,000 points. This made Li Du's previously depleted wallet once again full. As for lifespan, it was even more exaggerated. Now, Li Du's lifespan had reached over 12,000 years. At this rate, I should be able to reach 100,000 years of lifespan in a month at most. Li Du was quite satisfied with this speed. However, the leveling speed was not as fast. Even though Li Du had been grinding dungeons day and night, he was still a bit short on experience points to level up. But this was already an impressive achievement for just 3 days. Today was the start of school, and the classes had already been assigned. For the first lesson, every student had to attend, so Li Du couldn't grind dungeons for the time being. After having a good breakfast, Li Du checked the school map and went to his assigned class. In the classroom, some people were already there. Some were sitting alone, while others had gathered together, seemingly having established initial friendships. There were also those whose eyes scanned the surroundings like hunters searching for prey. Li Du's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other. He casually found a seat and sat down. After a while, a tall young man came to Li Du's side and asked, "Hey buddy, can I sit here?" Li Du nodded, not minding. The young man sat down without hesitation and let out a long breath. Phew! Finally in the classroom. This Yanguan University is really something. With all these twists and turns, I actually got lost. The young man seemed to be quite friendly, leaning over to Li Du and asking, "Hey buddy, nice to meet you. I'm Sun Li, from the northeast. What's your name?" Li Du. Upon hearing Li Du's name, Sun Li was a bit surprised. "Oh, buddy, your name is the same as that recently famous new student." "Ha, I heard that Li Du broke a lot of records and became popular even before school started." Seeing that Li Du had no reaction, Sun Li seemed to find it a bit boring and turned to talk to other classmates. People continued to come in one after another, and soon, there were quite a few people in the class, around 30 or 40. Noticing that Li Du had been silent, Sun Li leaned over again. "Buddy, aren't you bored?" Li Du looked a bit puzzled. Seeing this, Sun Li helplessly said, "When I arrived, I saw you sitting here like a wooden block, not moving at all. You can't be shy, can you?" Maybe. Li Du didn't care. Sun Li changed the subject. "By the way, buddy, where are you from?" From your accent, you should be from the south, right? Before Li Du could respond, Sun Li began to talk non-stop. He was definitely a chatterbox, able to talk about anything. Li Du felt a bit helpless but didn't know what to say. He let him talk until the class bell rang, and Sun Li gradually stopped. Soon, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked into the classroom. He glanced at the people in the room and then said, "Hello everyone, I am your counselor, Zhou Guangyi. You can call me Teacher Zhou. You are all outstanding students from various places, and being able to come to Yanguan University shows your talent. But you must not become arrogant or complacent. Remember, there are always people better than you. Only by holding on to the confidence to move forward can you step by step reach the highest point." Thinking back to when our Yanguan University was just established. I don't know if it's a habit of old scholars, but Zhou Guangyi went on and on for quite a while. Sun Li pouted, starting off with motivational talk, like an old antique. "I can't stand people like this." After about half an hour, Zhou Guangyi finally stopped, still feeling unsatisfied. He then said, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Come up and tell us your name, where you're from, and what your profession is. It's important for you to understand each other as you will be learning together in the future." Then, people began to step forward one by one to introduce themselves. "My name is Wang Ming, from Tianshui High School in Hannan Province. My profession is an elven messenger, excellent level." "Hello everyone, I'm Li Meng, from Nanhai Province, a cute little potato from the south. My profession is a forest priest, also excellent level." Li Zhengdong, graduated from Yanjing No. 7 High School in Dongjiang Province, ranked 87th in the Provincial College Entrance Examination, epic level profession, Undead Knight. Wow, an epic level profession. That's impressive. When they heard about the epic level profession, some people were immediately in an uproar. There aren't many epic level professions at Yanguan University. A class usually has only a dozen or so, while most people are still at the excellent level. Zhou Guangyi also cast a special glance at Li Zhengdong when he heard about his epic level profession. Then, more people continued to step forward to introduce themselves. When it was Sun Li's turn, he strode up confidently, his tall figure like a wall, attracting quite a few gazes. "Hello everyone. I'm Sun Li, from Tianbei Province, Tianbei No. 1 High School, epic level profession, Berserker. I ranked 68th in the Provincial College Entrance Examination. During high school, I once." Sun Li was indeed a chatterbox, even his self-introduction was lengthy. Once he started talking, he went on and on, almost recounting his entire life story. It was only when Zhou Guangyi could no longer stand it that he asked Sun Li to step down, and he reluctantly did. Then, others continued to step forward. Li Du was the last to go up. When Li Du stepped up, some people murmured, "Why does this person look a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen him before, but maybe I haven't?" Once on stage, Li Du spoke. Li Du, from Gui Province, profession Abyss Envoy, excellent level. Li Du's introduction was plain and ordinary, and he was about to step down when suddenly someone shouted, "Wow, classmate, you must be the famous Li Du from school recently, right? What famous Li Du? Did I miss something? It's that Li Du. Recently very famous. I heard he's been breaking the school's dungeon records these days. Moreover, I heard that he is actually the top scholar from Gui Province." "No way, right? He's only a refined level profession. How could he be the top scholar?" At this moment, someone shouted, "Li Du, are you the top scholar from Gui Province?" Li Du did not hide it and nodded. "Yes." Instantly, the class was in an uproar. Li Du's introduction caused a stir among the students. They never expected that a top scholar would choose their school. Moreover, Li Du, a refined level profession, was able to achieve the title of top scholar. This was truly unbelievable. As the discussions grew more intense, Zhou Guangyi finally spoke up, "Alright, everyone, quiet down. Li Du, please return to your seat." Only then did the class settle down, and Li Du returned to his seat. Sun Li looked at Li Du in disbelief. "Wow, dude, you really are that Li Du? I thought it was just a coincidence with the name. What, doesn't it look like me?" "It does, it really does. I heard you broke several dungeon records consecutively, and they were all hell level, solo. How did you do it? Can't you do it? Isn't that obvious? If I could do it, I wouldn't be here at this school. I would have already challenged the 3 major academies." Li Du remained non-committal. In fact, he also wanted to attend the 3 major academies, but due to national policy adjustments, he had no choice. However, coming to Yanguan Academy seemed not too bad. At least both old Zhou and the principal treated him well. After learning that he was indeed Li Du, Sun Li's questions flowed freely. He kept asking Li Du various questions, and Li Du answered them casually. Many nearby classmates also gathered around, showing great interest in Li Du. Li Du did not push them away but also did not show too much enthusiasm. engaging with them in a very ordinary manner. At this point, Zhou Guanyi began discussing various matters concerning the new students. Li Du had already heard about these things from Zhong Qianyue when he arrived at the school, so there was no need to listen. Bored, Li Du simply looked out the window and zoned out. He rarely zoned out. During his elementary, middle, and high school years, Li Du's life was quite difficult. During those times, changing his fate was his greatest obsession, and he studied tirelessly for it. Now, however, his fate had completely changed. Yet, he was not satisfied. He wanted to reach even greater heights and gain more. For Li Du, the time spent in this class was far less valuable than grinding through a few more dungeons. In a month, he could upgrade his profession to epic level. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Guanyi finally finished discussing various precautions and then mentioned a topic that Li Du was slightly interested in. Students, you should have heard about something, the new student trial. All new students will undergo a trial before enrollment. The results of this trial are very important. If you achieve good results in the trial, not only will you receive a large number of points as rewards, but you will also earn a trial evaluation opportunity. The trial evaluation opportunity is crucial for your future entry into the academy, so you must take it very seriously. Upon hearing about the new student trial, many began to discuss it. Some were worried, while others were full of confidence. Sun Li asked, "Dude, do you have anything to say about this trial?" Someone immediately replied, "Li Du directly broke the school's dungeon record. The trial must be very easy for him." Exactly, he's the top scholar. The trial should be a piece of cake. At this moment, Zhou Guanyi continued to speak. "Everyone, get ready. Follow me to the teleportation array to participate in the new student trial." All 30 or so new students stood up and followed Zhou Guanyi out. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, everyone arrived at a plaza. There were already quite a few people here, all in groups, clearly new students like Li Du and the others. Just as they were looking around, a voice filled with authority suddenly rang out. "Heavenly Tower, appear!" Boom! With a tremendous sound, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire square. Then, an incredibly massive tower, as tall as a mountain, descended from the sky and landed in the center of the square. This tower was magnificent, leaving countless people in awe. It resembled the highest peak, making one instinctively lower their head. Zhou Guanyi said, "Students, this tower is the Heavenly Tower, and your trials will take place within it. The Heavenly Tower has a total of 99 floors, and your trial consists of entering the Heavenly Tower and continuously advancing to the next floor. The number of floors you reach will represent your trial results. As the floors increase, the difficulties you face will become greater. If you find yourself unable to cope, be sure to exit in time." Hearing this trial content, many people were extremely excited. The Heavenly Tower was renowned at Yanguan University. In fact, this tower was even more famous than Yanguan University itself. Countless prodigies took pride in how many floors of the Heavenly Tower they could pass, and even the top 10 universities had people coming to seek their fortune. Yanguan University had very strict management regarding the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Tower. If one's strength was insufficient, they could not enter at all. They never expected this would be their trial. This was something that had never happened at Yanguan University before. In fact, Zhou Guanyi envied this year's new students because, due to changes in the external situation, many universities had made adjustments. Allowing this year's new students to enter the Heavenly Tower for trials was a direct order from Principal Qin Yanguan. For this reason, the school even suspended requests for other grades to enter the Heavenly Tower today. Someone asked, "Teacher Zhou, how many floors do we need to climb in the Heavenly Tower to be considered excellent?" Zhou Guanyi replied, "The school's expectation for you is 3 floors. As long as you reach the 3rd floor, regardless of whether you pass or not, you will receive 1 trial evaluation opportunity." Only 3 floors? Who do they look down on? Exactly, 6 floors would be more reasonable. This requirement is too low, right? Zhou Guanyi said sternly, "You are just starting out, do not aim too high. Do you know how difficult the Heavenly Tower is?" People immediately stopped and listened to him. Every time you advance a floor in the Heavenly Tower, the difficulty increases exponentially. The 3rd floor corresponds to the general combat power of a level 20 epic class profession. The 4th floor directly raises the level to 24. Among your seniors, there are quite a few in their 30s, still epic class professions, but their best results are only the 7th or 8th floor. As for the students, the current record for the Heavenly Tower at the school is only at the 24th floor, and that was set by a senior with a level 40 legendary class profession. Upon hearing this, people immediately felt the difficulty of the Heavenly Tower and couldn't help but click their tongues. Someone asked, "Then, Teacher Zhou, has no one ever reached the top of the Heavenly Tower?" Zhou Guangyi replied, as of now, no one has. Even the principal has only reached the 87th floor at most. The national record for the Heavenly Tower is only at the 90th floor. Upon hearing this, many felt immense pressure. No wonder the school had such low expectations of them. It turned out that even reaching 3 floors was highly unlikely for them. Sun Li leaned over to Li Du and asked, "Buddy, how many floors do you plan to climb? I feel like you have a great chance." Li Du said, "It depends on the situation." He wasn't sure how many floors he could climb, but at least 3 floors posed no difficulty for him. However, judging by the increasing difficulty of the Heavenly Tower, Li Du's best result would probably only be the 6th or 7th floor. Although it didn't look impressive, Li Du estimated that this score should be enough to secure the first place in the entire school. The reward for first place was something he was determined to obtain. Zhou Guangyi said, "Alright, the Tower of Heaven has been opened. You will enter in line one by one. Your scores will be automatically generated after you leave the Tower of Heaven." Soon, all the new students entered the Tower of Heaven one after another. The interior of the Tower of Heaven had a very peculiar space, resembling a grand hall. However, it was quite spacious, more like a plaza. Around, Li Du noticed various strange runes permeating the area. He keenly sensed the function of these runes. They formed an extremely powerful force that ensured that no matter what happened inside the tower, the structure of the entire space tower could not be destroyed. Li Du tried to use the abyssal eye to check the instance. Unable to query. This was the information he received. He didn't mind much and walked forward directly. At that moment, a message appeared in Li Du's mind. "You have entered the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Detecting your numerical status, generating your clearance expectation. Your clearance expectation is the 5th level. Entering the 5th level, you can receive rewards." When he saw the clearance expectation, Li Du was momentarily stunned. Zhou Guangyi hadn't mentioned this to them. However, Li Du had heard that the higher the level entered in the Tower of Heaven, the more generous the rewards. It probably referred to the clearance expectation, right? If he could enter the 5th level, he should be able to obtain the rewards from the Tower of Heaven, otherwise, there would be no rewards. The higher the level cleared, the better the rewards should be. Moreover, this clearance expectation was calculated based on his numerical values, meaning that the higher the values, the higher the clearance expectation would be. After realizing this, Li Du's gaze gradually became serious. At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the center of the plaza. Then, a monster holding a giant axe, resembling a creature with a bull's head and a horse's face, appeared before Li Du. Bull-headed horseface type, boss level, 20 health, 36,000 strength, for 000 traits, incredible strength, swift agility skills, bull charge, horse stance, thunderous roar. The monster's numerical values were not high, but its strength reached an astonishing 4,000 points, far surpassing other bosses of the same level. What surprised Li Du even more was that the Abyssal Eye couldn't obtain this monster's weakness. This meant that in the Tower of Heaven, Li Du would likely have to defeat the monsters head-on, with no possibility of taking shortcuts. As expected of the Tower of Heaven, Li Du took out the Abyssal Staff, and his expression gradually became serious. At this moment, the bull-headed horse-faced creature charged at him. Roar! It let out a furious roar, crashing forward like a massive boulder. Unyielding, Li Du released his skill, making no attempt to dodge. Bang! The bull-headed horse-faced creature crashed into Li Du, but it was as if it had hit a steel plate, producing a loud sound, and Li Du remained motionless, while the bull-headed horse-faced creature was actually bounced back by the powerful recoil. This was the trait of unyielding. In addition to damage immunity, it allowed Li Du to stand firm in place, making it difficult for any impact to shake him. Although the charge of the bull-headed horse-faced creature was very powerful, under the effect of unyielding, Li Du hardly lost any health. Instead, the bull-headed horse-faced creature was injured significantly from Li Du's counterattack. Thunderous strike. Li Du struck directly, and the powerful skill force instantly landed on the bull-headed horse-faced creature. Abyssal slash. Another skill caused the bull-headed horse-faced creature to tremble, its skin splitting open. Li Du did not use the Wrath of Beings, so he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill on the bull-headed horse-faced creature. But at this moment, his injuries had already become quite severe. After several skills were unleashed, the bull-headed horse-faced guardian finally closed its eyes in unwilling defeat. Bull-headed horse-faced guardian has died. You have successfully passed the first layer and are heading to the next layer. With a beam of light descending, Li Du officially arrived at the second layer. Soon, the monsters of the second layer appeared. It was a man dressed in a blood-red cloak, but his appearance was quite bizarre. His face was sharp like a nail, his eyes were red, and his 2 tiger teeth were exceptionally long, resembling zombie fangs. He cast the Abyssal Eye. Vampire count type, boss level, 20 health, 68,000 strength, 2,800 traits, flight, night body, the weaker the light, the stronger the attributes, bat, ultrasonic travel, immune to blindness effects, skills, bloodsucking, after being drained, your attributes will permanently decrease, scream, frenzy. This boss was clearly much stronger than the bull-headed horse-faced guardian and could fly. Facing such a boss, Li Du found it somewhat difficult to fight. Moreover, once it took to the air, it would be hard for Li Du to hit it. Thus, Li Du no longer hesitated and directly activated the Wrath of Beings. At that moment, the vampire count charged towards Li Du. It spread its enormous bat wings and flew over at an incredible speed. Li Du did not hold back and immediately unleashed his skills. Outside, many teachers had gathered together, discussing this year's new students. I heard your class has 20 epic level professions this year. I'm really envious. Epic level professions? I heard that Teacher Lu's class has produced a legendary level profession. That's rare. A legendary level profession actually chose our school. What about your class, Teacher Zhou? That recently famous Li Du seems to be from your class. I heard he has broken quite a few records. Zhou Guangyi waved his hand and said, being strong at a young age doesn't mean being strong when grown. Everything depends on their own fortune. I'm just a guide. Not only the teachers, but also two people were sitting in a distant loft. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhou Ning and Qin Yanguan. The principal had actually come in person. As old friends, the two chatted while slowly sipping tea. Old Zhou, this Li Du you brought is remarkable. Soloing hell-level dungeons, breaking one record after another in 3 days, even legendary-level professions can't match his tenacity. Zhou Ning was very pleased. Of course, my judgment has never been poor. Don't look at Li Du being a refined level profession. I spotted him in the crowd at a glance. I heard Fu Shang originally wanted to keep him at Tiangui Academy. But you, old fellow, didn't play fair, and Fu Shang was quite frustrated. Speaking of this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although Zhou Ning was a representative figure in Guizhou province, he actually worked very little there. His professorship at Tiangui Academy was merely nominal. Zhou Ning preferred Yangguan Academy, that university suited his temperament. Let him be frustrated. What's the point of sending Li Du to Tiangui Academy? Fu Shang doesn't say it, but I can't be unaware. Tiangui Academy has no real limits. Qin Yangguan said, with this kid's strength, he is actually most suited for Shinya Academy. Alas, it's just a pity that the profession gap is a bit too much. Zhou Ning replied, gold will always shine. This kid has a quality I've never seen before. I believe in him. Qin Yangguan nodded in agreement. He had watched Li Du's performance during the college entrance examination many times. Although he was only a refined level profession, Li Du's performance surpassed many legendary level professions. He had high expectations for Li Du, otherwise, he wouldn't have given the nomination for the Abyssal Warrior to him. At the same time, some secrets about Li Du also surprised Qin Yanguan. Qin Yanguan had already investigated various information about Li Du and naturally knew that he was actually a failed civilian in his career transition. His first profession was even that of a basic warrior exchanged at the Divine Command Temple. But at that time, he had already achieved first place in the independent admission examination of the Tiangui Academy. Now, the basic warrior had transformed into an abyssal envoy. Where did his lifespan come from? Qin Yanguan would not deliberately seek to uncover the secrets of his junior. No matter how Li Du managed it, it was his own fortune. After all, he was a rare junior that Qin Yanguan recognized. A rising star. The vampire count has been slain. You have successfully passed the second level and are heading to the next level. Li Du's combat was extremely swift. After activating the Wrath of Beings, he quickly dispatched his opponent. Even though the vampire count could fly, Li Du's attacks were simply too powerful. Just one hit was enough to nearly bring it to death. Upon reaching the third level, the environment remained unchanged. A flash of light appeared, and a new monster emerged. It was a crocodile-like creature, but it walked upright, wielding a massive axe. Desert Butcher, type, boss, level, 20, health, 98,000, strength, 5,800, traits, fury, each attack strengthens its next attack, up to a maximum of 10 times, skills, Overlord Slash, Frenzied Bite, Charge, Uncontrollable Rage. Though it was also level 20, the monster before him was far more powerful. When it fully appeared, its eyes glowed red, flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Despite being a boss monster, it could speak human language. Bite, devour, kill. Shameful humans, perish. It swung its massive axe and charged forward. As it approached Li Du, it suddenly leaped into the air, swinging the axe overhead before bringing it down. The crescent-shaped axe struck down. Faced with this attack, Li Du couldn't help but become extremely serious. Thunder Strike. Intense lightning appeared around Li Du as he unleashed the Thunder Strike. Then, it collided with the crocodile's slash. Boom! The thunder roared, and with the enhancement from the wrath of beings, Li Du was evidently even stronger. Amidst the thunderclaps, the crocodile was sent flying by Li Du's strike. Its tough skin quickly cracked, blood gushing out. This was just a monster from the 3rd level. Even if it was powerful, it was no match for Li Du. With 10 times the wrath of beings, a single skill could deal tens of thousands of damage, and even after various resistances and reductions, it could leave the crocodile half dead. Abyssal slash. Li Du showed no mercy and pressed the attack. Soon, with the slash falling, the crocodile was already dead. Immediately after, Li Du headed to the 4th level. The monster that appeared in the 4th level was even more special. It was an extraordinarily large wolf, about 10 times the size of an ordinary wolf, standing over 2 meters tall and measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Its fur was a metallic silver, radiating a moonlight glow, looking extremely sacred. However, the ferocity emanating from its eyes made Li Du understand that all of this was an illusion. This was an extremely vicious boss. Opening the Eye of the Abyss. Silver Moon Wolf King, Type, Boss, Level, 20, Health, 154,000, Strength, 7,200, Traits, Silver Moon Power, Under the Moon's Cover, all attributes are increased by 50%, Skills, Silver Moon Slash, Fury of the Storm, Full Moon Howl, Rending Claws, Rapid Charge, Moonlight, Forcefully Awaken Silver Moon Power, with 150,000 health and over 7,000 strength. Even though Li Du currently had several tens of thousands of health, seeing this number still left him astonished. If it were another epic level professional, it would be difficult to defeat the Silver Moon Wolf King. Even though Li Du had unleashed the wrath of beings, it was impossible to kill it in a short time. It seems the upcoming battle will be intense. This was only the 4th level, and Li Du's reward for clearing it required reaching the 5th level. What about above the 5th level? Higher levels? No wonder no one had cleared the Celestial Tower to this day. Roar! Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King growled, slowly approaching Li Du. Its massive body made Li Du feel extremely small, and it radiated moonlight, as if even within the Celestial Tower, it was shrouded in moonlight. Roar! The Wolf King roared in anger, its entire body bursting with energy. The intense aura instantly struck Li Du. He felt a strong wind rush at him, almost blowing him away. Fortunately, he quickly steadied himself. But at that moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack had already begun. Swish! A sharp claw tore through the air, like the sharpest sword in the world. Even the wind generated by the claw seemed capable of dismembering a person. Li Du immediately dodged, but the claw did not stop. Instead, it slashed at the ground, creating deep cracks in the earth. Abyssal slash. Li Du countered immediately. Using his staff as a weapon, he struck down heavily. Although the abyssal staff was a magical weapon, Li Du could still deal considerable damage when using warrior skills. The staff hit the Silver Moon Wolf King, and with the force of the slash, it knocked the Wolf King back several meters. In fact, the Wolf King nearly fell over from the recoil of the strike. However, this blow did not deal fatal damage. Once the Wolf King regained its composure, it let out a furious roar. Suddenly, the surroundings were enveloped in a thick mist. This surprised Li Du. Just as he was about to continue attacking the Wolf King, he realized that the Wolf King's figure had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the mist slowly drifting. Step, step, step. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, but then vanished in an instant. The next moment, whoosh, a gust of wind rushed in, and Li Du suddenly felt an extremely powerful impact, sending him flying. The Wolf King had hidden itself in the mist and then struck suddenly. This intense collision nearly displaced Li Du's internal organs. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, just suffering some internal damage. Seeing this, Li Du became serious. Abyssal Eye. His eyes instantly became enchanting, shimmering with an inexplicable light. Then, he saw through the mist. The Wolf King was moving slowly nearby, preparing for its next charge. Soon, it found the right angle, took a few steps back, and charged. Its swift figure almost seemed to shake off its shadow. Li Du did not hesitate and directly used Unyielding Stance. Golden light flickered. As Unyielding Stance appeared, the Wolf King charged at the same time. Bang! A strong echo resounded as the Wolf King collided with Unyielding Stance. Li Du suffered minimal damage, almost equivalent to none. However, the Wolf King was sent flying back by the recoil of its own charge. Roar! Roar roar! The mist dissipated, revealing the Wolf King's figure. There was a crack on its head, clearly indicating that the collision had injured itself. Wrath of Beings, strengthen again. Li Du amplified the effect of the Wrath of Beings 100-fold and launched another attack. Thunderous Strike. Intense lightning flashed continuously, and the heavy strike landed fiercely on the Wolf King. Roar! The Wolf King let out a howl, struggling continuously. but it was evidently futile. The hundredfold damage was simply too high, the Wolf King could not withstand it. In the end, the Silver Moon Wolf King reluctantly closed its eyes and died completely. The Silver Moon Wolf King has been defeated. You have successfully cleared the 4th level and are proceeding to the next level. Finally, the 4th level was cleared. Li Du breathed a sigh of relief. The Silver Moon Wolf King was indeed a tough opponent. Li Du could indeed fight with 10 times the anger of living beings, but it would take a lot of time. To save effort, he directly unleashed 100 times the anger of living beings. Despite the fact that the sin enhancement from the Abyssal Messenger consumed 100 years of Li Du's lifespan with each use of the skill, he would also expend an additional 10 years of life every time he released it. Moreover, after using the anger of living beings, Li Du's body would age at an accelerated rate. Under the 100 times the anger of living beings, the aging speed was 1,000 times faster than usual. This meant that in this state, even if Li Du did nothing, he would consume 1,000 seconds of lifespan every second. But at this moment, Li Du was no longer very concerned about it. His lifespan could withstand such consumption. I'm almost at the 5th level. As long as I pass, I can obtain the rewards from the Tower of Heaven. I wonder what the 5th level will be like, and if it will be the same as the first 4 levels. A radiant light enveloped him as Li Du left the 4th level. While Li Du was climbing the tower, others were closely following behind. As time passed, many had reached the 3rd level, but many had also given up. They found that the Tower of Heaven was not as simple as they had imagined. Even the boss of the 2nd level was enough to instill fear. The boss of the 3rd level was almost despair-inducing. Very few elite-level professions could pass the 2nd level. Calculating, only about 30% of elite-level professionals made it to the 3rd level. Although all epic-level professions reached the 3rd level, most stopped there. Only about 20% could enter the 4th level. Very few epic-level professions could pass the 4th level. In the Tower of Heaven, the challenges faced by different professions and attributes were all different. For example, warrior-type professions mostly encountered warrior-type monsters that could take hits and deal damage, with thick health bars and high attack and defense. This way, they could test the strength of the warriors to the maximum extent. On the other hand, mage-type professions mostly faced magic-type monsters, proficient in various spells, with a wide array of tricks, which tested the mage's application of different spells. A careless mistake could lead to elimination. Other professions were similar. Damn, is this Tower of Heaven a freak? A boss with health several times mine, strength several times mine, and even more skills than me, plus all sorts of ridiculously high resistances. How am I supposed to fight this? Sun Li angrily left the Tower of Heaven. He had passed the 3rd level and wanted to keep the momentum going. But the boss of the 4th level was just too overpowered, and he ultimately had to give up. When he returned to the classroom, he found that most of his classmates had already come out. Some people saw Sun Li and asked, "Bro, how many levels did you climb?" 4 levels. Upon hearing this, many were surprised. Wow! You're amazing, you made it to the 4th level. Impressive, I only made it to the 3rd level. Wah, don't say that, I only made it to the 2nd level, not even enough to qualify for the trial rewards. Honestly, this Tower of Heaven isn't meant for people to climb, each level is more insane than the last. Exactly, the monsters on the 1st level almost scared me to death, I nearly failed there. Hearing the discussions, Sun Li's mood finally improved. He didn't expect his achievement of 4 levels to be quite good. In fact, about 10% of the new students hadn't even passed the 1st level. It wasn't that they lacked the strength to pass, but rather due to carelessness or underestimating the challenge, they failed outright. These individuals not only received no rewards but could even face penalties. After boasting about his achievements, Sun Li looked around. Is there anyone left in our class? People replied, there's only one person left. Who could it be? It was obvious. What do you think? How many levels can Li Du climb? I don't know, at least 5 levels, right? I feel like he might be able to climb to the 6th level. Don't forget, he's the kind of guy who can solo hell level dungeons. If you say that, then I feel he can reach the 7th level. Wow! Bro, that's too much. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the sky. Then, a huge screen appeared, displaying the current levels of those climbing the Tower of Heaven, along with their battle scenes. Seeing this, many new students were extremely excited. Wow, we came out early and there's still good stuff to watch. Let's see how these big shots are climbing the tower. At this time, the rankings on the screen were revealed one by one. First place, Li Du. Level, 5th level. Second place, Qian Beiliang. Level, 5th level. Third place, Liao Chen. Level, 5th level. Fourth place, Zhong Qianyue. Level, 5th level. Currently, there were a total of 58 people still climbing the tower. Among them, only 7 had reached the 5th level, while the rest were still stuck on the 4th level, having not yet defeated the boss of the 4th level. When people saw Li Du, they were all astonished. Li Du had indeed climbed to the 5th level, and he was the first among everyone. Truly a man who can solo hell-level dungeons, he really has the strength. I feel like the 5th level is not his endpoint. Aside from Li Du, many were discussing the others. I know that Chen Beiliang, he's from the same province as me. He's a legendary class profession and didn't go to the 3 top universities but came to our college. Liao Chen is also a legendary class profession. I heard the vice president specifically invited him to our school. He originally planned to go to the Divine Summer Academy. I've heard of Zhong Qianyue, she's a very rare dual class profession. Although not a legendary class profession, she's better than one. Li Du was unaware of the discussions outside. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th level. Unlike the previous 4 levels, the 5th level was no longer in a grand hall but in a forest. The surroundings were lush and vibrant. A piece of information appeared. Black Widow's Lair. This place is home to thousands of black widow spiders, which possess extremely terrifying venom. Once poisoned, your fate will be quite tragic. Rather than a trial of the Tower of Heaven, it was more like a trial of a dungeon. However, as Li Du looked around, he did not find any black widow spiders. He opened the abyssal eye. Soon, Li Du noticed countless small dots in the surrounding environment. These small dots were actually hidden black widow spiders. Black widow spider, type, enhanced wild monster, level, 20, health, 1200, strength, 30, traits, agile movement, good at hiding, web spinning, skill, bite. Note, once bitten by a black widow spider, you will immediately fall into a poison state. This toxin will cause you to lose 10% of your maximum health every second and will paralyze you instantly. This toxin cannot be dispelled by ordinary purification spells and ignores your defense, resistance, and other attributes. The attributes of these spiders were extremely low, one might even say too low. However, their venom was incredibly terrifying. Not only would it cause continuous massive health loss, but it would also instantly poison and paralyze the victim, rendering them unable to act. It could be said that once bitten, death was almost certain. Moreover, the toxin ignored defense, resistance, and other attributes. This meant that remaining still would not reduce the damage caused by the toxin. As expected of the 5th level, it was indeed different. At this moment, many dense spiders had appeared around, lurking nearby, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to Li Du. Suddenly, through the abyssal eye, Li Du saw the spiders begin to move rapidly in large numbers. They had already launched an attack on Li Du. In just a few seconds, dozens of spiders crawled out of the once tranquil jungle. Seeing this, Li Du did not dare to hesitate and immediately unleashed his skill. Inferno Demon Summon. He did not use the 10,000 swords return to origin. These spiders were simply too small and too numerous. While 10,000 swords return to origin could sweep a large area, it could not kill them all. As the Inferno Demon appeared, Li Du immediately commanded it to create a fire barrier. In an instant, several walls of fire surrounded Li Du, simultaneously landing on many black widow spiders. Crackle! The intense flames instantly burned the spiders, causing their bodies to explode with a loud noise. However, the exploding spider bodies splattered a considerable amount of venom. Fortunately, they were far enough away that it couldn't spray onto Li Du. Otherwise, if he were poisoned, he would be in danger. A lot of venom also landed on the Inferno Demon. But the intense heat of the Inferno Demon immediately caused the venom to evaporate, forming patches of black gas. Inferno Demon, burn this jungle clean immediately. Li Du ordered without hesitation. Boom! 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 Fireballs shot from the Inferno Demon's hands, landing on the jungle and igniting a great fire. The fire consumed the jungle. Li Du used the abyssal eye and immediately saw many spiders being killed in the flames. Many spiders crawled out of the fire, trying to approach Li Du. But the Inferno Demon released its skill, forming a wall of fire around Li Du. As soon as those spiders approached the firewall, they were turned to ashes by the flames. The Inferno Demon's fire, after all, was the fire of the abyss, not ordinary flames. The damage was extremely high, far beyond what ordinary wild monsters could withstand. This jungle was not large, but the flames burned for a long time. Li Du ignored the other burning areas and followed the path, with the Inferno Demon clearing the way, heading directly into the depths of the jungle. Soon, he finally saw a massive nest. In the nest, he could vaguely see a giant spider. As Li Du approached, the giant spider gradually crawled out of the hole. It was enormous, even larger than the Silver Moon Wolf King. Its body was completely black, with several red markings on its abdomen. Without a doubt, it was also a black widow spider. Black widow spider queen description: the queen among black widow spiders, ruling over countless black widow spiders in its territory. Type, boss level, 20 health, 120,000 strength, 800 traits, toxic attack. All attacks are accompanied by Black Widow spider venom, self-destruct, will explode upon death, splattering a large amount of venom. Skills, web entanglement, silk entanglement, venom spray, spider scythe, egg laying, produces hundreds of small spiders. Self-destruct venom spider. Seeing the attributes of the Black Widow Spider Queen, although the numbers were not high, Li Du became even more serious. The power of the Black Widow Spider Queen did not lie in its attributes, but in its traits. Toxic attack meant that Li Du could never allow even one of the Black Widow Spider Queen's attacks to hit him, otherwise, he would face an unremovable poison state. However, every attack from the Black Widow Spider Queen was extremely troublesome. Not to mention skills like venom spray and web, it could even summon small spiders and self-destructing venom spiders. If Li Du were careless and got contaminated with venom, even if he activated the hundredfold wrath of beings, he would likely not escape death. Hiss, hiss, the Black Widow Spider Queen emitted several hissing sounds, as if warning Li Du. But the next moment, a web suddenly shot towards Li Du at high speed. Li Du was almost startled, the spider's attack was too sudden. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, immediately dodging to the side and avoiding the attack. The web landed on the trees, entangling them. Then, countless transparent liquids seeped out, which were the spider's venom. As soon as this venom hit the tree, it caused a several-meter-high tree to instantly wither. Not only that, but the nearby plants also withered instantly, losing their vitality. This terrifying scene made Li Du feel extremely grave. This battle was definitely not simple. Flame Demon, set fire. With Li Du's command, the Flame Demon immediately released several fireballs. Boom! 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 The fireballs attacked the spider, but the spider swung its long spider spear and directly knocked the fireballs away. One of the fireballs bounced onto the spider web and surprisingly rebounded back, charging towards Li Du. The Flame Demon jumped up and knocked the fireball away. But this scene also made Li Du realize that the Black Widow Spider King's web was fireproof. Fire attacks might work against ordinary spiders, but against the Black Widow Spider King, it was clearly insufficient. The Black Widow Spider King continued to attack, and this time it directly spat out a ball of venom from its mouth. The speed of the venom was extremely fast, but fortunately, Li Du was always prepared and immediately dodged. Soon, the venom fell to the ground. The plants contaminated by the venom withered again, without any surprise. This venom was incredibly toxic, and Li Du had no means to counter it. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly, let alone attack carelessly. He was waiting for the spider to attack actively and reveal a flaw. The spider's attributes were not high, Li Du only needed to find an opportunity to strike and he could kill it. However, the spider was clearly very cautious, with half of its body tucked into its lair, ready to retreat at any moment. This caution gave Li Du a headache. Even if he wanted to unleash the 10,000 swords return to origin, once the spider entered its lair, the technique would not reach the spider. One person, one spider, and one flame demon stood in a standoff, neither daring to act rashly. Only the flame demon occasionally set fire around to prevent small spiders from sneaking out and biting Li Du. Minutes passed. During this time, Li Du also cast the confusion spell, hoping to confuse the spider. But it failed. This skill was effective against ordinary wild monsters but almost impossible to work on a boss. The spider seemed to grow a bit impatient and moved again. It suddenly emitted a sharp sound, and then, several things were spat out from its abdomen. These things moved at high speed, and by the time Li Du saw them, it was already too late to dodge. At that moment, the flame demon immediately appeared, blocking in front of Li Du. Those things instantly landed on the flame demon and then shattered. Upon closer inspection, they were several eggs wrapped in spider silk. After they shattered, hundreds and thousands of small spiders crawled out of each egg, instantly surrounding the flame demon. Even the intense heat could not kill the small spiders in an instant. Soon, the flame demon was bitten by the small spiders and collapsed to the ground in an instant. A few seconds later, the flame demon died. Ugh, the death of the flame demon caused Li Du a moment of pain. But he had no time to dwell on it and immediately dodged away. There were too many spiders, and they were already crawling towards Li Du. No time to hesitate. Li Du waved his staff and immediately unleashed the 10,000 swords return to origin. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword rains fell, striking the ground. One after another, the small spiders were instantly killed by the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless long swords also fell towards the Black Widow Spider King. However, the Spider King was extremely cautious. When Li Du unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to origin, it retreated into its lair, weaving a dense web to protect itself well. Soon, all the small spiders were killed by Li Du. But the Black Widow Spider King suffered no damage at all. Even though Li Du's 10,000 swords returned to origin tore through the web of the spider's lair, almost instantly, the web would be filled again. The 10,000 swords returned to origin completely failed to hit the Black Widow Spider King. A few minutes later, the 10,000 swords returned to origin disappeared. Li Du's expression grew increasingly serious. How can I kill the spider? Fearing the venom, Li Du did not dare to approach the spider easily. The spider was extremely cautious and would never stray far from its nest. If this continued, Li Du would have no way to pass through. He had to find a way to force the spider out. Upon carefully examining the spider's nest, Li Du discovered that the entire nest was actually a massive web. These webs clung to the ground and to countless large trees behind them, with many plants nearby. However, the plants near the spider's nest had not withered. This caught Li Du's attention. Could it be that the spider's nest is actually non-toxic? With this thought, Li Du immediately released a skill. General Summon. The Cayman Orc General appeared instantly. Li Du commanded the Cayman Orc General to move forward and touch the spider web. Soon, the contact ended, and the Cayman Orc General was unharmed. Seeing this, Li Du knew his guess was correct. With this in mind, Li Du quickly devised a plan to deal with the spider. He used the hourglass of time to reset the cooldown of the skill return of 10,000 swords. Then, he unleashed return of 10,000 swords once more. Countless sword rains fell, but there were no small spiders left for Li Du to kill. Li Du didn't mind. He first commanded the Cayman Orc General to block the entrance to prevent the spider from launching a sudden attack. Then, he immediately cast a skill at the spider web. Thunder Strike. Abyss Slash. The enhanced skills dealt terrifying damage. Soon, the spider web was severed. One strand after another, including the plants near the spider web, were all cleared by Li Du. The originally stable spider nest began to loosen. It was about to fall. Seeing this, Li Du put in more effort and continued to attack. Finally, the spider nest could no longer hold and fell down. Li Du immediately retreated while ordering the Cayman Orc General to fall back as well. Boom! The massive nest crashed to the ground and ultimately shattered. The Black Widow Spider King emerged from within. I've destroyed the entire nest, now you have nowhere to hide, right? The return of 10,000 swords couldn't destroy the nest because a single sword's damage was too low, but Li Du's other skills were different. Hiss, the Black Widow Spider let out a few hissing sounds. Whether out of anger or some other emotion, it was unclear. Li Du didn't care. As long as the spider came out, everything would be manageable. By using the hourglass of time to refresh the summoning skill for the Flame Demon, Li Du summoned the Flame Demon once again. He then commanded the Cayman Orc General and the Flame Demon to launch an attack together. Without the nest as a barrier, the spider had no choice but to engage Li Du in battle. However, even so, the spider was not to be underestimated. All its attacks were venomous, so Li Du dared not approach but continuously commanded the Flame Demon and the Cayman Orc General to fight. During this time, both the Flame Demon and the Cayman Orc General were injured by the spider and died from poisoning. However, Li Du refreshed the skills through the hourglass of time and summoned them again. Not only that, but Li Du also used return of 10,000 swords to continuously wear down the spider's state. Despite the spider constantly laying eggs, summoning small spiders, and explosive spiders in an attempt to kill Li Du, all these attacks were blocked by the Flame Demon or the Cayman Orc General. In the end, the spider let out a wail and died completely. The Black Widow Spider King has been defeated. You have successfully passed the 5th level and are heading to the next level. When this voice appeared, Li Du finally breathed a sigh of relief. After spending a long time, he had finally passed the 5th level. At this moment, Li Du noticed that his Wrath of the Living had less than 10 minutes left. Under the influence of the Abyssal Envoy profession, the Wrath of the Living would accelerate the consumption of Li Du's lifespan. If he forced it, the lifespan he would have to pay would no longer be 100 years, but 1,000 years. Moreover, in this state, every time Li Du released a skill, it would consume another 1,000 years of lifespan. If Li Du didn't want the lifespan he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days to be consumed here, it meant he had less than 10 minutes left to climb the tower. It seems I can't reach a higher level. This was the drawback of a refined level profession. Without the fury of living beings, Li Du's strength was at most comparable to a fairly good epic level profession, making it difficult to advance further in the trial tower. He needed to obtain an epic level profession as soon as possible. As the light of the teleportation descended, Li Du arrived at the 6th level. The 6th level returned to the palace, where monsters continued to respawn in the center. It was an incredibly massive stone giant, entirely made of stone. Li Du immediately activated Abyssal Eye. Stone Giant type, boss level, 25 health, 158,000 strength, for 800 traits, hard, greatly increases physical and magical resistance, while being immune to 80% of physical damage, 70% of magical damage, immune to toxins, immune to curses, immune to sleep, heavy, if strength is below 5,000, cannot control the Stone Giant, power of the boulder. When attacking, strength increases threefold, skills, boulder toss, stomp, wrath of the earth, boulder roll, rain of stones. Upon seeing this boss, Li Du's expression immediately darkened. It's getting harder to fight. Although the Stone Giant had only 150,000 health, it possessed extremely high resistance and damage reduction, meaning that attacks against the Stone Giant would only inflict a small fraction of damage. Moreover, the Stone Giant was immune to toxins, curses, and sleep, which meant that clever damage strategies wouldn't work either. Despite having a strength of only 4,800, even less than the bosses from the previous levels, its power of the boulder allowed it to triple its strength when attacking. This meant that when the Stone Giant attacked, its strength could reach 14,400, almost 15,000. If such an attack landed on Li Du, he would probably be half dead on the spot. Not only that, but the Stone Giant's heavy trait made it impossible for Li Du to control it. No matter what control skills he used, they were ineffective. Unless Li Du's strength reached 5,000. If the Black Widow Spider King made the battle difficult with its severe toxins, then the Stone Giant was, as its name suggested, as solid as a rock. This was destined to be a tough battle. I wonder if I can kill it within 10 minutes, if not, my limit in the Tower of Heaven will be the 6th level. But regardless, Li Du had to engage first. The Stone Giant had already noticed Li Du and was approaching with heavy steps. With each step, the entire palace trembled. Summon Fire Demon. Summon General. Return of 10,000 swords. Thunder Strike. Without hesitation, Li Du unleashed 4 skills in succession. The Fire Demon and the General appeared together, launching an attack on the Stone Giant. Then, a formation appeared in the sky, and 10,000 swords descended upon the Stone Giant. However, the originally sharp swords were deflected by the Stone Giant's hard rocky exterior, leaving only insignificant scratches. Whoosh, 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 the Fire Demon released waves of flames while summoning fireballs. But these fireballs couldn't break through the Stone Giant's defenses and dealt no damage at all. The Orc General swung his longsword at the Stone Giant, but it only left a sword mark. With a wave of its hand, the Stone Giant sent the Orc General flying. Li Du's Thunderstrike fared slightly better. Countless bolts of lightning finally broke through the Stone Giant's defenses. However, when they struck the Stone Giant, the damage was still minimal. After all 4 skills had landed, Li Du activated Abyssal Eye and discovered that the Stone Giant had lost only a little over 10,000 health. Keep in mind, this was damage that had been increased 100-fold. If he didn't use the Wrath of the Beings, with Li Du's current strength, he wouldn't be able to break through the Stone Giant's defenses at all. Li Du, unwilling to give up, used the Hourglass of Time to refresh all his skills' cooldowns, and then unleashed them again. Crackle! Boom! Thunderstrike, Abyss Slash, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Unleashed once more. Countless attacks rained down on the Stone Giant, causing a violent uproar. These attacks still only managed to chip away over 10,000 of the Stone Giant's health. However, casting these skills took Li Du a long time. There was less than a minute left until the Wrath of the Beings would end. There's not enough time. Li Du's expression darkened. The Stone Giant was just too tough. Li Du calculated that at the current rate, he would need over an hour to wear down the Stone Giant. There simply wasn't enough time. Disappointed by this thought, Li Du felt a bit unsatisfied despite reaching the 6th level, which was his goal. Wait, can the Hourglass of Time refresh the duration of the Wrath of the Beings? Li Du suddenly thought of this. At the same time, the duration of the Wrath of the Beings officially ended. Li Du immediately took out the Hourglass of Time, wanting to eliminate the cooldown of the Wrath of the Beings. Soon, the Hourglass of Time emitted a burst of light. Seeing this, Li Du was overjoyed. It works. However, the light stopped halfway. There wasn't enough energy. Recharge. Without hesitation, Li Du spent divine power to fill the Hourglass of Time with energy. Soon, tens of thousands of divine power were poured into the hourglass, and its energy was fully restored. Li Du activated it again. This time, the light did not disappear midway. The cooldown of the Wrath of the Beings was refreshed. However, refreshing the cooldown of the Wrath of the Beings completely drained the energy of the hourglass. For a single refresh, Li Du had to pay the price of tens of thousands of divine power. But Li Du didn't care. The fact that the Hourglass of Time could refresh the cooldown of the Wrath of the Beings was an extremely important discovery for him. After recharging the hourglass again, Li Du looked at the Stone Giant not far away, excitement flashing in his eyes. Alright, now I have time to slowly wear you down. An hour was enough for him to defeat the stone giant. Li Du's strategy was very simple. Use the flame demon and the general to hold off the stone giant while trying to avoid its attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he would die and then summon again. Taking advantage of the stone giant's distraction, Li Du continuously attacked from the side. After attacking, he would immediately retreat to a safe place, then use the hourglass of time to refresh his skills for a new round of attacks. During this time, the stone giant also launched several attacks. It could create extremely large stones to throw at Li Du. It could even stop and launch countless boulders in all directions from its center. However, Li Du also had the skill immovable, which he used to block the attacks. As for the larger skills, due to their long casting times, they were unlikely to hit Li Du and caused minimal damage. Thus, the stone giant was always led around by Li Du. This was the stone giant's drawback, its clumsiness. It was too heavy and powerful, making its movements particularly slow. As long as he paid attention to dodging its skills while attacking to break through its defenses, the stone giant was actually not that scary. Li Du even felt it was easier to deal with than the Black Widow Spider King. If the outside world knew how Li Du evaluated the stone giant, it would definitely cause an uproar. Unlike Li Du, the stone giant was a nightmare for many professionals. Even for those over level 30, many found it difficult to break through the stone giant's defenses. The stone giant's defense was simply too high. It had a hidden mechanism, 10,000 blocks. This meant that every segment of damage that landed on the stone giant would be blocked by 10,000. It is precisely this mechanism that makes it extremely difficult for countless people to inflict damage on the stone giant. As a result, the stone giant is known as the hardest boss to defeat below the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven. Li Du, having activated the Wrath of the Beasts, dealt such high damage that he didn't feel the struggle as much. Time passed little by little, and soon an hour had gone by. Ultimately, the stone giant's health was worn down by Li Du. Boom! Several large stones fell, and the stone giant finally died. The stone giant has been defeated. You have successfully passed the 6th level and are heading to the next level. Hearing this prompt, Li Du felt a great sense of relief. He hadn't experienced such a difficult battle in a long time. For that hour, he had been on high alert. So much so that at the moment the battle ended, he felt a bit weak. But at last, he had made it through. I can't get past the 7th level. My divine power is running low. If I forcefully recharge the hourglass, I won't have any money left to run dungeons. Li Du planned to take a look at the boss of the 7th level and then leave directly. Soon, Li Du arrived at the 7th level. However, he was taken aback. What appeared before him was not the boss of the 7th level, but several familiar faces. A middle-aged man in an old suit, smiling, with hair that was already somewhat gray. A middle-aged woman in tattered clothes, with a kind expression. And a girl in a simple but very clean floral dress. He was so familiar with them that upon seeing the three, his heart felt as if something was blocking it, and his mind went blank. Dad, Mom, Shui Shang. Li Du murmured. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his brain. Immediately after, everything vanished, and the scene before him became increasingly blurry. A piece of information appeared in Li Du's mind. Level clearance failed. Your clearance result is 7th level. Your expected clearance was the 5th level. And your final result is the 7th level. You exceeded your expected clearance by 2 levels. Congratulations, you have received an A-level reward. The reward has been stored in your space ring. When his vision cleared again, he found himself teleported outside the Tower of Heaven. But everything he had just seen echoed in Li Du's mind, refusing to dissipate. What was going on? He had actually seen his parents and Shui Shang in the Tower of Heaven. He's out. Li Du is finally out. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was his classmates, who rushed over upon seeing Li Du. Ha ha ha, I saw it, the 7th level. Li Du actually climbed to the 7th level. Damn, that's incredible. Among all the new students, only Li Du succeeded in reaching the 7th level. Li Du finally came back to his senses. Zhou Guangyi walked over, patting Li Du's shoulder with great satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Well done, Li Du." Li Du voiced his confusion. "Teacher, what is there on the 7th level of the Tower of Heaven?" Hearing this, Zhou Guangyi replied, "Did you just enter the 7th level, see some past scenes, and then find out you failed the clearance?" Li Du nodded. "The 7th level is a very special one. There is no boss on this level. As long as your mental power reaches 1500, you can automatically clear it. Otherwise, you will end up like you did, inexplicably failing the clearance." Upon hearing this, Li Du finally understood. It seemed that even if he used the Wrath of the Beasts again, he would not be able to clear the 7th level. Until he raised his mental power to 1500, his journey in the Tower of Heaven could come to a temporary halt. At this moment, Zhou Guangyi added, "In fact, the levels of the Tower of Heaven that are single-digit and end with 7 are all special levels. These levels require you to meet certain attribute standards to clear them. Li Du thanked him. "Thank you, teacher, for clarifying." Zhou Guangyi nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the new student trial officially came to an end. The rankings of the trial appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up to see. First place, Li Du. Final score, 7th level. Second place, Qian Beiliang. Level, 6th level. Third place, Liao Chen. Level, 6th level. Fourth place, Zhong Qianyue. Level, 6th level. The rankings didn't change much. Aside from Li Du, the others only managed to reach the 6th level at most. At this moment, a voice emerged. The freshman trial has ended. All freshmen who reach the 3rd level can count it as 1 trial evaluation opportunity. Freshmen who reach the 5th level can count it as 2 trial evaluation opportunities. Freshmen who ranked in the top 10 of the entire school can count it as 3 trial evaluation opportunities. After this voice fell, countless people cheered. The trial evaluation opportunities are key to entering the academy. At Yanguan University, every trial is not simple, so evaluation opportunities are extremely precious. Those who could obtain evaluation opportunities were all excited. However, the voice had not yet finished. In this trial, freshmen who climb to the 5th level of the trial tower will receive additional rewards. At this time, many more people cheered. Among the freshmen in the school, nearly 100 reached the 5th level. They were all looking forward to the additional rewards. Freshmen who reached the 5th level, additional reward points, 5,000. Additional reward item, excellent level skill scroll. Freshmen who reached the 6th level, additional reward points, 10,000. Additional reward item, fine level skill scroll. The freshmen who achieved first place in the trial, additional reward points, 20,000. Additional reward item, epic level skill scroll. When the rewards were announced, people were shocked. Even Li Du was extremely surprised. He didn't expect the school's rewards to be so generous, directly offering skill scrolls. It is known that skill scrolls above level 20 can even exceed 1 million divine power points. Converted into points, that's worth over 100,000 points. Classmates rushed over to congratulate Li Du. "Wow! Brother, you're amazing, an epic level skill scroll. Haha, Li Du, you're really strong, you actually climbed to the 7th level. There are always people better than you, and skies beyond the skies. No wonder you can solo hell-level dungeons." To the admiration of the people, Li Du simply smiled and didn't say much. Soon, the reward points were credited to Li Du's card. Then, Zhou Guangyi came over with a skill scroll. "Li Du, this is your reward." After receiving it, Li Du said, "Thank you, teacher. No need for formalities, this is what you deserve." After saying this, he gathered all the students and spent more than 10 minutes giving them motivational speeches. He continuously praised Li Du, making people take him as a goal, and only stopped when many were getting impatient. "From today on, you officially enter university life. The upcoming class courses will mostly be general education courses. You can choose to attend or not. Your future goal should be to enter an academy. There are a total of 37 academies in the school, but there are less than 10 truly excellent ones. You must consider carefully which academy to enter. Your real university learning will only begin after you enter an academy." After saying this, he dismissed them. Many people came to invite Li Du to team up for dungeon runs. Some even wanted to offer points for Li Du to take them through dungeons. However, Li Du was not in the mood at the moment, so he politely declined and left. "Li Du!" A familiar voice called out, and Li Du turned around to see Zhong Qianyue. Upon seeing him, Li Du smiled and greeted her. "Hee, I really didn't expect you to be this strong." This carefree girl came up and patted Li Du on the shoulder, looking even happier than he was. "How does it feel to be first in the whole school?" "Pretty good." Li Du took first place, and Zhong Qianyue was even happier than he was. The two chatted as they walked. During this time, Zhong Qianyue kept talking to Li Du about the various aspects of the Tower of Heaven. It wasn't until Li Du was almost home that Zhong Qianyue asked, "Li Du, what do you plan to do next?" "I'll run some dungeons and take on trial tasks. I want to quickly max out my trial evaluation count and then go take the college entrance exam." This was already decided. "So which college are you going to? Is it Yunling College?" When she said this, Zhong Qianyue's gaze held a hint of expectation. Li Du smiled and said, "What, do you really want me to go to Yunling College?" "Why not?" Zhong Qianyue grinned, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "I want to go to Yunling College too. If we both go, we can keep each other company. And besides, Sister Shui is also from Yunling College. Such a beautiful woman, don't you want to pursue her?" "I'll let you in on a secret. Sister Shui is still single and has never been in a relationship." Hearing this, Li Du felt a bit helpless. Xiai Xue was indeed very beautiful, but Li Du didn't have much feeling for her, it was merely a fondness. Speaking of beauty, both Xue Sheng and Fu Ming were stunning as well. Even Zhong Qianyue wasn't bad. However, Li Du wasn't considering romantic issues at the moment. He had endured too much hardship, and until he became strong enough, he didn't want to think about anything else. And speaking of feelings, Li Du suddenly remembered Fu Ming. That girl, when she learned that he still insisted on choosing other universities, the look in her eyes, he saw it. Disappointment, grievance, even tears welling up. At that moment, Li Du admitted that his heart actually ached a little. Li Du and Zhong Qianyue walked together until she left when he got home. During this time, Li Du didn't keep her in suspense and made it clear that he would go to Yunling College. As the best college in Yanguan University, even if Zhong Qianyue hadn't recommended it, Li Du would still choose to go. After returning home, Li Du couldn't wait to take out the rewards he had obtained from this trip. There were two in total. One was the A-level reward from the Tower of Heaven, and the other was an epic skill scroll awarded by the school. If I can climb to a higher level, this reward might upgrade to an S-level reward. Li Du had heard that the rewards from the Tower of Heaven were divided into 4 tiers: B-level, A-level, S-level, and Heaven level. Among them, B-level rewards were given for meeting the clearing expectations. A-level rewards required exceeding the clearing expectations by 1 to 4 levels. S-level rewards required exceeding the clearing expectations by 5 to 9 levels. Heaven-level rewards required exceeding the clearing expectations by 10 levels or more. Li Du immediately opened the reward. Opening A-level reward, congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Wings of the Elf. Wings of the Elf, wings crafted by the elders of the Elf clan, allowing the wearer to fly. Source, A-level reward from the Tower of Heaven, below level 30, Elf Forest, Elf Kingdom, Dungeon Prehistoric Elf. Attributes, no attributes. Durability, 100, once durability reaches 0, this item will be permanently damaged. Only the spring water from the Elf clan's spirit spring can restore its durability. Flight speed, up to 11, 5 plus 6, m/s, for every 100 points of agility, speed increases by 1 meter per second, with a maximum flight speed of 20 meters per second. Note, the usage time of the Wings of the Elf will lose 1 point of durability for every 10 hours. If flight speed increases, it will accelerate item wear. Seeing this item, Li Du was very surprised. It's actually an extremely rare flying item. A flying item, as the name suggests, is an item that allows a person to fly. Only when a professional reaches level 40 can they learn the flying skill and walk on air. Before that, flying can only be achieved with the help of items. However, such props are extremely rare and basically have a price but no market. Even if one can buy them, most are just jetpacks, which are not only very heavy but also cumbersome to charge, with a huge energy consumption. The item known as the Wings of the Spirit, surprisingly, has no energy consumption at all. Just this point alone makes its value comparable to the most expensive epic level sets. Although this item has durability and is quite troublesome to repair, for Li Du, it is already extremely precious. No wonder everyone wants to challenge the Tower of Heaven, the rewards are indeed astonishing. Li Du immediately equipped the Wings of the Spirit. Soon, a pair of crystalline wings appeared behind him, giving him an ethereal quality. He controlled the wings with his thoughts and flapped them. In the next moment, a gust of wind appeared beneath his feet, and Li Du slowly floated into the air. He tried flying and found it not difficult at all. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed, but after flying for a few minutes, Li Du gradually became adept. He could even perform various maneuvers in the air. Aerial combat was no longer impossible. With this, my combat style has become even more versatile. Encountering flying enemies is no longer a problem. After coming down, Li Du stowed away the Wings of the Spirit. After all, this item was too conspicuous, and he didn't want to wear it all the time to avoid being watched everywhere. Besides the Wings of the Spirit, there was another reward. Epic Skill Scroll, after use, randomly awaken an epic level mage skill. Skill level, level 20. Use. As Li Du used it, the skill scroll immediately transformed into a beam of light. Then, a piece of information appeared in Li Du's mind. Scroll used successfully. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Heaven's Wrath Fireball summons a massive fireball that falls from the sky, dealing unparalleled damage. Base consumption, 500 mana. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Fireball diameter, the base diameter is 3 meters, an additional consumption of 1000 mana can enhance the fireball, increasing its diameter to 5 meters. If 5000 mana is consumed, the diameter can be increased to 10 meters. Fireball range, the base range is a radius of 30 meters, as the fireball diameter increases, this range will continue to expand. Seeing this skill, Li Du was overjoyed. Another powerful skill. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. This skill not only has extremely explosive damage but also a terrifying area damage effect. It has 3 types of damage. The first type is the falling damage of the fireball. This will cause targets within the range to take damage first, with a high probability of stunning the enemies. At the moment of falling, the fireball will explode, dealing an extremely powerful explosion damage to enemies within the range. The damage is highest at the center and lowest at the edges. With Li Du's current attributes, the center damage can exceed 20,000. Even the edge damage is several thousand. After the explosion, all enemies within the range will catch fire, suffering continuous flame damage. Thus, the total damage of Heaven's Wrath Fireball is several times that of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. After all, 10,000 swords returning to the origin only has a total of 10,000 swords, and the damage of each sword is not high. Sometimes, if the enemy's defense is too high, it may not even break through the defense. The Stone Giant is one such example. But Heaven's Wrath Fireball is not like that. It not only has extremely terrifying burst damage but also quite impressive sustained damage. If combined with the Wrath of Beasts, even the Stone Giant wouldn't be able to withstand my 2 Heaven's Wrath Fireballs, right? This skill is indeed powerful. No wonder it is a skill that can only be learned at level 20. As Li Du's level increases, the skills learned at lower levels will become less effective, even becoming useless. At that time, Li Du can only continue to learn higher level skills. As for the skills learned before, one can directly go to the trading hall and use a cleansing scroll to wash out the previous skills and remake them into skill scrolls. Li Du can also sell them to earn some money. However, this is not something Li Du needs to consider at the moment. His 10,000 swords return to 1 still has a powerful effect at this stage, and even if he needs to wash skills, Li Du feels that this is something he might only need to think about after reaching level 40. In fact, besides washing skills, there is another way to make low-level skills effective, which is skill upgrading. However, Li Du knows nothing about the knowledge of skill upgrading. He only knows the concept. It is said that the specific methods can only be found in the National Guild. Thinking of this, Li Du smiled helplessly. In any case, he needs to find a way to enter the National Guild in the future. Otherwise, there are many things he won't be able to access. Just thinking about this goal fills Li Du with motivation. Unlike before, for Li Du, entering the National Guild is no longer a dream, but a visible path. The next day, Li Du did not attend class but went to the dungeon hall. Before participating in the freshman trial, Li Du was already on the verge of leveling up. After arriving at the hall, he continued to grind dungeons. After several runs, his level finally increased again. After level 20, each level up is a significant improvement. In addition to gaining basic attribute points, all 4-dimensional attributes increased by an additional 100, and both health and mana also saw a substantial increase. Compared to level 21, this increase was about 20%. Level 22, at this point, entering the original 2 dungeons yields little benefit. I can consider higher level dungeons now. At this time, aside from the Burial Ground, Chaotic Forest, and Lone Wolf dungeons, Li Du met the entry requirements for as many as 10 dungeons. Most of them were level 22 to 25 dungeons. However, after looking for a while, Li Du wasn't very keen on grinding in these dungeons because the monsters in these dungeons didn't seem numerous enough. If there are too few monsters, Li Du might as well go back to grind the Chaotic Forest dungeon. How about grinding a large dungeon? Li Du remembered that there was a large dungeon he could enter at his level. However, large dungeons require a certain number of people to enter, which clearly did not align with Li Du's thoughts. He wanted to solo it. Li Du took out his communicator and sent a message to Zhong Qianyue. How can I solo a large dungeon? A few seconds later, Zhong Qianyue replied. You want to solo a large dungeon? Yes. You are really brave. You should know that large dungeons do not have difficulty options, and some large dungeons are as difficult as hell level. The number of monsters inside is extremely high, the intensity is very strong, and the process to clear it is very long. If you solo, you might not clear it even after several days. The message started with Zhong Qianyue complaining, but she quickly followed up with more information. Although large dungeons require enough people to enter, you can also solo them if you obtain a certain item. What item? Proof of the strong. Then, Zhong Qianyue continued to explain in her messages. This is a proof of strength. With this item, you can not only solo large dungeons but also forcibly enter dungeons regardless of level restrictions. However, the proof of the strong also comes in different levels, and the degree to which you can ignore restrictions varies by level. The highest level of proof of the strong has no restrictions at all. Seeing this, Li Du was very tempted. He immediately sent a message asking her how to obtain the proof of the strong. Soon, Zhong Qianyue's message came back. I don't know the specific way, you should ask old Zhou. He is well informed and will definitely know. Upon seeing this, Li Du immediately left the dungeon hall and headed to Zhou Ning's office. A few minutes later. Do you want the proof of a strong person? Zhou Ning was a bit surprised to hear Li Du's words, suddenly recalling his strength, and immediately understood. Is it because the lower-level dungeons can no longer satisfy you? Li Du nodded slightly, sort of. Zhou Ning said, the proof of a strong person is not easy to obtain. It is a certification for a professional as a strong individual. Once acquired, it will be bound to the professional, unable to be removed, discarded, or traded. Theoretically, only national guilds or high-ranking officials of the country are qualified to issue the proof of a strong person. Upon hearing this, Li Du felt a sense of unease. But Zhou Ning changed his tone. However, our school has been authorized by the National Guild to issue 20 proofs of strong persons each year, and this year we just happen to have one left. I have a task for you. If you can complete it, I will award you this proof of a strong person. Hearing this, Li Du was overjoyed and immediately inquired about the task. Zhou Ning slowly spoke. About 120 kilometers from the school, there is a dungeon called the Bloody Prison. I need you to defeat the master of the Bloody Prison and obtain the Crimson Heart, and I will give you the proof of a strong person. Li Du was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this task to require leaving the city. However, he didn't feel any pressure. Although it was an outdoor dungeon, Li Du was confident that his strength was sufficient to complete it. Seeing this, Zhou Ning smiled and said, do you think the task is very simple? Noticing that Li Du didn't answer but looked very relaxed, Zhou Ning continued. You shouldn't underestimate this dungeon. The Bloody Prison, as an outdoor dungeon, has no level restrictions. However, many teams die there every year. In fact, last year, a team from the neighboring school, all level 30 with full excellent gear, attempted to clear the Bloody Prison, and the result was total annihilation. Although your strength is considerable, if you are careless and underestimate the challenge, you will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Li Du's expression became slightly more serious. Zhou Ning continued, before you leave the city, if possible, buy some temporary return scrolls. If you encounter danger, you can return to the school immediately. Li Du said, no need, old Zhou, I have return scrolls. That's good. Then, Zhou Ning took out a document and handed it to Li Du, saying, this is a city exit certificate. It can only be used once. With this document, you can leave the city. Taking the document, Li Du said, thank you, old Zhou. After that, Li Du left. At that moment, a voice came from the side. This little guy must think the Bloody Prison is just an ordinary dungeon. He probably didn't take your words to heart. The speaker was Qin Yanguan, who was also in Zhou Ning's office. The two old friends often gathered for various reasons. Zhou Ning laughed heartily. This kid is very strong. He can easily clear many dungeons. If he doesn't face some setbacks, he is bound to become arrogant. So, you think he will fail this time? Zhou Ning shook his head. On the contrary, I feel he will definitely succeed in the end. He had a lot of confidence in Li Du. Qin Yanguan, however, was not so confident. It might be very difficult. The Bloody Prison is not an ordinary dungeon, and there are no ordinary wild monsters inside. The difficulty is even higher than hell-level dungeons. With his strength, it is still too hard. Zhou Ning suddenly changed the subject. By the way, I remember you also tried to solo this dungeon before. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanguan immediately felt a bit embarrassed and coughed twice. That was when he was level 30, as a legendary class professional, full of vigor and pride, looking down on everything. Zhou Ning teased, I remember you went into the dungeon in the morning and came out at noon. When you came out, you were half dead and in a terrible state. Qin Yan coughed and said, a true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. What was, and what is. It's all in the past. Zhou Ning completely ignored him and continued speaking. If it weren't for us always being out there to support you, you might not have made it back at all. Even so, you were still lying in bed for more than half a month back then. After leaving, Li Du first took out the city return scroll. This scroll was a reward he received when he passed through the gate of the Orc Kingdom. Li Du set the main city to Yanguan University, so as long as he used the scroll, he could instantly teleport to Yanguan University. Moreover, the effective range of this scroll reached 500 kilometers, and it could be used 100 times. The task location was only 120 kilometers away from Yanguan University. You've been gathering dust in my spatial ring for a while, and now you're finally coming in handy. Li Du used the scroll and immediately set the main city. At that moment, he also received a notification that the task was now active. Ongoing task, Blood Red Heart, task content, enter the instance Bloody Prison and obtain the Blood Red Heart. Task deadline, 7 days. Publisher, Zhou Ning. There were a total of 7 days, which was relatively ample time. Considering the travel time, Li Du had about 5 days to tackle the instance. Li Du didn't know when he would complete the task, so he first told Shu Weisheng that he would be leaving for a while, and then he prepared various supplies before leaving the school. Through the school's teleportation array, Li Du was directly teleported to the city gate and presented his city exit permit. Yanguan University. You're a freshman? A guard looked at Li Du, quite surprised. Freshmen who could obtain a city exit permit were usually powerful representatives. Moreover, being from Yanguan University, he was indeed formidable. Li Du nodded. Then, the guard stamped the document with a magical seal. Alright, you can leave the city now. This document can only be used once. You won't be able to use it again when you come back. After saying that, he opened the teleportation portal. Once Li Du entered the portal, he was already outside the city. Xinshan City was surrounded by tall walls, and the people inside could only come and go through the teleportation portal. There were no city gates. When Li Du returned, he only needed to stand on the teleportation portal to be directly transported back into the city. Outside the city, there was still nothing particularly special. This was not Li Du's first time leaving the city. He arrived at a signpost, confirmed the direction of the bloody prison instance, and then proceeded at full speed. At level 22, Li Du's agility had reached over 700. With this value, his speed was extremely fast. As he ran, the surrounding scenery and even shadows were left far behind. However, Li Du wasn't running at full speed the entire time, otherwise, he could only maintain that for half an hour at most before exhausting his stamina. Along the way, he ran and stopped. If he got tired from the journey, he would stop to rest. At this pace, including rest time, Li Du estimated it would take him about 3 to 4 hours to reach the instance location. On the road, Li Du encountered quite a few wild monsters. However, these monsters were not very high in level, they didn't provoke Li Du, and he was too lazy to kill them. By the time Li Du finally arrived at the instance location, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun formed a red ribbon in the sky, and the half-burned clouds were quite beautiful. Li Du arrived at a ruin, resembling an ancient relic, filled with decay. The teleportation portal to the bloody prison was located at the center of the ruins. It's already late, let's rest first and tackle the instance early tomorrow morning. After a day of travel, Li Du was physically and mentally exhausted. Entering the instance at this moment would be a torment for him. Li Du looked around and saw a smaller thicket, so he entered it, made a fire, and set up a tent. After eating some compressed rations, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Du was awakened by a cacophony of noise. He got up, washed up, had a quick breakfast, and after packing his things into his space ring, he emerged from the jungle, instantly taken aback. A considerable number of people had gathered nearby, seemingly around 20 or 30. They were clustered around the teleportation portal for the bloody prison dungeon, chattering away about something. However, it seemed that only 5 or 6 of them were preparing for something, while the rest were merely watching from the sidelines. Li Du approached with curiosity. Upon seeing Li Du, someone immediately spoke up. Bro, are you here to watch the Holy Warrior Guild break the record? What's going on? Li Du asked, puzzled, and the person was momentarily speechless. No way, bro. The Holy Warrior Guild is going to break the record for the bloody prison today, and you don't even know about it? At this moment, others turned to look at him as well. Li Du felt a bit displeased and replied, what does that have to do with me? Someone shouted, damn, that's a bold statement. Bro, do you even know how strong the Holy Warrior Guild is? I think this guy is just ignorant. Forget it, let's not pay attention to him. Li Du had never heard of the Holy Warrior Guild. He ignored the noisy crowd and walked straight towards the dungeon teleportation portal. Just then, someone suddenly blocked his path. This dungeon is reserved by our Holy Warrior Guild today, no one else is allowed to enter. Hearing this, Li Du's expression immediately darkened. On what grounds? The speaker was a professional wearing a full set of epic level gear, raising his chin with an arrogant expression, just because we are the Holy Warrior Guild. At that moment, another person approached, asking, what's going on? There's an ignorant guy here who wants to enter the dungeon. TCH, I thought it was something serious, turns out it's just a fool. We're breaking the record for the Holy Warrior Guild, no entry for outsiders, let him scram. The attitude of these few people instantly infuriated Li Du. He decided to ignore them and attempted to force his way into the dungeon. More people came over, blocking his path. Are you looking for death? We said no entry. Are you deaf? Do you really think we won't take action against you? Several members of the Holy Warrior Guild slowly approached, clearly the main force for conquering the dungeon. Their gear was also extremely luxurious, all epic level equipment. Among them stood a young man with a calm expression, seemingly indifferent to everything, behind the others. He even had 2 pieces of gear glowing with orange light, an indication of legendary level equipment. Li Du tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze gradually turning cold. I said, I want to enter the dungeon. Then, several beams of light began to gather on the staff, and Li Du was ready to unleash the wrath of the beasts at any moment. Humph, an ungrateful fool. It seems we need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, others might think our Holy Warrior Guild's words don't hold weight. The members of the Holy Warrior Guild immediately gathered powerful energy, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd became incredibly lively. Everyone looked over, astonished. They hadn't expected someone to dare oppose the Holy Warrior Guild. It should be noted that this was a well-known guild in Central Plains Province. The strength of the entire guild goes without saying. The fact that they could prepare a full set of epic gear for their core members was enough to prove the guild's formidable power. However, no one thought Li Du could stand against the Holy Warrior Guild. Many people even showed disdainful looks, considering Li Du a brainless fool. At this moment, the young man standing behind the others spoke up, his tone extremely indifferent. Get on with it, don't waste time. Upon hearing this voice, the other members immediately took action. Instantly, powerful beams of skill light surged towards Li Du, and countless energies erupted. Seeing this, Li Du no longer held back. Wrath of the Beings. Unyielding. After activating the Wrath of the Beings at 10 times its power, he became unyielding once more. The powerful barrier allowed Li Du to withstand wave after wave of attacks. Countless energies fell upon him, leaving only a trace, causing minimal damage. The members of the Holy Warrior Guild were instantly filled with disbelief. They all attacked, yet Li Du remained unscathed? How could this be possible? Heaven's Fury Fireball. Li Du had no time to play around with them. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful skill. Suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters descended from the sky, crashing down like a meteor. This fireball left everyone present in shock. The originally calm young man now displayed an expression of incredulity. Quick! Block that fireball. Everyone, activate your defensive barriers. Don't hold back. The leading young man, along with those who had originally surrounded Li Du, all turned to defend against the fireball. Seizing this moment, Li Du stepped directly into the dungeon's teleportation portal, entering the bloody prison dungeon. At the same time, the fireball vanished as Li Du's continuous casting ceased. However, the terrifying heat did not dissipate. Some even experienced hallucinations, feeling as if the fireball had exploded and they were burned to death. He entered the dungeon. Damn! We were actually played by one person. If I see him again, I will definitely tear him apart. The members of the Holy Warrior Guild were furious. Wang Jin's face was ashen. He was the captain leading the team to break the record for the bloody prison dungeon, and also the vice president of the Holy Warrior Guild. Due to the guild's strength, they had always looked down on others, but Li Du's actions were akin to a resounding slap in the face. A trace of murderous intent flashed through his mind. Wang Jin instructed a few people, you guys, if that person comes out of the dungeon later, attack him directly and kill him. If you can't kill him, use the binding demon rope to control him, and we'll kill him once we come out. These few were there to assist, not to enter the dungeon. Upon hearing Wang Jin's orders, they immediately nodded. The binding demon rope was a very powerful item that could bind elite monsters below level 25, and it worked even better on professionals. However, this item was a one-time use, but Wang Jin no longer cared about that to reclaim their lost face. After giving his orders, he coldly led the team into the dungeon. The onlookers shook their heads upon hearing these words. That person is doomed. He deserves it. Who told him to provoke the Holy Warrior Guild? What a fool! Dim, decayed, bloody, desolate. These were the words that sprang to Li Du's mind, the best description of the environment here. The bloody prison. It was extremely dilapidated. Upon entering the dungeon, Li Du saw a worn-out iron door. Pushing open the iron door, he entered the prison. At first, he did not see any wild monsters. What met his eyes was a long corridor. After walking through the corridor, he saw one room after another. These rooms were all locked with iron doors, seemingly holding prisoners. There were many rooms, at least dozens. When he reached the end, there was no more path. It seems I need to open these rooms. The wild monsters are probably behind them. I just don't know which room holds the monster that can drop the blood-red heart. Since he didn't know, Li Du decided to use the simplest method. He retraced his steps to the first room, planning to open each room one by one and kill all the wild monsters inside. Creak, the iron door let out a sharp sound as Li Du pushed it open. Then, he immediately saw the monster inside. This monster was very special. It looked neither human nor ghost. A human body with a ghostly face. Its body was drenched in blood, and its face was extremely hideous. The eyeballs bulged out, the lips seemed to have been directly sliced off, exposing the teeth, which were continuously bleeding. When Li Du first saw it, he was startled. Its appearance was truly terrifying. It wore shackles on its feet, crouching on the ground, licking the wounds on its arms and sucking the blood into its mouth. It paid no attention to Li Du opening the door. Li Du immediately used the abyssal eye. Criminal, murderer type, boss level, 28 health, 178, 000 strength, 8, 200 traits, bleeding, constantly bleeding, the more blood, the stronger the attributes, masochist, the lower the health, the higher the attack power, bloodthirsty, can drink its own blood to recover health, shackles, cannot be killed while shackled, but also cannot leave the room. If the shackles are destroyed, it will go into a frenzy, increasing attack speed by 100%, skills, quick kill, frenzied torture, blood, fury, perfect murder. When Li Du saw the attributes of this monster, he was utterly astonished. He never expected that a casually opened room would directly reveal a boss-level monster. If every room contained a boss, just how many bosses were there in this dungeon? Moreover, the strength of this monster's attributes made even Li Du gasp in shock, not to mention its health and strength. This monster's traits were extremely unique. It could enhance its attributes by continuously bleeding, and the lower its health, the higher its attack power. It could even recover health by drinking blood. Most importantly, to kill this monster, Li Du had to destroy its shackles first. However, once destroyed, the monster would be empowered. This was the monster with the most enhancement traits Li Du had ever seen. If this monster gains all the enhancements, if it hits me, I might not last long. Thinking of this, Li Du wasted no time and directly increased the enhancement of the Wrath of the Living to 100 times. Then, Li Du stepped into the room. At this moment, the monster gradually reacted. It raised its head, looking at Li Du, its bloodshot eyes seemingly radiating a strange light. Then, it surprisingly spoke. I have killed a total of 142 people. Among them, I executed 28 by slow slicing, 29 were cut in half, 12 were minced into meat paste, and 34 were steamed alive by me. At this point, it revealed a strange smile to Li Du. This smile was like that of a soul-snatching demon from hell, no, even more terrifying than that. What kind of death do you plan to choose? If an ordinary person heard such words, they might be scared half to death. However, Li Du's expression was very calm. He had killed before. General summon. Flame demon summon. Li Du did not hesitate and directly summoned the Cayman Orc General and the Flame Demon. Then, he commanded them to attack the murderer. At this moment, the murderer also moved. He drew 2 butcher knives from his waist and swung them at an extremely fast speed. During the knife-swinging process, blood splattered everywhere. Clang, clang, the quick knives struck the Cayman Orc General, immediately scratching its armor, but the damage to the Cayman Orc General was not significant. Then, the Flame Demon and the Cayman Orc General both attacked, pushing the murderer back. Li Du also immediately launched an attack. Abyssal Slash. A powerful force struck the murderer, instantly creating a severe wound on him. However, the murderer not only showed no fear but instead revealed a cruel smile. He. Ha ha ha. Blood, pain, come more violently. He let out a loud shout, and then his entire body exploded. Countless streams of blood gushed forth. This scene left Li Du utterly astonished. He immediately stepped back and used the abyssal eye to take a look. Blood rage state. In this state, the murderer's attributes are greatly enhanced, but 1% of maximum health is lost every second. Once health drops below 10%, this state automatically disappears. At this moment, the murderer launched another attack. His speed and attack power had noticeably increased. The Cayman Orc General couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure, and the Flame Demon lost its target. Whoosh, 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 the murderer appeared in a flash, and then countless quick blades struck the Flame Demon, instantly causing massive damage. Kill! Li Du immediately moved forward and unleashed his skills again. The Cayman Orc General also joined the attack. Soon, a series of attacks landed on the murderer, forcing him back. But at this moment, the Flame Demon was on the brink of death. Li Du had no choice but to withdraw the Flame Demon. This is really tough to deal with. Li Du's expression grew serious. The murderer was extremely agile. Although Li Du's skills could hit him, he always managed to retreat at the first opportunity, preventing Li Du's skills from fully taking effect. At this moment, he created distance again, lingering nearby, searching for an opportunity to attack. This rune wasn't large, but Li Du always felt there was a great distance between him and the murderer. Slaughter! The murderer let out a strange cry and launched another attack. Skill, quick kill blade. His target was Li Du. Humph! Li Du showed no fear, using unyielding stance to directly withstand the murderer's assault. Thunder strike! A massive surge of lightning erupted, colliding with the quick kill blade. Crackle, the lightning struck the murderer, instantly sending him flying. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning split his body apart. The damage, amplified tenfold, left the murderer nearly defenseless. When the thunder strike ended, the murderer was already bleeding profusely. When Li Du checked with the abyssal eye, he found the murderer's health had dropped below 10%, and the blood rage state had disappeared. But at that moment, the health stopped declining, his shackles were preventing his injuries from worsening. He. The murderer let out a strange laugh. Then, an aura erupted from his body, and the blood on the ground was directly sucked into his mouth. Afterward, his severely injured body rapidly healed. Seeing this, Li Du immediately commanded the Cayman Orc General to attack, hoping to interrupt his spellcasting. Roar! The Cayman Orc General let out a furious roar and then leaped into the air, striking down heavily. Boom! After a loud crash, the murderer was sent flying, and the healing of his injuries came to a halt. Cut the shackles! Under Li Du's command, the Cayman Orc General swung his sword down, instantly severing the shackles. At the same time, Li Du unleashed Thunder Strike again. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, directly ending the murderer. You have killed the boss, the murderer. Detected that this boss's values far exceed yours, you successfully absorbed lifespan, 8,000 days. You gained experience points, 80,000. You obtained a fine-grade equipment, Quick Kill Blade. You obtained an item, Crimson Blood. After killing the murderer, Li Du received 2 items. The fine-grade item was not worth looking at, but the Crimson Blood caught Li Du's attention. Crimson Blood, the purest blood, can be used to create frenzied blood crystals. So it's this kind of material. Frenzied blood crystals are a type of enhancement material. When used by a blacksmith to enhance equipment, it can provide additional attack power, attack speed, and critical hit chance. Moreover, the increase is quite significant. Due to the main ingredient, Crimson Blood, being extremely rare, the value of frenzied blood crystals is also very high. A single violent blood crystal could sell for about 50,000 divine power points, which translates to 5,000 points. The value of the main ingredient is at least 3,000 points. A small profit. After collecting the spoils, Li Du continued to open the next room. Inside, the monster was still a humanoid creature, resembling a murderer. Li Du immediately activated the abyssal eye. Criminal offender, arsonist type, boss level, 28 health, 186,000 strength, 800 traits, fire immunity, fire damage is ineffective unless level reaches 40, innate fire seed, fire attacks are tripled, fire eater, absorbs fire, can enhance all attributes, shackle skills, fireball, wall of flames, falling fire sparks, arson frenzy weakness. Not afraid of water attribute attacks, but fears elven water. Similar to the murderer, but this monster is an arsonist. Likewise, it is still a boss. It seems that the captives in these rooms are all leaders. Is there no ordinary wild monster in this dungeon? This made Li Du take it seriously. With so many leaders, it looked like there were 4 or 5 dozen of them, and killing them one by one would take an eternity. Each leader was a criminal, truly befitting the bloody prison, with such unique monsters. The arsonist before him was immune to fire attacks, so the Heavenly Fury Fireball and Flame Demon were useless, but other skills could still be used. Li Du wasted no time and launched an attack directly. The Cayman Orc General joined in the assault as well. Instantly, they clashed together. The arsonist's attacks were all fire-based, and Li Du had to be particularly cautious to avoid getting burned. However, the Cayman Orc General's armor had a certain degree of fire resistance, and with it blocking in front, Li Du felt much less pressure. Li Du did not hold back on skills, unleashing Abyssal Slash and Thunderstrike, all at once. Once they entered cooldown, he directly used the Time Sandglass. Although the arsonist's attributes were slightly stronger than the murderer's, it had fewer traits, making it less difficult to deal with. After Li Du unleashed his skills one by one, the arsonist was clearly starting to struggle. During this time, it continuously attempted to counterattack, even releasing countless flames to surround Li Du, but he remained steadfast, with over 90% damage reduction proving to be incredibly powerful. The fire damage that landed on him was merely a pitiful amount. Moreover, Li Du still had tens of thousands of health points. At most, he was just slightly burned on some skin, which was hardly a big deal. Ultimately, when the Cayman Orc General broke the shackles, Li Du seized the opportunity to attack and directly killed the arsonist. You have killed the boss, arsonist. Detected that this boss's attributes are too high, you successfully absorbed lifespan, 8,000 days. You gained experience points, 80,000. You obtained, Pure Fire Spark, Skill Scroll, Continuous Fireball, green, Arson Staff, blue. The rewards were still quite good. Pure Fire Spark remained a valuable material that could be used to forge enhancement items. Additionally, there was even a skill scroll. Although it was only of excellent quality, it was still an unexpected gain. After collecting the spoils, Li Du wasted no time and immediately opened the next room. I wonder what kind of criminal is in this room. The criminals in the 3 rooms were bizarre figures wrapped in bandages, and their crime was spreading plague. Their method of attack was also the plague. These plagues would inflict various negative effects on Li Du, making them extremely troublesome. Li Du had almost no means of countering them. If he were surrounded by the plague, he would likely meet his end here. Fortunately, after seeing its method of attack, Li Du decisively activated the 100-fold wrath of beings. Then, he swiftly resolved the battle. The plague didn't even spread, it simply vanished forever. After the battle, Li Du obtained a cursed gem. Enhancing it on a weapon could bestow curse-related effects. After defeating the 3rd room, Li Du continued to the next room. The criminal in the 4th room was a cult leader. It could use mental attacks, making people unable to resist its commands, filling their minds with extreme thoughts. However, Li Du's mental attribute was high enough, so he was minimally affected. After a fierce battle, Li Du effortlessly killed the leader. The loot included materials related to the mind and a piece of equipment. The criminal in the 5th room was a terrorist organization. The 6th was a corrupt official. The 7th was a thief. One by one, they were all leaders, without exception. Li Du was almost numb. Dozens of rooms meant dozens of bosses. Even with a 100-fold enhancement of the Wrath of Beasts, it still took Li Du several minutes to deal with a single boss. At this rate, completing this dungeon might take 5 or 6 hours. Fortunately, as long as I don't open the rooms, the bosses inside can't come out. This means I can actually rest in the dungeon. This way, even when the cooldown for the Wrath of Beasts was over, Li Du didn't need to leave the dungeon, he could just wait inside. After all, it only took an hour to use the Wrath of Beasts again. I wonder how long the record for this dungeon is. Li Du thought, and began to check the dungeon information, quickly finding the record section. The most recent record was from 10 years ago, set by a top team from the Yanguan Academy. This team had 5 members, 3 legendary main damage dealers and 2 epic top-tier supports. Even so, they took nearly 10 hours to clear this dungeon. Just as Li Du was about to rest, he suddenly saw a line of information that left him astonished. Once entered, this dungeon does not allow exit. Forcibly exiting will result in the loss of everything obtained in the dungeon, including experience and drops. Additionally, your level will be reduced by 1. Upon seeing this, Li Du was shocked. This dungeon actually has an exit penalty. Such dungeons were exceedingly rare, so rare that Li Du had only heard about them in textbooks. With such a severe exit penalty, didn't that mean once you entered the dungeon, there was only one way to clear it? It seems that even resting in the dungeon means I must clear it. Li Du steeled himself and continued to the next room. This was the 10th room he was heading to. As he progressed, Li Du noticed that the boss's attributes grew stronger the further he went. Upon opening the 10th room, he was unexpectedly met with a very clean environment, devoid of any bloody smell. Standing before Li Du was a seemingly kind old man, who was writing something on a blackboard. Li Du looked closer and was astonished to find it was a math problem. Opening the Abyssal Eye. Dr. Moriarty, type, boss, level, 30, health, 285,714, strength, 11,235, traits, criminal doctor, master of all criminal techniques, possesses skills of all criminals, leader of all criminals, can summon all criminals, skills, criminal techniques, randomly acquire a skill from a criminal and unleash it, criminal summon all criminals, sacrificial substitute, you cannot harm him until all criminals are killed. When Li Du saw the attributes of this boss, he was at a loss for words. 280,000 health, over 10,000 strength. This was completely beyond what he could handle at his level. Moreover, he actually mastered the skills of all the criminal offenders and could summon them. Wasn't this summoning the leaders of the first 9 rooms? When Li Du entered the room, Dr. Moriarty had already turned around, revealing a strange smile. Then, he waved his hand. The room transformed into a massive battlefield. Arrays appeared around, and then, the 9 criminals that Li Du had killed were summoned back. With a casual gesture, Dr. Moriarty directed the 9 leaders to charge at Li Du. Kill. Faced with this situation, Li Du had no choice but to attack. At this moment, he finally understood why the Holy Warrior Guild had prepared a complete set of epic-level equipment to conquer this dungeon, and their leader even had a few pieces of legendary equipment. Moreover, those people's levels were probably already at level 30. If he had to face all the boss's attacks in the end, a full set of epic-level equipment might not be enough. Although he activated the 100-fold Wrath of Beings, this battle was still extremely difficult for Li Du, because there were too many bosses, and they were too strong. Fortunately, Li Du remained unyielding. Even when surrounded, the damage he took was not significant. Under the hundredfold wrath of beings, a single skill could nearly kill a boss. About 10 minutes later, Li Du finally eliminated 2 of the bosses and seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, Dr. Moriarty, for some unknown reason, had come close to Li Du. He simulated a skill and immediately launched an attack on Li Du. Fortunately, Li Du's instincts were very sharp, and he dodged immediately. However, the skill still grazed Li Du, causing him considerable discomfort. If this continues until my wrath of beings disappears, I won't be able to end the battle completely. Thinking of this, Li Du no longer held back. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. In an instant, an enormous fireball appeared in the sky. Boom! Enhanced with 100-fold damage, the Heaven's Wrath Fireball erupted, and the rolling flames instantly filled the entire battlefield. One by one, the bosses turned to ashes beneath the fireball. The damage from the Heaven's Wrath Fireball was immense, but to achieve maximum effect, the mana cost was also terrifying. This strike consumed 5,000 mana. The once ample blue bar was immediately drained. However, the final result left Li Du extremely satisfied. Under the fireball, no boss could survive. The arsonist, who was originally immune to fire damage, had also been killed by Li Du long ago. However, Dr. Moriarty did not die. He lay in the flames, his body burned in grotesque, barely clinging to life. Li Du stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, completely ending him. Congratulations, you have killed Dr. Moriarty. Detecting that the target's attributes are too high, you successfully extracted lifespan, 15,000 days. You gained 150,000 experience points. You obtained Heart of Sin, Skill Scroll, Criminal Art, purple, Ideal Whip, purple. The rewards were significantly higher than those from other bosses, and there was even a purple skill scroll. Li Du immediately checked the loot. Heart of Sin, a heart filled with guilt, possessing magical powers, can be used to forge a certain item. Skill Scroll, Criminal Art, after use, you can learn the epic level skill, Criminal Art. Criminal Art, level 25 Dark type occupational skill, Ideal Whip, a teacher's dream whip. When struck on a target, the target will be compelled to listen to you, lasts 3 minutes, and their acceptance of the concepts you instill will greatly increase. If the target's level exceeds yours by 5 levels, this effect will be significantly weakened. If it exceeds by 10 levels, the whip will have no effect at all. 3 items, the Heart of Sin currently has an unknown purpose. Perhaps you would have to wait until returning to school to look up relevant information to find out. The skill scroll was quite impressive, but unfortunately, it contained dark-type skills that Li Du could not learn. The Ideal Teaching Rod was undoubtedly an extremely powerful item, perhaps very useful for instilling certain ideas. Used on wild monsters, it could also exert an incredibly strong control effect. Li Du let out a sigh of relief. After defeating Dr. Moriarty, he returned to his room. At this point, the effect of the Wrath of Beings had already ended. After putting away his spoils, Li Du rested in place. Using the time hourglass to eliminate the cooldown of the Wrath of Beings would be too costly, and Li Du did not want to use it. An hour later, the cooldown ended. Li Du got up and headed to the next room. Upon re-entering, the appearance of the room had changed. Inside sat a well-dressed, respectable middle-aged man. Political criminal extreme left type, boss level, 28 health, 158,000 strength, 7,800 traits, extremely radical, highly aggressive, attack power increased by 1.5 times, progressivism, attributes gradually increase as battle time progresses, skills, tower speech, incite the masses, conspiracy to riot weakness, high mental attribute, can be immune to his skills to a certain extent. Seeing this monster's attributes and skills, Li Du was somewhat surprised. From criminal to political criminal? During his rest, Li Du counted that the entire bloody prison had a total of 40 rooms, meaning he would have to face 40 bosses. Perhaps every 10 bosses corresponded to a type of criminal. The 11th room was equivalent to the first room of political criminals. The boss's attributes were relatively low. Moreover, Li Du's mental attributes were very high, which countered this boss quite well. Soon, Li Du unleashed the 100-fold Wrath of Beings and directly killed it. Entering the second room, it was still a political criminal. However, this time it was not an extreme leftist but had turned into an extreme rightist. Its skills were similar to the previous boss, but the core was the opposite. Nevertheless, for a practitioner with high mental power, it still had little effect. Its attributes had only slightly increased, and it was no match for Li Du. 2 minutes later, this boss was also killed by Li Du. Then came the third room. The title of this criminal was quite interesting. It was the wrong side supporter, having been implicated as a criminal for choosing the wrong side. However, it still posed little threat to Li Du. he quickly killed it. As he continued, all he faced were political criminals, each type different. Besides the wrong side supporters, there were also the persecuted. Various ideologies appeared, such as extreme liberalism. It could use various types of skills, with no restrictions on its combat style. Perhaps it was using mental attacks 1 second and then switching to melee the next. Like extreme environmentalism, the more destruction Li Du caused in the room, the higher the attribute boost he could gain. Like extreme animal protectionism, this boss could summon many animals, and touching them would result in instant death. Once the animals died, the boss would gain a power boost. Accumulating to a certain extent, it could even kill Li Du in one hit. Compared to murderers, the types of political criminals were numerous and varied greatly. Fighting them was even more challenging for Li Du. However, his choice was to break through all with sheer strength. Regardless of whether they were leftists, rightists, centrists, animal protectionists, environmentalists, or liberals, Li Du shattered them with absolute power. Factions, ideologies, and sides did not matter. Who possessed power was what truly mattered. Throughout this journey, Li Du's gains were also quite rich. In terms of equipment, since they were all of excellent quality, Li Du couldn't be bothered to look. The other items were very precious materials. Some of these materials were related to mental attributes, such as gems that could enhance mental strength or certain medicinal herbs. Li Du even obtained a mental type skill scroll, and it was a magic type one, which he could learn. In addition, there were some peculiar materials whose functions were not yet clear, but their value should not be low. Li Du moved forward. Eventually, he arrived at the 20th room. He was ready. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man hunched over writing, sporting a thick beard and dressed in a marshal's uniform. Li Du activated the Eye of the Abyss. Iron Martial type, boss level, 30 health, 199, 100 strength, 8 240 traits, Great Purge, kills all political prisoners, enhancing his attributes by 3 times, Iron Will, immune to mental attacks, Red Terror, your attributes decrease by 30%, Iron Martial, you cannot deal damage to him until all political prisoners are dead, Iron Alliance, can summon all political prisoners, skill. Winter is coming, summons all political criminals and releases their skills one by one. This process cannot be interrupted. After releasing, initiates the Great Purge and releases Winter is coming again. Seeing the attributes and skills of this boss, Li Du gasped. It was even more terrifying than Dr. Moriarty. Although it had only one skill, its traits were extremely frightening. This meant that Li Du had to kill it as quickly as possible, otherwise, it would continue to strengthen until he could no longer handle it. Fortunately, the Great Purge will only activate after he has released all his skills, otherwise, this battle would be extremely difficult. Despite its formidable appearance, its health and strength were not high before the Great Purge was activated. As long as he could kill it during this time, it would be fine. Not to mention, Li Du still had the Heavenly Wrath Fireball. 100 times damage would be more than enough. As Li Du stepped into the room, the Iron Marshal also lifted his head. His eyes seemed to emit a terrifying light, drawing one straight into hell. Then, he stood up. The next moment, the skill was activated. Winter is coming. The original room transformed into a battlefield. A teleportation array appeared, and all political criminals manifested in the room. Li Du did not hesitate. Heavenly Wrath Fireball. Time passed slowly. Through the Heavenly Wrath Fireball, Li Du cleared all the bosses in the 20th room. After killing the Iron Marshal, Li Du did not receive another skill book but instead obtained a purple material and 2 pieces of purple equipment. You have obtained Heart of Iron, Alliance Armor Motorcycle, Crimson Grenade Launcher among them. The Heart of Iron still had an unknown use. The other 2 pieces of equipment could only be used by mechanical-type professionals, which Li Du could not use. The mechanical system was a rather niche profession. Practitioners of this system were quite similar to special forces before the great change in the world. They could use various firearms and tools, and even operate armored vehicles, tanks, and even mechs. However, one should not think that mechanical professionals were weak. The machines they used also enhanced their attributes. Some mechanical professionals, with sufficiently powerful armor, had physical bodies that could rival many practitioners specialized in physical training. What a pity about these 2 pieces of purple equipment, I can only sell them. Although mechanical professionals were relatively niche, that was precisely why high-level equipment was rare. If luck was on his side, Li Du might sell these 2 pieces of equipment for a high price. Afterwards, Li Du continued to rest. He waited for the cooldown of the Wrath of Beings to end before moving on. After the battles in the first 20 rooms, Li Du had gained ample experience. Starting from the 21st room, the criminals transformed into war criminals. Although the skills have changed, the essence remains largely the same. There are many war criminals, from the initiators of the massacre, evil generals, to battlefield executioners. Various names, with differing skills. If an ordinary professional were to face them, it would likely be extremely difficult. But for Li Du, it posed no challenge at all. In Li Du's view, the most difficult part of this dungeon was actually the first 10 rooms. If one had not experienced the dungeon, it would be hard to imagine that it was composed entirely of bosses. Moreover, after every 10 rooms, one would have to face all the bosses from the previous 10 rooms. Those who could endure the trials of the first 10 or even the first 20 rooms would likely find it just a matter of time to clear this dungeon. Unknowingly, nearly 8 hours had passed. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset gradually painted the horizon red. The portal of the dungeon finally showed signs of activity. Are the people from the Holy Warrior Guild coming out? Ha ha ha, it must be them. Are they about to break the record? They definitely can break it. They are fully armed for this dungeon. They should have obtained the Heart of Cruelty by now, right? I heard that the Holy Warrior Guild has already collected the hearts of sin, steel, and hatred, and they only need the final Heart of Cruelty to synthesize the Blood Red Heart. If they synthesize the Blood Red Heart, I can't even imagine how powerful their guild leader will be. At this point, someone was puzzled and immediately asked. Someone next to him quickly explained. The Blood Red Heart is a legendary material, the main component for the all-purpose equipment Heart of Steel, and it is one of the hardest materials to find. Although many were still confused about the Heart of Steel, hearing the term all-purpose equipment made them stand still. Wow! All-purpose equipment, is it that amazing? All-purpose equipment is a very special type of gear. This equipment has no class restrictions, only level restrictions. As long as the level is reached, anyone can wear it. Moreover, the accompanying effects of this equipment are extremely powerful, each piece is comparable to legendary equipment. At this moment, someone immediately began to explain the effects of the Heart of Steel. The Heart of Steel not only provides a significant increase in mana but also grants immunity to all negative states and mental attacks. Additionally, the mana recovery speed is increased tenfold. Whoever obtains this item can basically unleash skills infinitely. Indeed impressive, it truly deserves to be called an all-purpose item. People were discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Warrior Guild who stayed behind to receive them were even more excited. As long as the vice president and the others achieved their goal, everyone who participated in this operation would receive rewards. Each person could even earn at least a few thousand contribution points. The importance of contribution points in the guild goes without saying. Therefore, everyone was eagerly anticipating. Soon, the members of the Holy Warrior Guild began to appear one after another. Contrary to what people expected, they did not emerge in high spirits but rather looked disheveled. Each person was injured, and some had their equipment damaged. Some had expressions filled with fear, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. This scene caused those who were about to cheer to stop in their tracks. The receiving members immediately stepped forward to ask, Vice President, did you succeed? Wang Jin glanced at the crowd, his fists clenched tightly. He remained silent, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. One person weakly said, we failed. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, they immediately shocked the surrounding people, especially the receiving members, who found it hard to believe. How could this happen? Didn't we prepare thoroughly? Each person who entered to clear the dungeon was at least equipped with an epic set, and Wang Jin even had legendary equipment. Various potions and scrolls had long been fully stocked. Was such a foolproof preparation ultimately a failure? The Bloody Prison is a special dungeon. Once you enter, you cannot exit. With the failure to clear the dungeon, everyone's level was reduced by 1. Moreover, all the loot obtained in the dungeon was completely lost and could not be taken out at all. This group had truly suffered a heavy loss. Wang Jin suddenly roared, damn monsters! I will not let you go. Next time, I will definitely kill you all. Seeing him like this, no one dared to approach. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Wang Jin gradually calmed down. He suddenly remembered something. What about the person who provoked us earlier? Did you kill him? The person supporting him immediately became anxious. Vice President, he hasn't come out yet? Wang Jin's brows furrowed immediately. Everyone, stay in place and wait for him to come out. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If they couldn't defeat the wild monsters in the dungeon, could they not handle a professional? With the dungeon cleared unsuccessfully, his mood was terrible. It was just right to take it out on him. Soon, the members of the Holy Warrior Guild stayed in place, waiting for Li Du to emerge. Seeing that the Holy Warrior Guild members hadn't left, the others didn't dare to leave either. Heaven's Fury Fireball. A powerful fireball surged with unparalleled strength. Its immense destructive power obliterated bosses with hundreds of thousands of health points in an instant. The damage was amplified 100-fold, far beyond what an ordinary boss could withstand. With one move, this was all Li Du had left to use against this dungeon. Indeed, only the Heaven's Fury Fireball could achieve such an effect. If he had used the 10,000 swords return to origin, the damage from a single sword wouldn't even break through some boss's defenses. At this point, he had cleared the remaining 20 rooms. The dungeon journey was nearing its end. 40 rooms, aside from ordinary materials, items, and equipment, the most special ones are probably the 4 types of hearts. The heart of sin, the heart of steel, the heart of hatred, and the heart of cruelty. These were the 4 hearts Li Du obtained after clearing the 40 rooms. However, what puzzled Li Du was that this dungeon did not drop the blood-red heart. Moreover, after he killed all the bosses in the rooms, there was no sound indicating the dungeon was cleared. What was going on? Filled with doubt, Li Du looked around. Suddenly, he noticed something different at the end of the corridor. As he approached, he found that the original wall had transformed into a disc. On the disc, there were 5 grooves. The shapes of the 4 grooves on the top, bottom, left, and right were identical to the 4 types of hearts. The groove in the center seemed to be a switch that could be pressed down. Just then, a voice appeared in Li Du's mind. All monsters have been detected as dead. You can choose to clear this dungeon. There are 2 outcomes for this dungeon clearance. If you collect all 4 hearts, you can achieve a perfect clearance. There's a perfect clearance? Li Du immediately matched the 4 hearts and placed them into the grooves. Soon, the grooves began to change, and light emerged. Then, a blood-red heart-shaped gem appeared in Li Du's hand. You have obtained the item, Blood-Red Heart. So the Blood-Red Heart needs to be synthesized from the 4 hearts. Li Du finally understood. No wonder there was no drop of the Blood-Red Heart after clearing. After obtaining the Blood-Red Heart, Li Du immediately pressed down on the groove and chose to clear the dungeon. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Bloody Prison. Your clearance time is 8 hours 27 minutes 9 seconds. Incredible! You have broken the record for this dungeon. You have received a reward, 50,000 Divine Power Points, Epic Item Gift Pack. Since you have achieved the perfect clearance condition, you receive an additional reward, a mysterious scroll. Would you like to leave your team/your name? Clearing the dungeon, the rewards were quite good. However, compared to the gains from the dungeon, it was far from satisfactory. During this dungeon run, Li Du obtained a total of 5 purple gear pieces, 7 purple items, and 2 skill scrolls. The blue equipment, items, and materials were countless. Although there were class restrictions, Li Du couldn't use many of them. But if he sold all these items, he could probably earn hundreds of thousands of points. With the money from the purple set, I'm set. Thinking of this, Li Du felt incredibly joyful. Moreover, achieving a perfect clear also granted him additional rewards. When Li Du checked, he found yet another item that required identification. This thrilled him. If there was one downside to this dungeon run, it was the loss of lifespan. This was the only time Li Du finished a dungeon and ended up with a reduced lifespan. To clear the dungeon quickly, he had no choice but to activate the 100-fold Wrath of Beings. Under the influence of the Abyssal Messenger, this state caused his lifespan to decrease every time he used his skill. And in order to clear the dungeon swiftly, Li Du had to frequently use the Time Sandglass and release skills repeatedly. As a result, his lifespan was significantly reduced. Even though defeating the boss could grant him lifespan, it couldn't compensate for his losses. This time in the dungeon, I probably lost 3,000 years of lifespan. Thinking of this, Li Du's previously joyful mood suddenly dimmed. I just hope that after obtaining the Certificate of the Strong, I can quickly regain my lifespan by soloing large dungeons. After that, Li Du left the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a message appeared before everyone. A new dungeon record has been set. Creator, Li Du, time taken, 8 hours 27 minutes 9 seconds. What's going on? Someone actually broke the record. Who is this big shot? Need I say? It must be that kid who entered the dungeon earlier. Who else could it be? Holy crap! He did it alone. Did he really solo this dungeon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The new record left everyone in disbelief. Especially the members of the Holy Warrior Guild, who looked as if they had just eaten something terrible. They fought tooth and nail and couldn't even clear the dungeon, yet someone else broke the record. Solo, in 8 hours. That was more than an hour less than the record from Yanguan University. When Li Du emerged, he saw the members of the Holy Warrior Guild waiting for him, and his expression immediately turned cold. Fortunately, he was prepared. The energy of the Time Sandglass was already full. In an instant, Li Du could refresh the cooldown of Wrath of Beings. He's out. The members of the Holy Warrior Guild immediately stood up, ready to attack. Wang Jin's face was filled with coldness. Are you Li Du? He was completely unwilling to accept that his people had failed to clear the dungeon while someone else broke the record. Li Du sneered, "What does that have to do with you?" Seeing Li Du like this, Wang Jin almost ordered his men to kill him on the spot. However, thinking about how Li Du managed to break the dungeon record, he felt uncertain for a moment. Li Du also did not act rashly. He actually didn't want to fight. In the dungeon, to ensure the frequency of skill releases, Li Du had charged the time sandglass with energy 5 times, spending over 100,000 divine power points. Currently, he had very little divine power left, just enough for one last charge of the time sandglass. If a fight broke out now, even if Li Du could win, once he got entangled with the members of the Holy Warrior Guild, given his current state, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, if he could scare them off like this, that would be the best outcome. However, that didn't mean Li Du would back down. After about 10 seconds of standoff, Wang Jin spoke up, "Hand over the heart of brutality you obtained in the dungeon, and you and our Holy Warrior Guild will be even." Upon hearing this, Li Du immediately scoffed. "I indeed obtained the heart of cruelty, but I have already synthesized it into the blood-red heart. Do you want it?" Li Du said, taking out the blood-red heart. Instantly, a crimson light illuminated the area, as if a rain of blood had fallen from the sky, leaving everyone astonished. The blood-red heart, he actually got the blood-red heart. God! How is this possible? How can he be so lucky? Seeing this, Wang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. The blood-red heart required 4 types of hearts to synthesize. However, in this dungeon, the drop rate for the 4 types of hearts was extremely low. Their drop rates were influenced by 2 factors. The first was the number of people entering the dungeon. The fewer the people, the higher the drop rate. The second was the time taken to fight the boss in every 10 rooms. The shorter the time, the higher the drop rate. These conditions were nearly impossible to meet. Therefore, to synthesize the blood-red heart, one would generally need to clear the dungeon multiple times. Yet Li Du had gathered them all in one go. Seeing their expressions, Li Du confirmed that the blood-red heart was likely a remarkable treasure. Indeed, he had not been shortchanged for his efforts in this dungeon. Putting away the blood-red heart, Li Du coldly said, "The item is in my hands. If you have the guts, come and take it." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin hesitated. He was well aware of the difficulty of this dungeon, so when Li Du took out the blood-red heart, he became even more wary. The reason for the intimidation was that Wang Jin was betting that Li Du, after clearing the dungeon, would be exhausted and unwilling to fight them. But Li Du's calm expression made it impossible for Wang Jin to gauge his strength. Was he fully energized, or was he already drained? Seeing that Wang Jin was reluctant to act and unwilling to leave, Li Du grew somewhat impatient. "Since you all dare not make a move, how about I take action instead?" With that, Li Du took out his staff and began to gather power. A celestial array appeared in the sky, and fireballs gradually formed, resembling small suns. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jin made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he cast a reluctant glance at Li Du and shouted, "We're leaving." With that, he led the members of the Holy Warrior Guild away, not wanting to linger for a moment. His face was already filled with shame. The others, seeing this, also hurriedly left. After they departed, Li Du did not leave immediately but stood in place, waiting. At the same time, he activated the Abyssal Eye. A few minutes later, confirming that the members of the Holy Warrior Guild had completely left, Li Du finally closed the Abyssal Eye, letting out a sigh of relief. Through the Abyssal Eye, Li Du saw that Wang Jin was a legendary class profession, while the rest of the Holy Warrior Guild members were all epic class professions. Their current levels were all 29, clearly a penalty for exiting the dungeon. But because of this, their states had not been overly depleted. If a fight broke out, Li Du would have to activate the Wrath of the Living. However, doing so would mean he would have no divine power left to recharge the hourglass of time. Fortunately, he had successfully scared them off in the end. "The Holy Warrior Guild, huh? I'll remember that," Li Du said with a cold gaze. Although he hadn't acted now, it didn't mean he wouldn't hold a grudge. After a short rest, Li Du set off on his way back. After spending a day traveling, Li Du finally returned to Qinshan City by noon the next day. Using the teleportation array, he returned to school. A couple of days had left him somewhat disheveled. After taking a shower at home, he contacted Zhou Ning. He first sent a message but received no reply for a long time. So, Li Du decided to call. "Hello, who is it?" A lazy voice came from the phone, sounding as if he had just woken up. "Hello, Zhou Lao, it's me, Li Du. I got the blood-red heart." Oh, it's Li Du, you got it, huh? Suddenly, there was a silence on the other end that lasted 5 seconds. "You said you got the blood-red heart?" "Yes." Another 5 seconds of silence followed. Zhou Ning seemed to take a deep breath. Finally, he spoke in a calm voice, well done. Come to my office. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Li Du set off right away. In the office, Qin Yanguan had also arrived. Li Du greeted both of them. Zhou Ning said, "Hurry up and sit down." Despite the calm voice on the phone, Zhou Ning's mood was clearly not so tranquil. On the contrary, the principal remained as unruffled as ever. Once Li Du sat down, Zhou Ning confirmed, "Did you really get the blood-red heart?" Li Du nodded and immediately took out the blood-red heart. The two of them began to examine it. A few seconds later, Qin Yanguan said, "No doubt about it, it's the blood-red heart." Seeing this, Zhou Ning revealed a look of surprise. "Young people are formidable, truly formidable." Qin Yanguan asked, "How many times did you run the dungeon to synthesize the blood-red heart?" "Once." "Solo?" Li Du nodded. Upon hearing this, even Qin Yanguan's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. He had run this dungeon when he was young and had indeed struggled. At that time, his level was 25, higher than Li Du's. Later, when he reached level 30, he borrowed a set of legendary gear from the National Guild and finally soloed the dungeon. And Li Du, how many levels was he? Zhou Ning said, "Alright, old Qin. Since he has completed the task, it's time to reward him." Qin Yanguan nodded and took out a badge. "This is the proof of strength. As long as you input your mana into it, you can complete the certification." "Thank you, Principal." Li Du took the proof of strength and examined it carefully. The badge was deep teal, with a diamond-shaped structure, a shield wrapped around a long sword in the center, and wings extending outward from the shield. It looked simple, yet it exuded an air of ambition. Qin Yanguan said, "This proof of strength is only bronze level, the lowest level of proof of strength. Based on your performance, it can be upgraded in the future. The proof of strength has 5 levels, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king. The highest level can ignore all dungeon restrictions and forcibly enter." Upon hearing this, Li Du immediately used the abyssal eye to check. Proof of strength, bronze level, proof of a strong individual. Wearing this item, you can ignore dungeon restrictions and forcibly enter dungeons, up to 5 levels ignored. You can enter large dungeons alone, up to 60-player dungeons. Additional effect, increases all skill damage by 20%. Seeing this, Li Du was very satisfied. The proof of strength not only allowed him to ignore dungeon restrictions but also increased his skill damage. This was an unexpected delight. Currently, he was level 22, and with the proof of strength, he could now run dungeons at level 27. Soloing large dungeons was no longer a problem. Li Du asked, "Principal, how do you upgrade the proof of strength?" Qin Yanguan said, "Originally, you weren't qualified to know this, but since you can solo the bloody prison dungeon, knowing it in advance isn't a bad thing. The proof of strength has only one upgrade path, contribution points. You need to earn contribution points to upgrade in the National Guild." Hearing this, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Contribution points? Is it the same as the contribution points in the guild? Not the same, Qin Yanguan shook his head. The contribution points I'm talking about are national contribution points. He then immediately began to explain national contribution points to Li Du. This is a contribution that only the nation itself or the National Guild can provide, specifically for outstanding professionals who have contributed to the Great Xia Kingdom. With national contribution points, you can exchange for almost anything you want as long as the Great Xia Kingdom possesses it. Things like profound knowledge, various confidential information, and legendary gear are the most basic. If you have enough contribution points, you can even exchange for holy level gear, or even holy level skill scrolls. Even having a saint level expert as your teacher is not impossible. At this moment, Zhou Ning added, the national contribution points can also be exchanged for evaluation opportunities at the academy. 30 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 opportunity. If you are willing, you can even skip any trials and directly enter the academy. Upon hearing this, Li Du felt that the contribution points had suddenly gained a lot of value. At the same time, the difficulty of obtaining them had skyrocketed. However, Li Du was still very much looking forward to it. So how do I obtain national contribution points? Zhou Ning said, once you become an Abyss Warrior, as long as you come back alive, you will receive a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 national contribution points. This contribution will be just enough to upgrade your badge to silver level. Hearing this, Li Du felt a bit disappointed. This meant he would have to wait at least a year before he could access national contribution points. However, the benefits of national contribution points were too high, and Li Du did not want to wait. Zhou Ning was about to say something else when Qin Yanguan spoke first. There is a place that can provide a large amount of national contribution points. Li Du's eyes lit up. What place? Qin Yanguan smiled and said, have you heard of the 10,000 races battlefield? Li Du shook his head, having never heard of it. Qin Yanguan explained, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, you just need to know that it's a good place. In there, you can not only earn national contribution points but also obtain countless items that cannot be found in external dungeons. He then added, similarly, the difficulty of the 10,000 races battlefield is not simple, and not everyone is qualified to enter. So how do I obtain the qualification to enter the battlefield? I can directly give you this qualification. Upon hearing this, Li Du immediately understood that it was probably conditional. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do I need to pay? Qin Yengguan said, there are several materials in the 10,000 races battlefield. I can take you to the battlefield once. As long as you collect these materials and bring them back to me, I will arrange for you to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Saying this, he provided Li Du with a list. Heart of the Blood Serpent, 5 pieces Tears of the King of Mermaids, 10 drops Teeth of the Bloodthirsty Whale, 15 pieces Claws of the Skyhorn Shrimp, 6 pieces. Upon hearing these materials, Li Du realized that the destination was most likely by the sea. Although some of the materials were unfamiliar to him, since Qin Yengguan could propose this task, it meant it should be achievable. Nodding, Li Du agreed. After that, he left. Li Du first went to the trading hall to deal with the items from the bloody prison. There were quite a few pieces of equipment and items, but most were not what Li Du needed, so he sold them all. In the end, Li Du sold for 360,000 points. Calculating it, although he lost a few thousand years of lifespan, the gains from the bloody prison were truly remarkable. In other dungeons, even if I run through them 10 times, I couldn't earn this many points. The only regret was that there were too few monsters in the bloody prison, otherwise, Li Du would have wanted to run through it a few more times. After selling the items, Li Du took out 60,000 points, exchanged them for 600,000 divine power, and then left the trading hall. 600,000 divine power was enough to recharge the time hourglass many times. Now that I have obtained the proof of strength, I must quickly make up for the lifespan I lost these past few days. Li Du immediately headed to the dungeon hall and arrived at the large dungeon area. Currently, there was only one large dungeon suitable for Li Du. Desert Emperor, 50-person large dungeon. Entry level, 20 to 30. There was no difficulty selection for the large dungeon, as the final boss was almost always a hell-level boss. Because of this, the items dropped inside were also extremely precious. Next to the dungeon, there were several records related to this dungeon. Heavy rewards for desert fruits, 3,000 points each. Looking to buy Zar Crystal Cores, 50,000 points. The strategy team is short on members, looking for record breakers, only accepting epic level professions above level 25, currently still need 7 people. Team up to clear the Zar dungeon, interested parties please contact. Various task information filled the area, some for collecting materials, some for breaking records, some for leveling up with others, a wide variety. Li Du glanced at them and had no intention of taking any of these tasks. Currently, his points were quite sufficient. Hey, are you planning to tackle the Zar dungeon? Someone noticed Li Du lingering in front of the dungeon and immediately approached him. Li Du turned around, nodded, and said nothing. I see, do you want to team up? We only need 5 more people to fill our team of 50. At that moment, a few people approached nearby. Lu Hao, why are you here instead of looking for people? We're just short 5. When they saw Li Du, they immediately spoke up. Is this the person you found? What level? What profession? A young man named Lu Hao immediately asked, hey, come team up with us. We're almost full. Li Du shook his head and said, no need. With that, he stepped into the teleportation array. Detected that you do not meet the dungeon entry requirements. Would you like to use the Certificate of the Strong to forcibly enter the dungeon? Enter. Certificate of the Strong activated. You have entered the dungeon. Soon, Li Du's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. The people around were instantly astonished. What the hell? What's going on? How did he get in? He's all alone. How can he enter the Zar dungeon? Doesn't this person look familiar to you? Now that you mention it. What the hell? Isn't he Li Du? Li Du, it's actually him? The endless desert blurred his vision, and he could vaguely see a few ancient cities. Not far away, swirling yellow sand suggested the possibility of a sandstorm erupting at any moment. The Zar Emperor dungeon was located in the vast desert. Inside, the sun scorched the earth, and Li Du felt as if he were in a furnace. Affected by extreme high temperatures, all your attributes are reduced by 10%. Affected by extreme high temperatures, your wounds are very difficult to heal, health recovery speed reduced by 35%. Soon, 2 messages appeared in Li Du's mind. These were the negative effects imposed on intruders by this dungeon. The destination should be that city in the distance. There shouldn't be any mirages here. Looking at the blurry city in the distance, Li Du slowly walked forward. Rustle, rustle, suddenly, several sounds emerged, as if something was burrowing out of the sand. Li Du immediately became alert. The next moment, a dark object appeared beneath his feet. Li Du quickly jumped aside, and at that moment, the object revealed itself. It was a giant scorpion. Desert poison scorpion, type, normal wild monster, level, 24, health, 12,000, strength, 380, traits, attack carries poison. After being poisoned, your health will continuously decrease. Weakness, cut off its tail, and it will die instantly. Is this the wild monster of the dungeon? Poisonous, and its attributes are quite decent. However, it posed little threat to Li Du. Li Du seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed a skill aimed at the scorpion's tail. Soon, its tail was broken, and it died instantly. You killed the desert poison scorpion, successfully absorbing 50 days of lifespan. You gained 780 experience points. Automatic extraction activated. You obtained material, scorpion tail needle. Perhaps due to Li Du's excessive movement when killing the poison scorpion, various sounds began to emerge around him. Then, countless poisonous scorpions suddenly emerged from the sand. It seemed there were at least 100 of them. They moved swiftly across the desert, all charging towards Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du immediately summoned the fire demon and the Cayman orc general. The fire demon was engulfed in flames, while the Cayman orc general was fully armored. The poison of the desert scorpions had no effect on them. Li Du commanded them to unleash their skills, and soon, a large number of desert scorpions were exterminated. At the same time, Li Du also launched his own attack. Waves of scorpions fell one after another. Although these scorpions had relatively high attributes, they still posed little threat to Li Du. He didn't even need to lift a finger. The fire demon and the Cayman orc general could clear them out entirely. He didn't even need to use the wrath of the living. About half an hour later, over 100 scorpions were killed, and Li Du continued on his way. He did not summon the fire demon and the general again but let them lead the way. Along the path, he encountered several scorpions, but most were in pairs, unlike before when they had swarmed out in the hundreds. Further ahead was a sparse thicket. It looked harmless. However, the more such places appeared, the more likely they were to hide unknown dangers. Fire demon, set it ablaze. Li Du commanded the fire demon, and then a fireball shot out, instantly igniting patches of the thicket. The shrubs in the desert were extremely dry, and it took just a spark to catch fire. Soon, all the shrubs were ablaze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before long, several sounds rang out. Indeed, there were things hidden in the thicket. Li Du immediately saw several snakes quickly slithering towards him. Judging by their tails, they were all rattlesnakes. Roar, the Cayman orc general stepped forward, swinging his sword down, instantly killing several rattlesnakes. You have killed a rattlesnake. Successfully absorbed 50 days of lifespan. You gained 800 experience points. Automatic extraction activated. You obtained materials, rattlesnake skin, you have killed. To his surprise, there were quite a few rattlesnakes hidden in the thicket. Almost every patch of shrubs concealed 2 or 3, and in dozens of spots, there were 100 or 200. However, they still posed little threat. Li Du launched his attack, and soon, these rattlesnakes were all dead. Another half hour passed, and Li Du finally cleared all the rattlesnakes, also acquiring a large amount of snakeskin. In total, he had spent over an hour. However, he was still far from the ancient city. Li Du had originally thought there would be many wild monsters in this dungeon, but so far, he had only killed a little over 200, which only translated to a few decades of lifespan. This left Li Du somewhat disappointed. Could it be that I'm going the wrong way? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a fierce wind swept in. The sky was filled with swirling yellow sand, rising like a wall of desert, pouring down. Li Du looked and was instantly shocked. Oh no, it's a sandstorm. Just as Li Du wanted to escape, the sandstorm came too suddenly, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late to leave. A sandstorm is approaching. You will suffer massive damage. With no choice, he could only activate his immovable stance. This would lessen the damage from the sandstorm. Soon, countless grains of sand and stones battered against Li Du, his skin nearly torn apart by the wind and sand. A massive amount of sand swept in, forcing Li Du to close his eyes. But at that moment, it was also the most dangerous time. Li Du commanded the fire demon and the Cayman orc general to stay close to him. Whoosh, 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 the raging sand swept around. Li Du felt as if he might be blown away. Fortunately, with the help of the immovable stance, the wind and sand could not budge him at all. A few minutes later, the sandstorm vanished. Just as suddenly as it had come, it disappeared in an instant. Phew, it's over. Li Du let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was covered in sand, and with a shake of his body, countless grains flew away. The orc general Carmen and the fire demon were even buried in the sand pile, struggling to crawl out. Li Du looked around and suddenly froze. At that moment, countless shadows appeared from all directions, surrounding him. They were wild monsters. A large number of wild monsters. Poisonous scorpions, rattlesnakes, gigantic ants, bizarre dead trees. All types were present, densely packed, making it impossible to see the end. A sandstorm had caused countless wild monsters to appear and surround him. However, at this moment, Li Du was not panicking. Instead, he showed an excited expression. I was wondering why there were so few wild monsters in this large instance. It turns out they only appear after the sandstorm. A tide of wild monsters surged toward Li Du. Without hesitation, Li Du unleashed his skill. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. A magic circle appeared, and a massive fireball formed above the staff, resembling a meteor, even creating a small sun. Soon, the fireball took shape. Li Du directed the fireball to attack immediately. Boom! The fireball plummeted, and countless flames rolled down, erupting with unparalleled power centered around Li Du. In an instant, countless wild monsters were engulfed in flames. The sound of explosions crackled continuously. Then, countless messages appeared in Li Du's mind. You killed the desert poisonous scorpion. You killed the rattlesnake. You killed the bizarre dead tree. You killed the desert white ant. You killed the desert worm. One after another, it was impossible to see clearly how many there were. Li Du's lifespan was increasing at an incredible speed, and his experience points were also rising continuously. Countless materials flew toward Li Du, landing in his spatial ring. The originally vast space was immediately filled with materials. The Heaven's Wrath Fireball not only dealt falling damage and explosion damage. After landing, countless flames burned the bodies of the wild monsters. However, since the Wrath of Beings was not activated, some of the wild monsters on the outskirts suffered very little damage and did not die immediately. But their bodies were already on fire, and the flames continued to burn, eventually killing them all. Li Du, along with the fire demon and the general, continued to patrol the battlefield, delivering finishing blows to the surviving wild monsters. About half an hour later, no more messages appeared, and Li Du finally killed all the wild monsters. Awesome! Killing monsters so freely made Li Du exceptionally happy. I just wonder how many I killed in total. Li Du opened his personal panel to check his lifespan. To his astonishment, he found that his lifespan had increased by nearly 2,000 years. Calculating at 50 days per wild monster, I actually killed over 10,000 wild monsters this time. A sandstorm, which was originally a disaster, had become Li Du's opportunity. I really hope this sandstorm comes a few more times. Unfortunately, the sandstorm had disappeared, and the desert returned to calm. Li Du continued on his way. Perhaps because Li Du's Heaven's Wrath Fireball was too powerful, he did not encounter a single wild monster during the next half hour of travel. This left Li Du particularly disappointed. During this time, the summoning time for the fire demon and the orc general had ended. Li Du had to use an hourglass to summon them again. Continuing on, Li Du finally began to encounter wild monsters one after another. However, they were still ordinary wild monsters and posed no threat to Li Du. But as he delved deeper into the desert, the wild monsters gradually grew stronger, and their sizes increased as well. The desert poisonous scorpions Li Du encountered had grown to about a meter long, frighteningly large. The rattlesnakes were the same size as pythons, and as they slithered, the sand trembled continuously. At this point, Li Du finally felt pressure. However, there was still no need to activate the Wrath of Beings, but his speed of advancement had slowed considerably. As time passed, Li Du had been in the instance for over 4 hours. After a long battle and the sweltering heat, Li Duku was parched. Before entering the dungeon, he had thoughtfully brought a large supply of water, considering the environment. Now, he had already consumed 3 large bottles but still felt it wasn't enough. However, his gains during this time were not insignificant. He had encountered 2 waves of monster attacks, and after defeating them, he had gained a substantial amount of lifespan. So far, he had acquired over 2,000 years of life, nearly compensating for the losses from the bloody prison. In the 5th hour of entering the dungeon, Li Duku finally felt a hint of coolness. In the distance, the shimmering surface of water caught his eye. Only the surface of water would reflect light. It's an oasis. Li Duku was overjoyed. The endless yellow sand was a tremendous torment to the heart. Finally, he had spotted an oasis. With renewed motivation, he quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the oasis. There was a vast lake with exceptionally clean water. Surrounding it were plenty of plants, creating a stark contrast with the dry desert. Li Duku stepped forward and cupped his hands to wash his face. The lake water was particularly refreshing, almost like well water. Ah, finally comfortable. After a long journey in battle, Li Duku was drenched in sweat. He longed to stop and take a bath, but he ultimately resisted the impulse. He still didn't know if there were dangers here and couldn't afford to relax too much. However, now that he had reached the oasis, he could finally take a moment to rest. The map of the Desert Emperor is truly vast. Lee Dooku sighed. The only other experience that gave him such a feeling was the former Karman Orc Kingdom dungeon. However, that dungeon wasn't actually this large. It was merely composed of various cities, and the challenge lay in conquering them. If that dungeon were emptied, its actual size would be far less than that of the Desert Emperor. At Lee Dooku's pace, 5 hours had passed, and even with delays from wild monsters, he had still covered at least 60 to 70 kilometers. Yet, despite such a long distance, he could see no end to the desert. Looking again at the distant, blurry ancient city, Lee Dooku suddenly felt a doubt. That city can't really be a mirage, can it? He found it somewhat plausible yet absurd. After all, this was a dungeon, and the entire dungeon was a desert. A mirage. Where would one find a sea to create a mirage? Just as Lee Dooku pondered this, a warning sign appeared. Then, the calm lake surface erupted with splashes of water, and a figure surged forth. Before Lee Dooku stood a giant scorpion. Its body was at least 3 meters long, with a massive tail raised like a scythe ready to strike. Lee Dooku stepped back and immediately activated Abyssal Eye. Oasis Giant Scorpion Type, Elite Monster Level, 27 Health, 58,000 Strength, 1,380 Traits, Poison Attack Skills, Scorpion Tail Stinger, Giant Claw Attack, Water Assault Weakness, Interrupt the Tail Stinger, and it will die instantly. It was a fairly decent elite monster, but it still posed no threat to Lee Dooku. Despite its fearsome appearance, he was not afraid. When it launched its attack, Lee Dooku immediately summoned the Karman Orc General. At the same time, he also initiated his own attack. Soon, the two sides began to battle. Without using Wrath of the Beasts, Lee Dooku's damage was not enough to instantly kill the scorpion. However, his skill damage was still quite powerful. As the battle progressed, the Karman Orc General ultimately severed the scorpion's tail stinger with a single strike. The scorpion died instantly. You have killed the Oasis Giant Scorpion. Successfully extracted 50 days of lifespan. You gain 9,800 experience points. You obtained Giant Scorpion Tail Stinger. Scorpion Venom. The harvest was not substantial. Due to the scorpion's low stats, Lee Dooku did not gain much lifespan. Lee Dooku used the Eye of the Abyss to confirm that there were no other wild monsters near the oasis. He couldn't see underwater, but even if they surfaced again, Lee Dooku wasn't afraid. After resting for a while, it was time to continue on his journey. Lee Dooku immediately headed towards the ancient city. At this moment, for some reason, the ancient city seemed clearer. It looked as if it was closer, and it should be. As he advanced, Lee Dooku encountered a group of cacti. These cacti were exceptionally large, reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, as thick as big trees. Beneath the cacti, many wild monsters were lurking, some of which only had their eyes visible. If Lee Dooku hadn't observed carefully, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. As Lee Dooku got closer, these wild monsters immediately revealed themselves. They were scorpions, countless scorpions. They were desert poison scorpions, but their level had already reached 26, and their size had grown to 2 meters. Their attributes were far stronger than the scorpions Lee Dooku had encountered initially. The Flame Demon and the Orc General Karman sprang into action. Although they could still be killed, the speed was noticeably slower. Lee Dooku's skills couldn't one-shot them either. Despite the slower pace, after quite a bit of effort, Lee Dooku managed to clear them out. As Lee Dooku moved forward, he suddenly saw an extremely strange cactus. Rather than a cactus, it resembled a tree. It stood at the center of all the cacti, like the moon surrounded by stars. Above it, there was a fruit the size of a fist, purplish in color, resembling fish eggs. However, it hung at the top, nearly 6 meters high. At present, Lee Dooku couldn't jump that high, and using skills to knock it down could easily harm the fruit. Moreover, the tree was covered in sharp thorns, making it impossible to climb. Wings of the Elf, equip. Lee Dooku had no choice but to summon the wings of the elf. Soon, a pair of crystalline wings appeared behind him. With a thought, Lee Dooku took flight with the flapping of the wings of the elf and quickly plucked the fruit. Using the Eye of the Abyss. Desert fruit, a type of fruit that grows deep in the desert, extremely rare, with powerful effects, thus very precious. Effect, consuming it restores 10% of mana per second, with a cumulative recovery limit of 500,000 mana. Additional effect, keeps the body in a cool state, immune to attribute reduction effects caused by high temperatures. Seeing this effect, Lee Dooku was very surprised. The effect is actually this good? Restoring 10% mana per second meant that even if his mana bar was empty, it would only take 10 seconds to fill it up. Moreover, it provided immunity to high temperatures. This meant that after consuming it, he could ignore the negative effects of the Desert Emperor dungeon. This was already equivalent to a pretty good piece of equipment. Although there was a limit to the cumulative recovery, 500,000 was enough for a person to use for a long time. No wonder someone offered 3,000 points to buy it. That amount of points is still too little for the fruit. Li Du immediately consumed the fruit. Soon, his mana bar, which was about to run dry, began to recover. At the same time, a wave of coolness washed over him. The scorching desert felt as refreshing as an oasis, and he could no longer feel any heat. The effect is indeed extraordinary. Li Du was overjoyed. The effect of the desert fruit was truly a pleasant surprise. Li Du's total mana was actually quite high, over 10,000. However, after grinding through dungeons, he had run out of mana twice. His automatic extraction skill consumed mana, and he released skills at a very high frequency, which also drained his mana. Relying solely on natural mana recovery was far from enough. During this time, Li Du didn't know how many mana potions he had consumed. Now, he didn't have many mana potions left. The appearance of the desert fruit perfectly filled the gap for Li Du. What a pity, there's only one. If only there were more desert fruits. Li Du's frequency of releasing skills while grinding dungeons was extremely high, so he needed a large amount of mana recovery methods. Originally, Li Du's method was to continuously drink blue potions. However, the current blue potions could only restore a small amount of blue, even the largest bottle only restored 2,000 blue at a time, and the price was not low, requiring a full 60 points per bottle. Li Du would consume 300 points just to fully restore his blue. If he had a large number of desert fruits, it would completely offset this consumption. With a total blue amount of 500,000, it should last me at least 10 days, right? 5,000 blue a day was Li Du's calculation for his frequent dungeon runs. This was actually quite exaggerated. Ordinary players wouldn't exceed 1,000 blue after a day of dungeon runs, which was less than 1/5 of Li Du's consumption. If the desert fruits were used by others, they could last at least 2 months. Looking around, Li Du confirmed there were no other desert fruits left and had no choice but to leave. At this point, he was getting closer to the ancient city ahead. Calculating the time, Li Du had been in this dungeon for almost 8 hours. He opened his data panel to check his lifespan. Li Du found that he had gained nearly 4,000 years of lifespan. One dungeon, 4,000 years. No wonder it's a large dungeon. Currently, Li Du hadn't even encountered the boss. The number of wild monsters was truly overwhelming. Groups of wild monsters appeared from time to time. After walking for more than 2 hours, he had killed countless wild monsters and encountered several elite monsters, consuming a lot of Li Du's time. Finally, he arrived in the desert ancient city. The ancient city was in ruins, like a relic covered by sand and wind. As Li Du walked in, he suddenly saw several armored warriors holding long spears. Upon seeing Li Du, they immediately stood up and emitted a strange sound. Abyssal Eye. Sand Soldier type, Enhanced Elite Monster Level, 28 Health, 78,000 Strength, 3,200 Traits, Attack Carries Sand and Dust, can obscure the target's vision skills, Spike Attack, Dust Summon, Sandification Notes, do not let the sand get in your eyes. Be careful of its sandification, which can cause your skills to miss. Weakness, Combat Power greatly reduced on non-sandy ground. Finally encountered strong enough elite monsters. This value would already be quite challenging for Li Du to fight alone. Moreover, there were quite a few sand soldiers. Not just these few, footsteps could be heard nearby. Clearly, other sand soldiers were rushing over. Wrath of the Living. Li Du did not hesitate and cast his skill. The real battle was just beginning. Clear the way, everyone move aside. Don't block the path. We from Junlin Academy are about to set a new record, don't interfere. A large group of people came bustling into the dungeon hall. They were extremely arrogant, weaving through the paths. Many people saw this and hurriedly made way. Some who didn't move in time were even roughly pushed aside. People were puzzled and asked, what is Junlin Academy doing? What are so many of them up to? At that moment, someone from Junlin Academy said, our senior Sujan is leading the team, and today we will break the record for the Desert Emperor dungeon. Upon hearing this, people were astonished. Wow! Is it really that impressive? The record for the Desert Emperor dungeon is one of the hardest to break among the large dungeons. I remember the last record for this dungeon was set by Yunling Academy. Can Junlin Academy really break it? Some raised doubts, but others explained. Junlin Academy has made ample preparations for this operation. Including Sujan, several main forces have even equipped themselves with a full set of epic gear, and they deliberately kept their levels capped at 30, delaying their upgrades just for today. With this, the hope of breaking the record is quite high. Back when the Yunling Academy team broke the record, their average level was only around 27 or 28. There's no choice, Sujan is already a junior, and he must have some impressive achievements. Otherwise, when he graduates, those major guilds won't want him. After finishing university, there are several paths for professionals. The most common path leads to the major guilds in various provinces. In fact, some professionals who stand out during their university years are approached by major guilds in advance. In major guilds, not only can they enjoy many resources, but there are also many high-quality dungeons. Many strong individuals were once members of a major guild. If one cannot join a major guild, they can take the civil service exam, but that is extremely difficult. If both paths are blocked, then their life is likely to remain that way. After all, it's easy to imagine how poor a professional must be if they can't even find a guild. For someone like Su Zhan, finding a guild would certainly be easy, but getting into a major guild is not simple. Without sufficient talent and impressive achievements, why would a major guild want you? Although the people from Junlin Academy are very ostentatious, seeing their numbers and configuration, others dare not say much. Just then, someone spotted a person. Hey, isn't that Hishio? He's a freshman like us. Why can he join the Junlin Academy team? Hearing others discussing him, Hishio sneered. Who are you comparing yourselves to? You can't even get into the academy, while I have already become a student of Junlin Academy in advance. People were immediately astonished. This is impossible. It hasn't even been a month since school started. You can't have completed all the evaluation requirements. Stop bragging. Even a legendary professional would need at least a month before entering the academy. Hishio laughed heartily. Ignorant fools, do you know what a recommendation is? Damn, isn't that just taking the back door? What the hell? A backdoor entry, and you're acting all high and mighty? I thought you were something special. Upon hearing this, Hishio was instantly furious and was about to explode. Su Zhan said, Enough, Hishio, don't stoop to their level. This mission is very important, don't get distracted. Humph. Sour grapes from those who can't reach the grapes, that's all they are. Hishio turned his head and stopped speaking. Soon, the 50-member team from Junlin Academy arrived at the Desert Emperor dungeon. A beam of light descended, forming a teleportation array beneath the feet of the 50. As the formation activated, the 50 immediately entered the Desert Emperor dungeon. At this moment, due to this event, many people rushed over. Everyone wanted to know if Junlin Academy could really break the dungeon record. Inside the dungeon, Li Du was unaware of the happenings outside. After activating the Wrath of Beings, his damage was greatly enhanced. In no time, he killed several sand soldiers. You killed a sand soldier, absorbing 50 days of life. You gained 1,200 experience points. You obtained Sand Soldier Core. Although sand soldiers are elite monsters, their stats did not far exceed Li Du's. Therefore, the lifespan he gained remained at 50 days. However, the dropped materials were quite good. The Sand Soldier Core is a blue material. After using the Abyssal Eye to inspect it, Li Du found that this material could be used to craft a Sand Soldier set. This is a fine quality set, and possessing it would provide a significant advantage when facing the Desert Emperor dungeon. After storing it away, Li Du continued forward. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Woo woo woo, it was the sound of a horn being blown, immediately resonating throughout the ancient city. Li Du quickly looked up but did not see the horn blower. Instead, he saw a massive disc slowly rising from the center of the ancient city, hovering above like a flying saucer. Then, the disc emitted 8 beams of light from 8 directions. The entire ancient city began to tremble. Eye of the Abyss. Through the Eye of the Abyss, Li Du immediately explored the properties of the disc. Ascension Sand Table, a relic with divine traces in the desert, said to contain unparalleled power. Effect: once someone attacks the ancient city in the desert, the disc will automatically rise, allowing all the citizens in the ancient city to ascend. After ascending, all citizens will receive a 50% increase in all attribute damage. Seeing this description, Li Du finally felt some pressure. The ancient city transformed from calm to intense, with sand soldiers surging everywhere. After checking, Li Du found that the attributes of these sand soldiers had indeed increased by 50%. With over 70,000 health points, it now exceeded 100,000. Their strength was nearly 5,000. Other various attributes had also been significantly enhanced. This attribute was already equivalent to a boss, yet it was merely a reinforced elite monster. Looks like it's time to fight. Li Du summoned the Flame Demon and the Cayman Orcs, immediately launching an attack on the sand soldiers. There were many sand soldiers, and they could also turn to sand. One careless move could result in a sand soldier emerging from a pile of sand. Because of this, Li Du was ambushed by several sand soldiers and nearly pierced through by a spear. At this moment, the number of sand soldiers was increasing, surrounding him from all directions. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Li Du shouted, casting his skill. A formation appeared in the sky, and then a rain of swords fell. Swish, 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 10,000 swords swept across, instantly landing on each sand soldier. However, despite the tenfold increase in damage, a single sword still dealt low damage to the sand soldiers, likely only taking away a few thousand health points. It would take at least 20 swords to kill one sand soldier. Unless Li Du activated the 100-fold fury of beasts, the damage would not be sufficient. After leveling up, the performance of 10,000 swords returned to origin has started to weaken. Li Du had not felt this way for the first time today, but today the feeling was the strongest. The most intuitive feeling was that after 10,000 swords returned to origin ended, Li Du looked around. Although there were corpses lying everywhere, there were still quite a few sand soldiers alive. Behind him, more sand soldiers were continuously rushing over. Judging by the numbers, there were no less than 1,000. If he used 10,000 swords returned to origin, it would probably take 3 rounds to clear the area. There's no other way, I'll use fireball. Whoosh, 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 the fireball condensing in the sky grew larger, the rolling flames almost capable of melting bones. Li Du raised his staff, the power reaching its peak. At this moment, the sand soldiers seemed to see nothing, still charging forward. The Cayman orcs and the flame demon clearly could not withstand such a violent impact. They were now on the brink of death, at any moment they could perish. Kill! Li Du shouted, and the fireball fell. Boom! It was like a meteor falling, the intense explosion echoed throughout the sand city, countless flames surged, covering everything. Li Du recalled the 2 summoned creatures. He stood in the sea of fire. Although the flames roared and enveloped him, they did not harm him in the slightest. Meanwhile, countless sand soldiers perished in the sea of fire. You killed a sand soldier, gaining 50 days of lifespan, gaining 1,200 experience points. You obtained Sand Soldier Core. You killed a desert mage, gaining 50 days of lifespan, gaining 1280 experience points. You obtained Sand Soldier Core. You killed. Lines of information appeared before Li Du's eyes, countless experience, lifespan, and materials, beyond counting. With this one fireball, Li Du killed at least 1,000 sand soldiers. When the fireball disappeared, Li Du looked around. Due to the violent explosion, many places in the ancient city had turned into ruins. The once formidable sand soldiers had turned into heaps of corpses. A few seconds later, they turned to sand, merging into the desert. Indeed, fireballs are still the most useful. Although the mana consumption of the fireball is enormous, a fully loaded fireball consumes nearly the same amount of mana as casting the 10,000 swords return to origin 20 times. The instant gratification of clearing the field is something that 10,000 swords return to origin cannot provide. Who doesn't enjoy the sight of a single skill wiping out all enemies? At least, Li Du cannot refuse it. After refreshing his skills with an hourglass, Li Du set off towards the ancient city. After a large number of sand soldiers had died, very few remained. Besides the sand soldiers, there were also some desert mages who could use mage skills, and quite a few ranged desert archers who would shoot arrows from a distance. However, they posed little threat. Summoning the fire demon and the Cayman orc again, Li Du had the 2 summons clear the way in front while he leisurely strolled behind. I need to work on more summoning skills, that way, I won't have to lift a finger in dungeons. Summons are truly great. Nowadays, all Li Du needed to do was cast a fireball to clear the field, leaving any remaining threats to his summons. Even in hell-level dungeons, clearing them was still quite pleasant. Soon, Li Du entered the main city. Here, even more powerful monsters awaited him. It was a creature with a human head and a serpent's body, somewhat resembling the legendary Medusa. Demonic serpent witch type, boss level, 30 health, 246,000 strength, 12,800 traits, poison attack, sandification, petrification, gaze into her eyes, and you will turn to stone. Skills, serpent movement, plague mist, poison explosion, petrifying gaze. Note, never look into her eyes. Weakness, when she uses petrifying gaze, you need to turn your back to her or take the opportunity to attack. Don't worry about her ambushing you, she will be unable to act for a brief moment. After receiving the enhancement from the Sand Table Ascension, this monster's attributes became extremely powerful. Moreover, it could even petrify people. Looks like I need to be extra careful, I must not look into her eyes. If he were petrified, this dungeon run would likely end in failure. To test the waters, Li Du sent the 2 summons forward while keeping a safe distance from the serpent woman, ready to strike at any moment. Soon, the 2 summons launched their attack. The fire demon gathered a fireball, and the Cayman orc general swung his sword, both targeting the serpent woman. Hiss, the serpent woman flicked her tongue and then moved. Her body twisted and, at an incredible speed, she reached the 2 summons. Then, she spat out a stream of green liquid from her mouth. The liquid quickly landed on the fire demon. Whoosh, the fire demon reinforced its body and immediately ignited in flames, trying to evaporate the liquid. However, the liquid suddenly exploded. Boom! What was thought to be liquid resulted in an unexpected explosion. The fire demon was instantly blown away, while the Cayman orc general used his shield to brace against the impact. When the explosion ended, the fire demon was already contaminated with the liquid and fell into a deep state of poisoning. Although its health was still decent, the toxin deepened every second, and it wouldn't last much longer. Her poison damage is surprisingly high? Li Du recalled the fire demon. Fortunately, the Cayman orc general was fully armored, and the toxin couldn't harm him. I must be careful of the poison, otherwise, I might be in trouble. At this moment, the Cayman orc general launched another attack. Li Du waited for the right moment to act. Despite the serpent woman's high strength, the Cayman orc general was fully armored and had high resistance. Therefore, even if he took the serpent woman's attacks head-on, it was not unbearable. Meanwhile, Li Du continuously unleashed Abyss Slash and Thunder Fury. Facing two opponents, the serpent woman still found it somewhat challenging. The tenfold damage enhancement made Li Du's output extremely explosive. After a few skills, the serpent woman was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. Li Du used Abyssal Eye and discovered that she had less than half of her health remaining. At this pace, it would take just a few minutes to kill it. Just as Li Du was about to continue his assault, a sudden sense of danger arose in his heart. The snake woman twisted in an extremely bizarre manner, instantly appearing right in front of Li Du. Then, her pupils dilated, and a green light began to rise. Li Du immediately felt his entire body lose control, unable to move. She had activated her petrification. At that moment, the orc general Carmen immediately stood in front of Li Du. Li Du instantly regained his ability to act. However, the orc general's body completely hardened, even his armor could not escape. He turned entirely into a stone statue. Is this petrification? Li Du felt a wave of fear. In that brief moment, he sensed an unprecedented danger. However, since he had already experienced it, the snake woman's end should be near. Wrath of the Living, enhance 100-fold. Li Du activated the effect of Wrath of the Living and immediately launched an attack. The snake woman had just finished her petrification and was affected in her movements. With a thunderous strike, countless bolts of lightning immediately struck the snake woman. She screamed in agony but could not break free. In the end, she died at Li Du's hands. You have killed the evil snake woman. Target attributes detected to be too high. You gain 8,000 health points. You gain 78,000 experience points. You have obtained Snake Crystal Core, Eye of Petrification, Spear of the Snake, Blue. After defeating the snake woman, Li Du obtained a total of 3 items. The Snake Crystal Core is a material for crafting equipment, nothing much to say about it. The Eye of Petrification is a special enhancement material that can provide the petrification extra skill to equipment. As for the Spear of the Snake, it was just a blue item, and Li Du couldn't be bothered to take a look, tossing it into his spatial ring. Continuing forward leads to the very center of the ancient city, the royal palace. Li Du looked ahead, thus, this dungeon journey was nearing its end. Currently, Li Du had spent over 10 hours in the dungeon. He wasn't sure exactly how long, but it was definitely around 11 or 12 hours. There was still some distance to the royal palace from here. Perhaps he would have to endure another fierce battle. This dungeon was truly not simple. Monsters roamed in groups everywhere, and even upon reaching the ancient city, the challenges were even more severe. No wonder it requires 50 people to enter. With so many monsters, if the numbers are insufficient, it's basically a death sentence. Even legendary class professions, without a skill similar to Li Du's Wrath of the Living, would definitely struggle to clear the field with just one skill. At that point, he would find himself surrounded by monsters. If that happened, failure would be just around the corner. Li Du steeled himself and continued forward. Sure enough, on the way to the royal palace, there were several boss-level monsters. Their attributes were even stronger than the snake woman. One had a dog's head, another looked like a sword, and one resembled a crocodile, very similar to the desert butcher Li Du had encountered in the Tower of Heaven. Each had its own troublesome aspects. However, under the enhancement of 100-fold Wrath of the Living, Li Du's damage was simply too high. He killed them without expending much effort. The items obtained were similar to those from the snake woman, and Li Du didn't really need them. He could sell them directly outside. Finally, after a journey lasting over 10 hours, Li Du arrived at the deepest part of the Desert Emperor dungeon, the royal palace of the desert ancient city. Pushing open the grand doors of the palace, Li Du walked inside. It was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It was very ancient, as if built entirely from sand. A tattered red carpet extended all the way to the throne. The throne was extremely large, with its backrest even reaching the top of the palace. A monster, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, sat upon the throne. Its head resembled that of an eagle, but its entire body was clad in armor, exuding a yellow hue reminiscent of sand. Lacking the nobility of gold, it nonetheless radiated an unparalleled imperial majesty. Beside the throne, there was a scepter. Rather than a scepter, it resembled a pointed straw of sand color. Li Du activated the Abyssal Eye to examine its attributes. Desert Emperor type, final boss level, 30 health, 328,000 strength, 18,000 traits. Sand Soldiers manifest, it will not fight you directly, you must kill all its sand soldiers to battle it. Desert Legacy, fighting in the desert increases all attributes by 50%. Sandstorm power, during battle, you will be swept by a sandstorm. Desert Emperor's might, your all attributes decrease by 15%. Skills, Sand Soldiers manifest, Sandstorm, Ascend again, Desert Fury, Imperial Guard wall note. Beware of the sandstorm. Weakness, there are no weaknesses when fighting in the desert as expected of a final boss, its attributes and traits were unparalleled. Moreover, it had no weaknesses when fighting in the desert. Even with a 100-fold enhancement of the Wrath of Beings, Li Du had to admit that this battle would not be easy. On the throne, the Desert Emperor gazed at Li Du. It suddenly spoke. The desert was once the glory of this world, only I can restore it. Then, it stood up. Countless grains of sand fell from its body and merged into the throne. Intruder, I will make you dissipate into the wind. Boom! Boom! The entire palace shook violently and then collapsed. Instead of debris crashing down, the palace transformed into sand, becoming part of the desert. No, it was not just the palace. The entire ancient city had vanished. All that remained around Li Du was the boundless desert and the Desert Emperor. Sand Soldiers manifest. Countless grains of sand surged, and one after another, sand soldiers emerged from the desert. Their numbers were countless, endlessly pouring forth. They surrounded Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du immediately struck. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. A rolling fireball descended, erupting in a dazzling blaze in the desert. With temperatures akin to the sun's surface, even the sand could melt. This was something the sand soldiers could not withstand, no matter how numerous they were. Just when Li Du thought he could clear the field with the fireball, he suddenly froze. Despite the sand soldiers dying one after another, the Desert Emperor still stood unmoved amidst the flames. Li Du then realized that even though he had killed a large number of sand soldiers, in just an instant, the Desert Emperor could summon countless sand soldiers again. The continuously appearing sand soldiers absorbed a massive amount of damage from the fireballs. The Desert Emperor was completely unharmed. Even when Li Du opened the Abyssal Eye, he found that the fireball dealt zero damage to the Desert Emperor. How is this possible? Li Du was astonished. If that were the case, the Desert Emperor could never be killed. How did others clear this level? It must have a weakness I haven't thought of. Li Du pondered while attacking. Suddenly, he thought of something. In the desert, it has no weaknesses. But what if it's not in the desert? However, this dungeon was a vast desert. Where could he find a place without sand? Right, the oasis. Li Du remembered that there was a huge oasis in the desert, with large lakes. This might be the only place in this dungeon that wasn't desert. If I run to the oasis, will it chase me? Li Du felt it was worth a try. So, he stopped attacking and immediately fled. Sure enough, seeing him escape, the Desert Emperor sent a large number of sand soldiers to pursue him. As Li Du ran a distance, the Desert Emperor suddenly transformed into sand. A few seconds later, the sand ahead of Li Du coalesced, and it appeared right in front of him. However, Li Du did not care. After releasing his skills to kill a group of sand soldiers, he escaped once again. The Desert Emperor clearly had no intention of letting Li Du go and continued to pursue him relentlessly. The distance to the oasis was still far, but Li Du moved forward at full speed. The sand soldiers behind him kept attacking. Li Du killed those he could, and for those he couldn't, he directly used the skill Immovable, preventing the sand soldiers from inflicting too much damage on him. The Desert Emperor was in hot pursuit. If Li Du created too much distance, it would directly turn to sand and appear right in front of him. Thus, the two engaged in a chase for about an hour. The duration of the Wrath of Beings had ended. Fortunately, Li Du could refresh it directly using the hourglass. Finally, Li Du saw the oasis. A large expanse of lake reflected light, shimmering with waves. Li Du jumped high and landed in the center of the lake. At that moment, the Desert Emperor arrived at the lake's edge but stopped, not following him in. Li Du immediately activated Abyssal Eye. At this point, the weakness section had changed. Water will block the connection between the Desert Emperor and the sand soldiers. Feel free to use water to disrupt him. Without hesitation, Li Du unleashed his skill, Abyssal Slash. He released the skill in the water, instantly creating a powerful impact. Boom! Immediately, the skill splashed up a massive amount of water, accurately hitting the Desert Emperor. The Desert Emperor let out a terrible scream, and the sand soldiers around it turned into a pile of sand. Seeing that it was effective, Li Du was very pleased. However, the Desert Emperor reacted extremely quickly. it realized Li Du's intention and immediately turned to leave the oasis. I can't let you escape. Li Du equipped the wings of the spirit and soared out of the water. He then immediately released another skill. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Another fireball, cast in an instant. A huge fireball fell from the sky, just as the Desert Emperor reached the edge of the oasis, about to step into the desert. But the fireball had already descended. Boom! Countless flames erupted, crashing down in an instant. The Desert Emperor was immediately engulfed in flames. A series of messages appeared. Congratulations! You have killed the Desert Emperor and successfully cleared the dungeon. Detected that the target's attributes were too high, you gained 10,000 days of lifespan. You gained 150,000 experience points. You obtained Desert Disc, purple, Heart of the Desert, purple, Skill Scroll, Sand Soldier Summon, purple, Staff of the Desert Emperor, purple. As the messages appeared, Li Du's record finally settled. 14 hours, 25 minutes, and 6 seconds. A full 14 hours. To clear this dungeon, Li Du had expended all his energy. But it was all worth it. Just from the lifespan gain, Li Du had reached over 5,000 years. One could imagine how many wild monsters were in this dungeon. No wonder the record time for the dungeon was so long. Now, Li Du had broken the record. The previous record for the Desert Emperor dungeon had stood for 2 years, lasting 17 hours. By breaking the record, Li Du earned a full 10,000 points. The rewards for breaking records in large dungeons were much better than in other dungeons. Of course, aside from these, the loot from the dungeon was also considerable. I didn't expect that the few items dropped by the Desert Emperor would all be epic level. It was worth all his effort. Desert Disc, carrying it will grant you the Ascend skill. Ascend, gain a 30% boost to all attributes for 30 minutes. Using this skill will consume all the disc's energy. If the energy is insufficient, the release will fail. It can actually enhance all attributes, and the duration is so long. This item was extremely useful. It was essentially a low-tier version of Wrath of Beings. Moreover, it enhanced all attributes, making it even more versatile than Wrath of Beings. However, the effect is far inferior to that huge disc in the dungeon. After all, it can only be used by one person and requires charging. However, charging the Desert Disc is quite convenient. Just like an hourglass, it consumes divine power. A one-time charge requires about 3,000 divine power. Heart of the Desert, the core of the Desert Emperor, the main material for crafting the Desert Emperor set. Only 1/5 of the Heart of the Desert is needed to meet the requirements for one piece of equipment. Skill Scroll, Sand Soldier Summon, requires level 20 to use. After use, you can learn the skill, Sand Soldier Summon. One material, one skill scroll, both are quite valuable. Especially the skill scroll, which is actually an epic level summoning skill. Reaching level 20 means that the summoned sand soldiers are likely to be even stronger than the Cayman Orc General. Of course, it might also be a group summoning skill. When the Desert Emperor summons sand soldiers, he can summon thousands at once. It can be said to be a one-man army. The dropped skill book will also be quite impressive. Staff of the Desert Emperor, epic level magic profession equipment. Required level, 20. Background, an ancient staff, condensing the power of the desert, carrying the authority of the Emperor. It is said that obtaining it allows one to become the Desert Emperor. Effect, plus 500 strength, plus 400 spirit. Additional effect, plus 15% increase in spell damage. This effect triples in the desert. Passive skill, Ascension of the Desert Emperor, triggered when the full set is gathered, increases all attributes by 20%. This effect triples in the desert. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Li Du couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If all the effects of the equipment are activated, it could not only increase spell damage by 45% but also boost all attributes by a full 60%. Unfortunately, it requires gathering the full set and can only double the effect in the desert. This gives the equipment significant limitations. Nevertheless, the attributes of this equipment still rank among the best among epic level gear. This time, Li Du still made quite a profit. After counting his gains, Li Du directly left the dungeon. Outside, a new record has appeared. The crowd gathered in front of the Desert Emperor dungeon immediately became lively. They saw new words appearing on the record monument. So, is it Junlin Academy? No, it's not. Not? Who else could it be besides Junlin Academy? You can see for yourself. Soon, people were stunned, their eyes wide open in disbelief. First place, Li Du. Completion time, 14 hours 25 minutes 6 seconds. How is this possible? It's Li Du, it's him again. Wait, why is there only his name? Where are the others? In a large dungeon, insufficient numbers cannot enter, so when people saw Li Du's name, they generally assumed it was his team. However, the record monument indeed only had Li Du's name. He can't have soloed this dungeon, right? Damn! How did he do it? Let's not even talk about how he entered solo, just the feat of soloing a large dungeon. I feel like no one will match it in 100 years. At this moment, Li Du also came out of the dungeon. People immediately surrounded him. Li Du is out. Li Du, how did you break the record? Looking at the crowd that had formed a complete circle around him, Li Du frowned slightly. He ignored their questions and simply pushed through the crowd to leave. Seeing Li Du like this, some people were envious. What's with the attitude? Not even willing to say a word. Maybe he has something to hide. This sentence was immediately heard by Li Du. He turned around and silently looked at the person who had made the sarcastic remark. Say that again. Suddenly, the air around grew cold. The person who had just been acting all strange felt an inexplicable fear wash over him, his body trembling slightly. I. Seeing him like this, Li Du snorted coldly and turned to leave. At that moment, the person actually collapsed onto the ground. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around them. I thought you were so tough, but you got scared and your legs went weak from just one look. Try saying that again? Just try and see what happens. Damn, don't say that. With that look Li Du had just now, I wouldn't be surprised if he killed someone next second. Maybe he really has killed before. After leaving the instance, Li Du went to the trading hall and sold many materials and equipment he had obtained from the instance, keeping only the skill books. These items ultimately sold for over 100,000 points. In terms of value, it was surprisingly not as high as the bloody prison. However, this instance could be entered at level 20, so these gains were already quite substantial. Moreover, this was just Li Du's personal haul. If 50 people had entered, these items would have to be divided into 50 parts, which wouldn't be particularly much. Now, I have nearly 600,000 points, which is enough to exchange for an epic set. If he could gather a full set, it would unleash extremely powerful additional effects, like the Desert Emperor set, which could enhance all attributes. The additional effects of an epic set could even rival 1 or 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment. However, Li Du was not in a hurry. He planned to wait until he accumulated 100,000 years of lifespan, change his profession to an epic class, and then handle everything at once. After returning home, Li Du rested for a while before starting to learn new skills. He used a skill scroll. Usage successful. You have learned the skill. Sand Soldier Summon. Li Du immediately checked the skill effects. Sand Soldier Summon. Summon one Sand Soldier, which will inherit 60% of your attributes. If your level exceeds 50, it will inherit based on level 50, and will learn one of your single-target combat class skills. The Sand Soldier has no time limit, but will automatically disappear if it leaves your range of 5,000 meters. Skill cost, 300 mana points. Cooldown time, 1 second. Skill limit. You can have up to 100 Sand Soldiers existing at the same time. If the Sand Soldier encounters desert terrain, it will gain a 20% boost to all attributes and acquire the Sandification skill. It's actually a group summon skill. This surprised Li Du greatly. He had thought it would be another single-target summon skill. A group summon skill that could inherit his own attributes and skills. Most importantly, the cooldown time was only 1 second, and Li Du could summon as many as 100. In the instance, if I just fill the Sand Soldiers to capacity, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to clear the instance. Li Du suddenly felt that his perspective needed to change. What's the point of being a warrior or a mage? Summoning is the true path. Ha ha ha, hard work pays off, we did it. Cheers erupted from the people of Junlin Academy. After more than 10 hours of hard fighting, they finally cleared the instance. Although we didn't get the Heart of the Desert, at least we broke the record. The Heart of the Desert isn't that easy to get. It only drops once every 2 months, and the drop rate is extremely low. If you're unlucky, it's impossible to get. I remember the trading hall's purchase price for the Heart of the Desert reached a terrifying 50,000 points, which is comparable to a piece of purple equipment. This time, Junlin Academy entered the Desert Emperor instance with 2 goals. The first was to break the record, which they had achieved. The second was to obtain the Sand Emperor Crystal Core, also known as the Heart of the Desert. This was the main material for crafting Sand Emperor equipment. Just 1 Heart of the Desert would gather the main materials for 5 pieces of the Sand Emperor set. Therefore, it was particularly precious. Although the Tsar set can only reach its maximum effect in the desert, its basic attributes already surpass many purple sets. After all, there are hardly any sets that can enhance all attributes. Su Zhandao said, "It doesn't matter, we'll continue to grind tomorrow, we will definitely get it." Hishou asked, "Senior Su Zhan, which senior exactly needs the Tsar set?" This operation organized by Junlin Academy had some insider information that Hishou was aware of. The reason was that a certain big shot in the academy needed a Tsar set, but it wasn't available in the trading hall. So, they spent a large sum of money to have Su Zhan organize a team to run the dungeon and obtain the Heart of the Desert to forge the set. In fact, several main members' purple sets were provided by him. Su Zhan said, "I don't mind telling you, it's Senior Mo Xiaojun. He is about to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races, and the first location happens to be in the desert, so the Tsar set is very suitable." Upon hearing the name Mo Xiaojun, He Xiu was immediately taken aback. In Junlin Academy, this name is particularly renowned. It is said that the academy was established with funding from his father. Mo Xiaojun lived up to his father's expectations, awakening a legendary class at the age of 18, and within a month of entering the school, he soloed several hell-level dungeons. During his sophomore year, he even passed the National Guild's assessment and obtained a certificate of strength. After that, he crazily set numerous trial records. As a legendary class, he was able to surpass others by a large margin. Countless people claimed he was simply a prodigy. Almost the entire senior class recognized Mo Xiaojun as the #1 professional. He had once passed the assessment of Yunling Academy with the best historical record but ultimately refused to go to Yunling Academy and instead entered Junlin Academy. He even boldly declared, "From today on, Junlin Academy will be the #1 academy. Because I am here." Who would have thought it was he who needed the Tsar set? But He Xiu was very puzzled. Isn't the Tsar set a level 20 set? I heard Senior Mo Xiaojun is already level 40. Su Zhan replied, "You may not know this, but sets can actually be upgraded. After upgrading, the Tsar set can reach level 40. Senior Mo Xiaojun has already prepared the materials needed for the upgrade, he is just waiting for the set." Hearing this, He Xiu felt a surge of excitement. Does this mean he has connected with Mo Xiaojun? This is definitely a big shot. If he builds a good relationship with him, his future will be smooth sailing. Thinking of this, he began to contemplate how to get close to Mo Xiaojun. As the teleportation array appeared, the people from Junlin Academy left the dungeon. The people from Junlin Academy are out. They cleared the dungeon too. At this moment, there were not many people left here. Su Zhan didn't pay attention but looked at the record monument. However, he quickly froze. What is going on? At this time, someone in the crowd from Junlin Academy shouted, "Why didn't we break the record?" On the record monument, there was a line that read, "Second place, Junlin Academy. Time, 16 hours, 48 minutes, 28 seconds, 16 hours, and they were only second." Su Zhan frowned and said, "Who is this Li Du? He only took 14 hours, who did he enter the dungeon with?" At this moment, someone watching the excitement shouted, "Li Du soloed. He soloed a large dungeon." Soloed? Are you kidding me? Su Zhan's expression immediately turned cold. It's common knowledge that a large dungeon cannot be entered if the number of players is insufficient. Who doesn't know that? He really soloed. We all saw it. Yes, I can testify. I also saw it. He went in several hours before you. If you don't believe it, you can ask others. We all saw it, believe it or not, he soloed. Hearing this, Su Zhan's face darkened immensely. He felt humiliated, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Senior Su Zhan, look, the Heart of the Desert has dropped." What? Su Zhan immediately jumped up and looked towards the stone tablet beside the instance. At the top of the tablet, there was a red orb that had been glowing but was now extinguished. This meant that the most important item in the instance, the Heart of the Desert, had dropped. He could hardly accept it. After all his hard work, the instance record remained unbroken, and someone had taken the Heart of the Desert. This item only dropped once every 2 months. Once taken by someone else, no matter how many times they ran the instance within those 2 months, it would not drop again. It wasn't just Su Zhan. He Xiu's face was alternating between red and white, staring fiercely at Li Du's name, wishing he could swallow him whole. It was Li Du again. Time and time again, he caused him misfortune and ruined his plans. From the trials until now, he had come to utterly despise Li Du. Originally, if he had obtained the Heart of the Desert, he would have found an opportunity to have Su Zhan handed over to him so he could give it to Mo Xiaojun. This way, he could take the chance to befriend Mo Xiaojun. But now, the Heart of the Desert had already dropped. What should have been a sure thing was ruined by Li Du. He Xiu shouted, "The Heart of the Desert must have been taken by Li Du." His voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. Su Zhan asked, "Do you know this Li Du?" He Xiu gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's him. He set a trap for me during the trials and took away my achievements." Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's eyes revealed a wave of disgust. Thinking of how Li Du had taken away the Heart of the Desert that should have belonged to them only fueled his anger. Realizing that Li Du was just a freshman, Su Zhan immediately instructed a few people. "You two, go find that Li Du. If he knows what's good for him, let him hand over the heart of the desert. If he doesn't, I'll teach him a lesson. Hearing this, a few people immediately left. After working in the instance for over 10 hours, Li Du was almost exhausted. After studying skills at home, he went straight to bed. Even for a professional, continuously running instances without rest was extremely draining. Seeing this, Shui Sheng couldn't bear to disturb Li Du. It wasn't until the next day, close to noon, that Li Du finally got up. After washing up, he found that Shui Sheng had already prepared a warm meal. After eating, Li Du continued to the instance hall. Although running a large instance was tiring, the rich rewards made it impossible for Li Du to stop. Now that he had gained a new skill, the difficulty of running instances should be lower. I can have the sand soldiers explore more in the instance, and it would be best to find more desert fruits. These fruits were very useful to Li Du. With them, he would never run out of mana again. Just then, a voice interrupted Li Du's thoughts. Are you Li Du? Li Du, puzzled, saw two young men in academy uniforms, but he couldn't tell which academy they were from. What do you want? The two had an arrogant demeanor. You are the one who obtained the heart of the desert? Yes, I did. Do you need something? Hand over the heart of the desert, our senior Sujan needs it. Upon hearing this, Li Du let out a cold laugh. You must be crazy. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Du had no idea who they were, and they just demanded the heart of the desert. Not teaching them a lesson was already giving them face. He was in a good mood and didn't want these two to ruin it. The two were immediately furious, their eyes wide with anger. You dare refuse us? Do you know who Senior Sujan is? I don't care if he's a person or a ghost, if he wants the heart of the desert, he can come and get it himself. With that, Li Du ignored them and directly entered the instance hall. Grass. The two were so angry they felt pain in their livers, yet they dared not make a move. In the end, they could only leave. Junlin Academy. Li Du rejected him? The two had returned and reported the situation to Sujan. Yes, not only did he reject him, but he even cursed you. Senior Sujan, he is just too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't our Junlin Academy become a laughingstock for others? Sujan's expression was also very grim, and he harbored even more resentment towards Li Du. However, he couldn't act against Li Du freely at school. At Yanguan University, senior students bullying junior students was met with severe penalties. In serious cases, one could even be expelled. However, what troubled Sujan even more was that the heart of the desert had already dropped, and how was he supposed to explain this to Mo Xiaojun? After all, Mo Xiaojun had directly provided them with 3 sets of purple gear. No matter what, the heart of the desert had to be retrieved. Li Du was completely unaware of Sujan's thoughts and didn't care at all. At this moment, he had once again entered the dungeon. The Desert Emperor Dungeon. Since he had already cleared it, the dungeon was now on cooldown. The cooldown time was extremely long, reaching as much as 400 hours. Converted, it would take more than half a month to enter again. If he wanted to use points, it would require as much as 5,000 points to eliminate the cooldown time. Fortunately, the hourglass was also effective for large dungeons, and the number of refreshes consumed was only 2. After refreshing the dungeon, Li Du entered once more. Nearby, people were watching. Once Li Du went in, they began to discuss. Sure enough, he went in again, and still alone. Do you think he will set a new record? Is there even a need to say? Of course he will. The dungeons he has been to, didn't he clear the records several times before stopping? But how can he solo it? I don't know, maybe he has some treasure. Entering the dungeon, it was the familiar desert again. After clearing it yesterday, Li Du was already familiar with it. Various wild monsters appeared along the way, but they were all killed by Li Du in an instant. During this time, Li Du continuously summoned sand soldiers, advancing in all directions. This time, Li Du not only aimed to clear the dungeon but also to find more desert fruits. Along the way, powerful monsters appeared everywhere, and many sand soldiers were killed. But Li Du didn't care. If one died, he would summon another. Moreover, in the desert, the sand soldiers thrived. Li Du saw many hidden wild monsters in various places. There were even quite a few hidden treasures. Although the items weren't particularly precious, they were still pleasant surprises. Soon, Li Du encountered a sandstorm. This time, he didn't avoid it but let the sandstorm sweep over him. With the support of his steadfastness, despite the immense power of the sandstorm, it couldn't harm Li Du at all. After the sandstorm passed, it was the familiar onslaught of wild monsters. From all directions, countless wild monsters appeared in groups. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, and endless flames shot into the sky, resembling a rising mushroom cloud. Countless wild monsters perished within it. Li Du continued to advance. On his second journey, his speed increased significantly. With the Sand Soldier's detection, Li Du discovered many hidden elite monsters. Soon after, he arrived at the oasis again. After a short rest, he continued forward. He arrived at the cactus forest. Entering the center, on the tallest cactus tree, Li Du did not see any desert fruits. Sure enough, it's not that easy to spawn. Li Du felt a bit disappointed. However, he didn't leave just like that but continued to grind forward. The lifespan benefits this dungeon could provide were simply too high, and Li Du didn't want to give up. However, along the way, he frequently cast Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Because through the Sand Soldier's detection, Li Du found that there were large numbers of wild monsters hidden beneath the sand almost everywhere. These wild monsters had been lying in wait. If Li Du had remained vigilant, they might never have appeared. But once he let his guard down, they could strike immediately. Li Du didn't want to take that risk, so he directly unleashed fireballs, clearing each area as he went. As a result, his speed of progress increased significantly. After about 7 hours, Li Du arrived at the ancient city in the desert. This time, he took the initiative. Before entering the ancient city, Li Du released a Heavenly Fury fireball, targeting the city first. Then, a series of explosions erupted. Countless notifications appeared, indicating the experience points, lifespan, and materials gained from killing a large number of sand soldiers. However, a single fireball was not enough to cover the entire ancient city, so Li Du refreshed with an hourglass and launched several more. Boom! 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 One fireball after another burst forth like a fireworks display, killing countless sand soldiers. By the time Li Du stepped into the ancient city, it had almost turned into ruins. The desert disk had not risen either. When Li Du entered the palace, the desert emperor sat majestically on the throne. He had not been killed by the Heavenly Fury fireball and still exuded an air of authority, his gaze filled with disdain. Li Du sneered, "If you have the guts, come chase me." After saying that, Li Du unleashed a skill at the desert emperor. Sand soldiers appeared, blocking the skill. The desert emperor was unharmed. Without hesitation, Li Du turned and fled. Just as expected, the desert emperor indeed pursued him. There was nothing more to say about the subsequent battle. Upon reaching the oasis, Li Du attacked directly. Soon, the desert emperor was once again defeated by Li Du. This time, no equipment or skill books dropped, nor was there a desert heart, just many ordinary materials. The rewards were far less than when Li Du first cleared the dungeon. It didn't even compare to half of it. It seems that repeatedly clearing the same dungeon leads to diminishing returns. However, Li Du didn't care, his lifespan gains would not decrease. During this dungeon run, Li Du still harvested over 5,000 years of lifespan. At this point, his lifespan was nearing 20,000 years. Just half a month left. An epic class profession required 100,000 years of lifespan for exchange. Li Du was determined to obtain it. On the record stone beside the Desert Emperor dungeon, Li Du's name was refreshed once again. First place, Li Du. Time to clear, 9 hours, 44 minutes, 38 seconds. As expected, he broke the record again. Damn! This time he actually did it in just 9 hours? Who can break this record now? Unless a team is formed entirely of epic class professions, and everyone has max level epic gear, I feel like no one can break this record. Don't say that. Even with such a team, I still think it's quite risky. The team you're talking about, if slightly underpowered, isn't that just Julin Academy? And look where they stand. Breaking the record again, countless people admired Li Du. He not only broke the record but did so solo. This was not an ordinary dungeon but a large-scale one. When Li Du walked out, he was still surrounded by a crowd. However, Li Du didn't feel much about it. He knew these people were praising him like stars surrounding the moon because of his impressive performance. If he were to fail one day, countless people would surely come out to mock and ridicule him. His experiences over 3 years of high school had made him deeply aware of this. "You are Li Du?" A tall, proud young man approached Li Du, his expression even showing a hint of hostility. Li Du was somewhat puzzled. "Is there something you need?" The young man spoke, "I am Su Zhan. Do we know each other?" Li Du felt he had heard this name somewhere but truly had no impression of it. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's expression immediately darkened. No matter whether Li Du was pretending not to know him or truly didn't recognize him, it was nothing short of an insult to him. If it weren't for the fact that they were in school, he would have wanted to take action immediately. However, thinking of his mission, Su Zhan suppressed his anger. "Come with me to the school's arena, let's have a wager. If you lose, hand over the desert heart." Upon hearing this, Li Du hadn't even spoken yet, and the people around them immediately erupted in an uproar. "Damn! How shameless! Su Zhan, you're a junior, and Li Du is just a freshman. How can you say such a thing? Incredible, now I know what kind of people are at Junlin Academy. Su Zhan really has no bottom line. Isn't this just bullying?" And a wager? Why should he agree to a wager with you? Li Du just looked at him with a blank expression. It was utterly baffling. Li Du didn't even know how he had provoked him. Crazy. Li Du ignored him and tried to walk past Su Zhan. Seeing this, Su Zhan immediately panicked and shouted, "You can't be afraid, can you? You have the guts to solo a dungeon but not to wager with me?" Li Du turned a deaf ear to his words. He still needed to go to the trading hall to deal with his loot, and after that, he wanted to rest before continuing to grind dungeons. What wager? Such nonsense. It was simply childish. He could grind 5 to 6,000 years of lifespan in a day. If he were disturbed by such matters, even for just a minute, it would cost him several years of life. Just as Li Du was about to leave the dungeon hall, Su Zhan could no longer hold back. "Stop right there." Su Zhan drew a large sword and unleashed a skill at Li Du. Instantly, shockwaves erupted from the ground, like mountain peaks rising up, charging towards Li Du. Li Du felt a sense of threat and turned around, his gaze instantly turning icy. However, his reaction speed was quick, and he immediately dodged the skill. Yet, Su Zhan's actions had thoroughly enraged him. "What do you mean by this?" Li Du's face darkened, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the people around were astonished. Has Su Zhan gone mad? How dare he attack here? No matter what, he can't escape punishment today. I feel like he's really lost it. Is it worth it for a wager? When did Li Du provoke him? Wasn't it just breaking the record before Junlin Academy? Su Zhan ignored the voices around him. He knew that once he took action, there would be no turning back. If word got out, he would definitely be punished by the school. But if he obtained the Desert Heart, he could still seek help from Mo Xiaojun. With Mo Xiaojun's influence, even if he were punished, it would likely be a light reprimand, at most a probation, not expulsion. Either you wager with me, or I will take action myself. Choose one. Li Du's eyes glinted coldly. Since you want to die, I will grant you that. I accept your wager. Upon hearing Li Du's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Damn! Li Du, you can't be foolish just because Su Zhan is. Why would you accept his wager? Hurry and run, report this to the school. Su Zhan definitely won't get away with it. Exactly, I really don't understand. But I feel like Li Du might not lose in a wager. Su Zhan is level 30, an epic class profession. How can Li Du fight him? Li Du has soloed large dungeons. Does Su Zhan have that capability? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Su Zhan felt a surge of joy. As long as Li Du accepted the wager, everything would be fine. Alright, let's go to the arena now. At that moment, Li Du suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. If I lose, the Desert Heart is yours. If you lose, what is your wager? Su Zhan was taken aback. He had never considered this point because he had never thought he would lose. He immediately sneered. Do you really think you can win against me? Li Du ignored his words and repeated. I'll ask you again, what is your wager? Humph. If I lose, you can have whatever you want. You said it yourself, Li Du chuckled coldly. If you lose, you will give me as many points as I have. After that, Li Du and Su Zhan entered the teleportation array and were transported to the arena. Soon, people nearby followed and were teleported as well. This matter gradually spread. Many people learned that the freshman Li Du was actually going to gamble against the junior Su Zhan. It should be noted that Li Du was only level 22, while Su Zhan was already level 30. How could Li Du agree to such a gamble? What was he thinking? Although only a short time had passed, the news of this gamble spread like wildfire. Soon, the arena was packed with people. During this time, Li Du had almost become a symbol of the freshmen. Not a single freshman was unaware of him. Even some upperclassmen had begun to hear about this record-breaking maniac. And today, he was actually going to gamble against a junior. It should be noted that there was an 8-level difference between Li Du and Su Zhan. I feel that Li Du will definitely lose. He's too arrogant and needs to learn a lesson. I think it's going to be a fierce battle. Don't forget, Li Du can solo nightmare-level dungeons. But that's just a low-level dungeon. Su Zhan is already level 30, which is a qualitative change for professionals. Humph. Don't underestimate Li Du. He can solo large dungeons. What is Su Zhan? I know that's Su Zhan. He acts all high and mighty as an upperclassman and looks down on freshmen. Li Du, hurry up and beat him to take him down a peg. People were discussing animatedly, and the audience seats in the arena were filled. Li Du and Su Zhan had already stepped onto the stage. Su Zhan sneered, now that you're on this stage, even if you want to back out, it's impossible. Li Du did not respond, only saying indifferently, make your move. This cold attitude further enraged Su Zhan. Don't think you're so impressive just because you can solo dungeons, that's just a low-level dungeon. You have no idea how powerful a professional becomes after level 30, you will definitely lose today. With that, Su Zhan drew his longsword. Li Du activated the Abyssal Eye and saw his detailed information. Name, Sujan, level, 30, class, rock warrior, epic, skills, mountain punch, mountain suppression sword technique, earthquake, berserk fury. Health, 112,600, mana, 3,800, strength, 2,100, spirit, 535, constitution, 1,800, agility, 710. It must be said that just looking at the numbers, Sujan was quite exaggerated. With a health of 112,000, he was already equivalent to a level 20 hell-level dungeon boss. His strongest attributes were strength and constitution, which meant Sujan's damage was extremely high. With a strength of 2,100, combined with equipment and skill boosts, Li Du estimated that Sujan could deal 10,000 to 20,000 damage with a single skill. If it were an epic skill, dealing 40,000 to 50,000 damage would not be surprising. His constitution was as high as 1,800, making Sujan extremely tanky with high defense. However, Sujan also had the common flaw of all warrior classes: his spirit and agility were relatively low, making him quite specialized. Li Du guessed that he might have allocated all his attribute points to strength and constitution, resulting in this. Once on the stage, Sujan immediately made his move. Earthquake. As a ripple spread across the arena, a violent tremor followed. Then, spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. The people around were instantly astonished at the sight. Damn, Sujan is going all out right from the start, not leaving any escape route for Li Du. Landslide is a refined level skill, but in terms of power, it can even rival epic level skills. The most important thing is, this skill cannot be dodged unless you can fly. It seems Li Du is going to be at a disadvantage right from the beginning. Sujan laughed heartily. Li Du, I have spread the landslide across the entire arena. Unless you voluntarily admit defeat and jump off the stage, you will definitely be harmed by my skill. And let me tell you, under level suppression, my landslide can deal double damage. If you don't want to die, you better admit defeat quickly. However, Li Du's expression was incredibly calm. Boom! 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 Spikes emerged from the ground, seemingly about to pierce Li Du. At that moment, Li Du suddenly leaped into the air. The crowd immediately felt disappointed. Even if he jumps up, it won't help, he'll still take damage when he falls. This move is definitely a foolish one. However, just as everyone thought Li Du was about to come crashing down, a pair of crystalline wings suddenly appeared behind him. Li Du was actually hovering in the air. This made Sujan's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Flying skills require at least level 40 to learn. Li Du coldly replied, who told you this is a flying skill? At that moment, someone shouted, it's not a skill, it's an item. Look at Li Du's back, he has a pair of wings. He actually has a flying item. Sujan also saw it, his face darkening immensely. He clearly hadn't expected Li Du to possess such a high-level item. But do you think a flying item can save you? Without enough strength, even if you can fly, you still can't win. Is that so? Li Du sneered. He then immediately activated the Wrath of the Beasts. In the next second, Li Du controlled the fairy wings and charged towards Sujan. Thunder strike. Crackle! A massive surge of lightning erupted, and Sujan immediately felt a wave of fear. The power contained in that lightning seemed capable of killing him instantly. Rock defense. He activated his skill, trying to block the attack. However, when the thunder struck him, he found that his defense was as fragile as paper. Under Li Du's lightning, no defense was effective. Boom! A torrent of lightning struck Sujan. An explosion occurred, and Sujan was sent flying off the stage, landing on the ground. The crowd was left speechless in shock. Some thought Sujan could easily defeat Li Du. Others believed it would be a fierce battle. But no one expected that Li Du could take down Sujan with just one skill. Level 22 against level 30, and the result was that level 22 took down the opponent in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Li Du was a refined level class, while Sujan was epic level. No one could have imagined it. Sujan was in a bad situation. The lightning left him charred all over, and combined with the force of the strike, he was spitting blood and had sustained significant injuries. Fortunately, it did not threaten his life. The priest in the arena immediately rushed over to heal Sujan's wounds. Li Du walked over to Sujan, looking down at him and said, "You lost." He lost. Sujan finally realized this, his eyes wide open, unable to accept the result. At that moment, the arena's supervising teacher approached. According to your betting agreement, Sujan needs to pay Li Du an amount of points equal to his own. The total is 587,682 points. Sujan immediately jumped up, forgetting about his injuries. This is impossible. How could you possibly have so many points? You've got it all wrong. With 580,000 points, he couldn't even afford to pay that off. Over the past 3 years, Su Zhan had fought tooth and nail, and he had only managed to accumulate a little over 100,000 points, barely enough to cover a fraction. The supervising teacher's gaze instantly turned cold. Su Zhan, your remarks need to be moderated. The gambling match was only conducted after everyone's agreement. Once it begins, there is no turning back. Otherwise, the school has the right to expel you. Su Zhan immediately fell silent. The supervising teacher continued, you currently have 163,460 points in your account, which have automatically been transferred to Li Du's account. The remaining points must be transferred to the appropriate account within 6 months, or you will bear the consequences. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Zhan's face turned pale. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He never imagined he would face such a result. Not only had he lost the match, but he also owed Li Du over 400,000 points. Wait! At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire walked in. The supervising teacher at the arena was immediately astonished upon seeing him. The other students were also taken aback. It's actually the vice president of Junlin Academy. What is he doing here? The middle-aged man said coldly, Su Zhan and Li Du violated school regulations before the gambling match. This match is an illegal gamble, and the results do not count. As soon as this was said, the people around erupted in an uproar. What does that mean? It means Su Zhan doesn't have to pay back the 580,000 points. Isn't this blatant favoritism? Su Zhan violated school rules by attacking Li Du. What rule did Li Du violate? What's wrong with this guy? Shoo, he's the vice president. Be careful with your comments. Seeing the vice president, Su Zhan was instantly overjoyed. He immediately shouted, I admit I violated the rules by initiating the gamble. I asked the school to cancel the results of the match. The supervising teacher immediately became displeased and said, Vice President Han, whether the results of the arena are valid is a matter for the arena. Please do not interfere too much. Han Feng glanced at him and said lightly, This teacher, please mind your words. It was Li Du and Su Zhan who violated the school regulations first. Now I am taking them away for punishment. The supervising teacher was instantly left speechless. Han Feng was the vice president of Junlin Academy, and his status at Yanguan University was not low. He was not someone a mere supervising teacher could provoke. Then, Han Feng turned to Li Du and said coldly, Come with me. Li Du just looked at him but did not move. Why should I? Because I am the vice president. I am not asking for your opinion. I am informing you. If you do not go, I can directly expel you from the school. Li Du frowned, his gaze gradually turning cold. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Even knowing that the person before him was absolutely powerful and that he could never defeat him, Li Du still wanted to make a move. At that moment, a cold voice echoed throughout the arena. How dare you? Hearing that familiar voice, Li Du was instantly astonished. The newcomer was an old man dressed in gray cloth, looking much like an ordinary elderly person on the street. He appeared very kind, but now he was frighteningly cold. Old Zhou? The newcomer was Zhou Ning. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, Han Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Although his status was not low, Zhou Ning was one of the few professors above level 90 in the school. In fact, he was at level 99. He was just one step away from entering the extraordinary realm. Faced with Zhou Ning, he had no confidence. Han Feng, if you dare to expel Li Du from the school today, I will dare to dismantle Junlin Academy. This domineering statement was completely different from the Zhou Ning Li Du knew. The people around were also astonished. Damn! Old Zhou actually stood up to speak for Li Du. How domineering. But I like this old Zhou. I thought Professor Zhou Ning was always kind and approachable, but it turns out he can say such things. Han Feng's face was as dark as if it could drip water, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Old Zhou, Li Du violated school regulations, and I must take him back for punishment. Punishment my foot. Zhou Ning shouted, Do you think I don't know what happened? Su Zhan violated the rules, forcibly attacked Li Du, and pressured him to agree to a gambling match. If we're talking about violations, only Su Zhan is at fault. Li Du did nothing wrong. Han Feng still refused to back down. Even so, their gambling match was initiated by Su Zhan against the rules, so it doesn't count. Zhou Ning scoffed, which rule does it violate? As long as the arena recognizes the legality of the gambling match, it is within the rules. Saying this, he looked at the supervising teacher. Teacher, is this gambling match legal? The supervising teacher glanced at Han Feng, then at Zhou Ning, and finally said, The gambling match between Li Du and Su Zhan is in accordance with arena regulations. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's face darkened even more. He had come here with a mission. Junlin Academy was established by the Mo family, so the important figures in the academy were all backed by the Mo family. Mo Xiaojun had already heard about Su Zhan's situation. After learning that the heart of the desert had been taken away, he instructed Han Feng to find a way. If Su Zhan won this gambling match, everything would be easy to handle. They could just give Su Zhan a symbolic punishment, but they could retrieve the heart of the desert. But unexpectedly, Su Zhan lost, and in such a humiliating manner. There was no choice, he had to step in personally. He originally planned to take Li Du away first. As long as Li Du was in his hands, he wouldn't dare to resist. After all, he was just a student, with a little coercion and temptation. How could he dare to fight back? Wouldn't he have to hand over the heart of the desert obediently? But who would have thought that Zhou Ning would show up? This left Han Feng in a difficult position. Don't be fooled by Zhou Ning's current amiable and harmless appearance. In his youth, he was known as the Demon King on the battlefield, and the number of enemies who died at his hands was countless. Even the Mo family wouldn't dare to offend such a person lightly. Seeing the situation had escalated, Han Feng didn't dare to completely offend Zhou Ning and could only say, "But Su Zhan is a student of Junlin Academy, how to handle this must be decided by Junlin Academy." Zhou Ning coldly replied, "No need. I remember old Qin didn't give you Junlin Academy the authority to handle students privately. What does old Zhou plan to do?" Zhou Ning snorted coldly, "Handle it according to school rules. Within 6 months, Su Zhan must repay the points he owes, or he will be expelled. Moreover, Su Zhan's actions against a lower-grade student are extremely heinous. According to school rules, he should be disqualified from the academy and receive a major demerit." Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's face turned as pale as paper. If this were truly the case, his life would basically be ruined. Being disqualified from the academy would undoubtedly become a major stain on his career. In the future, he could forget about joining any major guilds. If he were expelled from school, his life would be over. Without the school, he could hardly enter a guild and wouldn't gain any resources. His level might never break through 40. Han Feng's expression was grim. This handling was like a resounding slap to his face. Even the Mo family would be disappointed in him. If he couldn't even protect a student, how could he work with the Mo family? This won't do. Han Feng shouted, "This handling is too excessive." Zhou Ning completely ignored him. This is the school's regulation, no one can violate it. Seeing this, Han Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Old Zhou, are you really going to do this? Su Zhan is from Junlin Academy, do you know who is behind Junlin Academy?" Zhou Ning scoffed, "You aren't even qualified to say that to me. Go back and tell Mo Wenye to come talk to me." Han Feng's face turned red with anger. "Fine. I hope you won't regret it, Zhou Lao." After saying that, he didn't even glance at Su Zhan and left in a huff. Upon learning the final outcome, Su Zhan, after experiencing great joy and great sorrow, finally couldn't hold on and fainted. When Li Du saw Su Zhan, there was not a shred of pity in his eyes. This was self-inflicted humiliation. After dealing with Li Du's matter, Zhou Ning said nothing and left directly. However, the story of Li Du spread. A level 22 freshman defeated a level 30 junior in a gamble, and he did it with a lower-tier profession defeating an epic-level profession. This feat was so legendary that no one dared to believe it. But as the arena released the battle video, people were shocked. There really is such a freshman, is he really a refined level profession? Incredible, that lightning damage is already comparable to legendary level skills. Indeed, freshmen are all monsters. Junlin Academy. Mo Xiaojun had just come out of a dungeon, having soloed a hell-level dungeon. Now he was already a senior, and his level had reached 40. At his request, his father helped him obtain the qualification to enter the 10,000 races battlefield for training. That would be the starting point of his legend, so Mo Xiaojun would not take it lightly and had to be fully prepared. The Desert Emperor's set was one of his preparations. Where is Su Zhan? Hasn't he returned yet? As the time to enter the 10,000 races battlefield drew closer, Mo Xiaojun frowned slightly. At that moment, someone ran over and whispered something. After hearing it, Mo Xiaojun's frown deepened. Su Zhan actually failed and didn't even get the heart of the desert. "Bring me Li Du's information," Mo Xiaojun said coldly. Immediately, Li Du's data file was delivered. A few minutes later, Mo Xiaojun revealed a mocking expression. So he was just a lucky guy. Abyss-type professions are generally strong in the early stages, but the cost is enormous. It's not surprising that he could defeat Su Zhan before level 30, but after level 30, he will just be a waste. In fact, he might not even live to see level 30. His gaze was extremely cold. No one had ever made him suffer since he was young. He had already noted Li Du in his heart. If it weren't for preparing to go to the 10,000 races battlefield, he wouldn't mind teaching Li Du a lesson. I hope you don't run into me in the wild, or you'll know what regret is. After that, Mo Xiaojun continued into the dungeon. Even without the Desert Emperor set, he was still invincible. Time passed, and a month had gone by since the start of university. During this time, Li Du hadn't encountered any issues. He had spent almost the entire month in the dungeon hall, grinding various dungeons and breaking records. After a month of continuous leveling, Li Du's leveling speed was rapid. Now, he had reached level 24. His various attributes had greatly improved. However, the further he went, the harder it became to level up. Even with Li Du's speed in grinding dungeons, leveling up was still not that easy. Besides his level, the various materials Li Du obtained from dungeons had earned him a large amount of points in the trading hall. Coupled with the points he gained from Suzhan, Li Du's points had surpassed 1 million. Converted into divine power, that was 10 million divine power. He could finally say he was a millionaire. In terms of lifespan, Li Du had actually accumulated enough lifespan of 100,000 years 10 days ago. Now, his total lifespan had reached a terrifying 150,000 years. It's almost enough. After coming out of the copy again, Li Du murmured. It was time to go to the Temple of Fate. Then, with over 1 million points, he would exchange for a complete set of epic-level equipment. The reason for choosing today was that Qin Yenguan had sent a message. The procedures are complete. Come to my office tomorrow, and prepare to head to the battlefield of all races. The battlefield of all races, a place where one could grind national contribution points. It would undoubtedly be extremely brutal, but it also contained immense opportunities. Li Du would not miss it. Soon, Li Du arrived at the Temple of Fate. It was still the familiar appearance, the familiar feeling. Li Du immediately checked the job transfer books. Holy Seal Knight job transfer book, can be transferred to Holy Seal Knight. Price, 100,000 years of lifespan. Storm Summoner, can be transferred to Storm Summoner. Price, 100,000 years of lifespan. The job transfer books for epic-level professions generally required 100,000 years of lifespan. However, Li Du was not very interested in choosing these professions. He kept scrolling down, looking for Abyss-type professions. Ideally, something like Abyss Envoy, a 3-system profession. Because currently, Li Du's skills were quite mixed, with warrior-type, magic-type, and summoning-type skills. If he transferred to a single system, many of Li Du's skills would become unusable. However, after looking for more than 10 minutes, there were many Abyss-type professions, but none with 3 systems. This left Li Du somewhat disappointed. Do I really have to give up some skills? If so, which type should he give up? Li Du was a bit conflicted. The magic type had the Heavenly Wrath Fireball. This was currently Li Du's main clearing method. As with the increase in level, the 10,000 swords returning to origin had become increasingly ineffective, and even with the enhancement of the Wrath of Living Beings, it was starting to struggle against monsters. The warrior-type skills, Thunderstrike and Abyss Strike, were Li Du's main single-target damage dealers. The summoning type had even more options. He didn't want to give up any of them. In his hesitation, Li Du suddenly saw another column, Job Evolution. Spending a certain amount of lifespan can allow your profession to evolve, improving its quality. After evolution, the profession's skills will change. Upon seeing this, Li Du was instantly delighted. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? Li Du immediately began to check. Detecting your profession. Detection successful. Evolving from fine to epic, evolution cost is 150,000 years of lifespan. Evolving from fine to legendary, evolution cost is 3 million years of lifespan. Soon, Li Du saw the evolution costs. It's so expensive? 150,000 years of lifespan was more than many epic-level professions. As for evolving to legendary level, that was not something Li Du could consider at the moment. At the very least, he would have to wait a year. Although it was very expensive, Li Du still chose to evolve without hesitation. As a beam of light enveloped him, Li Du soon felt changes happening all over his body. Evolution successful. Abyss Envoy profession has evolved into Sky Abyss Walker. Sky Abyss Walker, the Sky Abyss, a legendary forbidden zone. Those who enter will bear the sins of the world. You are an existence walking in the Sky Abyss, which grants you incredibly powerful strength, but the sins will constantly torment you. Profession introduction. Upon transferring to Sky Abyss Walker, your attributes will far exceed those of other professionals of the same quality, and your skill power will be enhanced by the strength of the Sky Abyss, making it even more formidable. However, the burden of sin has deepened. Your lifespan consumption rate has increased to 50 times. Moreover, each time you release a skill, it will drain vitality, consuming a large amount of lifespan. Although I have become stronger, my lifespan consumption has increased faster. 1 day for me is equivalent to 50 days for others. But it doesn't matter, as long as I'm strong enough, I'm not afraid of lifespan consumption. With the information of the successful evolution appearing, Li Du eagerly opened the data panel. Name, Li Du level, 24 occupation, Abyss Walker equipment, Black Blood Wolf King Slaughter, green, Paladin armor, Ring of Chaos, purple, Abyss Staff, purple, skills, Wolf King's Claw, green, extraction, white, Thunderstrike, blue, all swords return to origin, purple, General Summon, purple, unyielding, purple, Words of Chaos, equipped, Ring of Chaos, equipped, professional skills, Blue Eye of the Abyss, Abyss Slash, Lord of Flame Demons, Magic Abyss Confinement, Sin Accumulation, Ultimate Judgment Health Points, 98,000 Mana Points, 16,750 Strength, 1,480 Spirit, 2,120 Constitution, 1,600 Agility, 1,250 Free Attribute Points, 0 Talent, Immortality, Beginner you gain a Life Absorption skill, Killing Wild Monsters allows you to extract life, currently at a rate of 1 year per monster. Talent experience, 58, 920/300000. Unit, year, lifespan, 4,467 years, 132 days, 13 hours, 38 minutes, 28 seconds. Indeed, as expected of an epic level occupation, Li Du's attributes have nearly doubled. Looking at the attributes, he is even comparable to a level 30 Su Zhan, and in some aspects, even stronger. It should be noted that Su Zhan is also an epic level occupation. Based on these attributes, by the time I reach level 30, the values should double again. Compared to refined level occupations, epic level is truly powerful. Some of the original professional skills have changed, and their effects have become even more powerful. Eye of the Abyss and Abyss Slash have transformed into Eye of the Abyss and Abyss Slash. Summoning Flame Demon is no longer summoning a Flame Demon, but rather summoning the Lord of Flame Demons, with attributes even stronger than the Cayman Orc General. Dark Confinement has become Magic Abyss Confinement, with a larger range, higher damage, and stronger effects. Professional skills have evolved from refined level to epic level. Not only that, but I also gained 2 new skills. The first is Sin Accumulation. The Abyss Walker occupation has a very special effect. Each time you attack an enemy, you can apply a layer of sin to them. Each layer of sin increases Li Du's total damage by 2%. The sin effect will gradually drop only if Li Du does not attack for 30 seconds. Sin Accumulation can instantly apply 30 layers of sin to enemies in a wide area. Moreover, the duration of these sins lasts for 30 minutes. This effectively gives Li Du a damage boost lasting 30 minutes. The second is Ultimate Judgment. This skill instantly clears all sins from the enemy, with each layer of sin causing massive damage. Combined with Sin Accumulation, it can clear the field in an instant. Furthermore, since there is no limit to the number of sin layers, the upper limit of the Ultimate Judgment skill is extremely high. As long as the layers stack high enough, Li Du can deal hundreds of thousands or even millions of damage with a single skill. This is what an epic level occupation should look like. Truly worthy of being a profession that evolved after spending 150,000 years of lifespan, it is indeed powerful. Besides the occupation, Li Du's talent has also been upgraded. 10 days ago, Li Du achieved a lifespan of 100,000 years, meeting the conditions for talent upgrade. After upgrading the longevity talent, longevity became immortality. Each time he kills a monster, he can gain 1 year of lifespan. If the monster's level is too high, he can even gain 100 years, several hundred years, or even 1,000 years of lifespan at once. This greatly enhances Li Du's efficiency in collecting lifespan. However, the upgrade of the immortality talent requires an enormous amount of resources, needing 3 million experience points. That is equivalent to 3 million years of lifespan. This is not something Li Du can consider at the moment. Of course, besides the talent, the Wrath of Beings can also be upgraded by spending lifespan. In fact, this skill could have been upgraded long ago, costing only 1,000 years of lifespan. However, Li Du was so engrossed in grinding dungeons that he forgot about this matter. A few days ago, Li Du finally remembered to upgrade the Wrath of the Beings. After the upgrade, the name remained unchanged, still called Wrath of the Beings. However, it now had an additional, advanced, label. With this label, the effect of Wrath of the Beings did not change at all. But there was an added piece of information: skill effectiveness range increased to level 40. At this point, Li Du finally realized that Wrath of the Beings had an effectiveness range. The lowest level life strike could only be effective within level 20, while the effectiveness range of Wrath of the Beings reached level 30. The advanced Wrath of the Beings had its effectiveness range increased to level 40. It makes sense, after all, life strike only costs 10 years of lifespan. If there were no usage restrictions, it would be too favorable for high-level practitioners. In fact, many things in this world have an effectiveness range. For example, a level 40 practitioner wearing level 20 equipment would not gain any effects because the equipment level is too low and mismatched with the practitioner. The next upgrade for Wrath of the Beings required another increase in lifespan, reaching 10,000 years. It wasn't much, but Li Du estimated it was just to increase the effectiveness range. For now, there was no need to upgrade again. Next, I should go exchange for an epic set. Leaving the Temple of Life, Li Du immediately headed to the trading hall. Actually, epic sets could also be bought at the Temple of Life, but the price was very high, costing tens of thousands of years of lifespan. It was not worth it for Li Du. He needed to save his lifespan to exchange for a job change book, and unless necessary, he wouldn't return to the Temple of Life. His current goal was to accumulate 3 million years of lifespan within a year to upgrade his profession to legendary level. Soon, Li Du arrived at the trading hall. As soon as the people at the trading hall saw Li Du, they were very enthusiastic. During this time, Li Du had been continuously selling various materials at the trading hall, providing hundreds of thousands of points in revenue. Almost the entire trading hall knew him. Mr. Li Du, are you here to sell materials again? Li Du shook his head. I want an epic set, take me to see it. Hearing Li Du's request, the people at the trading hall were astonished. An epic set costs at least hundreds of thousands of points. They didn't expect a newcomer like Li Du could afford it. They didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took Li Du to see. Soon, Li Du arrived at the internal trading area of the trading hall. Here were the truly precious items of the trading hall, some of which could only be seen at auctions. However, Li Du was a VIP of the trading hall, so he was qualified to buy directly. Based on your profession, we have several sets we can recommend. This is the Abyss set, which provides a large amount of attribute bonuses and skill damage bonuses, but the side effects are also quite obvious. We suggest you consider it carefully. This is the Mage set, said to be designed for legendary level mages. It provides a large amount of spell skill bonuses and mental attributes. This is the War King set, which has extremely high strength, defense, and resistance bonuses, and is one of the advanced sets for warriors. The sales assistant recommended several sets, and I must say, the attributes were all very good. However, Li Du still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Now that his points were quite sufficient, if he was going to buy, he wanted the best. Is there anything better? Hearing Li Du's question, the sales assistant hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Li Du, we have another epic set in our trading hall, and its attributes are better than these sets. However, the price may not be friendly. The owner who crafted this set insisted on a price of 1 million points, with no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Li Du was somewhat surprised, but he still said, then take me to see it. The sales assistant nodded and then led Li Du into the innermost room of the trading hall. Upon turning on the light, the space appeared very empty. Only in the center hung an epic set of armor. Li Du activated the Eye of the Abyss and immediately checked the information about this set. Heaven's Punishment set. The detailed information of the set appeared before Li Du's eyes. Heaven's Punishment set inscription, no one can judge me. I am the punishment of heaven. Blacksmith, Sheng Tian Banzi Chi Tongwei set type, Mage class set contents, Heaven's Fury, hat, Heaven's Descent, cloak, Heaven's Continuity, gloves, Heaven's Catastrophe, staff, Heaven's Dispersion, boots, set effect, gain the skill Heaven's Punishment, epic level skill. No mana cost, no casting cooldown. After casting, you will enter the realm of Heaven's Punishment. The realm will mark all your enemies. When you attack marked enemies, the skill range increases by 300%, and skill damage increases by 500%. Duration, 30 minutes. You must kill all marked individuals within this duration, or you will suffer the backlash of Heaven's Punishment. Backlash of Heaven's Punishment, your health drops to 10%, mana is emptied, and this state lasts for 24 hours. You cannot recover during this duration. The Heaven's Punishment set was forged by a blacksmith named Chi Tongwei. To Li Du's surprise, he actually had a title. Some sufficiently powerful individuals receive titles granted by the state. This is the state's acknowledgement, just like Qin Yanguan and Zhou Ning. They all have titles, earned through their remarkable achievements on the battlefield. It is extremely rare for a profession like blacksmithing to receive a title. Not to mention, Chi Tongwei's title is actually Sheng Tian Banzi. Such a resounding name made one's heart tremble. Moreover, that phrase no one can judge me was so deafening. The effects of this set indeed lived up to the name Heaven's Punishment. The set effect would enlarge one's skill range and quintuple the damage. But one must kill all enemies within half an hour, or they risk their own death. Even if the enemies flee, one would still suffer the backlash of Heaven's Punishment. Li Du couldn't help but continue to look at the attributes of the set. Heaven's Fury, hat, wearing level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 500 spirit, plus 100 strength additional effect, plus 200 mana recovery per second, plus 10% cooldown reduction for spell skills. Heaven's Descent, Cloak, wearing level, 24 equipment effect, plus 600 constitution, plus 5000 maximum health, plus 30% spell resistance. Additional effects. 1. Provides a shield that can absorb 30,000 points of spell damage. If the shield is broken, it deals 15,000 points of spell damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius. The shield refreshes every 10 minutes. 2. Absorb one enemy skill without taking any damage. Effective once every hour. Heaven's Continuity, Gloves, wearing level, 24 equipment effect, plus 200 strength, plus 15% spell skill damage. Additional effect, 30% chance to further increase spell skill damage by 30%. Heaven's Dispersion, Boots, wearing level, 24 equipment effect, plus 200 agility. Additional effect, 25% chance to automatically evade enemy skills, regardless of whether you are aware of them. Heaven's Catastrophe, Staff, wearing level, 24 equipment effect, plus 600 strength. Additional effect, increases strength attribute by 30%, up to 400 points. A total of 5 pieces of equipment. Although they seemed simple in effect, their power was anything but. Each piece could provide hundreds of points in attribute bonuses, and combined, this enhancement was comparable to a professional quality upgrade. Among them, what caught Lidu's attention the most were the hat, gloves, and staff. The hat had a rather perverse passive effect, massive mana regeneration. Restoring 200 mana points per second meant that Lidu only needed a minute to nearly fill his mana. Even if he cast skills at a high frequency, this mana recovery speed was absolutely sufficient for him. With this, Lidu could achieve unlimited skill casting in no time. Moreover, the hat had a very special effect, cooldown reduction for skills. It could reduce the cooldown of skill casting. Although Lidu had a sandglass and didn't really need this effect, it was actually quite precious. Equipment with this effect was priced much higher than similar types. After all, with lower cooldowns, the frequency of skill casting increased, allowing for more damage output. As for the gloves, they provided a powerful boost to skill damage. No need to say more, they were the gods of output. The staff was simple and brutal, directly providing 600 points of strength, along with an additional 30% strength. Although there were limitations, a single staff could provide as much as 1,000 points of strength. It should be noted that the strength attribute directly relates to skill damage. 1,000 points of strength could translate to a difference of tens of thousands in skill damage. The boots were also quite good, as they could automatically dodge enemy skills. Although the probability was only 25%, it was still an extremely powerful life-saving skill. As for the cloak, unfortunately, it could only resist magical damage and not physical damage. However, being able to block an opponent's skill once was still a nice effect. Overall, Lidu was very satisfied with this set of equipment. Its attributes were significantly higher than those of typical epic level gear. Moreover, the set effect was incredibly perverse, almost equivalent to the wrath of the beings. And casting it didn't require any lifespan. Lidu didn't hesitate and directly decided to buy this set of equipment. Although the price was as high as 1 million points, it was well worth it. After swiping his card, Lidu was left with only a few tens of thousands of points, which meant he had suddenly become much poorer. But Lidu was very happy. After returning home, he immediately put on the equipment. Check attributes. Name, Lidu level, 24 class, Abyss Walker equipment, Heavily Punishment set health, 133000 mana, 19750 strength, 2780 spirit, 2620 constitution, 2200 agility, 1450. There was no doubt that these attributes were extremely perverse. With 2700 strength, 2600 spirit, and 2200 constitution, only the agility was relatively low. It was far higher than Sujan's at level 30. If he faced Sujan again, Lidu was confident that he wouldn't need to use the Heavenly Punishment skill or the Wrath of the Beings. With his own abilities, he could completely crush Sujan. My attributes are almost on par with legendary level classes. Of course, this was only in terms of attributes. If a legendary level class wore equipment, Lidu's attributes would still fall short. After all, this was the gap between class qualities. The higher the class, the more powerful the attributes. Lidu had heard that super grade and holy grade classes were so powerful that even legendary level sets couldn't compensate. However, among epic level classes, Lidu was already invincible. Unless someone can obtain a legendary level set, otherwise, without using the Wrath of the Beings, no one is my opponent. With this thought, Lidu felt incredibly confident. He looked forward to the battlefield of the myriad races even more. The next day, Lidu arrived as promised at the office of Qin Yengguan. Zhou Ning was not in the office, only Qin Yengguan was present. Once Lidu arrived, Qin Yengguan took him to the teleportation array. Then, they entered the teleportation array. This time, the transmission took exceptionally long. Previously, when entering the trials of the Great Rift in the Nijo region, the transmission time was only a few seconds. However, this time, even after Li Du had been in the teleportation array for over 10 minutes, he still had not reached his destination. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally saw the exit of the teleportation array. Stepping out, Li Du felt a wave of dizziness, as if his brain was spinning. This was a side effect of the prolonged transmission, probably akin to motion sickness. Qin Yengguan patted Li Du on the shoulder. "We're here, pull yourself together." Li Du looked up and found himself outside a city. In front of him stood magnificent city walls and a massive gate. The gate was wide open, and countless people were queuing to enter. Fully armed soldiers were maintaining order. Li Du took a closer look and discovered that their gear was all of epic grade sets. Qin Yengguan led Li Du inside. Just as they were about to enter the city, a soldier shouted, "Queue to enter the city." Suddenly, he froze, carefully examining the badge on Qin Yengguan's chest, and immediately showed respect. "Hello, Commander." This voice instantly attracted the attention of many, and some people, upon seeing Qin Yengguan, were filled with respect. Qin Yengguan nodded, said nothing, and continued walking in with Li Du. Once inside the city, an armored vehicle approached, and a middle-aged man in military attire stepped down, greeted them with, "Hello, Commander," and ushered both of them into the vehicle. The vehicle then drove deeper into the city. Inside the city, people came and went, seemingly no different from the outside world. But Li Du could see that every person exuded a fierce aura. Without having been tempered on the battlefield, it was impossible to possess such a demeanor. Clearly, those who could settle in this place were veterans of the battlefield. After about half an hour of driving, they arrived at a grand hall. The two entered. Along the way, many people saluted upon seeing Qin Yengguan. They reached a front desk. As soon as they arrived, the receptionist immediately took out a certificate and a badge. "Commander, the task you assigned has been completed." Qin Yengguan nodded and handed the certificate and badge to Li Du. "Keep the certificate safe and wear the badge. This is your soldier's ID. Every monster you kill on the 10,000 races battlefield will be recorded in this badge. This is your only way to earn contribution points, and it's very important." Li Du nodded seriously and pinned the badge to his chest. He then opened the certificate. It had Li Du's photo and personal information, with the words "Soldier's ID" at the top. In the rank section, Li Du was currently a private. Qin Yengguan explained, "On the 10,000 races battlefield, you can accumulate merit by killing monsters, completing dungeons, and doing tasks. As long as you have enough merit, you can come here to upgrade your soldier rank." The ranks, from lowest to highest, are Soldier Level 2, Non-Commissioned Officer Level 3, Officer Level 3, Senior Officer Level 4, and General Level 3. Different ranks have different badge colors. The colors, in order, are white, green, blue, purple, and orange. You are currently the lowest rank, a private. Li Du glanced at Qin Yengguan's chest and noticed that his badge was red, which did not belong to any of the colors he had mentioned. Seeing Li Du's confusion, Qin Yengguan smiled and said, "The red badge is not obtained on the 10,000 races battlefield. If you want to earn one, you must go to a higher level battlefield." "Where is the higher level battlefield?" "The Abyss." Upon hearing the word Abyss, Li Du felt a surge of respect. The Abyss was the most brutal battlefield, where only the most outstanding individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom were qualified to enter and fight. They had achieved remarkable feats for the Great Xia Kingdom, safeguarding the peace of countless people, yet almost no one knew of their existence. They were the most respected group of people. If the battlefield of the myriad races is the Great Wall guarding the front line of the Great Xia Kingdom, then the Abyss is the vast battlefield repelling enemies beyond the national gates. Li Du had once read related records, noting that in his youth, Qin Yengguan had entered the Abyss to fight multiple times. There weren't many details about his battle records, but it did document his achievements over the course of a year. He had slain 3 Abyss Demon Kings, 15 Abyss Demon Generals, over 100 Abyss Lords, and more than 100,000 Abyss Demons. 100 years ago, a demon general had crawled out of the Abyss and invaded a city in the Great Xia Kingdom, resulting in a catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands died, and over 90% of the practitioners perished in battle. Later, it took the urgent dispatch of 10 generals from the Great Xia Kingdom 3 months to completely kill that demon general. And yet, Qin Yengguan had killed 15 such demon generals in just 1 year. What a glorious record! But how perilous was it? The record simply stated the reason for Qin Yengguan's departure from the Abyss battlefield. Due to physical discomfort, he had to withdraw from the Abyss battlefield. After years of warfare, the scars on his body might be the true medals of honor. Seeing Li Du lost in thought, Qin Yengguan patted his shoulder. "Don't space out." Li Du came back to his senses. I'll take you to see something else first. After that, you can enter the battlefield of the myriad races. They then entered deeper into the great hall, arriving at one of the palaces. Upon entering, Li Du discovered many statues standing there. Upon closer inspection, he found them surprisingly familiar. Qin Yangguan said, "This is the Hall of Heroic Spirits, where the pioneers of our great Xia lie in eternal rest. This is Qin Shichuan, who first broke through the Great Wall in the Abyss and led hundreds of thousands of practitioners to force the Abyss demons back. It was from him that the great Xia truly gained the qualification to contend with the Abyss. This is He Yujie, the first Abyss warrior of the great Xia and the first practitioner to slay an Abyss demon king. He fired the first shot in the great Xia's resistance against the Abyss. This is Hua Tsangbai, who, when the Abyss warriors of the great Xia were ambushed and surrounded, led his troops to break through the encirclement, saving countless warriors and leaving behind the bloodline to resist the Abyss. This is..." Qin Yangguan continued to introduce each one. These individuals had long since passed away. They were the outstanding figures who emerged during the great upheaval of the world hundreds of years ago, the heroes who protected the nation during its times of peril. Each heroic spirit represented a figure of an era. It was their desperate struggle that earned the great Xia of today. At the deepest part of the hall, Qin Yangguan saluted. Qin Yangguan, a descendant of the great Xia, humbly requests the blessings of the esteemed ancestors for the descendants of the great Xia. Suddenly, the hall of heroic spirits shone brightly. Then, a surge of energy flowed into Li Du's body. Li Du felt a warmth enveloping him. It seemed he saw a scene, countless soldiers of the great Xia fighting fiercely in the Abyss, using their blood and lives to protect the people of the great Xia. Qin Yangguan said, "This is the protection of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. With this protection, even if you die on the battlefield of the myriad races, I will have a way to resurrect you." Hearing this, Li Du was utterly astonished. The ability to resurrect someone. Is this the blessing of the pioneers? Li Du felt a deep sense of emotion. After leaving the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Qin Yangguan continued to explain the battlefield of the myriad races to Li Du. The battlefield of the myriad races is humanity's frontline against the Abyss. Each nation has established strongholds here. The stronghold of the Great Xia Kingdom is the Great Wall. After being invaded by the Abyss once, to protect the people of the Great Xia, the first ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom mobilized the entire nation to build the Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles. It stands like a dragon, spanning before the Abyss, blocking the advance of the Abyss demons. Every generation of soldiers will be stationed on the Great Wall. It is precisely because of the watchful gaze of the Great Wall that the Abyss can no longer step into the territory of the Great Xia even a single inch. The Great Xia has successfully kept its enemies at the gates. However, the price of peace is extremely harsh. Countless elite souls of the Great Xia lie in eternal slumber here, with some even having their bones lost to time. After speaking of the Great Wall, Qin Yangguan continued, "The battlefield of the myriad races not only has various wild monsters and dungeons but also abyssal demons. Even some abyssal lords can enter this place through various means. The methods of the abyssal demons are extremely insidious, more terrifying than any monster. If you encounter them, run if you can, unless absolutely necessary, do not confront them." Hearing Qin Yangguan speak so seriously, Li Du felt somewhat unconvinced. He had seen similar abyssal demons during the trials when he first arrived at school, but they seemed no different from wild monsters. Noticing this, Qin Yangguan explained, "The abyssal demons you encountered in the trials did not actually come from the Abyss. They were merely wild monsters that had mutated under the influence of the Abyss. Demons that truly originate from the Abyss are 100 times stronger than you can imagine." Upon hearing this, Li Du became serious. In addition to these, you may also face pressure from other countries. Lighthouse Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation. Every country in the world has established a foothold here. What you face may not only be various monsters but also ambushes from practitioners of other nations, especially the Cherry Blossom Nation. They particularly enjoy ambushing our practitioners, so be very careful. Li Du nodded solemnly. As a citizen of the Great Xia, his hatred for the Cherry Blossom Nation was ingrained in his bones. Once you enter the battlefield of the myriad races, you can no longer use any teleportation items. If you want to return, you can only walk back to the base step by step. Moreover, it is very difficult to find supply points on the battlefield. Therefore, you must bring plenty of supplies. These could very well be life-saving items. Li Du asked, "If I want to buy something, where should I go?" "You can go to the trading post in this city." With that, Qin Yangguan began to explain the trading post. Within the Great Xia's base, there is a trading post. This trading post is directly connected to the national trading post of the Great Xia, where you can trade for almost anything you can imagine. Even some items that are prohibited from trading domestically are clearly priced here. However, the prices are generally higher than those outside. Moreover, some items only accept contribution points and do not accept divine power points. Although there are many items, purchasing is also restricted. Those who do not meet the level requirements cannot buy anything of good quality. For example, Li Du, as an ordinary private, could only buy basic supplies at the trading post, such as various potions, talismans, and ordinary equipment. Only by continuously leveling up can one unlock higher purchasing limits. After the introduction, Qin Yanguan left. Li Du bought a lot of supplies, and after making sufficient preparations, he headed to the city gate, intending to enter the battlefield of the myriad races directly. The soldiers guarding the city were quite surprised after checking Li Du's information. You're only level 24? In the battlefield of the myriad races, even the lowest level monsters are at least level 30. Are you really going in? It's far too dangerous. Why don't you go back, level up a bit more, and come back in a year? The soldiers at the city gate really wanted to persuade Li Du to turn back. After all, Li Du was still very young, and such a person was the future of the Great Xia. They did not want to see such an outstanding young man die in the battlefield of the myriad races. Li Du shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, I know what I'm doing." Seeing that Li Du was determined to go, the soldier could only sigh. After all, Li Du had all the necessary paperwork, and they could not stop him. Then be careful. I advise you to just take a stroll around the outskirts and not venture too deep. With that, they let him pass. After Li Du left, the soldier continued to sigh. Sigh, another little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, a soldier beside him said. Old Hu, don't bother, some people won't understand unless they experience the cruelty of the battlefield. Old Hu shook his head. I just feel sorry, such a good seedling, if he dies, it would really be a shame. Every year, many who enter the battlefield of the myriad races at over level 20, including epic and legendary professionals, face setbacks there. Many talented individuals have perished in this place, their lives extinguished before they even had a chance to bloom. Most who enter the battlefield of the myriad races form teams of 3 or 5. This way, it's less likely to encounter trouble, and even if trouble arises, it's easier to escape. Those who act alone are usually extremely confident in their own strength. Yet, they are also the ones who encounter the most trouble. After seeing so much, one becomes numb, knowing that advice won't change anything. After leaving the base city, Li Du finally entered the battlefield of the myriad races. It was shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible to see far ahead. As he walked, he could easily lose his way. Fortunately, the badge on Li Du's chest constantly pointed him in the direction of the base. Otherwise, he might not find his way back after venturing deeper into the battlefield. Li Du walked very cautiously. The Eye of the Abyss was always activated. Although his attributes were already extremely high, recalling Qin Yanguan's description of the battlefield of the myriad races, Li Du still dared not let his guard down. Rustle! Rustle! Suddenly, a commotion arose, and Li Du immediately became alert. The Eye of the Abyss scanned the area and quickly identified the source of the disturbance. It was a few wild monsters. However, hidden in the mist, Li Du couldn't see what they looked like. But the Eye of the Abyss had already analyzed the information about the wild monsters. Mist Ghost Type, Ordinary Wild Monster Level, 30 Health, 46800 Strength, 2880 Traits, Stealth, Hidden in the Mist, Undetectable by the Naked Eye, Physical Immunity, Immune to Physical Damage, Weakness. When the mist dissipates, it becomes extremely vulnerable. Find a way to disperse the mist it hides in. Seeing this, Li Du was quite surprised. It was the first time he encountered such a special monster. Not only could it hide, but it could also be immune to physical damage. If it were someone else, especially a warrior-type professional who primarily dealt physical damage, encountering a mist ghost would be quite troublesome. However, this was nothing to Li Du. When his profession evolved to Abyss Walker, his stats were already comparable to legendary professionals. Even without using the Wrath of Beings, Li Du could easily kill the mist ghost. Even if it hid in the mist, his professional skill Eye of the Abyss was extremely powerful. It could not only see through the attributes and weaknesses of wild monsters but also the attributes, skills, and even equipment of professionals, and even various hidden skills. Although the mist ghost was invisible to the naked eye, using the Eye of the Abyss, Li Du immediately detected its presence. Flame Demon Lord. Li Du unleashed a skill, summoning the Flame Demon Lord. Instantly, a nearly 3-meter-tall demon, engulfed in flames, crawled up from the ground. Compared to the Flame Demon, its size was even more massive and terrifying. Moreover, the Flame Demon Lord had no time limit on its existence. As long as it wasn't killed, it could remain indefinitely. Kill the Mist Ghost. Under Li Du's command, the Flame Demon Lord leaped high and landed right in front of the Mist Ghost. The mist ghost hadn't even had time to react when the flame demon lord suddenly breathed fire, igniting the mist ghost immediately. Buzz buzz buzz, the mist ghost emitted a painful tremor, trying to escape, but it was utterly helpless. The flame demon lord gathered a fireball in its hand, and with a loud boom, it struck the mist ghost. The fireball exploded, and the mist demon immediately fell into a near-death state. The flame demon lord followed up with another fireball, completely killing the mist demon. This damage is already much stronger than that of the Cayman orc general. Li Du was quite surprised. Through this battle, Li Du estimated that a flame demon lord was equivalent to several Cayman orc generals. No wonder this profession, which can evolve after a lifespan of 150,000 years, can summon such powerful monsters. The original skills had become more than 10 times stronger after evolution. Li Du was very much looking forward to seeing what effects his newly acquired skills, Sinful Burden and Ultimate Judgment, would have. You have killed the mist demon, gaining 1 year of lifespan and 1480 experience points. You have obtained material, Mist Pearl. After killing the mist demon, Li Du received a pearl. It was completely transparent, and if one did not look closely, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Mist Pearl, excellent grade material, can be embedded in equipment to make it transparent, as if you are not wearing any equipment at all. The effect was somewhat lackluster, so Li Du tossed it back into his spatial ring. Li Du continued forward. The most common monsters nearby were the mist demons. They hid within the mist, ready to attack at any moment, making them hard to defend against. Fortunately, Li Du could ignore their concealment. Upon discovering a mist demon, he would directly command the flame demon lord to attack. Generally, 2 fireballs would be enough to take down one mist demon. Some higher level ones might require a few more fireballs. It's a pity this isn't a desert, otherwise, if I could summon sand soldiers, I wouldn't have to do anything at all. In non-desert terrain, the sand soldiers were not very effective. Even if summoned, a single sand soldier might not be able to defeat a mist demon. Although Li Du could summon 100, it wasn't necessary. After walking for a while, the mist gradually dispersed, and Li Du began to see further ahead. The battlefield of the myriad races was vast, almost endless. Despite the many people who had come to this battlefield, their numbers were actually quite sparse compared to the expansive terrain. After more than half an hour of walking, Li Du had not encountered a single person. If I'm not mistaken, I should be close to the location of the first dungeon. Li Du took out a map and examined it carefully. This map had cost him 5,000 divine power points to acquire and recorded the locations of all known dungeons, world bosses, major monster gathering spots, and a rough overview of the battlefield of the myriad races. Although the map was quite crude, the information it contained was extremely important. Without the map, one could wander for a week and still not find the dungeon's location. This was why the price of the map had reached an exaggerated 5,000 divine power points. Maps that only cost 1 or 2,000, or even a few hundred divine power points, provided no effective information at all. According to the map, the nearest dungeon to the Dasha Kingdom's base was called Anubis. This was a hell-level difficulty dungeon. In the battlefield of the myriad races, the difficulty of dungeons could not be freely chosen. The lowest difficulty was hell level, above which were abyss level and forbidden level. This special classification of difficulty only existed in the battlefield of the myriad races and the abyss battlefield. Only in places with strong abyssal influence would dungeons of hell-level difficulty or higher be born. After spending quite some time, Li Du finally confirmed his current location and then determined his direction. According to the map's scale, I am about 15 kilometers away from the nearest dungeon. I should head there immediately. Then, Li Du put away the flame demon lord and moved forward at full speed. Along the way, he encountered some mist demons and other wild monsters. However, Li Du had no interest in entangling with them. He simply left. Some wild monsters were chasing after Li Du, but after a while, realizing they couldn't catch up, they gradually stopped. Just as Li Du was about to reach the dungeon, he suddenly heard a commotion. He then saw 3 people, covered in blood and heavily injured, frantically fleeing. Upon seeing Li Du, they shouted, "Run! It's the Sakura people, they're lying in ambush nearby, we've already lost 7 people." Boom! Suddenly, a massive fireball was unleashed, landing directly on the 3 individuals. A violent explosion followed. Flames shot into the sky, spreading everywhere. The few people couldn't withstand it. After a series of screams, they all perished. At the same time, several professionals from the Sakura nation approached. Ha ha ha, the fools from the Great Xia nation are ultimately no match for our Great Sakura. Alright, let's hurry and leave. We've already killed 10, if we keep going, there might be trouble. Ha, is there still a bug? Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly spotted Li Du. A person from the Great Xia nation? Let's kill him too. Li Du's gaze was exceptionally cold, his tightly clenched fists trembling. This was the first time he had seen his fellow countrymen die at the hands of the Sakura professionals. Although he didn't know them, witnessing this scene felt like a knife cutting through his heart. Rage surged uncontrollably. "You deserve to die," Li Du shouted, taking the initiative to charge at the Sakura people. "Ha ha ha, how dare you attack us? Foolish Great Xia people." The Sakura professionals immediately prepared to unleash their skills. However, they suddenly froze. A formation appeared in the sky, and then a massive fireball began to coalesce. It looked like a small sun. The extreme heat from the fireball made the clothes of the Sakura professionals start to catch fire. What skill is this? The Sakura professionals were suddenly a bit panicked. Wrath of the Beings, tenfold enhancement. Heaven's Wrath fireball. Boom! It was like a meteor crashing to the ground. The Heaven's Wrath fireball landed. The rolling flames shot into the sky, utterly unstoppable. The terrifying blaze struck so hard that the Sakura professionals didn't even have time to react. Under the tenfold enhancement, the horror of the Heaven's Wrath fireball was beyond what ordinary professionals could withstand. In the instant the fireball hit the ground, several Sakura professionals were instantly turned to char. They didn't even have time to scream. Consider it a mercy for them. In fact, there was no need to use the Wrath of the Beings. These few wouldn't have lasted anyway. However, in his fury, Li Du couldn't care less about that. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind: to kill these people. When the flames dissipated, the bodies of the Sakura professionals were charred beyond recognition, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Yet, Li Du's heart felt heavy. Watching his fellow countrymen being killed by the Sakura people, he couldn't calm his emotions. "Old Zhao, Old Lu, Old Zheng, where are you? We've arrived. Hey, is anyone there?" Just then, several voices called out, followed by a few anxious figures. Upon seeing them, Li Du spoke, "Are you looking for those three?" At that moment, the few people rushed over, and upon seeing the bodies on the ground, they were instantly filled with grief. The priest stepped forward, but after a few seconds, shook his head. "We came too late, they are dead. Ah, damn Sakura people, I will not rest until we settle this. Sigh, let's collect their remains." One middle-aged man looked at Li Du and asked, "Little brother, do you know where those Sakura people went?" "They're all dead." Li Du pointed to the charred bodies on the other side. "Good riddance." The few people wished they could grind their bones to dust. At the moment of sorrow, they had no mood to say anything to Li Du. After collecting the remains of the three, they left. Watching their departing figures, Li Du felt a deep discomfort in his heart. He recalled the time in his childhood when he learned of his parents' deaths in a mining accident. At that moment, it felt as if the sky had collapsed, the entire world turned gray, and everything seemed to lose its meaning. This feeling was something he would find hard to forget for a lifetime. A few minutes later, Li Du shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He stepped back onto the road. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the instance. The massive portal swirled like a vortex, and many people lingered nearby. Not only were there people from the Great Xia, but also from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Lighthouse Country, and various other professions. Li Du's arrival drew people's attention. "So young, looks like he's not even 20. Look at the badge on his chest, he's from Great Xia. Ha, he's just a private, he must be entering the battlefield of the myriad races for the first time." At that moment, a burly middle-aged man approached. His badge was also a soldier's badge, but he was a private with 3 stars beneath the badge. These stars represented military achievements. Once 5 stars were collected, one could be promoted from private to superior private. 3 stars indicated he had been fighting in the battlefield of the myriad races for some time. "Little brother, is this your first time here? Want to team up for the instance?" Li Du shook his head in refusal. "No need." Seeing this, the man said nothing further. Just then, a beam of detection magic suddenly fell upon Li Du, attempting to probe his information. But soon, Li Du's figure seemed to flicker, and the detection magic missed. It was Li Du's equipment. The passive of heavenly punishment had activated, automatically evading the detection. Ha! It actually failed. This Great Xia person is a bit strange. He seemed to flicker just now. Li Du turned his head, his expression somewhat grim. Using detection magic without permission was completely seen as a provocation. The ones casting the detection were several practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Seeing Li Du looking at them, the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation immediately mocked him. "What are you looking at? Great Xia person, hurry up and get lost. Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" Li Du was instantly enraged. Just a few minutes ago, he had witnessed the people from the Cherry Blossom Nation kill his compatriots, and now, they dared to provoke him again. If he could endure this, he wouldn't deserve to be born in Great Xia. Just as Li Du was about to take action, a beam of light suddenly shot out from his side. This light turned out to be a massive stone, flying at high speed towards the cherry blossom practitioners. Boom! The boulder landed, immediately sending several cherry blossom practitioners flying. Li Du looked and saw it was the 3-star private who had spoken to him earlier. Damn cherry blossom people, dare to provoke our great Xia? I'll beat the crap out of you. At this moment, several others from Great Xia immediately applauded. Good job, Lu Jin. I just can't stand their cherry blossom nation's behavior. Little brother, don't worry, just go ahead and beat these little cherry blossom bastards. We'll all help you. Seeing this, Li Du felt a warmth in his heart. What do you mean, you bastards from Great Xia? Do you want to provoke a war between our two nations? The cherry blossom practitioners immediately jumped up like dogs with their tails stepped on. Several Onmyoji turned pale, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Li Du suddenly spoke, on my way here, I encountered several practitioners from the cherry blossom nation. They ambushed passing Great Xia people and have already killed 10 of our compatriots. What? The other Great Xia people were instantly furious. Damn cherry blossom people, I'll beat the crap out of you. Let's take them down. We can't let them get away with this. Hearing this news, the people of Daxia were filled with righteous indignation. The Sakura people are, at their core, a despicable breed. They have received countless benefits from the Daxia people, even their culture was bestowed upon them by the Daxia nation. Yet, they are ungrateful. Throughout history, they have continuously harassed the Daxia nation, plundering the coastal populace, causing countless tragedies of families torn apart and lives lost. In modern times, they have brought immense suffering to the Daxia nation. Even as the world changes dramatically, their nature remains unchanged. They have plotted against Daxia countless times. Li Du cannot forget that during the college entrance examination, it was the Sakura people who launched an attack, resulting in the deaths of countless candidates. Little brother, how did you escape after being ambushed by them? Someone asked. Li Du replied, I killed them all. Upon hearing this, several Daxia people applauded in delight. The people of Sakura, however, were instantly furious. Baka Yoru. I wondered why Fujiwara and the others didn't come back. They must have died. Foolish Daxia people, you have successfully angered me. The professionals from Sakura rushed forward. The Daxia people showed no fear, and their group was also ready to unleash their skills. However, at that moment, a man stepped in between the two parties. He was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a Marine Corps uniform. He looked at Li Du and the others, then at the people from Sakura. Gentlemen, I am Jason Steve, a reserve member of the Lighthouse Nation Marine Corps. Give me some face, and let's not fight. As Steve spoke, the orange glow of his legendary profession illuminated him. The Sakura people, seeing this, looked unwilling. However, since their superior had spoken, they dared not disobey. Humph. Damn Daxia people, consider yourselves lucky. Li Du said, what qualifications does your Lighthouse Nation have to meddle in the affairs of my Daxia nation? Steve's expression turned cold as he looked at Li Du with a hostile gaze. Little guy, I must remind you, the Lighthouse Nation is the most powerful country in this world. Now, as a member of the strongest military force, the Marine Corps Reserve, Jason Steve, I command you to retreat. This is a notice, not a request. The Daxia people looked unwilling, but they were indeed at a disadvantage compared to Steve. There was nothing they could do, after all, Steve was a legendary profession. One person said, little brother, just let it go. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with the Sakura people, no need to be too stubborn. Li Du shook his head. After what had happened earlier, these Sakura people had already made it onto his list of those who must die. He glanced at Steve, I say, you have no right. Then, Li Du unleashed his skill, immediately summoning the Flame Demon and the Orc General. The two summoned beings charged forward. Seeing this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Steve's eyes. Foolish Daxia people, you will pay for your actions. With that, Steve prepared to unleash his skill. However, the two summoned beings immediately blocked his path. If he wanted to attack, he would have to kill these two summoned beings first before he could reach Li Du. At that moment, Li Du had already charged into the midst of the Sakura people. The Sakura people, seeing this, were instantly delighted. Foolish Daxia people, coming up to deliver themselves to death. They immediately unleashed their skills. Various skills rained down on Li Du, resulting in explosion after explosion. However, Li Du burst forth from the explosions. He activated Unyielding, and these skills caused him hardly any damage. What's going on? Why isn't this Daxia person injured? Before they could figure it out, Li Du had already launched his attack, Heavenly Abyss Slash. Instantly, a powerful slash struck several of the Sakura people. After evolution, the Abyssal Slash not only dealt higher damage but also transformed into an area of effect skill. Moreover, at this moment, Li Du's wrath of the living had not yet faded. A slash fell, and several people from the Sakura nation instantly perished. Boom! At the same time, the furious Steve finally unleashed his full power, sending Li Du's 2 summons flying, trying to stop him. But it was already too late. Seeing the dead Sakura people, everyone was astonished. So powerful. Is he really just a private? That skill just now, I feel like I couldn't withstand it no matter what. Could he also be a legendary class profession? Upon seeing the dead Sakura people, Steve's face turned ashen. Li Du showed no fear. If you want to make a move, then go ahead. In the end, Steve did not strike. Humph. Great Xia, I remember you. You will pay for your actions today. After saying that, he turned and left. The Sakura people were already dead. He had no need to make a big fuss over a few dogs. Moreover, Li Du looked formidable as well, perhaps not weaker than him. Haha, little brother, you did well. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Little brother, can I use detection on you? The great Xia people gathered around, very pleased. They had been worried about Li Du, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Someone wanted to use detection on Li Du, and he nodded. Soon, several beams of detection light fell on Li Du. After seeing Li Du's information, they were all incredibly shocked. Holy crap! You're only level 24? Little brother, you're so impressive. Those Sakura Nation professionals just now were all level 30. You killed them in an instant. Abyss Walker, what kind of profession is that? I don't think I've heard of it. Li Du's level astonished them. Being this powerful at level 24, what would happen if he reached level 30? Facing the discussions, Li Du said nothing. He walked to the entrance of the dungeon and directly entered. The dungeon was named Anubis. It looked somewhat mythical, but Li Du didn't want to speculate too much. After entering the dungeon and seeing the environment before him, Li Du was very surprised. It's actually a desert? The desert stretched endlessly before him, resembling the Desert Emperor dungeon. In that case, my Sand Soldier summon can be put to great use. Li Du was very happy and immediately summoned a number of Sand Soldiers. They stood guard nearby while scouting in all directions. Soon, Li Du spotted a wild monster. It was a gigantic turtle, estimated to be over 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter high. Its shell was covered in drill bits, extremely sharp. Li Du activated the Eye of the Abyss. Rock-crushing turtle type, normal wild monster level, 30 health, 78,000 strength, for 800 trait, shell retreat, retreats into its shell, able to withstand 95% of physical damage, skill, drill smash. Seeing these stats, Li Du was incredibly shocked. Just a normal wild monster had nearly 80,000 health and close to 5,000 strength. It was already equivalent to a reinforced elite monster from the outside world. Upon seeing Li Du, the rock-crushing turtle immediately launched an attack. It first crawled over at an extremely fast speed, then retreated into its shell. The next moment, to Li Du's astonishment, its shell began to spin rapidly. As the shell spun, countless dust and sand flew up. A stone was struck by the rotating shell, and those sharp drill bits instantly turned the rock into powder. No wonder it was called the rock-crushing turtle. I can't let its drill bits touch me, otherwise, even if I activate unyielding, I might still get hurt. Li Du retreated, creating distance, and then immediately unleashed the abyssal slash. A slash transformed into a beam of light and shot out. However, it did not harm the rock fragment turtle at all. That's right. It has 95% physical damage reduction when it retracts into its shell. Abyss slash is physical damage. Li Du had forgotten. However, the attacks of the Sand Soldiers were all magical damage. Li Du summoned more than a dozen Sand Soldiers to launch an attack on the rock fragment turtle. Soon, the spinning rock fragment turtle had to stop, battered and bruised from the Sand Soldier's assault. 2 minutes later, it was completely dead. You have killed the rock fragment turtle, gaining 1 year of lifespan. You gained 1800 experience. You obtained materials, turtle shell fragment, ordinary wild monsters, even in the most difficult dungeons, yield pitifully low experience points upon defeat. Li Du had grown accustomed to this. The only ones that could provide a large amount of experience were elite monsters and bosses. However, elite monsters and bosses were extremely rare, and defeating them was quite difficult, making leveling up still a daunting task. Why did leveling up become so slow after reaching level 20 in this world? The reason was just that. By the time one reached level 30, an ordinary person might need 2 to 3 months to level up. After level 40, it might take a whole year to gain just 1 level. This is why large guilds seemed so important. Large guilds had various experience-boosting items, experience dungeons, and all sorts of things to enhance wild monster experience. With the resources of a large guild, leveling up wouldn't be so hard. In fact, some elite members of large guilds could level up from level 40 to level 50 in just 1 or 2 years. Compared to ordinary people, this speed was more than 10 times faster. Li Du heard that top members of national guilds could even level up from 40 to 60 in a year. Some prodigies joined national guilds and directly reached level 80 or even 90 in just 10 years. This is the difference made by having guild resources to help. After collecting the materials, Li Du continued forward. There were indeed quite a few rock fragment turtles in this desert. Li Du often saw groups of 3 to 5 rock fragment turtles. Upon noticing him, they would immediately retract into their shells and begin to spin. Their sharp drill heads made them fearless of any threat, whether it was rocks or trees, everything would be crushed under their impact. If a class primarily dealing physical damage entered this dungeon, it would probably be impossible to clear. Fortunately, there were many sand soldiers, and when concentrated, they could deal extremely high damage. Therefore, Li Du only needed to pay attention to his distance from the rock fragment turtles to kill them without taking damage. Just then, a storm suddenly appeared, sweeping up dozens of sand soldiers. When Li Du noticed, the sand soldiers had already been caught up in the storm. This storm kicked up countless sands, forming a fierce sandstorm. After sweeping through the sand soldiers, the sandstorm immediately charged towards Li Du. This scene felt familiar to Li Du. He had encountered a sandstorm when he was fighting the Desert Emperor dungeon. However, after checking with the Eye of the Abyss, Li Du quickly realized that this was not a naturally occurring sandstorm. Someone was controlling it nearby. Li Du turned around and immediately saw a few gray hellhounds on a nearby hill, each with a unicorn-like horn on their heads. Beams of light shot from their horns, converging together to form the sandstorm. Thunderhound, type, ordinary wild monster, level, 30, health, 82,000, strength, 53,000, skills, sharp horn charge, sandstorm sweep, thunder current. Their attributes were quite normal, but they could use as many as 3 skills. The 3 hellhounds were still relatively far from Li Du, and he currently did not have any skills that could reach them. Flame Demon Lord. Li Du cast a skill, summoning the Flame Demon Lord. He then commanded it to attack the few thunderhounds. Roar! The Flame Demon Lord let out a loud roar, raising one hand to the sky, and immediately condensed a trident in its hand. With a wave of the Inferno Lord's arm, the trident shot out at an incredible speed. Whoosh! Like lightning, a trident immediately pierced a thunderhound. Woof woof woof! The thunderhound was impaled by the trident and flew away. Only a few pitiful barks were heard, but the thunderhound was nowhere to be seen. However, Li Du did not see the confidence in killing the thunderhound. That trident was still not enough. Roar roar! The Inferno Lord's attack immediately enraged the remaining thunderhounds. They bared their teeth and quickly clashed their sharp horns together. Crackle! Suddenly, a strong lightning burst forth, striking towards the Inferno Lord. Roar! The Inferno Lord could not evade and was hit by the lightning, letting out a loud cry. The damage from this lightning was extremely high. The Inferno Lord was charred all over, as if his body was rotting. When Li Du checked the Inferno Lord's status, he found that the Inferno Lord had lost nearly half of his health. After the rock turtle, now it's the thunderhounds. The wild monsters in this dungeon are so troublesome. Li Du's expression was serious. The Inferno Lord's attributes were definitely top tier, equivalent to a boss-level monster in an ordinary hell-level dungeon. Even so, he could not withstand the lightning from a few thunderhounds. If there were a few more thunderhounds, Li Du felt that the Inferno Lord could be killed in an instant. As the thunderhounds were about to launch another attack, Li Du recalled the Inferno Lord. It seems I can only rely on the sand soldiers. Then, Li Du summoned the sand soldiers. Hundreds of sand soldiers immediately burrowed into the sand, moving quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they jumped out near a few thunderhounds. Woof woof woof! The thunderhounds barked loudly, ready to unleash lightning. But the sand soldiers had already swarmed in. One after another, they launched attacks recklessly. Instantly, several thunderhounds were battered and bruised by this assault. Although their lightning was powerful, they could not release it at all. Even with high health, they merely died a little slower. A few minutes later, Li Du saw several messages. You killed a thunderhound, gaining 1 year of lifespan, gaining 2050 experience points. You obtained Thunderhound's Horn. Yanguan Academy. Qin Yanguan had returned, and Zhou Ning was waiting for him. How is it? Upon seeing Qin Yanguan, Zhou Ning immediately asked. He was more concerned about Li Du's situation than Qin Yanguan, as this time he had gone to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Qin Yanguan said, he has been sent there, he should have already entered the first dungeon. Hearing this, Zhou Ning felt somewhat relieved. To be honest, when he heard Qin Yanguan send Li Du to the battlefield of 10,000 races, he was shocked. Because that place was truly dangerous, not only because of the dungeon and monsters but also the possibility of ambushes from other countries at any time. For instance, the Sakura country liked to ambush the Great Xia country in the battlefield of 10,000 races. In retaliation, the Great Xia country had also killed countless geniuses from the Sakura country. At this moment, Zhou Ning still complained a bit, sigh. I still think it's too early. Although he is level 24, that level is ultimately too low for the battlefield of 10,000 races. The wild monsters in the battlefield of 10,000 races were at least level 30, ideally, one should start at level 30. Qin Yanguan smiled and said, it's fine, I believe in him. Hearing this, Zhou Ning had nothing more to say. Looking at Qin Yanguan's expression, he suddenly felt a bit emotional. I didn't expect. You are now also starting to train the younger generation. I remember you were very unwilling when you returned from the abyss. Qin Yanguan smiled lightly. It's all in the past. What was before is before, and what is now is now. That's true. After all, you have already taken him to the Hall of Heroes. What it meant to go to the Hall of Heroes, Li Du might not understand, but Zhou Ning was very clear. The protection of heroes required a tremendous price. Although Qin Yanguan had made remarkable contributions in the abyss, he could only summon the protection of the heroic spirits 3 times. For Li Du, he directly consumed 1. Suddenly, Zhou Ning thought of something. The materials you had him bring back can only be obtained by the seaside. That place is one of the most brutal areas of the 10,000 races battlefield. You wouldn't want to train him thoroughly at this time, would you? There are several places in the 10,000 races battlefield that are extremely cruel. Countless prodigies have died there, their bones left incomplete. The seaside is one of them. The monsters here are highly aggressive and possess great intelligence. One careless move, and you might die without even seeing the enemy. And that's just one aspect. The seaside, influenced by the ocean, severely weakens practitioners. Meanwhile, the wild monsters by the seaside receive unprecedented boosts. Even legendary practitioners dare not linger there for too long. If he wants to gather all those materials, he must stay by the seaside for at least a month. Aren't you really worried? Upon hearing this, Qin Yanguan sighed. I actually don't want him to go there right now, but time waits for no one, he must grow quickly. As he spoke, he fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. The rift in the abyss has widened. The drops from the Thunderhound were somewhat better, and the experience gained was higher than that from the Shattered Rock Turtle. But it still wasn't much higher. The desert dungeon is actually quite difficult. Even though Li Du's attributes are already extremely high, he still finds it somewhat challenging. However, he can summon sand soldiers. In the desert, the role of sand soldiers is immensely significant. After Li Du's attributes improved, the summoned sand soldiers became much stronger. Although a single sand soldier is still relatively weak, 100 sand soldiers working together can hardly be resisted by any wild monster. Through the sand soldiers, Li Du killed quite a few wild monsters. This dungeon gradually became easier. It's a pity that this dungeon didn't drop the materials I need. Li Du had not forgotten that he came to the 10,000 races battlefield with a mission. Blood serpent hearts, 5 pieces mermaid king's tears, 10 drops bloodthirsty whale teeth, 15 pieces skyhorn shrimp claws, 6 pieces serpent, mermaid, whale, shrimp. Without a doubt, only by going to the seaside can these materials be found. Li Du had noted on the map that the seaside is extremely far from the Great Xia stronghold. Just traveling there might take him half a month. During this time, there are several necessary routes: Black Domain Forest, Undead Hills, Cursed Canyon. These 3 locations are all marked as dangerous on the map. Only after passing through them can one reach the seaside. And the seaside is marked as desperate on the map. Thinking of this, Li Du couldn't help but smile wryly. The principal really thinks highly of me, assigning such a difficult task right from the start. The seaside is not only dangerous, but the wild monsters are also extremely powerful. Blood serpents, mermaid kings, bloodthirsty whales, skyhorn shrimp, are all among the best. Fortunately, this task does not have a time limit, so Li Du can take his time. His plan is to stay in the 10,000 races battlefield for 2 to 3 months. Along the way, he will kill monsters and conquer dungeons, heading straight for the seaside. He has already regarded the 10,000 races battlefield as a forward base for the abyss. Once he adapts to this place, when the time comes next year to compete for Abyss Warrior, Li Du will be more confident. Clearing his mind, Li Du continued on. Currently, the wild monsters he encountered were only 2 types: Shattered Rock Turtles and Thunderhounds. The number of Shattered Rock Turtles is extremely high, almost everywhere to be seen. Thunderhounds are fewer, they mostly conceal themselves in ambush nearby. However, Li Du sent out the sand soldiers, and there were eyes everywhere for him. Most Thunderhounds were discovered by Li Du before they even noticed him. Thus, their ambush lost all meaning. Along the way, I killed nearly 200 wild monsters and gained quite a bit of lifespan. With the hourglass to refresh skill cooldowns, and Li Du's equipment significantly restoring his mana, he used his skills recklessly, completely unconcerned about consumption. Boom! At that moment, I echoed through the earth. In an instant, Li Du realized that dozens of his sand soldiers had been killed by this. The ground shook, and Li Du nearly fell over. He turned around and immediately saw a monster towering 2 to 3 meters high, exceptionally large and incredibly strong. Its head resembled that of a lion, but its body was gray, and it wielded a massive hammer. Desert Miner type, elite monster level, 33 health, 148,000 strength, 10,000 trait, hammer guardian, 70% immunity to physical damage, skills, earthquake, full power hammer, triple strike. The health of this elite monster was average for this dungeon, nothing to mention. What caught Li Du's attention was its staggering strength of 10,000 and a physical damage immunity of up to 70%. It seems that the monsters in this dungeon have extremely high immunity to physical damage. This was very unfriendly for warriors. If Li Du hadn't upgraded his class, even if he activated the 100-fold Wrath of Beings and unleashed the 10,000 swords returned to origin 10 times, he might not be able to kill a single desert miner. After the sand soldiers died, the desert miner charged at Li Du. The enormous iron hammer dragged on the ground, and once swung, it could probably stir up a sandstorm. Realizing this, Li Du immediately assessed the situation. I absolutely cannot take him head-on. With that thought, Li Du quickly summoned a few sand soldiers. He had the sand soldiers burrow into the sand and then appear at the feet of the desert miner, grabbing onto its legs. Instantly, the desert miner was tripped, and the hammer slipped from its grasp. Seeing this, Li Du rushed forward to attack. Demon Abyss Binding. Suddenly, the ground beneath the desert miner transformed into a bottomless abyss. Countless large hands emerged from the abyss, firmly grasping the desert miner's body. The desert miner was instantly immobilized. It roared in anger, trying to break free, but there were simply too many hands, holding it too tightly. After class evolution, Li Du's dark binding had evolved into Demon Abyss Binding. The black mist that used to appear was no longer present, replaced by the even more terrifying Demon Abyss. As the desert miner was bound, countless demonic hands began to absorb its attributes. A few minutes later, Li Du saw that the desert miner's strength had dwindled to a pitiful 3,000. At this moment, it could no longer escape the Demon Abyss. The abyss began to drain its health. After a few more minutes, the desert miner turned into a dried corpse, completely dead. You killed the desert miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan and 38,000 experience points. You obtained Miner's Iron Bones, Desert Fine Iron. After its death, the desert miner dropped 2 materials. The experience gained was over 30,000. Although it took 10 minutes, that's not bad. Until now, Li Du had not used Wrath of Beings. Therefore, the speed of killing monsters had slowed considerably. But Li Du was already very satisfied. After the class upgrade, Li Du began to control himself, reducing the frequency of using Wrath of Beings. He always felt that the power gained from Wrath of Beings did not entirely belong to him. Once time passed, he would likely revert to his original state. If his lifespan ran low, Li Du could be in serious danger. He must not rely too heavily on Wrath of Beings. In the future, if his class upgraded to a legendary level, Li Du even planned to stop using Wrath of Beings altogether, unless it was absolutely necessary. After finishing off the miner, he encountered many more wild monsters. As he delved deeper into the desert, the wild monsters here became increasingly powerful, with higher attributes. The elite monsters that Li Du encountered later even had health points reaching up to 170,000 or 180,000. The time it took for Li Du to kill the wild monsters also increased. After more than 2 hours, Li Du had only managed to kill a few hundred wild monsters, along with a few elite ones. There were even a few instances where Li Du had to use the Heavenly Wrath Fireball. However, without the enhancement of the Wrath of the Beasts, the Heavenly Wrath Fireball could not clear the area. Although the number of monsters killed was not high, Li Du remained undeterred. At that moment, he spotted a new creature. It was a large bird with a reddish-brown color. It looked like a bird but seemed to be something else, a kind of dragon. Li Du used the Eye of the Abyss. Signal Dragon type, enhanced elite monster level, 33 health, 189,000 strength, 7,800 traits, flight, fire attack skills, flame impact, fire breath, grapple hurricane, fireball. Indeed, it was not a bird, but a type of dragon. When Li Du detected it, it also noticed him. Caw! The signal dragon let out a sharp cry, reminiscent of a red-tailed hawk, full of majesty. As the cry ended, several signal dragons suddenly ignited in flames. Then, they charged towards Li Du. Seeing them rush over, Li Du remained calm. Lord of Flames. Instantly, the massive Lord of Flames stood in front of Li Du. Both were fire users, Let's see whether the signal dragon or his Lord of Flames was stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several signal dragons immediately crashed into the Lord of Flames. Intense flames burned, but the Lord of Flames showed no fear, even relishing it. The flame demon was born from fire. Flames were not a disaster for the Lord of Flames, rather, they were paradise. When the flames erupted, the Lord of Flames began to absorb the power of these flames. Seeing this, the signal dragons wanted to flee. But the Lord of Flames was quick, grabbing the feet of the signal dragons one by one. Although the signal dragons had high attributes, they were flying creatures. Once their feet were caught, they could not fly and flap their wings in vain. But their wings posed no threat. Another signal dragon continuously spat fireballs, trying to repel the Lord of Flames. However, when the fireballs hit the Lord, nothing happened. The several signal dragons were thoroughly suppressed by the Lord of Flames. At this moment, Li Du also launched his attack from the side. Abyss Slash, Thunder Fury, various skills struck the signal dragons. Soon after, several signal dragons were completely killed. You killed the signal dragon, gaining 1 year of lifespan, gaining 45,000 experience points. You obtained Signal Dragon's Claw, Signal Dragon's Heart. After killing a few signal dragons, Li Du continued forward. He had been in the dungeon for nearly 3 hours. The wild monsters he encountered were all elite monsters, not easy to kill. Li Du felt that he was likely approaching the location of the dungeon boss. Shortly after, Li Du saw a massive hill. This hill resembled a grave, with no other wild monsters around, which was quite eerie. At the center of the hill sat a creature with a jackal's head and a human body, dressed in pharaoh's attire. It appeared to be sleeping. Just as Li Du was about to use the Eye of the Abyss to detect it, the creature suddenly vanished. Li Du was taken aback, immediately sensing danger approaching. At that moment, the creature appeared behind him and launched an attack. Oh no! Li Du thought to himself, the creature's attack was too swift, and he had no time to react. He couldn't even release a skill in time. Just then, the passive ability of his shoes activated. Li Du's figure twisted in an extremely strange manner, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. Taking this opportunity, Li Du immediately created distance while summoning countless sand soldiers to surround himself. After missing a strike, the monster returned to the hill, moving silently, its gaze towards Li Du filled with contempt. Eye of the Abyss. Soon, Li Du saw the monster's information. Anubis type, dungeon boss level, 35 health, 358,000 strength, 20,000 traits, teleportation, can teleport near the hill, with a cooldown of no less than 1 minute between uses, magic immunity, immune to magic damage, skills, earth shatter, extreme storm, death's fist, side sweep. The monster's attributes were terrifying. 358,000 health, 20,000 strength. One skill's damage could probably take away a third of Li Du's health. Moreover, it was immune to magic damage. This meant that skills like Fire Demon and Heavenly Fury Fireball couldn't harm it, and the sand soldiers were rendered ineffective. This dungeon has so many wild monsters immune to physical damage, and the boss is immune to magic damage. Who would have thought? No wonder it's a dungeon in the battlefield of all races. It was indeed much stronger than the outside world. With these attributes, Li Du was tempted to use the Wrath of the Living. To be honest, at this moment, he wasn't very confident he could win. However, he still wanted to give it a try. General Summon. Although the Fire Demon Lord and Sand Soldiers were no longer usable, the Cayman Orc General dealt physical damage, and after Li Du's class evolution, the Cayman Orc General had also become stronger. Summoning it, its attributes were not low either. At this moment, Anubis was still walking on the hill, showing no intention of attacking. Li Du took the initiative and sent the Cayman Orc General to attack. Roar, the Cayman Orc General, wielding a great sword, charged forward immediately. As it approached Anubis, it leaped into the air and swung down with all its might. Boom! The great sword struck the hill, creating a massive crack, dust flying everywhere. However, Anubis jumped up directly, evading the sword strike. At that moment, it finally launched its attack. Suddenly, its figure vanished from the air, and when it reappeared, it was right above Li Du. Just as Li Du looked up, Anubis stomped down with 1 foot. Fortunately, Li Du had anticipated Anubis's disappearance and quickly dodged. Boom! The force of that stomp was incredibly powerful, directly smashing the ground into a large pit. The stones splattered around like bullets. If he hadn't dodged, Li Du felt he would have been half killed by that single stomp. No wonder it has a strength of 20,000. To be honest, Li Du had never seen a monster with such high strength. Even when clearing the bloody prison dungeon, the bosses on the 10th floor were not this strong. After missing its attack, Anubis jumped back, returning to the hill, and did not continue its assault. Li Du was very puzzled by this. He commanded the Cayman Orc General to attack again. However, Anubis was very fast, and the clumsy Cayman Orc general was easily outmaneuvered, unable to land a hit. Suddenly, Li Du thought of something. It can't be waiting to teleport, right? Anubis had the teleportation trait, and if it used this trait to launch an attack, it could indeed create unexpected effects. With this in mind, Li Du began to wait. Soon, a minute passed. Anubis indeed launched another attack. Just as Li Du was about to dodge, he suddenly realized that Anubis's target this time was not him, but the Cayman Orc general. Anubis charged in front of the Cayman Orc general, and a massive scythe suddenly appeared in its hand. It swung the scythe, instantly creating a blood moon. Then, the Cayman Orc general, along with its armor, was directly bisected. The scythe was sharper than Li Du had imagined. However, Anubis's assault was not over yet. With the scythe in hand, it charged at Li Du, ready to continue its attack. Abyssal Slash. Although the Orc general Cayman had been killed, Li Du showed no fear and planned to clash head-on with Anubis. Soon, a powerful slash erupted, and Anubis swung its scythe to launch an attack. Boom! The two attacks collided, and Li Du immediately felt a jolt of numbness throughout his body, his hands trembling almost uncontrollably. Anubis's strength was simply too great. 20,000 in power was far beyond what Li Du could withstand. Quickly, the scythe came down. Li Du felt an overwhelming force, and he was sent flying. The shock was so intense that he felt as if his palms were about to crack, and his arms were shaking. Indeed, this is quite a struggle. The battlefield of the myriad races was no simple matter. The Anubis dungeon was the closest to the Great Xia stronghold among the myriad races' battlefields, and its difficulty was not particularly high. Even so, Li Du was still finding it extremely challenging. It seems that only a truly legendary class profession, or a top tier among them, could solo this dungeon. After a single strike, Anubis did not continue its assault. Whenever Li Du attempted to attack, Anubis would flicker away at incredible speed, evading the strikes. This made it very difficult for Li Du to land a hit on Anubis. There's no other choice, I can only activate the Wrath of the Beings. For an epic class profession, reaching this point was already quite impressive. Su Zhan, also an epic class, performed far worse at level 30 than Li Du did at level 24. Although Li Du was reluctant to rely too much on the Wrath of the Beings, he had to use it when necessary. Wrath of the Beings, tenfold enhancement. Sin accumulation. Li Du wasted no time. After activating the Wrath of the Beings, he immediately cast Sin accumulation. Soon, several black swords appeared above Li Du's head, all piercing toward Anubis. Despite Anubis's constant evasion, the black swords' attacks were locked on, and soon all of them pierced into Anubis's body. There were hundreds of them. However, these black swords themselves did not deal damage. Instead, they inflicted sin upon Anubis. When Li Du used the Eye of the Abyss, Anubis's information changed. Anubis, sin level, 580. Damage boost, 1160%. With over 500 layers of sin, Li Du's damage boost against Anubis reached a terrifying tenfold. Combined with the Wrath of the Beings, Li Du could deal 100 times the damage with a single strike. Abyssal Slash. Li Du charged forward, swinging his staff to unleash the Abyssal Slash. A slash like a black moon surged forth, striking directly at Anubis. Boom! This slash actually bisected Anubis at the waist. The damage from the slash was simply too high, Anubis could not withstand it at all. With just one skill, it was already killed. Such damage could not be stopped, even if Anubis's health were doubled. Upon seeing the damage effect, Li Du realized he had somewhat underestimated himself. At this current damage level, even without the Wrath of the Beings, I could still deal a massive amount of damage in a short time through sin accumulation. In fact, 2 abyssal slashes could kill it. A miscalculation. Li Du had not realized just how strong he had become. Previously, relying on the Wrath of the Beings had clouded his understanding of his own strength. Without the Wrath of the Beings, he instinctively felt uneasy. However, Li Du gradually discovered that his strength had surprised even himself without him noticing. Congratulations! You have killed Anubis and successfully cleared the dungeon. You gain lifespan, 100 years. You gain experience, 180,000. You have obtained, Sword of Burial, purple, anomalous crystal, purple, title, Lone Wolf. After killing Anubis, the rewards were not many, but both items are of epic quality, and there's also something Li Du has never received before, a title. Li Du immediately checked. Sword of Burial, a sword imbued with the aura of death, seemingly able to connect the realms of yin and yang, with extremely powerful capabilities, but must be used with great caution. Compatible profession, Dark-type practitioner swearing level 30 effects, plus 500 spirit, plus 800 strength, plus 300 constitution additional effect. When attacking non-boss targets, all attacks have an additional 3% chance of instant death effect, ineffective if the target's level exceeds 5 levels, instant death, has a chance to cause the target to die immediately. Additional effect, targets killed by this sword will drop burial souls. Feeding this sword with burial souls can enhance its attributes. Upon seeing the attributes and additional effects of this sword, it must be said that Li Du was truly tempted. However, unfortunately, this sword can only be equipped by dark-type practitioners. Dark-type professions are quite niche, just as niche as mechanical professions. Most professions in this system appear very evil, with attacks often carrying various curses and malevolent spirits, related either to negative emotions or to the dead. For example, professions like fearmonger, necromancer, and gambler of fate all belong to the dark type. Next, he looked at the next item. Anomalous crystal, contains special power that can enhance skill potency, one of the materials for skill upgrades. The description is very brief, but when Li Du saw it, his gaze froze. Skill upgrade. He never expected to obtain a material related to skill upgrades. Skill upgrades are one of the most confidential pieces of knowledge. If known, it could allow one to elevate their skill level. For instance, Li Du's Return of 1,000 Swords, originally a level 10 skill, even though it is of epic quality, would become less effective as Li Du reaches level 20. By the time Li Du reaches level 30, the effective Return of 1,000 Swords would be less than 1/10 of its original power. At that point, unless he upgrades the skill, Li Du would have to go to the trading hall to have someone wash it away, turning it into a skill scroll. Otherwise, keeping a low-level skill would just take up space and be utterly useless. Almost all additional learned skills face such a result. Only exclusive profession skills will grow in effectiveness as the practitioner's level increases. For Li Du, Return of 1,000 Swords is an extremely powerful skill, and he really doesn't want to wash it away. Therefore, skill upgrades are very necessary. The anomalous crystal is very important, it must be kept safe. When I enter the National Guild in the future and learn the method for skill upgrades, it will come in handy. After putting away the anomalous crystal, Li Du checked the title. Lone Wolf, one of the exclusive titles for the Multitude Battlefield. Acquisition method, obtained after solo clearing any dungeon in the Multitude Battlefield title effect. When solo clearing dungeons, all your attributes increase by 1%. This title is quite good, as it enhances all attributes. Although the increase is not significant and only takes effect during solo dungeon runs, it is better than nothing. Moreover, for Li Du, he wouldn't team up with others. As long as he runs dungeons, it will definitely be solo. Would you like to equip the Lone Wolf title? Please note, a person can only wear one title at a time. Seeing this prompt, Li Du did not hesitate and chose to equip it, as this is currently the only title he has. If he later obtains a better title, he can just switch it out. After equipping the title, this dungeon run came to an end. In terms of difficulty, this dungeon is actually not comparable to the Bloody Prison. However, the monsters inside were either immune to physical attacks or immune to magic, which was quite annoying. Fortunately, Li Du's profession was special. He was incredibly powerful against both physical and magical damage. After collecting his items, Li Du directly exited the dungeon. Baka Yaro. As Li Du emerged from the dungeon, he immediately heard a series of dog barks. Boom! Following that were flashes of skills being unleashed. Li Du looked around and found that, unbeknownst to him, quite a few practitioners from the Sakura country had appeared. The sounds of skills clashing and battle cries intertwined, creating a chaotic scene. Surrounding him, practitioners from the Great Xia country were resisting. Before Li Du could gather his thoughts, he heard a voice. Hey, kid over there, stop dawdling and come here quickly. The speaker was a man in knight's armor, currently raising his shield to fend off the spells from the Sakura country practitioners. Come to me, don't let them hurt you. Li Du rushed over immediately. There were a few other practitioners here, all casting skills and exchanging blows with the Sakura country practitioners. What happened? One person replied at lightning speed, the little Sakura devils are blocking this area, indiscriminately attacking every Great Xia person. Several who were about to enter the dungeon or just came out have been ambushed and killed. Hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Li Du's eyes. The Sakura country, once again. Time and again they saw trouble, time and again they provoked, killing. The knight in front was anxious, my shield can't hold much longer, you all go first, I'll hold them off. A mage hurriedly said, what will you do if we leave? It's fine, I have thick blood, they can't kill me. You all hurry and go, or when my shield breaks, it'll be too late. Not far away, the practitioners from the Sakura country were continuously unleashing skills. Their gazes were cruel, seemingly enjoying this, laughing heartily as they cast their spells. Although the Great Xia people were fighting back, there were more practitioners from the Sakura country, and under the combined efforts of a few, it was difficult to achieve significant results in their counterattack. This left several Great Xia people feeling quite frustrated. Damn those Sakura devils. If it weren't for their numbers, we would have beaten them to a pulp by now. A priest beside them spoke up. We can only do this for now, otherwise, we'll all die here. Though they were unwilling, they had little choice. There were more people from the Sakura country, and they had no advantage. At this moment, Li Du said, let me handle it. The knight looked at Li Du, puzzled. You? What are you going to do? Just then, Li Du actually stepped out of the shield's range. This made everyone anxious. The knight shouted, hey, what are you doing? Don't go to your death. However, Li Du instantly activated his immovable stance. Countless skills from the Sakura country practitioners struck Li Du, but they caused not a single point of damage. This astonished everyone. What the hell? What's going on? The practitioners from the Sakura country were also stunned. At this moment, Li Du immediately took action, abyssal confinement. Suddenly, a massive abyss appeared beneath the feet of several Sakura country practitioners. Before they could react, countless hands crawled out of the abyss, firmly grasping them. Baka Yaro, what's going on? It's that damned Great Xia person, he's up to something. Great Xia person, quickly cancel your skill, or we'll definitely make you die a horrible death. Li Du's gaze was cold, unmoved. He continuously channeled his mana, enhancing the effect of the abyssal confinement. Soon, the attributes of the Sakura country practitioners were drained by the abyss, and their life force gradually faded away. A few minutes later, amidst a chorus of wails, they all turned into dried corpses. What the hell? Brother, I didn't know you were this strong? Everyone was thrilled. The knight stepped forward and heartily patted Li Du on the shoulder. You look young, but I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. At this moment, Li Du asked, why are the Cherry Blossom people doing this? Although there have been wars between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the latter does not dare to offend the former too much. While they kill Great Xia people, they almost only dare to conduct sneak attacks and would never dare to encircle and kill Great Xia professionals on a large scale. After all, once they anger the Great Xia Kingdom, it could truly wipe out the Cherry Blossom Kingdom without hesitation. Even if the Lighthouse Kingdom intervenes, it would be futile. Therefore, Li Du was somewhat puzzled by the actions of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The priest said, it might be because their last team was completely annihilated here. I heard that a big shot killed an entire team from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The professionals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom couldn't accept it and went mad attacking others from the Great Xia Kingdom. The knight said resentfully, that's just how the little cherry blossoms are. I really want to know where that big shot is. I can't sleep at night without getting to know such a hero. The priest said, I heard that person is called Li Du. I have a friend who saw it with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Du's expression was quite remarkable. He didn't expect that the source of all this commotion would ultimately be himself? No, that shouldn't be said. Li Du acted only after seeing the Cherry Blossom Kingdom sneak attack the professionals of the Great Xia Kingdom. Any Great Xia person would absolutely not be able to hold back. Thinking of this, Li Du felt even more hatred towards the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The knight said, brother, my name is Wang Bin, from Tianfan University. I'm a junior, level 31, and my profession is Guardian Knight. Where are you from? Tianfan University is the best university in Tianfan province and one of the double first-class institutions. If Li Du remembered correctly, this university's ranking should be around 20th in the country, occasionally reaching 17th or 18th. Li Du, Yanguan University. Level 24, profession is Abyss Walker. Upon hearing Li Du's name, the few of them were momentarily stunned. However, at first, they did not think of the Li Du they had heard about. After all, there are many people with the same name in this world, and Li Du's level surprised them. I didn't expect you to be level 24 and already at the Myriad Races battlefield. As expected of Yanguan University, the best among the top 10 universities, truly lives up to its reputation. Abyss Walker, it sounds like your profession is from the Abyss series, right? I heard that this series of professions is very powerful. By the way, brother, are you a sophomore? Li Du shook his head and said, no, I'm a freshman this year. Upon hearing this, the few of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Have the students of Yanguan University become this powerful? A freshman, has actually reached level 24. Is this even human? Generally speaking, freshmen's levels are usually around 13 or 14, with the excellent ones being 15 or 16. In a school like Yanguan University, freshmen are at most around level 17, and it wouldn't be much higher than that. Such a freshman would definitely be severely taught a lesson by the upperclassmen to let them know that there are always people better than them. Only then would they start their university life. After a year of study, reaching levels 23 or 24 is already quite impressive. Legendary professionals like Xia Yixue are only level 28 in their sophomore year. So, they naturally assumed Li Du was a sophomore. Who would have thought he was actually a freshman? Moreover, can freshmen from Yanguan University even come to the myriad races battlefield? Are they that advanced? I heard that very few people from the top 10 universities have this privilege. After a long silence, they finally came to their senses. At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly shouted, "Brother, you also called Li Du, you wouldn't be the fierce person who killed a team from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, would you?" Li Du replied, "If nothing unexpected happened, it should be me." He indeed killed quite a few Cherry Blossom people. Upon hearing this, they were even more astonished. They initially thought it was just a coincidence of the same name, but unexpectedly, they encountered the real deal. After the initial shock, the few of them were greatly impressed by Li Du. "I didn't expect you to be so amazing, brother, you really taught that group of cherry blossoms a lesson, well done. When can I kill a few cherry blossom people to join in the fun?" They were surprised, but since they had fought together, they quickly regained their composure. The others also introduced themselves. The mage spoke up, "My name is Luo Ming, I'm a junior at Tianfan University. My profession is Fire Mage, level 31. The priest said, "I'm Qian Fong, just like them. My profession is Cleric, level 30. Wang Bin walked over to the bodies of the cherry blossom people, stomped on them a few times, crushing their bones, and after spitting on them, he felt a bit better. Those cherry blossom bastards got what they deserved. Luo Ming said, "It's a pity for those who were killed." Qian Fong added, "That's how it is on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Before we came, weren't we prepared for this? The battlefield of 10,000 races is a forward base of the Abyss battlefield. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes under the influence of abyssal powers. Because the battlefield is vast, it has also become a public battlefield for various countries. Many times, it's hard to tell if those who died here were killed by wild monsters or by personnel from other countries. Nearby, there were many professionals from other countries. Some people looked at Wang Bin's actions with disdain or anger. However, Wang Bin didn't care. When they were besieged, no one from other countries came to help. Now, whatever he did was none of their business. "Brother, where are you planning to go next? Do you want to team up to grind dungeons?" Wang Bin invited Li Du. Li Du shook his head, "No need, I prefer to solo." Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately gave a thumbs up, "Awesome. No wonder you're a top student from Yanguan University." Luo Ming joked, "Alright, Wang Bin. You can't even withstand a few skills from those little cherry blossoms for long," and he took them out in an instant. "That's not the same. I'm a guardian knight, protecting. Do you know what protection means? When Li Du came out, didn't I also hold on for half an hour?" After some small talk, Li Du planned to leave. Wang Bin asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "We've been to the battlefield of 10,000 races a few times, we know some routes, maybe we can help you." "To the seaside." "Oh, so it's the seaside. The seaside? Damn, brother, you want to go to the seaside?" Hearing those two words, they were once again shocked, even though they had already been shocked by Li Du several times today. "Brother, don't seek death. The seaside is one of the most dangerous places on this battlefield. You're only level 24, going there is almost certain death." "Yeah, that place is too dangerous, at least wait until level 35. I think even level 40 would be better." Their concern was genuine, and seeing this, Li Du smiled, "Thanks for your concern, but you don't need to worry about me, I know what I'm doing." Seeing Li Du's insistence, they didn't know what to say. After all, they couldn't influence Li Du's actions. Wang Bin said, "Since you insist on going, I won't say anything more. I need to go grind dungeons too." "Damn, you're only a freshman and can go to the seaside, I feel like such a waste." Hearing this, Li Du laughed. Wang Bin was quite interesting. Then, Li Du planned to part ways here. Just then, a commotion caught Li Du's attention. "Oh, my god, it's an orange profession halo. That's a legendary profession." Looking at the attire, it should be from the Great Xia Kingdom. Why does the Great Xia Kingdom have so many legendary professions? We don't even see one in our country. Humph, what does that count for? Our Great Han Ming Kingdom is the number one in the universe. When Li Du looked over, he discovered a team. Several individuals in the group were dressed in striking attire. In the middle of the line stood a young man, who unabashedly radiated an orange professional aura. Upon closer inspection, his clothing turned out to be from Tiancheng University. Tiancheng University is the top academy in the Magic City and ranks 4th in the Great Xia. It is a premier institution, second only to the 3 major academies. This academy has produced countless strong individuals, so it is not surprising to find legendary level professions within. Wang Bin said, "I really envy that. Unfortunately, the heavens are uncooperative, and I haven't awakened a legendary level profession. The Guardian Knight is merely an excellent level profession. Although it is a top-tier profession among excellent levels, it is still just excellent. Wang Bin's attributes are even inferior to Su Zhen's. Luo Ming said, "That's Tiancheng University, one of the top 10 academies, you might as well give up on that." Li Du did not pay attention to their chatter but instead focused on the group. A familiar figure caught his eye, leaving him stunned. Is that really her? A girl in a light green long dress was among the group. It was Fu Ming. Since the college entrance examination, Li Du had not seen her again. When the group arrived, Fu Ming seemed to sense something and turned her head. In an instant, her gaze met Li Du's. For a moment, she appeared dazed, then surprised, and finally delighted. The next moment, she broke away from the group and jogged over to Li Du. Li Du, you're actually here. Fu Ming was overjoyed, her smile radiant. Ever since Li Du went to Yanguan Academy, she had thought there would be no chance for them to meet again, and she had often felt downcast. She never expected to encounter Li Du here. Li Du was equally happy. Few people could enter his heart, and Fu Ming was one of them. During the time of the college entrance examination, Fu Ming was the girl who truly cared for him. Li Du had even contemplated whether to heed her advice and go to Tiangui Academy. Although he ultimately chose Yanguan University, he still felt a pang of regret when he thought of Fu Ming. Now, seeing her again, her smile was completely heartfelt. Li Du said, "I never expected to run into you here. It seems we have quite a fate." Fu Ming lifted her chin. "Of course. I told you, I will definitely surpass you." Hearing her still fixated on this matter, Li Du smiled. Fu Ming, as if presenting a treasure, announced her level. "I'm now at level 24. Surprised, right? Some second-year students might not even reach my level." Li Du was indeed somewhat astonished. During this time, he had lived a monk-like existence just to grind dungeons, and he had only just managed to reach level 24. Fu Ming had actually reached it too. "How did you do it?" Fu Ming took out a card. "See this? It's a 5 times experience card. As long as you have this, you can gain 5 times the experience while grinding in dungeons. It's very expensive. One card can only be used 10 times, and it costs 100,000 divine power points. You can't just buy it with money." Li Du was even more surprised. He had never heard of such an item. In the trading hall, he hadn't even seen anything like it. Just then, a flash of orange light appeared. Following that was a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, his expression somewhat cold. Ming, who is he?" The speaker was the legendary level professional. He looked at Li Du with an unfriendly gaze, as if trying to see through him. Fu Ming replied, "He is Li Du, my friend." The young man glanced at Li Du and said, "Wang Yu, Tiancheng University, level 28 Divine Warrior." Upon hearing Wang Yu's self-introduction, Wang Bin and the others displayed expressions of shock. He's actually a divine warrior. That's one of the top legendary level professions before level 60. Legendary professions are also categorized, some excel in combat, some in support, some in control, or have other functions. For instance, the Divine Warrior is a quintessential combat profession. Once this profession awakens, it automatically acquires a divine weapon. The attributes of the divine weapon grow alongside the profession, and just its attributes can rival several pieces of legendary equipment. Luo Ming looked enviously at the long sword on Wang Yu's back, saying, "That must be his divine weapon. A divine weapon even more powerful than legendary equipment." Li Du was not surprised. He had seen quite a few legendary professions. Li Du, level 24, Abyss Walker. Only level 24? A hint of disdain flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. In his view, coming to the battlefield of 10,000 races at this level was tantamount to seeking death. "You're also level 24? Fu Ming was quite surprised, grabbing Li Du's arm and scrutinizing him with her eyes. "I didn't expect you to level up so quickly. You're such a freak. Also, how has your profession changed again?" Li Du smiled and said, "That's my secret." Upon hearing the word secret, Fu Ming immediately raised her head, saying, "Humph. I'm not curious about your secret." Watching Fu Ming and Li Du grow increasingly close, Wang Yu's expression gradually darkened. He directly interrupted their conversation, saying, "Alright, Ming, it's time to go. Don't waste time on dungeon runs." Wang Bin and the others whispered to each other. "This guy is definitely jealous. Do you even need to say that?" They were very curious about what had happened between Li Du and Fu Ming, and what had transpired between Wang Yu and Fu Ming. However, they wouldn't ask recklessly. Wang Yu's words made Fu Ming a bit impatient. She waved her hand and said, "You all go ahead with the dungeon runs, I won't join you." Then, she pulled Li Du and said, "As punishment for keeping secrets from me, you have to take me on a dungeon run, and you can't refuse." That's just her nature. Although she thought one thing in her heart, she would never admit defeat verbally. Li Du smiled and said, "Sure." Although he said he was going to the seaside, Qin Yanguan did not specify a task deadline. Therefore, Li Du actually had plenty of time. After hearing Fu Ming's words, Wang Yu's face completely turned cold. Looking at Li Du, he felt a hint of hostility. However, Li Du had never paid attention to him, which made it hard for him to explode. Moreover, considering Fu Ming's background, if he acted out here and caused her displeasure, it would be counterproductive. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu asked, "He's only level 24, not even as good as you. Are you sure he can take you on a dungeon run?" Fu Ming impatiently replied, "I already said Li Du would take me on a dungeon run, so you all don't need to follow me." Wang Yu's expression grew even colder. He was a legendary profession, although his background was humble before his job change. The moment the brilliance of his legendary profession shone, Wang Yu felt he should be above others. From once being ridiculed, he suddenly stood at the pinnacle that many dreamed of, which made him very arrogant. But arrogance often hides insecurity. When he met Fu Ming at Tiancheng University, he realized what it meant to have someone beyond someone, and a sky beyond the sky. Although Fu Ming was an epic level profession, the professor who taught her was actually level 99, a top-tier powerhouse just one step away from the extraordinary. She used a 5-fold experience card for dungeon runs. These experience cards are so rare that even money can't buy them. Even the professor who taught Wang Yu, a level 80 powerhouse, could only obtain a maximum of 10 experience cards in a month. But Fu Ming used experience cards as if drinking water, without any restrictions. The equipment she wore looked very ordinary, but Wang Yu had seen her wear a full set of legendary equipment to break a record. He searched for information on Fu Ming but found nothing. At most, he knew her father was Fu Shang, the mayor. But the others at home had no news at all. After seeing Fu Ming's treatment, Wang Yu's hidden inferiority complex was stirred up. However, he thought, if he could marry a girl like her, would everything Fu Ming had become his? Therefore, seeing Fu Ming being so enthusiastic towards a man made Wang Yu feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a rebuttal. As Fu Ming grew impatient, Wang Yu felt he should calm down. Perhaps they were just ordinary friends. Wang Yu tried to maintain a calm expression and said, "In that case, please be careful. If anything happens, just call me, I'll be there right away." Okay, I got it, you can go now." With that, Wang Yu turned and returned to the group. They wasted no time and all entered the Anubis dungeon. Wang Bin and the others also took their leave. "Bro, we'll head out first, don't let us interrupt your date." Hee, Li Du, make sure to take good care of the girl, with great power comes great responsibility. We're off, bye. Their words made Fu Ming blush instantly. "It's not what you think. Li Du and I just know each other." The group laughed and ran off. Soon, only Li Du and Fu Ming were left. Li Du then asked, "By the way, how did you end up in the 10,000 races battlefield, and with people from Tiancheng University?" If he remembered correctly, Fu Ming should be from Tiangui Academy. Fu Ming giggled, "Although I'm from Tiangui Academy, I actually study at Tiancheng University. This was arranged by my dad. How about that, jealous?" Li Du was indeed a bit surprised. Could such arrangements be made? At that moment, Fu Ming complained a bit. "Back then, I invited you to Tiangui Academy, but you wouldn't go. If you had, I could have told my dad, and maybe you could have studied at Tiancheng University with me." "Humph. In the end, you went to Yanguan University, what a joke." Li Du smiled helplessly. But that was all in the past. Moreover, studying at Yanguan University wasn't bad at all. At least, both old Joe and the principal took special care of him. Such resources were not something an ordinary academy could easily compare to. "So, you came to the 10,000 races battlefield because of your uncle's arrangement?" Fu Ming nodded. Li Du suddenly felt a bit envious of Fu Ming. Her background was indeed something many could not reach. Her father was the mayor, and there was no information about the others in her family. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born with a golden key. However, Li Du didn't feel any resentment towards Fu Ming for being wealthy. Although he had a miserable childhood, perhaps due to the companionship of Shui Shang, his heart had never fallen into darkness. People like Fu Ming, old Zhou, and the principal, who cared for him, were all wealthy in their own right. "Let's go, I'll take you to clear the dungeon." After being apart for more than a month, Li Du didn't want to think about any tasks for now. He was actually quite happy to be with Fu Ming. "This is for you." Fu Ming suddenly stuffed a few cards into Li Du's hands. When Li Du looked, they were all 5 times experience cards. This surprised him greatly. Fu Ming smiled, use these to gain more experience. "You really don't have to worry, I have plenty of these." Seeing this, Li Du said nothing more. Soon, the two entered the Anubis dungeon again. "It's so hot." Fu Ming kept fanning herself, she was not used to this heat. Soon, she released a skill. A large tree appeared above their heads, providing shade and bringing coolness. The hot feeling dissipated instantly, and summer seemed to turn into a cool autumn. This is much more comfortable. Fu Ming's profession is a nature spirit envoy. Summoning plants is just one of the most basic skills. Having already cleared the dungeon once, Li Du was familiar with the process when he entered again. He summoned fire demons and sand soldiers, continuously killing the wild monsters in the dungeon. With the boost of a 5 times experience card, each monster he killed granted him 7 to 8,000 experience points, which was quite a lot in comparison. Seeing Li Du's skills, Fu Ming asked in confusion, "Aren't you a warrior class? How can you summon so many things?" Li Du replied, "Why don't you check for yourself?" Fu Ming immediately cast a detection spell on Li Du and was instantly astonished. You are actually a triple system profession. A triple system profession is much stronger than a single system profession of the same quality. An epic level triple system profession can even rival a legendary profession. Fu Ming immediately punched Li Du's shoulder, saying, "Humph. This is punishment for secretly hiding your triple system profession from me." Li Du felt helpless. They had been apart for more than a month. How could he tell her? The dungeon was relatively easy. With so many summoned creatures around, Li Du and Fu Ming didn't need to lift a finger. The two began to chat casually. "By the way, do you have any tasks to do in the 10,000 races battlefield?" Upon hearing this, Fu Ming suddenly remembered, I almost forgot. My dad asked me to bring back some materials. Materials? Yes, 30 pieces of shell fragments from the rock turtle, 30 horns from the thunderhound, 15 blocks of desert fine iron, 15 pairs of claws from the Song of Beacon Dragon, and 3 pieces of extraordinary crystal. As she spoke, Fu Ming's face immediately fell. These things will require at least 5 runs of the dungeon to collect most of them. And the extraordinary crystals are so luck dependent that you might not even get them after 10 runs of the dungeon. It's such a hassle. She complained, sticking out her tongue, making her look incredibly cute in an instant. Li Du was quite surprised. It seemed that Fu Ming's tasks were different from his. However, all these items dropped in the Anubis dungeon, and the method of obtaining them was relatively simple. Li Du took out a number of items from his spatial ring. "Take a look." Fu Ming took it and was very surprised. "You've already collected them all?" Except for one piece of extraordinary crystal, Li Du had gathered all the other materials. Li Du said, "Just take them. Then I won't be polite." Fu Ming laughed and immediately hugged the materials, looking like a little money grubber. Although the extraordinary crystal was related to skill upgrades, since he knew it could drop from the Anubis dungeon, he wouldn't feel bad about giving it away. Moreover, Fu Ming had also given him a 5 times experience card. "By the way, do you have a task too? Is it also to collect these materials?" Li Du shook his head. "I need to collect something else." "What is it?" Li Du suddenly hesitated. He didn't know whether to say it or not. After all, his task required him to go to the seaside. The seaside was incredibly dangerous. Li Du didn't even dare to guarantee his own safety. What if Fu Ming insisted on going with him? Seeing Li Du silent, Fu Ming became a bit pouty. "What? Is this also a secret?" "Humph. If you don't want to say it, then don't." Fu Ming turned her head away, acting as if she didn't care at all. "I'm not curious about your task." Seeing this, Li Du couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he decided to tell her. "I can tell you." Fu Ming immediately turned back, her previous pouty expression completely gone. With a curious look, she urged, "What is it? What is it?" Li Du then mentioned the materials he needed to collect. Hearing a few of the materials, Fu Ming looked puzzled. "I've never heard of those materials. Which dungeon do they drop from? Maybe I need to go to the seaside." It's strange that Fu Ming wasn't as surprised as expected, but instead calmly said, "Oh, so it's by the sea." At this moment, it was Li Du's turn to be surprised. Fu Ming suddenly blinked and said, "Did you think I would be very surprised? The seaside is very dangerous, isn't it?" Fu Ming took out something that looked like a token and presented it to Li Du as if offering a treasure. "Take a look at what this is." Li Du took it and looked. Battlefield teleportation token, contains unfathomable power. Effect, for use only in the 10,000 races battlefield. After use, it forcibly teleports to a selected stronghold, allowing up to 5 people to teleport simultaneously. If used in a dungeon, it will consume double the usage count. Usage count, 10 out of 10. Seeing Li Du's surprised expression, Fu Ming was instantly delighted. "How about that? Didn't expect it, did you?" Fu Ming said proudly, "Hee, with this thing, I'm not afraid of encountering danger here." Li Du joked, "I've discovered you're quite the little rich girl, having everything." Fu Ming lifted her chin, "Humph. That's why you should listen to me. With me protecting you, isn't it much better than being alone? You promised, you go to the seaside, I want to go to the seaside too. I'm not concerned about you, I haven't surpassed you yet, you can't die by the seaside." Li Du laughed. "All right, With Fu Ming around, this dungeon journey suddenly became much more interesting. When Li Du was grinding the dungeon alone, it was very dull. After a while, one could easily become lifeless. But Fu Ming's arrival added some vitality to the monotonous journey. At this time, the sand soldiers and fire demons had already cleared many monsters. They gradually moved deeper into the dungeon. At this point, elite monsters began to appear. Roar, 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 the massive desert miner swung its hammer, stirring up the howling sand. Li Du said, "Be careful of the desert miner, its strength is very powerful." At that moment, Fu Ming shouted, "Venomous thorns!" Soon, extremely thick thorns began to appear on the ground, entangling the desert miner. Countless sharp spikes pierced into the desert miner's skin. Then, the desert miner let out a loud cry, trying to break free from the thorns, but it was difficult to achieve. Moreover, the thorns contained potent poison, causing the desert miner to become weak. Its health continued to decline. A few minutes later, the massive desert miner was poisoned to death. The corners of Fu Ming's mouth curled up. "How about that? I'm quite impressive too, right?" Fu Ming was indeed impressive. Li Du still remembered her performance during the college entrance examination. She even outperformed a host of legendary professions. Among the epic-level professions, Fu Ming was actually among the top tier. The two of them cleared the dungeon much faster than Li Du alone. Along the way, the wild monsters they encountered were either dealt with by Li Du or Fu Ming, making it all very easy, without much difficulty. Soon, they arrived at the location of the dungeon boss. Anubis was still sleeping on the hillside, seemingly unaware of their presence. Li Du reminded, "Anubis can teleport instantly. Sometimes it might suddenly teleport behind you to unleash skills, so be careful." Fu Ming huffed, "I won't let it succeed." Just then, Anubis suddenly opened its eyes and then vanished in an instant. Fu Ming was startled and gasped. Li Du shouted, "Be careful." At that moment, Fu Ming realized that Anubis had actually teleported behind her. Moreover, it raised its massive scythe, ready to strike at Fu Ming. Li Du, anxious, immediately stood in front of Fu Ming. Unyielding. Clang. When the scythe struck Li Du, it was as if it had hit an iron plate, instantly bouncing off. Seizing the opportunity, Li Du quickly picked up Fu Ming and retreated. Although he remained steadfast and absorbed most of the damage, a scar still appeared on Li Du's body. Even though Li Du wasn't seriously hurt, the earlier scene made Fu Ming feel deeply guilty. "I told you to be careful. I know, it's my fault." She had indeed been startled just now, to the point where she couldn't react. Under normal circumstances, even if Anubis teleported behind her, she would have been able to respond. At this moment, she realized that she was tightly embraced by Li Du, and her face instantly turned bright red. Instinctively wanting to break free, she hesitated but ultimately allowed Li Du to hold her like this. Li Du released her, looking at Anubis with a hint of coldness in his gaze. "Be serious, we need to deal with it." Oh. Li Du unleashed his skill. Sinful Wrath. Instantly, countless black swords rained down upon Anubis. Fu Ming also launched her attack. Various vines and plants appeared, continuously entangling Anubis and assaulting it. Anubis tried to evade by blinking, but it was utterly impossible. Soon, as Li Du's black swords pierced Anubis's body, he shouted loudly, "Ultimate Judgment!" Boom! A black light erupted from Anubis's body. In an instant, Anubis's body shot out countless black rays. Upon closer inspection, these rays were the black swords that had just pierced it. They hadn't caused any damage when they entered, but when they emerged, they brought immense harm. In a moment, Anubis's health bar was completely emptied. Congratulations! You have killed Anubis and successfully cleared the dungeon. You gained lifespan, 100 years. You gained experience points, 450,000. You obtained, Earth Sword, purple, Extraordinary Crystal, purple, after killing Anubis. With the 5-fold experience card in effect, Li Du directly received 450,000 experience points. The other half of the experience was awarded to Fu Ming. Earth Sword, a sword imbued with the essence of the earth, extremely powerful. Compatible profession, mage level requirement, level 30 effect, plus 600 strength, plus 800 spirit, plus 400 constitution additional effect. Nature skill power increased by 10% additional skill. Earth power, can only be activated on the ground, absorbs the power of the earth. All attributes increased by 200, duration 30 minutes. The drops weren't many, but they were all very precious. Great! It's the Extraordinary Crystal. Fu Ming was very happy. The drop rate for the Extraordinary Crystal in the Anubis dungeon was very low. This time, luck was truly on their side. Li Du handed the Extraordinary Crystal to Fu Ming. "You take it." Fu Ming didn't refuse and directly took the crystal. Li Du asked, "Do you want this sword?" It can enhance the power of nature skills, it should be useful for you. Fu Ming shook her head, no, I can't equip it until level 30. How long will that take? I have something better. Hearing this, Li Du put away the earth sword. Let's head out first, and then we can run through it again to get the third extraordinary crystal. Fu Ming beamed with a bright smile, sure. Then, the two of them left the dungeon directly. Outside the dungeon, Wang Bin and the others had already come out first. Upon seeing Li Du and Fu Ming, they immediately greeted, Brother Li Du, hey. Li Du nodded in response and asked, did you clear the dungeon? Hearing this, Wang Bin's expression instantly turned dejected, clear it? This dungeon is just too difficult, it's not something humans can clear. Luo Ming said, sigh, our output just isn't enough. It was actually going smoothly at first, but when we got to the dungeon boss, we always fell short. When the boss was about to unleash its ultimate move, we couldn't withstand it and had to escape. Then you guys keep at it. After resting for a while, Li Du took out the hourglass to refresh the dungeon cooldown time and entered the dungeon again with Fu Ming. Wang Bin and the others sighed at this. It's really true that people can make you feel inferior. While we're still struggling to clear the dungeon, Li Du has already done it twice. Luo Ming asked in confusion, that hourglass he just took out, it looked like a legendary item to me? Is it? I'm not sure. With how amazing Li Du is, it's normal for him to have a legendary item, right? The cooldown time for the Anubis dungeon is a long 10 hours. Regardless of whether they cleared it or not, once they exit the dungeon, they will enter cooldown. The dungeon cooldown symbol is very precious, just like experience cards. Even with money, it might not be something you can buy. Naturally, Wang Bin and the others wouldn't have it, and they could only wait silently for the cooldown time to pass. Time passed little by little. Soon, another 2 or 3 hours went by. The dungeon portal changed again, and Li Du and Fu Ming emerged. Great! Now we have enough materials. Fu Ming was very happy. This time, they had obtained a piece of extraordinary crystal. With this, she had completed her father's task. Next, I want to go to the seaside with you, you can't sneak away without me. Seeing Fu Ming's expression, Li Du couldn't help but smile. Of course not. Bro, did you clear it again? Wang Bin came over. Li Du nodded. Awesome. What else could Wang Bin say? He could only give a thumbs up. At that moment, the portal changed again. A few people walked out. The leader was shining with orange professional light, very eye-catching. It was Wang Yu and his group. After coming out, he saw Li Du and Fu Ming already outside the dungeon and immediately showed a disdainful look. Ming, I told you he wouldn't make it, right? It doesn't matter if he failed to clear the dungeon, I'll take you through it. Li Du ignored Wang Yu's words. Fu Ming was a bit impatient and was about to say something when Wang Bin suddenly spoke up first. Don't get cocky. While you were in the dungeon, my brother Li Du cleared it twice. That's impossible. Wang Yu's face was filled with disbelief. Although the Anubis dungeon is of lower difficulty, even the simplest dungeon in the 10,000 races battlefield is equivalent to hell difficulty in the outside world. Even if he is a legendary class professional, he couldn't solo the Anubis dungeon, he could only clear it in a team. Li Du and Fu Ming were just 2 people, yet they cleared the dungeon, and even did it twice while he was in the dungeon. He couldn't believe it. Maybe he just stayed in the dungeon for a few hours and came out without clearing it. At that moment, Fu Ming impatiently shouted, enough, Wang Yu. You're too loud, can you shut up? Wang Yu immediately felt a wave of humiliation. It was one thing for Fu Ming to speak to him like that alone, but in front of Li Du, it made him feel extremely embarrassed. His gaze towards Li Du gradually turned to one of hatred. Li Du completely ignored him. Let's go, there's no value in continuing to grind this dungeon. Fu Ming immediately put on a smile, okay. Watching the two of them walk away, Wang Yu felt incredibly frustrated. He felt like a clown. A surge of murderous intent flashed through his mind, but in the end, he still didn't dare to act against Fu Ming. Where are we going next? Fu Ming asked with great interest along the way. Both of them were very powerful, and the nearby wild monsters posed no threat to them at all. Li Du said, let's go to the next dungeon, we'll just walk slowly to the seaside. He had already regarded this journey as a trial. Taking out the map, Li Du checked the location of the next dungeon. The distance isn't very far, about several dozen kilometers from the Anubis instance. If we hurry a bit, we can get there in 1 or 2 hours. However, the roads in the battlefield of 10,000 races are not easy to traverse. Or rather, there aren't really any proper roads here. Many paths are actually made by individuals walking through. After walking for a long time, Fu Ming was quite fed up. However, she didn't take the initiative to call for a stop. Li Du noticed and suggested, how about we take a break? Fu Ming's face immediately lit up with joy, and she quickly nodded, sure. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she coughed lightly. It's not that I want to rest, but you suggested it. I'm just agreeing with your suggestion. Li Du smiled and said nothing. Fu Ming summoned a large tree and lay down beside it. The long journey had made her sweat quite a bit. Her light green dress was soaked, making her even more attractive. Li Du was also a bit tired. Besides the omnipresent threat of wild monsters in the battlefield, the fatigue from the long journey was draining. This kind of fatigue could wear down one's spirit. The distance between two instances could easily be several dozen kilometers, and beyond that, there were vast stretches of uninhabited land. They could face various monsters at any moment. At that moment, a sound came, the sound of a vehicle approaching. Li Du turned around and saw a military truck driving in their direction. It stopped beside them. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a man in military uniform. Where are you two headed? Need a ride? Li Du glanced at the man's chest, which bore the same private insignia, but he had 3 stars lit up, indicating he was a 3-star private. Li Du looked at Fu Ming. Fu Ming raised her head and generously said, "You decide, I actually don't mind at all." Although she said that, Li Du could see the desire in her eyes. Li Du smiled and said to the person in the truck, "Thank you very much." Then, Li Du and Fu Ming got into the vehicle. The truck didn't look big, but the interior was quite spacious, able to seat many people. After they got in, they found there were 2 other people in the truck, also in military uniforms. The driver asked, "Bro, are you heading to the next instance? Our next stop is there." "That's right, thank you for the trouble." "Ha, no trouble at all. We're all from the Great Xia, and the battlefield is far. We just happen to have a vehicle, so we can help. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cao Yang, a new recruit at the Great Xia outpost this year, level 32, profession is Berserker. These 2 are my comrades, He Zhang and Lu Zhen." Li Du and Fu Ming introduced themselves as well. Li Du, from Yanguan University, level 24 Abyss Walker. Fu Ming, from Tiangui Academy, level 24 Nature Spirit. Upon hearing their levels, Gao Yang and the others were quite surprised. Only level 24, and you're already in the battlefield? That's impressive. Gao Yang was clearly a chatterbox, talking nonstop along the way. In contrast, He Zhang and Lu Zhen hardly said anything. Li Du also didn't talk much, mostly listening to Gao Yang. He talked about how new recruits at the Great Xia outpost were trained, how fierce the instructors were, and how strict the punishments were. Occasionally, when he mentioned something interesting, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. With someone like him around, the journey wasn't lonely at all. Soon, they were approaching the next outpost. Boom! At that moment, an explosion sounded, and the truck shook violently. What happened? He Zhang and Lu Zhen immediately tensed up. Gao Yang's expression turned grim. Damn it, we've encountered abyssal monsters. Li Du quickly looked out the window and saw many monsters appearing around them. These monsters looked terrifying, fierce and menacing, completely different from ordinary wild monsters. They all carried a hint of dark energy, looking quite terrifying. A large number of monsters had already surrounded the vehicle. Gao Yang decisively said, "Quickly get out and clear the monsters, or we'll be trapped here." He then looked at Li Du and the others. "Brothers, you should get down too. Your levels are low, stay between us 3, and don't run around." The 3 of them, being soldiers, acted with remarkable speed. Li Du and Fu Ming followed suit and got out. Li Du asked, "What's going on with these monsters?" He had never seen such creatures before. Gao Yang explained, "You just arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races, and there's much you don't know. These things are abyssal monsters, creatures that have been corrupted and demonized by the abyss. Not only do they have higher attributes, but they are also more aggressive. If you get injured by them, the wounds will be extremely difficult to heal due to the influence of abyssal power." Lu Zhen expressed his concern. "Abyssal monsters rarely appear, so why is there a whole group this time? Did something happen?" He Zhang said, "With so many monsters, it will be very difficult for us to clear them." Gao Yang shouted, "First, send a distress signal, hold on as best as you can. Protect these 2. He then took out a flare and immediately fired it. As fireworks exploded in the sky, the distress signal was sent out. Li Du activated the Eye of the Abyss, wanting to check the information on these monsters. However, he was stunned, because a line of information appeared above. Unable to view due to the influence of abyssal power, the Eye of the Abyss had actually malfunctioned. At that moment, the surrounding monsters immediately launched their attack. They roared and charged forward. There were many abyssal monsters, at least dozens. They surrounded the group and rushed in from all directions. Gao Yang immediately drew his sword and unleashed his skills, powerful beams of light slashing towards the abyssal monsters. Gao Yang's sword strikes were incredibly strong, leaving marks on the ground, and many monsters were directly sent flying. However, they were very tenacious. Even when knocked away, they did not die. After getting back up, they charged forward again. The other two, He Zhang was a priest, and Lu Jin was a mage. They were also continuously casting spells and fighting. The sounds of slashing and roaring quickly converged into chaos. Li Du shouted, "Let's help out too." He couldn't just stand by and watch others fight. Abyssal slash. Li Du immediately unleashed his skill. A powerful slash flew out. After class enhancement, Li Du's abyssal slash had been upgraded to an epic level skill, extremely powerful. A single slash fell, and several abyssal monsters were directly cut in half. You have killed an abyssal hound, gaining 1 year of lifespan. You have gained 5,800 experience points. You have obtained Breath of the Abyss. You have killed an abyssal viper, gaining 1 year of lifespan. You have gained 6,700 experience points. You have obtained Breath of the Abyss. After killing the abyssal monsters, Li Du did not obtain any materials from them, but instead received the Breath of the Abyss. Although Li Du was puzzled, he couldn't think about what the Breath of the Abyss was while in battle. Li Du took action, and Fu Ming was not to be outdone, immediately unleashing her skills. Countless vines appeared, entangling many abyssal monsters. Together with Li Du's attacks, another batch of monsters fell. Gao Yang and the others were astonished at this. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, even able to take down abyssal monsters in an instant. Although Gao Yang could also deal with abyssal monsters, he could only manage 1 against 3 at best, and it was still difficult to kill them. The gap compared to Li Du was too obvious. Li Du said, "You all retreat behind me." Hearing this, Gao Yang asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to unleash an area skill, so you need to stand behind me, or you might get accidentally hurt." Upon hearing this, the others immediately stood behind Li Du. Then, Li Du raised his staff. Wrath of the Heavens, Fireball. The formation appeared, and the fireball manifested. Like a small sun, it gradually grew larger. An increasingly intense heat radiated from the sky. Seeing this fireball, Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn! I didn't realize you were this amazing." At this moment, the fireball had fully condensed. Li Du waved his staff. The fireball immediately plummeted, countless sparks crashing down, explosions spreading in all directions. Terrifying damage instantly engulfed all the abyssal monsters. Messages flooded into Li Du's mind. Gao Yang and the others could even feel the scorching heat rushing towards them. If they weren't standing behind Li Du, the damage from this skill would have fallen upon them, and they felt they might even die beneath this fireball. Minutes later, the fireball finally extinguished. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, and not a single living abyssal creature remained. Gao Yang and the others were utterly astonished. "Are you really only level 24? This skill, even a level 34 professional couldn't pull it off, right?" Li Du's strength truly surprised him. In fact, Li Du hadn't even activated the Wrath of Beings. If he had, Gao Yang would probably be even more shocked. Lu Jin laughed heartily, "Good kid. No wonder you're a student at Yanguan University, a prestigious school's top student is indeed different." He Zhang admired, "I didn't expect you to save us this time." Suddenly, Gao Yang let out a roar, "Ah! My car! The car, it's burned to ashes." At this moment, people realized that when the fireball fell, the flames had also engulfed the vehicle. Their car, along with the abyssal monsters, had been directly destroyed by Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du's face turned red. "It wasn't intentional." Lu Jin said, "Alright, old Gao. Don't act like a girl, it's just a car, right? We were saved by this little brother, isn't that worth more than a car?" Gao Yang was sullen but ultimately didn't hold a grudge. After all, if they lost their lives, what use was a car? At this time, the sound of vehicles approaching could be heard. Gao Yang turned around, instantly excited, "They're here! They're here! Someone's coming!" 2 military vehicles arrived, and after stopping, 7 or 8 people immediately got out. When Li Du checked, he found that one of them had a 5-star medal on his chest, indicating he was a high-ranking soldier. Clearly, this person had been fighting on the battlefield of the myriad races for a long time. "I am Su Chong, the squad leader of Class 127. Did you send the distress signal?" Gao Yang rushed over. "Yes, that's us. We encountered a group of abyssal monsters." However, when the others looked around, they found the ground was covered with the corpses of abyssal monsters. Lu Jin said, "We thought we were in danger, but it was this little brother who killed all the abyssal monsters." Su Chong looked at Li Du, whose face was so young, he probably hadn't even turned 20. How could he have killed so many abyssal monsters? He found it hard to believe. But this was what Gao Yang and the others said. Like them, Gao Yang was a soldier from the outpost, so Su Chong couldn't help but believe. "It's good that you're safe. Recently, the abyssal rifts have expanded, and many monsters have escaped. You shouldn't linger here, come back to the outpost with us. Although Li Du wanted to continue grinding dungeons, he felt it probably wasn't the right time, so he nodded. Soon, everyone got into the vehicle. The car began heading towards the outpost. On the way, Li Du asked, "What's going on with the expansion of the abyssal rifts?" One person explained, "The abyssal world is very close to ours, especially the battlefield of the myriad races, which is greatly affected by the abyss. Various abyssal rifts appear on the battlefield, and many abyssal monsters emerge from these rifts. Sometimes, abyssal demons even appear. If the rift is small, it's manageable. Once the crack widens, many abyssal monsters will emerge. If a lord-level monster appears, the entire battlefield of the myriad races will likely suffer." Upon hearing this, Li Du's understanding of the abyss deepened. At that moment, a huge horn echoed throughout the battlefield of the myriad races. Following that was a deep, resonant voice. "All people of the Great Xia, please pay attention, return to the stronghold immediately. All people of the Great Xia, please pay attention, return to the stronghold immediately. All people of the Great Xia, please pay attention, return to the stronghold immediately." Hearing this voice, Li Du was somewhat surprised. Su Chong furrowed his brows. "It seems something really happened in the abyss. The stronghold has issued a command." Another person sighed, "I hope no one gets hurt. Every warrior from the abyss is an absolute elite of our Great Xia." The few of them, filled with concern, drove quickly. Eventually, they returned to the Great Xia stronghold. After returning, Li Du, Fu Ming, and the others parted ways with Gao Yang and Su Chong. Upon entering the stronghold, they heard a call. Brother Li Du, over here." The one calling out was Wang Bin. They didn't expect to meet again here. Wang Bin asked, "Brother Li Du, were you also called back?" Li Du nodded, "I heard the abyssal crack has widened, and the battlefield has become more dangerous." Wang Bin said, "This kind of thing happens every so often, it's quite normal. I heard it happened a few years ago as well, but in the end, nothing major occurred. Maybe if we wait a day or two in the stronghold, things will return to normal. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal." However, intuition told Li Du that this time might not be so simple. Wang Bin didn't think too much about it. He suggested, "Brother Li Du, you've cleared so many instances in the battlefield of the myriad races, aren't you going to report your military achievements?" After returning from the battlefield, one must report military achievements at a designated place. This way, the stronghold would upgrade your medal based on your achievements. If you don't report, the medal's level will stagnate, and you won't be able to enjoy higher level benefits. Li Du said, "I was just thinking the same." Then, he and Wang Bin went to the military achievement office. There weren't many people at the military achievement office, only about a dozen. People were lining up to report their achievements. Cleared the instance 2 times, gained 200 military achievements, conditions met, upgrade permitted, awarded the 2-star private medal. Cleared the instance 1 time, killed 5 practitioners from the Sakura Nation, killed 10 abyssal monsters, gained 380 military achievements, upgrade permitted, awarded the 3-star private medal. Cleared the instance. One voice after another came out, and many were very happy after upgrading their stars. Although they were still privates, the star levels differed, and the treatment received in the stronghold varied. The items available for purchase also increased. Wang Bin and the others went to report their military achievements. Most of their achievements were accumulated bit by bit before. Li Du and Fu Ming also stepped forward to line up. At that moment, an orange light flashed by. Then, a young man cut in front of everyone and said to the military achievement office staff, "Record my military achievements." His actions immediately drew dissatisfaction from the people behind. However, upon seeing the high-profile orange professional halo on him, people dared not say much. The orange halo was a symbol of a legendary-level profession. This person was actually a legendary-level practitioner. The staff at the military achievement office frowned slightly, about to call out and ask this person to line up. But the young man took out a badge. Upon seeing the badge, the staff's expression changed slightly, and then they said nothing more, recording his military achievements. Through the instance, gained 980 military achievements, conditions met, awarded the 5-star private medal. After the military achievements were upgraded, the young man turned around and disdainfully glanced at Li Du. This young man was Wang Yu. He shook a badge and said to Fu Ming, Ming, "Come with me. Don't stand here in line with him. I have a priority service badge, so I can help you record your military achievements right away." This badge did not belong to Wang Yu, it was borrowed from his instructor. Fu Ming did not come over as Wang Yu had imagined. Instead, she showed a look of disgust. "What, do you think this badge is impressive?" Fu Ming sneered. "My dad could get 100 of these with just one word. What are you trying to show off in front of me?" Hearing this, Wang Yu's face turned pale. He realized that Fu Ming had misunderstood his words and quickly said, "No, Ming Ming. You misunderstood, I just wanted to make it easier for you. Don't you think waiting in line here is a waste of time?" Fu Ming snorted coldly and said nothing. Seeing this, Wang Yu dared not get angry at Fu Ming. Instead, he felt even more resentment towards Li Du. In his eyes, if it weren't for Li Du, Fu Ming wouldn't be talking to him like this at all. Therefore, his gaze towards Li Du grew colder, filled with hostility. However, Li Du didn't notice him at all. To Li Du, Wang Yu was nothing. Even if he was a legendary class profession, so what? Li Du was least afraid of various legendary class professions. At this, Wang Yu's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water. Humph. No matter how you pretend, without strength, it's useless. I'm a 5-star private, everyone has to look up to me. You're not even a 1-star private, just trash. At that moment, it was Fu Ming's turn. Like Li Du, she had just entered the battlefield of 10,000 races today. After handing over the badge, the voice from the Military Achievements Office came out. Cleared the instance 2 times, killed 20 abyss monsters, gained 680 military achievements. Conditions met, upgrade permitted. Awarded a 3-star private badge. Yay! After receiving the badge, Fu Ming was very happy, grabbing Li Du's hand and cheering. Li Du, I became a 3-star private on my first entry into the battlefield of 10,000 races. Isn't that amazing? Li Du nodded and smiled, very impressive. The people around were also quite surprised to hear this. Killing 20 abyss monsters on the first entry into the battlefield was already an incredible achievement. It should be noted that abyss monsters are much stronger than ordinary monsters. Even a level 30 professional might struggle against the weakest abyss monster. This girl is so impressive? At this moment, it was Li Du's turn. When the Military Achievements Office staff checked Li Du's badge, they suddenly expressed surprise. It seemed they took a deep breath, and then their voice returned to calm. Cleared the instance 3 times, killed 23 professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation, killed 118 abyss monsters, gained 1580 military achievements. Conditions met, upgrade permitted. Awarded a 5-star private badge. When this announcement was made, the scene erupted in an uproar. Wang Bin exclaimed, "Damn, brother, you're so awesome? A 5-star private. You directly became a 5-star private." Others were equally astonished. He actually killed 23 professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation. He's a tough guy. And he killed 118 abyss monsters. That's just terrifying. I thought he was young, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. At this moment, a voice rang out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yu shouted, unable to accept it. He had entered the battlefield of 10,000 races multiple times, cleared countless instances, and worked hard to finally become a 5-star private. Li Du was only entering the battlefield for the first time. How could he? It's definitely a mistake. His military achievements can't be that many. He must have cheated. Wang Yu's words immediately drew the resentment of many people. What did you say? Military achievements can be cheated? Are you questioning the country's standards? Who is this person? Can't he stand to see others do well? Clearly a legendary class profession, yet so narrow-minded? At this moment, Fu Ming couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Wang Yu, what do you mean? Fu Ming was obviously angry, glaring at Wang Yu. Wang Yu had always mocked Li Du, and although Li Du said nothing, she tolerated it. But now Wang Yu actually dared to question Li Du's military achievements. She couldn't take it anymore. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and said, he's only level 24, there's no way he could have earned so many military merits. Ming, he's just a fraud, you mustn't be deceived by him. Just as Fu Ming was about to retort, Li Du suddenly walked over, his gaze cold. Seeing this, Wang Yu said coldly, what do you want? Say it again if you have the guts. Wang Yu was about to continue, but Li Du's gaze made him shudder. Clearly, Li Du hadn't done anything, yet he felt an immense pressure. After all, he was a legendary class profession. But at this moment, in front of Li Du, he felt as if he couldn't stand his ground. Just then, a wave of pressure emanated from the military merit office. Wang Yu could hardly bear it, trembling all over. Comrade, are you questioning the nation's military medals? Wang Yu's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, and no, I wouldn't dare. The pressure gradually dissipated, leaving Wang Yu feeling frustrated. He snorted coldly, no longer able to stay there, and immediately ran off. Wang Yu's actions immediately drew a burst of laughter. Even as a legendary class profession, he had lost face today. In contrast, Li Du made countless people envious. A 5-star private was already a high honor. The military ranks in the 10,000 races battlefield were extremely strict. Without sufficient military merits, one could never be promoted. Soldier level 2, non-commissioned officer level 3, Officer Level 3, Senior Officer Level 4, General Level 3. For soldiers, Level 2 starts from Private, followed by Corporal. Non-commissioned officers include Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, and Master Sergeant. Officers, Senior Officers, and Generals follow the same pattern, with Senior Officers having an additional rank of Colonel. Each rank upgrade requires accumulating a full 10 stars. These stars need sufficient military merits to light up. For privates, the military merits required for 1 to 10 stars are 100, 200, up to 1000. In other words, a private needs to earn a total of 4,500 military merits to be promoted to corporal. Once promoted to corporal, the military merits required for further promotion will be even higher. In the 10,000 races battlefield, the military merits obtainable from a dungeon are very limited, with a minimum of 100. As the difficulty of the dungeon increases, the military merits will also rise, but not by much. However, if one accomplishes the feat of soloing a dungeon, they will receive additional reward military merits, but only once. The most important sources of military merits actually come from outpost missions and abyssal monsters. As long as one kills abyssal monsters, they are guaranteed to earn military merits, ranging from a few points to dozens or even hundreds. If they encounter abyssal demons or even abyssal lords, the military merits gained are even more exaggerated. Killing a few more abyssal monsters is equivalent to completing a dungeon run. However, abyssal monsters are incredibly powerful, with some being even more troublesome than dungeon bosses, making them difficult to kill. After completing the rank promotion, Li Du and Fu Ming were about to leave. Just then, a broadcast suddenly appeared in the outpost. Attention all professionals in the outpost. The abyssal rift is expanding, and abyssal monsters are appearing in large numbers, charging towards the outpost. Please do not leave the outpost. If you are confident in your own strength, you can sign up for the Demon Extermination Operation. Outstanding participants in this operation will receive national contribution rewards. Upon hearing this broadcast, some were eager to try, while others were worried. What's going on? The monsters are actually attacking the outpost? I feel like this situation isn't simple at all. We should hurry and hide. The abyssal monsters are too terrifying, not something humans can fight. Hide? Humph. I can't do such a thing. With the enemy at hand, I must go and kill. Fu Ming asked, Li Du, what should we do now? Li Du did not hesitate. I will join the battle. Regardless of whether it was a great enemy or not, the opportunity to gain contribution rewards from this battle was a huge attraction for Li Du. Soon, the two rushed to the front lines. By this time, many people had already gathered there. Upon arriving outside the stronghold, everything appeared very calm. However, when Li Du looked up, he saw an enormous pillar in the sky, like a watchtower, emitting various strange lights that shot out into the distance. At that moment, a voice spoke. This is the observation tower. Inside, there are formations set by extraordinary beings that can observe everything within 1,000 miles. If there is any anomaly, the stronghold will receive immediate news. Turning around, Li Du discovered it was Su Chong. Looking at the badge on Li Du's chest, Su Chong nodded, revealing an approving expression. Not bad, you've become a 5-star private. Li Du saluted, greetings, officer. Although Su Chong was only a private, he outranked Li Du in terms of military rank. Anyone who encountered someone of a higher rank would refer to them as officer. Su Chong said, no need for formalities. Although you are young, you have the courage to come out, which is commendable. Li Du couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the situation this time? Su Chong replied, it's not a big deal, just a normal monster assault. Therefore, you are allowed to come out and fight. This is a rare opportunity. If you perform well in such battles, you can earn a lot of military merit. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called out, Brother Li Du, finally found you. Turning around, it was Wang Bin and a few others. They had also arrived. Wang Bin came to Li Du's side and naturally patted his shoulder. I told you, my brother Li Du would definitely come to fight. You all came too? Wang Bin immediately stood at attention. Of course. Defending the country is our duty. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a huge noise erupted, and everyone looked over to see a swarm of dark monsters rushing toward them. They were surrounded by mist, and the appearance of the monsters was like a spreading black fog. At the same time, the broadcast came again. The monster assault has arrived, everyone, prepare for battle. Stronghold soldiers, prepare to charge. At this moment, Su Chong had already left. He was a soldier in the stronghold, and at such times, he would definitely be at the forefront. Looking at the dark mass of monsters, some who had originally planned to fight suddenly felt a bit scared, but many others ignited a greater fighting spirit. At that moment, a large number of battle cries suddenly erupted. Defend the motherland, fight to the death. Defend the motherland, fight to the death. Defend the motherland, fight to the death. It was the organized soldiers of the stronghold, lined up in extremely neat formations, charging out. This scene immediately inspired many. Some began to shout along. Brothers, let's go. Let's take down these monsters. Damn it, we can't let others think we are weak. Even if we can't be like soldiers, we must show our courage. The monster assault had officially begun. Roar, 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 various dark creatures leaped forward, tearing at the professionals. Some were caught off guard and were immediately killed by the monsters. However, the stronghold's troops blocked a large number of monsters at the front, unleashing various large-scale skills, quickly killing many of the creatures. Those that managed to enter the stronghold were merely the few that slipped through the net, not many in number. But the powerful monsters still caused a lot of trouble for many professionals inside the stronghold. Everyone, get out of the way. At that moment, Li Du shouted loudly. The people in front immediately jolted and all stepped aside. Heaven's Abyss Slash. Following that, a powerful slash was unleashed, rushing towards several monsters like a black moon. Boom! The slash hit, resulting in an explosion. In an instant, the monster was killed by Li Du. This scene left many people astonished. Damn, this guy is strong. Who is he? The astonishment of the crowd didn't last long before more monsters came in. Li Du shouted, don't just stand there. Guardians, hold the front, damage dealers fall back. Control them well, these monsters are mindless and easy to deal with. His words immediately calmed the chaotic crowd. Li Du's voice seemed to have a contagious effect. Soon, the corresponding professionals took their positions. Guardian-type professionals immediately deployed shields and barriers, blocking a large number of monster charges. Priests healed nearby, while archers and mages continuously dealt damage, pushing back the monsters. Meanwhile, control-type professionals kept restraining the monsters. At the same time, Li Du was also using his skills. Abyss Slash, Thunderstrike, Magic Binding. Various skills were unleashed one after another, instantly killing many monsters. Under Li Du's command, people found it much easier to deal with the monsters and fought with more confidence. At this moment, Wang Yu, standing nearby, looked at Li Du with eyes full of jealousy. This position should be mine. I should be the one commanding. I should be the center of attention. Wang Yu's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. If it weren't for Li Du, he should be the one commanding others. He should be the one basking in the spotlight. However, all of this was taken away by Li Du. Especially when he saw Fu Ming, his jealousy intensified. Why should that gaze filled with admiration be directed at Li Du? It should be directed at him. It should be him. Damn Li Du, why can't you let the monsters kill you? Wang Yu kept cursing in his heart. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted at him, Hey, brother, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Aren't you a legendary professional? A few people noticed that Wang Yu had hardly moved, just watching others fight. Complaints immediately arose. Hearing these words, Wang Yu's hatred deepened. He snorted coldly, What's it to you? Damn! Everyone else is fighting, and you're just standing here. You even have your professional aura on, at least use a skill. At that moment, another wave of monsters charged in, and people immediately forgot about Wang Yu, rushing forward to fight. As for Li Du, Wang Yu had never regarded him highly. It was unclear how things were elsewhere, but at least in the area where Li Du was, the monsters were quickly cleared out. Among them, Li Du alone had killed over half of the monsters. Under Li Du's command, others also killed quite a few monsters. People were very happy, and many came forward to thank Li Du. Fu Ming was so excited that she directly ran over and hugged Li Du. Li Du, we killed so many monsters. Li Du replied, the monsters inside are almost cleared, but the battle outside isn't over yet. I need to go out and fight. Upon hearing this, Fu Ming immediately said, I want to go with you. Li Du said, it's too dangerous, you stay inside. He didn't dare let Fu Ming take risks, not knowing how many abyss monsters were outside. After saying that, without waiting for Fu Ming to agree, he charged out. Seeing this, Fu Ming stomped her foot in anger. Humph. Showing off again, am I really that weak? However, thinking of how Li Du cared for her, she still felt a bit warm inside. Hey, brother, where are you going? People were puzzled by this, and then they saw Li Du directly leave the stronghold. What the hell is he going out for? He can't be going out to fight, right? The number of monsters outside is thousands of times that inside. Can he really handle it? He can definitely handle it. I see this guy is so awesome, how could he not? Soon, Li Du arrived outside the stronghold. Unlike the inside, the monsters outside were overwhelming. Large groups of troops were resisting in front, but countless monsters were still charging in. Roar, roar, roar. Li Du's appearance immediately attracted the attention of numerous abyssal monsters. Instantly, wave after wave of monsters rushed over. Be careful. At this moment, someone nearby shouted at Li Du. However, Li Du did not back down. Instead, he raised his staff and immediately unleashed a skill. Abyssal confinement. A vast expanse of abyss appeared, and then countless monstrous hands grabbed one abyssal monster after another, holding them tightly. To quickly kill the enemies, Li Du immediately activated the Wrath of Beings. With 10 times the damage, these abyssal monsters couldn't hold on for long and were directly slain by Li Du. Subsequently, Li Du continued to delve deeper, constantly unleashing skills, killing wave after wave of monsters. Li Du's slaughter was highly efficient. Almost one skill could kill dozens of abyssal monsters. With Li Du's help, the nearby abyssal monsters were rapidly decreasing. The others on the battlefield were gradually drawn to Li Du. Wow, this brother is so strong. One skill kills a batch of abyssal monsters. Is he trying to single-handedly form an army? Who is he? How come I don't know such a strong person? At this moment, Su Chong, who was commanding the battle not far away, also noticed Li Du and was equally astonished by his performance. It should be noted that Li Du was only level 24, yet his performance was more exaggerated than that of a level 34 professional. Each of these abyssal monsters was over level 30, even an epic class professional would have to exert great effort to kill one, but they were like paper in front of Li Du. Not only the people on the battlefield, but the abyssal monsters also noticed Li Du. From a mass of black mist emerged a bloody, terrifying figure surrounded by black fog. It's him, who killed a large number of our minions. A nearby equally bloody and terrifying monster surrounded by black mist spoke, "I'll go kill him." Then, it moved. Its speed was incredibly fast, crossing a long distance in just a few seconds, jumping to the center of the battlefield. Boom! When it landed, the ground even trembled a bit. At this moment, someone shouted, "It's actually an abyssal demon." Oh no! The abyssal demon has come out, quickly block it. The destructive power of one abyssal demon is stronger than 1,000 abyssal monsters. We must not let it enter the stronghold. The army began to move, surrounding the abyssal demon. However, the abyssal demon ignored the army and charged directly at Li Du. Its purpose was very clear, kill Li Du. Ahaha, die. The speed of the abyssal demon was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Li Du. People were horrified at this scene. Quick, dodge. It's over, he's been targeted by the abyssal demon. Li Du was also quite surprised, but he had been through many battles. Even though the abyssal demon was extremely fast, he still reacted. As the abyssal demon's attack came down, he immediately dodged. Then, he launched a counterattack. Sinful Blade. With a loud shout from Li Du, countless black swords surged into the abyssal demon's body. What is this? It feels so uncomfortable inside me. To everyone's surprise, when the sword of sin pierced into the abyssal demon's body, it caused the abyssal demon immense pain. This had never happened before. Who are you? This power is not something humans can possess. Before Li Du could launch his next attack, the abyss demon was already rolling on the ground in pain. Although surprised, Li Du quickly regained his composure and activated the ultimate judgment. Then, the sin took effect, and the abyss demon's body immediately exploded. Boom! After the explosion, the abyss demon was completely dead. Li Du had directly killed an abyss demon. This left everyone speechless. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? He actually killed an abyss demon. Who is he? So young. Even a level 40 professional wouldn't dare to guarantee they could kill an abyss demon, right? What level is he? The death of an abyss demon caused a huge change on the battlefield. The abyss creatures that had been continuously attacking suddenly weakened significantly. The army immediately launched a counterattack, and in an instant, countless abyss creatures perished. The abyss creatures, which had been surrounding them, were now being surrounded by the humans. On the other side of the battlefield, another abyss demon looked at Li Du, filled with hatred. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Human. You must die. At this moment, Li Du also noticed the abyss demon in the distance. He charged directly at it. Waving his staff, he gathered his power. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. A powerful fireball, imbued with unparalleled strength, was about to be unleashed as Li Du pressed on to kill another abyss demon. The power of the fireball was so immense that the entire battlefield seemed to feel its heat. The Heaven's Wrath Fireball, enhanced tenfold, made Li Du unaware of just how high the damage would be. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fireball was fully charged, and Li Du waved his hand, sending the Heaven's Wrath Fireball hurtling towards the abyss demon. There were countless abyss creatures there, preparing to continue their assault. Boom! The fireball erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. The army, to avoid being affected, immediately raised their shields. However, countless abyss creatures were not so fortunate. They were swept away by the sea of fire, instantly perishing. The damage from the tenfold enhanced Heaven's Wrath fireball was something no one could withstand. Even the abyss creatures could not resist. When the flames subsided, people looked at the ground and found body after body lying there. All were abyss creatures. Among the countless corpses, one particularly bloody, terrifying body, shrouded in black mist, stood out. Clearly, it was another abyss demon. 2 abyss demons had fallen at Li Du's hands, along with countless abyss creatures. As the fireball's effects faded, the black mist gradually dissipated, and there were no more abyss creatures left. This battle was finally over. People could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, but their gazes towards Li Du were filled with respect and admiration. Originally, their battle had been quite difficult, but once Li Du intervened, everything became simple. A large number of creatures had been slaughtered almost entirely by Li Du alone. Su Chong came over and patted Li Du's shoulder without hesitation. "Good job, kid. I didn't know you were this strong. When it comes time to record military achievements, I might just have to call you commander." Hearing Su Chang's teasing, Li Du smiled. Li Du! At that moment, a figure rushed out from the stronghold. It was Fu Ming, who was extremely happy. "I saw it all. You are really amazing." Li Du had killed 2 abyss demons and countless abyss creatures, which left Fu Ming almost mesmerized. "Do you still have confidence in surpassing me?" "Humph. Even so, I will still surpass you. I want you to know that I am the strongest." Fu Ming pouted, looking unconvinced, but the excitement in her eyes was undeniable. Su Chong said, "I won't disturb you and your little girlfriend any longer. We need to clean up the battlefield now." With that, he left. Fu Ming instantly blushed. "What? We are not in that kind of relationship." Not far away, Wang Yu trembled at the sight. "Trash abyss demon. How can you be so useless? You can't even kill Li Du." When the abyss demon attacked, he was almost ready to cheer, thinking Li Du would soon be dead. As long as Li Du was dead, Fu Ming would still belong to him. Everything about Li Du should belong to him. The one enjoying the brilliance was still him. But the abyss demon was actually killed by Li Du. Wang Yu was so furious he nearly fainted. Watching Li Du and Fu Ming being intimate, he grew more and more annoyed, wishing he could kill Li Du. Soon, a voice appeared in the sky. "The battle is over, and we will now distribute military merits." The garrison troops blocked a large number of abyss monsters, preventing them from entering the stronghold and safeguarding the safety of countless people inside. They have made contributions. Every member of the garrison troop who participated in the battle will receive 300 military merits and a national contribution of 30. In this battle, countless professionals performed exceptionally well. All participants in the battle will receive 100 military merits and a national contribution of 5. For every 5 abyss monsters killed, an additional 10 military merits will be awarded. For every additional 5 killed, an extra national contribution of 1 point. As the voice fell, countless people cheered. In this battle, the military merits were secondary. The most important thing was that they also gained national contribution. National contribution was far more valuable than military merits. In the Great Xia, as long as you have national contribution, you could even have a saint-level professional as your teacher. This shows the importance of national contribution. In this battle, Wang Yu watched Li Du, constantly angry, completely uninterested in the battle. However, since he was a participant, he still received 100 military merits and 10 points of national contribution. Glancing at Li Du from a distance, he sneered, "What's the use of you trying so hard? How many military merits can you get? At most a few hundred military merits, almost losing your life. You're simply a fool. I can get military merits without doing anything. Isn't that much better than you?" Thinking of this, Wang Yu's mood improved a bit, but at that moment, the voice in the sky appeared again. In this battle, the professional Li Du killed 986 abyss monsters alone. He killed 2 abyss demons. His contribution is particularly outstanding. After the decision of the stronghold headquarters, Li Du is specially awarded 12,000 military merits. National contribution of 500. Li Du's military merits are already sufficient. His rank will be promoted to private. Hearing the rewards for Li Du, people were in awe. Compared to others, Li Du's rewards were simply too high. But no one was dissatisfied. Everyone had witnessed Li Du's performance. Without Li Du, this battle could not have ended so quickly. It might have been even more dangerous. Li Du almost single-handedly turned the tide. Only Wang Yu. Upon hearing Li Du's military merits, he could no longer hold back. If it weren't for the many people nearby, he would have roared out loud. Why? How can he get so many military merits? 12,000 military merits, and his rank directly promoted to private. Wang Yu was so jealous his heart felt like it would explode. At this moment, he even hated the Abyss Demon. Why was the Abyss Demon so useless? It couldn't even kill a Li Du. However, no matter how jealous he was, he could not change the outcome. He didn't even dare to question it. As the words fell, a beam of light landed on the badge on Li Du's chest. The badge immediately changed. The stars on it kept increasing, and after reaching 10 stars, it transformed from private to corporal. Then, the stars of the corporal increased again. Soon, it was a perfect 10 stars. Li Du's military rank directly skipped private first class and became a corporal. At just 18 years old, Li Du had become a non-commissioned officer of the Great Xia Kingdom. Such a rank was admired by all. Fu Ming was also very happy, looking at the insignia on Li Du's chest, smiling brightly. Li Du, congratulations. From now on, I'll have to call you officer. Li Du laughed and said, why not give it a try and call me that? Fu Ming immediately blushed. Humph. I won't call you that. I don't believe you dare to punish me. The battle had ended, and the attack of the abyssal monsters had retreated. When Li Du and Fu Ming returned to the base, they learned that this time, the abyssal monsters had attacked not just one place. In fact, there were countless abyssal monsters attacking almost everywhere in the entire base. The Great Xia base was divided into 10 regions. The area where Li Du was currently located was Zone 10. The higher the ranking of the region, the stronger the station troops. Zone 10 was also known as the Novice Zone. The station troops here were very few, and correspondingly, it was quite safe. For the abyssal demons to invade Zone 10, they needed to pass through layers of defenses in the numerous preceding regions. Ultimately, the abyssal monsters that could enter here were of very low level and posed almost no significant threat. Li Du heard that several of the higher-ranked regions had even encountered abyssal lords. Even level 80 and 90 big shots had come out to fight. The battle was extremely fierce. That was the real battlefield. However, due to the barriers set up by extraordinary beings between the various regions, the battles there would not affect other areas. The battles between humans and the abyss had always been incredibly brutal. Li Du heard that quite a few high-level professionals had even died. After learning this news, Li Du felt deeply moved. He suddenly remembered a saying, what peaceful years are there? It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. The expansion of the abyssal rift affected not only the Great Xia Kingdom. The bases of other countries were also under attack. A large number of abyssal monsters crawled out from the rift, wreaking havoc on the abyss battlefield. According to the news from other bases, the situation was not good for most countries except for the Lighthouse Nation and the Bear Nation. Especially for the Cherry Blossom Nation, where casualties in the base exceeded half, it was truly devastating. Some small countries' bases were even completely wiped out. In the entire world, there were only a few truly powerful nations. The abyssal demons were not something everyone could withstand. However, the abyssal demons came quickly and left just as fast. Under the combined efforts of countless human strongmen, the abyssal rift was finally suppressed. Ultimately, the abyssal demons could not leave the abyss in large numbers. But all of this was a matter for later. The base had already released news that the battlefield of 10,000 races would reopen within 3 days at the latest. By then, everything would return to normal. Upon hearing this news, Li Du breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he and Fu Ming had been together, wandering around the base. Li Du also visited the trading hall to see what items were available. However, even as a corporal, the things he could purchase were limited. There weren't many items that caught his eye. Moreover, Fu Ming had a deep background and had quite a few good things. Li Du didn't find it necessary to go to the trading hall. It was also during this time that Li Du's performance against the abyssal monsters gradually spread. Within the Zone 10 base, some people were discussing Li Du. Although the discussions weren't very high in volume, he had gained a bit of fame. Yanguan University. Principal's office. Qin Yanguan and Zhou Ning were sitting here drinking tea as usual. Neither Qin Yanguan nor Zhou Ning needed to personally handle school affairs very often. They were both old, and with young people striving, life was relatively leisurely. Zhou Ning looked into the distance and said, that kid Li Du has been in the battlefield of 10,000 races for a while now. How has he been performing lately? At that time, it was he who brought Li Du to Yanguan University, and his concern for Li Du was no less than that of Qin Yanguan. You might be shocked when I tell you. After Qin Yanguan learned about Li Du's performance, he was taken aback. He never expected Li Du to stand out so quickly. Zhou Ning immediately became interested and asked, did he accomplish something big again? Qin Yanguan then recounted Li Du's performance on the battlefield of 10,000 races, especially his excellent performance during the demon extermination operation amidst the invasion of abyssal creatures. Zhou Ning was astonished upon hearing this, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I really didn't misjudge him. This kid is truly talented. It's only been a few days, and he's already been promoted to private. At this rate, won't he be a major next year? At this point, he suddenly recalled Qin Yangguan's own performance when he was young. I remember you took over half a year to become a private on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Compared to that, the younger generation is indeed formidable. Qin Yangguan's eyes were filled with pride. He had already decided to cultivate Li Du, so the better Li Du performed, the happier he became. He had also been a genius in his youth, rising from soldier to officer in just 6 months. Afterward, he fought for over a decade, steadily rising through the ranks, and by the age of 35, he had even become a major general. At that time, he was the youngest major general in the Great Xia Kingdom, enjoying unparalleled fame. Now, seeing Li Du's performance, he even saw the possibility of him surpassing his own achievements. Qin Yangguan said, "If this kid really can surpass me, then the Great Xia Kingdom truly has a promising future." Zhou Ning asked, "If that's the case, would you really let him go into the abyss?" Both of them had fought in the abyss and knew its terrors well. Even though Qin Yangguan had now entered the extraordinary realm, the injuries he sustained in the abyss still tormented him to this day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to establish Yangguan University. Every extraordinary being, unless facing a truly serious issue, would absolutely not appear in the public eye. They had more important matters to attend to. A level 99 professional like Zhou Ning was already considered the pinnacle recognized by the world. Qin Yangguan's gaze was profound. Some things must be experienced. It's better to face them earlier than to be at a loss when truly confronted. 3 days passed, and the battlefield of 10,000 races reopened. Li Du and Fu Ming set off on their journey. The battlefield was incredibly far away, and even professionals found it exhausting to travel on foot. Therefore, Li Du directly bought a military motorcycle. This type of vehicle couldn't be purchased outside, but with his rank as a private, he was just qualified to buy one. After getting on the motorcycle, Fu Ming sat behind him. Li Du immediately revved the engine, and the motorcycle shot out like a rocket. This motorcycle had been modified by a mechanic, capable of reaching a top speed of 600 km per hour, allowing them to travel between 2 instances in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, this motorcycle was reinforced with special formations, making it very sturdy. Even a level 40 professional would find it hard to damage. While riding it, Li Du could even activate a shield to become immune to others' attacks. Not only that, it only required divine power to convert into energy, eliminating the need to carry gasoline. Vroom vroom vroom. Soon, Li Du and Fu Ming arrived at the location of the second instance. The flashy motorcycle immediately attracted the attention of some people. "Oh, my God, who is this young man? Riding a motorcycle with his girlfriend, he sure knows how to show off." "Shoo, quiet. Don't provoke him, this person is not to be trifled with." "My David, why do you look like you've swallowed rat poison? This person isn't Jesus, why can't we provoke him? Let me put it this way, he has killed dozens of professionals from the Sakura nation." Upon hearing this, those who were initially dissatisfied suddenly fell silent. Some people noticed the badge on Li Du's chest and were astonished. "He's actually a private. So young? I don't think he's even 20. No wonder he could buy that motorcycle. Is that motorcycle good?" "Of course. That motorcycle costs a fortune, 300,000 power points for one, and only those with the rank of sergeant or above can buy it." "Wow, that's so expensive?" 300,000 power points, converted into points, is 30,000 points. That's already half the price of an epic level equipment. Only Li Du, who earned a lot of points at school, could afford such a motorcycle. The two ignored the discussions of the people around them and headed straight for the dungeon portal. Just then, someone asked, "Are you two going to run a dungeon?" Li Du nodded. The person immediately reminded them, "Currently, the people from Sakura country have surrounded the dungeon, not allowing anyone else to enter. I advise you to leave quickly, they have several level 35 professionals." Upon hearing this, Li Du's gaze instantly turned cold. Sakura country, again. After arriving at the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Li Du had heard about Sakura country more than once. Fu Ming's expression also darkened, revealing a look of hatred. Her animosity towards Sakura country was greater than anyone else's. Li Du said, "No need, I'm here to fight Sakura country." Then, Li Du and Fu Ming immediately headed for the portal. Soon, they saw many professionals from Sakura country gathered there. When someone tried to approach, they would hear a rough voice, "Get lost. No entry allowed here." A group of people surrounded a dungeon, preventing others from entering. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Sakura country loved to do such things. In fact, there were many dungeons on the battlefield, and even if one was surrounded, it wouldn't affect much. This didn't bring much benefit to the professionals from Sakura country, but they were very keen on doing such things, hurting others without benefiting themselves. Perhaps this country was inherently like that. Li Du said nothing and directly took out his staff. He had already gained experience from fighting professionals from Sakura country. Just then, a voice shouted, "Is it you?" Li Du was slightly taken aback. Did someone from Sakura country recognize him? "Yamamoto-kun, do you know him?" The person referred to as Yamamoto immediately spoke up. "I didn't expect it to be Mr. Li Du from the Great Xia country. We apologize, we'll step aside now." Upon hearing the name Li Du, the nearby professionals from Sakura country were filled with both fear and anger. Fear because Li Du had killed many professionals from Sakura country. Anger because Li Du had killed many professionals from Sakura country. However, Yamamoto seemed to be the leader of this group. Despite the reluctance of others, they immediately stepped aside after he spoke. Soon, a path opened up in front of the dungeon portal. Seeing this, Li Du also put away his staff. Although he hated the people from Sakura country, he wouldn't attack others without reason like they did. The others were astonished. Wow! Have the Sakura people changed their ways? They actually backed down. Who is this young man? I know him. He is Li Du, who killed many monsters and abyss demons during the resistance against the monster invasion a few days ago, directly rising from private to sergeant. I heard he also killed dozens of professionals from Sakura country. No wonder. Ha ha ha, the little Sakura devils are scared too. Then, Li Du and Fu Ming directly entered the dungeon. This dungeon was called the Ruin King. When the two entered the dungeon, what greeted them was a vast, magnificent ruin. It seemed to have once been a kingdom, but the kingdom had vanished, leaving only walls inscribed by history and buildings crumbled by decay. Standing amidst the ruins, dust was everywhere. Fu Ming complained, "It's so desolate here." Just then, a noise caught their attention. They then saw several monsters dressed in tattered armor, with only bones wrapped in rags, walking towards them. Li Du immediately activated the Eye of the Abyss. Decayed soldier type, common wild monster level, 30 health, 56800 strength, 5800 a very ordinary wild monster. Upon seeing it, Li Du struck directly. He unleashed the abyssal slash. With a single slash, several decayed soldiers were instantly shattered. A few others remained stubbornly standing, but when Li Du released another slash, they fell as well. You have killed a decayed soldier, gaining 1 year of lifespan. You have gained 4,800 experience points. You have obtained Decayed Fine Iron. The 4,800 experience points were due to Fu Ming's 5-fold experience card being in effect. As they delved deeper into the ruins, they encountered many more decayed soldiers. These soldiers were not difficult to deal with. Li Du and Fu Ming could almost achieve instant kills together. Therefore, their pace in the dungeon was not slow. In the 10,000 races battlefield, dungeons were generally quite large. Completing a dungeon usually took about 7 to 8 hours. This was different from the dungeons in the outside world. In the outside world, some dungeons had very short processes and could be completed in less than half an hour. As the two of them went deeper, they gradually saw a decayed city wall. It seemed they were about to enter the interior of the ruins. Outside world. Yamamoto-kun, why let them in? Don't you know Lord Mitsui's orders? This time, they surrounded this dungeon for a reason. The Ruin King dungeon would drop a very precious item, the Tear of the Ruin King. This material had a very special function, respec. After use, it could remove some attribute points and allow for redistribution. If combined with other similar materials, it could even create a respec potion, completely reshaping one's attribute points. It's important to know that for professionals, attribute points become increasingly important in the later stages. In earlier years, not understanding this often led to misallocated points, resulting in future regrets. Therefore, respec potions could often sell for astronomical prices. However, the Tear of the Ruin King only drops 3 drops each year. Now, this material had just been a year since its last drop, and the professionals of Sakura country naturally had their eyes on this dungeon. They would never allow anyone else to enter the dungeon before all the Tears of the Ruin King dropped. Yamamoto sneered, "Can you stop him from entering? You should know, there are quite a few experts who have died at his hands." Upon hearing this, someone nearby immediately shouted, "Yamamoto-kun, you are a warrior of Sakura country, are you really going to back down?" Others were also quite dissatisfied. Yamamoto mocked, "Warriors of Sakura country must possess not only strength but also wisdom. Letting him in is not backing down, but waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill him." Hearing this, others immediately showed joy. They eagerly asked Yamamoto what to do. Yamamoto said, "No rush, wait for Lord Mitsui to arrive, and I will explain." So, they had no choice but to wait. About half an hour later, a young man riding a fierce-looking demon arrived here. Upon seeing him, Yamamoto and the others all bowed. "We greet Lord Mitsui." The people around were astonished. "It's actually him. How did he come here? Who is he?" His name is Mitsui Kiyoshi, the third young master of the Mitsui family in Sakura country. It's said he awakened a legendary class, Divine Envoy, and is regarded as the hope of the next generation of Sakura country. Wow, that impressive? Why isn't he staying in Sakura country and coming here? After seeing Mitsui Kiyoshi, Yamamoto immediately stepped forward and recounted the situation with Lee Duan fuming. Lord Mitsui, we have done our utmost to stop them, but that man from Dasha is just too strong. To preserve our bodies for the continued contribution to Sakura country, we had no choice but to let them in. Please, Lord Mitsui, punish the Dasha person. The others, seeing this, bowed in unison. Please, Lord Mitsui, punish the Dasha person. Upon hearing this, Mitsui Karaki's expression turned icy. Humph, a Dasha person dares to flaunt their power in front of my Sakura nation? They simply haven't encountered a true genius. Don't worry, I will make him regret coming to this world. Lee Du was unaware of the Sakura people's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had enough confidence. More than 2 hours passed, and Lee Du and Fu Ming had already entered the interior of the ruined king dungeon. At this moment, they arrived at a square. There was a soldier over 3 meters tall, and nearby were several decayed soldiers. This was one of the elite monsters in this dungeon. This soldier was not only tall but also immensely strong, with a power level of 15,000. Its health had already surpassed 100,000, and its armor was extremely high. However, in front of Lee Du and Fu Ming, it was still of little use. Fu Ming's vines and Lee Du's abyssal binding could trap this soldier tightly. Soon after, with a skill from Lee Du, the soldier fell to the ground. You have killed the decayed general, gaining 1 year of lifespan, gaining 168,000 experience points. You have obtained General's Shield, blue, decayed fine iron times 20, ruined armor, blue, finally dead. Fu Ming was very happy. The armor of this decayed general was extremely high, and its health was thick. Nearby, decayed soldiers kept coming to support. The two spent quite a bit of time to kill this monster. After collecting the loot, Lee Du said, we are almost halfway through the dungeon now. With at most 3 more hours, they would definitely be able to clear the dungeon. After a short rest, the two continued on. Along the way, they encountered quite a few elite monsters. Since Lee Du did not use the Wrath of Beings, these elite monsters were not easy to kill. However, both of their strengths were high, so even if it took time to whittle down their health, they could still defeat the elite monsters. This way, the time spent increased significantly. However, the dungeons in the 10,000 races battlefield were very special. There were no record-breaking rewards, so the time taken was not important. What mattered was whether they could clear the dungeon. After nearly 2 more hours of fighting, the two finally arrived at a ruined palace. Beside the palace stood a very tall, twisted tree. This tree emitted a dark aura, as if it could move at any moment. Lee Du, what are you looking at? Let's hurry inside. Fu Ming urged. The palace before them was undoubtedly the room of the dungeon. As long as they entered, they would be able to see the dungeon boss. After killing it, they could clear the dungeon. However, Lee Du did not move. Do you think this tree looks a bit strange? Fu Ming was somewhat surprised. She hadn't noticed anything unusual. Lee Du directly activated the Eye of the Abyss. Whoosh! At that moment, a vine suddenly lashed out at the two. Lee Du was startled and immediately pulled Fu Ming aside to dodge. Crack! The vine struck a large pillar beside the palace, one that would take 3 or 4 people to wrap around, and it directly broke the pillar in half. This also startled Fu Ming. This tree is also a monster, let's deal with it first. Although surprised, the two quickly reacted. They immediately prepared for battle. Lee Du simultaneously unleashed the Eye of the Abyss. Twisted Trent type, enhanced elite monster level, 34 health, 178,000 strength, 18,000 traits, natural immunity, immune to natural damage, natural absorption, natural damage will enhance its attributes, skills, Thorn Barrage, Vine Whip, Seed Throw, Forest Entanglement. Special reminder, it cannot move, you can avoid it as long as you keep your distance. However, if you want to enter the boss room, you must defeat it first. Upon seeing the information about this wild monster, Lee Du immediately said to Fu Ming, in this battle, you must not attack. This treant can immunize and absorb natural powers, which counters you. Although Fu Ming's main profession is magic-based, it is subdivided into the natural category. Many of her skills are related to nature. Hearing this, Fu Ming felt a bit unhappy but still nodded. She then quickly moved away from the battlefield. Whoosh! At that moment, a vine lashed out like a long whip, trying to stop Fu Ming from leaving. Sky Abyss Slash. Lee Du wasted no time and directly unleashed his skill, severing the trance vine. Seeing this, the treant immediately shifted its attack target to Lee Du. It shook its body, and countless thorny spikes shot towards Lee Du like bullets. Flame Demon Lord. Lee Du immediately summoned the Flame Demon Lord. As the massive lord appeared, it quickly conjured a wall of fire. The moment those spikes hit the firewall, they were instantly incinerated, causing no harm to Li Du whatsoever. Then, the flame demon lord launched its attack. Boom! A fireball struck the treant, instantly igniting its branches. Boom boom boom! The flame demon lord pressed the attack, continuously releasing fireballs. Soon, the treant was surrounded by flames. The situation looked very promising. However, it seemed that these flames did not inflict significant damage on the treant. The treant shook vigorously, managing to shake off the flames. The burned areas showed no signs of damage, as if nothing had happened. This treant doesn't seem to fear fire? Li Du couldn't help but speculate. Then let's test it. He then commanded the flame demon lord to unleash its full firepower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Instantly, large waves of flames surged from the flame demon lord, engulfing the treant like a tide. Not only that, the flame demon lord charged at the treant, continuously releasing skills. All of the flame demon lord's skills were fire-related, and as each skill was unleashed, the treant was once again engulfed in flames. This time, the fire was even more intense, and the treant was almost completely ablaze. Finally, the treant reacted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The treant twisted its body wildly, shaking off countless flames. But the flame demon lord released flames even faster. For every clump the treant shook off, the lord unleashed two. Gradually, the flames on the treant increased. The treant, in a fit of rage, kept twisting while continuously attacking the flame demon lord with vines and spikes. But these attacks did not inflict significant damage on the flame demon lord. The flame demon lord had the treant firmly under control. Seeing that it was ineffective, the treant attempted to switch targets and attack Li Du. But how could Li Du allow that? All of the treant's attacks were neutralized by Li Du. Soon, the main body of the treant was engulfed in flames. This time, it could no longer shake off any flames. Li Du used the Eye of the Abyss and discovered that the treant's condition was rapidly declining. As a tree, it would fear fire, even an enhanced elite monster was no exception. Ultimately, under the relentless burning of the flame demon lord, the treant finally collapsed. You have killed the twisted treant, gaining 1 year of lifespan. You have gained 187,000 experience points. You have obtained Twisted Branch, Nature Gem after killing the treant, 2 items dropped in total. This is all related to natural type professionals, among which natural gemstones can further enhance natural type equipment. Fu Ming has already come over. Li Du handed her these 2 items. You can take these materials, they should be useful to you. Fu Ming did not refuse, and after taking the items, the two headed towards the dungeon room. The dungeon room was an extremely dilapidated palace. Upon entering, everything seemed to be decaying. The King of Ruins sat upon the throne. Beside him was a large blue sword, which looked even taller than he was. Li Du immediately activated the Eye of the Abyss. King of Ruin type, dungeon boss level, 35 health, for 68,000 strength, 28,000 traits. Decay, he can decay your teammates and use their skills as his own. King of Ruin's hatred, 20% increase to all attributes, skills, Ruin King's slash, Ruin King's charge, Sword of Hatred, Sword of Decay. Despair of the Ruin King. There was no doubt that this monster's attributes were higher. Moreover, it possessed the trait of decay. This was the first time Li Du had encountered such a trait, which could actually turn the enemy's skills into his own. As the two entered the palace, the King of Ruin's gaze turned towards them. He slowly stood up from the throne. The world has ruthlessly abandoned me, now, I shall repay with pain. With that, he raised the blue sword and swung it at Li Du and Fu Ming. All living beings are my subjects. Boom! A powerful slash seemed to split the entire palace in two, released in an instant. Faced with such a slash, even Fu Ming was incredibly shocked, momentarily unable to react. Be careful! Li Du shouted loudly, then rushed in front of Fu Ming. Unyielding! In an instant, a golden light flickered. Li Du braced himself against the slash, but the force of the strike was still too great. Even though he withstood it, Li Du felt terrible. It felt as if he had been hit hard in the chest, and his bones seemed like they were about to shatter. Cough, cough, cough. Li Du kept coughing. After using Unyielding, it was the first time he felt so uncomfortable. This showed how powerful that sword strike was. If it weren't for Unyielding, Li Du would probably have been half dead from a single blow. Li Du! Fu Ming was extremely worried and quickly supported him. Are you okay? Li Du shook his head. Don't worry, it's nothing. Don't just stand there, be careful of his attacks. Fu Ming nodded. The King of Ruin was the most powerful boss they had encountered. With over 400,000 health and nearly 30,000 strength, even legendary professionals would find it difficult to deal with. Moreover, Fu Ming was only an epic-level professional. I need to use the Wrath of Beings, Li Du pondered. The King of Ruin's damage was too high, one careless move could lead to instant death. It would be fine if it were just Li Du, but with Fu Ming beside him, he couldn't take the risk. Then, Li Du immediately activated the Wrath of Beings. You be careful, I'll handle him. Fu Ming nodded, and this time, she didn't throw a tantrum. Although she usually hated to lose, she knew exactly what to do at critical moments. The King of Ruin stood tall. He was a true king, surrounded by blue flames. Anyone who encountered him would probably be unable to resist submission. However, the ones I kill the most are kings. With that, Li Du launched his attack. Abyssal Slash. Boom! A powerful slash, even stronger than the Ruin King's, was sent back in retaliation. This was an epic level skill, and after being enhanced tenfold, the damage was incredibly terrifying. As the slash fell, the King of Ruin let out a furious roar, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into the throne and the palace. At the same time, a deep wound appeared on his body. Blood continued to flow from above. That previous strike had nearly cleaved the Ruin King in half. Such terrifying damage made the Ruined King reveal a deep sense of dread. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his greatsword and gathered his strength. It hurts. It hurts so much. An incredibly terrifying power was about to descend, and Li Du even felt a sense of impending death. But Li Du would not give him the chance to unleash it. Demon Abyss Confinement. Instantly, the Demon Abyss descended, and countless beasts dragged the Ruined King down. His skill-casting process was directly interrupted. Even someone as strong as the Ruined King could not break free from the beasts. Immediately, under the absorption of countless beasts, the Ruined King became incredibly weak. Finally, Li Du delivered a finishing blow, completely killing him. Congratulations, you have killed the Ruined King. Successfully cleared the dungeon. You gain 100 years of lifespan. You gain 480,000 experience points. You obtained Tear of the Ruined King, Blade of the Ruined King, Epic Skill Scroll, Decay Descends. Killing the Ruined King yielded a total of 3 items, 1 material and 1 piece of equipment. Li Du was pleasantly surprised to find that he had even obtained an Epic Skill Scroll. Tear of the Ruined King, Purple. The Ruined King, having lost his beloved, was filled with deep regret and shed tears. The tears, infected by intense remorse, possess a reshaping effect. After use, it can reshape 50 skill points, allowing for redistribution. Can be combined with other materials to create a respect potion. Blade of the Ruined King, Purple. The weapon used by the Ruined King, an incredibly large blade, infused with a powerful aura of decay. Applicable classes: Warrior, Darkware level, 30 effect, plus 1000 strength, plus 800 constitution. Additional effect: attacks inflict decay. Effect: decay. Each attack or skill that hits an enemy can apply 1 layer of decay. Each layer of decay reduces the target's total attributes by 0.2%, up to a maximum of 100 layers. Once fully stacked, it can steal the target's most powerful skill for 1 hour. Skill Scroll, Decay Descends. After use, you can learn the skill, Decay Descends. Decay Descends immediately applies 100 layers of decay to the target, and the decay effect cap is increased to 200 layers, allowing you to steal 2 of the target's skills. Learning Level Restriction, Level 30 Learning Class Restriction, Dark. Upon seeing the equipment and skill scroll, Li Du had to say he was truly astonished. The ability to steal an opponent's skills. Moreover, applying the decay effect could also reduce the opponent's total attributes. The maximum reduction could even reach 40%. It was almost like crippling the opponent. Unfortunately, Decay Descends could only be learned by dark classes, which neither Li Du nor Fu Ming could use. As for the Tear of the Ruined King, Li Du didn't pay much attention to it. Currently, his attributes were already high, and he didn't need to allocate points specifically. But Fu Ming happily exclaimed, "It's actually a material for respec." Li Du, we're so lucky. Seeing her excited demeanor, Li Du was somewhat surprised. Is this material really that precious? Of course. The higher the level of the class, the greater the bonus from attribute points. But attribute points can only be obtained through leveling up, and many people use their points as soon as they level up. By the time they want to redistribute their attribute points in the future, it will be impossible. This makes respec materials extremely important. Moreover, if you gather several types of respec materials and create a respec potion, its value increases even more. Those high-level players are even willing to spend millions of divine power points to buy respec potions. Hearing this, Li Du was utterly astonished. Millions of divine power points equated to hundreds of thousands of points. That was enough to buy an entire set of epic gear. Respec potions were actually that precious? It seems I've truly stumbled upon a treasure. Li Du was also very happy. The Tear of the Fallen King, although not a cleansing potion, was one of the materials that could be used to make a cleansing potion. Fu Ming said, let's see how many more tears of the fallen king this dungeon can drop when we go out. Shall we clear it all at once? Li Du nodded, and then he and Fu Ming left the dungeon. The moment they stepped out of the teleportation portal, Li Du suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. As his vision just recovered, he suddenly saw a red light enveloping them. Li Du was taken aback. He immediately grabbed Fu Ming, shielding her beneath him, while activating his defensive skill, Unyielding. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted in front of the dungeon's teleportation portal, completely engulfing Li Du. The explosion came so suddenly. Although Li Du had activated Unyielding, the impact in that instant still caused him intense pain. Fortunately, Unyielding absorbed most of the damage. Li Du's clothes were only slightly torn, and he did not suffer significant harm. As for Fu Ming, she was unharmed because Li Du had protected her at the first moment. As the explosion dissipated and the dust settled, the two slowly got up. Baka, you didn't die? Several voices emerged. Li Du and Fu Ming finally saw the attackers. They were indeed people from the Sakura Nation. Besides the original Sakura Nation members, there were a few more individuals. Standing in the middle was a young man, his feet planted on a fierce-looking demon. Beside him were several Onmyoji dressed in uniform, exuding a very dangerous aura. The moment Li Du saw them, his anger surged. That had been far too dangerous. If Li Du hadn't used Unyielding, that explosion could have even put his life at risk. The leading young man wore a mocking smile. People from the Great Xia Nation, are you all turtles? Hee, let me introduce myself. I am Mitsui Chikusiai, the third young master of the Mitsui family. This dungeon has been my private dungeon for this period. You trespassed into my private dungeon, and according to the rules, you should be executed. But I am kind-hearted and will allow you to live. Hand over the tear of the fallen king, kneel down and apologize, do not resist, and you may live. Although that previous attack hadn't killed Li Du and Fu Ming, Mitsui Chikusiai was still very confident. He was a legendary class profession, a future star of the Sakura Nation. His family was one of the noble families of the Sakura Nation. In front of him, Li Du, a mere epic class profession, was nothing. Did he dare to resist him? Moreover, he had several level 40 Onmyoji by his side, all epic class Onmyoji, ready to follow his orders at any moment. Li Du's eyes turned icy, his killing intent almost solidifying. Ming, stay behind me. Fu Ming was stunned. Li Du's tone left no room for refusal. He had never spoken to her like this before. At that moment, even though she was equally furious and wished to kill these Sakura people immediately, she still stood behind Li Du. Li Du waved his staff, gathering power. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. His voice was very calm, yet contained the sound of thunder. As the sky's formation appeared, the fireball continued to expand, and a scorching aura instantly spread around. The several professionals from the Sakura Nation immediately showed expressions of fear. However, Mitsui Chikusiai still sneered. What? Are you planning to stubbornly resist? Ha, do you really think your fireball will have any effect? No worries, I can play with you. You all, activate the shield. I want to see the profound expression of despair on his face when he realizes his attack is ineffective. Ha. Then, several level 40 Onmyoji immediately cast spells, opening a protective shield. Mitsui Chikusiai shouted, you fools from the Great Xia Nation, my shield can withstand up to 500,000 damage. If you can break it, I will show mercy and let you go. Li Du's gaze was icy. The fireball continued to expand, resembling the sun. Finally, it reached a point where it could expand no further. Kill! At this moment, Li Du finally roared, his face contorted with rage. The heavenly wrath fireball surged down in an instant. The massive fireball struck the protective shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! 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 The intense explosions came one after another, and the surrounding professionals were horrified at the sight. They immediately ran away, fearing they would be caught in the fireball's blast. Some professionals were so frightened that they lost control. Even the professionals from Sakura country, who were within the protective shield, seemed to feel an unparalleled heat, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. Mitsui Kinyo had been quite confident at first, even laughing maniacally. But soon, he could no longer laugh. Crack, the protective shield began to crack under the immense impact of the heavenly wrath fireball. Whoosh! A surge of fire rushed in, instantly burning several professionals. They screamed and jumped, rolling on the ground in a pitiful state. Eventually, they managed to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but they were left charred like pieces of coal. Just then, bang, the protective shield finally couldn't hold up and shattered. Without the protective shield, the flow of fire rushed in without obstruction. Countless professionals from Sakura country were instantly surrounded by flames. Baka. Damned fire. Dacia people, Baka crush them. Amidst the flames, a chorus of ghostly wails erupted. The people of Sakura country could not withstand the flames' damage, even though it had been reduced countless times. Ultimately, the flames spread and gradually extinguished. When it was over, several bodies of Sakura country professionals lay on the ground, clearly burned alive. But Mitsui Kinyo was unharmed. Around him, several level 40 Onmyoji opened their protective shields again, shielding him. Yet he still looked disheveled, thoroughly battered by the flames. Mitsui Kinyo's expression was extremely grim. "Dasha people, you have angered me. I will tear you to pieces. You have no chance," Li Du shouted. As the hourglass appeared, Li Du refreshed the cooldown of the heavenly wrath fireball. Then, he reinforced it again, increasing the effect of the wrath of living beings to 100 times. At this moment, his body was continuously consuming a massive amount of lifespan, almost depleting several days of life every second. Once he released the skill, this consumption would increase by hundreds or thousands of times. But Li Du couldn't care less. At this moment, he only wanted to completely annihilate the Sakura people before him. Heavenly Wrath Fireball. Whoosh, the fireball appeared in the sky again, this time 100 times stronger. Its power was beyond what anyone present could withstand. Its heat caused intense pain even before it landed. At this moment, Mitsui Kinyo finally felt fear. That fireball seemed truly capable of killing him. "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" Mitsui Kinyo shouted. Several Onmyoji immediately took action, trying to prevent Li Du from casting the spell. But it was too late. Li Du's fireball was released in an instant. This fireball was not at its maximum strength, but it was already sufficient. Boom! The fireball descended. The Onmyoji hurried back and opened the protective shield again. This time, the protective shield was even stronger than before, capable of withstanding 1,000,000 damage. However, under the heavenly wrath fireball, it shattered like paper in an instant. Then, countless flames surged in. Whether it was Mitsui Kinyo or the Onmyoji, they were surrounded by countless flames. The power of these flames was simply too overwhelming. Even if Mitsui Kinyo used all his means, he could not withstand it. The sound of flames roaring continuously poured forth, drowning out even the screams of the Sakura people. Eventually, the flames subsided. On the ground, only a few charred corpses could be seen. All props, items, and equipment had been burned to ashes. The wrathful fireball was indeed that powerful. Even a level 40 Onmyoji could not withstand it. Only then did the other nation's practitioners dare to slowly appear, looking at Li Du as if he were a deity. That fire, had they not been far enough away, could have affected them as well. A few unfortunate souls who hadn't managed to escape were now on the brink of death. Is he really human? That fireball, my god. I felt like I was about to meet the creator in that moment. Remember his face, this person must not be provoked, he's too terrifying. Are all the people from Dacia like this? No, he is the only monster. The others from Dacia are quite normal. Wait, look over there, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at one of the charred corpses. That corpse actually emitted a glow. Then, the light enveloped a shadow and departed. That shadow, faintly visible, turned out to be Mitsui Chikusiai. This scene immediately caught Li Du's attention. Li Du recalled what Qin Yangguan had said to him in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. The blessing of the Hall of Heroic Spirits could allow Li Du to have a chance to resurrect even if he died on the battlefield of myriad races. Could the Sakura nation also possess such means? Abyss Slash. Li Du immediately unleashed his skill, wanting to sever that light. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He could not bear the thought of Mitsui Chikusiai having a chance to resurrect. But the slash passed through the light, causing no damage at all. Li Du, unwilling to accept this, continued to unleash skills, but to no avail. In the end, the light dissipated, and Mitsui Chikusiai's shadow vanished. Damn! Li Du shouted in anger, rarely feeling such fury. His gaze was icy cold. He looked in the direction Mitsui Chikusiai had left, clenching his fists tightly. At that moment, Fuming suddenly grasped Li Du's hand. Li Du, don't worry, he will definitely die. Fuming gritted her teeth, filled with rage. Li Du could feel her hand trembling as she held his. Just as Li Du was puzzled, Fuming continued, even if he is from the Mitsui family, if he provokes me, I will make the Mitsui family regret it. Then, without waiting for Li Du to speak, she actually used a battlefield teleportation order. With a flash of light, the two were directly teleported back to their base. Li Du, wait for me at the base. When I come back, that person will definitely be dead. After saying this, Fuming ran off. From the moment she was born until now, it was the first time Fuming felt such anger. This was not anger for herself, but for Li Du. After coming out of the dungeon, they were suddenly attacked. That attack was too powerful, and in that moment, Fuming almost felt she would surely die. Then, a chest embraced her. It was Li Du who had blocked that attack, allowing them to be safe. But in that instant, Fuming almost thought Li Du was going to die. She gradually began to understand that she could not accept Li Du dying, nor could she accept Li Du dying for her. Although Li Du was fine later, her emotions erupted like a volcano. She had to do something. Compared to Li Du, her strength was insufficient, but her greatest advantage was her extremely powerful background. She treated various teleportation talismans as if they were scrap paper, tearing one after another. These teleportation talismans could easily sell for hundreds of thousands of divine power points in the outside world, but Fuming felt no pain in using them. She left the base and kept teleporting, returning to Guizhou province. Then, she returned to Tianhai City. Today was a day off. Fuming was just about to take a nap when suddenly, a loud knocking on the door rang out, followed by a familiar voice, "Dad." Fu Shang was somewhat puzzled, thinking he might have misheard. Hadn't his daughter already gone to the battlefield of the myriad races? However, the knocking continued. With confusion, Fu Shang opened the door and saw his daughter. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. Fu Shang was taken aback. Had his daughter been wronged? Who could make her suffer? "Ming Ming, why are you back? What happened?" Fu Shang quickly let Fu Ming in. Fu Ming bit her lip and recounted the events from the battlefield of the myriad races to Fu Shang. Upon hearing that his daughter had been attacked, Fu Shang's expression instantly turned icy. "Little Sakura bastard." Fu Shang snorted coldly, immediately recalling past pains. Back then, his wife, Fu Ming's mother, had also died due to the Sakura people. Now, the Sakura people actually wanted to kill his daughter. If it weren't for Li Du, they might have succeeded. For so many years, Fu Shang had not remarried. The only thing he couldn't let go of was this daughter. The actions of the Sakura nation had truly touched his reverse scale. "Ming Ming, don't worry. No one can bully us, even if they are from the Mitsui family. A noble family from the Sakura nation is nothing but a beggar in our great Xia. Dad will help you take revenge." With that, Fu Shang left the room. The Mitsui family was a noble family in the Sakura nation, with many practitioners above level 90. Although the Sakura nation did not have extraordinary beings, Fu Shang's strength alone was still insufficient. But it didn't matter. He dialed a phone number. As the call connected, a deep voice came through. "Fu family's kid, calling me for something?" If Li Du could hear this voice, he would be very surprised. It was none other than Qin Yanguan's voice. Fu Shang said a few words, and there was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then a few words were spoken. "I understand." After finishing one call, Fu Shang continued to dial another number. Another aged voice answered. This time, Fu Shang blurted out two words, "Commander." After making two calls, Fu Shang returned to wait. Sakura Nation. Mitsui family. Ah! It was as if he had just had a nightmare. Mitsui Chusheng emerged from a hatch filled with liquid. "Great Xia people. I will never let you go." The memories in his mind were deeply etched, and Mitsui Chusheng's body trembled with anger. At this moment, someone nearby hurriedly shouted, "Third young master, you just woke up, don't get too agitated." Although he had been killed by Li Du, Mitsui Chusheng was revived. However, after revival, Mitsui Chusheng's level reset to 0, and he had to start leveling up again. Thinking of this, his hatred for Li Du grew even stronger. "I don't care, if those two great Xia people don't die, I will make you all die." Mitsui Chusheng's face twisted with rage, looking terrifying. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached. "My son, no need to worry. Those two great Xia people will definitely not live long." Seeing the middle-aged man, Mitsui Chusheng finally calmed down and called out, "Father." The middle-aged man before him was the current head of the Mitsui family, Mitsui Chusheng's father, Mitsui Baichi. Looking at his son, Mitsui Baichi was extremely angry. No one had ever dared to provoke the Mitsui family like this. "My son, I have already issued a bounty on the international dark web, offering 10 million divine power points. We will definitely take the lives of these two, you just need to wait." Upon hearing this, Mitsui Chusheng's expression finally improved a bit. "Father, I want to live." Mitsui Chusheng's eyes were filled with malice. "I want to personally torture them, making them understand what it means to wish for death. As long as you are happy." Mitsui Hayakushiku didn't care, whether it was Li Du or Fu Ming. In his eyes, they were just little bugs that could be crushed at any moment. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly spread throughout the entire Mitsui family. Then, two phantoms appeared above them. One of them was the president of Yanguan University, Qin Yanguan. The other, dressed in military uniform, had a gaunt face that looked extremely old. Yet, hidden within his brows was a terrifying killing intent. They spoke simultaneously. "Mitsui family, bring Mitsui Chusheng here to die."